Suhin looked anxious. He closed the job search page on his computer and was about to look for another job when he remembered that he had been fired from his company for slapping a client after stopping him from harassing a female colleague. This made him even more upset. Suddenly, a notification popped up on the screen. System recommendation. You are qualified for the position of Special Risk Management. Do you want to submit your resume? Yes/no. He thought it was spam, but in his distraction, he accidentally clicked confirm. Just as he was about to continue, there was a knock on the door. Soo-jin, a cigarette dangling from his lips, opened the door and saw only a package. The address was correct, but he couldn't recall ordering anything from it. He cut open the package and first saw an A4 sheet of paper, which he casually tossed aside. Below were a black briefcase and a transparent mask. He wondered who had sent it, opened the briefcase, touched the cold metal, and pulled it out to find a gleaming silver pistol. Buy a bag and get a lighter for free. Soo-jin instinctively pulled the trigger, and with a bang, the bullet pierced the ceiling. He froze instantly. It was a real gun. He hurriedly drew the curtains, stuffed the gun into the bedding, his heart pounding. He wondered if the gangsters had sent it to the wrong address or if he was in trouble. He quickly picked up the A4 paper he had thrown away earlier. Congratulations. Your resume has been received and approved. Basic office supplies have been provided, and you will soon begin your internship assessment. You will be transported to a near-death world in 2 hours. Please contact and protect your client to ensure their safety during the initial stages of the apocalypse. The mission ends once your client has developed the ability to survive independently in the post-apocalyptic world, and you will be recalled by the company. During the mission, our company will provide you with necessary basic assistance, including but not limited to language translation, currency exchange, and identity verification. Please do not disclose any company information and strive to maximize your abilities and potential. If the mission is successful, you will be officially hired and granted more company privileges. If the mission fails, you are on your own. At that moment, a cool, flameless red line emerged from the top of the paper, burning downwards. Soo-jin stared at the last line, Heavenly Tao Responsibility Unlimited Company, and was utterly shocked. Soo-jin felt a chill run down his spine. His first thought was prank, but a real gun, a precisely placed delivery slip, and a note that spontaneously combusted. None of these things went beyond the realm of ordinary pranks. He stared at the pistol on the table, his scalp tingling. Scenes from movies where wealthy people manipulate ordinary people flashed through his mind. The more he thought about it, the more panicked he became. He decisively pulled out his phone and called the police. The phone rang for a long time. Soo-jin's hands, gripping the phone, were sweaty. Just as he was about to explain the situation, the female voice on the other end suddenly stopped, and a cold, mechanical voice rang in his mind. Do not disclose company information. Second offenses will be severely punished. Put on your mask immediately and prepare. The dial tone was jarring, and Soo-jin's pupils dilated. The call being disconnected was somewhat understandable, but the mechanical voice seemed to drill directly into his brain. Was he dreaming? He glanced at the computer screen, and in the corner of the recruitment page, Tiandao Responsibility Unlimited Company was prominently displayed. He frantically clicked on the page, but the moment the cursor touched it, the page closed instantly. Searching for the company name yielded no such company found, as if it were all an illusion. Soo-jin took a deep breath and reached for the transparent mask on the table. The moment he touched it to his face, a chill enveloped his entire face, and the mask vanished into thin air. Even more strangely, a string of fluctuating numbers suddenly appeared before his eyes. 1 hour, 32 minutes, and 11 seconds. 1:32:10. He rushed to the bathroom mirror, repeatedly touching his face, but only felt skin. The mirror reflected nothing unusual except his twitching eyelids and a string of numbers. This isn't a rich man's game. It's a ghost encounter. Soo-jin splashed cold water on his face, forcing himself to calm down. He couldn't remove the mask, so he could only check the gun and briefcase first. The pistol was entirely silver, with no information available online. The magazine couldn't be removed, and previous shots had left no casings or bullets. The briefcase was even more amazing. Touching the bottom with one's palm created a synesthetic sensation, revealing a hidden 1 cubic meter space inside, allowing for the easy storage and retrieval of small items. These extraordinary treasures only fueled Soo-jin's anxiety. The impending doom of the world and the apocalypse weighed heavily on him. The countdown was still ticking away. Without further hesitation, Sue Jean opened a food delivery app and frantically ordered compressed biscuits, drinking water, medicine, and other supplies. Half an hour later, the rented room was piled high with supplies. He began to handle the aftermath. He bought a death insurance policy with his parents listed as beneficiaries. He borrowed 170,000 yuan from the platform, transferring 150,000 yuan to his parents through a donation agreement, 10,000 yuan to his landlord with a message 6 months rent, do not disturb, and the rest was converted into cash and put into his pocket. Finally, he cleared all his browsing history. 10 seconds, 00:00:09. Sue Jean stared at the numbers before him, his hands inside his trench coat pockets, gripping his pistol tightly. As the numbers reached 0, a blinding point of light suddenly appeared, instantly expanding into a golden portal. Try with my phone. Just as Sue Jean had this thought, the portal suddenly lunged at him and swallowed him whole. Fu Qingdai sat up abruptly in bed, her thin nightgown soaked with cold sweat. For the past 2 weeks, she had been having the same apocalyptic nightmare. Rain, hunger, cannibalism, and scenes of mountains of corpses and seas of blood so real that even the smells were crystal clear. She gasped for breath and pulled back the curtains. In the dim light, the clouds spread out like regular waves, exactly like the scene from her dream of the eve of the apocalypse. Tears instantly streamed down her face. She knew the terrifying days were not far off. But when she told her parents before, no one believed her, their student. The door opened, and Zhang Wan, the mother, sat on the edge of the bed. Fu Qingdai threw herself into her arms, crying and pleading, "Mom, the clouds today are just like in my dream. The world is going to end. Let's move." Zhang Wan interrupted with a sigh. "It's just the pressure of studying. Even the doctors say so. There's only 1 month left until the exams. Don't think about useless things." "I'm not making this up. I even saw a man in my dream." Before Fu Qingdai could finish speaking, Zhang Wan's expression changed drastically. "Are you dating someone? You can't be in a relationship at this age." Fu Qingdai completely broke down, crying and asking for 500 yuan to prepare for school. Zhang Wan only gave her 50 yuan and then urged her to eat and go to school. Outside the door, she heard her parents arguing. Her mother asked her father to call the teacher to ask about the puppy Love, but her father only said later. During morning reading, Fu Qingdai was absent-minded. Her deskmate, Xiao Ning, asked about her nightmare, and Fu Qingdai hurriedly warned her, "Don't touch rainwater when it rains, stock up on food, and seal the doors and windows." Xiao Ning sighed inwardly, having already been entrusted by Zhang Wan to keep an eye on her mentally unstable state. The student in front of her turned around and reminded Xiao Ning, "Don't always read novels. Qingdai's gone crazy." Xiao Ning shook herself and said, "Even if I go crazy from reading, it's just to find a man. It's none of your business." At lunchtime in the cafeteria, Fu Qingdai awkwardly pulled aside Gao Peng, her classmate, to borrow money. Gao Peng, seeing the school beauty's red eyes pleading for help, felt both nervous and secretly pleased, thinking she was interested in him, and immediately pulled out 100 yuan. Not far away, a pair of small eyes watched this scene and called Zhang Wan. "Qingdai borrowed money from a boy, not to date him, but her illness is getting worse. You should take her to see a doctor right away." "Damn it, where did you throw this away?" Su Jin stared blankly at the sign for Longshan City Mental Hospital when a loud bang suddenly came from behind him. It was the old man's popcorn machine on the street corner. He looked around at the blue and white trolley buses, the old-fashioned shops painted in bright colors, the smell of popcorn and diesel fuel in the air, and the strange looks from passers-by at his trenchcoat outfit, all of which told him he had really traveled through time. Su Jin quickly took off his trench coat to cover his briefcase, squatted down under the shade of a tree, and rummaged through it, pulling out a stack of Longshan Huitong Bank banknotes and a vertically formatted ID card. Luckily, the company didn't lie to me. They gave me both the currency and the ID. He breathed a sigh of relief, his gaze falling on the flashing red in his vision. The client was in a mental hospital. He climbed over the 2-meter-high wall, slipped into the hospital building, and first hid in the restroom to calm down. When he came out, his eyes immediately fell on Fu Qingdai in a hospital gown in the multi-purpose hall, and his heart sank. What? A high school student? At this moment, Fu Qingdai was sitting by the window, lost in thought. The apocalypse was approaching, yet no one believed it. She could only pin her hopes on that man from her dream. Just as she turned her head, she saw a black silhouette carrying a leather bag in the corridor. exactly the same figure from the mountain of corpses and sea of blood in her dream. Tears instantly streamed down her face. The apocalypse really is real. Sujin pulled up a chair and sat opposite her. Seeing that the red on her forehead had disappeared, he tentatively asked, "Did the company contact you beforehand?" Fu Qingdai nodded, her voice trembling. "Brother, what's your name?" Remembering the company's confidentiality requirements, Su Jin said seriously, "Don't tell anyone what I'm about to say. I'm Li Haoqing, the director of the company's Special Operations Department. Just call me Brother Hao." To outsiders, we're cousins. Fu Qingdai nodded emphatically. "Understood. Cousin." Su Jin took out his notebook, looked up at Fu Qingdai, and said, "Now that you know your name, you can't hide anything from me. Your life, what your family and company have told you, and why you're in a mental hospital. I'm not mentally ill. I was mistakenly sent here. I attend Longshan Middle School, and I only have my parents at home." Fu Qingdai supported herself on her knees as she answered earnestly. Su Jin listened and nodded, secretly relieved. It was a good thing that she wasn't sick, and the lifestyle here was very similar to that on Earth, just a bit backward, so it wouldn't be difficult to adapt. When Fu Qingdai mentioned the apocalyptic dream, Su Jin paused, his pen still twitching. "You mean after a 5-day downpour, people went mad and started eating each other? There was something wrong with the rain?" "Yes." Fu Qingdai nodded. Su Jin's jaw tightened, his heart clenching. Water pollution was deadly. The very resources for survival were in serious trouble. He suppressed his panic and pressed for details about how the company had contacted her. Upon learning that Fu Qingdai had been asked by Tiandao Company a few days prior whether she wanted to live and had signed a tacit contract, Su Jin cursed inwardly. Isn't this forced buying and selling? But he also knew that he had been dispatched with a click of the mouse, and now his only way out was to complete the task. How many days until the downpour? 7 days. Fu Qingdai remembered it clearly. Su Jin then asked her if she could go home, and if there were any rental apartments nearby. He was slightly relieved to learn that there were rental apartments in the same building. Then he changed the subject, asking about household expenses, the legal situation, and even suddenly asked, "Do you menstruate? Do you use sanitary napkins?" Fu Qingdai blushed and whispered, "Yes." 10 minutes later, Su Jin put down his pen. He had figured out the key points: 7 days to prepare, strong interpersonal relationships, and weak legal awareness here. Water pollution being the core of the apocalypse, and 7,000 yuan enough to stock up on supplies and rent a place. But then he suddenly thought of a question, wrote down H2O, and handed it over. "Do you recognize this?" "No." Fu Qingdai shook her head. "Fuck." Su Jin cursed under his breath. He then realized that the company's translators only covered listening and reading. Written communication was completely incomprehensible. His handwriting was illegible to others, making even signing a rental contract a problem. Helpless, he had Fu Qingdai write down the 2 characters Su Jin, feeling the raised edges of the paper to confirm that the handwriting matched the ID card. Putting away the paper, Su Jin said, "I've finished asking. If you have any questions, just ask." Fu Qingdai nodded nervously, then after a long pause asked, "Cousin, are you an alien?" "Without a doubt, I am a Namekian," Su Jin said without changing his expression. Fu Qingdai asked in a trembling voice, "Cousin, are you wearing human skin? This is how we Namekians naturally look." Seeing Su Jin's certainty, Fu Qingdai calmed down slightly, but was still full of doubt. "Then what about the apocalypse in my dream?" Su Jin made up a story. "There's a group of interstellar bandits in the universe called the Trisolarans. They spread a virus in your atmosphere and will come to plunder your resources once you're almost all dead. The company chose you because you have antibodies to the virus. You need to live to research a cure." Fu Qingdai's face turned deathly pale, and she cried as she stretched out her arms. "I'll cooperate with the research. Or should we call the police and use your alien spaceship to contact them?" The spaceship was shot down by the Trisolarans, and all my teammates are gone. "Suhin Saif, your mission now is to survive. If you die, everyone is doomed." The immense pressure left Fu Qingdai stunned. After regaining her composure, she asked, "Why did you save us? For the peace of the universe. The Trisolarans have even fought Namek. We can't just sit idly by." Su Jin forced a smile, but his heart was pounding. "It doesn't sound very peaceful. We hate arguing the most." Fu Qingdai wiped away her tears, feeling wronged. "I won't ask anymore." Just then a cold voice came from behind. "Namekian, come with me." Su-Jin turned around and saw a cold-faced nurse in her mid-20s standing behind him. He gave Fu Qingdai a look and followed her to the balcony. "Are you Fu Qingdai's family member?" the nurse asked. "I'm her cousin. Her mother came this morning. Did you register her?" "Jis Su-Hin replied." The nurse said seriously, "My name is Ding Jia. Your nonsense will affect her condition. She keeps saying that the world is going to end." Su-Jin explained, "I just came back from abroad. I used to play role-playing games with her a lot, and this time I was just helping her revisit those games. I noticed she was thinking clearly. Is she under a lot of academic pressure, or is her mom pushing her too hard?" Ding Jia sighed. "She's a bit strange. She seems normal most of the time, but the things she says are so outrageous that it's as if she has really seen the apocalypse." Taking the opportunity, Su-Jin asked, "I want her discharged. Staying here is adding to her stress. Next time her mother comes, could you please put in a good word for her?" "No, her parents have to bring it up first." Ding Jia refused. Seeing this, Su-Jin took out his phone and turned on the 1080p HD screen. "Then let's add each other on the phone so we can communicate if needed later." Seeing Su-Jin take out his phone, Ding Jia's attention was instantly drawn, and she asked in surprise, "Is this a phone?" Su-Jin smiled casually. "I forgot to mention, this model isn't available in China yet. It's different from the ones on the market." He then shoved the phone in her hand, gently guiding her fingers to swipe the screen, uttering some incomprehensible words. 10-core, dual-core, thinner than a coin, gets smoother the more you use it, far ahead of the competition. Ding Jia's eyes were full of excitement. Foreign mobile phones are like this now. What language is this? She didn't realize that the topic had gone off track, nor did she notice that Su-Jin was holding her right hand. She only blushed and pulled her hand back when Su-Jin took the phone back. Su-Jin smoothly changed the subject. "This phone can take pictures too. Let me take one for you?" Before Ding Jia could react, Su-Jin held up the phone and took a picture, then immediately edited it with a photo editing app. 10 seconds later, he handed the phone back. The camera is SOS, so it made a beautiful woman look like an 8 out of 10. Looking at her reflection on the screen, 2 shades lighter and heavily filtered with beauty effects, Ding Jia's heart skipped a beat. "Is this me?" Seeing that the time was right, Su-Jin steered the conversation back on track. "Miss Ding, let's talk about Qingdai. She's always been lively, and being sent here puts even more pressure on her. Perhaps a more familiar environment will be better for her. Do you really think she absolutely has to receive treatment here?" "Actually, it's not necessarily true." Ding Jia hesitated. "Then could you please help me out? Once she gets home, I'll arrange for someone to stay with her, give her medication instructions, and we can keep in touch." Su-Jin handed her a pen and paper. "Can I have your phone number?" Ding Jia hesitated before giving her number, and Su-Jin said, "By the way, my aunt's family is coming tomorrow. Don't tell them I've been here. I want to give them a surprise. I'll definitely help you with this." Ding Jia readily agreed. As Ding Jia was about to leave, Su-Jin called her back. "I still have the photos with me. Can you give them to me? I'll develop them and send them to you." "Okay." Ding Jia blushed and ran off. Watching her walk away, Su-Jin's smile faded. He took out a crumpled piece of paper with a number written on it and threw it into the trash can. He quickly walked up to Fu Qingdai and said, "Talk to Ding Jia this afternoon and tell her you want to set us up. Don't make it sound too fake. When your mother comes tomorrow, ask her to tell you to go home and recuperate. If she doesn't help you, pretend to commit suicide, but don't mention me." "Yes." Fu Qingdai nodded, then hesitated. "Cousin, are you only going to save me? My parents and friends, how can I save so many?" Su-Jin was at a loss, but then he thought that it would be too difficult for Fu Qingdai to survive alone. So he finally compromised. "I will save your parents, but I can't take care of the others." Fu Qingdai's gaze softened, and she took out 3 notebooks from her back and handed them over. "These are my notes. The first one is the details of the dream. The second one is common sense and newspaper clippings, and the third one contains a map of Longshan City, with grain stores, hospitals, my home address, and nearby supermarkets marked." Su-Jin was shocked. "You remembered all of this. I was afraid you wouldn't know this place." Fu Qingdai added, "I also have more than 10,000 yuan buried under the big tree downstairs from my house. There's a red dot on the trunk. Where did you, a student, get so much money?" Fu Qingdai blushed and stammered. "I borrowed it from more than 100 male classmates at school. I didn't say I wouldn't pay it back. If they're not dead, I'll definitely pay them back." Su-Jin's opinion completely changed, and his eyes were full of praise. "Well done. Leave the rest to me. You eat more here. You're too thin. It's all up to you, cousin." Su Jin walked out of the mental hospital, squinting at the sun overhead. Who cares if it will cause tumors? He'll worry about surviving this impending doom first. He pulled out Fu Qingdai's notebook and map and swaggered away under the glaring gaze of the security guards, only to stop at the street corner. Although the talent community is only 9 kilometers away, he had to check food safety before renting a place. He pulled a rope from his briefcase, tied one end of the bag strap and the other to his wrist, then covered it with his trench coat before heading towards the market. The rule of law is weak here. If he lost his bag, there was nowhere to turn. In the market, familiar vegetables were mixed with unfamiliar varieties, patterned radishes, giant single-leaf greens, and red vines, making Su Jin feel dazed. He pretended to ask the names of the vegetables while secretly plucking leaves. Not a penny could be wasted before he was sure it was safe. According to common sense, meat should be safer than plants, since large animals rely on their bodies for survival and have fewer toxins. Moreover, meat in cold storage in the apocalypse is high in calories and can be stored for a long time. Reaching the meat section, he chuckled to himself. Even the butcher shop had pink lights, just like on Earth. Looking at the large chunks of fat and lean meat and the animal heads shaped like bulls, he felt a little more at ease. When he reached the seafood section, he suddenly froze. A large gray fish was facing him in the fish tank, its long, vertical mouth full of sharp teeth, looking just like an alien carp with gnawed lips. The stall owner's wife enthusiastically approached. Want a fish? We'll scale and knock its teeth for free. Su Jin swallowed hard, waved his hand, and walked away. Leaving the market, Su Jin went into a pharmacy. The clerk ignored him, but he went straight for the multivitamin supplement, pulling out his own Centrum for comparison. He was a fitness enthusiast and knew about nutrition. A prolonged deficiency in micronutrients could damage bodily functions, and in the apocalypse, getting sick was tantamount to waiting to die. Seeing that the ingredients mostly matched, he breathed a sigh of relief. He was about 90% sure the food was safe. Next was the video store, less than 2 kilometers away. Looking at the wall full of DVDs through the glass, Su Jin suddenly felt nostalgic. The days of renting lamb, chinging movies as a child were still vivid in his mind. He pushed open the door and went straight to the owner behind the counter. Do you have any disaster movies? I want ones about a virus outbreak and how to survive the apocalypse. The more realistic, the better. The music store was filled with the musty smell of old paper wrapped in plastic film. The owner, clutching a disc case, squatted behind the shelf, rummaging through the boxes, and asked without looking up, disaster movies are niche. What kind do you want? Viral infection, mutated beasts, post-apocalyptic survival. The more realistic, the better. Su Jin stared at the movie posters on the wall, full of kissing scenes. It seemed that special effects technology in this world was limited, making disaster movies difficult to become hits. 2 minutes later, the shopkeeper handed over 3 scratch discs. These are the 3. No romance, just pure disaster. 5 yuan each, 10 yuan deposit. Su Jin readily paid and added, I also want one historical, urban, or military film. It has to be realistic, not some bad movie. The shopkeeper chuckled, thinking he'd met a seasoned film buff, and pulled out 3 more discs. Don't worry, I don't have any bad movies here. Su Jin stroked the discs, then suddenly leaned forward and lowered his voice. Brother, do you have any good movies? The shopkeeper raised an eyebrow. What good movies? You know, the kind that's exciting and thrilling, Su Jin hinted. The shopkeeper initially waved his hand. I run a legitimate business here. But Su Jin kept saying, come often. So he finally sighed and led him into the inner room, where mattresses and old DVDs were piled on the floor, and a CRT TV sat on a low table. 21 discs, for sale only, no rentals. Pick one yourself. The shopkeeper handed over a disc case filled with covers featuring swimsuit-clad beauties. Su Jin flipped through them, then looked up and asked, Can I preview them? I don't trust the covers. The shopkeeper pulled out a disc, inserted it into the VCD player, and sped up the playback. These are all top-quality items. The television screen flickered, showing a man and a woman engaged in intense action, but Su Jin stared intently at the details on the screen. Muscle shape, human anatomy, exactly the same as Earthlings. His heart, which had been hanging in suspense, settled. If there really were zombies, they most likely wouldn't exhibit any strange mutations. Just as Su Jin was about to shake his head, he suddenly noticed that his boss was staring intently at his hand under his trench coat. He had just touched a briefcase hidden inside his coat, and it had been misunderstood. Sorry, we'll talk next time. Su Jin turned and left with a dark expression. The shop owner stood there, stunned, watching his retreating figure and cursing. 3 minutes, and you're finished? You're just watching a pirated video. Go see a doctor. Su-Jin didn't turn around, gripped his briefcase tightly, and left quickly, feeling only relief. At least the human body structure was confirmed to be normal, so this trip wasn't in vain. Carrying his newly bought backpack, Su-Jin stared at the map hand-drawn by Fu Qingdai as he took a taxi to the outside of the talent community. Without the obstruction of a high wall, the gray six-story old building came into view. The building was covered with dark, gray cracks, clearly indicating its age, but the building number was clear, and he could see building number 7 where Fu Qingdai lived from the roadside. He didn't rush into the residential compound. He walked around the area for 30 minutes, checking the map to confirm that the locations of the supermarket and print shop matched the map before finally stepping inside. The compound had no access control, and the security post was empty. He walked to Unit 2 of Building 7. Under the old tree in front of the apartment building, Su-Jin indeed found the light red marker. Looking around to make sure no one was watching, he put on gloves and dug 10 centimeters, revealing a worn-out biscuit tin box filled with rolled-up banknotes and coins. He quickly put the box away and backfilled the soil, then glanced up at the floors, his eyes lighting up with delight. The windows on the second and fifth floors both had rental phone numbers posted. If he could rent the apartment opposite the fifth floor, it would be much more convenient to keep an eye on Fu Qingdai. He noticed a phone number for rent on the fifth floor of Building 7 and decided to rent the apartment across the hall so he could easily contact Fu Qingdai. He borrowed a phone from a middle-aged woman and dialed the landlord's number. After some conversation, the landlord showed him the house. Although old, it was fully furnished, and the monthly rent was $500. The landlord also mentioned a vacant room downstairs, which Su-Jin asked if he could rent. The landlord agreed, saying he could rent the room first, and the deposit could be paid later. Su-Jin felt somewhat relieved, finally finding temporary shelter. Inside the rented room, Su-Jin sat by the window, his mind filled with complex emotions. Although he was in unfamiliar surroundings, he began preparing for the impending apocalypse. He knew that only by being well-prepared could he survive the crisis. Su-Jin sat wearily on the floor, feeling utterly dejected. He recalled a series of wrong decisions he had made, from drinking with clients to being sent here, and he was filled with deep regret. He had been living a perfectly good life, never expecting to encounter such a situation. He began to think about how to cope with the impending apocalypse. Although the company offered no assistance, he started preparing supplies. He planned to stockpile water, food, and medicine, and considering the possibility of water pollution, he decided to rent 2 houses to distribute his supplies. He also considered that water and food were the most important supplies and that their storage methods must be planned rationally. At the same time, he also thought about how to prepare weapons. Although firearms were difficult to obtain, he planned to purchase melee weapons and seek out slaughterhouses for desensitization training in order to cope with possible crises. After writing the last word, he closed his notebook and looked out the window at the 2 sheets of white paper pasted on them, a signal for Fu Qingdai. Sunlight streamed through the glass onto the paper, and he took a deep breath. 6 days left, every step had to be perfect. With 5 days left until the apocalypse, the sunset at 7 in the evening bathed the talent community in orange. Su-Jin walked towards his rented room with his backpack, having changed into a newly bought local vest and shorts. He made quite a haul that day, spending half the day in a bookstore using quantum speed reading to understand the world situation, and the other half scouting the area, asking about prices, and trying to get on good terms with the community security guard. As soon as he entered, he took out his notebook from his briefcase and also took out 2 plastic bags containing leftovers. He had tried the meat dishes at a small restaurant at noon, and the taste was okay. He was also pleasantly surprised to find regular rice and chopsticks. These 2 portions were taken home. He froze when his fingers touched the plastic bag. The food was still warm. He suddenly remembered the spatial rings in those wish fulfillment novels, but after taking a bite of rice, he realized something was wrong. The rice had come back to life, and the taste of the dishes had changed. So it's just heat insulation, not time freezing. He laughed self-deprecatingly. I was even thinking about the expired pills. I'd better take care of my stomach first. He had just taken a couple of bites of rice when there was a sudden knock on the door. Su-Jin jumped up instantly, and through the peephole stood Fu Qingdai, nervously standing at the door. He pulled her inside, and Fu Qingdai composed herself before saying, "I got home at noon. My mom went to work. That nurse, for some reason, kept speaking up for me and even asked you to call her to report the situation. Su Jin pulled her to sit at the dining table and pushed a glass of tap water towards her. Let's make 3 rules first. First, don't act impulsively. Second, don't hide anything from me. And third, complete the tasks I assign you cleanly. Can you do that? Fu Qingdai nodded emphatically, her eyes brightening. Su Jin added, just trust me, I've never been defeated. We Namekians don't lie, unlike the Trisolarans. This completely reassured Fu Qingdai, who eagerly asked what to do next. Su Jin suddenly noticed the 2-pronged socket on the wall and remembered that his power bank was almost out of power. He quickly asked, what's the voltage of the socket? 220 volts. He was relieved. His phone and power bank could still be used normally. Common sense still works in this world. He pulled out his new notebook. Tell me about your parents first. It's about whether we can have an open and honest relationship. After Fu Qingdai finished speaking, she whispered to him to tell him about Namek. Su Jin smiled and agreed, then said seriously, I'll go to your house tomorrow. Your 2 tasks are, have your mom cook a few more fancy dishes and help me steal 2,000 yuan. With only 4 days left until the apocalypse, Su Jin's rented room on the 4th floor was already piled high with supplies. 10 buckets of water, dozens of bags of milk powder, 20 bags of salt, as well as vitamin tablets, gauze, and alcohol. He had also ordered grain and oil from a grain store 6 kilometers away, paid a deposit, and arranged for delivery that night. The most eye-catching items were several portable plastic toilets. He understood that water was precious in the apocalypse and couldn't be used for flushing. He'd line them with plastic bags, and if zombies relied on their sense of smell, they might even serve as biological bombs. In addition, he bought sanitary napkins according to Fu Qingdai's needs, figuring they could be used as insoles besides for her. Very practical indeed. I'll be able to stock up in 2 more days. Su Jin crossed out the items he had already purchased in his notebook, and his stomach suddenly growled. He had made an appointment to have dinner at Fu Qingdai's house tonight. He not only needed to get to know her parents, but also to win over Fu Hu. That evening, he went to Fu Qingdai's house as agreed, intending to meet her parents. After Fu Hu and his wife Zhang Wan returned home, Su Jin knocked on the door, introduced himself as their new neighbor, and asked to borrow Fu Hu's television under the pretext of needing to use it. Fu Hu was initially suspicious, but Su Jin successfully dispelled his doubts by demonstrating his knowledge of Fu Hu's background and the identification documents on his phone. Fu Hu, somewhat bewildered, invited him inside. Fu Qingdai's eyes lit up when she saw Su Jin enter, but she quickly turned away, pretending to be engrossed in her homework. Zhang Wan came out of the kitchen and questioned Su Jin, to which Fu Hu explained that he and Su Jin were relatives of an old comrade in arms. Zhang Wan didn't press further and continued with her work. Fu Hu asked Su Jin to sit down, preparing to speak with him alone. Fu Hu and Su Jin sat down, and Zhang Wan brought water and went into the kitchen. Fu Hu asked, Director Li, what is the State Administration for National Security? What are its functions? Su Jin replied. The State Administration for National Security has been established for 30 years. It is responsible for the intervention and prediction of major uncertain events to safeguard national security. Su Jin andid fu wachidi. As Fu Hu played it, Su Jin began to organize his notes. Although I'm young, our department needs people who are proficient in multiple skills. I just returned to the country, and I never expected to become your neighbor. Fu Hu still didn't believe it. How can you be the director? Such talent is hard to find. Our task requires proficiency in foreign languages, mathematics, psychology, and so on, Su Jin explained. Then, Su Jin took out a modified phone and told Fu Hu that it was a high-tech product that would be released domestically in the future. Fu Hu was surprised. Such high-tech stuff? Everyone can afford it? 10,000 or 8,000 interest-free installments, Su Jin replied casually. He went on to reveal that he had completed his mission. The deputy director position was vacant, and he was currently renting a place temporarily. Fu Hu hesitated, but ultimately decided to go for it. During dinner, Su Jin suddenly mentioned that Fu Qingdai might have psychological problems, which alerted Fu Hu and his wife. Through a series of questions, Su Jin accurately pointed out that Fu Qingdai was under academic pressure and that her early romantic relationship had led to her emotional breakdown. After Fu Qingdai's emotional breakdown, Fu Hu and his wife were surprised by Su Jin's accurate analysis, and Zhang Wan realized the root of the problem. Zhang Wan asked Su Jin how to treat Fu Qingdai. Su Jin bluntly stated that the problem stemmed not only from the school, but also from the influence of her parents. He emphasized that Fu Qingdai had suicidal tendencies and hallucinations, and intervention was necessary as soon as possible. Zhang was shocked and asked how to proceed. Su Jin suggested tutoring Fu Qingdai for 2 hours each evening, and she should be able to return to school in 7 days. He also mentioned that having her do some physical exercise regularly would help with her recovery. Fu Hu and Zhang were extremely grateful. Fu Hu mentioned that he wanted to work, and Su Jin said he could help, but wouldn't make any promises. Fu Hu eagerly expressed his gratitude, and Su Jin promised to give him an answer as soon as possible. After dinner, Su Jin left the Fu family home and returned to his own house, filled with loneliness and homesickness. The zombie world was beginning to emerge on the streets, and Su Jin felt the pressure intensify. Suddenly, he was attacked by a zombie, waking him from a dream and realizing he had to adapt to the impending apocalypse. Su Jin knew he had to remain calm. A mental breakdown would lead to complete failure. The calendar in front of him reminded him that only 3 days remained until the apocalypse. Su Jin got up early to go to the slaughterhouse. After inquiring, he learned that there was a slaughterhouse in the suburbs that mainly slaughtered pigs. These pigs were similar in appearance to wild boars on Earth and looked aggressive, making them a good place to practice. Upon arriving at the slaughterhouse, Su Jin acclimatized to the bloody air for a moment before circling around to the back to find the slaughtering area. Several workers were busy there, one of whom, a burly man who appeared to be the leader, was named Brother Liu. Su Jin approached Brother Liu and spoke to him, claiming he was there to learn how to slaughter animals. Brother Liu initially didn't believe him, but after seeing Su Jin produce some money, his attitude softened, and he decided to let him try. 3 hours later, Su Jin had finished his butchering practice. Although he suppressed his nausea, he persevered. Brother Liu was clearly uneasy about Su Jin's behavior and tried to dissuade him, saying that such behavior was wrong and reminding him not to go down a path of crime. Su Jin took the opportunity to lie, saying that he was practicing his courage because of family problems. Brother Liu was eventually persuaded and even comforted Su Jin. Su Jin then asked Brother Liu to return the 200 yuan, and he even asked for some more pig feed so that he could constantly remind himself. Brother Liu reluctantly agreed and gave Su Jin more pig feed. Su Jin left with the feed, secretly amused. Su Jin went home to put out the pig feed, then went to buy supplies, not returning until dark. After showering and changing, he went to Fu Qingdai's house, where Fu Hu warmly welcomed him, saying that food was ready. After dinner, Su Jin and Fu Hu sat down and began to discuss work matters. Su Jin told Fu Hu that there were indeed vacancies in the bureau, but some maneuvering was needed to ensure he could get one. Su Jin asked Fu Hu to help procure 3 powerful bows of different specifications and their accessories, explaining the importance of these items. Fu Hu was surprised by the specifications of these bows and thought they were inappropriate, but Su Jin insisted that he prepare them in full, saying that these items would be used to transmit signals to the higher-ups. Fu Hu finally agreed, and Su Jin said that he needed Fu Hu's cooperation for the work, and also asked him to purchase solar panels and other equipment to ensure everything went smoothly. Fu Hu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to take care of these things for Su Jin. Later that evening, Su Jin met with Fu Qingdai. Fu Qingdai seemed a little shy. Su Jin asked her if she had prepared any money, and Fu Qingdai took out some cash from under the mattress. Su Jin's expression darkened upon seeing it. 32 yuan and 80 cents isn't enough to buy anything. Su Jin clutched the change with dissatisfaction. Fu Qingdai lowered her head, her face streaked with tears. After tonight, there are only 2 days left. Is this really all we can do? Su Jin handed her a tissue. Wipe your tears first, don't cry anymore. I believe you can do it again if you steal it one more time. He paused. Take a break tomorrow. I need your help the day after. He handed her a sleeping pill. Put it in your parents' food, and come out at 11 p.m. to help me with protection. Fu Qingdai nodded. Su Jin looked at her feet and asked, Can you run? Changing the subject, he took out candy from the drawer. You stockpiled so much candy. I asked Mom to buy more. It might come in handy. Su Jin tried the chocolate, and suddenly his expression changed drastically. He realized it was poisoned. Fu Qingdai was so frightened she was about to scream for help, but Su Jin quickly covered her mouth. A few minutes later, he finally calmed down and gasped. I almost got poisoned by the chocolate. Fu Qingdai asked anxiously, Have you ever eaten chocolate before? I've eaten it before, but not from here. Su Jin took out some chocolate from Earth for her to try, but Fu Qingdai was in excruciating pain. Looks like this chocolate won't work. He stood up and said, Remember to put sleeping pills in the day after tomorrow, and come find me at 11 o'clock. Back home, Su-Jin drank salt water and vomited until his stomach was empty. He kept thinking about how the food would arrive soon before he finally managed to move. As the truck delivered goods, Su-Jin reminded them, "Don't get it wet in the rain, it's carcinogenic." The employees thanked him and left. With only 2 days left until the apocalypse, Su-Jin checked the protective gear and sealed the windows, working late into the night. He knocked on the Fu family's door. "Everything is ready. I'll come to pick it up the day after tomorrow." Fu Qingdai came out, and the two looked at each other. "Are Mom and Dad asleep?" Su-Jin asked. "They took twice the dosage of medicine and are sleeping soundly." Fu Qingdai's eyes were filled with tears. "I turned off the water valve and filled the water tank." Su-Jin hugged her. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." He handed her glue and a notice. "Start by sealing off the first floor. Check the keyholes of every door." The two arrived at the Fu family's gate. Fu Qingdai threw herself into his arms, tears soaking her clothes. At 2 in the morning, Su-Jin wiped his silver spear. Outside the window, darkness swallowed everything. A torrential rain was imminent. The end of the world had truly come. The weather forecast predicted dry weather for the next few days, but the torrential rain that Fu Qingdai had dreamt of still came. Su-Jin's Adam's apple bobbed, and his eyes were filled with heartache as he closed them. This world could have been peaceful and prosperous, and in another 10 years or so, it might have entered the information age, but now it was about to be destroyed. When he opened his eyes again, he could only repeatedly wipe the silver spear with trembling hands, using the numb movements to suppress his fear. The night passed, and the torrential rain continued. As the sun rose, Su-Jin dragged his heavy legs to the window and gasped in surprise. The dark gray wasn't the sky, it was rain. The rain fell like a gray veil, then swirled in the water like mist. He rushed out and knocked on Fu Qingdai's door. "Qingdai, what color is the rain?" "It's a normal color. What's wrong?" A girl's worried voice came from behind the door. Su-Jin's heart sank. "Nothing. Don't touch the rain." He returned dejectedly. Only he could see the abnormality in the rain, which meant no one would be alert, and the risk of infection was not reduced at all. This abnormality might be the work of the company or that mask. It was all for naught. Inside the dining table, the mice in their cages lay quietly. They were experimental subjects prepared by Su-Jin to test the changes after being infected by rainwater. But he didn't have the energy to conduct the experiment at the moment, and laughed self-deprecatingly. A liberal arts student and former salesman. Now he had to conduct biological experiments. Using binoculars, Su-Jin observed that people in the neighborhood were still wearing raincoats and carrying umbrellas. Gray raindrops fell on them, silently blending in, and for the time being, nothing unusual happened. Su-Jin opened the window, used a long-handled ladle to collect a thin layer of rain, and carefully moved it to the kitchen. He put on his mask and motorcycle helmet, then turned on the stove to heat the rainwater. The water evaporated in less than a minute, but a gray substance accumulated at the bottom of the pot like smoke, sloshing around with the slightest movement. He added water, and seeing the fumes dissolve again, he divided it into 2 cans, sealed them, and placed one in the sun and the other in the shade on the balcony. Exhausted after finishing, Su-Jin checked the safety measures, went back to his bedroom, and fell asleep with his gun as a pillow. The 2 radios by the bedside, tuned to clear, announced, "Abnormal rainfall has occurred globally. The cause is under investigation. Please carry rain gear and remain calm." Su-Jin clutched his head, his headache throbbing like needles. Global rainfall, there was no escaping it. Picking up his binoculars and looking at the distant street, Su-Jin frowned. There were only 2 or 3 pedestrians on the street, walking unusually slowly, and one of them had suddenly dropped his umbrella. Looking at the opposite building, in the living room on the 5th floor, a shirtless, pot-bellied man stood stiffly, his whole body bluish and his face expressionless. The zombie transformation had truly begun in just a few hours. Su-Jin's heart tightened. He went to the kitchen to get some ash water and then retrieved a wire cage divided into 2 sections. One section was empty and the other had a hamster wheel. He selected 2 mice and put them in the cage, then, wearing thick gloves, used a dropper to drip the same amount of ash water onto them. Half an hour passed, and the rats didn't react. Su-Jin added an extra drop of ash water to one of them, and 10 minutes later, this rat was the first to mutate. It lost its instinct to scratch its whiskers and only had a strong desire to attack, constantly ramming into the iron cage. Su-Jin moved his position, and the mutated rats adjusted their charging direction accordingly. He hid in the bedroom and recorded a video on his phone. discovering that the mutated rats immediately turned to attack the normal rats in a running wheel. The conclusion gradually became clear. The mutants are aggressive towards living beings, prioritize targeting larger targets, and for now, their actions are based on vision. Just as he was preparing to test the effects of sound and smell, two lines of text suddenly appeared before his eyes. New sample found, available for recycling. The company will provide equivalent goods as compensation upon recycling. Su Jin's pupils contracted sharply, and his tension vanished instantly. The company was still there. He roared, "How do we recycle it?" but received no response. He quickly calmed down, remembered the alternate dimension in his briefcase, and immediately pulled out a sharpened, long screwdriver. He stabbed the mutated rat to death, and after confirming it was completely lifeless, he wrapped it in multiple layers of plastic bags and stuffed it into his briefcase. Su Jin watched as his briefcase swallowed the mutated rat carcass, and a notification popped up in front of him. Recycling successful, exchanged for equivalent items. He was instantly overjoyed. The company's efficiency was astounding. He reached into his briefcase and pulled out a small black box, opening it with anticipation, only to freeze in place. Inside was a rounded metal object that looked exactly like an anal plug. "Damn it!" Su Jin roared, slamming the box on the ground. "Isn't this just messing with people?" After cursing for a while, he noticed an instruction manual on the ground. He picked it up and got even angrier. Emergency suppositories. Automatically sprays medication when body temperature drops. Place in advance if you are in danger. After calming down for 10 minutes, he found a nylon rope and tied the suppository around his waist. He would never use it himself, but Fu Qingdai might need it, so he had it on hand. The experiment had to continue. Su Jin selected 2 more mice and dripped them with a gray rain. The mice that had been in the running wheel had mutated and were now running around wildly in the wheel well. He squatted by the cage and recorded. The infection speed was related to the amount of gray rain absorbed. The mutated mice moved slower but did not feel fatigue or pain. The electric 4-wheel drive vehicle was activated, and the wheel wells began to rotate. The mutated rats were tumbled and rolled around, still trying to adjust their posture to attack. Even after all 5 batteries were depleted, the rat swarm remained energetic, almost as if they were adapting to their new bodies. Subsequent experiments made him even more worried. The mutant mice were not afraid of being suffocated or drowned, and could still move even when burned to carbonization. Only piercing their torso could kill them quickly, and they could not die even if their heads were cut off. Su Jin stuffed the rat cage into the glass fish tank and closed it. Just as he returned to his bedroom, his AM radio suddenly rang. He quickly tuned in, and a clear voice came through. "National Disaster Emergency Command Center announcement. Unknown rainfall poses a biological hazard and can cause irreversible effects through the skin, respiratory tract, and digestive system. Mass casualties have occurred in multiple locations. Please immediately avoid contact with rainwater. Use sealed water sources and seal doors, windows, and ventilation openings." The gray rain had been falling for 5 days, and as it subsided, Su Jin remained pale, as if he had just crawled out of bed. 5 days of high pressure and fragmented sleep had drained him, and the nearly 20 zombies roaming downstairs were a constant shadow hanging over him. The good news was that the gray rain in the kin had lost its infectivity. Fu Qingdai's dream of the apocalypse was milder than reality. However, the bad news was even more chilling. In the building across the street, some people were driven to jump off buildings and cannibalize each other by zombies in their homes. Some killed mutants and then hanged themselves, and some couples even ate their own child's internal organs. The cries continued day and night, and Su Jin's psychological defenses had long been worn down to the point of being on the verge of collapse. His only hope was for military assistance after the rain stopped, but since the last broadcast, the country seemed to have fallen into complete silence. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the dark clouds pressed even lower, and the radio suddenly rang. Su Jin rushed over to change the station, and a mournful voice came through the static. "National functions have ceased. Please fight your own battles." "Do not believe." A scream cut off the broadcast, and then the air raid siren ripped through the sky. He rushed to the window, his pupils shrinking sharply. From the direction of the core urban area, more than a dozen missiles trailing white flames rose into the sky. The nation's ultimate weapon, the Frost Dome system. The shockwave spread visibly, dark clouds surged like ocean waves, and a downward-moving storm cloud column slammed into the ground, freezing everything in its path. The entire building shook violently, the glass creaking and groaning. Su Jin vomited a mouthful of bile onto the ground, coughing until tears streamed down his face. Why bomb our own capital? Despair continued to spread. Across the street, someone cried out and jumped. A woman holding a baby stood on the windowsill, shook her head at Su Jin, and then leaped off. Su Jin flung open the window, raised his hand, and fired. He ran out of 9 bullets, watching helplessly as the mother and child were torn to shreds by the zombies. He slammed his gun down, knelt on the ground, and roared at the empty space. I'm just an ordinary person. Why did you target me? His fists pounded the ground, leaving bloodstains, until finally, only sobs remained as he covered his face. Meanwhile, Fu Qingdai's family was in chaos. Her mother, Zhang Wan, had fainted from fright, and her father, Fu Hu, was completely disoriented. Taking advantage of her father's efforts to save her mother, she moved a chair, smashed open the door, and ran towards Su Jin's house in the cold wind. Pushing open the door, the thick smell of smoke made her cough. The floor was stained with blood. Su Jin sat on a stool, shirtless, with blood-soaked bandages wrapped around his fists. His eyes were like those of a wild beast poised for battle, and the sound of him sharpening a knife was grating on his ears. Brother, I am scared. Fu Qingdai's voice trembled with tears. The lights suddenly went out, leaving only the red glow of a cigarette butt. The sound of sharpening the knife stopped abruptly. The red went dark, and Su Jin's deep voice came from the darkness. Don't be afraid, brother is here. The wind and snow howled all night, but the rain finally stopped the next day. Su Jin woke up feeling much better. After venting his emotions the night before, he had the most restful sleep he'd had in days, and had finally recovered from his breakdown. It was already daylight outside, but the room was bitterly cold. His breath condensed into white mist, estimating that it must be minus 50 degrees Celsius outside. He threw off his thick down jacket and blanket and squatted down to look at the mouse cage in the corner of the bed. Wrapped in clothes and padded with foam for insulation, there was still movement inside the cage. The lab mouse was not dead, and he breathed a sigh of relief. This was the key to studying the source of infection, and it would be a huge loss if it froze to death. Having simply scooped out a few spoonfuls of lard for breakfast, Su Jin wrapped himself tightly in his clothes and went out, knocking on the Fu family's door. The door opened almost immediately, and Fu Qingdai's pale face peeked out first, followed by Fu Hu, whose face was full of dejection. Upon seeing Su Jin, they were immediately taken aback. Director, let's go in and talk. Su Jin stepped inside and immediately saw the ashes of the campfire in the center of the living room. The sofa had been dismantled and used as fuel, indicating that the family had spent the night in the cold. Before Fu Hu could speak, Su Jin said directly, I sealed your door. You? Fu Hu's eyes widened. Let me finish what I have to say. Su Jin's expression was serious. I didn't tell the truth before. The State Administration for Market Regulation doesn't manage risk intervention at all. It studies supernatural forces. 30 years ago, Mayan artifacts were unearthed in northwest China. They could predict the future, including this disaster. Our department was established for this purpose, but unfortunately, it has long been marginalized and is almost out of budget. Fu Hu and Fu Qingdai stood frozen in place, their faces filled with disbelief. The country knew about this disaster long ago, but nobody took it seriously, Su Jin continued. The Mayan prophecy mentioned that a savior would sense the disaster in advance. I found Qingdai by following this clue. I had already communicated with her before she moved across the hall. Fu Hu rubbed his forehead, his face contorted in pain. You knew all along? Then why didn't you tell the country? Instead, you pinned your hopes on my daughter. Would it have made any difference if I told you? Su Jin raised his voice. I told you to buy bows and arrows, to buy solar energy equipment, not because I wanted to hide, but because I knew we couldn't rely on the country. Now that the Hanqiong missiles have bombed the capital, and we haven't even seen a trace of the army, do you still think we can wait for rescue? Fu Hu's eyes dimmed, but he still stubbornly insisted. My wife is still unconscious. I don't believe the country is gone just like that. Let's wait and see, maybe. Wait for what? Su Jin interrupted him, her tone sharp. It's lucky that Hanqiong didn't hit you. What if another wave of missiles comes? It's dozens of degrees below zero outside. How many days will your supplies last? Fu Hu was speechless when asked the question. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. He just turned around and looked at Fu Qingdai, who was huddled to the side, his eyes full of helplessness. He knew that Su Jin was telling the truth, but he couldn't bear to let go of that little bit of hope in his heart. Dad! Fu Qingdai tugged at his clothes anxiously, but Su Jin grabbed Fu Hu's shoulders, his eyes wide open. We can live. If there's no country, we'll build one. If there's no army, we'll form one. If we can't hide, we'll fight. Everyone in this neighborhood knows about Qingdai's prophecy of the apocalypse. She's just hoping to be a pillar of support. If you continue to be so stubborn, she'll only be torn apart by zombies if she stays with you. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Jin suddenly drew his gun and pointed it at Fu Qingdai. Now choose. Stay and wait to die, or cooperate with me. Fu Qingdai closed her eyes and brought her forehead to the muzzle of the gun. Fu panicked instantly. I agree. Don't hurt her. Su Jin holstered his gun and stepped back, sighing. I didn't mean to harm anyone. It's just that you underestimated the danger. I've stockpiled supplies for Qingdai on the 4th floor, and I gave her the key a long time ago. Seeing Fu Qingdai nod, Fu Wes tense shoulders finally relaxed. Your wife was frightened, and this cold house will be hard to restore. Su Jin pointed to the door. There are honeycomb briquettes and a coal stove on the 4th floor, as well as sheet metal and wooden planks. Take out the windows and build a chimney. Take whatever you need. While Fu Hu and his daughter went to retrieve the supplies, Su Jin picked up black paint and painted the windows. He had previously experimented with rats and was worried that animals might be infected by the paint, so painting the windows black would reduce the risk. When Fu Hu returned, he saw the warm glow of the stove fire filling the room, and seeing Su Jin's retreating figure as he cleaned the windows, he felt a surge of admiration. He quickly and efficiently built the stove by rolling up a chimney with sheet metal and applying aluminum tape. When Fu Qingdai returned carrying ice, she bumped into Fu Hu, whose eyes were red, and asked, Is there really no hope with the state administration for work safety? I haven't been able to get through to my dad on the phone for ages. Su Jin stuffed the cigarette back into his pocket, afraid of suffocating the unconscious Zhang Wan, and whispered, The people in the bureau are all idle. The prophecy only mentioned disaster and a savior, nothing more. But Qingdai doesn't have to do anything. She's just a pillar of support. I'll take the responsibility. Fu Hu wiped his face and finally relented. What should we do next? Su Jin stared at the stove fire, his tone turning serious. You're a long-time resident, so give me a list of residents and their backgrounds in this building. We need to recruit people and build a team. Those sealed doors should be open one by one. Around noon, the steel pipe frame in the stairwell had been completely dismantled. When Su Jin walked out of Fu Hu's house, he had a list of residents in the stairwell in his hand. Fu Hu knew most of the residents in this unit, and only a few tenants' information was vague. After quickly flipping through the documents, Su Jin made a decision. The proportion of retired military and government personnel in this community was not low, and security needed to be strengthened urgently. Wang Song, a veteran living across from the storage room on the 4th floor, became the primary target for recruitment. Wang Song was in his early 40s. Logically speaking, a soldier's discipline and combat skills should be top-notch, and his physical strength should also be considerable. Su Jin brought the adhesive remover to the 4th floor, sprayed it, waited quietly for more than 10 minutes, and then knocked hard on Wang Song's door. But no matter how hard he knocked, there was no response from inside. Cries for help could even be heard from downstairs, but the inside remained silent. Su Jin took out his silver gun. He tested it last night. It automatically reloaded after half an hour once 9 bullets were fired, a powerful tool provided by the company. He aimed at the peephole and pulled the trigger. The peephole pierced, and through the hole, he saw the floor inside the room was covered in pools of blackened blood, and 2 corpses covered with white sheets. Just as he was about to take a closer look, a faint voice came from inside the room. Who is it? I'm your neighbor. Are you Wang Song? Are you injured? Su Jin stepped to the side of the door, gripping his gun with both hands. Does being injured matter? You can leave. Wang Song's voice was full of dejection. Su Jin judged that the body inside was likely infected and killed. Wang Song was still rational and relatively safe, but he refused to open the door. Su Jin turned his gun towards the door lock, destroying the lock with 2 shots. He pushed the door open and entered, scanning the area with his gun. He saw Wang Song sitting by the window, seemingly about to jump. Calm down, don't jump. Su Jin closed the door and lowered his gun. Wang Song turned around, his face pale and his teeth chattering. You have a gun, you're not the neighbor, are you? Who I am doesn't matter. Come down and close the window. As long as you're alive, there's hope, Su Jin advised. But Wang Song's face was full of sorrow. The country is gone. The whole world is raining, and my home is gone. My mother and wife have turned into monsters, and my son is out there with no hope. He lifted his shirt, revealing his upper body wrapped in bandages, and was about to describe his injuries when a gunshot suddenly rang out, and Wang Song's body fell straight to the ground. Su Jin leaned against the wall, panting, repeatedly reassuring himself. I killed someone who was about to commit suicide. I'm helping him find peace. After calming himself down, he closed the window and used a mop handle to lift the shroud covering the body. He discovered that the corpse's wounds were concentrated on the neck, chest, and abdomen, with a fatal deep wound on the chest. Combined with his previous experiments on rats, he confirmed that the zombie's weakness was in its heart. The trip wasn't entirely fruitless. Su Jin wrapped the two corpses in a blanket and threw them out the window. After returning to the stairwell, he picked up the list and fixed his gaze on the 6th floor. After the Wang Song incident, he decided to start with the lower-risk elderly. Two retired researchers in their late 70s lived on the 6th floor. They had served in the military, and even if they turned into zombies, the danger would be limited. He first went to Sun Ye's house, where he lived alone in apartment 601, sprayed adhesive remover on it again, and waited with his gun. A voice quickly came from behind the door. "Who are you?" "My door is sealed off, and the people downstairs are also sealed off." "How did you get out? Are you injured?" Su Jin's heart skipped a beat. This old man was remarkably perceptive and not simple. "I sealed the door, but can be opened now. I'm not hurt. How about you?" The door slowly opened from the inside as soon as he finished speaking. Su Jin froze instantly upon seeing the scene inside. In the darkness, a candle flickered, and behind it, the lean Sun held a hunting rifle, glaring menacingly at him. "Don't move, stand there. Don't shoot, I mean no harm. I'm just here to huddle together for warmth. There's still quite a few people in the building." Su Jin raised his hands, tried to remain calm. "I heard from Fu Hu that you're Mr. Sun, right? Stick together for warmth?" Sunya gave a bitter smile, his face cold in the candlelight. "The country is gone. The world is beyond saving. What's the point of sticking together for warmth? How do you know if you haven't tried? Now, we should organize to fight against the enemy." Su Jin wanted to persuade him, but Sunya interrupted him sharply. "There's no chance to salvage this. That rain not only infected people, but also animals. Infected creatures will actively attack living things. The military region is located in the wild, where there are many animals and the light is highly visible at night, so it should have been attacked on that rainy night. If small animals enter the buildings, the troops will be unable to fight back, and if they go outside, they will get soaked in the rain. The army will be the first to collapse, and it would have been wiped out long ago." After listening to Sun Ye's analysis, Su Jin was shocked. According to Fu Hu, Sun Ye had developed medical devices and was highly experienced. Yet the windows inside the house were all covered, and a hunting rifle was hidden, indicating that he had taken precautions. "Grandpa, my name is Li Haoqing. Can you sit down and talk?" Sun Ye stared at him for a moment, then slowly lowered the muzzle of his rifle and nodded. After sitting down, Su Jin immediately pressed, "How did you know that rain could infect animals and your analysis of the military?" Sun Ye stroked his hunting rifle and sighed. "I used to work in the military industry. After discovering the mutation in humans, I collected rainwater and experimented on my dog. The dog went mad, and I shot it. I was afraid that birds and beasts would be infected, so I sealed the windows. Until yesterday, when the country announced the termination of the function, I knew that the military was unreliable. But even if the military is attacked, the country shouldn't give up, right?" Su Jin frowned. Sunya pondered. "There are two possibilities. One, the insects were also infected, and the extinction of humanity is only a matter of time. Two, the effect of this rain is not simple, and it has other unknown characteristics. There is no virus in nature that can mutate so rapidly across species. This is simply a supernatural disaster." After speaking, Sunya looked up at Su Jin. "You've finished asking your questions. Now it's my turn. You sealed off the entire building's doors in advance. Why?" "There's a little girl on the 5th floor who said the end of the world was coming, and I believed her," Su Jin replied. Sunya first scoffed. "You're out of your mind," then muttered to himself. "That Qing Dai. I thought she had mental problems, but now it seems it's not that simple. How could she have known beforehand? I believe in science, and I believe nature will balance everything," Su Jin said, looking directly at Sunya. "There must be a solution to this disaster, and Qing Dai is the signal. You're sitting here with a gun. You don't want to die. Do you come with me? I have a cage of rats. You're an expert. You can help me conduct more reliable experiments." A glint flashed in Sun Ye's eyes as he sized Su Jin up and down. Organize a team. Are you capable enough? Why would anyone trust you? Because I have a prophet, who's also the director of the National Key Risk Intervention Implementation Bureau. Sunya narrowed his eyes. Nonsense. The country doesn't even have that department. Now it does. Sunya hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. All right, I can have it now. But I'm almost 70. I don't care if I live or die. If you want to be the leader, you have to prove yourself. There's zombies downstairs. Go and clear them out. Their hearts are their weak points. They're sensitive to sound, light, and smell, and there are many stray cats and dogs in the neighborhood. So be careful. If you do it, I'll give you my old life. That's exactly what I was thinking. Su Jin took the shotgun that Sunya threw to him. It still had 30 bullets in it. He added, You're an expert across the hall, too. I've glued the door shut. I'll leave the glue remover for you. If you can ensure it's safe, let him out. Otherwise, wait for me to come back. Go to Fu-Hu's house and wait for me. Reaching the door, Su Jin suddenly turned back, giving an awkward smile. How do you use this gun? Sunya laughed angrily. Come back. I'll teach you. 40 minutes later, Su Jin stood in the first-floor hallway, wearing a homemade anti-zombie suit with inserts under his down jacket. He was fully equipped with gloves and a motorcycle helmet, and his silver gun and shotgun were tied to his waist with ropes. A machete was also tucked into his waistband. He was exceptionally well prepared, fearing he might drop the guns in a moment of panic. He regulated his breathing until his heartbeat stabilized, then kicked the unit door. The loud bangs attracted the zombies outside. The thin layer of ice on their bodies shattered, and they staggered towards the hallway. But just then, firecrackers exploded in the distance, and the zombies turned and ran away while the hallway handrails clanged rapidly. Seizing the opportunity, Su Jin opened the unit door and fired 9 shots at more than a dozen zombies with their backs to him. He then slammed the door shut, retreated into the stairwell, and ran towards the 5th floor. Fu Qingdai, holding firecrackers and a wrench, greeted him with a beaming smile. Brother, you succeeded? Yeah, looks like I killed 3. I'll do a few more rounds later. Su Jin ruffled her hair. Well done. After several rounds of maneuvering, most of the zombies fell to the ground, and the neighborhood returned to calm. As the sun set, Zhang Wan had regained consciousness, though she looked listless. Inside the house were Sunya and another gone old man, Wei De. The group sat around the stove, where a pot of pickled cabbage was stewing with lard and ham sausage, filling the air with its aroma. Little Lee, let me introduce you. This is Wei De, my old colleague. He used to work in the military industry too. Sunya patted Wei De. Old Wei, this is the Little Lee I was talking about. Wei De forced a smile, and Su Jin quickly reached out to shake his hand. Sunya sighed. Old Wei, you know your sister-in-law situation. It's a relief she's gone. You have to live well for the sake of the young people. And for our lives, we were saved by Little Lee. Wei De nodded, wiping his eyes. As Zhang Wan went to get the bowls and chopsticks, Su Jin asked Sunya, Grandpa, does this mean you've agreed to help me? You're brave and resourceful, not bad. I have no other choice but to help you. Sunya changed the subject. But I'm almost 70. I don't care about life or death. If you want to be a leader, you need to be qualified. If you're a brainless good-for-nothing, I might as well shoot myself right now. What do you want? Sunya thought for a moment, then tossed the shotgun to Su Jin. Go downstairs and clear out the zombies. I've confirmed that their hearts are their weak points. They're sensitive to sound, light, and smell. There are many stray cats and dogs in the neighborhood, so be careful. If you do it, even if you're crazy, I'll follow you. Su Jin took the gun and added, I left some adhesive remover for the expert across the hall. If you can handle him, let him out. If not, wait for me to come back. It's cold in here. Go wait for me at Fu-Hu's house. As he walked to the door, he suddenly turned back. How do you use this gun? Sunya laughed in exasperation, then spent a long time teaching him. After sunset, the house was quiet, with only the hissing of burning honeycomb briquettes. Fu-Hu, Sunya, and the others were fast asleep, wrapped in their blankets, while Su Jin huddled in a corner, unable to sleep. He'd killed quite a few zombies during the day. The fear had faded, replaced by a tinge of vengeful exhilaration. But the thought of dissecting zombies tomorrow made him doubt himself. Could he handle it? Should he wait until the experiment was over before recruiting new people, or start now? Just as he was pondering this, a dark figure crouched down and pounced beside him. It was Fu Qingdai. Brother, can I sleep next to you? She was wrapped in her blanket, only her small face showing. Su Jin touched her head, but got his hand covered in oil, which he quickly wiped on her blanket. What's wrong? My mother's condition isn't good today. What should I do? Fu Qingdai's voice was trembling with tears. Suhin Saif. This child had cooperated in killing zombies, and it was already quite remarkable that she had only shown fear now. It's all right. Your mother will recover sooner or later. It will get safer and safer in the future, and she will be able to return to a normal life sooner or later. Fu Qingdai silently shed tears. Seeing this, Su Jin deliberately teased. This hair is so oily, it could be used to cook a dish. With you here, at least we won't starve to death. Brother. Fu Qingdai blushed to her ears, lifted the quilt to cover her head, and buried herself in his arms. The next day, the cold wind picked up again, and everyone got up early. With experts Sunya and Wada on board, the research on the infectious agent was immediately put on the agenda. In the morning, Su Jin collected ice as required, divided it into different containers, and, after melting it, drew a grayscale chart based on the concentration of the gray fog observed with the naked eye for the expert's reference. Under the guidance of the two, this supernatural gray fog quickly began quantifiable experiments. The experiments were busy until noon. Su Jin came out of his side bedroom and saw the Fu family of 3 sitting idly in the living room, looking anxious. He knew they were bored and needed to be given some work to distract them and also to help the team. Before he could speak, Fu had already stood up. Director, what can I do? Su Jin ran up and down the 4th floor several times, bringing back stones of various sizes, clothes, aluminum coils, and a bag of pig feed. Old Fu, these are your and Qing Dai's training supplies for training arm strength, leg strength, and lung capacity. Use bows and arrows as targets. Connect the 2 apartments across the hall, remove the foyer, and use blankets as targets. He pointed to the pig feed. This is a specially formulated training drink. Take a spoonful before and after training to build muscle and relieve fatigue. Fu scratched his head. Director, isn't this pig feed? What pig feed? I prepared this in advance. It's convenient to carry it in this bag. So hindi man expressionis. If you don't know how to train, I'll teach you. Actually, the bag contained pure whey protein. At the time, the fitness market was underdeveloped, and this good stuff was still being treated as pig feed. He was overjoyed when he found it at the slaughterhouse, and he also managed to get some antibiotics, although they were veterinary drugs. In the apocalypse, these impurities were nothing. It was just a pity he couldn't get any testosterone, otherwise he could have helped Qing Dai build muscle quickly. After the explanation, Fu Hu, though not fully understanding, became serious. Director, I have no problem practicing, but Qing Dai is a girl. What could she possibly gain from it? Not practicing will only make you weak. Su Jin said solemnly. It's safe in the short term. Qing Dai's muscle growth is slow, but her muscle recruitment ability improves quickly. Practicing is better than not practicing. After reassuring Fu Hu, Su Jin turned to Zhang Wan, his voice softening. Sister-in-law, I know you're scared, but I'm a government official. I'll protect you to the end. You know needlework, so redesign these clothes and fabrics for me. Sew on pockets and cut aluminum coils into pieces to insert. It needs to ensure flexibility and protection. Our lives are in your hands. Zhang Wan's eyes reddened, and she nodded vigorously. Don't worry, I promise I won't make any mistakes. After lunch, Su Jin, fully protected, took the thin sheet metal downstairs. He didn't plan to hire any new people today. The experts needed to study the infected material, and he would also need to dissect zombies later. He needed to conserve his energy. Reaching the 1st floor, he knocked on 2 doors, only hearing light footsteps and the sound of knocking. He sighed and walked out of the building. Someone outside was shouting for help, but he ignored it. He quickly drew his gun and shot the 2 remaining zombies, then covered the bodies with a sheet of metal and dragged them back. He had to be prepared in case they came back to life. Fortunately, the journey was smooth, and he dragged the 2 bodies to Wang Song's house. An hour later, Sunya paused the experiment and went downstairs. Su Jin had already tied 1 naked zombie to the corner of the dining table, and another was tied up and placed aside, with the tools neatly arranged. Sunya nodded in satisfaction. Careful enough, a promising candidate for scientific research. I'll direct you, you operate, and I'll record. Forget it. I never want to do this again in my life. Su Jin gasped for breath. Aren't you a medical instrument specialist? You even know anatomy? I've seen it a few times. Let's begin. Su Jin took a deep breath and made the incision as instructed by Sunya. Incision slowly. There may be high-pressure gas inside the corpse. Be careful of splashing. Cut 1 centimeter from both sides of the collarbone to the midline of the sternum, then cut along the intersection to the pubic symphysis. The sensation from the blade stimulated him, and the sight, smell, and fear of infection made him almost nauseous. Why is it so difficult to cut? Sujin's face turned pale. The knife is dull, the body is cold, and you're nervous too, Sonia said calmly. Let's talk about something else. I used to have disagreements with my department, which is why I switched to medical equipment. Do you know who developed my country's first MRI machine? Newton. Who's Newton? It was me. As he spoke, the Y-shaped incision was made. Sonia told him to lift the sides of the body to expose the skeleton and internal organs. Use an axe to chop open the sternum and see if there are any changes in the bones. Sujin held his breath and chopped down with the axe, sending bone fragments flying. He couldn't help but curse a couple of times. This is not something a human would do. After splitting open the sternum, Sonia examined the broken bones and internal organs. The bones are normal. Let's cut open the internal organs and take a look. Sujin picked up a knife and started hacking around, then suddenly paused. Hey, a sea urchin? That's poop. Don't stir it. Sonia stepped forward and used a fruit knife to poke at the internal organs. Liver, lungs, intestines, kidneys are all normal. And the heart is normal too? He frowned, searching for the broken heart. Look at this black part. Is it burned or grown? Sujin leaned closer and saw a black dot, about the size of half a fingernail, embedded in the heart. It's long like connective tissue. It's hard, almost like bone, and the gray substance should mainly affect the heart. Sonia's expression changed. Open up the other one too. Just as Sujin was about to start, he suddenly reached into the abdominal cavity and pulled out a crystal clear, jade-like stone. A zombie crystal? What crystal? Sonia exclaimed in surprise. You've been reading too many novels? This is a gallstone, isn't it? Impossible. Sujin treated it like a treasure, but Sonia slapped it away. The stone shattered into pieces. The gallstones I dug up a couple of years ago were much prettier than this. There's a whole bunch inside. Sujin endured the heartache and opened up the other zombie. This time, he was more experienced and quickly found the heart. It also contained black connective tissue, but it was about the size of a thumb. After examining it, Sonia's expression turned horrified. This one is skinny. It hasn't exercised. The one on the ground is fat, so it should have strong muscles, but the opposite is true. The only explanation is that the mutated areas in the heart are different sizes, which means the zombies are evolving. Sujin felt a chill run down his spine. Sonia exhaled a chilling breath. We should have expected this, but the black spots are scattered. If they cover the entire heart, it's far from the limit. Wait, what's this? Sonia pried open the heart, revealing a sharp corner on the side. Behind the heart, there was a bright red, olive-shaped fleshy ball. Sujin's heart raced. Lymph? No, myocardial lymph wouldn't grow like this. Sonia was shocked. Is your heart beating faster? And are you very hungry? Yes. Sujin trembled. You feel it too? A strong appetite surged, and both of them wanted to swallow the fleshy ball, but fortunately, their willpower was strong. Sonia told Sujin to cut open the fleshy ball. The moment the blade touched it, it felt like cutting a bouncy ball. Sujin used the tip of the knife to stab downwards, making a diagonal cut. Inside the fleshy ball was a complete, transparent water sphere, uncut. Pour it into the tray. Sonia handed over the tray. But as soon as Sujin's hand tilted, the water sphere fell onto his index finger, slid to the web of his hand. The halo disappeared through the glove, and the water sphere evaporated. I absorbed it. Sujin's words had barely left his lips when a surge of heat rushed to his head. His vision went black, and he fainted, only hearing Sonia's shouts in his ears. He didn't know how much time had passed when he opened his eyes in the darkness, his limbs bound. After 2 minutes, he asked hoarsely what happened. You can still talk. You're all right. Fu King Dai exclaimed in surprise. Sonia squatted in front of him, poking his face with a wooden stick. Literally, what do you remember? I absorbed the water sphere, and there's chaotic energy flowing through my body. After recording this, Sonia pried opened his eyelids to observe. You're conscious, untie me. Fu Qingdai quickly stepped forward to untie him. Sujin stood up, his body suddenly becoming light. He looked at the wall. I'll test my ability. He ran to the wall, climbed it in a few steps, and walked sideways, almost parallel to the ground, until he reached a corner and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Superman. Everyone in the room stared in disbelief. Sujin got up, crouched down, and jumped to the roof, then fell into deep thought. Though overjoyed at the awakening of his abilities, he was also worried about subsequent mutations. Sunya excitedly touched his body. Superpowers! You've evolved. Wade also perked up, the tension he had been suppressing for days finally easing. I don't know either. My body doesn't feel uncomfortable. In fact, it's gotten stronger. Su-Jin clenched his fist. The old saying goes there's an antidote within 7 steps. Zombies are both a crisis and an opportunity. Sunya nodded repeatedly. Special problems require special solutions. Perhaps nature is balancing things out. The space here is too small. I'll try it outside. Su-Jin turned and went downstairs. Constantly experiencing the changes in his body along the way, his speed and agility had increased dramatically, and he could leap a great distance with just a little effort. Reaching the corner on the 3rd floor, he leaped down to the platform below on 1 foot, then used the wall to jump up to the 2nd floor, landing without any discomfort. It's really the same old trick, just a different name. There really is treasure inside the zombies. Reaching the 1st floor unit door, Su-Jin stopped. The interior was dark, making his body feel lighter and softer. The 1st floor was the darkest, making the changes more pronounced. He pushed open the door, the morning sun shining brightly, but as soon as he stepped out, his body suddenly felt like it was filled with lead, all the lightness gone, returning him to his normal state. "Director, how are you?" Fuhu called from upstairs. Su-Jin squinted. His body was still getting heavier, but he was all right. Suddenly, Fu Qingdai exclaimed, "Watch out! Akut!" A stray cat leaped out from the bushes, attacking fiercely, only 2 meters away. Su-Jin instinctively kicked out, his calf striking the cat's lower body. The cat's corpse sprayed blood, pus, and internal organs, flying away like a bamboo dragonfly, splattering him with filth. "Close the door, quickly." Sunya roared, then leaned out and shouted, "Wait in the stairwell and observe." Su-Jin, gagging, ran back to the stairwell and squatted at the corner of the 1st floor in the sunlight. His strength had increased dramatically. Having just gained his superpowers and then being tainted by zombie blood, he could only console himself. "Perhaps I'm not afraid of infection anymore." An hour later, Fu Qingdai's voice came. "Brother, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Su-Jin calmed down. Apart from the stench, his body felt normal. After waiting a while longer, Sunya called out, "Shaoli, aren't you cold?" "Not at all." Su-Jin looked down. He was only wearing a long-sleeved shirt, and despite the outside temperature being minus 20 or 30 degrees Celsius, he felt nothing. His constitution had indeed changed. "It's been an hour, and you've been tainted with quite a bit of blood. The mice should have reacted by now. Your situation is special. You might really not be afraid of infection." Sunya said, "Go to the 4th floor tonight and stay there all day. Make sure you're all right before coming back tomorrow. A day and a night will tell. I prepared water and food for you." "Thanks. Please take precautions." Su-Jin replied, crouching down and leaping up more than 10 steps. The next day, the sun shone brightly, and Su-Jin stood shirtless by the window. He had only slept 3 hours the night before, yet his spirits were exceptionally high, and he had confirmed that contact with zombie fluids would not cause infection. After a day of exploration, he figured out the abilities. Light is key. During the day, the strength type's defense and recovery are stronger than light. At night, the speed type's agility and speed are better, and its endurance is longer, the weaker the light. There was a knock on the door. Su-Jin opened it and saw Sunya's swollen face. "You're really immune to infection. That fleshy ball is so important. Did you study your abilities last night?" "Yeah, my strength and speed have both improved. I can protect myself." "Great. The situation will change." Sunya forced a smile, "But we have to be careful and observe more afterward." Su-Jin sensed something was wrong. "What happened?" Sunya said awkwardly, "2 mice from the lab are missing. We haven't found them, and we've moved them to the 6th floor. Were they infected?" "No, but the probability of an organism getting infected is related to the quality of rainwater it absorbs. Mice get infected quickly, so we put the ones that weren't infected into another cage. But that cage has no chance of escape, and it's fine when we're watching, but one is missing after an hour of leaving." "Take me there." Su-Jin rushed out first and went to the 5th floor lab, where he saw Wade staring at the mouse cage. A glass tank nested inside a thick wire cage, reinforced with wooden boards and stones on top. "Old Wei, have you found anything?" Wade shook his head. "If he's alive, he's fine. If he's not, he's disappeared." Su-Jin took out his phone from his bag, deleted the pornographic videos, and connected it to a power bank to record. "I'll record with this." Let's go out first and come back to observe later. Sonia and Wada stood outside the door, whispering, "This device is too clear. Is it fingerprint unlock? What kind of technology is it? It doesn't seem like current technology. Could he be an alien? Could this rain be related to him?" Su-Jin finished fiddling with his phone and came out. "What were you two talking about?" "Nothing." Sonia nervously changed the subject. "Can someone else use that fleshy ball? It should be possible. It's not the same substance as the gray fog." Su-Jin took the plan notes handed to him by Sonia. "I'll go downstairs to dissect the body and recruit some more people. You two go upstairs and rest first." The two made way for Su-Jin. And after he left, they both swallowed hard. "Is he an alien?" Wada asked. "Besides this explanation, I can't think of anything else. But our technology isn't at the level of interstellar travel yet, is it?" Sonia said bitterly. "Don't ask anymore. Just help him sincerely. We can't afford any more trouble." Wada nodded, then suddenly asked, "Ching Dai is special. Did Fu Hu get cuckolded by aliens? You're so old. Why are you being so flirtatious?" Sonia glared. "Let's not research this for now." On the 6th floor, several people peered out of the window, their faces filled with terror. Su-Jin moved among the zombie corpses, his blade flashing. Some zombies were beheaded, others dismembered, and finally, their hearts were ripped out. Fu Qingdai, supported by Zhang Wan, covered her mouth and retreated. Fu Hu and the two elders watched for a while, before also retreating and closing the window. Those who had been calling for help in the neighborhood also drew their curtains, leaving only the echoing sound of chopping bones. Su-Jin dug out the heart of the last zombie, his face grim. He had intended to collect the flesh ball to desensitize himself and build courage. Although he had figured out the zombie's fatal flaws and overcome his stress response, the flesh ball's drop rate was extremely low. None of the corpses had been dissected. He went back to change his clothes and returned to the 2nd floor. After knocking and hearing a response, he immediately fired, breaking the lock. Chung Du, the neighborhood security captain, was observing through the peephole inside. Before he could react, the gun was already pressed against his forehead. Upon recognizing Su-Jin, Chung Du collapsed to the ground. "Brother, don't kill me. It's me, Chung Du. We've even smoked together." Su-Jin holstered his gun. "I'm here to rescue you. Don't be afraid." Tears streamed down Chung Du's face. "Brotherly, I've called you so many times. Why did it take you so long?" "First, I wanted to make sure you hadn't been in contact with the rainwater." "No, the door was sealed off. I received a text saying the rainwater was dirty. So I even drank toilet water and lubricant. Today, I even drank urine." Su-Jin glanced at the half-empty glass of iced tea on the table and felt slightly relieved. This person was very wary. "Gather some useful supplies. I'll take you upstairs. Someone will help you," Su-Jin said. "What's the situation across the hall?" "Sister Lu is a widow. She has a water dispenser. She has enough to eat and drink. There are sounds of fighting and screams in room 301 on the 3rd floor, and in room 302, there's a female college student. I don't know the situation." Su-Jin made a judgment in his mind, told Chung Du to gather the supplies, and went to rescue Sister Lu, then turned to the 3rd floor. Inside room 302, Li Fong sat on the bed, her face deathly pale. Chao Changping and Li Kai slumped in the corner, wearing only their underwear, looking half dead. "Is there anything else to eat?" Chao Changping asked weakly. Li Fong glared at him resentfully. They had been asked to do a group project, but they'd gotten stuck, half their snacks were gone, and Chao Changping had hidden the water. "Did you hide the food?" Li Kai said. Chao Changping suddenly stood up, taking off his clothes. "I have water. I got it the day the rain stopped. It'll be fine to drink." "Li Fong, go wash your butt." "Are you crazy?" Li Fong recoiled in fear. "Fine, I won't wash. My mouth tastes bad. Let me see." Chao Changping roared as he pounced on the bed, and Li Fong cried and struggled. "Help me. Li Kai, don't you like me?" Li Kai stood up, leaning against the wall, but yelled, "Count me in." The room erupted into chaos. Su-Jin broke the lock on room 301 with a single shot. 2 zombies lunged at him, and he fired 2 more shots, hitting their hearts. He could shoot accurately within 5 meters. Just as he was about to cut open the heart, a naked child suddenly darted out. Su-Jin rolled backward into the stairwell, kicked his legs, and used his shoulder to push against the door. The child's head was crushed by the door, and he fired another shot. "The whole family is here." Su-Jin smiled bitterly, crouching down to cut open the heart, but he couldn't find the fleshy mass. He then realized that he kept shooting at the heart. What if the fleshy mass exploded? Helpless, he turned to room 302, fired to break the lock, waited 3 minutes, and pushed the door open. In the master bedroom, Li Fang's clothes were disheveled, and Chao Changping and Li Kai were slumped in the corner, their chests looking like they had just vomited. Were the three of you taking a bath in bed? Su Jin asked blankly. Li Fang burst into tears, and Chao Changping closed his eyes, saying, "Go ahead and do it." Su Jin frowned and said coldly, "Stop crying, explain yourself, or I'll kill you." Li Fang choked out that the two men were going to assault her, but Chao Changping retorted that she had secretly drunk his urine. Su Jin suddenly realized what was going on, put his hands on his hips, and said, "I'm here to rescue you. I'm bringing you food and water now. Stay put and wait for my orders. Anyone who dares to leave, I'll chop them up." Chao Changping suddenly knelt down. "Brother, I was wrong. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I'll never go west." Su Jin kicked him away, went out, and used the sofa to block the door. He forgot to ask if the three of them would be exposed to rain, so it was better to be safe. Back on the 6th floor, Su Jin told Sunya and Wei Da about the situation, and the three of them sat down to discuss strategy. The gray fog will dissipate in 5 days, and the source of pollution will shift to living organisms, Su Jin said. "I want to find cars to surround the neighborhood to buy time. I'll hunt down the indoor zombies, find the fleshy creatures, and search for supplies. You guys deliver supplies to the survivors and keep them indoors. Once we find the fleshy creatures, we'll release the normal people, train and reorganize them. Then find a stronghold to establish a base and conduct a citywide search." "That's too conservative," Sunya shook his head. "As the temperature warms up, the zombies will become more active. Cars won't be able to stop them and will only attract more zombies. It's better to reorganize them and go directly to the military region. There's food, medicine, and heavy firepower there. Lao Wei and I can guide the use of heavy weapons. It's safer than staying in the city. The military region is dangerous. The army may have suffered the first wave of attacks. There are dense clusters of zombies, and there are infected animals in the suburbs. Suhinfronet. The chances of insect infection are small. We haven't found any trace of it yet," Sunya said. "The zombies will disperse, and wild animals won't stay in their settlements. Any commotion in the city will trigger a zombie horde. Without heavy firepower, we'll be overwhelmed sooner or later. But Old Wei is short of medicine. He only has a month's supply left, and it's imported, so it's hard to get." Su Jin looked at Wei Da. Wei Da waved his hand. "Don't worry about me. Consider the bigger picture first." Sunya sighed. "Little Li, we're old and can't help you for long. We need Old Wei's guidance on heavy firepower. You can't wait any longer." Su Jin bowed his head. "Don't worry, I will protect you. You can't protect us. We need to help you establish a foothold while we can still move." Sunya said seriously, "It's settled then. We'll reorganize the people in the community first, then go to the military region." Inside room 302, Li Fang lay paralyzed on the bed, while Chao Changping was anxious and restless. He had offended the ringleader and feared retaliation. Li Kai put on his pants, walked over to Li Fang, and pulled out a damp sock. "Put this on, don't get cold. Get out." Li Fang yelled angrily. Li Kai froze, turned around, and saw Chao Changping huddled up and trembling, and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Afraid of the ringleader's retaliation. On the 6th floor, Fu, who was doing squats while carrying stones, and Fu Qingdai was carrying bricks, her legs shaking violently. After finishing, she looked at the pig feed with a bitter face. "Brother, this smells like pig manure. Can I not eat it? Eat it quickly." Fu Qingdai swallowed it with tears in her eyes, the powder spraying all over her face. Su Jin was looking at his mouse experiment notes at the tea table, while Sunya and Wei Da were drinking hot tea. "The infection has a latent and delayed effect, but the sample size is small, so it could also be due to individual differences," Sunya said. "Chengdu and Lu Min should be isolated and sealed off first. Those 3 young people have weak willpower, so let them air out for a while longer. The gray fog will dissipate in 5 days, so we need to prepare in advance," Su Jin said. "I'll go hunt zombies to find a flesh ball, and you guys teach everyone how to drive and make bombs. Cars are noisy, so we need to use bombs to lure the zombies away." Sunya nodded. "We'll prepare, just be careful." 2 days later, the temperature warmed up to 10 degrees Celsius. The gray fog disappeared, and what replaced it was a stench. Residents had thrown excrement from high-rise buildings, and with the corpses rotting, the neighborhood had become a giant toilet. Su Jin led the Fu family of 3, Chengdu, and Lu Min to hunt zombies. Chengdu had become skilled at controlling fire. Flames wrapped around his arms for close combat, where he could breathe fire from his mouth for ranged attacks. Although his endurance was poor, it greatly affected the zombies. Movements. Another zombie fell to the ground. Chengdu moved aside, and Su Jin crouched down to dissect its heart. Half a flesh ball was exposed below the heart. He was overjoyed. Found it. Fu Hu and Chengdu were also excited. With the flesh ball, they could also gain superpowers. As night fell, the eight sat around the table, candlelight illuminating the flesh ball. Chengdu, you go first. Su Jin pierced the flesh ball with his knife. The water droplet fell onto Chengdu's wrist and was instantly absorbed. Chengdu closed his eyes and slumped onto the table. The next morning, Chengdu opened his eyes and saw the seven staring at him. He exclaimed, "What are you doing? How do you feel?" Su Jin asked. Chengdu sat up, a surge of heat coursing through his body. He raised his hand. His arms were wreathed in flames. "Holy crap," he exclaimed, then spat out a fireball, only to fall backward from the recoil. The great fireball technique. Su Jin caught him. "Develop it further. Can you even use your butt?" Chengdu leaned closer. "I'll show you in private." 2 days later, Su Jin continued clearing out zombies and taking stock of the residents. Sunya and Wada taught everyone how to steal cars and drive, while Chengdu was responsible for hunting zombies to practice. That day, Su Jin dissected the heart of a zombie and finally found another ball of flesh. Fu Hu's ability had a solution. That evening, Fu Hu took the ball of flesh, and after Su Jin pierced it, he also fell into a coma. Su Jin left Sunya and Wada behind. "We're leaving the day after tomorrow. Is there anything else we need to replenish?" Sunya handed over the operation plan and a medicine box. "The car's gas tank is full. We made 2 bombs on the 4th floor, tied the gas cylinder to the trunk, and smashed the rear window to make it easier to drop the bombs." "What did you tell them?" "I don't think they have any sense of crisis," Sunya asked. "Tell the woman to look for supplies nearby. And tell Lao Fu and Cheng Du to go to the medical university to retrieve something. It's risky, but it'll be useful," Su Jin said. "When we get back, tell everyone about the fake infected person thing. Now we have 3 superhumans, enough to keep things under control." The next day, Fu Hu woke up and tried out his ability. His entire body could harden, his strength greatly increased, and he could easily draw a 90-pound compound bow. "I can use it all over my body, but I can only cover the area of my 2 arms at a time," Fu Hu said excitedly. Su Jin was overjoyed. "With this ability, our safety has increased significantly. Practice for a day, and we'll set off tomorrow." At dawn on the 3rd day, the 3 checked their equipment: crude armor, helmets, guns, arrows, and bola, a rope used to tie stones to trip legs, piled up in the back seat. The woman at the window waved, and Su Jin called out, "Let's go back. We'll be back in an hour or 2. After getting into the car, Fu Hu drove. Su Jin was the passenger, and Chengdu was in the back seat. Chengdu pulled out 2 pairs of white high-top socks. "Director, it's cold over there. Put these on. They'll also prevent you from twisting your ankle." Su Jin laughed. "Giving you socks? What are you thinking?" Fu Hu suddenly said, "Director, Old Sun and Old Wei are acting strangely. It seems like they're hiding something big from us." Su Jin was silent for a moment, then confessed, "It's not just zombies that are infected. There are also disguised infected people lurking in the crowd. This is the biggest obstacle for the team. I didn't say anything before, afraid you would suspect something. Old Sun and Old Wei have testing methods. We're going to get experimental supplies this time." Chengdu was excited. "We have superpowers. Wouldn't it be better to find a place to farm? Why take the risk? Hiding is just waiting to die." Su Jin said sharply, "Old Sun and Old Wei's families are all dead, yet they're still working for us. Can we back down?" Chengdu lowered his head, and Fu Hu also said, "I have a wife and children. I can't let Qing Dai have no future." He took out a photo of his family of 3. "Director, if something happens to me, please take care of them. Stop talking nonsense. Drive." Su Jin roared, punching the 2 men twice. The engine started, and the car drove out of the residential area. Inside the Ingbin restaurant on Central Avenue, 23 people sat wrapped in blankets, their faces clouded with worry. They had come out looking for food and drink, only to be chased by zombies and forced to hide inside. They had survived thanks to the hotel manager, Tan Hui, guarding the door. "Have some hot tea," Tan Hui said, pouring water from a kettle. The hall was deathly silent. A thin man approached the tattooed man. "Brother, I want to die. Give me a shot. I'm out of bullets." Go drink rat poison yourself, the tattooed man said irritably. When it gets warmer, I'll take you to kill zombies and escape the city. It's just the two of us. What's the point of escaping? I want to do something before I die. The thin man pointed to Ding Jia in the corner. She was taking care of her mother. I want to put her in the kitchen. You hold her down for me. The tattooed man was furious and slapped the thin man to the ground. What's going on outside? You still have time to think about this. Everyone in the hall looked over, but the tattooed man didn't care. Yu Hao, sitting across the table, spoke up. We're all refugees. You were in the army. Why don't you go fight the zombies? The tattooed man stood up. Do you want a beating? Tan Hui stopped him. Don't make a fuss. There's still zombies outside. Ding Jia suddenly exclaimed. I've seen aliens. In the talent community. They came to rescue us. The tattooed man grabbed her and pulled her close to the curtain seam. Aliens have wreaked havoc on the world. And you still believe it? It was the Trisolarans who poisoned it. Ding Jia cried out. The tattooed man shoved her away, noticing she was wearing a uniform from the city's mental hospital under her coat, and sneered. So you ran away. Ding Jia's mother suddenly fainted, and Ding Jia knelt down, pleading, My mother needs blood pressure medication. The Longxing pharmacy across the street has it. Can anyone help me? The tattooed man turned his head away, and everyone else bowed their heads. Ding Jia got up to go to the pharmacy, but Yu Hao stopped her. I'll go. You take the iron basin to the third floor and throw it into the back alley. We'll act when we hear the sound. Tan Hui also said, I'll go with you. The tattooed man advised. That old woman is a burden. Don't be reckless. Tan Hui shook his head. It's worth it to be a human being before I die. The two got ready, and Ding Jia went to throw the iron basin. The zombies wandering the streets were lured away, and Yu Hao and Tan Hui took the opportunity to slip out of the restaurant and run towards the pharmacy. Inside the car, Fu Hu asked, What if someone pretending to be an infected person gets a gun and shoots you from behind? Qing Dai might have the ability to sense things. She's special. Su Jin said. Cheng Du suddenly said, Adjust the gun's trajectory to the left. If someone tries to shoot you, you won't be able to hit them accurately, and others will have time to react. Genius! Su Jin and Fu Hu praised in unison. The vehicle drove on. The street scene was ruined, and zombies roamed freely. Fu Hu and Cheng Du's eyes were filled with sorrow. The city where they had lived for half their lives had become like this. After walking another 200 meters, the Dragon Scale building came into view. The top 3 floors of glass were intact. This building is quite sturdy, Cheng Du exclaimed. The top floor is for important people. The glass is of a different specification, Fu Hu said. Su Jin pointed ahead. It's another kilometer to Dragon Star Pharmacy. Let's go get the medicine first. Inside the Longxing Pharmacy, Tan Hui, panting, said, I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Yu Hao said, Don't be optimistic. Zombies have sharp eyesight and hearing. If there are too many, it'll be troublesome. You used to be in the army, right? You're so quick. Tan Hui asked. Yvette trained. You keep watch behind me and use the flashlight. After searching the medicine on the first floor, the two went to the second floor when Yu Hao suddenly stopped Tan Hui. Don't move. I saw a dark shadow flash by. I didn't see it. Tan Hui said nervously. Retreat. Just as Yu Hao was about to pull Tan Hui downstairs, a crying sound came from upstairs. A child was crying on a corpse. After checking and confirming that there was only a child, Yu Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go check it out. Tan Hui reached out to touch the child, but before he could speak, a thin arm suddenly pierced his heart. Before Yu Hao could react, the child opened its mouth and bit his neck, snapping the neck bone. Tan Hui watched helplessly as Yu Hao's head slumped down, the light in his eyes fading. Inside the Yingbin Hotel, Ding Jia waited anxiously. More than 10 minutes had passed, and Yu Hao and Tan Hui still hadn't returned. Suddenly, a car pulled up in front of the pharmacy, and 3 fully armed men got out. Ding Jia shouted excitedly, Aliens have come to save us. A tattooed man covered her mouth, saying, Don't shout. You attracted the zombies by throwing the pot around. Inside the pharmacy, Su Jin complained, I told you to wear helmets. Why aren't you wearing them? They're stuffy and obstruct our vision. We'll wear them at the hospital, Cheng Du replied. Go upstairs to get the medicine first, and come back quickly, Su Jin said, sweeping the medicine from the shelf into his briefcase. At the top of the stairs to the second floor, the 3 stopped. A child was crying. There's a survivor. Fu was about to run, but Su Jin stopped him, saying, Let me check first. He jumped down the wall to the second floor and peered over the shelf. A child was crying over a corpse, and there were 3 other corpses around, seemingly recently deceased. The child is really lucky, Fu Hu remarked. Take him with you. Su Jin stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the child, his hand on the gun handle. This child was too suspicious. There were no zombies around, and the corpse's deaths were strange. Before he could speak, the child suddenly looked up, a mouthful of sharp teeth lunging at him. Su Jin fired, and the child fell to the ground. Is this a fake infected? Chengdu exclaimed in shock. The body temperature is off. It's a zombie. Su Jin touched the child's neck, his face ashen. Zombies are evolving. They've developed brains. He separated the corpse. The woman has been dead for a while. These two men came to get medicine. They're probably a group, along with an elderly person. Su Jin covered their eyes. They risked their lives for the team. They're good people. He looked at Fu Hu and Chengdu. Remember, once you leave the residential area, keep out of reach of strangers. Shoot them dead. The two nodded and helped find the medicine. They quickly found the medicine Wei needed, and the three got into the car and continued on their way. Ahead is Longshan Middle School. There might be a horde of zombies. Speed up and get through, Su Jin said. As the vehicle approached, the three felt a chill run down their spines. About 100 zombies, dressed differently than students, seemingly parents picking up their children. So many people on the street. Never mind, just charge through, Su Jin said. Fu Hu turned the steering wheel, heading towards the sidewalk to avoid the horde of zombies. Just as they shook it off, a zombie in a school uniform slumped onto the hood of the car. It was the welcoming zombie. Brake, Su Hin Jiv. Fu Hu slammed on the brakes. The zombie was thrown off, and the vehicle started moving again. This zombie runs too fast. It must have been a sports student in its previous life, Chengdu said. Su Jin turned around. Remember the location of the zombie horde. We'll have to take this route back. After killing Chao Changping and Li Kai, Su Jin returned to the 6th floor to confirm that Chengdu and Lu Min were in the isolation room before going back to the opposite room. The people inside were already seated, waiting for him. How is it? Who's the murderer? Sunya asked. They're all murderers. I killed them all. Su Jin took out his phone. The screen showed 2 people clutching their necks and convulsing before being shot dead. Zhang Wan patted her chest, while Fu Qingdai looked at him strangely. Su Jin said, I need to speak with Elder Sun and Elder Wei alone. You two go ahead with your work. Fu Hu left with his wife and daughter, leaving only the 3 of them in the hall. The one on the left is the real culprit. The infection is in the brain like a rat. It can disguise itself, is aggressive towards living beings, but is closer to ordinary creatures. Decapitation or poisoning can kill it, Su Jin said. Sunya was dejected. You poisoned it, so there was no way to tell? How did you know the infection was in the head? I did an autopsy, dissecting it from head to toe. Su Jin lit a cigarette, poured himself a bowl of baijiu, Chinese liquor, and drank it all in one gulp. This was the first time he had ever drunk alcohol. Sunya and Wei remained silent. This kind of impostor directly shattered the foundation of human trust. The country discovered this mutation long ago, and the decision-making level may have been infiltrated as well, Sunya said bitterly. The broadcast said, don't believe, but it turns out it meant don't believe anyone. Tears welled in Su Jin's eyes. A rainstorm turned the world into an atomized society, cutting off any path to rebuilding civilization. Every time hope is found, it's shattered. I work for the company, but they only offered a little help and then disappeared. Night deepened, and Sunya returned with a candle. Are you giving up? Give up? Absolutely not. The candlelight flickered in Su Jin's eyes. I will live on with Qingdai and kill the person who sent me here. This time, I'm fighting against people, but even more so against fate. I hope you're not just talking nonsense. Sunya looked at him admiringly. Your adaptability is unmatched. From dissecting corpses to actively performing numerous dissections, and today, you can even dissect living people. Most people can't do that. If I didn't know you were doing this for everyone's good, I would have stayed far away from you long ago. Is this a compliment or an insult? It's a compliment. Chaos breeds heroes. You can succeed. You might even become a tyrant, Sunya said. This world needs tyrants, but not me. Su Jin raised his glass and clinked it against Sunya's. Su Jin woke up from his hangover at noon. Fu Qingdai was sitting on the edge of the bed watching him. Why aren't you exercising? What are you doing here? Su Jin asked. Just finished exercising, checking on you. Brother, did you poison those 2 with chocolate? Fu Qingdai asked. Yes, something happened, but I can handle it. Don't tell mom and dad, Su Jin said. From now on, when you go out, don't trust strangers. Be wary of anyone who's injured. If something seems wrong, kill them. He handed Fu Qingdai the silver gun. This gun is for self-defense. I have superpowers. I'm not afraid of infection. Fu Qingdai didn't take it. Then what will you use? I have another one. I'll find another gun later. Su Jin told her to try shooting, but Fu Qingdai couldn't pull the trigger no matter how hard she tried. Su Jin took the gun and fired a shot out the window. The gunshot went as usual. He took out his briefcase. Put your hand in there and see what's inside. Fu Qingdai felt around. Nothing. Su Jin sighed. The company's equipment was tied to specific items. Others couldn't use it. He took out some chocolate. Here, take this. If someone's trying to harm you, give it to them when you get the chance. Don't be greedy yourself. Fu Qingdai nodded, about to leave, when she suddenly knelt on the ground, then knelt again. She'd practiced too hard. Her legs were weak. Su Jin chuckled. Go rest. Don't bother getting the water. A short while later, Sonia called to Su Jin. New discovery. Come downstairs with me. On the 5th floor in the laboratory, rat number 3 in its cage was split in two, constantly gnawing at the wire. We pierced it with a skewer, and it stopped pretending, Sonia said. Infected creatures are divided into 2 categories, zombies and disguised infected. They're not on the same side. Zombies will attack disguised infected, while disguised infected only have a killing intent towards living things. What about the intelligence of the disguised infected? Rat number 3 is very good at disguising itself, Su Jin asked. Mice are naturally intelligent. They can sense threats after infection, but they can't control their killing urges, which means their intelligence hasn't improved, Wade said. There are 3 possible mutations: a twisted mind that makes them bloodthirsty, superpowers, or organic changes. Rat number 3 is the 3rd type. Sonia added, their delayed gratification ability has degenerated, and their killing urges are extremely strong. They'll strike whenever they get the chance. We could design a scheme to lure them out. Use small-scale biological testing, deliver food in the name of the state, put the mice in, and track them afterward. We don't have enough mice. We also need sodium fluorescent and ultraviolet light, Su Jin said. The underground laboratory at Longshan Medical University has them. There's emergency power. The lab mice are alive, and there are reagents, Sonia said. It's 6 kilometers to get there, 12 kilometers round trip. Only Fu Hu and Chung Cook can accompany me, Su Jin said. The zombies are evolving. They might develop intelligence, or even merge with those disguised as infected. Su Jin looked at the mutated mice. We must seize this glimmer of hope. Chapter 42, A Glimmer of Hope. Delayed gratification. Suhin Lukbasev. Yes, their bloodlust is insatiable. They'll strike whenever they get the chance. The person who died yesterday instinctively started killing the moment he revealed his features. Sonia smiled, pointing at rat number 3 with his other hand. And this one, after realizing it could no longer hide, hasn't stopped attacking. It gets tired too and needs to eat, but once it's rested, it will continue its relentless attacks. Shaoli, do you understand? Su Jin frowned, then quickly relaxed. You too mean we could devise a plan to lure them into revealing their bloodthirsty nature, thereby verifying their identities? That's right. That's exactly what I mean. Sonia slapped his thigh and leaned forward. We came up with a whole plan last night, and it should work. There's still quite a few surviving residents in the community. Shortly after the rain, they were notified by broadcast and text message not to come into contact with rainwater and tap water. Normal people generally do not come into contact with them. The concentration of gray substances in tap water is not too high. The notice came early, so only some people were infected. And the possibility of turning into a zombie after infection is much higher than the chance of becoming a fake infected person. We can reinforce this conclusion by examining the building. This is the first set of screenings. Those who remain indoors may be posing as infected individuals. They discover that living people don't stay still. Instead, they leave the room or hunt others. Since they're not infectious, the people currently alive are most likely healthy. Nude examinations can further screen for risks. This is the second screening method. They are also wary of being attacked by zombies, need supplies to survive, and may stay indoors, Wada added. That's right, that can't be denied, Sonia continued. But looking at the first 2 lines of defense alone, the risk of recruiting team members has been greatly reduced. So as long as we can build a 3rd line of defense, we should be able to minimize the risk and boldly build a team. We can further ensure safety by designing a team with division of labor. Keeping people closely connected and preventing anyone from being left alone can suppress the impulse of fake infected people to create internal strife. Even if they are bad, as long as we can control them, they can still be used to our advantage. Sujin pondered. The third line of defense you mentioned is to identify them by luring out their bloodlust, right? But how do you do that? It's impossible. You can't just lock up living people and experiment on them, can you? They're pretending to be infected people, not rats. They can't be that stupid, can they? You're right. We can't afford the time and risk costs of testing on humans, and the tests can't appear deliberate. So there's only one way, to test on small organisms. Sonia pointed to the rat. They also have a killing instinct towards alien creatures, and rat testing best meets our requirements. In the name of the state, we can use the excuse of delivering food and water to secretly put rats in. It would be best to order or threaten them to stay in the bedroom and seal it off so that they can easily find out and prevent them from escaping. Afterwards, we can track them down, and this third line of defense will be completed. There are only 2 or 3 normal mice left. Suhin froned deeply. Besides, how am I supposed to track them down? If the mice are eaten, how am I supposed to know? Yes. Sonia raised an eyebrow, his mood suddenly dropping. So, we still need to obtain a large number of rats. And in addition to rats, we also need to get sodium fluorescent to use a colorimetric reagent to track down the people who killed the rats. With this sudden outbreak of freezing weather, where are the rats? Sujin asked with a bitter face. And what about that reagent you mentioned? Where are we going to get it? Actually, we've already thought of everything for you. There's a laboratory underground at Longshan Medical University. It's one of the top laboratories in the country, with an emergency independent power supply system and constant temperature and humidity. The mice will definitely survive inside. Even if there isn't enough food, they cannibalize each other and a batch will survive. The laboratory also has sodium fluorescent and portable ultraviolet light. Once we find these, we'll have all the necessary tools. Does a university have such an amazing laboratory? Universities are research institutions, and their laboratories are usually better than those of hospitals. Besides, you must know about Longshan Medical University, right? Of course I know. Sonia and Weida exchanged a glance, then quickly looked away. Weida took off his glasses and wiped them with the corner of his shirt, then said, seemingly casually, with his head down, yes, Little Lee definitely knows. Why are you two acting so strange all of a sudden? Sujin's gaze darted back and forth between the two of them. Ahem, it's nothing. Sonia changed the subject. I just remembered something. Shaoli. Can you use that meatball? Can others use it too? What are you talking about? We talked about it last night. The stuff inside the fleshy ball isn't the same substance as the gray fog. I can use it, and it doesn't cause infection. And you probably can too. What's wrong? Are my organs different from yours? No, no, no. Sonia waved his hands repeatedly and immediately took out a notebook from his pocket and handed it over. This is the detailed plan we wrote this morning. Take a look. Sujin hurriedly took the notebook to examine it, but after reading it, he still looked worried. He raised his head and said, I have no objection to this plan. In fact, it can be said to be the best solution at present. However, adopting this plan means that we have to give up the path of urban development and can only choose the military region. That's right. We can only safely recruit people within the community. The number of people we find should be enough to form a reinforced company. Expanding further would endanger the whole situation, Sonia said. Actually, you're worried that those posing as infected people might also try to recruit people from the military region, right? Yes, after all, there have been signs of infiltration at the higher levels. They are intelligent and smart, so they might be eyeing this area. You shouldn't use normal human thinking to judge mutated creatures. I think they will kill those nearby, and long-term development is not in their nature. Moreover, the upper echelons may not be as smart as you think. There are many idiots there. They just have more information than ordinary people. Sujin pondered for a moment, then closed his notebook. But everything is still speculation. No step can be done without risk. It's a gamble. That's right, wait aside. But we're most worried about you. It's only 6 kilometers from here to Longshan Medical University, 12 kilometers round trip. And only Chengdu and Fu who can accompany you on this adventure. It's a matter of life and death. Shaoli, whether to do it or not is entirely up to you. If it really doesn't work, we'll think of another way. Sujin turned his gaze to the mutated rat gnawing on the wire in the cage, his face revealing undisguised malice, and muttered to himself. I think you considered this as well, but you're unwilling to tell me. The new mutated creatures possessing intelligence likely means that the continuously evolving zombies will also develop intelligence. Perhaps one day, the two might merge, and there might even be mutated creatures capable of controlling hordes of zombies. The two elders lowered their heads simultaneously, lost in silence. So what's there to hesitate about? If we're afraid of risks and put all the problems ahead, then we won't be able to do anything in the world. Su-jin withdrew his gaze and smiled. We must seize this glimmer of hope. Chapter 43, Longshan Medical University Strategy. A map of Longshan City is laid out on the table. The three sat around the table and discussed. Su-jin placed his hands on the table, looked around, and said, "Only the three of us know about the disguised infected creature. It's not convenient to tell others for now. Let's discuss this briefly, and then the two of you can refine the details. I'll handle the work with Fu Hu and Chengdu." The two nodded. Su-jin said, "There's a crucial question before we begin. We need a car to get here for such a long distance. But what if we have a car but no keys?" "What kind of question is that? Do you think I'm just sitting around with Lao Wei? You need a key to start a fire?" "All right, Suhin Smaid. There's one more problem. I can't drive, so I'll need you guys to teach me, but I should be able to get the hang of it quickly." To say you can't drive means you can't drive the cars of this world, although the structures may be very similar. But when it comes to risking one's life, even the slightest mistake is unacceptable. That's a minor matter. Let's get straight to the point. Wada picked up his pen and said, "Longshan Medical University was established very early and is closer to the city center. When the cold sky broke out in the city center, the low temperature there was even more severe than here, and the ice was definitely not melted. The biggest obstacle was the downdraft brought by the cold sky must have destroyed a lot of fragile buildings, and many paving stones may have even been blown away. Therefore, what I just said was not entirely accurate. The shortest distance from here is 6 kilometers, but the small road is likely still blocked by debris and ice. So if you can't go there, you can only take the detour via the main road, which will be much less obstructed, but the one-way distance will be extended by 2 kilometers. After saying that, Wada looked around on the map and drew a route, then circled a little in the middle section. This is Longshan number 3 middle school. Be quick when you pass through here. The torrential rain has kept most people indoors, but there may be a large number of zombies appearing in the open here." "What?" Su-jin asked, bewildered. Wada paused for a moment. "That day, a colleague of mine called me and said that his grandson was attending the school's anniversary celebration, and the students should all be on the playground. A torrential downpour, and it's a school anniversary celebration." Su-jin was so shocked that his eyes widened in disbelief. "A leader will be present to officiate the opening ceremony. That's a torrential downpour. How can they hold an opening ceremony like this? Are schools this inhumane these days?" Su-jin slapped his palm with the back of his hand. "Isn't it raining on the platform?" No. No. The leaders came by car in the rain. Isn't it normal for the students to get a little wet?" Sunya said impatiently. "Does it matter? Just listen. Remember that there might be a large-scale zombie outbreak here." Chuba. Wada continued drawing. "About a kilometer ahead, I remember the vegetation on both sides is very dense, easily uprooted and thrown onto the street by the torrential rain. If the road is severely blocked, you'll need to replan your route, starting from here." Halfway through his sentence, Sunya pointed to the map with his finger. Turning to Wada, she asked, "Old Way, do you usually buy your heart medication here? Did you pick up the medication you ordered last time?" "Don't worry about that. There's no need to waste time and increase the risk." "No, it's necessary. It's just something I did on the spur of the moment," Su-jin interjected. "Old Way, what's the name of the pharmacy? What medicine does it sell?" Seeing Su-jin's resolute gaze, Wada forced a smile. "Longxing Pharmacy. That pharmacy is very large. You can see it at a glance on the street. I order my medicines separately through them. I always take them from the second-floor entrance, from the bottom shelf of the first row of medicine cabinets. I'll give you the medicine box later. Don't worry too much if you can't find it. Just leave immediately." Suhin Nadif. "Let's continue. If we keep going forward from here, we'll reach Longshan Medical University. You'll need to go indoors. There are a lot of students in the school, and if someone gets infected, there's no way to escape. We need to be extremely careful. As for this part of the map, it's best if old Sun teaches you." Sunya picked up the thread and said, "I helped introduce 2 pieces of equipment to the laboratory at Longshan Medical University, and I've given a few lectures there, so I'm fairly familiar with it. I'll draw a diagram for you later, along with sodium fluorescein and portable ultraviolet light. I'll explain it to you in detail later. Is there anything else you need us to prepare?" Gazing at the map of Longshan, Su-jin pondered deeply. Cars are already quite noisy, and if there's a lot of debris on the street, It's almost inevitable that we'll bump into something along the way. I'm afraid it will trigger a chain reaction of zombies. But since it's a car, you can shake them off no matter what. I'm worried that if such an accident really happens, it will attract a large number of zombies back. So, I need a device that can make a huge noise like a bomb. Can you two make a bomb? A bomb. Way to look thoughtful. Sonia asked, do you still have the shotgun shells I gave you? Exist. That's simple then, Wade said straightforwardly. We could take parts from microwave ovens and washing machines to make timer circuits. Resistive heating wires are also simple. Add gunpowder and we can make a simple detonation device, which is roughly equivalent to a time bomb. However, the device will not be very stable. We need to add more timer detonation devices to improve stability, which will be a bit troublesome for you to use. Such crude bombs are negligible in open areas, and given the characteristics of zombies, they are unlikely to cause effective damage. However, they are perfectly adequate for simple blocking and attracting direction. That's simple. Su Jin's eyes lit up. Can it be used to make guns? Even a crude one will do. Are you making a wish here? Sonia rolled his eyes. Is there anything else you want to add? That's all for now. Let me rehearse it in my mind. I'll leave the rest of the details to you two. I don't go there often. You know the place better than I do. What are you pretending for? You haven't even been there much. Or rather, you've never been there at all. The two elderly people were complaining to themselves. When do you plan to leave? Wei asked. After thinking for a moment, Su Jin said, I'll prepare in 5 days. 5 days is enough time to prepare. Starting today, I will lead the team to hunt down zombies throughout the neighborhood, count the number of survivors, and distribute supplies. There are still quite a few zombies in the building. I think we might find more flesh balls. If Fu Hu and Chung Du both use them and have special abilities like me, our safety will be greatly increased. In addition, the people in the other buildings can't wait much longer. Even if there is enough food, they won't be able to hold on without water. No, this is taking too long, Sonia retorted. The temperature is rising rapidly, and once the ice and the icy shells on the zombies completely melt, their mobility will increase dramatically. The danger of your operation will rise sharply. You can complete the mission in just half a day. A quick round trip is the best option. No, we need to acquire the flesh balls first by hunting indoor zombies. Developing new abilities and immunity is crucial, Su Jin analyzed. Actually, when driving, the zombie's ability to move around doesn't affect us. The vehicles are slippery because the ice hasn't melted. The most important thing is indoor combat, which is where the risk is the highest. If Chengdu and Fu Hu were to collide and cause a casualty incident inside Longshan Medical University, I cannot afford such a loss. There are very few core personnel that I can completely trust. There's no need to argue about this anymore. There are different ways to play when the temperature is low, and there are also benefits to the weather warming up. Chapter 44. The entire army in motion. A new superpower. 2 days later, the temperature has warmed up to 10 degrees Celsius, and the gray fog hidden in the water, the culprit of the apocalypse, has vanished without a trace. Instead, a faint, almost imperceptible stench emanated from it. They suffer from a lack of water to flush toilets, and the sewers are basically unused. The surviving residents could only throw their excrement from high places. The plastic bag fell and splashed in a ring. However, this is not always the case. A few gentlemen choose to reduce plastic pollution by sticking their butts out and spraying it directly. If there were any surviving neighbors downstairs, they all tacitly chose to throw the package upstairs. In addition, there were dissected zombies and the bodies of residents who had committed suicide. The world has become a giant toilet and morgue. A glimpse through a tube reveals the perilous nature of the end times. For 2 days, Su Jin moved between different buildings, dodging the Strawberry Tower and hunting zombies. The Fu family of 3, along with Chengdu and Sister Lu, follow behind, watching Su Jin make his move. Firstly, is to prepare in advance so that ordinary people who haven't experienced combat can quickly adapt to desensitization. Secondly, it was so that we could carry more things with these people. After all, the owners of many houses are no longer alive, and supplies need to be redistributed. Thirdly, residents who are surviving and appear to be safe for the time being are registered and numbered. Originally, Chengdu and Sister Lu were still under observation, but upon closer examination, there was actually nothing left to observe. The fact that one person had an extremely well-stocked home, while the other was so cautious that he would rather drink lubricant and urine, and that there was still half a cup left in his home, is enough to prove the point. Moreover, we are in dire need of manpower right now, so we have no choice but to release them ahead of schedule. On the morning of the third day, a gunshot shattered the silence of the neighborhood. Su-Jin burst through the door, only to be met by an old zombie with a tall figure behind him. Fu Qingdai and the others watched from the doorway. Su-Jin pulled out an extended screwdriver from his waist and stabbed it directly into the old man's heart, then kicked him away. Then, with a somersault, he landed on the tall zombie's shoulder. Before it landed, Fu Qingdai tossed a fish tank over, which he caught and slammed onto the zombie's head. With its two legs tucked off, it bound the zombie's arms. Su-Jin reached behind his back, pulled out a long piece of cloth, and flung it at the zombie's arm. He swung his fist several times in quick succession, cleanly and neatly enveloping the zombie's right fist, and then did the same with his other hand. Jumping off the zombie's shoulder, with a few nimble movements, he wrapped the cloth around the zombie's two fists securely. Finally, Su-Jin took out a huge, thick dog leash and tied it around the zombie's neck, then waved towards the door. Seeing this, Fu Qingdai and the others hurriedly went downstairs, with zombies chasing after them and Su-Jin leading them. Upon reaching the ground floor, they found the zombie chained to the security window. Taking 2 steps forward, Su-Jin put his hands on his hips and said, "Qingdai, you and your father don't need to do anything else today, just practice archery here. We used to use cotton blankets, but today we're having a real battle, so we can't be careless." Fu Qingdai licked her lips, feeling a surge of nervousness. I watched a zombie apocalypse a couple of days ago and was able to barely accept the gore, but now that I'm experiencing it myself, I still can't help but feel a chill run down my spine. Brother, what if the security window falls down? What if the fish tank breaks? It's okay. I've thought of everything for you. Just bring me your bag. Su-Jin waved his hand at Fu Qingdai. Upon hearing this, Fu Qingdai quickly took off her backpack and tossed it to Su-Jin. He took the bag and pulled out a can of foaming agent, which he had found in the house of the zombie guy who was suspected of dealing in hardware. Su-Jin pressed down on the zombie's head with one hand, letting the zombie pound on him with its fists, and injected the foaming agent into the fish tank through the gap. He then pulled out a large bottle of glue and poured it over the fish tank on the zombie's head. Finally, a crudely made breastplate was removed and put on the zombie. Su-Jin turned around and pointed behind him, saying, "Go forward first to observe and get used to it. Practice archery after the glue dries. If the security window falls down, you won't be able to outrun him even if he's dragging it. I can't save you then. Old Fu, you can keep the troll, but keep an eye on your daughter." "I understand, Director." Having received a positive reply, Su-Jin waved his hand and led the others back into the building. They continued knocking and searching. When they reached a room that responded, Zhang Wan and Sister Lu asked questions and registered the information behind the door. After a brief exchange of questions and words of comfort, the supplies were placed at the door, while Su-Jin stood guard with a gun on one side to prevent any accidents from happening. The resident inside the house opened the door crying, just like the other residents. They wanted to speak, but when they saw guns pointed at them, they could only take the supplies through the crack in the door and retreat back inside. At the entrance, Zhang Wan called out, as before, "Keep the water bottles. Don't throw them away. You can recycle them next time." The water container was a plastic bottle picked up from the community's trash can. Distributing resources and storing water requires a sealed container, which is currently quite scarce. Once one household is resolved, move on to the next. This time, there was no answer from behind the door. Instead, there was the sound of zombies banging on the door. Su-Jin broke the lock and killed the target. 2 zombies were taken down inside the room. Su-Jin picked up the knife and cut open his heart without expression. This process has been repeated too many times, and I've become somewhat numb to it. I am now completely desensitized to gory events, skillfully dissecting the zombie's chest to search for its heart. Su-Jin's hand suddenly paused, and his numb face suddenly became expressive. Seeing the fleshy mass that the heart had been pulled out from behind it, I was overjoyed. Seeing that he wasn't moving, Chengdu quickly went forward to check on him. Seeing that he was holding a round meatball in his hand, she immediately widened her eyes and exclaimed excitedly, "Director, is this the meatball you were talking about?" To be honest, he had been extremely envious of Su-Jin's formidable strength in the face of zombies these past 2 days. He was told that it was because of the fleshy ball that it became so special, and Su-Jin even promised to give it to him. He had been eyeing it for a long time. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I have an even stronger urge to eat it. That's it. Su-Jin closed his eyes and let out a long sigh of relief. He hadn't found this thing for a long time, and he was really afraid that he would just get lucky and stumble upon one by chance. Now it feels like a huge weight has been lifted off my shoulders. With so many residents yet to be checked, given this rate of discovery, there's a good chance another one will be found within 3 days. With both Fu Hu and Chung possessing supernatural abilities, their chances of successfully seizing supplies from Longshan Medical University will greatly increase. All right, stop staring and get back to work. After cutting off the fleshy mass, Su Jin got up and continued working. As night falls, the city is plunged into complete darkness, without a single light. A zombie with its facial features sealed off, its fists clenched into fists, and resembling a humanoid doryman, was tied up alone downstairs. The living room on the 6th floor was bustling with activity. 8 people gathered around a large table. Although there were chairs, no one was sitting down. Everyone leaned forward, their eyes fixed on the bloody mass of flesh on a napkin in the center of the dining table. The 5 candles on the table trembled with each breath, their red glow casting an eerie red hue on everyone's faces. Everyone stared wide-eyed, their mouths slightly open, with saliva glistening inside. It looked like some kind of cult ritual was being performed. Director. Chengdu breathed heavily. This thing looks like an olive. Does it really have the effect you described? This is no ordinary olive. Have you ever seen an olive placed on the heart? Eating it will give you magical powers. Have you no manners? My daughter is still here. Zhang Wan was both ashamed and angry, and she covered Fu Qingdai's ears and eyes tightly. Fu Qingdai gritted her teeth, her pink cheeks taut like a bouncy ball. The 2 old men looked at Su Jin and Chengdu with disdain. Let's begin. Chengdu, you go first. Hold up the paper. Su Jin gestured to Chengdu with his eyes. Since only he has used the meatball, its safety cannot be guaranteed 100%. In terms of trust, Fu Hu was more trusted than Chengdu, so he didn't dare let Fu Hu try first. Chung hesitated for a moment, then finally reached out and picked up the tissue and the meatball. After a moment's internal struggle, I brought it to my lips. Upon seeing this, the 2 old men's faces contorted into 2 chrysanthemum-like wrinkles, revealing expressions of nausea. Ugh, director, it smells awful. Ugh, it's even stinkier than olives that haven't been washed for 10 days. It's both smelly and tempting. Can this stuff really be eaten? Did you really eat it like this? Chengdu's face was contorted with rage, mixed with anticipation. You're so eager. Who told you to eat it? Just hold it up. Su Jin was furious. Put it down. You talk like you've eaten olives yourself. With a thud, Fu Qingdai was forcibly dragged back into the house by Zhang Wan. Su Jin took a deep breath and thrust the tip of his knife towards the fleshy mass. As the knife tip pierced through, Su Jin's pupils dilated. I saw that mesmerizing 7-colored halo again, and at the same time, my appetite increased dramatically once more. The fleshy mass was completely slit open, and Su Jin flicked it with the tip of his knife, causing the water sphere containing a 7-colored halo to fall onto Chengdu's wrist. The water sphere dissipated, and the light penetrated the flesh. The others quickly turned their gazes to Chengdu's face. How are you feeling? Su Jin asked hurriedly. I feel a little hot. Before he could finish speaking, Cheng's legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the table. A little hot? Sonia hurriedly asked Su Jin. Little Li, were you like this back then? Su Jin shrugged. I don't feel hot at all. Let's observe first. The night passed, and the sun rose. In the darkness, Chengdu slowly opened his eyes and was immediately startled. 7 large faces were pressed against my face. Hey, what are you doing? How are you feeling? Have you noticed any unusual changes? Su Jin asked seriously. Chung sat up straight and touched his face. Last night, I felt like I was going to get a fever. I feel like there's a hot current running through my body right now. Can it be controlled? I'll try. You guys step back a bit. Chengdu excitedly stood up, trembling. I've really changed. I might have superpowers. This power is very noticeable within me, almost like an instinct. Everyone stepped back, and Chung raised his hand, looking as if he was holding his breath. With a loud bang, his arms were engulfed in flames. Holy crap! Chung exclaimed in shock. The entire audience was stunned at the same moment. My God, this is magic! Sonia clutched his chest, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Wei's expression was much the same. He could barely accept the changes in Xiao Li's strength and speed. Now the human body is on fire. What have I been learning all my life? Will it still be useful in the future? Chengdu was still testing his abilities when the flames on his arms disappeared. He then opened his mouth, and a large fireball burst out from it. However, the recoil from this move seemed to be quite strong. As he exhaled a burst of fire, Cheng suddenly fell backward. The great fireball technique. Su Jin's eye twitched, and he quickly helped Chengdu up. Chengdu is too strong. Can you spray anywhere else beside your mouth? Can you spray from your butt? Can you fly? You can even hang in the air. Develop some more skills so I can see. Chengdu looked dejected, glanced around, and whispered in Su Jin's ear. I think it's okay. Director, I'll show it to you privately. Chapter 45 Fu US Supernatural Abilities. 2 more days have passed in the blink of an eye. It's still the same work as the previous 2 days. Clear out the zombies, count the residents, and distribute supplies. In the meantime, Sun and Wei took a few people to learn how to start a stolen car and how to drive. The task of hunting zombies has been transferred from Su Jin to Chengdu. The time left for them is too short, so letting Chengdu engage in actual combat and hunt zombies is the best option. That ability to control fire is indeed extremely powerful. Zombies can only be killed by a puncture wound to the heart. Although Chengdu's fire attack wouldn't kill them instantly, it seemed to have a significant impact on the zombies' mobility. Ordinary flames burn away the zombies and have little impact on their mobility in the short term. However, the flames generated by the superpower seem to have an attack bonus, significantly eliciting painful reactions from zombies. At that moment, a finishing blow would be enough to kill the enemy instantly. 2 uses have been explored so far. The first is to use flames to wrap around the body, which can even be extended to weapons for close-quarters combat. Another method is to breathe fire from their mouths for direct, long-range attacks. Both are quite powerful, but Chengdu's combat endurance is really hard to describe compared to Su Jin's. However, it seems that the ability to breathe fire is not limited to the mouth. It can also be achieved from any part of the body with vents. Chengdu earnestly invited Su Jin to attend the demonstration and practice session, but Su Jin politely declined them all. He was afraid that Cheng would spray shit on him. Another zombie fell to the ground. Chengdu stepped to the side to make room for those behind him. Su Jin crouched down and deftly dealt with the zombies. He was the most efficient at this kind of work, and although it was disgusting, he was the only one who could handle it in order to save time. The zombie's chest opened, and Su Jin, filled with tension, pushed open its heart. Upon seeing the fleshy, ball-like structure protruding below the heart, his pupils contracted, and he clenched his fist tightly. Good. We finally found it. Before the operation, all 3 were finally fully armed and ready to depart the day after tomorrow. Fu Hu had 1 day to awaken his adaptability. After putting away the meatball, Su Jin stood up and looked back at the others. All right, let's get back to work. There aren't many households left. Let's deal with them all today. It was evening. It was another cult ritual with 8 people gathered together. Without saying much, Fu Hu swallowed and reached out to pick up the meatball. Su Jin stabbed it, and the flesh ball ruptured. Fu Hu immediately fell into a coma, but Chengdu managed to hold him back and drag him to the sofa to sleep. Su Jin waved his hand to disperse the group, leaving only the 2 elders, Sunya and Wei De. After thinking for a moment, Su Jin said, "We're leaving the day after tomorrow. Is there anything else you need to add?" Sunya handed over a folded piece of paper and a medicine box. Here are the operation details and Lao Wei's medicine box. You can take a look. When you went out today, Lao Wei and I checked the car and filled the gas tank for you. We made 2 simple time bombs, both on the 4th floor. You'll have to carry them yourself. Our old arms and legs really can't handle them. By the way, just tie the gas cylinder to the trunk. We've already smashed the rear window for you. If needed, just have someone in the back seat drop the bomb. Sunya paused for a moment. By the way, Shaoli, I've been wanting to ask you, how did you talk to them about this? None of them seemed to feel any sense of crisis. Su Jin smiled and said, when it comes to women, I told you to take some people to find some supplies and stock up on medicine nearby. We won't go far. As for Lao Fu and Chengdu, I said I was going to the medical university to retrieve some things. It might be risky, but it will be very useful in the future. Lao Fu didn't say anything. After all, he has to take care of his wife and children. Chengdu has a new ability and is eager to try it out. Chengdu seems a bit impulsive. You need to keep him in check and prevent any accidents, Sunya sighed. I've been thinking these past few days that it's not good to keep it a secret forever. There's no one in this house who doesn't know what's important. They need to be on guard too. Let's find an opportunity to tell them tomorrow after you successfully retrieve the items. After all, we need to conduct experiments on many households one by one, so we need to let them know and be prepared. Even if we were to form a large organization and the news were to leak, having 3 powerful superhumans would be enough to keep things under control. Su-Jin nodded. That's what I think too. The more people who develop superpowers, the more stable our base will be. Anyway, let's talk again when I get back from my mission the day after tomorrow. Remember what we give you, be very careful, be very cautious. Everyone is counting on you. Don't worry, you should all get some rest too. As dawn broke and amidst a hazy atmosphere, Fu-Hu rose from the sofa. He wasn't alarmed by the 7 people staring at him, having already had 2 previous experiences of watching. He rubbed his eyes and asked, "How long have I been asleep? What time is it? Forget about the time. Just try to see what you're capable of." Upon hearing this, Fu-Hu immediately perked up and sat up straight, blinking constantly, sensing any unusual situation. After a dozen seconds, Fu-Hu suddenly exclaimed in surprise, I can definitely feel it. There's a kind of energy, and I can control it. Try guiding that energy to a part of your body," Chung instructed from the side. Su-Jin didn't speak. Unlike the other 2, he was in a purely passive state, and all he changed were the basic values. Fu-Hu stretched out his arms to examine the area. The crowd gathered around to observe. "Nothing has changed," Chung said, puzzled. "No, something has changed. Try touching it." Chengdu reached out and pressed Fu-Hu's arm, then exclaimed in surprise, "Good heavens, an iron arm." Seeing this, Su-Jin picked up the water glass on the table and tapped it on Fu-Hu's arm, making a crisp sound. Hardening, Fu-Hu pondered his physical condition and reached out to take Su-Jin's cup. With a gentle squeeze, the cup shattered into several pieces. Not satisfied with crushing the cup, he got up and walked to the corner of the room, picking up the rarely used 90-pound compound bow. Like pulling a slingshot, he repeatedly pulled the compound bow open more than 10 times before putting it down and walking back to the sofa. A look of joy appeared in Su-Jin's eyes. The bow's limits are unknowable, and the ease with which it's drawn suggests a significant increase in power. It's not just that I've gotten harder, I'm also much stronger. Fu-Hu got up and stretched. But other than that, I don't feel like there's anything else. Can you only use this hardening ability on your arms? Su-Jin asked. Fu-Hu shook his head and said, "It can be used on the whole body, but it's difficult to cover the whole body. The area it covers each time is limited, about the size of my 2 arms." "Oh wow, that's more than enough," Chengdu said, pursing his lips. Upon hearing this, Su-Jin and the other men immediately turned their gazes to Fu-Hu. "You're so lucky, Wan," Sister Lu whispered in Zhang Wan's ear. "Get out of here." After Zhang Wan finished speaking, she reached out and pulled her daughter aside, her lips curving upwards and downwards in a frenzy. Chapter 46 Director, hurry up and change your socks. Ha ha ha, not bad, right? Fu-Hu put his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. How about my abilities? Hey, I'm not an ordinary person anymore. All right, that's great. Su-Jin coughed lightly, feeling very pleased. With this ability, our safety will be greatly enhanced. I'll give you a day to practice and test, and we'll set off tomorrow. The next day at dawn, downstairs in the residential area, Su-Jin and the other 2 checked each other's equipment. The crude armor, helmet, guns, arrows, and other items were all readily available. There were also more than 20 Bora cigarettes piled up in the backseat of the car. A bola, simply put, is a rope with stones tied to both ends, a crude tripwire. It can be thrown to entangle the enemy's feet. The materials are readily available, easy to produce, and highly efficient and practical. Zombies, being mindless creatures, pose a significantly reduced threat once their legs are tripped up and entangled. Of course, it is only effective for single-target use and obviously not very effective against groups. Halfway through the examination, Su-Jin looked up. Several women were peering down from the window. Su-Jin waved his hand and shouted, "Go back. Don't bother us here. Finish what you're doing. You'll be back in an hour or 2. Be careful." Fu Qingdai cupped her hands into a megaphone, shouted, and then closed the window. After confirming that no one was watching, Su-Jin walked to the edge of the building, took out a gas canister bomb, and began loading it into the trunk of the car. With everything prepared, Su-Jin looked at Sunya and Wei-Da, who were standing to the side helping with the inspection. "You 2 go upstairs. No one is allowed to leave the house until we get back. Don't worry, we'll take good care of this house. You 2 shouldn't waste time. Come back as soon as possible." After saying that, Sunya pointed to Su-Jin's chest. You carry that handbag with you every day, and now it's sewn inside your clothes. It looks so cumbersome. What treasures are inside? It's a family heirloom, and it's the only thing I still cherish. The two elderly people patted Sue Jean on the shoulder one after the other and turned to go upstairs. Only three men remained, looking at each other. After a short while, Fu Hu asked, "Who's driving?" "Just drive if you ask." "Ah, okay." The three entered the car, with Fu Hu in the driver's seat and Su Jin in the passenger seat. Chung Du sat alone in the back. While Fu Hu was lighting the fire, Chung Du glanced at Su Jin. After hesitating for a moment, he took something out of his pocket and slowly handed it to Su Jin. Feeling something brush against his ear, Su Jin shuddered and quickly turned around to look. "What are you doing?" "Director." Chung Du gave an awkward smile, his eyes darting around. "Well, the Frost Sky missile exploded over there. The ice hasn't completely melted yet, right? I thought it was cold over there, so I brought you 2 pairs of socks. You could put these on first." Su Jin took the socks, opened them, and saw that they were white high-waisted socks. He glanced back suspiciously, then chuckled. "Chung Du, you're really something else. You're worried I'll get cold, so instead of bringing me clothes, you bring me socks? What were you thinking? You have plenty of clothes, and these socks of mine are warm, and they even prevent ankle sprains." Chung Du raised his eyebrows repeatedly, looking quite pleased with himself. "Director, you should try them. What's wrong with you?" Su Jin casually tossed his socks onto the back seat, patted Fu Hu beside him, and chuckled. "Hey Lao Fu, do you think he's got something wrong with him? Huh? Giving me socks." The car was on fire. Fu Hu placed his hands on the steering wheel, his expression somewhat grave. After a moment, he pondered and said, "Director, is this trip not so simple? Of course I know it's dangerous, but I've noticed that Elder Sun and Elder Wei have been behaving strangely these past few days. It seems like they're hiding something important from us. Since we're going out to risk our lives together, what can't we say? How come I didn't see that?" Cheng asked, bewildered. Su Jin stared ahead in deep thought, finally managing a helpless, bitter smile. "All right, since you've asked, I'll get straight to the point. It's not just zombies that are infected. There's another type of infected person who is just like a normal person. These infected people may be lurking in the population. Our biggest obstacle is that we need to survive and expand our team. I didn't tell you before because I was afraid you would all be suspicious of each other. Before we could even recruit new people and build a team, our little team fell apart. But don't worry, Elder Sun and Elder Wei have already come up with an experimental method to detect these infected people hidden in the population. We're just going to help them get the materials for the experiment. We're all going out here to fight this time. There are definitely a lot of zombies inside the medical school, and we're bound to have a battle. I don't want any of you to have any lingering resentment. Don't talk about the women back home yet, at least until we've regrouped the team. It's good that you found a solution. I understand now." Fu looked relieved. "I don't understand." Chung Du suddenly reached out and put his hand on Su Jin's shoulder, his expression slightly agitated. "Hey, what's with trying to recruit a team? Why? We're not trying to save the world. Now that we're capable of protecting ourselves, we can easily find a secluded place to live safely. The effects of the gray rain have disappeared, and we can still farm. Why take this risk? Hiding away is just a matter of dying sooner or later." Su Jin grabbed Chung Du's hand, his gaze stern. "There's no safe place in this world anymore. Don't you understand? Fine, even if you can find a place to hide for the rest of your life. Do you want to live in fear forever, like a pig? Like a dog? We have no choice. We can only fight back. We must fight back. The greater the responsibility, the more people need to share it. We must rely on the majority, even at the risk of being distrusted. In this world, helping others is helping yourself. Nobody is a fool. Being selfish will either lead to your death, or you'll be sacrificed by others." Old Sun and Old Wei, 2 old men whose families have all died and who are contemplating suicide. What are they busy with every day? It's all for us. Do you think we can retire? Chung Du swallowed hard, withdrew his hand, and nodded. Fu Hu said bitterly, "That's right. The director is right. I still have a wife and children, and Qing Dai is still young. I don't want her to have no future, and I don't want to see her living in this kind of world." As he spoke, Fu Hu took off his helmet and pulled out a photograph from inside. He gently brushed his right hand across the photograph. It was a family photo of the 3 of them. Su Jin's face immediately darkened. After looking at the photos, Fu Hu turned to Su Jin. "Director, this trip is dangerous. If anything happens to me, I hope you could take good care of Zhang Wan and Qing Dai. I can tell Qing Dai relies on you a lot, and I really support you. She's at an age where it's time for her to. Hey, hey, hey. Chengdu reached out from behind and kept slapping Fu Hu. Old Fu, how can you force a match like this? Aren't you morally blackmailing the director? I can't stand people like you. Are you fucking crazy? What's it to you? Fu Hu turned around and cursed. What does this have to do with me? You're disrupting team harmony, you know that. Forcing your daughter into this situation. You're putting the director in a difficult position. You're despicable. Chengdu said sarcastically as he took off his helmet and pulled out a photo. How interesting you're showing off. It's just a photo, right? Let me tell you, I have one too. I brought one with me. Su Jin's face turned completely black. Director, this is my brother. What are you two doing? Are you both trying to kill me? Su Jin roared, throwing 2 punches at each of them. Drive. The engine started, and the vehicle slowly drove out of the residential area. Chapter 47 Restaurant. Central Avenue, Ingbin Restaurant. The restaurant's roller shutter door was tightly closed, and the only light inside came from the gaps in the blinds. Inside the restaurant's main hall, 23 people, dressed in heavy clothes and wrapped in blankets, sat on chairs. One by one, gloomy clouds hung in the sky. They were all local residents, out looking for food and drink. They were just too cooped up to take it anymore. Unexpectedly, the zombie on the street was so sharp that it chased after them as soon as it showed its head. Fortunately, the zombie wasn't running too fast, and a manager from the Ingbin restaurant was guarding the door to rescue people. Otherwise, all 23 people would have died. The hot water is here. Everyone, please have some hot tea. Hotel manager Tan Hui poured hot water into everyone's teacups with a kettle. After a few low murmurs of thanks rang out, the hotel lobby fell silent again. Life was hopeless, and the sun had not been seen for a long time. Although there was plenty of food and drink in the hotel, people's vitality had been almost completely worn away. In the silence, a thin man quietly approached the person next to him. The person was tall and strong, with tattoos all over his wrists, making it look like he had a full sleeve tattoo. The skinny man, weak and listless, said in a mournful voice, "Brother, I think I'm really done for. I might as well die. Just give me the gun and shoot me. Shut up. Where the hell am I supposed to have bullets? I might as well just drink rat poison and die. We're not short of rat poison." The tattooed man said irritably, then added, "You're a real coward. When it gets warmer, come with me out and kill those rotten bastards. Let's get the brothers to get a few more guns and break out of the city. A living person isn't going to be fucking dead from holding their pee, is it? There are no more brothers left, just the 2 of us, brother." The skinny man wiped away his tears. "Brother, I really can't take it anymore. I'd rather die by drinking rat poison, but I feel like I'm wasting my life. Before I die, I want to do something dramatic. Have a go." The tattooed man shrank back, his brows furrowing. "Who the hell are you having a go with? You want to have a go with me?" "No, that crazy girl." The skinny man turned around and pointed to another table behind, which was a woman taking care of her mother. "I've been watching her for 2 days, and she's the only one who looks all right. Brother, there are so many people here. I'm thinking of getting her into the kitchen. Could you help me keep her in check? I don't think I can handle her." Holy crap. The tattooed arm's eyes revealed utter bewilderment. Knowing that his little brother was a good-for-nothing, lecherous, and lazy man, he was already mentally on the verge of collapse. But he never expected him to go this crazy. He actually thought that way, and he even dared to order me around like that, making me hold it down? Hiss. You fucking idiot, are you? Huh? Never seen a woman before? Can't live without a woman. The tattooed man grabbed the skinny guy by the neck, tilting his head and angrily asking, "Look at the world outside. Your relatives and brothers have died, and you haven't even thought about it, but you still have the mind to worry about that little thing in your crotch? Your fucking head is full of tadpoles. Did a donkey fuck your brain in your past life?" After cursing, the tattooed man stood up, swung his big fist around, and slapped the skinny man to the ground. When he looked up, he saw that everyone in the hall was staring at him. He didn't seem to mind the tattoo on his arm and sat down to drink tea. Rotten person. The hand holding the teacup, adorned with a tattooed arm, suddenly paused, and the gaze fell upon a bespectacled man at the opposite table who had just begun to speak. He squinted and chuckled. "Kid, I remember your name is Yuhao, right? Tell me, who were you arguing with just now?" Yuhao glanced at him and said, "We're all here to take refuge. Why should I let you tell us what to do? You came in from outside firing a gun. Judging by your movements, you must have been a soldier before, right?" The tattooed man stood up with a hostile expression and said, "What business is it of yours whether I'm a soldier or not? If you want to show off, go fight the zombies. The zombies have wreaked havoc on the city like this. You've been paid by the government, but I've never seen you charge into battle. What? The tattooed man laughed angrily, rolled up his sleeves, and walked around the table toward the glasses. Forget about whether I dare to fight zombies or not. I'll teach you a lesson first. If I can't beat the zombies, can I beat you? So what? Yuhao stood up to confront him, showing no fear whatsoever. Stop fighting. Hotel manager Tan Hui stepped forward decisively, his face full of anger. You've made such a commotion. Look how scared that mother and daughter are. There are zombies outside. Everyone looked in the direction Tan Hui was pointing. The young woman held her trembling elderly mother, her voice trembling with sobs, and comforted her continuously. It's okay. Mom, it's okay. Just get through this, and I'll take you to find the aliens, and we'll be saved. She's been crazy for a long time. Did I scare her? The tattooed man sneered, arms crossed. I'm not crazy. Ding Jia looked up at everyone with tears in her eyes. Please believe me, I really saw aliens. The Namekians came to save us, and there's an alien spaceship. Let's find a car to get out of here. The aliens live in the Talon community. Still living in a residential complex? I can't take it anymore. The tattooed man strode up to Ding Jia, grabbed her by the neck, and brought her close to the curtained seam, saying viciously, Fine, I'll assume you're an alien. You better take a good look at me. We were perfectly fine before the aliens came, but look what they've done to us since they arrived. Wake up. That's not how it is. The Trisolarans did it. They poisoned us. Ding Jia cried out. She's playing you, bro. The skinny guy who had been slapped to the ground crawled out from the ground. Trisolarans? You could just spout that off so easily. You're pretty quick at making things up. The tattooed man shoved Ding Jia back into his seat. Then he kicked again, knocking the skinny man over. Even a fucking lunatic is thinking about survival. You're a complete waste. You might as well find a deserted place and die. I can't stand the sight of you anymore. With this jerk, Ding Jia's thick coat was ripped open, revealing the clothes underneath. A tattooed man glanced at the hospital out of the corner of his eye, and his expression changed. The city's mental hospital? Good heavens, I thought you gone mad. Turns out something happened at the mental hospital, and you escaped. Ding Jia finally couldn't hold back her tears of grievance, and they flowed down her cheeks. He escaped to seek help from the Namekians, but they didn't call him. So he wore this outfit because he was afraid they wouldn't recognize him when they met. Seeing the misunderstanding about the tattoo on her arm, Ding Jia quickly pulled open her jacket, revealing all the text on her uniform. No, I'm not. This is my work uniform. And he even stole someone's clothes. Wah! Ding Jia covered her face and cried loudly. At this moment, she deeply felt the same grievances that Fu Qingdai had felt back then. At this moment, Tan Hui walked over again, blocking the way of the tattooed man, and angrily said, Enough already. I rescued everyone here so we could unite and survive. You're even bullying a mentally ill person with an elderly mother? Are you even human? I'm not mentally ill. Fine, the tattooed man said angrily. Tan Hui, you're a good person. I won't argue with you. I know you look down on me, but I'm a man of honor. I'll give you face. But if someone provokes me again, don't blame me for being impolite. The tattooed man turned his gaze to Yuhao. Yuhao looked directly at the tattooed arm, then shifted his gaze to the side and asked, That old lady fainted. Is she all right? Chapter 48 Dragon Star Pharmacy. Mom. Ding Jia rushed to her mother's side, quickly helping her to examine her. Then, she looked up urgently and said, My mother isn't well and needs blood pressure medication. Manager Tan, do you have any here? Tan Hui sighed helplessly. This is a restaurant. We don't have that kind of medicine. What else do you need? I'll try my best to provide you with anything else. Ding Jia examined his mother for a while, feeling a chill run down his spine. Medicine. I absolutely need medicine. Muttering to himself, Ding Jia looked at the tattooed arm and pleaded, Big brother, can I ask you for a favor? There's a Longxing pharmacy right across the street. They must have medicine there. If you can give me the medicine, I'll do anything. The tattooed man turned his head away, swatted Ding Jia aside, and silently sat down at a table some distance away. Please, someone help me. I'm begging you. Ding Jia knelt down and begged, but everyone in the hall lowered their heads and dared not respond. A few minutes later, Ding Jia got up, sobbing, and walked stiffly toward the roller shutter door while wiping away her tears. Everyone looked up, their eyes following her movements. Just as he was about to reach the door, Ding Jiagong bent down shakily, but his arm was grabbed and pulled back. Turning around, Yu Hao's face came into view. I'll go, you're too slow. Thank you, thank you. Ding Jia was overjoyed and burst into tears, bending her knees to express her gratitude. But then he was lifted up again. Yu Hao looked around. I don't know how many more days we have to stay here, but the country has given up. We must save ourselves. We will leave here someday, and we will definitely need all kinds of medicines in the future. I'm planning to go out and get a large quantity this time. The more people there are, the better the chances of success. Who wants to come with me? One by one, the group of people lowered their heads, but Tan Hui walked over. I'll go with you. Okay. Yu Hao replied crisply, then walked to the window and pulled back the curtains to observe the street scene. The situation isn't that dangerous. It's just across the street. Let's go get a few knives and find 2 long-handled weapons for self-defense. We'll be there and back quickly. Okay, wait a moment. Thank you, thank you. Ding Jia kept thanking the 2 of them, afraid of being slighted in the slightest. Go back and take care of your mother first. Write down what medicine she needs and everything that might be necessary. Tan Hui patted his shoulder and walked towards the kitchen. Just as he reached the corner of the corridor, before he even went in, the man with the tattooed arm spoke up. Tan Hui. Tan Hui stopped and turned around. There are some things I shouldn't say, but you saved my life, so I advise you not to get involved. That old woman will be a burden sooner or later, and it might be a good thing for her if she leaves now. Besides, that woman is crazy. Can you trust what a madwoman says? With his tattooed arm raised, he looked directly at Tan Hui and said, Don't try to be a pushover. In this world, people like you are the ones who die the fastest. Tan Hui pondered for a moment, then smiled inexplicably. The world will continue to deteriorate. If I were to die, it would be a relief. At least I could be a human being before I died. Thanks. I warned you, you asked for it. After saying this, the man with the tattooed arm fell silent. A few minutes later, the 2 were fully dressed. Tan Hui unlocked the roller shutter door and tossed the key behind him. Yu Hao wanted to stop them, but he was a step too slow and the key had already been taken. Clenching his fist, Yu Hao shouted, Listen up. If the 2 of us go out and can't get back through this door, I'll lure all the zombies outside in. You guys figure it out. After saying that, Yu Hao walked over to Ding Jia and whispered in his ear, The roller shutter door is easy to make noise. Go to the kitchen and get 5 iron basins. Go to the 3rd floor and throw them towards the back alley of the restaurant, 1 every second. When we hear the noise, we act immediately. When we come back, use the same method to meet us, understand? Understood. Ding Jia nodded nervously. Yu Hao forced a bitter smile. At this point, I can only choose to believe a mentally ill person. Everyone else is truly unreliable. Walking back to Tan Hui's side, Yu Hao said in a deep voice, I have a general idea of the situation outside. It's not particularly dangerous. Stay close behind me, and we'll get through in one go. Clear. 3 minutes later, the dull thud of the iron basin hitting the ground echoed from behind the restaurant. Several zombies wandering the street were startled by the sound, and all rushed in one direction. Yu Hao, who was observing from the gap in the curtains, felt that the time was right, so he squatted down and together with Tan Hui, lifted the roller shutter door open a crack. Roll outwards, and the main street is right in front of you. At the same moment, a series of urgent calls rang out behind them. Close the door quickly. Director, you said that there are disguised infected people lurking in the crowd, and we're going to set up camp at a military base, so we'll definitely need to be issued guns later. What if Elder Sun and Elder Wei's method can't be verified 100%? What if the disguised infected people get guns and shoot us from behind? In the car, Fu Hu stared intently at the road ahead, his brow furrowed with worry. Looking at the mess outside, Su Jin said, It's not a big problem. You have to trust the 2 elders' experiments. Suspicion is the biggest threat to the team right now. Besides, everyone has different abilities. Maybe there's a special ability that can detect the abnormalities of fake infected people without experiments. Old Fu, you know that Qing Dai is very special. I suspect she might have this kind of ability. Fu Hu fell silent. He didn't want his daughter to get too involved in this kind of thing. Su Jin noticed something was wrong and was about to say a few words of comfort when Fong Cheng spoke up. Actually, I think if there really is an internal traitor, firing a gun is not a big deal. I have a plan to reduce this kind of hidden danger. Oh, Su Jin's eyes lit up. Tell me about it. Adjust all the guns to have a bullet trajectory slightly to the left. If someone tries to do something malicious, they won't be able to hit them immediately, giving the others time to react. Genius. X2-inch. The vehicle continued to travel at high speed. There weren't many zombies on the street, and the high speed of the vehicle meant they posed little threat. However, As they moved further away, the relaxed atmosphere inside the car completely disappeared. Trees were uprooted and bricks were flying everywhere in the streets. Buildings were dilapidated. Zombies roamed, and garbage was everywhere. It's a far cry from the orderly society of the past. Fu-Hu and Chung-Du both had their cheeks hard as rocks, and their eyes were filled with sorrow. The wound in my heart was torn open again, bloodied and raw. The city where I've lived for most of my life has suddenly become like this in a short period of time. The country is gone, the home is gone, and the people are gone. Su-Jin rested his chin on his fist, staring blankly out the window. He had discussed the Cold Sky missile attack with Sunya and Wei-Da, and the attack inside the city only involved the release of a small number of missiles. Even so, it still caused such a terrible result, and the current location is not even in the core area of the Frost Sky Strike. That night truly felt like the end of the world, both in reality and visually. 200 meters further on, a gleaming, towering skyscraper came into view. Su-Jin's dull gaze finally changed. The Dragon Scale Building, a landmark skyscraper in Longshan City, would be considered quite high standard even on Earth. This Dragon Scale Building is quite sturdy. Despite its height, not a single pane of glass on the top 3 floors is broken. Chung exclaimed in surprise. Fu-Hu continued. Originally, the Dragon Scale Building was a commercial building, but the top 3 floors were never rented or sold. It was said that they were reserved for some people of high status, and even if you had money, you couldn't live there. Did you know that, Director? Of course, the glass specifications are obviously different from the others. Suhin smiled. Be careful ahead. We're about a kilometer from Longxing Pharmacy. Let's go get the medicine first. One more chapter. It might be a little late. Chapter 49, Meeting at the Pharmacy. Hee. Inside Longxing Pharmacy, Tan Hui's chest heaved. Catching his breath, he looked at Yuhao beside him and said, I didn't expect it to be so simple, simpler than I thought. After leaving the Yingbin Hotel, except for a brief pause behind 2 bunkers, I ran almost straight to Longxing Pharmacy. Except for the last 2 zombies chasing after him, when he was almost at the pharmacy door, it went quite smoothly overall. In addition, Yuhao's movement was quite stylish, seemingly very professional. Yuhao took a few deep breaths and said with a wry smile, Don't be too optimistic. Although those things outside don't have brains, their eyesight and hearing are very sharp. If there are many of them, it won't be that simple. Hey, what did you do before? You're so quick and efficient. I trained in the army before. You keep watch behind me and use your flashlight to light the way for me. This room might not be safe. Yuhao gave a brief explanation and led Tan Hui into the pharmacy. Longxing Pharmacy occupies a large area. The shelves are lined with various medicines and health products, as well as a fairly large equipment sales area. The 2 walked cautiously, one in front of the other. After patrolling the entire floor and finding no trace of anyone, I finally felt relieved. Tan Hui took out a few plastic bags from his pocket and began picking medicine from the shelf. Yuhao remained vigilant, but asked, Tan Hui, do you want to die? Tan Hui paused for a moment, then continued working. Why do you ask that? I feel like you're the healthiest person out of everyone, always running around helping others. I can see you're kind, but it's a bit too much. It's more like an overcompensating stress response. I don't want to die. I just don't know how to live. A tear welled up in Tan Hui's eyes, but he continued picking up the medicine with his hands. They're all dead. I've lost contact with my family and friends. The country is gone. What are we going to do? I really don't know. I don't want to see any more dead people. I can't live alone. At this point, Tan Hui couldn't help but shed tears. Yuhao rubbed his temples and said sadly, It will be all right. The country will come to save us. This disaster came suddenly and on a large scale, but those zombies are nothing to modern troops. Many units are in closed-off areas and will not be affected by the rain. They've received word that they'll retake the city, and Longshan will definitely be their most important target. As long as we hold on, there's hope. Torino dead, Sobing. The medicines needed on the first floor were quickly collected. The 2 rushed to the second floor, where Yuhao was still holding a knife and hitting someone on the head. As soon as he stepped onto the last step of the second floor, Yuhao's expression changed drastically, and he reached out to stop Tan Hui behind him. Don't move. What's wrong? I think I just saw a dark shadow flash by. Did you see it? I didn't see it. Tan Hui immediately became nervous and shone his flashlight around. Retreat. We're not taking it anymore. We're going back immediately. Yuhao made a quick decision, turned around and pulled Tan Hui downstairs. Just as they stepped down 2 steps, the 2 of them froze. A soft sobbing sound came from upstairs. It's a child. Tan Hui looked at Yu Hao. Yu Hao pondered for a moment, nodded, and went back upstairs. Stick it to one side of the room and quickly scanned the rows of shelves with a flashlight. Near the middle of the section, they discovered the figure of a child lying on top of the corpse. Yu Hao ignored it and continued to check the other shelves. They only breathed a sigh of relief after checking every location and confirming that there were no other living creatures besides the child. It seems I was the child just now. He was alone. Let's go take a look. The two stepped forward and finally saw it clearly. It was indeed a child, dressed in children's clothes, crying while lying on the body of someone who appeared to be a pharmacy employee. There's no danger. After all, zombies don't cry. The two squatted down at the same time, and Tan Hui reached out to touch the child. Kid. The moment he uttered those words, a dramatic change occurred. A thin arm pierced straight into Tan Hui's heart. Before Yu Hao could react, the small figure had already opened its mouth and bit into his neck. Its mouth is small, but its teeth are extremely sharp. A cough. Yu Hao's eyes bulged and blood gushed from his throat. After a rapid, throbbing sound of flesh and blood, bones shattered. The child buried his entire face almost into Yu Hao's neck, biting through his neck bone. Tan Hui was still alive when he watched helplessly as Yu Hao's neck was bitten and his head was barely held together by the skin and flesh at the back of his neck. Only when Yu Hao's head slumped down did the last glimmer of light in Tan Hui's eyes disappear, and the pharmacy returned to deathly silence. Inside the Yingbin Hotel, Ding Jia waited anxiously through the crack in the window. It's been more than 10 minutes. They should have come back quickly after getting the medicine. But there's been no movement at all. Could something unexpected have happened? Ding Jia looked outside, then turned back to look at her mother, who was still unconscious. Every minute and every second is torture. As the eunuch watched, Ding Jia's pupils suddenly dilated as a car drove into view and stopped in front of the pharmacy. 3 fully armed men got out of the car. One carried a bow, and the other carried a gun. The leader turned around to speak, and Ding Jia vaguely saw the person's face. His heart pounded wildly. Almost uncontrollably, he turned around and shouted, "Aliens have come to save us." Aliens? Wah! Stop yelling. You've attracted all the zombies by throwing pots around like that. A tattooed man stepped forward and covered Ding Jia's mouth. You old hag. You go crazy several times a day, don't you? Wah! Ding Jia pulled at the hand that had been bruised with all her might, excitedly saying, "It's right outside, look." The tattooed man peered out the window, then gave Ding Jia a disapproving look. Who's there? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're a crazy woman. If you dare to spout nonsense again, I'll really slap you. I told you both to put on your helmets. What are you going to do with them if you don't wear them? Su Jinyu said with dissatisfaction in the pharmacy. You weren't wearing one either, were you? Chengdu said, pursing his lips. Those things are stuffy and obstruct my vision. I can't even breathe fire. It's not too dangerous now. Can we wear them when we get to the hospital? Yes, director, don't worry about it. We're different from you. Only you need a helmet. Huh. Damn it, you're just trying to annoy me. Turn on a flashlight. Go straight upstairs to get the medicine, and leave as soon as you're done. Aren't you going to take some commonly used medicines? We found a huge amount of stuff in the neighborhood that we can't even use up, so there's no need to waste time and space. You two go ahead, and I'll cover you from behind. The two took the lead. Su Jin was behind, his left hand pulling open the handbag on his chest. With a flick of his right arm, a whole bunch of unidentified medicines were swept into his bag. Before leaving, he made a point of clearing out the space in his bag. Hearing a noise behind them, Chengdu and Fu Hu turned around at the same time, looking at Su Jin with suspicion. I got a scratch, but it's okay, let's go. The three hurried up to the second floor, but stopped halfway down the stairs in unison and looked up at the same time. A child is crying? There are survivors. Fu Urash Dapid. Su Jin frowned, leaped, and used the side of the wall to jump directly to the second floor, blocking Fu Hu's way. What's the rush? Let me take a look first. That's a child. Director, what could possibly be a problem? Sure. Check for risks first. The three of them pressed themselves against one side of the room, quickly scanning the rows of shelves with flashlights. Finally, it stopped in the center, and the 3 beams of light hit the child who was lying on the ground, whimpering. There were only 3 corpses in the room, and blood was everywhere around them. The 3 people seemed to have died recently. This child is incredibly lucky. Luckily, he ran into us. Fu Hu exclaimed, then turned to Su Jin. Director, why don't we take him with us? It should be fine to put him in the trunk. Su Jin stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the child, his other hand resting on the gun handle. Chapter 50. Zombies are evolving. After killing the suspicious child, Su Jin turned to look at Fu Huqing. The two remained frozen in place, neither saying a word. After a pause of a second or two, they all turned their stiff necks to look at Su Jin. The child was still crying. I went up and shot him dead in one shot. Director, that was a child. Why did you kill him? Fu Hu finally asked in surprise. Yes. Why? Cheng's face turned pale. Su Jin frowned, squinted, and leaned closer to the two of them. I said, what's wrong with you two? Can't you even see such an obvious problem? I won't even mention whether that child is a potential carrier. There are 3 corpses and 1 child. What about the zombies? Without a target, the zombies won't move around in large areas unless there are special circumstances. We've checked upstairs and downstairs. Is there even a trace of zombies? Have you two got candles stuck in your heads? You see a child and you want to save them. The two blinked and looked at each other. Chung hesitated, then raised his hand and pointed to the pile of corpses. There's zombies over there. One of them had his heart pierced, and the other two, a man and a woman, fought desperately with the zombies. The child hid, and the parents died with the zombies before he came out. Yes, that's what I think too. Even if the child might be infected, but is fine for now, there's no rush to kill them. Su Jin turned around in confusion. Upon closer inspection, it really is. A corpse with a heart wound lay on the ground, its mouth full of blood. The other neck was bitten off, clearly as if it had been gnawed off by the previous corpse. As for the third body lying on the ground, it had long hair and was clearly a woman. Su Jin scratched his face, looking bewildered. So, it turns out, I just didn't look carefully? Director, you killed him by mistake. Chung stammered. Accidental killing? What accidental killing? There was no accidental killing. Su Jin's eyes changed as he looked at the two men. I don't care if that child is a zombie or not. He has to die. We don't have a means to identify who is a fake infected. You two remember this. No matter what the situation, if you find anything alone, as long as it's alive, kill it without exception. After Su Jin finished speaking, he ignored their reactions and went straight forward to check. Upon uncovering the child's body, a gasp of horror immediately followed. You two come here. Upon hearing this, Fu Huqing hurriedly ran over. Look at this, you guys, what the hell is this? Upon closer inspection, their expressions changed drastically, and they felt a wave of fear wash over them. The child had a mouthful of sharp teeth, with bits of flesh and blood stuck between them. He was clearly the real culprit who ate people. This is a disguised infected. The body temperature is off. This is a zombie. Su Jin pressed 2 fingers against the zombie's neck, his face ashen. The zombie is evolving. It's starting to grow a brain. It's only been a few days since the apocalypse began. At this rate of development, it's almost certain that in the near future, those disguised as infected will merge with zombies. We must bring this message back and quickly establish a firm foothold. He lowered his head and continued to observe. Su Jin separated the 3 corpses. The woman has been dead for a longer time, while these 2 men must have died recently. They came out to get medicine. There must have been a group of people gathered together, including an elderly person. Staring at the 2 male corpses, Su Jin helplessly touched the open eyes of the bodies. They've fallen for the zombies' trick. The fact that these 2 are willing to risk their lives for the team suggests they might be decent people. There will be fewer and fewer like them in the future. Fu Hu and Chung both felt a sense of sympathy. You two better watch out. I'll say it again. Once we leave the compound, keep out of our sights of strangers, or we'll shoot them dead. After a few harsh words, Su Jin wasn't satisfied and looked up at the 2 men. What kind of soldiers are you two? Your sense of risk is worse than mine. That's right, Fu Hu muttered. How can I compare to you, Director? After all, you're on a mission overseas. I served in the army for 2 years, but I dislocated my back during training and had to retire. You know about that, right? And what about you? You should be all right? Su Jin looked at Chengdu. Chengdu's face stiffened. I've never fought in a war either. Actually, I was only in the army for half the time before I quit. Why? It's nothing. I was sleeping in the middle of the night when someone dragged me out of bed, and they kicked me out the next day. Fu Hu leaned closer, puzzled. Are you kidding me? You think I can kick you out just because you're taking a nap? That's right. My comrade was also kicked out. Sigh. Maybe we offended people because of our low emotional intelligence. Chengdu stammered. All right, enough talk. Hurry up and find the medicine. Let's set off immediately. With the medicine in hand, The three got into the car and continued their journey. Su-Jin pointed ahead. A little further ahead is Longshan Middle School. There might be hordes of zombies there. Be careful to avoid obstacles and let's speed through. All right. Fu, who gripped the steering wheel, stepped on the gas and sped forward. Less than a kilometer away, we had already reached the area of Longshan Middle School. When a scene before them came into view, Su-Jin and the other two felt their scalps tingle. The number of zombies far exceeds the expected number. There were about 100 zombies, which were left stranded on the streets during the torrential rain. Umbrellas were scattered all over the ground. The zombies' clothes don't look like those of students at all. As soon as the car appeared, the zombies in front of it all turned around and rushed towards it along the road. Fu-Hu quickly turned the steering wheel and rushed towards the weakest point of the zombies. How can there be so many people on the street in this heavy rain? Are they all parents picking up their children? Chengdu gripped the side rail of the car, his expression one of shock and anger. Damn it, how could this happen? Su-Jin said with a grim face. Stay calm, we can get there directly. Isn't the sidewalk quite wide? Just drive over it. Okay. Fu, who gritted his teeth, turned the steering wheel to avoid the horde of zombies and veered onto the sidewalk. In no time, the horde of corpses had been left dozens of meters behind. Su-Jin turned around and carefully memorized the distribution of the horde of corpses. The horde of zombies moved very quickly, at a running speed of about 20 kilometers per hour, but without external stimulation, their displacement would not change much. We'll have to go back the way we came, so remembering the zombies' locations beforehand will help us plan our route. Inside the school from the side, you can see through the iron railings that a dense mass of zombies are vaguely stirring inside. Watch out! Cheng du Suden Li Shuted. The front of the car made a loud bang. A zombie dressed in a school uniform and holding fake flowers was already lying on the hood of the car. Judging from his attire, he was probably a student responsible for welcoming leaders at the school, who turned into a zombie and wandered out on his own. Holy crap, a welcoming zombie. Stop, Suhin Jil. Fu-Hu slammed on the brakes, and the student zombie was thrown several meters away. Quick, start it now. The vehicle started again, leaving the horde of corpses far behind. Still shaken, Su-Jin turned to Fu-Hu, whose face was deathly pale. Old Fu, are you even a good driver? There weren't many zombies in front of you. How did you manage to crash into them? The zombie was initially some distance away from me. This isn't Lao Fu's fault. That zombie was too fast, much faster than a normal zombie. It must have been a sports student in its previous life, Chengdu interjected. How did you know he was a sports student? Su-Jin asked, turning around. I could tell a glance. Stop talking and don't distract Lao Fu. Chapter 51, Everything Goes Well. The rest of the journey went smoothly, and the vehicle slowly came to a stop at the gate of Longshan Medical University. The gate was tightly closed. I quickly looked around inside the car and confirmed that there were no zombies in the vicinity. Su-Jin got out of the car and ran quickly to the school gate. A single shot shattered the door lock, opening the iron doors on both sides. They successfully entered the school grounds, parked the car on the playground, and the three of them got out. Looking around, Su-Jin took out the map Sonya had given him from his chest and said, the situation is not bad, better than expected. But according to the information given by Elder Sun, student activities inside are quite frequent. It's quite dark inside, so Elder Fu, you'll take the lead and make sure you're well protected. Chung, and I will cover you from behind. From the teaching building, it's less than 200 meters to the staircase leading underground. Although I brought a gun, it's best to use it as little as possible. Using a gun is too noisy, and I'm afraid it will attract zombies from other floors. I'll use a bow whenever possible. I've said everything I need to say. If you have any questions or concerns, please feel free to ask. No, they both replied in unison. Okay, we'll set off in a bit. Just wait a little longer. Su-Jin looked up at the sky. What are you waiting for, Director? Waiting for the clouds to come. The three of them lined up one after the other, approaching the teaching building step by step, observing carefully. As he approached the building entrance, Su-Jin took a deep breath and quickly slipped inside. Directly opposite the main entrance is a wide staircase. The three men hid under the corner of the stairs and peered into the corridor on the right. A dozen or so zombies stood crookedly in the stairwell. This road is the only way to the underground laboratory. Director, what can we do? We can't avoid a direct confrontation. The commotion will be significant. Perhaps we should go upstairs and take a look first. Sure. The more you move, the more unpredictable things will happen. Su-Jin put a finger to his lips and turned his head to observe the corridor. I'll make the first move this time. You guys provide support with bows and arrows, and if necessary, use flashlights to attract the zombies' attention, Su-Jin said, taking off his shoes. Chung glanced down, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. 3 layers of socks. The director was wearing 3 layers of socks. Furthermore, there was something resembling an anti-slip rubber pad attached to the forefoot. Su-Jin suppressed his breathing and gently placed the shoe on the ground. He carefully removed all the small, loose items from his body that might make a rattling sound and handed them to Fu-Hu. Director, what exactly are you trying to do? Fu-Hu asked in a low voice. I'll go around, we'll attack these zombies from both sides, but of course it would be best if I could take care of them all by myself. After Su-Jin finished speaking, he stepped forward with his right foot and leaped upwards. He stepped on a wall and shot straight to the top. Then, like a gecko, it swam around the corner and repeatedly stepped forward on both sides of the corridor, until 2 zombies appeared beneath him. Su-Jin landed with his feet still, casually pulled out 2 sharpened screwdrivers from his waist, and swiftly and accurately stabbed them into the zombie's heart. Thanks to the large number of zombies dissected and hunted, as well as the speed boost from the dim environment, this attack was almost impossible to miss. The 2 zombies fell to the ground instantly, and Su-Jin had already stepped onto the wall and returned to the roof once again. The sound of the first 2 zombies falling to the ground had clearly attracted the attention of the other zombies. Su-Jin roamed the rooftops, darting directly to the very end of the small horde of zombies. He descended again and swiftly assassinated 2 more zombies. Chengdu hid in the corner, watching the dark figure move in 3 dimensions, constantly reaping the lives of zombies. His face was somewhat stiff. My God, Director, you're actually this strong? No doubt about it. The director is stronger than both of us combined. And this isn't even his strongest form, since it's still quite daylight. Fu-Hu spoke quietly, his eyes never leaving Su-Jin's figure, his bow already fully drawn and ready to fire. You don't know. The director only sleeps 3 or 4 hours a day. The rest of the time, he's either hunting zombies or practicing his skills. He seems to be in pretty good spirits. He seems to be able to quickly recover his energy by sunbathing during the day. I think his strength at its peak might even surpass mine, but he probably can't take as much damage as I can. While the 2 were talking, all 10 or so zombies fell to the ground. Chengdu and Fu-Hu exchanged a glance and walked out from around the corner. Su-Jin froze, a light sheen of sweat appearing on his forehead. The corridor is on the shady side, and there are clouds in the sky blocking the light, but the brightness is still quite sufficient. This whole ordeal was really a bit of a stretch. If it were a completely dark night, I probably wouldn't be this exhausted. Director, you're awesome. Chengdu still kept his voice down and gave a thumbs up. Su-Jin nodded and said, these ordinary zombies no longer pose a threat to us. The main problem is their numbers. We can't fight against so many. Don't let your guard down. Our abilities come from zombies, and no one knows if there will be zombies with the same abilities. After saying that, Su-Jin lowered his body and said, I checked the front. There are only a few cats and dogs. I'll handle them. But the situation inside the house is not good, so bend over when you pass the window and don't get spotted. We'll be done when we get to the end. Everything went smoothly, and we arrived directly at the laboratory entrance. Looking at the tightly closed door, Su-Jin reached out and tried to pull it. I was startled when I realized I hadn't opened my heart. The steel door in front of us is of high quality, and it even has a small explosion-proof window on it. According to Mr. Sun's instructions, although there is a backup power source, it should be out of power by now. The outer door unlocks automatically when the power is off. If they can't pull it open now, then there's basically no chance of breaking down the door. What's wrong, Director? I don't know. The door won't open. It shouldn't be like this. Su-Jin looked anxious as he looked up behind the blast-proof window. The interior was in complete disarray. After a moment's thought, Su-Jin raised his hand and knocked on the window. A few seconds later, a delighted face appeared behind the window. Su-Jin's face froze instantly. He turned to look back at Fu-Hu and the other man. You 2 guard the stairwell and don't let the zombies in. Then Su-Jin turned back and mouthed an explanation to the person behind the house. I'm here to save people. Soon after the blast-proof window appeared, 2 more faces appeared. 3 people, an elderly man and 2 students. The 3 of them quickly got to work behind the door to lift the blockade. The door was opened quickly, and Su-Jin hurriedly crawled inside before closing the door behind him. The 3 people in the room immediately surrounded them, their eyes glistening with tears of emotion. Are you from the military? Did you come here specifically to rescue us? "What's it like outside?" the old man asked in rapid succession. Su-Jin nodded. "No rush. How many people are there here?" "There are only 3 of us. Luckily, we have food and water here, which is why we've survived until today. In 2 more days, I'm afraid we won't make it," a student said, choking back tears. "Are the mice in the lab still alive? Are the sodium fluorescent and portable UV light source still available? A batch of the mice we use for experiments have died. Now we only have about 80 left, and the rest are gone too. Find them all for me, then we'll set off immediately." Without the slightest hesitation, the 3 of them happily began to pack up. Just a few minutes later, he was already standing in front of Su-Jin with his things. "Give me the supplies. My teammates are all outside. You guys go first." After checking that the supplies were in order, Su-Jin pointed outside. The 3 thanked him quickly and walked out the door. The next second, 3 gunshots rang out, and 3 corpses fell to the ground. Blood spread. Su-Jin swayed slightly, closed his eyes and sighed, picked up his things, and slipped out the door. Chapter 52, Dangerous Situation at 100 meters. After storing the sodium fluorescent and portable ultraviolet light in his briefcase, Su-Jin carried the cage out of the laboratory. Fu-Hu and Chengdu immediately came forward with serious expressions. Chengdu spoke first. "Director, there are survivors inside. Did you kill someone?" Although the laboratory door was thick, the 3 gunshots could not be concealed. Su-Jin remained silent for a moment, then nodded in agreement. At first glance, the 3 people seemed perfectly fine, and he even concluded that they were basically safe. However, there shouldn't be a large amount of food in the laboratory, which means that these 3 people took refuge in the laboratory after the disaster. What happened in between is impossible to verify. They're all medical students. Even if someone gets wet in the rain or suffers a minor injury, they would never choose to admit it in order to survive. However, infection mutations have a lag effect. Furthermore, even if there were absolutely no problems, I simply wouldn't have the means to provide assistance. Because there's still a big problem, there are no seats. The car only has 3 seats. The rest of the space is cluttered with miscellaneous items, leaving no extra room for 3 people. Forcing your way in is certainly possible, but will inevitably affect Chang's performance in the back seat. Adding another vehicle increases the risk. If 3 people are placed on the roof, they might scream in fright. With Fu Huching and I on our side, we absolutely cannot afford to add any risk to our journey home. Unable to be rescued, the survival instinct would drive survivors to do anything, which is not surprising. Significant, uncontrollable factors must be eliminated in advance. This is the best help I can give them. At least they die with hope and without pain. One of those 3 was injured, so I had no choice but to kill him. Also, as I told you, before you go home, kill any living thing you see. If you feel you can't bring yourself to do it, you could be more subtle and assassinate him from behind. That was just an example. Do exactly what I did. Don't be so soft-hearted. The 3 of us are carrying the lives of hundreds of people in this community on our shoulders. Let's go. After Su-Jin finished speaking, he glanced down at the mouse in the cage. The cage contained over 80 mice, and it was quite large. If the mice moved around too much and made noise, it might attract the attention of the zombies. But I had no choice but to bite the bullet and leave. Once I was out of the teaching building, the mission was 90% complete. Go back down the stairs to the first floor and return along the same route. Su-Jin's gaze would occasionally drift towards the mouse in the cage. Fortunately, these mice were malnourished and huddled together quietly, which kept them still. Just as they were halfway through their journey, a muffled thud, accompanied by clanging sounds, came from above the central staircase facing the main gate. The 3 of them froze, stopped in their tracks, and turned their gaze forward, watching helplessly as a guitar-playing zombie slipped and tumbled downstairs. The guitar was crushed with the final blow, and the decibels produced clearly provoked a reaction from the surrounding zombies. Su-Jin quickly turned his head to look at the window. The zombies in the classroom next door had already moved towards the door and started ramming it. The chain reaction triggered by the ramming of the door sparked the activity of other zombies. In an instant, the entire corridor was filled with noise. Go through the window. Su-Jin gritted his teeth, smashed the window next to him with his elbow, and jumped out. Fu Huching immediately followed and fled through the window. The sound of glass shattering repeatedly rang out. Su-Jin, who was at the front, glanced back briefly and was startled. Dozens of zombies upstairs crashed through the window and jumped downstairs. Several of them were wearing uniforms and moved extremely fast, with noticeably abnormal agility. It was obvious at a glance that it was another evolved, special zombie. Based on our limited observation, the three of us might not even be able to outrun these mutated zombies. Holy crap, it's a student council zombie. That's way too fast. Chengdu shouted and cursed as he ran, pulling out a tripwire from his waist and throwing it behind him. However, in the heat of the moment, there was no way to stop and throw the ropes forward, so all three tripwires failed to work. Damn it, even in death, he's still so disgusting. Su Jin felt like his heart was on fire. There's still tens of meters to go, which is barely safe, but there's a high chance of being caught up. The car they were driving needed time to accelerate, and it would be troublesome if they were caught by zombies during this gap. They had to leave enough room for the car to accelerate. Thinking of this, Su Jin immediately threw the rat cage in his hand to Chengdu. He yelled at Fu Hu, "Old Fu, get in front of me, or I'll kick you out." What? Before Fu Hu could react, Su Jin lunged forward, tumbling to the ground and bracing himself with his hands over his shoulders. Engage your core muscles, lift your waist and back into the air, and bend your legs, ready to launch. Fu Hu suddenly realized what was happening, leaped up, and landed on Su Jin's feet with his knees bent. The two men, both known for their strength, exerted their strength simultaneously, pushing off with all four of their feet. Fu Hu was kicked away with great force, crashed to the ground and rolled, eventually sliding directly in front of the car. Without the slightest hesitation, he drew his bow, an arrow, and fired at the zombies. When buying the bow and arrow, Su Jin instructed him to buy some small accessories as well. This compound bow also comes with a repeating mechanism, which can hold 7 arrows at a time. 7 arrows were fired, and none of the zombies died, but the 2 leaders were shot down. At this moment, Su Jin quickly got up and started running parallel to Chengdu. "Chengdu, turn around." Chengdu understood and turned around, but Su Jin grabbed his collar and threw him towards the car. At the same moment, Chengdu's abilities were activated. The scene before him instantly shocked Su Jin into a state of shock. Although Chengdu was indeed gliding backward at low altitude, the expected propulsion acceleration from his mouth flames did not occur. Instead, the design is extremely elegant and flamboyant, with one leg extended straight back and the other leg raised behind. It's like a martial arts master flying backwards in a wuxia drama. "Director, I'll stop it for you. It's not a big problem." As Chengdu glided, he held onto the rat cage tightly, while still using his other hand to pull out the tripwire from his waist and throw it at the zombie. This time, the accuracy of facing the zombies head-on was greatly improved. With 2 tripwires, 2 more zombies were taken down. Seeing the 2 approaching, Fu Hu quickly sheathed his bow and got into the driver's seat. The next moment, Su Jin and Fu Hu simultaneously jumped into the car, started the engine, and left the zombies far behind. Inside the car, all 3 were panting heavily, their eyes vacant. After a moment, Chung turned to Su Jin and said, "Director, wasn't I cool? Wasn't my move just now cool? I didn't even tell you. I practiced it in private." "Handsome. You'd be even more handsome if you weren't spitting fire from your nostrils. Your nose is practically spitting fire out." "How could that be? I cleaned it before I came out." "Why don't you wipe your chin?" "Holy crap. It's half dry and half runny. It should be dried out by baking." "Stop talking nonsense. Let's check how the mice are." Su Jin snatched the cage to check and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the mice were still alive. This trip was very fruitful. The situation in the city is far worse than we expected. Su Jin took a sip of water and said with a serious expression, "The evolution speed of zombies is beyond our imagination. The chances of us encountering them are too high. We really can't stay in the city for long. Once we get back, we'll speed things up and try to get the convoy ready to head to the military region within a week. Old Fu, be careful when you pass through the campus on your way back. I think that might be the last hurdle." Chapter 53, A New Alien Species, Terrifying Student Zombies. "What do you mean, Director?" Fu Hu asked, focused on driving. Su Jin said, "When we arrived, the zombie horde inside the school had already started moving. I was worried that something might happen if we encountered cars outside the school gate. There were quite a few parents picking up their children, and there were also many cars on the roadside. There are too many open-air zombies there. If we make any noise, the zombies within the school area might all come out. If it were just a regular zombie chase, that would be fine, but given the number of evolved zombies we've discovered so far, with a school playground like that, there must be a few hiding there. Special species are the biggest potential threat to us. Don't we have alternative routes? Yes, we'll see how things go then, but the risks are hard to assess. Judging from our situation on Central Avenue, the debris piled up on the side streets must be quite severe, and the noise from vehicles will be considerable. After finishing his sentence, Su Jin sighed and said, I discussed with Elder Sun whether we should develop a base in the city or establish a small outpost in a military region. I only agreed to Elder Sun's plan after discovering potential infected individuals. But now it seems I was wrong from the start. There are too many unknown risks in the city, which we simply cannot predict. It's really putting me in a difficult position. Fu sighed. The vehicle returned via the same route. They were already approaching Longshan Middle School, and all three people in the car were on high alert, their eyes fixed on the road ahead. Fu Hu unconsciously pursed his lips and gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands. The situation ahead wasn't too good. Just as Su Jin had predicted, they had lured out some of the zombies from the school on their way there. A large number of welcoming zombies, holding flowers and wearing small hats, emerged from the school gate. It searched for its target in a crooked and unsteady manner. However, there's still a road on the side that allows for quick passage. With the vehicle's high speed, it wasn't difficult to successfully pass by and shake off the horde of zombies. Things are all right. Looks like we don't need to take the shortcut. Old Fu, watch out for the PE student zombies. Don't get caught again. I know, Fu Hu said, then slammed on the gas pedal. The vehicle accelerated and sped towards the horde of zombies. As soon as the welcoming team at the school gate saw vehicles approaching in the distance, they swarmed forward, one after another, waving fake flowers. The zombies rubbed and collided, and the overall level of agitation suddenly escalated. The zombies on campus suddenly rioted and rushed out of the school, with many even charging straight at the iron railings and climbing over the wall. What's going on? Su Jin's expression changed drastically. Something's not right. The sound of vehicles running shouldn't be enough to drive zombies to this level of frenzy. And it was verified when I came here before. Even if the vehicles are making louder noises, the zombies on campus shouldn't be making such big movements. We've already missed a long stretch of the path, and there's a horde of zombies ahead. It's too late to break and change course. In his anxiety, while Su Jin was still thinking of a solution, Chengdu had already rolled down the car window and started cursing loudly without even sticking his head out. Holy shit! These zombies were all recruited by those few welcoming zombies. Su Jin's expression changed instantly, and he immediately realized the root of the problem. Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome, welcome, a warm welcome. A local folk tune, accompanied by joyful shouts, drifted into my ears, extremely jarring and clear on the quiet street. Su Jin glanced around and suddenly spotted several welcoming zombies with megaphones slung around their waists. The horde of zombies must have collided and turned on the horn, and it was even thoughtfully covered with a plastic bag. Otherwise, it wouldn't still be working now. Su Jin gripped the gun, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably, his heart filled with rage. Is this for real? This is absolutely unbelievable. That bastard who made the students hold a meeting in the rain. I hope he's all right. Ram it. Su Jin gave the order, and Fu Hu floored the accelerator. The horde's unusual preemptive actions have led to many of them running onto the sidewalk. Although it may affect vehicle movement, fortunately there are only a few of them. When the car appeared at full speed, it instantly sent two zombies flying. They didn't even bother to avoid the remaining trash and debris on the ground. The three people inside the car were hit on the head with a thud as the vehicle continued to bounce. Su Jin pressed his right hand tightly against the cage, trying his best to protect the mouse. Fu Hu's hands, gripping the steering wheel, had turned white. After a few breaths, he roared, "Success!" Just ahead. Before the words were finished, a piercing sound rang out. The entire vehicle began to skid at high speed, causing its trajectory to become erratic and unpredictable. Fortunately, Fu Hu kept his grip on the steering wheel, and the vehicle gradually stabilized. A large number of zombies were still tracking the target behind the car. Chengdu, his face pale, asked, "What's wrong, Lao Fu? Is there something wrong with the car?" Fu Hu's face was grim. "It seems like something is stuck in the wheel hub. If we keep driving, the car might get stuck." "Slow down." Su Jin turned around to observe and gave the order in a deep voice. "We can't slow down. It's too dangerous now. Some of those zombies are fast runners. What if they catch up and try to ambush us? Slow down when I tell you to." Su Hin's Chowtif. Fu Hu sighed helplessly, calmed himself down, and began to gradually ease off the accelerator. The vehicle slowed down, and the zombies were still chasing it from behind. Although, given the current situation, catching up with the car is completely unrealistic. However, considering the condition of the vehicle, it's hard to say what will happen next. Fu Hu and Chung were both uneasy, but they dared not object to Su Jin's decision. A moment later, Su Jin gave another order. Chengdu, go to the back, detonate the bomb, and drop it. Set a 1-minute timer. Do you remember how to do it? Remember. Chung responded, leaned half his body out of the rear window, and began operating the timer on a gas cylinder. After a few simple steps and setting the timer, Chengdu pulled out a knife from his waist and cut the rope binding the gas canister bomb. Thump, thump, thump. The gas cylinder bounced and rolled towards the horde of corpses, and soon it was submerged and disappeared. Seeing that the bomb was in place, Su Jin turned around, squinting as he stared at the rearview mirror. Originally, a group of parent zombies should have been in the front row, but at the call of the welcoming zombies, the zombie students who climbed over the wall had already taken the lead. Although both were moving at a sprint speed, the student zombies were significantly faster than the parent zombies. Fu Hu and Chung were both sweating profusely from nervousness. Just then, a glint flashed in Su Jin's eyes, and he clenched his fist tightly. Fall! The word fall was uttered, and the horde of zombies paused for a moment. They stumbled and fell, and a large number of them collapsed instantly. The horde of zombies, which had been moving at high speed, suddenly slowed down. In an instant, the crisis was greatly reduced. Holy crap! Fu Hu and Chengdu were both shocked. Director, how did you do that? Do you have some other ability? Is this telekinesis? Cheng asked expectantly. A smile returned to Fu Hu's stiff face. Such strong abilities. No wonder you're the director. You had such a trump card, and you kept it hidden until now. It's not an ability, it's just that the zombies' pants came off. Chapter 54, Horrifying Zombie Horde. The zombie's biggest weakness is its pants. Since they can't pull up their pants, their mobility decreases as their pants slip down. This phenomenon was observed during Su Jin's hunt of numerous zombies. It is an obvious problem. This characteristic is extremely useful for his ability to move nimbly and quickly at night. Sunya advised him to take advantage of the cold weather and act quickly. He rejected the idea outright, partly to ensure the safety of Fu Hu and Chengdu, but also for this reason. The zombies' ice hasn't melted, so your pants won't easily fall down. Now that the zombies behind them are mostly students, this weakness has been greatly amplified. The student school uniforms are already baggy. They fall down to their crotches after just a couple of runs. With the zombies' maximum running speed, if they run for a while, their shoes will probably fly off. His initial discovery has now been perfectly validated. The vehicle was still moving, but the body of the vehicle clearly felt unstable, so I dare not go too fast. It's impossible to get off the bus and find out the specifics right now. It could be zombie limbs, or clothing stuck in a wheel hub, or other damage caused by debris on the sidewalk. From any perspective, the current situation is not good. The vehicle could break down at any time. Fu Hu drove with trepidation and asked, Director, what if the car breaks down? Abandon the car and walk. We'll hide in buildings and move through them. Let's run as fast as we can and shorten the distance home. If the zombies' severed limbs are affecting the car, continuing to drive might wear down our muscles. Su Jin had barely finished speaking. A loud explosion came from behind. Su Jin and Chengdu both turned around at the same time to look, and the time bomb they had set up earlier had already exploded. The horde of zombies was overturned, and the zombies that were still chasing the car were immediately attracted by the loud noise. Beautiful, Chung exclaimed excitedly, waving his hand. Su Jin also smiled. It seems that bringing a sound source to attract the zombies' attention was indeed the right choice. Director, there's a problem. Fu Hu shouted in alarm, instantly flooring the accelerator. What are you doing? Su Jin and Chengdu turned around at the same time, and the scene before them was like falling into hell. Perhaps it was because of the loud noise from the gas cylinder explosion. From the windows of the residential and commercial buildings on both sides, large numbers of zombies smashed through the windows and jumped out of the buildings with a clattering sound. This quickly triggered a chain reaction, with glass flying everywhere and zombies raining down. The zombies jumping from the upper floor, unlured by any sound, immediately targeted the speeding car as their primary objective. Wrong decision. Su Jin's mind went blank for a moment, and only these 3 words flashed through his mind. Chengdu, quickly set the timer for the second bomb. Set it for 10 minutes. Chengdu's hands trembled. and his face was deathly pale as he leaned out to set the bomb. Zombies continued to jump out from the buildings on both sides, the sound so dense it resembled an explosion in a glass factory. As the disease continued to spread, zombies began jumping down from the building ahead. Most of the zombies jumped off the building, breaking bones and tendons, but still frantically crawled and chased after the car. A small number of them seemed to be special, leaping directly from the building to the middle of the street. A massive zombie horde is brewing. Looking up, zombies began to appear on the interconnected paths. The lone car seemed to be fleeing the pursuit of a dark cloud. Behind the car, there were a dozen or so unusually fast zombies. Sujin gripped the handrail tightly. Due to excessive acceleration, the vehicle had begun to shake violently, and its speed was being forcibly reduced. If this continues, coupled with the road conditions piled with debris, breaking down is a certainty. Even if they don't lie down, they can outrun some of the abnormally fast zombies, and that's the biggest threat. If they're held back by special zombies and then overwhelmed by the zombie horde, the three of them will surely die. Fool. Sujin searched for the location until he locked onto a shopping mall. He immediately shouted, "Full speed ahead. Stop the car at the mall. You two get out with the stuff and walk back to the neighborhood. If there's no chance to get back, then we'll have to wait for another opportunity." After saying that, he took out sodium fluorescent and a portable ultraviolet light from his chest and handed them to Chengdu in the back seat. "Then what will you do, Director?" Cheng asked anxiously. "Before the car is completely broken down, I'll drive and lure the zombies away for you. As long as I get inside, I'll be safe," Sujin said urgently. "Don't worry, these zombies aren't agile enough to hurt me in the dark. As long as I hide until nightfall, I'll be able to get home safely. Don't ask any more questions. Just do as I say." Fu stopped talking and headed straight for the mall. In half a minute, the vehicle had already arrived at the mall entrance. Without exchanging a single word, Chung Du-Fu and Hu headed straight into the mall, while Sujin switched to the driver's seat. Looking back at the horde of zombies behind him, Sujin turned the steering wheel and returned to the main road. The sound of car horns echoed incessantly through the streets. Sujin Shin was working on two things at once, driving while checking the rearview mirror. The horde of zombies was already following behind him, with special mutated zombies leaping and chasing him incessantly. Find a suitable side road, turn into it, and hide inside the building. Sujin raised his eyes and scanned both sides of the street. Suddenly, I was startled and blinked a few times. Four figures appeared on the roof of a commercial building ahead, three large and one small, but they disappeared in the blink of an eye. I'm not sure if I'm seeing things, but there was obviously no time to think too much. Spotting a side road with decent conditions, Sujin turned the steering wheel and swerved into it. The road was lined with residential buildings on both sides. After driving along the side road for less than 100 meters, the vehicle suddenly stopped. Squinting at the rearview mirror, I saw three zombies leaping forward in pursuit, only 100 meters away. With just a glance, Sujin quickly pulled a steel pipe from his chest and pressed it against the car horn. He opened the door, quickly turned around, and ran towards the residential building on the left. Inside the Yingbin Hotel, there was a deathly silence. The horde of zombies passed by the restaurant, shocking everyone inside. Everyone covered their mouths tightly, afraid of making the slightest sound. At a dining table, Ding Jia was gagged and bound to a chair, writhing and struggling. After a long while, the man with the tattooed arm was the first to get up and carefully walked to the window to peek out. Upon seeing the street scene, he closed his eyes in anguish. Zombies were roaming everywhere. Before, just a few of them on the street were enough to scare people into not going out. Now the whole street is like hell. From any perspective, there was no possibility of escape. How could this happen? Who the hell was speeding in the street and honking their horn? That bastard. With a thud, everyone in the room jumped in fright and turned to look at the source of the sound. Ding Jia fell to the ground and kept wriggling toward her mother. After rubbing against her for a while, he finally got close to his mother and pressed his face against hers. A cool sensation reached Ding Jia's face. Tears immediately streamed down her cheeks. The tattooed man flew into a rage, grabbed Ding Jia by the neck and growled, "If you fucking make another sound, I'll kill you first. Understand?" Wah. Ding Jia shook her head repeatedly, tears streaming down her face, her eyes glancing at her mother. The tattooed arm followed her gaze. His eyes twitched a few times, and his heart ached. "Heh, I'll untie you. Just don't make a sound, okay?" Chapter 55, The Hotel Bloodbath. Ding Jia nodded, and the tattooed man stepped forward to untie the restraints. As soon as the rope was released, Ding Jia slapped the tattooed man across the face. The tattooed arm was hit so hard that his vision blurred. The tattooed man was stunned, and everyone else in the room was also completely dumbfounded. You bastard. I saw aliens. If it weren't for you, my mother wouldn't have died. I'll kill you. Ding Jia went berserk and pounced on the tattooed arm, biting and nibbling at it. Shut her up, someone inside the room whispered. You've already killed 2 people, and I'm letting you go, but you're still pushing your luck. The tattooed man angrily shoved Ding Jia over and raised his foot to kick him in the face. Before his feet even touched the ground, he was frozen in midair. Everyone inside the house looked toward the back of the house. Just now, there was a sound of breaking glass. The glass upstairs broke inexplicably. The tattooed man swallowed hard, his gaze fixed on the stairs. Before long, the sound of footsteps gradually became clearer in the ears of everyone in the room. At the top of the stairs, 4 figures appeared from below. 3 women and 1 man. The 2 women were strikingly beautiful and impeccably dressed. The other woman had an average appearance, but possessed an exceptionally alluring charm. The man was tall, fierce-looking, and had extremely broad shoulders. As for the little girl, she looked like an ordinary 5 or 6-year-old child, but she kept playing with a strange-shaped insect the size of her palm. Upon realizing it wasn't a zombie, everyone in the room breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, an unsettling feeling involuntarily arose within me. These 4 people didn't seem to have experienced a disaster. They were dressed smartly and cleanly, and their complexions were rosy. The skinny guy crawled forward from the ground, approached the tattooed man's feet, gritted his teeth, and tears welled up in his eyes with excitement. Big brother, this time we're really not going to survive. These 2 women are top-notch. Let's each take one. I can't take it anymore. I really want to have some fun. I'm getting aroused. I want to finish and then die quickly. Tattooed arms and a contorted face. It's a little shameful to admit, but he actually did Baki. In this environment, one's body is inexplicably taken over by the cerebellum. And it wasn't the most beautiful woman, but the plain-looking woman next to her. This woman seems to possess a kind of magic. Aliens. Where are their aliens? The tall man turned to look at Ding Jia and spoke first. Keep your voice down. What the hell are you talking about? Where did you guys come from? The tattooed man asked angrily in a low voice. Seeing the man still walking forward, Ding Jia hurriedly said, What I said is true. There really are aliens. I've seen him before, and there was a little girl with him. They knew there would be an apocalypse. They came to save us. They just drove by here. The man stopped and glanced back at the 3 women. The beautiful woman descended the steps, smiling and asking, Oh, do you know where he is? He should live in the talent community, but I don't know if he's still there. I'm fucking talking to you. Didn't you hear me? The tattooed man was only halfway through speaking when his head exploded and his brains splattered everywhere. The man withdrew his fist and shook off the sticky blood that had stained his hands. The sudden scene stunned everyone, leaving them speechless. The next second, people started screaming. The beautiful woman casually pointed a finger from a distance, piercing the throat of the screaming man. Whoever shouts, I'll kill them first. The entire audience fell silent. He collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted, tears streaming down his face in despair. The newcomers are definitely not benevolent, far more terrifying than zombies. What on earth is going on? Why are they killing each other? The room returned to calm, and the 3 women and 1 man gathered around Ding Jia. Explain in detail what exactly happened with that little girl and the aliens you mentioned. Ding Jia stared wide-eyed, his whole body trembling like a leaf, looking at the 4 people with despair and confusion. Why? If you want to live, speak up quickly. The man leaned down and smiled slightly, wiping away Ding Jia's tears. I said, Ding Jia stammered as he finished recounting the whole story. After hearing this, the 4 looked at each other. This sounds interesting. Those 2 might be quite nutritious, the little girl said playfully. I could sense the driver's aura was very strong and sweet. No ordinary person could compare to him. How about we go to the talent community now? I know where it is, about 3 or 4 kilometers away. It's too far. I want to clear this area out before I go there. The man thought to himself. That's fine, but if I want to go first, I won't wait for you. I want to go too. The 4 of them completely ignored everyone else present and began to discuss. A few minutes later, the little girl pointed at Ding Jia and asked, You've finished asking, So you don't want it anymore? The three remained silent. The little girl smiled and reached out to hug Ding Jia's head. The next moment, he took a bite. Ding Jia's eyes bulged out, his skull ruptured, and he eventually died. At the same moment, the ordinary-looking woman moved, rushing into the crowd and starting to wreak havoc. With each step, blood splatters and life is extinguished. The beautiful woman bent down and scooped up the skinny man who was stiff all over the ground, her full, moist red lips gradually approaching him. The skinny man's crotch was dripping with urine when, before he could utter a sound, a palm pierced his heart and his Adam's apple was bitten off. The thin man's body fell to the ground. The woman's mouth was open and blood was streaming from it. The man grinned, his eyes filled with admiration, and reached out to put his arm around the woman's waist. Soon, the hotel lobby was littered with corpses, and blood soaked the floor. In the dark stairwell, Su Jin ran upstairs, panting slightly. In the end, they were caught up by two mutated zombies. Fortunately, the hallway was dark enough that the other person couldn't outrun him. Moreover, it had an absolute advantage in agility, and in one fell swoop killed two mutated zombies. The car horn downstairs is still blaring, which must have attracted a lot of zombies. The car will probably be torn to pieces in a little while. I'll go to the rooftop to soak up some sun and recover. I should be able to run back to the talent community by midnight. A smile returned to Su Jin's face. This trip was quite eventful, but so far the outcome seems acceptable. As long as there are no problems with Chengdu Fuhu, everything will be fine. There shouldn't be much to worry about regarding Fuhu and Chengdu. Both of them are capable enough, and the remaining path isn't densely populated with zombies. Upon reaching the 5th floor, just as they were about to head to the 6th floor, a sudden and unexpected event occurred. Su Jin's hand had just touched the security door on one side. With a loud bang, the entire security door seemed to have been violently smashed open by something. The security door, frame and all, slammed straight down on Su Jin, slamming him against the security door opposite. Su Jin was in excruciating pain all over his body. His eyes were glazed over, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Instinctively, he pushed open the security door that was lying on him, drew his sidearm from his waist, and fired. It was only during a lull in the shooting that he suddenly noticed the creature attacking him. A large, muscular zombie wearing a vest and sweatpants is charging at him. Two bursts of black blood erupted on the zombie's body, having no effect on its movement. Zombie onslaught. Su Jin crouched down, using the security door behind him as a springboard to squeeze through the muscular zombie's crotch into the opposite room. Chapter 56, Second Evolution, Leap in Strength. Sneaking into the house, Su Jin rushed to the window and quickly pulled the curtains shut. Fortunately, the curtains in the other rooms seemed to be drawn. As soon as the living room curtains were closed, the room became almost completely dark. In absolute darkness, his speed and agility will reach their peak. Logically speaking, to deal with these zombies, one should rely on light to enhance their strength in order to inflict effective damage. However, in this kind of environment, the light brightness cannot be increased much, so it is better to switch to night mode completely and maximize speed and flexibility. With a leap, Su Jin landed on the roof, gripped the lamppost, and held his breath to observe what lay below. The living room has a high ceiling, and the muscular zombie has already turned back from the doorway, constantly spinning and searching for its target. Su Jin's heart tightened immediately. This state was extremely abnormal. Ordinary zombies, without external stimuli, will wriggle slightly and wander around when they lose their target. It would never exhibit such agile movements. This zombie possesses a strong sense of hunting. With his lungs exhausted, Su Jin flicked his right hand, tossing a small object he had casually picked up from the table before drawing the curtains into the distance. The muscular zombie reacted to the sound and ran towards the bedroom. Just as he turned his back to Su Jin raised his gun and fired. The shot hit his back, which was close to his heart, but the sound made it seem like it hit bone. The zombie suddenly turned around, ripped open the bedroom door, and threw the doorknob hard towards the chandelier. The chandelier was smashed to the ground. The moment the zombie gripped the door, Su Jin released it and slipped away. Using the sound of the chandelier hitting the floor, it rolled to the side and hid behind the sofa. When he landed safely, the scene before him terrified him. The zombies are still searching for their target in the darkness, but one of their hands is already clutching its heart. It actively seeks out enemies, uses tools, and even knows how to defend against weaknesses. This is the most evolved zombie he has ever seen. The muscular zombie was still searching around. Soo-jin gritted his teeth, raised his gun, and aimed at its waist. A single shot severed the elastic band of the zombie's sweatpants. He sheathed his gun and left, stepping across the wall and running directly to the diagonal position. Positioned at the bend in the wall, Soo-jin spread his legs and braced himself against the corner of the room. The zombie lunged at the sofa, but missed, losing its target once again. Soo-jin slowly reached into the briefcase on his chest, casually took out a box of medicine, and threw it on the ground. The zombie rushed toward the source of the sound and punched the medicine box. Then one after another, the medicine boxes began to fall downwards. The zombies then pounced left and right, pounding so hard that the whole room shook. When the 15th medicine box was dropped, the zombie's huge buttocks were already exposed to Soo-jin's eyes. After 3 more medicine boxes were used, the zombie's sweatpants finally started to slip down its legs at an accelerated pace. Just as the attack on the 3rd medicine box was underway, the muscular zombie tripped and fell to the ground, crushing one of its arms. When the opportunity presented itself, Soo-jin didn't hesitate. Holding his breath, he leaped off the wall and flew towards the zombie. At the same time, he pulled out a screwdriver from his waist and, using the force of his falling body, stabbed the screwdriver hard into the zombie's vest. One strike and it's done. The muscular zombie lay motionless on the ground. Soo-jin showed no joy as he knelt on the zombie's back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then his body swayed and he slid to the side, coughing continuously. Bloodstains fell all over his face. Soo-jin raised his hand to cover his face, feeling more bitter than physically aching. It's too hard, it's really too hard. He thought he was capable. But that zombie had severely injured him with just one blow, and he didn't even have the strength to withstand a second hit. Unidentifiable infected individuals in disguise, rapidly evolving zombies, and hordes of zombies that have almost taken over the entire world. How can such a war be won? Hot weapons are still effective, and very effective, but will humanity be able to rebuild industry in the future? Any modern product can only be produced through global collaboration. The endless hordes of zombies have disrupted all production chains. Even if we could reclaim the existing arsenal, what about the raw materials? Industrial recovery is difficult, and human evolution requires the large-scale hunting of creatures stronger than ourselves. The chaotic thoughts in his mind lasted for an unknown period of time. Soo-jin picked up the silver spear and examined it closely, muttering to himself, "Company, I'm working for you. At least give me some help. Internships are never this difficult. Don't ask what the company has done for you. Ask what you have done for the company." Holy crap. Suddenly, a line of large characters flashed before his eyes, and Soo-jin, disregarding his injuries, stood up abruptly. At that moment, all distracting thoughts vanished from my mind, leaving only a surge of will-o'-the-wisp that rushed straight to my heart. Searching around, Soo-jin cursed. "You bastards have been here the whole time, haven't you? You even watched me take a dump. Say something." The scene before him was empty. Soo-jin blinked and fell into a daze. Something's not right. The company notifications do disappear, but they never just flash by and vanish. Moreover, the company would never respond to the question I just asked. I often talk about the company when I have nothing else to do. Even when I was at my most desperate, the company didn't do anything. The most crucial thing is the speaking style. The company has always been cold and sarcastic. Definitely not this style. Did I just lose too much blood and desperately want the company to help me? And then I started hallucinating? To have this kind of content pop up in a hallucination is just too ridiculous. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and Soo-jin clutched his head, swaying slightly before taking deep breaths. Hallucination? It might really be a hallucination. My physical condition is too bad right now. After this interruption, Soo-jin's mind was completely cleared of all distractions, and he looked down at the corpse on the ground. He took a sharp knife from his briefcase, crouched down, and began to slash the back of the muscular zombie piece by piece. Skillfully sever tendons and pry open bones. With the heart exposed, Soo-jin reached out and dug out 2 fleshy lumps. Looking at the 2 fleshy balls held between his fingers, Soo-jin couldn't help but sigh. No wonder this muscular zombie is so strong. It can even grow 2 fleshy lumps from a single corpse. However, these 2 fleshy lumps really do look like. Soo-jin severed the fascia connecting the 2 fleshy lumps with his knife, then picked up one of them and was caught in a mental struggle. Its current condition is extremely poor. Using another fleshy ball will surely produce some amazing changes. It's highly likely that things will improve for the better, and your own strength will increase. But if strange mutations occur in the body, then one might not even be able to remain human. Moreover, there is a possibility of falling into a coma overnight. No, given the current situation, it would be difficult to return to the community. The decision was made quickly. Sujin put away one of the fleshy balls, held the other in his hand, and walked to the window. I flung open the window, and the setting sun blazed fiercely outside. Has that much time passed already? Sujin lowered his eyes to look at the fleshy ball in his palm, and then squeezed it tightly. The fleshy mass exploded, and scorching energy instantly flowed into the body. Sujin's eyes widened, and he knelt down on the ground, his eyes quickly becoming bloodshot. As a low, hoarse breath escaped his throat, the muscles beneath his skin twitched violently, like hundreds of earthworms writhing and twisting. Every inch of flesh seemed to be ignited by flames. Sujin tore his clothes apart with a casual gesture, revealing his muscular upper body. Ah! The second change was completely different from the first. It was clear and intense, and my mind was completely focused. Surprised, Sujin's back suddenly bulged. The blazing sun slanted across his muscular back, casting a menacing shadow, like the face of some ferocious beast roaring between his muscles. Well, Sujin let out a low roar and threw a punch at the wall. The tiles crumbled and slowly peeled away, leaving only a deep, heavy fist mark on the wall. Chapter 57: Determining the Future Route. The atmosphere inside the 6th floor of the talent housing complex was somber. Fu Huqing has already returned, and he has successfully brought back the necessary supplies. But the leader didn't return. Fu Qingdai kept looking anxiously towards the door. It was already past midnight, but Su Jin still hadn't appeared. Logically, this shouldn't be the case. Fu Hu glanced at his daughter, slapped his thigh, stood up, and said, "Should I go out and find the director?" "Are you crazy?" Sunya coldly rebuked. "Don't you have any brains? You won't live without Shaoli. Go out there. It's pitch black outside. What can you do besides become food for zombies? Sit down. Do you think the director isn't dead?" Chengdu muttered, covering his face. No one inside dared to answer. If this hasn't happened by then, it feels like death is just around the corner. But nobody wants to admit this reality. Finally, Sunya spoke up. "Even if he's dead, we still have to keep going. We've already gotten the stuff back, so let's not let his hard work go to waste. You guys should get some rest. Conserving your energy is more important than anything else right now." Old Sun is right. Old Sun and I still have some experiments to arrange. You guys should get some rest if you don't have anything else to do, Wade has said. You don't need to worry too much about Shaoli. He's not an ordinary person. He's different from us. He definitely has some special abilities. He definitely won't die easily out there. Maybe when I wake up, I'll see him as soon as I open my eyes the next day. No sooner had he finished speaking than there was a knock on the door. The eyes of everyone inside lit up instantly, and Fu Qingdai even jumped up and ran to the door. Upon opening the door and seeing the person before her, her eyes instantly welled up with tears, and she rushed towards them. "Elder brother." Su Jin smiled slightly, gently stroking Fu Qingdai's hair, and then looked at everyone. "I haven't slept yet. I'm sorry to have worried you." There was a slight hiccup, but everything is fine. After saying that, Su Jin raised his hand and picked up a plastic bag. On my way back, I saw a cake shop. It was quite upscale, and they even had vacuum-packed cakes. I brought some back for you guys. Everyone's eyes turned to the plastic bag. Sunya's lips curled up. "You brat. Still in the mood to make a cake? Hurry up and come in." "Director, you even took the time to change your clothes." Chengdu looked Su Jin up and down with disbelief. She changed into a completely white tracksuit, complete with white socks. She must have just grabbed it from a clothing store. She looks very energetic. "All right, let's eat something first and relax." The 6th floor was brightly lit with candles, and 8 people sat around a table. A plate of cake was placed in front of each person, and everyone ate it with cream all over their mouths, the sweetness filling their hearts. No one spoke. They only occasionally exchanged glances. Eating cake by candlelight, a brief and precious sense of happiness filled the small space. Sunya also enjoyed his meal and turned to look at Su Jin, who was smiling and observing everyone. Fu Qingdai had almost finished eating the cake on her plate, and Su Jin casually pushed his untouched cake to her. "Brother, why aren't you eating?" Fu Qingdai asked, looking up as she had cream on her lips. "I don't like hydrogenated vegetable oil." Cough, cough. "I'm not full either." Chengdu lowered his head and pursed his nose. Sonia glanced at Chung Du sideways. You think you can get full from this? There are noodles in the kitchen. Go downstairs yourself. Chung pursed his lips and remained silent. Su Jin said, everyone has finished eating, so let's put our things away. I found another meatball, and I'm going to give it to Qing Dai first this time. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately began clearing away their plates. Soon, the round, plump meatball was placed in the middle of the table. Su Jin looked at Fu Qing Dai, his heart pounding with nervousness. The company's hand-picked client, or rather, she might just be their savior, although we haven't yet seen anything special about Fu Qing Dai. However, I believe that once you absorb this fleshy ball, you will definitely discover its extraordinary nature. Fu Qing Dai pressed her lips together, but her breathing was already quickening. She reached out and picked up the fleshy ball, but Su Jin immediately pierced it. Fu Hu, who was already prepared, caught his daughter, who had fainted as expected, and carried her into the bedroom. The rest of the group breathed a collective sigh of relief. Let's wait until tomorrow. Everyone should go and rest. I have some things to discuss with Elder Sun and Elder Wei. Su Jin waved for everyone to leave. Before long, the living room was tidied up, leaving only the three of them. Shaoli, you must have made some important discovery? Sonia asked. Is there anything wrong with the experimental equipment? Do you all know what happened before I got separated from Fu Hu and the others? Su Jin asked in return. The experiment is fine. We can start tomorrow. Just tell me what's going on. Okay. Su Hin nodded. After I separated from Fu Hu and the others, I made two strange discoveries. While I was on the street, I saw four dark figures on the roof. At the time, the situation was urgent, and I thought it was my imagination. But when I thought about it afterward, I realized that I shouldn't have had such an illusion given my state at the time. Are you a survivor? We'd asked. If they were survivors, then there's nothing more to say, Su Jin said. Those four people were standing clearly on the edge of the rooftop, with the horde of zombies below, and they disappeared in the blink of an eye. It couldn't have been a suicide attempt. That's definitely not something a survivor would do. So, I think it's very likely that they were disguised infected. These four people might even have superpowers. Zombies will also attack those disguised as infected. They wouldn't stand there so brazenly if they didn't have some guts and something to rely on. I think the fake infected people may have formed teams, which shows that they have a certain degree of teamwork. But how high is their level of teamwork? That's still a question. Sonia frowned. Anything else? I also encountered a zombie. It was consciously protecting its heart. Its intelligence level was beyond my imagination. It's evolving too fast, Su Jin sighed. We must speed up our actions, immediately recruit personnel into groups, and then form a convoy to head to the military region and establish a foothold. Once we successfully establish ourselves in the military region, I think we should immediately organize a heavy firepower army. Then, we can use sound to create a zombie horde and wipe out a group of zombies. At that time, we may be able to build a superpowered legion. We can deal with the rest later. You two can also tell me what your plans are. This trip has been so tough, one bad news after another. Sonia sighed, but quickly composed himself and said, That's not what I was thinking. I wanted to rest and recuperate at the military region first, and then try to modify the radio to broadcast. The electromagnetic environment is very clean now, and the signal is easy to receive. The underwater troops and the troops in the bunkers should still be safe. We'll take action after communicating with the specialized troops. No way. Wada shook his head. Old son, your idea is simply not feasible. The military region in the suburbs doesn't have the necessary conditions. To achieve the ideal broadcast range, we would need to rebuild the iron towers, and we don't have the relevant experts and manpower. If marine life can be infected, the mutation would be the fastest, and the underwater troops would definitely have been wiped out. If they stay underwater, the propeller's kinetic energy would attract countless zombies, and the pump jet propulsion system would be blocked by the shredded corpses. Give up on small ground units. They lack supplies, and we dare not touch the flesh balls without conducting experiments. There's also a high probability of encountering animal zombies. I think our chances are slim. The city is the safest place. I fully support Xiao Li's plan now. It's the only way we can go. Advanced development drives subsequent evolution, leading to collective evolution, and then restarting industry. Chapter 58, Fu Qingdai's Changes. Sonia sighed. Actually, since things have come to this point, I don't have much to say. It's just that when I think about how we, a bunch of stragglers, all have to be used as special forces, I really don't feel confident. There's no other way. We have to grit our teeth and go for it. Su Jin slammed his hand on the table and said, "You two should get some rest. As soon as you wake up tomorrow, we'll start going to each building to conduct experiments. We should be able to finish sorting everything out in no more than 3 days. At least we'll have a team to rely on. After that, I'll leave the team to you. I'll go out and hunt zombies. If possible, I'd like to get my hands on a disguised infected. We need to understand its motives and behavior patterns more thoroughly." Sunya and Wada nodded simultaneously. Then Sunya said, "Shao Li, the equipment is all ready. We'll start the experiment tomorrow. After all, we'll be working with those women. They know what kind of people they are and what their attitude is towards you and the team. I think it's time to tell them the whole story." "Okay, I'll announce it to everyone tomorrow." Suhin nodded. The two elders nodded, then got up and walked to the sofa to look at the sleeping Fu Qingdai, their eyes filled with anticipation. A prophet in the apocalypse. Hopefully, she can create another miracle. The next day, it was broad daylight. Su Jin stood on the balcony, eyes closed, arms outstretched, basking in the sunlight. A strong pumping sensation came through all my muscles, and my clothes even moved slightly behind me. Just as he was enjoying the thrill of his increased power, Fu Hu's exclamation came from behind him. "Woke up." Su Jin quickly turned around and squatted down next to the sofa. Fu Qingdai slowly woke up and was startled to find herself being stared at by a group of people. "Daughter, how are you feeling? Do you have any special abilities?" Fu asked hurriedly. Fu Qingdai rubbed her slightly messy hair and blinked repeatedly. I can't quite put my finger on it. I don't think I have that kind of chi sensation you all talk about. Dad, bring me the bow so I can try it out." Fu Hu quickly retrieved 3 bows. Fu Qingdai picked up the 50-pound bag and pulled it open with ease. Smiles gradually spread across everyone's faces. The 70-year list is still a piece of cake. The smiles on everyone's faces grew even wider. When he could easily pull apart 90 pounds, Fu Hu finally couldn't help but exclaim, "Great! That's a significant increase in strength. And it's not even the limit yet." Fu Qingdai's lips twitched involuntarily. I'm finally not just useless fog anymore. But then he thought about it again, and his lips drooped down. What about the pig feed I used to eat? Su Jin's face stiffened slightly as he stepped forward nervously and asked, "Qingdai, is there nothing else besides strength? A strength boost is a standard effect after eating the meatball. It's just a matter of degree. Having great strength isn't very useful. Special abilities are the key." "No, I don't feel anything else," Fu Qingdai replied weakly. Seeing the disappointed looks around him, he suddenly realized what was going on. Outsiders, even parents, placed their hopes on him, waiting for him to develop special abilities. But now, he seems to have no abilities whatsoever, and is even the most useless of all those who have used the flesh ball. The wonderful feeling of having just gained strength completely dissipated. Fu Qingdai's face turned pale as she slowly looked at Su Jin. "Brother, am I useless?" "No, that's not true." Su Jin put his arm around Fu Qingdai and comforted her gently, but he couldn't hide the bitterness on his lips. "Maybe you still need to explore your abilities. Right now, your strength is already far beyond that of ordinary people. Remember, what you can do is not important. What's most important is that you're here." Fu Qingdai was feeling dejected and was about to nod when her gaze suddenly shot towards Chengdu. His gaze was extremely fierce. Chengdu shuddered, clutching his chest with both hands, and exclaimed in surprise, "Qingdai, are you all right?" Fu Qingdai's gaze gradually softened, revealing a hint of bewilderment. "Just now, I felt that Chengdu was emanating a cold aura, but he disappeared instantly when I saw him." "What's wrong?" Su Jin asked, releasing Fu Qingdai. "It's nothing. I want to be by myself for a while." The group of people inside dispersed, feeling disappointed. An hour later, everyone had breakfast. Su Jin glanced at everyone, then stood up and said, "Everyone has finished eating. Now, there's something I need to formally explain to you all. This is mainly for the women. The others already know. I know you're all probably wondering why I went through all that trouble with Lao Fu and the others to go out for a whole day, only to come back with a cage of rats. Actually, this matter is of great importance." Su Jin recounted the story of how he pretended to be an infected person. The expressions of the women inside the room kept changing, but eventually they calmed down. "That's the situation. Elder Sun, Elder Wei, and I have already come up with a solution. If we can get through this final hurdle, We can build a team and start a new business. I'm telling you this because you are trustworthy and also for your safety. I require you to strictly adhere to confidentiality. If this information leaks out, it will cause major obstacles to our subsequent team building. Su Jin slammed his fist on the table and looked at the three women. Did all three of you understand? Zhang nodded seriously. Don't worry, director. I won't let them talk too much. You can come to me if there are any problems. Su Jin nodded in satisfaction. After the apocalypse, Zhang became increasingly silent, but she was still responsible for all the household items, big and small, as well as the management of resources. Needless to say, Fu Qingdai is her daughter, and even Sister Lu, who has always been relatively unknown, has long been obedient to her. Excellent. Let's rest for a bit, then we'll get to work. Starting from Building 1, Su Jin led the group to room 201. According to Zhang Wan's notebook, 201 is a bachelor. When the door was knocked open, a man in a vest peeked out from inside with delight. Upon seeing Su Jin and the others, they immediately asked excitedly, "Can we go out now? Had the government sent anyone?" Su Jin raised his hand and pushed the person back into the room. "Back off, back to the toilet." The man was nervously pushed back into the toilet and slumped against the sink. Zhang Wan and others quickly took action to check the surrounding environment, reducing the locations where rats could easily hide and were not easily discovered, and also blocked the entrance to the squatting pit. What are you doing?" the man stammered. Su Jin smiled and said, "You're right. The country is here to rescue you, but as required by higher authorities, you need to stay in a confined space for a day to observe the situation. This is firstly to maintain the team's stability and order and to test your obedience and psychological resilience. Secondly, we also want to observe you for an extra day, since infection has an incubation period. Until we come tomorrow, you can only stay in this toilet and are not allowed to go anywhere else. If you need to relieve yourself, use a plastic bag. The sewer opening is blocked to prevent infected small animals and harmful gases from entering. There has been a precedent in the community, so you absolutely must not open it. During the lockdown, remember not to touch any snakes, insects, rodents, or ants, not even if you hit them, to avoid the risk of infection and other diseases. We will put a seal on the door, but we will leave you a day's worth of water and food. Remember, if the seal is broken, the organization will assume you have automatically forfeited your chance of rescue. Chapter 59, The Exposed Disguised Infected. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Country, I will obey orders. The man thanked Su Jin repeatedly as he accepted the water and food. Taking advantage of the man's inattention, Zhang Wan placed the mouse, which she had hidden in her sleeve, in the corner of the toilet. After taking the key to room 201, the group left the room and locked the outer door. Su Jin handed the key to Zhang Wan and smiled. This isn't that difficult, right? We'll do it this way from now on. Just don't mix up the keys. I'll have Chung Du Fu and Hu take care of the rest with you. I'll go out and hunt zombies to try and find a meatball to greatly increase your abilities. Are you confident, sister-in-law? Zhang Wan smiled and lowered her head. Don't worry, director, it can't be wrong. As dusk fell, Zhang Wan and the others emerged from the building, exhausted. Moving around to retrieve supplies takes too much time, and there's still 2 buildings to go. But I can go back and rest for a bit, and then work overtime tonight, and it should be almost done. Just as the group was walking home, Su Jin appeared carrying a huge backpack. He looked equally exhausted. His white clothes were already stained with blood, and his whole body was filthy. Unexpectedly bumping into the group, Su Jin took off his coat and plastic gloves and casually tossed them into the distance. You've come at the perfect time. I found something good while I was out today. As he spoke, Su Jin opened the briefcase hanging in front of him, took out several handguns, and handed one to each person. Holding the pistol, Chung asked blankly, Director, where did you get this gun? Su Jin gave a wicked smile and pointed his thumb behind him. We pulled off a heist at the police station, and each of us got a gun for self-defense. I have a lot more equipment in my bag, so we won't lack firepower for a while. We'll talk about the rest once we get up there. Reunited on the 6th floor, Su Jin changed his clothes and sat down at the dining table. Zhang Wan reported the situation one by one, with Sister Lu occasionally adding to the report. The 2 elders listened attentively. Fu Hu and Chung Du, however, were distracted and kept trying to circulate the power within their bodies. The 2 had essentially accepted that they were just henchmen and would not participate in any intellectual activities. Fu Qingdai was the only one in the entire room who looked listless and out of sorts. At today's pace, We should be able to arrange accommodations for all residents by tomorrow morning. However, considering the limited number of mice, we need to remove the healthy mice and then distribute them to the next group of people for experiments. After Zhang Wan finished speaking, Sonia continued, the toilet is a confined space, and rats have almost no way to hide. According to our previous speculation, the fake infected are very bloodthirsty and will not be able to stay in this private and confined space for a whole night without taking action. In other words, we can screen out some people tomorrow. The total number of people tested was 238. All those selected were placed in the Community Activity Center, which has plenty of space. We coordinated resources and made arrangements collectively, with everyone eating and sleeping together. After a brief reassurance and training session, we sent a group of people to search for vehicles on the street. We tried our best to prepare enough vehicles and fuel as quickly as possible. Su Jin clapped his hands. Thank you for your trouble, Elder Sunday. I'll accompany you to the screening and testing tomorrow. After this is over, I'll raid a few more police stations and get a batch of weapons. We'll issue the guns to those we're sure are reliable. That's all. If no one wants to join, then everyone can rest. No one objected further, and everyone dispersed to rest. Only Fu Qingdai hesitated and remained in her seat, head down and silent. Su Jin asked, what's wrong, Qingdai? Brother, what am I supposed to do? Just stand here and watch, and then go around with you guys. At this point, Fu Qingdai looked up and pleaded, Brother, find me something to do. Su Jin sighed softly as he stood up, put his arm around Fu Qingdai's shoulder, and comforted her gently. Qingdai, it's just that you don't have any special abilities. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Being responsible and intelligent is more important than anything else. I have a very important matter to entrust to you, and only you can handle it. What is it? Fu Qingdai's eyes lit up. Su Jin said seriously, you predicted the future, and everyone in the neighborhood knows this. Once the team is formed, you can take a shower, change into new clothes, and from now on you'll be the savior, the hope that everyone holds on to. Isn't that still just a puppet? It doesn't do anything real. Fu Qingdai said, feeling wronged. Wrong. You need faith in everything you do. A country needs a flag, and a company needs a trademark. You are people's faith. How can you call yourself a puppet? Su Jin comforted him. Without you, it's like fighting a war without a goal, or living a life without purpose. There's nothing more important than that. Anyway, I feel like I'm just a pretty face. Fu Qingdai said in a muffled voice. As soon as she finished speaking, Fu Qingdai turned around abruptly, her gaze shooting towards the corner. Half a head suddenly shrank back in the corner. Isn't that Qingdu? Su Jin glanced at him, puzzled, then turned back and asked, what's wrong? Fu Qingdai frowned, puzzled. Brother, I have a strange feeling. Do you think I have superpowers, just different from yours? Feeling? What's superpower? Su Jin tensed up instantly. When Brother Qing looks at me, I always feel a chill, like something is wrong, but I can't see what the problem is. Su Jin was greatly disappointed and whispered to Fu Qingdai, to be honest, sometimes I feel a chill when he looks at me. This kid has some kind of problem, and I always feel that something's wrong with him. It's not like it's just been going on for a day or two. He threw a pair of socks on my bedside first thing this morning, like he's crazy. Even your dad thinks he's sick. But he definitely doesn't have any other problems, otherwise I would have been dead already. Oh. Fu Qingdai pouted and started counting on her fingers. I thought I had superpowers, but it turns out Cheng is abnormal, and everyone could see that. The next day, everyone went out together again. The investigation will begin in room 201 of building number 1. Upon entering room 201, the seals on the toilets were intact. As soon as the door opened, the man was sitting obediently in the corner. Upon seeing people arrive, he immediately stood up excitedly and exclaimed, You've finally come. There's a mouse infestation here, right in that corner. I haven't slept all night, afraid I'll run into it. Hope there won't be any problems. We'll only know if there's a problem after checking. Hold out your hand. Su Jin picked up a portable ultraviolet light and examined the man's hands, feet, mouth, and other parts. There is absolutely no glowing phenomenon. With a wave of his hand, he said, All right, you've passed. Take your bedding and go to the Community Activity Center to wait for arrangements. Here's your token. After speaking, Su Jin handed over a card with a number 001 written on it. The man was overjoyed, carrying his personal belongings as he walked out of the house, looking back every few steps. After inspecting and recovering the rats at the first household, the same method was used on subsequent households. The second, third, fourth, Everything was normal and without problems until the 25th household. Thank you, thank you. You've finally come to save me. A man, his face beaming with excitement, kept thanking Sue Jean and the others. Sue Jean picked up the ultraviolet light and shone it on the man's mouth, momentarily stunned. The light around the man's mouth was all blurred, clearly indicating that he had eaten the mouse. Sue Jin's lips drooped, and his gaze began to sweep over Sue Jean from head to toe. Chapter 60, The Gradually Perverted Director. In the blink of an eye, Sue Jean broke the man's limbs and gagged him with a light bulb. They took a rope, tied it up securely, and finally threw it in the middle of the living room. Sun and Wei, who were observing, exchanged a glance, their expressions complex and indescribable, containing both joy and worry. The good news is that the previously designed plan was effective and alive. Disguised infected person was captured, which allows for some further investigation. The worry is that this thing really doesn't look abnormal at all, and it would be very troublesome if a collective investigation missed something. Looking at the man lying on the ground, Sue Jean said, "Old Fu, you take the others and continue the screening. If you find any fake infected people, kill them on the spot. If there are other people in the house, kill them on the spot. Treat anyone who is in the same room as a fake infected person as an infected person. Chung, stay here. You and I will protect Elder Sun and Elder Wei together. We will interrogate this infected person ourselves." Good. After a brief handover of work, Sue Jean pulled over 4 chairs and placed them in an arc in front of the man. Tears welled in the man's eyes as he whimpered and begged for mercy. A dull cracking sound. Sue Jean raised his foot and stomped his back, smashing the light bulb in the man's mouth through his face. Cough. Ah. The man's mouth was full of tiny shards of glass, and he rolled on the ground in pain, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. I'll ask you a question. You answer it. If you say one wrong word, I'll kill you. Sue Jean said succinctly, his face expressionless. The 2 old men and Chung were so frightened that they trembled all over. What I do wrong? The man wailed, shards of glass spitting from his mouth. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the man's ankle was shattered by a single shot. His right foot flew off with bone fragments, leaving a thick trail of blood on the ground. Fortunately, the cut was below the knot of the rope binding the ankle, and the rope was tied very tightly, so the subsequent bleeding from the cut was not too great. I haven't even started asking yet, so don't interrupt, Sue Jean said coldly, his eyes lowered. Chung and the 2 old men swallowed hard. Sue Jean held up one finger. First question, why eat people? Oh, maybe you haven't eaten them yet. So let me ask you another way. Why do you want to kill people? I didn't eat anyone. I never thought of killing anyone, the man cried bitterly. Stubborn as ever. Sue Jean turned to Chengdu, pointed at the man, and said, "Go and pull down his pants, then castrate him into 8 pieces." Chung was flustered for a moment. Seeing that Sue Jin's sinister expression didn't seem like a joke, she gritted her teeth and stepped forward to pull down the man's pants. At the same moment, Sue Jean threw a short knife to the ground with a clang. Cut! Chengdu picked up the knife shakily, looked ahead, and poked the small piece of flesh twice. Turning back to Sue Jean, she forced a smile and said in a trembling voice, "Director, cutting this length into 8 pieces seems a bit difficult. 2 cuts for 3 pieces at most. Maybe we should just forget about it. Then cut it vertically first, then horizontally. If you can't cut it properly, chop it into minced meat." "What are you trying to do?" the man shouted, struggling violently. Sonia stared intently at the other man's pupils, then turned to Wei De and whispered, "His pupils are constricting abnormally. He's showing a very clear fear reaction, not feigned. But the fact that this obvious reaction is only now suggests his fear might be relatively mild." Sue Jean smiled knowingly. "That's great. I was worried they'd be like zombies, without any sense of fear. Now you're scared?" Sue Jean stood up and looked down at the man. "Would a normal person eat a live mouse? We know everything. You don't need to pretend anymore. Just answer the questions honestly, and we'll give you a quick death. Speak. Why do you want to kill people and also eat living creatures?" Upon hearing this, the man's twitching body suddenly stopped, and he looked at Sue Jean with a fierce gaze. "Do you need a reason to eat if you're hungry? Do you even consider yourself a human being?" Wei De asked. "A human?" The man's eyes darted around, his face contorted with rage. "Would I be such a lowly creature? When did you come up with this idea and why?" Wei De pressed. "How should I know? If I fall into your hands, you can kill me or torture me." The man said, and began to bite off his own tongue. With half of his tongue bitten off and dangling in his mouth, Su Jin had already raised his gun and fired. The man was completely wrecked. The yolk spilled all over Cheng's face. "Du, puffed. You should have given me a heads up before firing. You shot me right in the face." Chengdu wiped the egg white and yolk splattered on his face, shocked and furious. "I am sorry." Su Jin raised his hand in apology, then turned to look at the two elders. "It seems he can no longer speak. Do you two think there's still value in further research?" Sunya whispered something to Wada, then shook his head together, his face grim. "Their fears have a survival instinct, are unafraid of fear, and have a strong bloodlust, but their minds are twisted and science can't explain them. They're basically living zombies who retain human intelligence and habits. I don't think there's anything more to ask. I'll be going now." Wada covered his mouth and stood up. Sunya stood up quickly and patted Su Jin on the shoulder. "Shaoli, I know you hate these monsters to the bone, but your mental health is also very important." Su Jin turned to Sunya and gave him a reassuring look, saying, "Chengdu, escort the two elders out. I'll think about it some more." The three walked out one after the other and finally stopped in front of the closed security door, all listening intently. "You stupid dog. You think biting your tongue will kill you? Don't rush. Now it's just the two of us left. I'll personally guide you on how to die." Hearing the terrifying screams coming from inside the house, the three of them felt a chill run down their spines and their scalps tingle. After exchanging bewildered glances, Wada said with difficulty, "I didn't expect Shaoli to be so ruthless. What if he gets carried away and takes us out, one of us too?" "No way. There are enough zombies on the street for him to kill. But we really need to pay attention to his psychological problems. But you know what? The director really does make me feel safe." Chengdu sighed, stroking his chin. The two old men exchanged a glance, and Sunya spat on the ground, looking at Chengdu with disdain. "Huh, you're not mentally sound either. You stole little Lee's socks this morning. Are you sure socks?" "Hey, did you see that? I was just bringing him socks. Don't get the wrong idea." That night, the 8 members of the main camp reunited, and Zhang reported while holding a small notebook. A total of 176 people were tested today. Besides the latent case discovered by the director, we found 2 other cases, both of whom have been eliminated. The remaining 173 people are currently housed at the community center. The remaining individuals who haven't been tested will all be tested by tomorrow. As for what happens after this, Su Jin continued, "As for what comes next, the most important thing is to organize the personnel into groups and establish mutual supervision. We will organize the convoy as quickly as possible. And Qingdai, the most important task will soon be entrusted to you. You will be responsible for mobilizing and inspiring everyone." Chapter 61, Mass Mobilization Meeting. Mobilize. Fu Qingdai panikti immédiately. "Brother, I don't know how. So what can you do?" Chengdu interjected, raising an eyebrow. Fu Qingdai stammered awkwardly, managing to stammer out a sentence. "I will collect class fees." "Chengdu, are you kidding me? My daughter is still a child." Fu Rodinanja. Suyanis malfaded, Ingden. Listen carefully. "You don't need to do anything tomorrow. All I need you to do is take a bath, change into a new outfit, stand in front of the crowd, and look down at everyone. Don't be shy, don't show any expression, leave the rest to me. You will have other tasks afterward, but they won't be too difficult. I will teach you personally." Fu Qingdai nodded slowly. Su Jin continued, "Gentlemen, things have progressed to a critical juncture. This is a crucial moment that will determine our future. I hope you will take this seriously. You must complete any tasks I assign you successfully, and you must report any problems you discover in a timely manner. Fu Huqing, you two go practice your skills first. Sister-in-law, you take Qingdai and Sister Lu back to organize the files." At his command, the group responded and returned to their respective rooms. Sunya and Wada squinted, waiting for Su Jin to speak. After a short while, Su Jin said, "Gentlemen, you followed the process more carefully than I did. Were there any oversights in this investigation?" Sunya shook his head. "No, but Lao Wei and I have compiled a list of suspicious individuals, and we will focus on keeping an eye on them for you later. Also, we found a stethoscope in a resident's home, and I would like to speak with everyone involved individually later. Use words to deceive them. Listen to their heartbeats with a stethoscope, and observe their pupil reactions to draw more detailed conclusions." Wada looked up at Su Jin, who seemed slightly disappointed. "Shaoli, it's already quite an achievement to have reached this point. We will do our best to improve the accuracy of our inspections and eliminate potential risks, as much as possible. Now that things have come to this, you don't need to worry too much. Go ahead and act boldly. I understand. Thank you both for your hard work. Please get some rest. The following day, another half-day of busy work was completed, and all personnel were screened without any additional fake infected persons being found. All the residents of the community who were still struggling to survive in their homes were gathered at the Community Activity Center. A total of 235 people. Talent communities were originally high-end communities prepared for talented individuals in society. The entire activity center was of a rather impressive standard, at least for that period of time. Nowadays, this place would seem quite old and outdated. But there is one good thing. The space is definitely big enough. All the tables and chairs inside were removed and replaced with makeshift beds on the floor, which can comfortably accommodate more than 200 people. Perhaps the thick layer of ice in the core area of the frostfall attack has not yet completely melted. Even though the weather has turned warm, there are still occasional gusts of cold air. With the temperature fluctuating between hot and cold, many people are afraid of catching a cold and being mistaken for having a problem, so they continue to wear heavy clothing such as cotton-padded coats and down jackets, while others wear thin and cool clothes. The activity center was bustling with people, a chaotic mix of colors and shapes. Although no one dared to speak loudly, the whispers never stopped. Having been out of touch with the outside world for too long, he lives alone in a small apartment building. Even setting aside the enormous crisis brought about by the widespread zombie infection, the lack of water and electricity, the hopelessness of the future, and the atmosphere of loneliness alone are enough to cause serious psychological problems. Ordinary people facing the apocalypse are now being rescued by the army and reunited with old acquaintances. Finally, I was able to experience breathing and the long-lost sense of security again. It was 3:30 p.m. In the northernmost part of the Community Activity Center, against the wall, there is a space that is not occupied by bedding. Instead, they unusually built a small platform. When Sue Jean led the group into the Community Activity Center, the entire place immediately fell silent. Fu Hu and Chung Du stood guard at the entrance of the community and locked the gate. All eyes were focused on Sue Jean. Most of the people present had seen Sue Jean before, although they did not know his specific identity. After a brief contact and observation, almost everyone could understand that this person was the leader of this rescue team. Ignoring everyone, Sue Jean walked directly to the north side and stood on the high platform. All eyes were on him. Sue Jean glanced down, picked up a horn, and tapped it. Hello, hello. The sound of the loudspeaker echoed in the hall, and Sue Jean looked up at everyone again. Although I usually attend many meetings and speak to people at work, most of the time I report to my team members or superiors. This scale is indeed the first time he has organized something like this. It's not difficult at all. Just focus on the emotions rather than the substance, and use a technique of building suspense before revealing the truth. After mentally gathering his courage, Sue Jean raised a megaphone and said in a deep voice, "Hello everyone. I think most of you here have already seen me before, but you don't know my identity. Let me introduce myself. My name is Li Haoqing, and I am the director of the National Key Risk Intervention and Implementation Bureau, which you can also refer to as the National Key Risk Intervention Bureau." Everyone in the room looked puzzled, exchanging glances and asking each other in hushed tones. Sue Jean coughed and continued, "I know you don't know much about this department of the government. The National Affairs Bureau is a secret department under the High Command, and it has never appeared in public. The tasks it handles have never been disclosed to the public, so only a small number of people know about it." Sue Jean turned to the side and pointed to Sunya and Wei De. Many people in our community should know the two seniors, Mr. Sun and Mr. Wei. The two experts once served the State Administration of Civil Affairs for a short time and can testify for everyone. Yes, we did indeed serve briefly at the State Administration of Civil Service Examinations as technical advisors, and there's no doubt about that. Sunya stepped forward, finished speaking, and then stepped back. The crowd's agitation gradually subsided. There are indeed quite a few people who know Sunya and Wei De. While it may not be 100% known within the community, the two elderly men are certainly highly respected. Sue Jean took a deep breath and said, "Before I continue to explain the specific work of our department, there is something I must confess to you. You have always thought that we are a national rescue team, but you all received text messages saying that the country has already declared itself dead, which seems contradictory. I'm telling you all clearly now that the country has indeed perished. This disaster came extremely suddenly and all countries in the world have suffered devastating blows indiscriminately. The national power in your hearts has completely collapsed. The entire audience held their breath, and the more than 200 people stared at Soo Jin in disbelief, with most of them feeling a pang of heartache. Having experienced the destruction of their country and the loss of their homes, and then the appearance of someone claiming to be providing national aid, they have spent countless sleepless nights tossing and turning in hope and confusion. Now, this person who appeared in the name of the nation is saying that all this hope is a lie. Chapter 62, The Tragedy of the Mayan Warriors. But this matter is not so simple, and we are not simply waiting to die. Our current organization is not a hasty rescue effort, but a planned and purposeful gathering of you all. This is a new world war, and we still have a great chance of winning. That's enough. A young man on the spot broke down, standing up in tears and shouting, "Liars! You're all liars. It's all over, all over. What can we do without a country? The whole world is full of monsters. Tell me, how are we supposed to win? Let me finish what I have to say." Soo Jin tapped the horn. "What the hell are you saying? I don't want to hear it. What else do you have to say?" Soo Jin immediately straightened his face, looked at Fu Hu pointing a finger at the young man, and said angrily, "Go, slap him twice." Fu Hu strode into the crowd. Those around him wanted to stand up and stop him, but seeing his fierce demeanor, no one dared to step forward. Fu Hu glared angrily at the young man, then slapped him twice across the face, cursing loudly. "If you don't want to win, then get out." The young man was slapped in the eye and then thrown to the ground by Fu Hu. The violence silenced everyone present. Soo Jin said coldly, "What I'm about to say concerns the future of everyone here, including myself, and even all of humanity. This is not a joke that's being exaggerated. If we really had no hope, I wouldn't have gone to all this trouble to rescue you." Let's get back to the main topic. The country perished, but it didn't completely perish. This brings us back to the National Administration Bureau, where I worked. The National Administration Bureau was established specifically to address issues and risks that science cannot explain. We have been established for more than 30 years and have been searching for relics and deciphering mysteries around the world. After years of accumulation by the nation, we have unearthed a very important ancient civilization, the Mayan civilization. The ancient Mayan civilization was extremely advanced. Its astronomical calendar thousands of years ago was comparable to our level of development today. Most importantly, the Mayan civilization perished in the same way as we have. Everyone in the room stared wide-eyed, a feeling of suffocation washing over them. The Mayan civilization, an ancient civilization that also suffered such a catastrophe. If someone said such a thing in peacetime, others would only scoff and consider the person who said it a fraud. But after experiencing mysterious disasters that destroyed the country and the stories of living people turning into monsters, the Mayan civilization doesn't sound far-fetched at all. You must be thinking the Mayan civilization is already extinct. So what does that have to do with our survival? Soo Jin's expression was serious, and his tone rose. Although the Mayans are extinct, the world has not fallen into the hands of those zombies, and we can never be descendants of zombies. This fully demonstrates that the Maya brought hope to future generations and won that war. Although we have not yet figured out why the Maya civilization was lost afterward. Furthermore, we unearthed Mayan-made devices in the ruins and deciphered their contents. Soo Jin held up his Mi-6 and showed it off repeatedly. Although this device is small, in our understanding it is closer to a supercomputer. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, its technical approach is completely different from ours. Based on the name of the excavation site, we call it the Zona technology. This device contains an important recording left by the Maya before their death. The country no longer exists, so I think it can now be officially shown to everyone. Please listen carefully. The people who shared a room with Soo Jin every day were dumbfounded. Sunya and Wei-Da, in particular, were whispering to each other. Is Maya his country or the name of his planet? That's Zono. I don't know. I can't even tell which of his statements are true, but he's definitely an alien, no doubt about it. Soo Jin fiddled with his phone, a sense of urgency rising within him. Much of the fabricated content may seem useless, but adding complex and difficult-to-understand details can be quite effective in the current climate of social instability. More importantly, everything was laying the groundwork for Fu Qingdai's prophecy of being the savior, increasing the sense of realism. But why is it so hard to find a suitable audio clip to play now? The music is inappropriate. Videos with background music are inappropriate. Just find any video of someone talking. No one in the world can understand what's playing on the phone anyway. But when he deleted the movies, he also deleted the legitimate movies on his phone, and he forgot about it. Frowning, Soo-jin suddenly had an idea. TikTok is cached. There are still videos cached in TikTok. Open TikTok, browse around a bit, and instantly find the perfect video. More than 200 people held their breath, blinking their eyes in anticipation of Soo-jin releasing the mysterious ancient information. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Soo-jin picked up his phone and pointed it at the speaker. Please listen carefully to this audio. It contains important information left by the Maya before they died. Although we don't speak the same language, we understand each other's feelings. I will explain it to you in detail later. After a short wait, a recording of a strange language was heard in everyone's ears. My buddies, there's nothing I, Lao Ba, can't do. Although it's not at the same time, it's the same evacuation site. I'm taking on the challenge of eating poop again. Let's go. Ahem. After the recording ended, Soo-jin observed the crowd's reaction. His face flushed red as he gritted his teeth and slowly closed his eyes with difficulty. The entire audience was deeply moved and wiped away tears. Although they couldn't understand the content of the recording at all, almost everyone felt the same way. The scene at that time has been perfectly recreated through the emotions in the recording. The owner of this recording must have been preparing to fight the zombies to the death, and even after giving his last words, he was still shouting to bolster his courage. However, it's clear that their desperate attempt failed, and their throats may have been bitten off. It's too tragic. Soo-jin put down his phone, cleared his throat, and said, I've listened to the recording, and I think everyone can relate to what I've heard. But you don't know enough. This was a sacrifice by Mayan warriors to protect a crucial figure in the Mayan people. Based on our extensive research of other Mayan records, we determined 10 years ago that the person they protected was the Mayan prophesied son and savior, the key figure who ended the entire disaster. Based on the above information, our National Security Bureau had already prepared a doomsday contingency plan 10 years in advance. However, due to the rapid scientific development in recent years, the country has not paid much attention to it. But this does not mean that our National Security Bureau has done nothing. We have made extensive preparations for the plan over the past 10 years, and now we are just waiting to activate it. The end of the world has come, and the prophesied child and savior of the Maya has already appeared in our world. Many of you here should have seen or even know her. Chapter 63, the mobilization meeting, was successfully completed. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room immediately exchanged glances. Some people looked puzzled, then suddenly realized, while others exclaimed excitedly on the spot. I know. Isn't that old Fu's daughter? She was telling everyone that the end of the world was coming, and she ended up being sent to a mental hospital. I've heard about it too. She even told me herself. The hall immediately erupted in noise. Seeing that the initial results were achieved, Soo-jin felt more at ease. He quickly pressed a couple of buttons on his phone, then raised a megaphone and shouted, Please be quiet. Please be quiet. After several commands, the room returned to silence. Many of the previously dejected and gloomy faces have now regained their radiance. Soo-jin smiled and was about to pick up the megaphone to speak when a clear ringtone sounded from his hand. Hundreds of eyes instantly focused on the phone. Soo-jin remained calm and picked up his phone to answer the call. His voice rang out through the speaker to everyone's ears. Please verify your identity. No 1527 Liu Chen. Director Lee, the Combat Readiness Command Center has notified you that the Doomsday Plan Dawn Zero has been activated. Please organize your troops within 3 days, carry live ammunition, and proceed to the first military base in the northern suburbs for assembly as soon as possible. The branch bureau's troops have already begun clearing operations and will proceed to rendezvous after the clearing is completed. Please repeat this. Over. Soo-jin raised his eyes and glanced at everyone, then held his phone close to the speaker. Please inform the center that the manpower has been initially organized, but conditions are difficult. The people are in poor physical condition and lack equipment, so they cannot get to the northern suburban base within 3 days. I will continue to report to the center. Over. There was a pause in the voice on the phone before a reply was finally given. Received, all done. After a pre-recorded mock call was made, the people below began to swallow hard, their bodies trembling slightly. A telephone. There's a telephone that actually works? Moreover, the military has already launched a large-scale clearing operation. The country really does have a doomsday plan, and it has already begun to take action. Su Jin raised his phone and calmly said, "Everyone heard what I just said, and I don't want to waste time explaining it to you again. As for why my phone can still be used, it's actually very simple. The Mayan communication devices do not rely on communication base stations, but on point-to-point communication. The country has another such device. Now, let's get back to the main point. Many of you here have already guessed who the savior in the Mayan legacy is, so I won't keep you in suspense any longer. This person lives right here in our neighborhood." Su Jin pointed towards the main entrance. Fu Hu and Chengdu exchanged a glance and opened the door. Fu Qingdai, dressed in a white dress and with light makeup on her face, calmly walked in from behind the main gate, among a crowd of people who had not been groomed in a long time. Fu Qingdai's ethereal beauty radiated a captivating glow, her flowing skirt accompanied by a delicate fragrance that filled the room, making her appear like a celestial being. More than 200 eyes were fixed on him, their eyes brimming with tears. A savior. There really is a savior. And with such an extraordinary aura, Fu Qingdai met Su Jin's gaze, completely ignoring the presence of others, and walked straight towards the high platform. Su Jin smiled slightly and extended his hand towards Fu Qingdai. Fu Qingdai's heart inexplicably quickened. Then she smiled gently, took Su Jin's hand, and stood on the high platform. "TCH, getting married here?" Sheng muttered. "Can you shut up? Don't let anyone hear you." Fu Hu cursed in a low voice. "Hey, do you have a problem with my daughter? If you cause any more trouble, I'll strangle you." "Oh, how could I dare?" On the high platform, Su Jin and Fu Qingdai stood side by side. Su Jin turned his head and said, "Let me introduce her to everyone. Her name is Fu Qingdai. She is the savior discovered and confirmed by the National Security Bureau. She showed her talent before the apocalypse. The country and I firmly believe that she will help us and the country overcome this disaster. And I can tell you definitively that she predicted the future once again after the apocalypse." Faced with numerous ardent gazes, Fu Qingdai felt a tightness in her throat, but finally mustered her courage and gently parted her lips. "I have already seen the future. This disaster will eventually pass and the country will be rebuilt. But everything still depends on everyone's joint efforts." Pa. Su Jin led the applause. The core team members on the 6th floor started clapping together, and with someone leading the way, the whole room immediately erupted in applause. Some overly emotional people have already begun to cheer excitedly. The activity center was filled with applause. Su Jin's face was flushed, and he threw the megaphone away. He shouted, "I know everyone is happy, but if it's just a prophecy discovered by Qingdai, that's not convincing enough. The miracles surrounding her have begun to appear, and we have already gained abilities beyond the ordinary under her guidance. This is a crisis, but every danger comes with an opportunity. Next, we will show you the new changes brought about by the Savior." "Chengdu," Su Jin called out, and Chengdu immediately ran excitedly onto the stage. "Extend your arms and unleash your superpowers." Intense flames erupted from his arms, dazzling the entire audience and creating a powerful visual impact. The audience gasped in astonishment, and a whole new climax erupted once again. At this moment, the fear in people's hearts is almost zero. The path of evolution has begun. Su Jin's tone was urgent and high-spirited. Each of us may one day possess this unique ability under Qingdai's guidance. We will no longer be ordinary people, and with the help of military firepower, our chances of victory will be greatly increased. And each of you will survive and become heroes of the new world. Now tell me, are you confident that you can win this war?" "Yes, yes, yes." The entire audience cheered, waving their arms. "Can't you protect Qingdai?" "Yes, yes, yes." "Can we win this war?" Suhin roared excitedly. "Win, win, win." The mobilization had reached its climax, and the activity center was almost overturned by cheers. Su Jin took 2 steps back, watching Fu Qingdai's back while keeping an eye on the crowd below. Fu Hu and the others did not succumb to the group's emotions. Instead, they all looked at him with tears in their eyes. Upon seeing this, Su Jin finally couldn't hold back the tears that streamed down his face. It wasn't just a successful mobilization, it was also about a deep sense of shared experience. He had been suppressing his feelings for too long and had witnessed too many deaths. This rotten, stinking world is disgusting to the core. This rare hope is like a ray of light in the darkness. Even if it is born from a lie, the possibility of survival in the future remains slim. But I would rather die in hope than succumb to despair. Even if it's like a moth drawn to a flame, I'd be willing to do it. As the cheers gradually subsided, Su Jin invited Fu Qingdai off the stage, wiping away the remaining tears on his face. He then addressed the audience in a deep voice. From now on, we will reorganize the team. You must manage yourselves according to the standards of professional soldiers. Everyone should report their special skills. We will regroup and arrange activities based on the information. Anyone who disobeys orders will be expelled from the team. We hope everyone will cooperate with our work and organize a convoy to head to the military region as soon as possible. Chapter 64: The Deadly Trap Before Dawn. A delicate, jade-like hand loosened the corpse's withered neck. With a thud, the corpse fell to the ground. Jiangyu looked down at her bloodstained clothes. She let out a sound of disgust, tore off the bloodstained part, revealing a beautiful spring scene. Oh. When are you going to get rid of this germophobia? A mocking voice came from his side. You don't seem to mind getting dirty when you're rolling around in a pool of blood with a man. Jiangyu turned her head and saw a little girl leaning against the shop entrance. She squinted and said, Ding Ling, are you done with your work? What do you want? Of course. Ding Ling replied casually, then turned around and walked towards Jiangyu with a smile on her face. I need to discuss something with you. What's up? These days we've only been looking for ordinary people, nothing interesting. The man driving on the street the other day, the alien the nurse mentioned, and the girl who can make prophecies, I can't forget them, so I wanted to talk to you about it. Let's go and take a look together. You and me. Jiangyu chuckled. Then what about Liang Shui and Gao Tianfang? We're a team. A team? Huh. It's just an accident that everyone got together. When did it become a team? If you really came across something good, wouldn't you grab it? Ding Ling approached step by step. Although he has the size of a child, he exudes a strong sense of oppression. Especially the strange-looking worms, about the length of her forearm, were constantly wriggling on her arm. Since you're part of the team, why did you scout out the talent community beforehand? Don't lie, you can't fool me. Ding Ling finished speaking and weighed the strange insect in her hand. You've been stalking and monitoring me? Jiangyu's face suddenly turned extremely sinister. I'm not following you. Good things aren't meant for you to eat all by yourself, Ding Ling retorted, not backing down an inch. But I don't understand. You've already investigated the situation, so why didn't you make a move and instead came back directly? If I'm not mistaken, the situation is tricky and you can't handle it, right? But it's different with me in tow. Surely the two of us can handle that one man. Having said that, Jiangyu stopped hiding her intentions and scoffed. If there was only that one man, do you think I would have returned empty-handed? He's no ordinary person. He's already gathered a large team of over 200 people. And there should be 2 other people among them who possess special abilities. More than 200 people? Aren't there any of them? Ding Ling asked curiously. There should be at least that many people. Jiangyu slowly shook her head. I didn't find anything, nor did I sense anything. I didn't dare to get too close, and the observation time was short. That's great, Ding Ling exclaimed with a smile, clapping her hands. They can have it now. Anyway, you can't crack this tough nut by yourself, so why don't we team up? Let's sneak in together and take this piece of meat. You don't need to tell Lao Gao about this. If he goes, we'll only get the leftovers. And as for that slut Liang Shui, there's even less need. You disliked her for a long time, haven't you? Gao Tianfang has gone far away and may not be back for a day or 2. That bitch Liang Shui is not here either. How about just the 2 of us? With your status and abilities, plus me, dismantling this group and having a good meal won't be a problem, and our strength might even increase significantly. Jiangyu lowered her eyes in thought, then raised her head and said, That man is mine. The girl who can predict the future is mine, and the rest are all yours. Why should I? Ding Ling raised an eyebrow, immediately showing her displeasure. Because of my status, you can't get in by yourself. The 2 faced off, and Ding Ling finally gave in, scoffing. So what if you're a female celebrity? Fine then, but don't blame me for making the first move if you don't have the guts. Then let's stop talking and get going. Let's set off now. Wait a minute. Ding Ling called out to the other person, looking them up and down. You're too clean. It would be better if you disguised yourself. Don't let anyone find out. I won't care if something happens to you, and you'd better not drag me into it. The activity center in the talent community was bustling with activity. 2 days have passed, and the teams have already been organized and the operation has begun. The smallest unit consists of 5 people, and they work in batches. Each person provides a daily report, and they refer to and supervise each other's behavior to suppress any potential infected individuals posing as infected individuals within the team to the greatest extent possible. So far, no problems have occurred, and things are progressing very quickly. A team has been dispatched to search for the vehicle outside the residential area. Within a day, more than 20 well-equipped cars and several large freight trucks were parked outside the residential area. A large amount of fuel was extracted from other inferior vehicles for backup. Inside the activity center, work continues on the reorganization and renovation of some materials, as well as the sewing of clothes. Soo-jin wasn't idle either. He raided several police stations in quick succession and acquired a large quantity of weapons. We dare not distribute these weapons to the team yet, but we have come up with a relatively safe way to use them. The guns were only fired when the convoy set off, and crude gun stoppers were installed on each vehicle so that the muzzles could only fire outwards. In this way, both firepower and safety are guaranteed. Additionally, during the preparation of firepower, a meatball was also obtained. However, the fleshy ball was preserved for the time being and placed in his spatial briefcase. Originally, we wanted to give it to Elder Sun and Elder Wei, but they refused. The reason is simple. The effects of using it may be unstable when you are older, and even if it increases your strength, it will be less than when you are younger. As for Zhang Wan and Sister Liu, they're not good at fighting, are not suitable for the battlefield, and using the meatball is also very inefficient. This opportunity can be given to someone else to make a greater contribution. Based on discussions with Mr. Sun and Mr. Wei, it was decided to retain it. After sufficient observation, select a young, strong, and reliable person to use. As for Fu Qingdai's work, it was simple yet busy. There's only one thing I'm responsible for: serving meals to everyone at the activity center every day. Dressed in new clothes every day, exuding fragrance, she strolls among the crowds, her gentle words and smiles inspiring and giving people hope. After 2 days, no one could treat her as an ordinary girl anymore. At this moment, Soo-jin sat beside the high platform in the hall, bending over and polishing the weapons needed for battle. I would look up every now and then at the lively scene before me, and I felt full of energy. Just a few days ago, it was a small team of only 8 people, but now it has expanded into a large team of more than 200 people. Orders were obeyed without question, everything was well organized, and everything was full of vitality. Although the living conditions were still extremely difficult. But that vibrant, flourishing world of the past, where all things thrived, is still vivid in my mind. Protect your clients safely through the early stages of the apocalypse. The mission ends once your clients are capable of independent survival in the post-apocalyptic world. Once I successfully set up camp at the military region, my mission might be considered complete. If this doesn't count as completing the mission, then surely it can't be considered complete only after I've fought my way through the apocalypse. Thinking of this, Soo-jin felt even more motivated. At the same moment, 3 team members walked in from outside the activity center. He stood directly in front of Soo-jin and snapped to attention, giving a sharp salute. "Reporting, sir. We discovered 2 female survivors, a child, and an adult while on patrol in the community. Please advise." Chapter 65, Stunning Female Stars. 2 women have been found. Soo-jin paused in his work. He turned his head to look at Cheng-du, who was also sharpening his blade. Chung blinked and said, I've already told the director not to let them bring outsiders in. After saying that, Cheng-du looked at the 3 team members who had brought the news. "What's wrong with you 3? Didn't I tell you to chase away any strangers who appear?" One of the team members opened his mouth twice and said, "It's Captain Chung, but these 2 people are a bit special." "Is there anything special about it?" Suhin frowned immediately. "The little girl is nothing special, but the older one is Jiangyu," the team member winked. "Although she looked a little different from the one on TV, we've asked around, and she's definitely right." "Jiangyu? Who is Jiangyu?" Soo-jin looked at Cheng-du. Chung was surprised at first, but then looked blank when he heard Soo-jin's question. "Director, you don't know Jiangyu? She's a famous singer. She's so famous, the dream girl of so many men. But I think his singing is just SOSO. He basically became famous because of his looks. He doesn't have any real talent. Maybe he got famous by selling his body." After a moment's thought, Soo-jin stood up and said, "Let's go take a look." Cheng-du followed his 3 teammates to the door. Jiangyu held Ding Ling in his arms. Both of them were dressed in rags, and they embraced each other on the steps with their heads down. The two accompanying team members looked excited but also pitying and kept offering kind words of comfort. Raise your head, Su-jin said. Upon hearing this, Jiang immediately looked up. When he looked up, Su-jin's heart skipped a beat. Even though her face was covered in dirt and grime, her stunning beauty was still undeniable. Her looks were truly stunning, far beyond what someone like Fu Qingdai, a complete novice, could compare to. They are far superior to the minor celebrities on Earth who became famous through beauty filters and back channels. Coupled with that widow-like demeanor, to be honest, it really appealed to his fetish. But at this juncture, he had neither the inclination nor the courage to pursue women. Who knows if I'll get alien genital warts? These two people's origins are too suspicious. How'd they get here when it's so dangerous outside? You're Jiangyu? The singing star? Su-jin asked. Jiangyu nodded sadly. Brother, my sister and I fled here by accident. Could you please take us in? We can work. Just give us a bowl of rice. Su-jin observed intently. When Jiangyu saw that he did not respond, she immediately knelt down and grabbed Ding Ling, who was standing to the side, and cried, Big brother, please have pity on us. We don't eat much, and we will definitely not cause you any trouble. Director, this is too pitiful. Let's take them. It won't make a difference if we don't have these two people. The two team members standing next to Jiangyu chimed in. Su-jin flew into a rage. Do you two even want to stay in your jobs? Get back to your posts. Remember this, all of you. You are soldiers now. No one is allowed to act on their own without my orders, and no one is allowed to interfere with decision-making. If this happens again, you will be discharged from the unit. The two team members immediately turned pale, saluted, and returned to their posts. The other three team members swallowed hard and straightened their backs. Su-jin took a deep breath and focused his gaze on Ding Ling. What's your name? Ding. Ding Ling. Ding Ling said timidly. Her surname is Jiang, and yours is Ding. Are you two sisters? Not by blood. As Su-jin coldly observed Ding Ling, a sense of unease rose in his chest. That day, while speeding down the street, I saw 3 large and 1 small silhouettes. The small one looked like a child. Zombies are rampant, and 2 women, along with a child, unexpectedly end up in a talent community. Is it really such a coincidence? Whether it was a coincidence or not, killing those 2 women was the best option. But doing it directly would be a bit troublesome. This woman is a celebrity, and if someone sees it, the news might spread. Without a reasonable explanation, morale will be low. Furthermore, there are now laboratory mice available for closed-loop testing to assess the safety of these 2 individuals. Su-jin looked at Jiangyu, his gaze softening unconsciously as it fell on her face, before moving down to her chest. Chengdu glanced at Su-jin, then at Jiangyu, his eyes twitching slightly, and his teeth starting to itch. Damn it, even a small talisman is annoying enough. Now here comes another big-breasted slut. She was even a celebrity. Wouldn't the director be completely infatuated with her? He has no time for women now, and the team will never be united. No, I won't allow it. Everything must be done with the greater good in mind. Thinking of this, Chengdu immediately pointed at his team members and said in a deep voice, We can't recruit a single outsider now. Who knows if they have any infectious diseases? Military orders are absolute. Get those 2 women out of here immediately. Su-jin glanced at Chengdu unexpectedly and was immediately full of praise. Chengdu gives off a somewhat unreliable vibe, but I didn't expect him to be so cautious at this crucial moment. Excellent, really excellent performance. It seems I underestimated him. Big brother. Jiangyu burst into tears on the spot, hugging Ding Ling and pleading, Even taking my sister will be fine. I beg you, please have mercy, even if it's just to raise a cat or dog. No rush. Tell me how you got here first, Su-jin asked. Tell me in detail which street you came from, what happened along the way, and explain everything clearly. We came from Wushan Road, Jiangyu recounted, while Ding Lin kept wiping away tears beside her. After listening to the explanation, Su-jin nodded. He had memorized all the nearby road maps perfectly. This was a matter of life and death. Based on Jiangyu's description just now, it makes perfect sense. The additions regarding the deaths or accidents involving family members were also very appropriate. Overall, there are no problems. How many days have you not eaten? Su-jin asked again. I haven't eaten for 5 days. I ate a little, but very little. I didn't dare drink water either. I just drank bottled water from outside. Jiangyu sobbed and wiped away tears, looking pitiful. Big brother, could you please give us some food first? Jiangyu pleaded. Su Jin glanced back into the house. It was lunchtime, and the aroma of food wafted outside. Jiang Yu and Ding Ling kept swallowing their saliva. Seeing Su Jin hesitate, Cheng Du stepped forward and said with a stern face, "Director, what are you still considering? I don't think these two people are reliable. They're filthy. Keeping them around is just a hindrance. They can't get anything done. Just kick them out." After saying that, he leaned close to Su Jin's ear and whispered, "Director, you absolutely mustn't touch a woman like that. Let me tell you, the world of women in this circle is a complete mess. Who knows how many people she's slept with? She's got all sorts of sexual problems. Touching her will ruin your penis. Really, I'm not lying to you." "Wait." Su Jin stopped her, his eyes sweeping over Jiang Yu's graceful body. He then waved his hand and said, "Go. Cook 2 bowls of braised pork noodles. Take this mother and daughter outside, and let them watch me eat." Chapter 66, Interrogating the Female Celebrity. A small table was set up at the entrance. Su Jin sat to the side waiting, glancing at Fu Qingdai busily serving food inside the house. Not long after, Cheng brought 3 bowls of noodles and placed them on the small table. She glanced disdainfully at her sisters who were still waiting at the door. After setting out the bowls of noodles, Cheng said solicitously, "Director, I cooked these noodles myself and added canned beef. How do you like them?" Su Jin nodded, picked up his chopsticks, and ate his noodles in large bites. Cheng sat down opposite him with a satisfied smile and started eating as well. While eating noodles, Su Jin would occasionally turn his head to observe the 2 sisters. The 2 sisters stared at him longingly, their throats bobbing. However, it seems that not only has he not eaten for a long time, but he has also not drunk much water. "My lips are dry, so I guess there's not much saliva to produce." After slurping down 2 large bowls of noodles, Su Jin let out a long sigh of relief. That feels so good. In this environment, being able to eat noodles with meat is already a great source of happiness, even if it's not particularly delicious. Moreover, he now eats much more than before. 2 bowls of noodles only make him feel half full. The community has little food and water reserves left, but enough to last for the next 2 days. After all, we won't be staying for long. With some more preparation, we should be able to set off soon. Turning his head to look at the 2 sisters who were starving with their heads down, Cheng exclaimed in admiration, "Director, you eat so fast. You're really something." Su Jin pursed his lips and picked up a mouthful of noodles from Cheng Du's bowl with his chopsticks. With a splat, it was thrown in front of the 2 sisters like dog food. Noodles fell from the sky. Jiang Yu hurriedly threw herself on the ground, grabbed the chopsticks of noodles, and cautiously fed them to Ding Ling. Such deep sisterly affection. Su Jin raised an eyebrow. "Stop showing off. Director, let me tell you, these actors are the best actors out there," Cheng said disdainfully. "Chengdu, I never realized you were so ruthless," Su Jin retorted, then got up and walked towards the 2 sisters. "Director, I'm not heartless. I'm just thinking about the bigger picture." Cheng hurriedly chased after him. The 2 stood side by side in front of the 2 sisters, sizing up Jiang Yu. Su Jin pointed to the ornamental trees not far away and said, "Chengdu, take this little one to the woods and tie her up tightly. Keep a close watch on her. She's not allowed to leave for even a moment. I want to interrogate the older one myself." "Huh?" Chengdu's gaze kept bobbing between Jiang Yu and Su Jin. "Director, isn't this unnecessary? Why don't you let me do the interrogation? Let me tell you, I'm a master at dealing with women. Chengdu, will never show any mercy." "Shut up. Did you even understand the interrogation? Just do what you're told." Su Jin glanced at him, then beckoned to Jiang Yu with his finger. "Get up, come with me." After saying that, he led Jiang Yu towards the residential building in the community. Watching Su Jin's departing figure, Cheng Du stomped his foot angrily. Damn it, could the director actually be interested? That woman is famous and undeniably beautiful. Who knows, the director might actually have some ideas about her. No, that's not right. The director isn't that kind of person. He should be fine. But if it's that kind of interrogation, won't the director be completely manipulated in the future? Big brother. Cheng Dujing was struggling with the conflict between his left and right brains when Ding Ling looked up and pitifully spoke. Her big, watery eyes seemed to be sparkling. Cheng looked down and saw the muscles in his cheeks twitching. Bang! With lightning speed, a large slap landed on Ding Ling's face, and then Cheng Du grabbed her braid. "Fuck you. None of them are easy to deal with. Come with me." Holy crap. Ding Ling covered her swollen right cheek, gritted her teeth, and let Cheng Du lead her away. Damn, Things aren't going as I expected. Why is it so difficult to deal with? Let's be patient for now. Once we're all in, we'll kill this bastard. Inside the abandoned residential building, Jiangyu was in front, and Su Jin was behind. After looking around the room, Su Jin finally led the woman into the bedroom and closed the door. Jiangyu sat on the bed, feeling uneasy, one hand covering her chest. Su Jin leaned against the wall, a smile playing on his lips as he looked her over. Big brother, Jiangyu began, her voice trembling with sobs. What exactly do you want to do? Su Jin smiled, looked up and walked to the bedside, stroked Jiangyu's hair with one hand, and sighed. In this chaotic world, how can you two sisters, such frail women, survive? Jiang Yujiao's body trembled violently. Su Jin's large hand stroked down her head, directly touching Jiang Yu's cheek, jawline, and then continued downwards. A woman needs to find a man to rely on no matter what, don't you think? As he spoke, Su Jin's hand had already touched his collar. Jiang Yu recoiled abruptly, clutching her chest in fear, and cried out, Big brother, please don't. Su Jin stopped, looking at Jiang Yu with a half-smile. You're also in the entertainment industry. Don't you understand what I mean? You have to understand, I have such a large family to support, and my resources are limited. Even if I add 2 more people, the pressure will be immense. We're a team, and when I add people, I have to consider the impact on others. If you want to join, you have to give something in return. Su Jin paused, then chuckled. Besides, you've brought along a useless younger sister, which makes things even more troublesome. I want to help you solve your problem, but you have to show me your sincerity. Besides, I don't think you'd want your sister to starve to death on the streets, would you? Jiang Yu was in despair and slowly closed her eyes. Could you? Let me wash up first. I don't have that much water for you to waste, and I don't have time to wait for you. Take it off. Su Jin crossed his arms, a look of nervous excitement flashing in his eyes. After hesitating for a long time, Jiang Yu gritted her teeth and unbuttoned her shirt. As his clothes slipped off one by one, Su Jin's breathing became rapid, and his pupils contracted sharply. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. These are no ordinary red beans. They are practically the red beans from Wang Wei's poems. He never even touched a female celebrity in his past life, but this time he managed to hook up with a top star. Jiang Yu was still trembling and waiting with her eyes closed, while Su Jin had already taken off his briefcase and placed it on the ground. After a quick romag inside, I took out a box of oiled plastic products. Beside the tree, Chengdu squatted on the ground, his gaze fixed on the entrance of the residential building where Su Jin had disappeared. Behind her was Ding Ling, who was tied to a tree like a rice dumpling with thick rope. Under the blazing sun, Cheng kept waving his hands, and sweat began to bead on his forehead. Cheng licked his lips, his emotions becoming anxious. It's been so long. Why hasn't it come out yet? What the hell is this investigation that's so complicated? Could it really be like that? Jiang Yu is a professional. Wouldn't he have stolen the director's soul? After much deliberation, Chengdu slapped his knee and stood up. Cheng glanced around and spotted a patrol team in the neighborhood. He immediately waved them over. You lot, keep a close eye on this little girl. She's dangerous, and there's a serious problem with her. If any of you dare to leave her side, even for a moment, you'll be expelled from the team immediately. Yes. The 5 team members saluted in unison and surrounded Ding Ling. Cheng nodded and strode towards the residential building. No, I have to go check it out. For the sake of the overall situation, the director absolutely cannot take any risks. Chapter 67, The Beast-like Director, Fu Qingdai's Supernatural Abilities. I jogged all the way to the front of the building. Cheng walked nervously into the stairwell. Seeing that the security door on the first floor was open, he tiptoed inside. Just as I stepped through the door and saw the entryway, Chengdu froze as if struck by lightning. A very clear groan was coming from inside the house. What? Chengdu is faston da shen. He squinted and continued walking inside with stiff steps. The sound was very clear and came from the master bedroom. Within 10 steps, Cheng was already almost touching the master bedroom door. The sounds inside grew louder and louder, and there was even a hint of crying in them. He swallowed hard and glanced upwards. The master bedroom door has a small window, and there used to be a curtain hanging on it. However, the curtain had already fallen halfway down, and, as long as you peeked through the window, you could clearly see what was inside the room. Cheng kept adjusting his breathing. Take a look. It's not like that. There must be another reason. You should never make hasty judgments. After all, the director isn't the type of person who can't resist women. I hadn't noticed him having this thought before, so why did he suddenly go berserk? Could it be that the director is too deep in thought for me to see through? After another internal struggle, Chung leaned against the wall and slowly poked his head out of the window. Inside the room, Jiangyu lay on the bed with her eyes closed, while Su Jin's face was contorted with rage, his naked body covered in sweat, his muscles tense and constantly moving. There was also a bath towel lying on the side of the bed. What else could it be besides that? The two of them had long ago been pursuing the ultimate fulfillment in life. Well, Chung Du-shin was shot in the chest, his face drained of color, and his lips moved slightly. He pulled back and slid helplessly down the wall, finally walking out of the apartment building, looking utterly dejected. Under the blazing sun, Chung Du stopped in his tracks, standing still and feeling a chill all over his body. After holding it in for a while, he finally couldn't help but cover his face with his hands. I never imagined that the director was actually this kind of person. All my deep affection for him was wasted. It was like feeding a dog. Animals, they're fucking animals. They just dry scrub with a bath towel and start doing their business, showing no regard for hygiene whatsoever. After finishing the last meal, Fu Qingdai smiled gently in response to the profuse thanks. I picked up my notebook and made some notes on it. He turned to Fu who had been accompanying him, and said, "Dad, there are still 5 people who haven't received their meals. They should be on patrol outside. They haven't come back yet," Fu Hu replied casually. Then he added, "Let's go out and take a look. The smell in this room is too strong. It'll be good to get some fresh air." Fu Qingdai nodded and followed Fu Hu outside. "Dad, there are too many people here. With the weather getting hotter, won't we catch other diseases? Of course, if we keep piling them up like this, there will be problems sooner or later. But the director said it will only take a day or 2. We have all the cars and everything we need now, so we can set off soon." The father and daughter stood at the doorway, breathing in the fresh air. There were over 200 people in the room who didn't bathe, eating, drinking, and relieving themselves in one large hall. You can imagine the smell. Especially now that Fu Qingdai needs to bathe frequently, this environment is even more unbearable. Fu Hu shaded his eyes with his hand and looked around. His gaze sharpened and locked on 5 people not far away. He shouted, "What are you doing? Have you eaten? Report to Captain Fu. Captain Chung has assigned us to guard child. He says the child is dangerous, and we must keep a close watch on him." The team member's voice came from afar. Fu Hu carefully examined the child who was tightly trapped in the tree, and his expression showed some surprise. It wasn't an accident that the child was tied up. After all, it's possible that the child was faking an infected person. He was curious as to how such a big child had come to the neighborhood. "Dad, I'll take the food to them," Fu Qingdai said. Fu Hu nodded. "Go get the food. Stand behind me and don't come forward." I don't know if the director knows about the child's situation. He was tied up so tightly. Chengdu might have discovered something. Before long, Fu Qingdai prepared 5 meals and water and followed Fu Hu to the small tree. When the 5 team members saw Fu Qingdai bring them food, their expressions of discomfort from the heat quickly disappeared, and smiles immediately filled their faces. Without realizing it, he straightened his back and gratefully accepted the food and water. Fu Hu, hands on his hips, looked Ding Ling up and down, then asked the 5 team members, "What's wrong with this child? Do you know anything about the situation?" One of the team members replied, "Reporting to Captain Fu, we don't know. Captain Chengdu instructed us to keep an eye on her, but this child seems to have been weak for a long time, and it's sunny outside. I think if we keep her tied up like this, something bad will happen." Fu observed carefully. Ding Ling's lips were peeling and her eyelids were drooping. She was basically on the verge of death. Sensing Fu Hu approaching, Ding Ling slowly opened her eyes and weakly said, "Uncle, you still have to be tied up. Chengdu's orders are the director's orders. You must unconditionally and strictly carry out the director's orders." Fu Hujing stood up and said seriously, "Remember, the reason you're trusted by the organization is because you have been tested and observed. Now, even an outsider may be carrying the virus. The virus has an incubation period. If one of us is infected, everyone may be infected. Let me tell you, I've been through this. Take it to heart. However, on the other hand, this child is indeed pitiful. But once the director verifies that there are no problems, we will definitely save her. But if she doesn't make it, well, there's nothing we can do. That's her fate. Sigh. Sometimes death isn't necessarily a bad thing. In this world, living is harder than dying, let alone for a child. That makes sense, Captain Fu is right. The 5 team members looked at each other and nodded. Damn it, what's wrong with these people? Don't they have any compassion at all? Ding Ling's eyes gradually reddened, her head was lowered, and she cursed incessantly in her heart. No, these beasts are disgusting. If I stay tied up any longer, I'm going to lose control and start hitting them. Just then, a delicate fragrance wafted to my nose. Ding Ling sniffed twice, then slowly raised her head to look past Fu, whose figure at Fu Qingdai behind her, a hint of greed flashing in her eyes. This girl, ouch. The smell is unusual and very special. It looks delicious. Moreover, their identity is unusual, and they seem easy to deal with. Fu Qingdai was hiding behind Fu Hu, secretly observing Ding Ling. Just as Ding Ling looked up and their eyes met, Fu Qingdai froze. Goosebumps rose all over my body, and the hair on my body stood on end. The light of the surrounding world seemed to be constantly disappearing at this moment, being devoured by an extremely cold and malicious killing intent. Under this powerful influence, Ding Ling's cute and innocent face also became visually distorted and ferocious. This is not an ordinary feeling. It has begun to materialize. It is definitely not a feeling that ordinary people can have. Fu Qingdai's body trembled uncontrollably, her joy mixed with immense fear. Even the slowest person would realize the problem at this moment. I realized I truly had an ability. It turned out to be the ability to perceive. The feeling Chung gave her back then wasn't a misperception. Although it was unclear why Chengdu also harbored ill will towards him, the aura emanating from this girl was completely different from Chengdu's. They were on entirely different levels. She wanted to die. She was faking an infected person. Chapter 68, The Tragic Story of Ding Ling. Miss, I am hungry. Ding Ling raised her head and looked at Fu Qingdai weakly. Fu Qingdai, forstas mide. Fu, who patted his daughter's shoulder and said in a low voice, Qingdai, the director will handle this matter. Let's go. Fu Qingdai pursed her lips and shook her head, her brows furrowed with anxiety. No, this fake infected person is too dangerous. They deliberately sneaked in from the outside. And who knows, he might have some superpowers. I don't know where my cousin is, but the longer it drags on, the more troublesome it will become. As Fu Qingdai pondered, her breathing became rapid, and Su Jin kept replaying in her mind. If anyone makes me uncomfortable, I'll kill them. I've tried killing zombies, but I've never killed a human. She looks exactly like a normal person. Can I do it? It's not good to let Dad do it himself. There are still 5 people present, and there are quite a few more people in the activity center behind. Taking action directly might have repercussions. Fu Qingdai bit her lower lip tightly, lost in thought. At that moment, Ding Ling weakly pleaded again, Miss, please help me. I want some water. She's still pretending. Fu Qingdai secretly clenched her fist, and suddenly a flash of inspiration struck her. Her little hand reached into the pocket of her dress and pulled out a box of chocolates wrapped in a handkerchief. She always carried with her whatever Su Jin gave her. She broke off a piece of chocolate that had softened a bit through her handkerchief and handed it to one of her team members, saying, Give her a piece of this chocolate. Your hands aren't clean when you're on a mission, so take it through the handkerchief. This alien chocolate is highly poisonous. It causes a strong allergic reaction upon skin contact, as she has already witnessed. The team member quickly took the handkerchief and fed Ding Ling the chocolate. Thank you, sister. Ding Ling's eyes curved into 2 crescent moons as she took a bite. The soft, smooth pieces of chocolate slid right down my throat. Cough. The chocolate went down her throat, and within 2 seconds Ding Ling's eyes bulged out, as if a hot piece of coal had slid down her throat and exploded in her stomach. Under intense pain, his entire body began to twist violently, almost uncontrollably. This sudden change startled everyone present. What's wrong with you? Say something, one of the team members asked. She's infected. As Fu Qingdai spoke, her right hand swiftly swept across her skirt, pulled out the pistol tucked in her fair thigh, and shot Ding Ling in the forehead. Gunfire erupted, striking him squarely between the eyebrows. Ding Ling's head snapped back violently, slamming into a tree trunk and seeing stars. This sudden scene left everyone stunned, and Fu Qingdai was also terrified. The warhead is stuck. The bullet was lodged in her forehead, glistening in the sunlight. How come they're still alive? Bang, bang, bang. Fu Qingdai kept her eyes tightly closed as she emptied a whole magazine of bullets. Several bloody pores appeared on the target's chest and abdomen, continuously gushing blood. With excruciating internal pain and her life force rapidly fading, Ding Ling stared wide-eyed at Fu Qingdai, her lips trembling, incredulous. Did she deliberately poison me? What the hell did I do wrong? Which step went wrong? God, you cough. Before she could finish speaking, Ding Ling coughed up a mouthful of blood. His head lolled to the side, and he died. As Ding Ling died, the people present all turned to look at Fu Qingdai at the same time. Fu Qingdai's face turned pale. She swallowed hard and then straightened her face. He looked at the 5 team members and said, "She is infected. Some incubation periods are very subtle and difficult to detect, but they can't escape my eyes. If any strangers appear in the future, remember to tie them up and bring them to me immediately. I will deal with them separately after I have checked them and confirmed that they are not infected. Do you all understand?" The 5 team members felt not only admiration, but also gratitude. Amazing. No wonder he's the savior and the son of prophecy. They easily discovered that the other party was already infected. I hadn't noticed anything wrong with what I was looking at for so long, but the moment she appeared, the anomaly was exposed. Moreover, she acted swiftly and decisively. If it weren't for her, I might have been in trouble. You guys go back. Leave the bodies here and don't worry about them. If anyone inside heard gunshots, tell them not to panic and to keep order. At Fu Qingdai's command, the 5 team members bowed and returned to the hall. Upon seeing the 5 people enter the activity center, Fu Qingdai's legs went weak, and she collapsed into Fu Hu's arms, trembling uncontrollably. "Dad, I killed someone." Holding his daughter, Fu Hu felt a wave of fear wash over him. After comforting her repeatedly, he asked, "Qingdai, how did you figure out she was infected?" I can see. Fu Qingdai snapped back to reality, looked up at her father, her fear mixed with excitement. "It's my ability. We no longer need to worry about not being able to detect infected individuals. I can sense them as soon as they show hostility. Our team is very clean now. Otherwise, I should have discovered it much earlier. I have the ability. My God, you actually have such talent." Fu Hu murmured to himself, holding his daughter, feeling both joy and heaviness in his heart. With her abilities, the daughter will undoubtedly become a core pillar for everyone. She is no longer a packaged saint, but will truly become everyone's hope and everyone's eyes. But she's still a child. This responsibility is too heavy and too dangerous. I need to tell my brother this news immediately. After a long while, Fu Qingdai calmed down, pushed Fu Hu away, and looked up to ask, "Where is he now?" "I don't know. Let's look for it." Fu Hu sighed, feeling a pang of disappointment. Brother Tian kept calling him that. He's trembling with fear after just killing someone. Dad's still here, but he's busy looking for my brother again. Fu Qingdai glanced at Ding Ling's corpse and couldn't help but take 2 steps back in nervousness. He pulled a new magazine out of his leg, changed it, and put the gun back in. "Dad, let's go. Get out of here." There were gunshots just now. Something must have happened at the center. Inside the residential area, Sunya jogged quickly, while Wei followed behind, panting heavily and staggering. Just as he reached the main road of the residential area, Sunya suddenly stopped. A person was squatting on the ground not far away. Upon closer inspection, Sunya patted him twice and exclaimed anxiously, "Chengdu, what happened? Why are you crying?" "He cheated on me. He cheated on me," Chengdu said in a muffled voice. "What the hell are you talking about? Who cheated on me?" Sunya yelled. "Explain yourself clearly." Chung looked up, his face full of distress. "Director, it's the director. Some slut came in and bewitched him, and now the 2 of them are inside. I told you we should kick her out. Our team is falling apart, morale is low, and it's so hard to lead the team." "Shut up, you wailing nonsense." Sunya glared and cursed angrily. "Are you fucking drunk? Is he that kind of person? Does he even have the mood for that right now? Besides, what does it matter to you if he's having an affair? You're acting like your husband has died. You're crazy. I'm asking you, what was that gunshot just now?" "What gunshot?" "I don't know," Chung said blankly. "Forget it. He's accomplished absolutely nothing." Sunya exclaimed angrily. "Where's Shaoli? Where is Shaoli? Didn't I already say? He's with that woman. They went inside." "Really? You weren't just talking nonsense?" Sunya exclaimed in surprise, turned to look at Weida. Weida also found it unbelievable and inconceivable. Chengdu glanced at the 2 elders, stood up, and said sadly, "I saw it with my own eyes. I saw it clearly, this man and woman alone together. I can't believe he's so shameless. I was here first." "What are you talking about? Where is he? Take us there right now. Chapter 69, Jiang Yu's Tragic Death. Seeing Sun Ye's anger, Chengdu dared not delay and quickly led the way. If Su Jin is the pillar of the team, then Sun Ye is the other pillar. Despite his advanced age and fiery temper, his knowledge and drive are top-notch. Cheng was running ahead, while the two old men behind him kept shouting for him to slow down. Halfway through the race, a shout came from behind the three. Old Sun. The three stopped and turned around at the same time, and immediately saw Fu Hu leading Fu Qingdai running towards them. Once the five had reunited, Fu Hu cut straight to the point. Where is the director? We have something important to report. What's the big deal? Was it the gunshot just now? Sun Ye immediately asked. Fu Hu nodded solemnly. That's right, we discovered the disguise infected, but they've already been killed. Qingdai's ability has manifested. She can detect the malice of the disguised infected. What? Sun Ye and the others were instantly overjoyed, their eager gazes making Fu Qingdai shrink back. Oh my god, there are two women. The younger one has a problem, and the older one definitely has a problem too. Chengdu slapped his thigh and cried out. The director got involved with a zombie. This is really a mess. Fu Hu's expression changed drastically as he looked at Chengdu. What nonsense are you spouting? Chengdu didn't reply and turned to run wildly towards the residential building. Sun Ye and Wei De exchanged a glance and immediately sensed that something terrible was about to happen. The good mood that had just started to rise vanished in an instant. Fu Hu chased after Chengdu, leaving Fu Qingdai standing blankly in the sunlight. Cheng De Fu Hu was the first to enter the residential building. It's in the bedroom. I'm going to kill that woman. Chengdu was about to rush in after he finished speaking, but Fu Hu pulled him back. Are you crazy? He really is a fake infected person. The director wasn't on guard. You provoke him like that, and he's not going to die. Fu Hu pulled Chengdu back into the stairwell. The director isn't an ordinary person. He's more vigilant than any of us. I'm still confused about what happened. Tell me clearly. Cheng kept glancing nervously into the inner room, then gritted his teeth and said, 2 women came to the neighborhood. One big and one small. The director took a liking to the big one, brought her inside, and had sex with her. You're talking nonsense. Do you think the director is that kind of person? The big one is Jiang Yu. What? It really is Jiang Yu. That's true. But the director. It's true. I saw it all. I couldn't even rip the gills off a fish that hard, and they were both completely naked, Cheng said resentfully. I never imagined he would be this kind of person. What are you two doing? Where's Shaoli? As he spoke, Sun Ye and Wei De entered the stairwell, panting heavily. The director is inside. He's with the fake infected person. I'm afraid that if I go in rashly, I'll alert her. Fu Hu turned and asked, What should we do, elder son? What else can we do? Hurry up and look, take out your gun. Aim and fire. Sun Ye took out his gun and walked into the house. As they approached the bedroom door, they saw a small window, crouched down slightly, and waved their hands behind them to signal the others to be quiet. He could still faintly hear noises inside the house, and Sun Ye, with a heavy heart, peeked out the window. Upon seeing it, a wave of intense nausea surged through me, and I almost vomited on the ground. The entire bedroom was almost entirely covered in blood, with blood splattered in every corner of the room. A woman's body with a graceful waist lay on the bed, but the upper half of her back had been almost completely hollowed out. His white spine and shoulder blades were completely exposed. There was a pile of minced meat by the bed, along with several bath towels and fingers that were completely soaked in blood. Sun Ye's pupils twitched uncontrollably. That woman was literally crushed to death. Covered in blood and naked, Su Jin knelt on the bed and turned the female corpse over. The woman's body had a knife stuck in her throat, and her front had been cut open. Su Jin plunged his hands deep into the corpse's chest and abdominal cavity, letting out a muffled groan. The entire internal organ was ripped out, with intestines and entrails scattered all over the bed. Looking at the scattered internal organs on the bed, Su Jin pulled out the knife from the corpse and began to examine it carefully. Vomit! Upon seeing this, Sun Ye bent over and vomited violently, emptying all the food he had eaten at noon. Seeing this, the others quickly stepped forward to look through the small window. Wei De then vomited all over the place. Fu Hu and Cheng Du turned pale and were at a loss for what to do. Is this what you mean by going to war? Fu Hu asked angrily in a low voice. I don't know. I saw it was definitely happening when I was watching. How did it turn out like this? Cheng felt a chill run down his spine. Who is it? Su Jin. who was inside the room, suddenly turned around, jumped off the bed, and opened the bedroom door. Upon seeing four familiar faces squatting at the door, his expression softened slightly. "What are you all doing here?" Sunya's face was pale, and he didn't dare to look Su-Jin in the eye. He waved his hand and said with difficulty, "Let's talk outside. You should pack your things and go outside to talk." "Chengdu, what are you doing here? Where's that little girl?" Su-Jin's gaze suddenly turned to Chengdu, his tone urgent. "Go quickly. Kill that little bastard for me. She's a fake infected." "Director, don't worry. He's already been killed." "Ugh." Fu suppressed his discomfort. "We'll talk about it in detail later. We'll wait for you outside. You should put some clothes on first." Upon hearing that the little girl was dead, Su-Jin breathed a sigh of relief, glanced down, and turned to go back into the house. Outside the building, for people squatted on the ground, falling silent at the same time. Chengdu picked up a small stick and scratched the ground with it. Fu hugged his legs, staring at the gravel on the ground. After a long silence, Sunya spoke in a deep voice. "Little Lee is too terrifying. We really need to take care of him. He's under too much pressure. How did he become like this? In a few days, I think he'll turn into a zombie." "Indeed, he's scarier than a zombie." Wei looked distressed and said to Fu, "Tell Qingdai to stay away from him. Don't let her stick around all the time. I'm afraid something might happen." Fu nodded slowly. "Well, the director must have his reasons for doing this, right? Let's hear his explanation before drawing conclusions," Chung muttered. Just then, Fu Qingdai came running over. Seeing this, Fu quickly stood up. "Qingdai, you go back to the center and wait for us." "What happened to Dad?" Fu Qingdai asked anxiously, turning her head to look at the stairwell entrance. "Is brother still?" "No, your brother killed the infected a long time ago. It's too bloody inside. You shouldn't watch. Listen to your father. Go back first." "Ah, I see." Fu Qingdai's eyes lit up again. "I can't go back. I still have to tell my brother the good news." "Do you need to announce good news? Who gives you the right to interrupt when adults are speaking? Or am I useless?" Fu roared. "Get back here right now." Fu Qingdai felt a chill run down her spine when her father got angry. She stole another glance at the stairwell entrance, then reluctantly walked away, turning back every few steps. Not long after, Su-Jin walked out of the building, dressed neatly and cleanly. "I simply wiped my face clean, except for the area below my neck, which was completely red." Upon seeing this, the four immediately stood up and gathered around. Chapter 70, The Great Director, Sacrificing Himself for Humanity. Sunya was about to speak. Su-Jin raised his hand to stop him, then looked at Chengdu. "That little girl is indeed dead, right?" Fu interjected. "He is indeed dead. I saw it with my own eyes. He was shot 7 times. Su-Jin was slightly curious, but he suppressed it and continued. "We'll talk about this later. I made a major discovery. Mr. Sun, do you remember when I told you I saw 4 people on the street and rooftop who seemed to be faking being infected?" Sunya nodded. Su-Jin said, "I've already interrogated this woman. She's one of them. The other little girl is also one of the 4. We've been under surveillance for a while now, and there are still 2 people who haven't shown up yet." "How did you find out?" Sunya asked, his eyes wide. Su-Jin felt utterly helpless. How else could they interrogate her? They scrubbed her flesh layer by layer with a bath towel until she couldn't bear the pain anymore, and that's when she confessed. "Of course, we'll torture her a bit. She won't be able to take it, and will confess. I've examined her corpse. This woman had extremely strong muscles and some kind of special ability," Su-Jin said, pulling a plastic bag from his pocket. "Open the plastic bag, and you'll find a few fingers inside. Take one out and show it. When you gently press down on your fingertip, it feels like a small, skin-like cap is pressed down, revealing its hollow structure. Her fingers have mutated with tubular structures. I suspect she might be able to launch remote attacks by firing air currents or bodily fluids through her fingers. Furthermore, I found a shriveled mass of flesh on her heart. It's possible that the special mutation or ability of a disguised infected person absorbed the flesh mass they already had." Su-Jin continued his analysis. "There are 4 people who are eyeing us. If 4 people can get together, the other 2 must also have some special abilities. They are not united. The fact that these 2 women came out to hunt ahead of time most likely indicates that they are very wary of the other 2 people. Those 2 people are probably stronger than these 2 women. Also, did you find out what abilities those 2 people have?" Sunya asked. Su-Jin shook his head. "She died right after confessing. She didn't survive until the next question." "Director, Did you already discover that she was faking an infected person? Cheng du suddenly interrupted. Recalling the bath towel stained with blood and flesh, he realized that something was wrong. Dry scrubbing didn't work either. Now I understand, those bath towels weren't for removing dirt. They were torture tools for scrubbing flesh. That's right. Suhin nodded. When we were eating noodles, I was pretty sure that this woman was a fake infected person. How did you find out? I didn't notice anything amiss. Chung asked in surprise. Did you strip naked and discover that the dirt on their bodies was a disguise before you confirmed it? That's not how it is. Su Jin shook his head. That woman was very thin, and when she took off her clothes, she was dirty and smelled bad. If that's an act, then I can't find any fault with it. But they overlooked a crucial issue. After 5 days without food or water, coupled with high-pressure travel, they showed hunger befitting their condition when we ate noodles. However, normal women's breast sag, and the women in our center all have varying degrees of breast sagging. Unless they are particularly small, breasts won't remain in a normal state. Based on this alone, I could tell at a glance that she was a demon. After she stripped naked to verify, I was 100% certain. What if it's fake breasts? Cheng asked doubtfully. I've heard that rich people get high-end cosmetic procedures, and now even breasts are fake. What's that called? Silicone? We can't rule out that possibility, so I took the risk of personally testing it repeatedly. It's definitely not silicone. The four of them were speechless. Chengdu pondered for a moment, then asked with a strange expression, I understand now. So you saw it all along. Then why did you still do it? How do you explain that? I can't think of any other explanation besides that you wanted to find a woman. You were spying on me? What did I do? Suhin Fronith. Chung hesitated for a while, but finally couldn't resist and stretched out 2 fingers, hooking them in the air. Kobe, Fu Hu and the other 2 were speechless for a moment, glancing sideways at Chengdu. I'm so angry. Su Jin laughed in exasperation, then turned serious and looked at Sunya and Wada. Gentlemen, this is another major discovery, which I made on purpose. I discovered that the fake infected have desires, which may lead to a problem. They may reproduce through mating. These are the bodily fluids I collected from infected individuals. Mr. Sun, please take them and study them. Seeing Su Jin pull a packet of murky, sticky liquid from his pocket, Sunya took a deep breath and slapped it away. Silicone testing, Kobe liquid extraction, torture, limb amputation, autopsy. This series of things is simply inhuman. Shaoli, your discovery is undeniably significant and extremely useful. But I'm more concerned about you now. You're being a bit too. Is this some kind of evolutionary side effect? You dare to dig up anything. Aren't you afraid of getting a special infection? It wouldn't be good to catch a sexually transmitted disease. Faced with a chorus of questioning gazes, Su Jin felt bitter. How could I not feel disgusted and perverted? But there's no other way. Knowing yourself and your enemy is the key to victory in every battle. If your opponent is ruthless, you must be even more ruthless and stronger in order to have a chance to lead others to survival. Even in the face of a catastrophe that threatens to wipe out our species, we must overcome all hardships and difficulties, even if it means sacrificing our humanity. Don't worry, I was fully prepared both mentally and materially before I took action. After saying that, Su Jin took out a bag of small balloons from his pocket. I was wearing them when I took them out. The 4 of them fell silent, exchanging bewildered glances. Seeing the awkward silence, Su Jin coughed and said seriously, a small sacrifice is nothing. I went deep into the enemy's lair for everyone, for the fate of humanity. Director Lee is truly amazing. Guede clapped the expression easily. It's my duty. No, that's not right. Chengdu shook his head repeatedly, deep in thought, scrutinizing Su Jin. Then how do you explain taking your clothes off? It's simple. After I've confirmed and examined the target, I'm going to proceed with the autopsy, which will definitely cause blood to splatter. Suhin's checked. I can't change my clothes every day, can I? I'll put them in the closet beforehand to avoid getting them stained with blood. Besides, I haven't taken a shower in a long time, so this is a good opportunity to take a shower. Bath. The shadows uniformly covered the faces of Chengdu and the other 2. He's really become a pervert, after all. Didn't he realize it himself? Everyone, you all know the situation on my side. What exactly happened on your side? Su Jin asked the group. What did that child reveal that made you kill him? Fu Hu quickly perked up, his eyes shining as he looked at Su Jin. Director, I've discovered my daughter's special ability. She can sense other people's malice. Chapter 71, Su Jin under the midday sun. What? Su Jin's heart skipped a beat, and he excitedly moved closer to Fu Hu. Really? Really? Of course it's true. Fu Hu's emotions began to rise. At first, I couldn't believe it either. Qingdai shot that child on the spot. She could tell at a glance that the child was a fake, infected person. Moreover, Qingdai said that our team is clean and there is no one who has any ill intentions towards her, so we can safely arm and fire weapons. This is wonderful, wonderful. Su Jin lowered his head in a daze and murmured to himself. Time passed day by day, but bad news always outweighed good news. Our understanding of the disguised infected and zombies is still incomplete, but each encounter brings a deeper sense of despair. A stable and promising team and future. The dawn has finally broken. Hope truly lies with Qingdai. The company's choice of her was definitely not without reason. Su Jin suddenly looked up. The remaining two fake infected are very likely to appear, and we know nothing about their abilities. There is danger lurking in the shadows, especially since Qingdai's safety cannot be compromised in the slightest. Although our preparations are not entirely complete, they are sufficient. I've decided not to wait any longer. We'll load all the supplies onto the trucks tonight, and we'll head to the military region as soon as it's light tomorrow. Do you have any objections? No. All right, let's go check on Qingdai and the little girl first, and then make the arrangements immediately. The group returned to the small tree at the Community Activity Center. Fu Qingdai was also called out from the center. Looking at Fu Qingdai, Su Jin smiled broadly. Qingdai, you really have the ability now? Fu Qingdai nodded vigorously, her face beaming with smiles. Brother, I really sensed it, and it was very clear that it was malicious. When I saw her, even her face changed. I remember you told me before that something was off about the process, but I didn't take it seriously at the time. That was Su Jin's gaze drifted toward Chengdu. The others followed suit and looked over. Chengdu immediately shrank back. Hey, don't look at me. Qingdai must have just mastered the ability and is not familiar with it. So she made a misjudgment. Qingdai, take another look. Take a closer look. Do I have a problem? Fu Qingdai looked at Chengdu and shook her head. There's no problem, and even the situation I sensed before, I didn't feel any danger. Perhaps it really was a mistake. Su Jin pointed at Chengdu. You better stay away from Qingdai from now on. If I find anything amiss, don't blame me for being impolite. Cheng said with a bitter face. Director, your words hurt me deeply. I was just concerned about you. I'm really fine. I also think you're fine, which is why I'm being cautious and observing. If it were anyone else, I would have shot them already. Chengdu's face fell, and he became withdrawn. After Su Jin finished speaking, he walked closer to Ding Ling. He took out a small knife and pointed it at her arm, saying, I'm going to make a quick cut to see how strong her muscles are. If you can't handle it, you can go back first. While we may not be able to fully ascertain the abilities of these two disguised infected individuals who appeared with premeditation, observing their muscle strength is still of great value. This little girl's body was clearly exceptionally strong. Her skull could hold a bullet, making her no ordinary person. This alone is not to be underestimated. Seeing that Su Jin was about to cut her off, Fu Qingdai immediately covered her face and peered through the tiny gaps between his fingers. The moment Su Jin's blade pierced Ding Ling's upper arm, Fu Qingdai's pupils immediately contracted. That chilling feeling returned and spread once again, and it was exceptionally clear that it was emanating from Ding Ling. It was just much weaker than the first time. Without the slightest hesitation, Fu Qingdai exclaimed, Be careful, she. Before he could finish speaking, Su Jin had already changed his move with his right hand, shattering the neck bone with a single stab and piercing through Ding Ling's neck. His left palm, sharp as a blade, pierced through the bullet hole in his abdomen and gripped his spine. With a snap, it broke in two. At the same time, the right leg launched an attack, delivering a powerful knee strike that shattered the hip bone. Ding Ling shuddered, her bones in the upper, middle, and lower sections completely destroyed, and after a large waterfall of blood gushed out from beneath her, she died completely. In less than a second, Su Jin's ruthless and swift combo stunned everyone on the spot. Several incredulous gazes were fixed on him. What kind of reaction speed and strength is this? Fu Hu was even more surprised and looked up at the blazing sun overhead. He had witnessed firsthand how hard the little girl's bones were, yet the director had managed to shatter such hard bones with a single knee strike. The sun is shining brightly now. Is this the director at his best? With his opponent killed, Su Jin turned to look at Fu Qingdai. What's going on? Fu Qingdai closed her eyes and took several deep breaths before saying, I don't know either. I fired 7 bullets at her, and she was clearly dead, but I couldn't sense any malice from her. But when you stabbed her with a knife just now, that feeling came back. Maybe it's because she didn't die. She just passed out. Maybe. Your abilities still need a lot of testing before you can have a stable grasp of them. I'll find a zombie to test it on later. If the zombie doesn't work, then I'll try to catch a live infected person for you. After Su Jin finished speaking, his gaze swept over everyone. What just happened wasn't all bad. At least it taught us a lesson. These fake infected individuals with special abilities can't be judged by common sense. In the future, to be on the safe side, it's best to remember to finish them off after they lose their mobility, repair their heart, cut off their head, and then confirm their death. Write this down and write it in the action manual for other team members to see. The rule of finishing off the dead must be strictly followed. It's not over yet, Sonia suddenly shouted. Shaoli, her arm. Su Jin suddenly turned around and locked his gaze on Ding Ling's forearm. A flesh-colored worm, about the length of a forearm, suddenly separated from the lower half of the previously smooth and normal left arm. The strange insect was incredibly fast. In the time it took for everyone to react, it had already landed on the ground, its 8 legs moving like phantoms as it swiftly crawled into the shadows. Su Jin decisively drew his gun and fired, but all 5 shots missed their mark as the strange insect had already run far away. Old son, old way. Take Qingdai back to the center immediately and seal all the gaps in the doors and windows. Old Fu, Chengdu, follow me. Su Jin was furious and gave orders as he ran after them. It's rare to have some good news. Things didn't go so smoothly after all. One problem after another arose, one after another. This infected organism can even survive by splitting into multiple parts. I wonder what's going on with that particular insect. If it's just a bug growing on an infected person, then it's not a big problem. But if it has the original owner's consciousness, then it's a big problem. The 3 men simultaneously drew their guns and fired at the strange insect, charging straight for 100 meters in one breath. The insect slithered in the shadows, its flesh-colored skin subtly changing in the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves. After another 10 meters, it disappeared from the ground in the blink of an eye. Su Jin stopped, his brows furrowed with rage. Lost it. That bug seems to have the ability to mimic and disguise itself. Otherwise, it would be impossible to lose it. Director, what should we do? Fu wasked anxiously. Go back to the center immediately and tell Old Sun and Old Way to seal the gaps in the doors and windows and prevent anyone from touching the walls. Sprinkle flour all over the ground. If there is any unusual movement, tell Old Sun to shoot with a shotgun immediately. Fu Hu turned and ran towards the activity center. Chengdu, you and I. Su Jin stopped mid-sentence, his gaze shifting from the ground to the rooftop. Cheng followed his gaze. A graceful figure stood on the edge of the rooftop, her skirt fluttering in the breeze, bathed in sunlight. Su Jin's facial muscles twitched, and his expression gradually became ferocious. Another one, trying to provoke me? You're asking for it. Chapter 72, the director is miserably restrained. Another sweet potato noodle. Chengdu's gaze was cold as he stared intently at his target, ready for anything. He didn't forget to ask, Director, what should we do? Su Jin was about to reply when he suddenly narrowed his eyes, because the beautiful figure upstairs had already fallen. Judging from her movements, the woman's body seemed very light, and her posture did not resemble that of someone jumping off a building. A second later, the woman adjusted her position in mid-air, her toes touching the iron flower bed extending from the 5th floor. With a nimble flip, he landed directly on the 3rd floor. Stepping on the 3rd floor wall, I landed directly on the ground. As soon as the figure disappeared from sight, Su Jin ran for dozens of meters and then hopped forward with bent legs. His leg muscles bulged, and he suddenly unleashed a tremendous force as he stomped on the ground. With a muffled thud, a small blast of air spread out, shattering and scattering floor tiles. Under Chengdu's shocked gaze, Su Jin leaped up, swung his right hand in the air, and landed heavily on the platform on the 2nd floor of the Community Activity Center. My goodness, is the director really that capable? Cheng was in a daze for a moment, then quickly ran towards the activity center. On the rooftop platform, Su Jin looked down. The woman on the rooftop hadn't disappeared. Instead, she was rapidly heading towards him. In just a few seconds, the woman had already stepped on the green trees in the community and leaped to the platform. Standing at the edge, More than 20 meters away from Su-jin, the woman was looking at him with a smile. Suhin observed intently. This woman had an average appearance, but her demeanor was extremely relaxed, which was definitely not the expression of a normal person. If an ordinary person from the outside world were to evolve into a superhuman, they would never show such emotions. Undoubtedly a fake, infected person. I could jump from a sixth floor to the first floor with a buffer, and I have that ability too, but I could never be as light as her. Judging from the sense of power, the opponent is far inferior to me. Perhaps their strength lies in speed and agility. Using a gun would be the best option to shoot her, but the silver gun is out of bullets and won't be able to fire again for a short time. The large number of guns seized from the police station were handed over to Old Sun to arrange the firepower configuration, so he didn't have any extra guns on him. She's a bit tricky. The best option is to get close enough to lock her down. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Su-jin had already made his judgment. There are 4 of you. 3 of you have arrived. Where's the last one? Su-jin asked tentatively. The woman's eyes crinkled into a smile. Oh, you know quite a lot. You smell strongly of blood. You must have killed those 2 good-for-nothings, right? You were all in cahoots, weren't you? You were all refreshing the rooftop, weren't you? That woman isn't dead yet. She mentioned you to me. Su-jin secretly exerted force with his right hand, crushing the small pieces of stone bricks that had splashed up from his jump. Just as the woman was listening attentively to the speech, a handful of pebbles were thrown at her. The dense pebbles, like shotgun blasts, hurtled towards the woman's face. At the same moment, Su-jin's legs burst forth, propelling him forward. Without a word, the other side started fighting. The woman was startled and began to retreat as Su-jin made a move with his right hand. Unfortunately, the swarm of pebbles was flying too fast and moving in the wrong direction, and a dense barrage of pebbles hit me. His clothes were torn, leaving a bloody crater. The woman screamed as a pebble pierced her right eye, blinding her in one eye. However, the force of the stones hitting her made the woman retreat even faster. Half of his body had already slipped off the second-floor platform, and he fell backward. Just as they were about to flee downwards, Su-jin had already arrived with overwhelming force. He bent down and grabbed the woman's slender ankle tightly. He swung the woman backward with great force, slamming her hard onto the concrete ground with a loud thud before she bounced back up. The woman coughed up a mouthful of blood, which sprayed all over her face. When she opened her eyes, Su-jin's right hand, which was gripping her calf, did not loosen its grip at all. Instead, he forcefully bent the woman into a split. His other hand was not idle either. A heavy punch, brimming with murderous intent, was already smashing towards her face. In the woman's horrified eyes, she saw that the other person's ruptured muscles had torn through the forearm sleeve. In that extremely dangerous moment, the woman's potential was unleashed as she forcefully tilted her head to the side. He dodged the fatal blow, but blood splattered on the side of his head, and one of his ears was smashed into a pulp. Seeing that the woman had dodged, Su-jin exerted force with his right arm, preparing to swing again. Right now, a fragrant breeze seemed to waft from the woman's body, and Su-jin was momentarily dazed, his right hand unconsciously loosening its grip. The opening was exposed, and the woman immediately seized the opportunity, bending her legs to kick Su-jin. They slid backward for several meters, widening the distance again. As soon as the woman stood up and steadied herself, something sticky was smeared on her face, instantly blinding her. Su-jin, brimming with murderous intent, attacked once more. But after taking only a few steps, another fragrant breeze wafted by, and I was momentarily frozen in place. The woman closed her eyes and frantically backed away, wiping the stuff off her face as she did so. Upon seeing what he held in his hand, he nearly bit his teeth to pieces on the spot. His one eye twitched violently, his hatred surging like never before. My ear! This is my own ear, and that bastard picked it up and slammed it in my face. Before we could even exchange 2 sentences, he lost an eye, an ear, suffered extensive fractures in his back, and even had his groin stretched. Was this beast a wolf in his past life? Having made 2 mistakes, Su-jin was on edge, watching his opponent intently and daring not to rush forward again. The prediction was wrong. This woman's abilities are definitely not just about speed and agility. It might be an influence on her mental state. If I can maintain my full power without being affected, I can kill her with ease. But the opponent is now prepared, and with the ability to disrupt one's mind, a single mistake could lead to death. While the abilities are fully amplified under the scorching sun, they're all based on the enhancement of the human body's basic qualities. If a weak point is hit, the person may still be killed in one blow. This isn't a game, and he doesn't have any particularly strange mutation abilities. He still has the fatal flaws that naturally exist in a human body. The two were locked in a standoff. The woman laughed hatefully. Fine, fine, you're ruthless. I was thinking of running away, but now it seems there's no need. Remember my name. I'm Liang Shui, and from now on you'll be my dog. Su Jin gave him a cold look. Liang Shui was beaten like a dog by him, yet she still dared to utter such arrogant words. Her reliance must be extraordinary. Hee hee, you must be wondering what abilities I have. Well, let me tell you, it's actually very simple. Any man will fall at my feet, especially a man like you. You'll understand soon enough. Liang Sueyo kept her distance. A faint fragrance wafted through the air. I see. So it's through the effect of smell? Su Jin calmly took out a pair of socks that hadn't been washed for more than 10 days from his briefcase, tore them into 2 strips, and stuffed them into his nostrils. Liang Shui was stunned for a moment, then laughed angrily. You're a real pervert. So naive. Su Jin was too lazy to listen anymore, and was about to step forward and swiftly take action when he stopped in his tracks once again. Liang Shui's face gradually changed before his eyes, and a feeling of sudden attraction welled up from his heart. Su Jin's lips moved slightly. The murderous intent in his heart slowly dissipated, and his muscles relaxed. Looking down, I realized that the area that should have been relaxed was suddenly not. Chapter 73, Strong Reinforcements Arrive. The director temporarily leaves the stage. Director. The door to the rooftop walkway hut was suddenly pushed open, and Chengdu burst in. The entire scene of the two confronting each other came into view. The woman was covered in wounds and was clearly no match for the director. Following Chengdu was Fu Hu. After Fu Hu, there was Fu Qingdai, Zhang Wan, Sister Lu, and Old Sun and Old Wei. Chengdu immediately ran forward and stood beside Su Jin. Fu Hu closed the door of the passageway hut, and before closing it, he reminded them, "Don't get involved. It's dangerous here. Go back down and keep watch." After saying that, she also ran to Su Jin's side. Huh, I thought it was another idiot, but it turns out to be a disabled, ugly bastard. Chengdu spat out a mouthful of saliva, launching into a tirade without any manners. But when he looked down, his gaze froze, and then he slowly looked up at Su Jin, whose face was flushed. A sharp pain shot through her heart, and she exclaimed in utter astonishment, "Director, you no way. You actually fancy this kind of trash? Or did Jiangyu just ignite your passion? Your reaction is way too slow. What's wrong with these socks?" Chengdu said, reaching out and pulling the sock out of Su Jin's nostrils. "Stop talking nonsense. Don't move. Watch out for that woman." Fu Hu reached out to block Chengdu's Sujin, his gaze fixed on Liang Shui. "Director, what's wrong with you?" I've been hit. Don't look her in the eye. Her ability is to seduce men," Su Jin said with difficulty, caught in a battle for control of his mind. I can't do it to her. Mind control, I don't know the principles behind it. Smell, sight, you could be affected. What fragrance? And she's trying to seduce men?" Chengdu was momentarily bewildered, then looked at Liang Shui with disdain. "But the more I look at this woman, the more disgusted I get." "I understand. Director, are you all right?" Fu asked. "Why is Chengdu all right? Did he bring a gun?" "Kill him. Damn it. Don't worry about me." Su Jin roared fiercely, crouching low as he ran away into the distance. "Damn it. It seems the director is in serious trouble. We're no match for him, so we have to be careful." Fu whispered. "That woman hasn't come forward yet. She's definitely up to something. My pistol is empty. I forgot to change it. What about yours?" "We arrived in time, and I didn't have any either," Chung replied in a low voice. "But it looks like the director got the first strike and seriously injured her. She's still bleeding. We can't be so bad as to be unable to beat a one-eyed cripple." As they spoke, Liang Shui kept her distance and observed the two with a furrowed brow. "We don't know how strong these two newcomers are, but that's not the point. Why would they be unaffected if they were within their own capabilities? The one they call the director is no longer capable. It would be a huge loss for him to leave now. Having been treated so badly, it will be difficult to find a chance for revenge later. Let's observe further. If it really doesn't work, we'll have to retreat." "Superior!" Chung shouted and charged forward first. Flames began to ignite on his body, and Fu Hu followed suit by hardening his heart and fists. Seeing the two running ahead, Liang Chui sneered and took the initiative to meet them. Those two are useless. Just looking at their speed, they are already far inferior to that man. Even if I'm injured, I am still better than both of them. Separate. Seeing the enemy taking the initiative to attack, Fu Hu let out a low shout, and the two of them split up to prepare for a pincer attack. Liang Chui was just entering when her slender arm struck Fu Hu directly. Bypassing the iron fist, strike the heart with a single palm. Fu Hu grunted, his body swayed slightly, and he continued to throw punches at Liang Chui. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chengdu also launched an attack. The arm, engulfed in flames, delivered a hook punch, sending up a trail of flame nearly 10 inches long. The blow was so sudden that it scorched off Liang Chui's bangs. It smells like burnt pig hair. Ugly sow, Chengdu shouted, launching a barrage of sarcastic attacks. Fu Hu's two attacks missed, and he began to get impatient. The woman was too fast. It was difficult for me to achieve any effective results. Instead of doing that, it would be better to let Chengdu take the lead in attack. With this thought in mind, Fu Hu completely abandoned the idea of injuring Liang Chui and instead focused on sealing her off. Liang Chui kept defending herself, occasionally retaliating, observing the two men's attacks with annoyance in her heart. These two must have practiced their teamwork. I originally thought they would be easy to defeat. However, it seems to be more complicated than expected. The older man appears to have only undergone simple strength enhancement, which adds some defensive capabilities, but nothing special. But the one who controls fire can breathe fire from both nostrils, and his head and body sway left and right. With the old man's assistance, he is very difficult to fight, and he might have other tricks up his sleeve. Why haven't the other two men fallen for it yet? Generally speaking, each man's tolerance for his own abilities is different. The stronger and more robust a man is, the faster he will be infected. These two look quite normal, and they haven't reacted yet, especially the younger one. His foul mouth keeps spewing filth. After a nearly half-minute entanglement, Chung seized an opportunity and opened his mouth to deliver a fatal blow. Just as the fire in her chest was about to erupt, Liang Chui struck with lightning speed, delivering a palm strike to Chengdu's chin. The flames that were about to erupt were instantly pushed back. Liang Chui let out a cold snort. I knew it. That's all you two are good for. Upon hearing this, Liang Chui quickly turned and ran in the direction where Su Jin had disappeared. He was injured and couldn't take down the two of them in a short time. If it dragged on any longer, things would get really bad. The strongest erector has already been caught in the trap, and his identity is extraordinary. The best option is to use him to disrupt the two of them. Seeing Liang Chui escape and run in the direction where Su Jin disappeared, Fu Huqing immediately understood what was going on and was greatly shocked. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately darted away and gave chase. However, Liang Chui was too fast, and the two of them were caught off guard. Seeing that they couldn't catch up, Chengdu shouted loudly. With a whoosh, flames shot out from his buttocks, and through his torn pants, he directly sprayed nitrogen to accelerate, instantly overtaking Liang Chui by a body length. What? Turning her head to look at Chengdu, who was inexplicably half a body length ahead of her, Liang Chui was shocked. The next second, Chengdu's hook punch was already aimed at her face. Liang Chui raised her arm to block, but the flames burned through her sleeve, leaving a charred patch on her fair skin. Where do you think you're going? Fu Hu roared, his eyes wide, and followed closely behind, blocking Liang Chui's path once again. The three of them were locked in combat again in the blink of an eye. After a dozen or so breaths, Chengdu finally couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, "Director, are you done yet? Where are you?" Fu Hu felt a chill run down his spine, quickly realizing the problem. Chengdu's abilities are unique and flexible, but they also consume a lot of energy. He's been setting fires continuously throughout the battle, and he probably won't be able to hold out for much longer. If the director could join the fray now, he could defeat this woman with just a little help. He is the key to victory or defeat. As Chung called out Su Jin's name, all three of them couldn't help but look around to find Su Jin's figure. After several more exchanges, as the three moved, Su Jin's figure finally appeared before them. In the shadows beside the small rooftop walkway, Su Jin was hunched over, his face filled with anxiety as he busied himself. The three of them looked at it with their mouths crooked and their eyes squinted. He stealing pipes? Chapter 74, The Three Illusionary Gods Battle the Succubus on the Rooftop. Come out! Come out! Su Jin's eyes blazed with fury, and his arms moved with lightning speed. She should have been able to get out of this mess easily, since her mind was full of fantasies. But now the sun is shining brightly in the sky, and my body is fully enhanced. So no matter how fast I try to accelerate, I just can't get out. Hiding in the shadows should theoretically help a little, but so far it doesn't seem to have any effect. Sensing the three people appearing from the side, Su Jin panicked and quickly ducked to protect his weak points, yelling, "Lure that woman away. Get out of here. One more look, and I'm finished." Chengdu and Fu Hu switched positions and stood in front of Su Jin. At this moment, fear finally erupted in Liang Chui's eyes. No, with such a big fight going on, how could he dare to do such a thing? I know my own abilities, and the influence I exert is strongly correlated with the physiological state of the target. If we let him unleash his full potential, it will be difficult to control him again. I will surely die then. You two pieces of trash. Get out of my way. Liang Chui screamed, ignoring her injuries, and immediately tried to force her way in to take Su Jin's life. Unfortunately, the two people in front of him had already changed their tactics, with Fu Hu taking the lead in attack and standing like an iron tower in front of him. The sun's position changes in the sky. Su Jin kept pumping air to increase the pressure while looking up at the sky. He pulled up his pants and followed the shadows, finally leaning against the iron gate of the passageway. Damn it, come out now. If you don't come out, I'll chop you up. Su Jin's eyes were bloodshot, and he was sweating profusely with anxiety. Another 100 cycles have been completed. Su Jin took a couple of breaths and shook his head violently, trying to shake off Liang Ciyue's captivating image and strong emotional influence. He reached into his chest bag and took out his phone. Su Jin was panting heavily, operating the screen with one hand. Unlock, open the hidden folder, open Xuanlei. Damn it, where's my film? Seeing the empty Xuanlei download list, Su Jin was so angry that he almost dropped his little pearl. After calming down with heavy breathing, I started swiping the screen again. It's okay, it's okay. This is nothing for me. I also have illustrations and a novel. Inside the small house's hallway, Zhang Wan, along with the woman, Sister Lu, Sunya, and Wei De, were all waiting anxiously. Did you hear anything? My hearing isn't good, Sunya said, his face full of worry. I heard it. The sound seemed to get louder just now. Someone must have come closer, Fu Qingdai said, frowning. There were no gunshots. They weren't carrying any guns. How about we send one over? Gui de Guispiv. The words had barely left his mouth when the iron gate made two loud banging noises. No way. They're fighting at the entrance. If we go in, we'll just become a burden. Sunya immediately rejected the idea. Hang in there a little longer. I'll be done soon. Su Jin's anxious voice carried through the iron gate into the hallway. Fu Qingdai's eyes lit up instantly, and a plan formed in her mind. My brother's at the door, so my dad and brother Chung should be somewhere else. With their guns, Sunya quickly handed over the sprayer he had on hand. Fu Qingdai took the shotgun and shouted through the door. Brother, I brought you a gun. What? Su Jin looked up abruptly, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He quickly opened the novel, had it read aloud by a human, stuffed it into his pocket, and used one arm to brace against the door. Qingdai, don't come in. There's a battle going on here. Did you hear what he said? Sunya asked hurriedly. I didn't hear clearly. It sounded like Brother Chung was breathing fire, but the sound was drowned out. Fu Qingdai said, pursing her lips. But I heard it very clearly. My dad was shouting something. The two of them were quite far from their opponents. My brother was right at the door, so he should be alone. There's nothing more to say. Just push open the door, throw the gun to him, and we'll leave immediately. Fu Qingdai nodded and reached out to push the door open. He pushed it twice, but there was no response, so he turned around and looked at Sunya. Sunya panicked and glared at me, saying, What are you looking at me for? This old door is rusted, so use your strength to break it open. With a loud crash, the door behind them was slammed open. Holy crap! Su Jin was jolted and staggered, falling to his knees with his gun in hand. He slowly turned around, his bloodshot eyes looking behind him, his phone still playing a novel. Tonight, my hair will be straight, cascading down on my waist like a waterfall, and I'll be wearing a short dress. The five people stared in disbelief, their gazes shifting from the ditch to his face. Su Jin's lips trembled uncontrollably, a feeling of shame and rage welling up inside him, instantly overwhelming all other emotions. The next second, he roared in fury. What the hell do you all want? Are you trying to kill me? I told you there's a war going on here. They'll let you in. Fu Qingdai blushed deeply and dropped the sprayer as if it were burning her hand. Brother, here's a gun. Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Wan grabbed him and pulled him away. The group hurriedly retreated back into the corridor and slammed the iron door shut. Su Jin gritted his teeth, stood up, straightened his clothes, and his face was covered in veins with anger. He shook his head a few more times, then looked up at Liang Chui with a fierce glint in his eyes. After all that commotion, I'm suddenly much more awake. Ultimately, this ability wasn't entirely under my control. It was my lack of self-control that led me to fall into this trap. I reckon I'll get hit again soon, so I need to finish this quickly. Thinking of this, Su Jin picked up the shotgun on the ground and rushed towards Liang Chui. You two, get out of the way. Su Jin's shout was like celestial music that entered Fu Hu and Chengdu's ears. Liang Chui looked at Su Jin with a terrified expression. Seeing him approaching with a gun, she immediately closed in on Fu Hu and began to fight him. The other fire-breathing creature was already out of firepower, and this big guy was slow, making him perfect for taking bullets. Liang Kui Down Ted Su Jin, Yure, ruthless. This is the first time I've been defeated by a man. I've lost this time, but even if I die, I'll take one of them with me. Shoot me. Let's see if you can hit the target. Fu Hu immediately roared. Director, ignore this bitch. Shoot. I'll risk my life against her. Let's see who's tougher. The 5 people looked at each other in bewilderment in the corridor. Still reeling from what had just happened, Zhang Wan turned pale upon hearing Fu Hu's roar. Sister Lu quickly stepped forward to comfort her. Wan, you found a responsible and good man. Old Fu is lucky and will definitely be all right. Ha. What the hell are you trying to be a man for? Liang Dukui sneered. I figured it out a long time ago. No wonder you're not affected by my abilities. You're just a fucking incompetent. And that other guy, you're a fucking homosexual. You're risking your life, and you still have the mood to watch others get rewarded. What? Chengdu, you. Director, I really didn't. Chengdu rudely protested. While Yang Shui was engaged in the fight, she kept saying to Su Jin in a sinister tone, I've seen a lot of men, and this kid definitely has a crush on you. But you should thank me today, because even if he has a different orientation, he will be influenced by my abilities. It's just a matter of time. Shoot me now. You still have a chance to kill me. Later you won't have that chance. That lecherous idiot will help me kill you. Ha ha ha. Juan, it's all right. Men are all like this when they get older. Actually, that kind of thing isn't that interesting, Sister Lu continued to comfort her. Sister Lu, please stop talking, Zhang Wan said in a muffled voice, covering her face. Su Jin was sweating and hesitated, holding his gun. The shotgun's area of effect was too large. Not only could Fu Hu's hardening ability not react in time, but the hardened area was also insufficient. The probability of accidentally injuring someone with a gun is extremely high once it's fired. This woman is still trying to entice him to fire, so she might be confident that she can use Fu Hu as a human shield. I don't dare to get close to them. My condition has improved somewhat, but it hasn't completely subsided. Her ability must emanate from her core. The closer you are to her, the greater the impact. Even if I don't get close, if this drags on, I'll just go back to my previous state. What should we do? Just as Su Jin was caught in a dilemma, Chengdu suddenly exclaimed in a panic, Director, I smell a fragrance. Haha, almost there. Liang Chui continued to pester Fu Hu, using words to confuse Su Jin. Aren't you going to shoot? It'll be too late if you don't. Su Jin turned his gaze urgently to Chengdu, only to see that the other party was already dazed and had completely withdrawn from the battle. A chill ran through him, and he dared not hesitate for even a moment longer, letting out a deafening roar. Chengdu, don't be fooled by this bitch. I can do it too. Upon hearing the roar, Chengdu turned his head, his eyes instantly becoming clear. Su Jin was carrying a gun, and at some point, he was sitting with his arms crossed, wearing only his underwear and socks. Liang Chui's eyes widened in disbelief. I thought you were so capable. Is that all? Give up. You can't beat me in terms of looks. Su Jin said, quickly unloading the shotgun shells and throwing them hard at Liang Chui's face. Qing Dai is all right. The director had no choice. He definitely doesn't like men. Sister Lu comforted her kindly. The 2 old men watched the 3 women's behavior with blank expressions. Fu Qingdai's expression shifted repeatedly before she finally gritted her teeth, turned around, and ran downstairs. Chapter 75, Perilous Summit, Rooftop Snow Battle. As Su Jin threw the shotgun with great force, The shotgun pellets shot towards Liang Shui. Unfortunately, Liang Shui had witnessed the preemptive bomb disposal operation and was already prepared. Su Jin had already dodged in advance and quickly hid behind Fu, who before he could make a move. Having missed his target, it was now extremely difficult for Su Jin to repeat the same trick. Chengdu, who was standing to the side, snapped out of his daze and rejoined the battle between Fu Hu and Liang Shui. The battle reached a stalemate again. Su Jin frowned, and his vision began to blur. Liang Shui's charm once again stirred within my heart. Huh. Su Jin gasped for breath, ignoring the large bulges on his body, and kept pinching his thighs hard. Difficult, difficult, difficult. This special type of opponent is far weaker than oneself, yet they're the natural counter to oneself in actual combat. Fu Huqing can't die. Is there no other way but to castrate himself? He is currently caught in a huge dilemma regarding whether or not to castrate. The rooftop walkway hut was broken into once again. The shouts of Zhang Wan and others were also heard. Qing Dai, you're crazy. Don't make things worse. Su Jin broke out in a cold sweat and immediately turned around. Fu Qing Dai was seen carrying 2 bulging plastic bags and rushing towards them with her head down. When it got close to about 10 meters away, it started spinning in place like a small top. Su Jin immediately became anxious and shouted, Qing Dai, what are you doing here? Go back now. Fu Qing Dai remained silent and continued spinning forward. The little top spun very fast, and in the blink of an eye it had reached Su Jin's side. Just as Su Jin was about to stop her, Fu Qing Dai shouted, Dad, Brother Chung, get out of the way. As soon as she finished speaking, Fu Qing Dai threw the 2 bulging plastic bags in her hands at lightning speed toward Liang Shui, like shot puts. After being spun and accelerated, the bag became heavier, and its speed was no less than that of Su Jin throwing a bullet. Upon hearing Fu Qing Dai speak, Fu Hu and Chengdu instinctively chose to retreat and dodge. Liang Shui glanced at the incoming object and, seeing that it was just a plastic bag containing something, snorted coldly and continued to entangle Fu Hu. As soon as the plastic bags flew over, he immediately reached out and punched them both through. With a whoosh, a huge amount of viscous substance and liquid inside the plastic bag burst open. A massive amount of feces and urine came down like a torrential downpour. It drenched Liang Shui and Fu Hu from head to toe and spilled a load of water on Chengdu's pants. The 3 of them were stunned on the spot. Su Jin was instantly overjoyed and looked at Fu Qing Dai in shock. Those are plastic bags used by team members at the center to collect excrement. She has such quick wit. Brilliant. Liang Shui is definitely going to lose her composure now. Even if she is a succubus, no matter how powerful she is or how despicable she is, she can't be so horny about a pile of shit. Well done. Su Jin roared excitedly, throwing a punch at Liang Shui, determined to beat her until she was covered in blood and urine. Serve you right. You're such a slut. Fu Qing Dai snorted angrily, muttered a curse under her breath, and then ran back into the stairwell. After a brief pause, Fu Hu was the first of the 3 to react. He threw a punch at Liang Shui, the water and soup mingling together. Liang Shui raised her hand to defend herself, her face still sticky and watery. With his arms slippery and sticky, Fu Hu, who had been unable to hit his target, finally managed to land a sliding punch on Liang Shui's chin this time, thanks to the combined efforts of everyone. In slow motion, Fu Hu's retracted fist is sticky and stringy. Corn kernels splatter in the air, and brown and yellow vegetable leaves and curry fly together. Liang Shui's face was extremely distorted, her cherry-like mouth wide open, but she immediately closed her mouth again the moment her rationality returned. My face was covered in a bunch of bits of stuff. I moved so much that I ended up eating everything. Although infected, they still retain most of their human habits. After all, even zombies don't eat excrement. Under extreme physical nausea and the threat of death, Liang Shui's vigilance was off the charts. In the dim light, Su Jin's figure was spotted at a glance. Not daring to delay even for a moment, Liang Shui raised her palm and urinated to drive away Fu Hu, then turned her head and spat out feces to force Chengdu to retreat. At the same time, he shoveled fiercely with his foot, splashing up a spray of yellow water that rushed towards Su Jin with a splash. Unexpectedly, the opponent was so cunning and ruthless. A raging torrent of evil was crashing down on us, and it was too late to break. Su Jin's eyes widened in fury. He raised his arms to shield his face, but his clothes were soaked through. To make matters worse, he stepped into the feces area, lost his footing, and swayed and slid forward. In an instant, amidst the stench and foul odor, Liang Chui's outstanding performance and dirty tactics. They turned a disadvantage into an advantage, forced back 3 top experts, and carved out a way out of a desperate situation. During the brief pause, Liang Chui gave Fu Qingdai a deep look with her single eye filled with hatred, then unleashed her full power and leaped downstairs. Stepping on the wall of the activity center, it descended into the distance, disappearing into the distance beyond the residential area. Once Su Jin had regained his footing, he lowered his arms. His eyes were bloodshot, and the muscles in his face were twitching wildly. Looking in the direction where Liang Chui disappeared, he unleashed tremendous strength, chased after the roadside dung splatter, and leaped away. The people in the hallway stared blankly at the scene before them. Seeing her man turned into a grotesque mess, Zhang Wan grabbed Fu Qingdai's ear and scolded angrily. "You brat, what were you doing meddling in? Look what you've done to your dad and the others. Didn't you see your brother is furious?" Fu Qingdai's face turned ashen, and she kept shrinking back, saying, "Mom, I was wrong. I never expected it to turn out like this. It's all right. It's all right. The child meant well, but just carried it out badly. A quick wash will fix it. Hurry back and get some water." Sister Lu quickly stepped in to smooth things over. A dozen minutes later, Su Jin returned to the central rooftop platform, fuming and covered in grime. The rest of the people had already returned to the first floor, while Fu Hu and Chengdu were still waiting on the rooftop, their bodies almost completely dried out and covered in a hard shell. Upon seeing Su Jin return, the two immediately looked over. Su Jin shook his head, cursing, "That bitch got away. Damn it. Sigh. There's nothing we can do about this opponent being too vicious," Fu Hu said helplessly. Sister Lu went to fetch water and will be up soon. Before long, Sister Lu came up carrying a large bucket of water, with 3 basins and a plastic bag of towels tucked under her arm. Separate the 3 basins and arrange them. Then fill each with water. Sister Lu looked at the 3 disheveled men, swallowed hard, took a few steps back, and said, "Hurry up and clean them up. There's not much water. Wiping them should be enough. We have plenty of perfume, so we can spray some more." That director, Sister Lu hesitated, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Su Jin said dejectedly, "Sister Lu is one of us, so just say what you have to say." "Ah, then I'll be frank." Sister Lu hesitated for a moment before saying, "Director, you're only wearing underwear, and I think you need to scrub it a bit." Su Jin was annoyed, anxious, and ashamed. "Sister Lu, please say less. Can you get us some clothes?" "Thank you. Okay." Sister Lu gave an awkward smile, turned around, and jogged downstairs. There were only 3 people left on the platform. With blank expressions, the 3 picked up their basins and went to find a place to wash themselves. Su Jin looked at the clothes and briefcase he had taken off on the ground and felt a little relieved. "Fortunately, I was well prepared and had plenty of Coke in my briefcase, so I could use Coke if I ran out of water. Coca-Cola is an amazing toilet cleaner. It gets the toilet spotless. It also provides enough laundry for a change of clothes." They carried the basin of water to the back of the cabin. Su Jin peeked out to make sure no one could see him, then stealthily placed the basin of water on the ground. He stripped naked and then lay face down on the basin of water, frantically doing one-handed push-ups. Thanks to the brothers for providing inspiration for this chapter. Chapter 76, The 3 Who Lost Face. Half an hour later, 3 experts, Renqianlu, Yang Wei, and the contact list, sat side by side on the edge of the rooftop. The 3 of them stared into the distance, utterly despondent. After a long silence, Fu Hu, sitting in the middle, spoke first, his voice blank. "Chengdu, how come you don't smell like anything even though it's just a basin of water? I roasted it over a fire to kill the bacteria. And you, director, why are you wearing some incense?" "I washed it thoroughly," Su Jin replied expressionlessly. "Why do I smell so bad?" After hesitating for a long time, Chengdu leaned out to look at Su Jin and tentatively asked, "Director, what you said before. Get out." Su Jin cursed, "Destroy them all. You're all fucking dead." Cheng was so frightened that he shrank back and dared not utter another sound. Fu Hu sighed. "Chengdu, when did you catch this disease? Why didn't you go to the hospital to get it checked out? From a young age. Is that a disease? You're so uncultured. Isn't that normal?" Su Jin said helplessly. "Going to the hospital? You're making healthy people sick. Director, do you understand me? Cheng du is easily up. Get lost. Su Jin cursed again, then turned to look at Fu Hu. Old Fu, you're only in your early 40s. How did you catch this disease? Why didn't you go to the hospital to get checked out? Hey, don't you have a hardening ability? Even superpowers can't cure this problem. It needs to have a physical form to harden. If it doesn't have a physical form, I can only harden a silkworm cocoon, Fu Hu said with a dark face. Can't you just lie on the parallel bars and wait for it to hang down before you harden it? I stripped naked outside to find parallel bars, then walked home. That would only harden about a third of my body. Director, can you please stop asking? Fu paused, realizing what he meant, and couldn't help but get angry. I'm in good health, nothing wrong with me. It's just that I haven't been feeling well in recent years. I just need to take care of myself. Then how about replacing your wife with Jiang Yuxing? Jiang Yu can definitely do it. No, the three of us are already like this today. What difference does it make whether we're exhausted or not? That's true. Su Jin scratched his chin, and the three of them fell silent again. After a long pause, Su Jin let out a long sigh and said, "All right, let's get down to business. The situation is too dangerous right now. We don't know how many more fake infected people like those we just saw are still in the city. We've been targeted by 4 of them, and 2 are dead. 1 is injured, and 1 is still alive. That woman probably won't show up again anytime soon, but I'm worried she might seek help from the remaining 1. You two, pass the word down. Load all the supplies onto the trucks immediately and get ready to leave. We need to get going by daybreak tomorrow. Director, we still haven't found that big fleshy worm. Our people are at risk when they're out there." Su Jin rubbed his forehead, his head throbbing with pain. They fought and forgot about it. There's also a worm that's disappeared somewhere. In that case, Zhang Wan has 2 lists. Let those who don't have any skills do these jobs, and those who are useful stay in the house to guard the house. After Su Jin finished speaking, Fu Hu and Cheng Du did not respond and remained silent. I know this is cruel. I don't want to do it, but sometimes we have to. Su Jin also lowered his head, feeling extremely sad. The world has become like this, and we have to make choices. Talking about equality and peace, our opponents won't give us that opportunity. We need to survive, and we need to ensure that as many people as possible survive. Sai, let's get moving. I won't go in yet. You guys handle things inside. I'll get some fresh air outside, and keep an eye on things while I'm at it. Su Jin slapped his knee, stood up, and jumped down to the first floor. With the temporary crisis over, mobilization began quickly while it was still light. More than 70 people were selected and left the center to move goods outdoors. Everyone else gathered in the center of the hall, and a thin layer of flour was once again covering the crowd. Under Su Jin's direction, the external processes proceeded in an orderly manner. The center already had limited space, so most of the supplies were stored on the ground floor of the nearest residential building. Therefore, it's quite convenient to move. Before sunset, the overall work was almost complete. Seeing that only some finishing touches remained, Su Jin returned to the activity center. Standing through the crack in the door and looking inside through the glass, I was met with Fu Qingdai's apologetic gaze. Su Jin smiled and waved his hand, then looked at Fu Hu and pointed upwards. Fu Hu understood immediately and got up to go upstairs. Standing on the rooftop, Fu Hu said to Su Jin, who had walked to the side, "There are no problems here. The people boarding the vehicles and their numbers have all been assigned. We'll take the remaining supplies with us before we set off. Director, there's another issue you need to understand. The woman who just came here is more powerful than we imagined. Her abilities have a wide range, and she can even pass through walls. When we were on the roof, all the men below were affected, but perhaps because of the distance in the wall in between, the damage wasn't too severe. There was some chaos down there, but Old Master Sun has calmed things down. Old Wei said that the current situation is difficult to analyze and suggested that you wear an iron basin on your head, which might be able to protect you. A succubus ex-professor, Su Jin muttered with a headache, then raised his voice and said, I know. Be careful and on guard. The 2 elders are the most professional. Prepare everything according to their advice. There are others. As Su Jin was speaking, a scream suddenly came from the center of the hall. Fu Hu and Su Jin's expressions changed drastically at the same time, and they ran towards the hall one after the other. As he yanked the door open, Su Jin's heart tightened and his pupils contracted. Weida, standing in the crowd, looked pained and seemed to be struggling greatly. Sunya was supporting his body with a look of panic. What's wrong? Su Jin strode in, and the crowd automatically parted. Sunya gritted his teeth and said, Take him to a private room first. Su Jin immediately picked up Wei De and headed towards his temporary private office on the second floor. Fu Qingdai and her close associates followed closely behind, while only Zhang Wan remained in place to maintain order. Upon entering the room, besides a simple table and chairs, there was only a mattress. After gently placing Wei De on the mattress, Su Jin hurriedly asked, "What exactly happened?" "An insect," Sunya exclaimed, still shaken. That insect appeared and burrowed into old Wei's body. How could that be? The room was covered with flour, and the space we left should have been enough for you to react. I don't know when the bug came in. It fell from the roof and hit the ground below, Sunya said regretfully. It didn't land directly on Lao Wei's head, but he was accidentally hit on the body. I saw the bug crawl into his chest. Qingdai. Su Jin looked at Fu Qingdai. Didn't you sense anything at the time? Fu Qingdai said with a sullen face, I sensed it, but I only sensed it when the insect attacked. It was fast and very weak. By the time I reacted, it was too late. Su Jin said no more and ripped open Wei's shirt. As his shirt was torn open, a bloody hole the size of half a fist was revealed on his chest, and his entire upper body was covered with blood-red patterns like a spider web. Upon seeing this scene, Su Jin was extremely anxious. The current situation is beyond the scope of current medical technology to resolve, and Mr. Wei is already so old. Old Wei, how are you feeling? It hurts. Wei cried out in pain, tears streaming down his face. He grabbed Sunya's sleeve, shaking it repeatedly and pointing in one direction. Ugh, ah. What does he mean? Su Jin asked hurriedly. I know, I understand. Sunya held Wei's hand, tears streaming down his face as he looked at Su Jin. Old Wei was afraid something might happen to him, so he left notes in advance. He wrote down the operating methods of those weapons in his notes, which are at his home. Wei hesitated silently, then quietly released his grip on Sunya's sleeve. Chapter 77 Namekians Don't Tell the Truth. Everyone in the room had tears welling up in their eyes. Su Jin's whole body was tense, his heart filled with resentment. I didn't do enough on my own. Too slow, too weak. If we had been more careful back then, this loophole wouldn't have happened. Old Wei is crucial and an absolute hero of the team. Even in this situation, he was still thinking about how to solve the problem. We can't just give up like this. Wide's groans grew fainter and fainter. Su Jin suddenly widened his eyes and quickly began rummaging through his briefcase. In the blink of an eye, a fleshy ball had appeared in his hand. He stuffed the meatball into Wei's hand and took out a knife to pierce it. Not long after the light merged into Wei's palm, Wei immediately fell into a deep sleep. Sunya said anxiously, What are you doing? How can giving him this kind of thing at this time have any effect? That strange worm is still inside him. What if something else goes wrong? What else can we do? We'll try anything. It's the only way. Su Jin said in a deep voice. Sunya's lips moved, but he finally lowered his eyes and said weakly, What I mean is, you shouldn't waste this kind of resource on him. Success or failure is uncertain, and he will only slow down our progress. We too don't have much time left to live anyway. There's no need for us to be a burden to you young people. He left notes, but who knows if everyone can understand them. He has to teach them step by step. Suhin Saif, I know what you mean, but people are all made of flesh and blood. I can't always be rational. If it were a stranger, I wouldn't save him. Old Wei has been with me since the beginning, and I won't just watch him die. The same goes for you. Sunya sighed. We don't need to guard against the insects anymore. You can go out now. We still need more people to handle things down here. Send someone to fetch Lao Wei's notes. I'll call you anytime he wakes up or if he needs anything. Time flies and it's getting late. All personnel have been assigned, and the firearms have been distributed to a group of reliable people according to the daily report. All supplies were loaded onto the trucks, and we were just waiting to set off at dawn. In the room next to Wei's, where supplies were originally stored, Su Jin simply made a makeshift bed on the floor and examined the notes left by Wei by candlelight. The door quietly opened a crack. Fu Qingdai slipped inside, quickly closed the door, and lay down next to Su Jin. Su Jin put down his notebook, looked at Fu Qingdai, and forced a smile. Why are you here instead of with your parents? Fu Qingdai leaned gently on Su Jin's shoulder, and after a long while, she finally spoke. Will Grandpa Wei be all right? Yes. Su Jin said succinctly, You have to have faith that he will get better, and even better than before. Even if trouble arises, we can help him solve it. Fu Qingdai wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Brother, I'm sorry about today. I didn't mean to. Su Jin smiled gently and reached out to stroke Fu Qingdai's hair. You really saved my life today. Everything else is minor. You did nothing wrong and did a great job. I'm telling you the truth. Fu Qingdai's small nostrils twitched slightly. Today, I killed someone. I know she was infected, but she looked like an ordinary child. As she spoke, her voice began to choke up. Su Jin's gaze was deep as he gently patted her back twice. You must do this. You must abandon mercy towards the enemy. Qingdai, your identity is extraordinary. You can't just cry every time something happens. How can you shoulder the responsibility if you're always crying? Fu Qingdai looked up, her bright eyes fixed on Su Jin, and slowly spoke. I won't cry if you're not here. Their eyes met, and Su Jin said seriously, what if one day I'm no longer here? Where can you go? Fu Qingdai still stared at him stubbornly, but her hand gripped the hem of his clothes tightly. You said the spaceship crashed. Maybe someone will come to pick me up. Maybe I'll die. What will you do then? Su Jin asked rhetorically. Fu Qingdai was about to answer when Su Jin pressed her lips down. It's not that I don't care about you, but you have to be able to hold on and become the pillar of the team. Sometimes you have to use kindness, and sometimes you have to abandon kindness. Actually, management isn't that difficult. To deal with smart people, you have to use mutual benefit to win them over. To deal with those stupid people, you can never tell them the truth. You have to hypnotize them with a religious approach and make them believe that what you've made them do is right. Su Jin said slowly and deliberately. The rest is simple. Be close to virtuous officials, keep away from sycophants, and then appoint relatives and friends. There will definitely be people in the team who aren't getting enough to eat. If they're useful, give them a treat and develop them into trusted confidants. If they're not useful, just pass the buck to them. Say that they're not getting enough to eat because they're not working hard enough. It's entirely their own fault. Let them keep competing and working themselves to the bone for you. What I'm about to say is very important. You should keep it in mind, as you may need it in the future. But this is not a complete list. There is more. Su Jin lowered his head and met Fu Qingdai's gaze again. The girl's eyes darted around, but her gaze didn't move an inch. Looking down, Su Jin reached out and pushed aside the long legs that had somehow ended up on him. And most importantly, you can't have any improper thoughts about me. I'm an alien. This is the love of the seventh form. I didn't. Fu Qingdai lowered her head angrily, her hands gripping the hem of her clothes, trembling and turning white. The moment Fu Qingdai lowered her head, Su Jin clenched his knuckles tightly, then smiled slightly. I have experience. You might not believe it if I told you. A career elite like me, clean and refined, confident and generous, with proper manners and gentle words, can always make young girls feel relaxed, comfortable, and at ease. What about the male classmates your age? They're plain-looking, financially strapped, impulsive, unruly, and often make people angry. They're far inferior to me. Brother is like opium. Although it may make you feel good, you must quit it for the sake of your future happiness. You shameless person. Fu Qingdai slammed her forehead into Su Jin's ribs. After the teasing, Su Jin's smile faded, and he murmured as he looked at the roof. To be honest, I have a lot of girlfriends. Fu Qingdai quickly looked up and stared intently at Su Jin. I'm not lying to you. On Namek, polygamy is common. I have a whole building full of women. As soon as I walk in, they line up and come to see me in droves. If I don't like any of them that day, I go to another batch. Sometimes I go through several batches before I pick one. I only spend time with one person at a time. Sometimes when my friends come over, I also pick a few girlfriends to keep them company. Fu Qingdai's face turned pale. She pursed her lips and stared intently into Su Jin's eyes, searching for any flaws. Really? I don't believe it. Of course it's true. You've forgotten that we Namekians never lie. After Su Jin finished speaking, he dared not look directly at Fu Qingdai and immediately pushed her away. You go to sleep first. I'll go check on how Elderway is doing. Fu Qingdai stared blankly as Su Jin left. After a long while, she raised her eyebrows, clenched her fists, and pounded them against the wall. You're lying to me. The Namekian never lies. He never tells the truth. Chapter 78, Are You an Alien? Upon entering the room where Sunya and Wada were, Su Jin gently closed the door and stepped forward. Wada was still in a coma. Su Jin asked in a low voice, Elder son, how is the situation? Has anything changed? Sunya shook his head and sighed softly. Based on the previous mutation timeline, it should be some time before he regains consciousness. It's good that there are no unusual symptoms now. I checked his heartbeat and pulse, and they are relatively normal. It's very likely that the worm inside him is asleep along with him. But that's precisely the problem. If the flesh ball also strengthens that strange worm, Old Way might not have any chance of survival. Then let's wait a little longer. It's still a long time before dawn. Su Jin said, and sat down on the edge of the mattress. Looking at the untouched food on the ground, he turned to Sunya and said, "Old son, please eat your food. I really can't handle another one." Although he had no appetite, Sunya did not refuse since Su Jin had asked. He picked up his rice bowl and began to eat in small bites. Halfway through the meal, Sunya stopped eating and said in a low voice, "Little Lee, there are some things I didn't want to say, but I'm afraid that one day I'll end up like Old Way, so I'll just ask you directly. What's up?" Their eyes met, and Sunya said, enunciating each word clearly, "Are you an alien?" Su Jin was stunned, then forced a smile. "Old son, you're really strange. Why do you ask that? Your speaking habits are quite unique. Perhaps even you haven't noticed them. When you talk to me, you speak with a Longshan accent. But during our investigation, we contacted many residents in the building, and some of them speak dialects, so your accent also carries a dialectal tone. And sometimes you use literary language when you speak, and occasionally you interpret common things in a strange way. It's like you have a universal translator." Su Jin's expression froze. He never imagined that Sunya was so perceptive. Moreover, no one had ever mentioned this to him, and he himself could never have discovered it. The company's translators are really. Before Su Jin could recover, Sunya continued, "I didn't start to suspect you from this point, but from seeing your communication device. Judging from its appearance, based on our observation, that device should be a civilian device, and the icons inside are very entertaining, which further supports our judgment. Lao Wei and I have both been exposed to the most cutting-edge technologies that have not yet appeared on the market. The device you have in your hand, this world simply cannot produce it, or even has the capacity to produce it. If you're not an alien, or have come into contact with any alien technology, these things are simply inexplicable. Lao Wei and I have had our doubts for a long time, but we haven't dared to speak up because we've been so busy with you. Can you give me an answer now?" After a long silence, until Su Jin's palms were slightly sweaty, he finally spoke. "You guessed right. I am indeed an alien. We are not creatures from the same planet, but our species should be the same." Upon receiving a positive answer, Sunya's heart immediately raced. "And you, I know what you want to ask. I don't know how I came to this world, and I've become fluent in your language since I arrived here. Just think of it as an accidental event in the universe. The technology in my world isn't much more advanced than here. Maybe in another 20 years or so, this world will be exactly like my hometown. I have no clue about the disasters in this world. I'm trapped here, and all I want is to survive, to help you survive, that's all." "Then why did you come into contact with Fu Qingdai?" Sunya continued to ask. "I guess you could call it connection. I can see the essence of Gray Rain, and she can foresee the future. Perhaps a higher dimensional civilization wanted to save this world, so they brought me here." Su Jin lowered his head, his heart filled with bitterness. If there really is a civilization that wants to help us, why don't they do it themselves? Sunya lamented. "Who knows? Maybe I misunderstood. Maybe they didn't have good intentions. Maybe I was set up by aliens. If you could be tricked by aliens, then you must have had an unusual background before. I'm just a salesperson. I'm doing all right and have a good future, Sai." Su Jin closed his eyes helplessly. "Let's not talk about it." Seeing that Su Jin was in low spirits, Sunya changed the subject and said, "Then tell me what it's like where you are, okay?" "Okay." Su Jin smiled, then took out his phone and began to speak slowly. "I won't go into the distant past. Those were all primitive fights, no different from this. So I'll talk about something more recent. Who knows what tomorrow will bring? Perhaps I will die tomorrow, or perhaps my two elderly parents will not be here in front of me. Secrets, identity, everything else becomes insignificant in the face of survival." Sunya listened quietly, his expression shifting between blankness, admiration, and regret. Just as I was about to ask a question, an unexpected voice interrupted. "It sounds like the future looks pretty good, but it's not exactly a happy one. Haha, with rapid development comes greater desires." "Old Way." Su Jin was startled and immediately looked down at Wada. Wada had woken up at some point, but remained lying in bed, motionless. She was just looking at him with a smile. "Xiao Li, you really are an alien." "Old Way, stop talking nonsense. How are you?" Sunya quickly checked his body. The dense red network of blood on Wada's chest was still there. It appeared unchanged on the surface. Wada exhaled and stared at the ceiling, saying, "I don't know." My body doesn't hurt anymore, but that worm is definitely not dead. It's still inside me. I don't know if it's asleep or what, and I can't feel its location. If it wakes up, I probably still won't survive. Then what about your abilities? Can you still move? Su Jin asked. Wait blinked. I don't know what abilities I have. I don't have the chi you guys talk about. I can't move right now. My body seems to be regaining strength, but it also feels like it's being drained away, which is why I'm like this. Shouldn't we be setting off? You can take me with you. I haven't finished writing my notes. I'll dictate them, and you can find someone to write them down. Su Jin and Sun Yu exchange a glance. Mr. Sun, you have a deep understanding of medicine. Do you have a way to solve this situation? Sun Yu pondered. There are parasites inside its body, and they're so big. Logically, removing the parasites should be enough. But without a sterile environment, even if we operate to test it, we might wake up the parasites inside, and then there's really no hope. Life and death are predestined. There's no need to force it for me. I didn't have much time left anyway, Wada said. Find someone to help me continue transcribing the notes. You got those notes, right? Read them to me, and I'll continue. Sun Yu completely ignored Wada's words and suddenly looked at Su Jin, raising his head. There's a way to save him, and it's highly feasible. Chapter 79, The Pinnacle of Dragon Scales, a life or death gamble with nuclear magnetic resonance. What method? Su Jin quickly perked up. MRI. That bug is quite big. We can definitely detect it with MRI, pinpoint its location, and kill it with one blow. Sun Yu swung his fist forcefully. Su Jin's gaze quickly dimmed. Don't be silly, old son. Where are we going to get an MRI scan? Wada shouted at the top of his lungs. Don't waste time. The notes are important. Do you want me to die for nothing? Just as Sun Yu was about to speak again, Su Jin's deep voice rang in his ears. Old son, I know you're eager to save lives, but using an MRI is simply impossible. There's no electricity, and it's been out of power for far too long. Even if I found the machine, would it still be usable? The hospital environment is definitely extremely polluted right now. No, you're wrong. I'm anxious, but I'm not stupid enough to forget that the realities don't allow it. Sun Yu's eyes flashed. The hospital won't work, but there's definitely a place that will. Where? Su Jin immediately asked. The Dragon Scale building is the tallest skyscraper in the city. The top 3 floors are not for ordinary people to live in. The 99th floor is the living floor, the 98th floor is the medical floor, and the 97th floor is the logistics floor, Sun Yu said. On the 98th floor, there is a medical environment that can be considered one of the best in the country and even the world. The MRI machine inside is specially made. What? Su Jin was taken aback, and then asked, but the power has been out for so long. Even under the best conditions, it would take at least 1 or 2 weeks to restart, right? The machine needs to be replenished with liquid helium, and we don't have that capability right now. Wow, you know quite a lot. Sun Yu was slightly surprised. I used to sell medical equipment, so I know a bit about it. Mr. Sun, please tell me quickly, Su Jin urged. Sun Yu nodded. The MRI equipment in the Dragon Scale building is specially made. I went there to debug it myself. The temperature control structure inside is far superior to the military standard. That machine also has power failure protection, is equipped with a dual helium tank structure and an off-grid thermal stabilization system. With the support of top medical personnel, the machine is definitely kept in good condition and is very likely to remain in a superconducting state. After the launch of the cold dome, the outside temperature once dropped below minus 50 degrees Celsius. The temperature on the top floor of the Dragon Scale building must be even lower. The rate of liquid helium loss will be much slower than normal. Most importantly, there's a local liquid helium reserve and backup power supply in the building. The conditions are ideal. We can restart the MRI in just 3 hours. Sun Yu said in a deep voice. Surgery can still be performed on-site, but major surgery is out of the question. Old Wei's physical condition should have improved significantly by now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reacted so normally with such a large foreign object inside his body. We found the bug and killed it with a needle. Old Wei was barely saved. My God, who lives there? Su Jin exclaimed in surprise. How big a capitalist is he? Sun Yu looked at him, raising one eyebrow. Capital? What is that? It's for the powerful. How expensive? The most expensive. All right. Su Jin stood up abruptly. What are we waiting for? Let's get started. We don't know the condition of the worms inside Old Wei's body. There's no time to waste. I'll drive out first to scout the way, lure the zombies away from the streets, and then immediately return to pick you up for the Dragon Scale building. Are you too crazy? What time is it now? Don't waste your time on me. You can't make assumptions based on ideal scenarios. What if you come all this way for nothing? Old Wei, can't you see through Little Lee? He won't give up even if you don't cooperate, Sunya sighed. Stay alive, you're still useful. After saying that, Sunya looked at Su Jin and said, Xiao Li, we can all see your abilities. We need to scout ahead first, but you'd better go to the Dragon Scale building first. Although we can safely pass through the fire escape and the upper 3 floors are not in use, I estimate that there may be about 20 people maintaining it inside. These people will turn into zombies and need to be dealt with in advance. Understand, I'll go right now. Su Jin rushed out the door. Many people were already fast asleep in the lobby on the first floor, while Fu Hu and a few others were on guard duty. Seeing Su Jin rush in, Fu Hu immediately sensed something was wrong and stepped forward to ask, Director, what's wrong? Old Wei is awake, but he needs to go to the Dragon Scale building for treatment. There's a proper treatment facility there. I need to go out and distract the zombies on the road, then come back. Give me a few usable megaphones and a few cans of gasoline. Su Jin said as he walked towards the door. It's so late at night. If we turn on the car lights, won't all the zombies be attracted? Will the horn even work? Fu asked anxiously. As he spoke, Su Jin had already walked to the car, opened the door, and turned around to say, I can see in the night now, so I don't need to turn on the lights. I'll come back to pick up the 2 elders as soon as I go out and lure the zombies away. I need to take good care of both of them and climb the stairs, so it's safer to bring Chengdu along. Have them wait for me on the first floor beforehand. I'm leaving the defense here entirely to you. It'll only be a few hours, so please don't let anything go wrong. By the time we finish, it should be almost dawn. We might be a little late coming back. The streets nearby have already been cleared out. Get the convoy out on the street and be ready to leave at any moment. This is the last hurdle in building our new home. We'll all get to the military region safely. Fu Hu licked his lips and nodded vigorously. Okay, great. Wait 2 minutes, I'll go get you the horn. By the way, what do you need the gasoline for? Never mind that. Go quickly. Old son, you've really gone mad. What's the difference between this and gambling? Guide mater que planning. It's not worth it. It's not worth it at all. I'd have no regrets even if I died. What if I fail and you want me to go to the underworld with shame? Sunya calmly said, as long as you can still shine and contribute, you have to live. The notes you left behind didn't even finish writing down the weapon operations. What are you going to do when the weapons are used up? Are you going to make them find books and learn on their own? You understand the military industry and even production. The factory will need to be restarted in the future, and we can't do without you. I'm far inferior to you in this area, so you have to stay alive. Waiter remained silent, and Sunya continued, we're both getting old, and our families are all dead. Death is nothing. It's over in a flash. But what about our descendants? That guy, Xiao Li, came to our planet from light years away. An alien, with no selfish motives, treats our lives as his own. What kind of spirit is that? He risked his life to save you, and you don't want to live? How can you face him like that? Listen to me. The most important thing for you right now is to learn to shut up and stop interfering with our operations. Wade's expression changed, and finally he gave a wry smile. An alien? He really is an alien. We were really saved by aliens. That's right. I can tell he's telling the truth. He himself doesn't understand how he got here. Maybe it's fate. Maybe he's our savior. He's the only one. Wade's expression finally softened, and he turned his eyes to Sunya. Old son, I didn't hear what you said earlier. Tell me again. I was just about to tell you that they've developed nuclear weapons, and many countries have them, but they don't have weather weapons like the cold sky. It seems their environment is quite different from ours. Wow, that's amazing. What about Fu Qingdai? Did Fu Hu get cuckolded by aliens? Was his premature ejaculation caused by aliens? Damn it, you old slut. You really deserve to die. Chapter 80 Apocalyptic Luxury Goods in the Refrigerator. 40 minutes later, Su Jin drove back to the activity center. Chengdu had already heard the news and was waiting alone at the door. Seeing a car returning, they immediately went to meet it. Su Jin didn't get out of the car, but stuck his head out and said, I've cleared the way ahead. Hurry up and get the 2 elders in the car, and bring 2 shotguns as backup. Director, I'm so touched. I never expected you'd dare to talk to me alone. Stop talking nonsense and get going. Chengdu ran all the way and hurriedly carried Wade out of the house and got into the car with Sunya. The vehicle only stayed for 3 minutes before setting off again. Su Jin and Sunya sat in the front seat. Sunya asked, was there any trouble on the way? Why have returned so quickly if there were problems? Su Jin said with a smile. Everything went smoothly. I checked out the Dragon Scale building. There were only a dozen or so ordinary zombies inside, and I took care of them all. The environment was very clean, and the equipment looked to be in good condition, but I didn't dare to check the details. Mr. Sun, do you know where the emergency power supply is located? I know. When I went there to test equipment, the owner showed me around the whole place just to show off, Sunya sighed. I've been to many nice places, but the top floor of the Dragon Scale building, that was truly unforgettable. That's why everyone wants to climb the ladder. Suhin smiled helplessly. I just took the wrong path and couldn't see the way out, so I went into the market. If I had studied something else back then, I don't know how many people I would have benefited. Then you'll just let your brain follow your butt. You don't want a big house. I'm not greedy. I only need a place to live. I don't need the house. It's clear you have the potential. Chengdu, sitting in the back seat, kept an eye on Weida. As the car turned, Weida's limp and powerless body began to sway. Old Wei, is this position comfortable for you? Let me adjust it for you. Don't touch me. You pervert. Guided oath. You're such a grown man, and you don't even know to go to the hospital when you're sick. Hey, what's wrong with you? I'm not interested in you. Why are you taking it out on me? I serve you with good intentions, but I got scolded instead. Chung rolled his eyes in anger, crossed his arms, and looked out the window. Sunya snorted coldly and continued to add insult to injury. If you're sick but don't treat it, how can that be right? What's wrong with a grown man liking other men? How can you be so liking other men? How can you face your parents? You're unfilial. Hey, all right, you two old men are really something. Rin Sheng even came to help, and the way you're talking, is that a disease? What kind of outdated social mentality is that? Su Jin mocked as he drove. Later, we'll have to carry you two upstairs. Otherwise, how can you two walk up 100 floors by yourselves? So, you still look down on me? Sheng laughed, patting the seat in front of him. The director is so considerate and open-minded. Shut up and don't talk to me. We drove to the foot of the Dragon Scale building. Su Jin and Sheng Du got out of the car at the same time, carried Sunya, and weighed on their backs, and quickly rushed into the building. The route has been explored in advance and is clear. The four of them went straight up to the 99th floor. After placing Weida on the bed in the luxury ward, Sunya ran to turn on the power. Chengdu looked out the window and suddenly exclaimed, "What's going on? That building across the street is on fire. The ground floor is burning. It's a huge fire. Is anyone else there?" "Stop shouting. I started the fire," Su Jin said, adjusting the bed. "Why?" Before Chung could finish speaking, the backup power supply started up, and with a few beeping sounds, the entire floor was brightly lit. Su Jin pointed upwards. What else could it be? Zombies react to light sources too. It would be troublesome if they gathered downstairs. You come with me and turn off all the other lights upstairs and downstairs. Just leave one on. We'll take action when Old Sun comes back. The director is indeed cautious. I didn't think of that. Shut up. Shortly after, Sunya returned and entered the ward, saying, "I'm going to the MRI room. Anyone who wants to come with me can, or stay here with Lao Wei." Su Jin stepped forward to accompany Sunya to the MRI scanning room. The machine was perfectly intact and placed indoors, surrounded by a clean and tidy environment. After scanning the area, Sunya immediately began inspecting the machine. While waiting anxiously, Su Jin observed the surroundings and couldn't help but marvel at the sight. This private MRI scanning room is much bigger than the hospital's. It's so big there's practically no room left. It's truly amazing. After a busy period, Sunya clapped his hands loudly. Great! The magnet hasn't gone out of control, and the liquid helium level is still 36%. As long as the cold head temperature control remains stable, we can restart within 3 hours. Excellent. The person who ordered the launch of the Frost Dome missile has really helped us a lot. The situation is even better than I expected. Heh. Su Jin was completely relieved and said, "That's good. Elder son, you can stay alone for a while. Chung and I will go and turn off the lights on the other floors." "Okay, you guys go ahead. Don't worry about me." Su Jin quickly moved through the rooms on the top floor, constantly turning off the lights. Although the world as a whole is backward, the top floor of the Dragon Scale building really intimidated this country bumpkin. The interior design is anything but tacky. Every piece of decoration exudes luxurious quality. The walls and carpets are all in red and gold, and the unique crystal chandeliers are stunning when lit. It wasn't until he found a ransacked watch cabinet in the huge master bedroom and discovered a fine watch in the corner that Su Jin finally went downstairs satisfied. At the same moment, Chengdu also returned to the MRI scanning room, holding a basket in his hand, and approached with a happy expression. Director, Director, look what I found downstairs. Several supersized refrigerators lined up, full of fruit. They've been sitting there for so long, and they still look fresh. It's amazing. Sujin picked up a familiar-looking fruit, took a bite, his eyes widened, and he nodded deeply. Sweet. It's fucking sweet. After chewing a couple of bites, he suddenly realized the problem and asked Sonia in surprise, Hey, that's not right. The refrigerator should have run out of power a long time ago. How come the fruit is still so fresh? Sonia calmly said, All the equipment here is custom-made. I remember the refrigerator uses a dual-circuit refrigeration system. In addition to the compressor, it also has a liquid nitrogen closed-loop circulation and a phase-change cold storage layer. It can maintain a temperature below -10 degrees Celsius, even after a power outage for a month. This kind of thing is not sold on the market at all, and you may not see it even in 20 years. I don't understand what you're saying. That's why it's good to be rich. We've finally experienced what it's like to be rich. Chengdu happily munched on his fruit. Rich? There are some things you can't do even if you have money, Sonia sneered. Well, how can I say that? Can't I buy it if I have the money? Some things, if others use them, you can't use them, and this has nothing to do with money. TC, I don't care. Anyway, we got to experience it today. Sonia continued working, jokingly asking, Would you rather experience the life of the rich here, or go back to being a security guard in the neighborhood? Upon hearing this, Chengdu slowed his chewing, finding the food tasteless, and said dejectedly, If I could go back to the way things were, I'd be willing to be a stray dog. I'd be thrilled to have died yesterday. Sonia chuckled. Sujin put down the fruit in his hand, sat quietly to the side, and closed his eyes to rest. All right, 2.5 hours later, the two got up at Sonia's call. The machine has started and is making noise. Just as Sujin was about to step forward, he suddenly felt a pulling sensation on his side. He quickly reached out and stopped Chengdu, who was trying to go forward to check. Don't go over there. That's right, don't go near the machine. If you have any metal objects on you, they'll get stuck, and all my efforts will be wasted. Sonia's prompt sounded. All right, one of you two get ready to push Lao Wei in. Chapter 81, Old Wei's New Abilities. After a quick preparation, I confirmed that I was not carrying any metal objects that could be inhaled. Chengdu went to the ward, examined Weida, and then carried him into the MRI scan room. Sujin stood by the computer, accompanying Sonia as they waited to view the images. As Weida was pushed into the machine by Chengdu, the computer screen began to change. Sonia immediately stepped forward, squinting as he carefully examined the object. Sujin, arms crossed, couldn't help but look serious. Although he had some knowledge of medicine, he was certainly an outsider in the field. Even someone as uninformed as him could see how dire Wai's situation was. Just as expected, the large worm was indeed lying motionless inside his body. A huge shadow appeared inside the abdominal cavity. This monster's claws can extend and have already wrapped around Old Wei's internal organs, Sonia murmured. The fact that Old Wei can still live like this, and without feeling any pain, shows that his body has indeed undergone tremendous changes. The problem now is what to do, Sujin said seriously. How do we kill this worm? It's not a normal creature. Can we analyze where its fatal weakness is? Sonia shook his head, his expression also somewhat heavy. Although everything is going smoothly so far, the most crucial step really can only be decided by gambling. No one has ever seen this creature, and the risk of killing it with a single blow is extremely high. Logically, the head is usually the fatal point, but this kind of creature is probably not that simple. You should pierce 3 parts of the worm's body from head to toe at once. That should be the safest way. Sonia analyzed. If we fail, Lao Wei will definitely feel pain. We should have another chance to scan and observe and try to kill the insect. Drag me out, just do it. Don't worry about me dying. Wide's voice came from the machine. Sonia and Sujin exchanged a glance. Sujin said, Let's take a gamble. We'll do as you say. You find me the tools and tell me how to stab. Sonia nodded and turned to look at Weida, who was being carried out by Chengdu. Take him to the operating room first. The four moved to the operating room, where Weida's upper body had already been stripped naked. To prevent him from moving around and causing an accident, he was tightly restrained on the hospital bed. Sonia stood by the bed and said to Weida, That worm is lying diagonally inside your body. It looks like its head is located between the 8th and 10th ribs on the right side. This location is close to the liver and adrenal glands. If it gets punctured, it could cause severe pain and nerve paralysis. Old Wei, just bear with it. Aren't there any anesthetics or sedatives here? Wei asked, his face pale. That kind of thing will numb your senses. The most important thing for you right now is to stay alert. If there are any problems, give us feedback so we can deal with them. Just bear with it. After Sun Ye finished speaking, he replaced the tweezers in his hand with a sterile marker and drew 3 circles on Weida's ribs. After applying some iodine, he looked at Su Jin and said, "There are 3 puncture needles in the plate next to you, with markings on them. We don't know how tough the insect's outer skin is, so you must be strong and ruthless when you insert the needle. If you fail to pierce in the first try, Lao Wei's life will be in great danger. Remember, the mark is exactly 17 centimeters, no more and no less. Why don't you practice it first?" Su Jin picked up a long puncture needle from a plate and, with a stern face, pricked the air a few times. He then slowly exhaled and said, "I understand. Let's turn off all the lights. I can be more precise in the dark." "Are we really not going to practice anymore?" Weida asked hastily. "Don't practice anymore. It will only affect your feel for it." Su Jin stared at the puncture needle and said, "Don't worry. I have plenty of anatomical experience now. Even medical students might not be as good at dissecting as I am. Moreover, in the dark, my movements are quite precise. Don't scare me. What you did wasn't an autopsy. It was more like necrosis." Weida closed his eyes in pain. Sun Ye glared at him, annoyed, and snapped, "Shut your mouth. Just tell us exactly how you feel right now. I'm turning off the lights." As soon as he finished speaking, the operating lights on the operating table went out. The entire room was plunged into deep darkness, and the different breathing patterns of the several people could be clearly heard. Su Jin held 3 needles in both hands, aimed at the piercing point, and thrust them in hard. In the darkness, the markings on the puncture needle were clearly visible to Su Jin. It penetrated 17 centimeters, just right, no more, no less. Ah! At the same moment the needle pierced his body, Weida let out a hoarse scream and began to convulse violently. Sun Ye immediately turned on the light and looked at the hospital bed, a look of joy on his face. "Old Wei, how are you? Say something." Weida was unable to speak, but struggled and roared incessantly, though the dense network of blood on his chest was rapidly receding. Next second, the 3 needles still inserted in his body suddenly flew out, and 3 streams of orange-red blood shot straight up to the ceiling from the wounds. An unidentified liquid was shooting out and splashing all over the ceiling. Fortunately, Su Jin reacted quickly, grabbing a stainless steel sterile tray from beside the operating table and using it to block Weida's wound. The unidentified liquid was blocked, which prevented the 3 people from being seriously affected. A few breaths later, as Weida's last groan faded away, Su Jin quickly tossed aside the stainless steel plate. When the 3 looked at Weida's face, they saw that he had fallen into a coma. "Quick, send him to get a new scan." Sun Ye shouted decisively. Chengdu was closest to the door, so he grabbed the hospital bed and ran to the MRI room to put Weida back into the machine as soon as possible. Sun Ye quickly operated the system and waited for the computer to generate the image. Soon the image appeared, and both Su Jin, who was accompanying him, showed joy on their faces at the same time. "The bugs have disappeared." "Yeah, it's gone." "Was that liquid that just sprayed out an insect?" Sun Ye muttered to himself. "It shouldn't be like this. How did it turn into water? Or did Lao Wei get some superpowers and expel the insect from his body?" "All right, bring Lao Wei out so I can check him out." Sun Ye gave the order again, and the group moved to a nearby room. Weida remained unconscious. Sun Ye stepped forward to examine his wounds and was immediately shocked by what he saw. "Look, is it that my eyesight is bad, or am I seeing things wrong? Why are there no wounds where the needles were inserted on his body?" "You read that right. There are no wounds." Su Jin's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. Could Elder Wei's ability be self-healing? That's simple. Just give him a stab and see what happens, right? As soon as Chengdu spoke, he immediately drew glares from Su Jin and Sun Ye. Sun Ye turned and ran back to the operating room to get a knife and handed it to Su Jin. Without saying a word, Su Jin made a shallow cut the size of a fingernail on Weida's side. "TCH." Chung scoffed, rolled his eyes, and leaned forward to take a look. The tiny cut that Weida had just made on his waist had completely disappeared. Chapter 82, The Mutant Soldier King Strikes. Damn, it really does heal itself. If this old thing wakes up, will it have the ability to become immortal? Sun Ye exclaimed. A blessing in disguise, truly a blessing in disguise. But let's not be too optimistic yet. Let's wait until Old Wei wakes up before making any decisions, Su Jin reminded him. Sunya's face immediately darkened again. What if he doesn't wake up? He'll really be a vegetable. Isn't it easy to wake him up? Chengdu smiled. What should we do? Su Jin asked anxiously. Cheng didn't say anything, but reached out and pinched Wade's nose. Su Jin and Sunya stood there, stunned. In just a few seconds, before anyone could stop him, Wei Det-ung sat up abruptly from the hospital bed, his eyes still filled with shock. See? I told you so. Chung crossed his arms, looking completely entitled. Old Wei, how are you feeling? Sunya immediately stepped forward to ask. Wei swallowed hard, looking somewhat dazed. After a moment, she asked, Have you checked? Is that bug still inside me? It's gone. It's probably been digested and excreted by you. Wei gasped for breath, paused for a moment, and raised his hands to check. He muttered to himself, I feel incredibly good, like I've become 20 years younger. I have so much energy. Do you know you can cure it quickly? Sunya asked, sticking his head out with an envious look on his face. I don't know. Wei said blankly. How do you know? As they were talking, Su Jin swiftly drew his knife, cutting another 5-centimeter gash in Wei's waist. Wei cried out in pain, Literally, are you crazy? Look at your wound. Sunya shouted, pointing at Wei's wound. Wei looked down and saw that only 2 drops of blood were flowing from the wound, and the superficial injury was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It really is amazing. I feel heat in my wound, but nothing else, Wei muttered to himself. Why do I have this ability? When the insect burrowed into my body, all I could think about was getting it out as quickly as possible to ease the pain. Fu, who is no longer capable. He gained the ability to harden? Is it related to one's thoughts? Upon hearing this question, Sunya fell into deep thought. It sounds reasonable. That ugly woman on the rooftop looks like she's lacking a man. But Xiao Li, Chengdu, and that little girl who released the bugs, it just doesn't make sense. That makes sense. We don't know that little girl. Cheng might want to be a man, since men are associated with the element of fire. Chengdu's face twitched twice, and he silently turned around. Old Wei, how can you call yourself a scientist after saying such things? Sunya rebuked angrily. That sounds reasonable, but how do I explain my abilities? I can't exactly say I want to be a hermaphrodite, can I? That guess is unreliable. Su Hin shrugged. Hey, Chengdu turned around and looked at Su Jin with a look of surprise. I understand, Director. This might mean you can find a girlfriend or a boyfriend. Don't force me to throw you off the building. Su Jin said with a look of disgust. This is unbelievable. I've never encountered anything like this on Earth, but I've run into Nantung on another planet. No way, if he ever goes home again, he has to give up all Sichuan food. All right, let's stop discussing this for now, Su Jin said. Since Elder Wei is awake and in good condition, let's take the car back first. We can talk about other things tomorrow. You can leave, but let's not leave empty-handed. There are plenty of good things here. Old Wei can walk on his own now, so one of you should take all the useful and high-value supplies from the building. Just as Su Jin nodded in agreement, a loud thud suddenly came from the stairwell. The 4 of them froze, slowly turning their heads to look at the doorway. The lights in the hallway came on. You 2 stay put, Chung, and I will go out and take a look. Su Jin reached into his briefcase and pulled out 3 small balls wrapped in plastic bags, which he then hung on his waist. After receiving the trolls thrown at them, the 2 walked toward the corridor one after the other. Turn left after exiting the building, and at the end of the corridor, a tall figure is walking towards you at a leisurely pace. At first glance, the man was probably 2 meters tall. He was wearing a black tactical uniform and had an exceptionally muscular build. His hands swayed slightly as he hung down, exuding an aura of menace. He's up to no good. He's not human. Su Jin gritted his teeth. Upon seeing this man, Chengdu's face drained of color, and he involuntarily took a step back, his voice trembling and cold as he uttered, Gao Tianfang. Who is Gao Tianfang? Do you know him? Su Jin turned his head and asked urgently, What's his background? The Broken Arrow Squad, the king of soldiers. Chengdu said slowly and deliberately. Then his speech became rapid again. I heard about him a long time ago. He's practically a Superman. He can run 50 kilometers through the mountains in less than 6 hours with 25 kilograms of combat gear, including 10 kilometers at an altitude of 2,300 meters. He can hold his breath for 7 minutes, is proficient in hand-to-hand combat and various firearms, and has a 90% hit rate on a moving target at night from 400 meters away. He has countless brilliant achievements, but I remember he wasn't this tall. He was actually short. If he gets infected and mutates, his strength will increase even further. It's unimaginable, Director. What should we do? Su Jin felt a chill run down his spine. Before the mutation, the other party was like a monster. After the mutation, it retained all its memories and skills and was further strengthened. It is truly unimaginable. Judging from his physique, he is most likely a strength-enhanced type. I don't know if I could beat him in the sunlight, but in my current state, it would definitely be difficult. However, since I have a gun, I might as well fight. Chengdu, follow my instructions. You take the two elders and leave immediately. I'll deal with him. I'm sure I'll be faster and more agile than him tonight. Director, run. Be very careful. Chung struggled internally, turned around, and went back into the house, quickly pulling the two elders away and running towards the other side of the corridor. Gao Tianfang seemed unconcerned, continuing to walk forward at a leisurely pace, but finally spoke up. I thought there were no living people around here, but I've found a surprise. We seem to have met before. My woman must have gone to kill you behind my back. Since you're not dead, then you must have killed my woman. Your woman? Su Jin raised an eyebrow and drew a steel knife from his waist. Do you even have that kind of concept anymore? After saying that, Su Jin stepped forward. I've killed countless beasts. I don't know who you're talking about. But since you asked, I might as well guess. Su Jin's voice was filled with murderous intent, icy cold. You're talking about Jianyu? That bitch whose internal organs I ripped out, leaving only her skin. Is she your woman? You did kill her. Gao Tianfang stopped, watching Su Jin approach with a blank expression. Then it seems you're quite strong. How many zombies have you killed? Hee hee. Do you remember how many slices of bread you've eaten? The steel knife slashed a long mark across the wall, making a piercing sound. And there's that little bastard whose spine I broke. Is she your daughter? Su Jin continued forward, his eyes locked on Gao Tianfang. You've come at the right time. I'll deal with you all today, so you three lowly beasts can be reunited in the underworld. After speaking, Su Jin stopped, raised his sword to face the enemy, and a stalemate ensued. Chapter 83, The Saintess's Solo Journey. Hurry, hurry. In the fire escape, Chengdu carried Sunya on his back and frantically urged Weida. Weida was panting heavily and complaining incessantly, the light from his electric flashlight trembling violently. I'm healthy, but I can't compare to you. What's wrong with that person? He's very strong. Too strong. It's not daytime now. The director definitely can't beat him. Chengdu said urgently. I have to send the two of you over there first before going back to help him. Otherwise, I'm afraid he'll die. Then why are you bothering us? Don't waste your energy here. We can get downstairs by ourselves. Put me down. Sunya kept patting Chengdu's shoulder. Chengdu continued running downstairs frantically. No, I have to personally get you into the car. There might still be zombies wandering around downstairs. If anything happens to you too, the director will hate me for the rest of his life. After Chung finished speaking, he looked back. Weida is already more than 10 steps behind him. Seeing the old man shakily running downhill, Chung gritted his teeth and put Sunya down from his shoulder. He reached for the zipper at the back of his buttocks and pulled it with a hiss. The entire fabric curtain behind his buttocks drooped down, revealing a complete jujube-shaped steam bun. When Wei shone his flashlight over, he immediately grabbed his shoulders in alarm. What are you trying to do at a time like this? You can't do that. Enough with the nonsense. Chengdu used both hands simultaneously, grabbing one old man on each side and jumping straight down to the platform below the stairs. Just as he was about to fall, with a soft poof, Chengdu activated his ability, spewing fire to cushion the impact upon landing. Alas, under the intense feeling of weightlessness, the two old men turned pale with fright and simultaneously reached out to clamp down on Chengdu's hips. What are you doing? Chengdu asked angrily, turning his head to the side. We'll keep an eye on it for you, in case you spray it off target. Talent Activity Center. Fu Qingdai sat on the steps between the first and second floors, silently maintaining her bow and arrows, occasionally looking up at Fu Hu below. Fu Hu was currently firing his guns with several team members. The plan was set in advance, and the people who issued the guns were the most reliable individuals who had been observed and assessed daily. But there are practically no women. Given the current food situation, women simply don't qualify to use guns. After polishing the bow, Fu Qingdai stood with her legs together, her hands resting on her knees, her cheeks lifted, and stared straight ahead. Dawn will break soon. As soon as my brother gets back, we can set off for the military region. Nothing should go wrong in the middle. Once you reach the military region, everyone's safety will be guaranteed. Sufficient food, water, and weapons. When it comes to assigning accommodations, well, I'll have to pick a good location. As if she had thought of something, Fu Qingdai's pretty face flushed red, and her eyebrows curved into a smile. In the quiet center, only the occasional sound of gunfire could be heard. Lost in her fantasy, Fu Qingdai couldn't help but yawn and stretch her arms. But the moment he raised his hands high, it felt like an electric current ran through his entire body. Fu Qingdai froze on the spot, her lips trembling, and slowly looked up. Malice and murderous intent seeped endlessly downwards from the rooftop. And this aura, it's out of the woman from yesterday, Liang Shui. She's back? How could that be? She's covered in injuries. How could she have returned so quickly? This is completely unreasonable. Fu Qingdai swallowed. What should we do? She doesn't seem to have any plans to show up. Is she afraid the people below have guns? Wrong. Thinking of this, Fu Qingdai's pretty face turned even paler, and her eyes showed panic. Her ability to control men. The gun has already been fired. If these men are subdued. Fu Qingdai gritted her teeth, immediately got up, and walked down. As I walked down to the first floor, I suddenly looked up. The murderous intent above seemed to be following him. It appeared the other party was heading towards him. After calming herself down, Fu Qingdai walked in another direction, and the killing intent above moved with her. Despite changing directions several times, the danger remained ever present. At this moment, she was absolutely certain that she was the target. But how did she pinpoint her location through the roof? Fu Qingdai looked around, and finally her gaze locked onto the vehicle outside the glass door. The car window. Everyone in the room was wearing dark clothes, but she stood out conspicuously in all white. The other party locked onto the car through the reflection in the window, although that blurry image would be completely inconvenient for the average person. In other words, although she has extremely keen senses, she does not have any special insight. We need to inform people of any special circumstances in advance, at least to retrieve the guns. Fu Qingdai nervously pursed her lips, her eyes searching for Fu Hu. The other person is probably around the corner. He's not visible from the lobby right now. Tell Mom? No, she panics too easily. Even the slightest noise might be noticed by those above. I should go find my father. Fu Qingdai took a step forward, but stopped again after only 5 steps. A thin layer of sweat seeped down Fu Qingdai's forehead, her heart filled with anxiety. The deadly threat that had been following them did not move this time. Why did you stop moving? Did she notice you when you were looking through the car window? As she pondered, Fu Qingdai's gaze swept across the entire room. Some of the men in the room started scratching themselves as if they were itchy. Although the movements were small, this scene, combined with the situation upstairs, is definitely not normal. We can't delay any longer. We have to find a solution. There is no one here who can stand against her. Her abilities have already begun to take effect. Once she reveals her true colors and goes all out, the people below may quickly fall into a deadly situation, regardless of whether they have guns or not. There's only one way, the only safest way. Lure her away yourself. Fu Qingdai's teeth chattered, and finally she closed her eyes tightly twice before mustering her courage to walk towards the nearest male team member. He turned his back to the glass door, crouched down, and whispered, "Don't talk to me. Give me your gun. I'm ordering you. Let me check your gun." The team members were confused, but they couldn't refuse Fu Qingdai's offer. He picked up the submachine gun hanging on his chest and handed it over. Fu Qingdai nodded, took the gun, and hung it on her chest. Then she walked to the next person, with a shotgun now hanging on her chest. With bows, arrows, and guns all ready, Fu Qingdai clenched her fist, gritted her teeth, and walked towards the back door. The moment he pushed open the door, he ran towards the nearby residential building. There's no need to look back. Your own sense of malice is enough to detect the other party's location. My shooting skills aren't good enough. If I run out of bullets, I'll have to go inside the building. The woman was definitely not as familiar with the environment inside the building as I was, and she was fully capable of using the terrain to turn the tables. Even if the opponent is injured, it doesn't necessarily mean you can't win in a one-on-one fight. As expected, the other party followed closely. She had only run a few dozen meters when a voice rang out behind Fu Qingdai. "You little slut, it was going to take me a while to deal with you, but I didn't expect you to be so sensible and run away on your own. What a coincidence. I was just looking for you." As soon as Fu Qingdai finished speaking, she turned around and had her submachine gun in hand, the muzzle pointed at Liang Shui. "What?" Liang Shui's eyes widened in horror. Gunfire erupted suddenly, A dense barrage. Chapter 84, Terrifying Soldier King. Gunfire continued unabated as Fu Qingdai gritted her teeth and relentlessly swept the gun around. Although the killing intent was accurately perceived, the opponent's malicious intent was too strong, and the overall sensing area was extremely large. Therefore, visual inspection is still the most reliable method. The world has come to a standstill, and the moonlight is now exceptionally clear and bright. By the light of the moon, she could vaguely see the other person's figure darting wildly in the darkness. But even after nearly emptying a magazine, the other side showed no signs of being dead. It was only 20 or 30 meters away. How come it still didn't hit? That's not how it was shown in the movie. Sweat beaded on Fu Qingdai's forehead as she retreated into the building while continuing to fire. Finally, the magazine was empty, and Liang Shui's furious voice rang out from ahead. "You little bastard. Out of bullets, huh? Let's see how you stop me now." Fu Qingdai continued to back away, her right hand reaching towards her back. A chilling, murderous aura swept over us. 15 meters, 10 meters, 8 meters, 6 meters. When they were only 5 meters apart, Fu Qingdai suddenly pulled out the shotgun that had been thrown behind her and fired. Bang, bang, bang. In one breath, all the bullets were fired with slightly adjusted aim, and the entire area covered by the killing intent was almost entirely covered by steel balls. In the darkness, Liang Shui let out a powerful scream and began to curse again. "You little bitch, you're fucking asking for it. You filthy woman, you think you can fight me? You must have eaten too much shit during the day." With her bullets fired, but no one looking back, Fu Qingdai uttered a sarcastic remark and turned to run into the building. Liang Shui is definitely not dead, but she must be injured. The chance to win is inside the building. Inside the corridor on the 98th floor of the Dragon Scale building. Interesting, very interesting. Yao Tianfeng lowered his eyes and stared at Su Jin, a meaningful smile appearing on his lips. "I have hunted many people, but none of them have aroused my interest. I hope you can satisfy me this time. Before I kill you, tell me your name." Su Jin smiled faintly and said, "This might be the last name you ever hear in your life. Remember it well. My name is..." He stopped abruptly halfway through his sentence. As Su Jin reached behind him with both hands to throw away the steel knife, he grabbed a small ball from a plastic bag behind his waist with the other hand. With his other hand, he gripped the shotgun handle tightly. He threw the plastic bag, full of lime powder, directly into the sky. At the same moment, the shotgun was pulled out and the trigger was pulled. Bang! A dense barrage of marbles flew out, shattering the lime powder and hurtling towards the enemy. The moment Su Jin made his move, Gao Tianfeng had already raised his arm to cover his face. Almost without fail, all the steel balls struck him, tearing his clothes to shreds. But Gao Tianfeng himself remained almost completely still. Is he not afraid of bullets? The joy on Su Jin's face vanished in an instant. "Clever tricks won't work on me." Gao Tianfeng still covered his eyes with his arm, and with his other hand, he tore off his black tactical uniform. With a tearing sound, the terrifying flesh was clearly exposed to Su Jin's eyes. Gao Tianfeng's entire body has completely lost its human characteristics. What should have been skin has been replaced by large areas of bone armor. Even the joints and bends are completely unaffected, covered by scale-like bony plates, allowing for unimpeded movement and turning. His eyes are his weakness. Ordinary guns aren't powerful enough. Perhaps even a silver gun could harm him. After quickly analyzing the situation, Su Jin fired again, this time aiming directly at the opponent's head. Gao Tianfeng still raised his arm to cover his eyes and walked steadily towards Su Jin. "You think my eyes are my weakness? I just don't want to get hurt. What other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Show me what you've got." Su Jin retreated rapidly, his heart burning with anger. The other side is playing him for fools, but as they said, he really doesn't have many bullets left. Thinking of this, Su Jin raised his gun and fired continuously at the chandelier above, extinguishing the lights and plunging the corridor back into darkness. The speed of retreating increased accordingly. Gao Tianfeng's ears twitched slightly, and the corners of his mouth turned up. "It seems to be an ability similar to mine. But your ability is modulated by light. Your physical attributes will change with the slightest change in light. Among the many abilities I've seen, yours is the most unstable." After saying that, Gao Tianfeng lowered his arm, a sinister smile on his face, and his legs stirred up a strong wind, like a tank crushing Su Jin. The opponent's exaggerated running style and ferocious aura almost made Su Jin breathless. In a moment of panic, Su Jin decisively stepped onto the wall, his body suspended in midair. Your abilities are the most useless. Gao Tianfeng leaped up and threw a heavy punch while laughing wildly. The blow struck Su Jin squarely in the chest. With a loud bang, Su Jin was sent flying backward, crashing straight into the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he fell to the ground. Her clothes were torn at the chest, and the briefcase that had been firmly sewn to her chest fell to the ground. Gao Tianfeng stood still and stopped attacking. With a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth, he tilted his head and waited for Su Jin to get up. Trying to fight me with the environment is too naive. You'd better have some other skills to show me, so as not to waste all my time. Su Jin knelt on the ground, vomiting blood, coughing incessantly, his pupils dilated. That's incredible, too powerful. If it weren't for the briefcase in my chest, I would have been dead from that punch. It has almost no weaknesses, and if all the lights go out, it might still be able to survive by relying on its speed. However, if things continue as they are, I'm afraid I'll surely die. The other party hasn't killed me yet, so it's highly likely they're not playing a game of cat and mouse. They want to study my abilities. He swayed as he got up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and gave a bitter laugh. Okay, no rush. I can play with you all day long. Gao Tianfeng narrowed his eyes and shrank back. He was amused. In an instant, Su Jin drew his silver spear from his waist and shot it at the opponent's torso. Gao Tianfeng's combat experience and physical abilities are far superior to anyone else's, so I can't just pretend to be injured. They also have a strong awareness of protecting their heads. Aiming for a headshot is the best option, but the chances of missing are too high. The torso is the best shooting position. 2 shots were fired, and Gao Tianfeng, who had been neither dodging nor avoiding, suddenly changed his expression. The bone armor on his chest shattered, and bone fragments flew everywhere. 2 bloody holes were shot into his chest, and blood was gushing out. Realizing the threat, Gao Tianfeng immediately slipped away, entered the nearest room, and leaned against the door, asking sharply, "What kind of gun is that?" "The gun that killed you. Get out here." Su Jin's courage grew, and he stood up and roared. He abandoned his briefcase and ran desperately toward the fire escape. Just as I reached the stairwell, I bumped into Cheng Du, who was walking towards me with a flashlight. Cheng was overjoyed. "Director, you killed him? What the hell are you doing back here?" "Run." Su Jin angrily dragged Cheng Du downstairs, yelling, "Who told you to come back? Where are your parents?" "I came back after I saw them both off. You definitely can't handle Gao Tianfeng by yourself. If I don't help you, you're dead." The two ran downhill in a hurried tone. As soon as I went down 1 floor, the noise behind me was already echoing in the corridor. Su Jin suddenly looked up and glanced around, then looked down at the stairs. "No, we can't do it in the stairwell. If they catch up, we'll be trapped." Thinking of this, Su Jin pulled Cheng Du into the logistics department. Chapter 85. Despite all effort, victory was unattainable. The lights on the 97th floor were not lit. In the darkness, Su Jin moved at full speed, pulling Cheng Du along as they traversed the corridor. While scanning the area, he muttered, "Gao Tianfeng is covered in bone armor, so ordinary firearms are useless against him, and his strength far surpasses mine. I think his only weakness right now is his internal organs besides his eyes. We can't escape him. There's no other way but to kill him." "How to kill?" Su Jin stopped in his tracks, looked at the sign above the food storage room, and pushed Cheng Du inside. "Dust explosion. You need to scatter as much flour as possible into the air inside the room. I'll keep watch across the door, and when he falls into the trap, you light the fire." "Director." Cheng suddenly fell silent. "Sacrificing me is too early." "Who the hell made you sacrifice yourself? You set everything up, lured Gao Tianfeng into the house at the door, and then hid by the door, waiting for an opportunity to come out and set fire at the door. He's afraid of this gun of mine. I'll force him inside as soon as possible. If he dares to come out, I'll shoot him dead. If he doesn't come out, we'll blow him up." Su Jin picked up a silver gun and said, "Hurry up. He should be going to the main control room and turn on the lights. We still have some time. Just remember not to set fire to the house." "Okay." Cheng hurriedly went into the house to find flour. Su Jin was across the hall, hiding by the wall, holding a gun in both hands, ready for battle. Thump, 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 thump. In less than a minute, the entire 97th floor control panel was activated and all the lights were turned on. Chung was still inside the house, frantically scattering flour from a sack, but he stopped immediately when he saw the light come on. He placed his hand on the metal rack next to him where the bowls and basins were placed and pulled hard. Bowls and basins fell, making a clanging sound on the ground. In the hallway, Gao Tianfeng kept checking the rooms. Hearing a noise coming from a room, he snorted and rushed forward. Gao Tianfeng's sprinting sound could be clearly heard in the corridor, and Su Jin's heart was in his throat. With a tearing sound, the carpet snapped shut between the two doors of the corridor facing the food room. Looking at the murky air inside, he took 2 steps back and squinted to observe. At that very moment, Su Jin seized the opportunity, darted around, drew his gun, and fired. The 3 shots struck Gao Tianfeng squarely in the back, right in front of his heart, shattering his bone armor and sending blood and flesh flying everywhere. In the emergency, Gao Tianfeng instinctively lunged forward, then rolled to the side. Why? Chengdu was hiding by the door and couldn't help but call out. He then stepped on Gao Tianfeng's face and escaped from the room. Fire! Su Jin roared, his eyes wide open. Upon hearing this, Chengdu, who had already darted outside the door, turned around and threw a fierce hook punch into the room. With a sudden swing of his right arm, the flame shot straight into the flour-filled room. The moment the tip of the flame sliced into the suspended flour, the air seemed to be compressed to its limit. An invisible line of fire spreads and wanders rapidly through the dust layer. Every particle in the air seemed to be imbued with life, carrying a certain latent frenzy, and in a flash, they were connected and lit up one by one. Boom! A violent explosion erupted from inside the door. A burst of flame erupted from inside the house, followed by a huge ball of white flame that ripped through the door frame and sent countless objects flying. Iron basins, knives and forks, and flour sacks spun in the fire. Sharp metal pieces pierced the walls, and flames leaped to the ceiling. Gao Tianfeng's figure, engulfed by flames, flashed and disappeared in the core of the explosion. A deafening sound echoed through the corridor. Su Jin and the other person covered their ears tightly, but the invisible shock waves still reverberated and rippled through the corridor, stinging their faces. It wasn't until a dozen seconds later that Su Jin came to his senses and frantically ran into the room where the dust had exploded, gun in hand. Finish him off. We have to finish him off. Gao Tianfeng may not have died from that explosion, but his operations will certainly be greatly affected. The room was filled with smoke, and Su Jin's eyes darted around frantically, searching for the enemy's figure. On the innermost side, a blurry figure stood up amidst the dust and smoke. He coughed twice, seemingly spitting blood, and then a cold voice entered Su Jin's ears. You 2 pieces of trash. I should have killed you sooner, but it's not too late now. Show off. Su Jin raised his gun and shot at the dark figure. With a clang, Gao Tianfeng yanked down the remaining stainless steel cabinet door in the room and used it as a barrier in front of him. 2 bullets struck the cabinet door. Although you can't see the other person clearly, their movements are swift and powerful despite the blurry images. This is enough to show Gao Tianfeng's remaining strength. I'm not showing off. Su Jin hesitated, retreated towards the door, and fired another shot to force Gao Tianfeng to retreat. He grabbed Chengdu and ran towards the door, yelling, "Run! He's not dead. Get back upstairs." Shouldn't we be going downstairs now? Chung asked anxiously. He has plenty of energy left. He can't escape. There are chemical reagents upstairs. Now we can only try to poison him. Damn it. We might as well die together with him. Su Jin said fiercely. The 2 rushed upstairs without hesitation and immediately entered the laboratory to search for bottles and jars. Gao Tianfeng behind him was like a ferocious beast, rushing down from downstairs. The 2 had just stepped out of the laboratory when Gao Tianfeng, clad in full black armor, charged straight at them, the 2 less than 10 meters apart. Without a second thought, Su Jin and Chengdu threw all the bottles and jars in their hands at each other's faces. With so many bottles and jars, it was almost impossible to avoid them. Gao Tianfeng covered his eyes and smashed more than 20 of them in one go. The liquid of unknown composition, when poured on the body, began to emit a pungent odor and white smoke, but it did not have much effect. Su Jin raised his gun and fired again, forcing Gao Tianfeng to stop. Last shot opportunity, exhausted. 7 meters apart, Gao Tianfeng stopped running, slowly lowered his arms, and stared coldly at Su Jin. 9 bullets. Based on my understanding of guns, your gun only has a maximum of 9 bullets. You're out of guns. 9 shots. This gun of mine doesn't use bullets. Don't you feel it? Su Jin smiled and raised the silver gun in his hand. Gao Tianfong was about to step forward when he suddenly froze in place, filled with surprise and uncertainty. That's right. That guy's right. That gun is amazing, incredibly powerful. His outer armor was pierced several times, but he couldn't feel any bullets lodged inside his body. What exactly was that shot out? No, if he still had bullets, why would he tell himself to cheat? Trying to fool me. Shoot me if you have bullets. Gao Tianfong grinned maliciously and continued to charge forward. Su Jin and Chung Du's expressions changed drastically at the same time. Su Jin, his face pale, said, "He vomited blood and suffered internal injuries. Let's fight him directly." "All right." Chung Du gritted his teeth, and the two of them stepped forward at the same time. A moment later, the three of them finally took over. Gao Tianfong kicked one of them to the ground, and while chasing after them, his loud laughter echoed down the corridor like a beast that had succeeded. "Useless. As expected, you're out of bullets. You two pieces of trash don't even have a 1 in 10,000 chance of winning. Yet you dare to attack me without understanding the difference in our strength. Fuck you." Su Jin turned over, pulled out all the lime from his back, and threw it into Gao Tianfong's eyes. Chapter 86: The Realm of Life and Death. In the darkness, Fu Qingdai, holding a bow, hid inside a house. After the initial search, all the doors to the rooms were open, so there was plenty of space to move around. The environment inside the building was almost completely dark. Although the two could not look at each other, she could sense Liang Shui's approximate location, and Liang Shui was also closely following behind her with a faint voice. Inside the living room, Liang Shui kept kicking over various pieces of furniture and uttering threats. "You little bitch, you're out of bullets, aren't you? I know you're here. I'm not in a hurry. Let's play slowly and see how long you can hide." Inside the bedroom, Fu Qingdai gritted her teeth, slowly drew an arrow from behind her back, knocked it on the bowstring, and pulled it back gently. As the bow was drawn halfway, a shout reached my ears from downstairs. Liang Shui's laughter followed immediately. "You little bitch, it seems like everyone downstairs is looking for you. I get it. You can sense my location. No wonder you suddenly ran out. You dare to run out alone to lure me here, right? Fine. Then I'll not let you have your way. You can hide if you want. I'll kill everyone else first before dealing with you." After Liang Shui finished speaking, she walked towards the living room door. Fu Qingdai instantly drew her bow to its full extent and kicked the bed. "Found you. Ah." The moment Liang Shui opened her mouth, Fu Qingdai had already released the bowstring aimed at the door. The doorway was narrow, and the arrow successfully struck Liang Shui in the shoulder. Upon hearing the sound, Fu Qingdai leaped up and kicked fiercely towards the center of the malicious intent. This kick was just as powerful as one from a strong man who had been lifting weights for years. Caught off guard, Liang Shui was kicked into the second bedroom across the hall. Despite her fear, Fu Qingdai continued forward, picked up the composite bow, and began to swing and smash it violently. After waving his arms a few times to sense Liang Shui's exact location and posture, he pounced on her. He grabbed the arrow by her shoulder and began to twist it violently, while his other hand kept punching Liang Shui's face. D, ah. Fu Qingdai cursed, venting her fear. Liang Shui was clearly stronger than Fu Qingdai. After struggling frantically for a moment, she flung Fu Qingdai away violently. Fu Qingdai's back and head slammed against the edge of the wardrobe with a thud. Despite the excruciating pain, she immediately gripped her gun. Liang Shui cursed and was about to step forward and use her violence. But then he heard a cracking sound, his body stopped halfway, and a look of fear flashed across his face. "Does that little bitch still have bullets?" The next instant, a gun but slammed into Liang Shui's cheek with swift and powerful force. Immediately afterward, Fu Qingdai lunged forward again, grabbing Liang Shui's hair and pulling it violently, while continuing to pound Liang Shui's face with her other hand. After a handful of her hair was forcibly pulled out, Fu Qingdai dared not linger and quickly retreated. "You little bitch, I'll tear you to pieces." Lian Nukui screamed in fury. "I thought this little bitch would be easy to handle, but I ended up playing her for a fool again and again. She is inferior to me in every way, but she has the ability to perceive her own position, which is a huge disadvantage. You can hide now. I'll deal with you later." Liang Shui cursed fiercely, moving towards the door while keeping an eye on Fu Qingdai's possible attack. Shouts rose and fell from downstairs as everyone in the activity center frantically searched for Fu Qingdai. Fu Qingdai had already retreated to the living room. Seeing that Liang Chui was really leaving this time, she mustered her courage and reached into her sweat-soaked inner pocket. She leaned to one side and stuck her head out, saying, "You slut. I thought you only needed your looks to seduce men, but I never thought someone had to use superpowers. You shit-eating, one-eyed, ugly monster. You probably have this ability because you couldn't find a man in your past life. You fucking..." Liang Chui's mind went blank, and her whole body trembled. Fu Qingdai's attack power was off the charts at this moment, piercing her heart with a sharp pain. "I'll kill you," Liang Chui shouted as she lunged toward the spot where Fu Qingdai had spoken. Unexpectedly, the attack missed, and Fu Qingdai followed closely with both arms. A sticky, fragrant substance was smeared directly onto Liang Chui's entire face. "What, my eyes?" Liang Chui screamed in shock, her movements becoming unsteady. Liang Chui was wildly attacking, while Fu Qingdai quickly turned on her flashlight. Once he saw her figure clearly, he raised his enchanted fists and punched her bare skin. One punch and a chocolate fist mark is left. The severe allergic reaction, coupled with complete blindness, drove Liang Chui to utter madness. Fu Qingdai gritted her teeth. The chocolate sauce on her hands felt like it was burning her, and the pain brought tears to her eyes. But with a formidable enemy at his side, he dared not delay and continued to strike Liang Chui with punches, while cursing her to relieve the pain. "Ugly bastard. Slut. I'll show you what a slut is. I'll make you slutty." Fu Qingdai, her long hair disheveled, screamed as she picked up the sofa and smashed it against Liang Chui with all her might. "You dare to seduce our brother." The sofa crashed down on Liang Chui, causing her to collapse and fall to the ground, eventually shattering into pieces. Just as Fu Qingdai was about to lift the coffee table to smash it again, Liang Chui had already steadied herself and skillfully dodged it with a somersault. The coffee table shattered, the glass rattling. Seeing Liang Chui stand up, Fu Qingdai was startled and turned to run away. The other senses are still sharp, and the person has now recovered from the initial state of blindness. "I can't keep fighting like this anymore. Once she gets entangled and locked up, I'll still die. There's only one way to deal with her now. She's already blind. Lure her to the rooftop and have her fall to her death." The fierce battle at the Dragon Scale building continues. Gao Tianfeng pressed forward relentlessly, while Su Jincheng retreated and fought, constantly using the terrain and objects in each house to buy time. The entire loop-shaped corridor was almost traversed. Even so, the two were still covered in injuries after several brief skirmishes. Su Jin suffered 3 broken fingers, Cheng Du suffered broken ribs, and countless other injuries, both internal and external. What else can you two bastards do besides stall for time? Gao Tianfeng's eyes were bloodshot, and he was extremely annoyed by the two of them delaying him. The environment was dim. One was fast, and the other could breathe fire in its strange movements. These two were originally unremarkable, but they had managed to survive until now. "He's had enough fun. He's had enough." Seeing Gao Tianfeng chasing after him again, Su Jin picked up a few large reagent bottles that he had just found and threw them forward. The glass bottles collided in mid-air, and the formaldehyde mixed with alcohol, releasing a large amount of smoke and a pungent odor. Seeing the opportunity, Su Jin grabbed Cheng Du, who was already extremely weak, and pulled him into a nursing room. He quickly locked the door and desperately piled heavy objects towards the doorway. Then he squatted down next to Cheng Du and encouraged him loudly. "How are you? Can you still run? Hold on a little longer. Hold on until dawn. Dawn is almost here. We can still win." Cheng Du coughed up blood and looked at Su Jin listlessly. "Director, we can't win. We can't fight. Let's run away. Don't give up. Listen to me." Cheng Du grabbed Su Jin's hand, his chest heaving. "Director, there are some things I've wanted to tell you for a long time. Actually, I've always felt that there's no hope in this world. All my relatives and friends are dead, and I'm just going to die sooner or later. Even after I followed you, the world has become such a mess. Only you haven't given up and have always given people hope. From childhood to adulthood, everyone said I was crazy. Only you said I wasn't." Cheng Du paused for a moment, barely managing to catch his breath, and continued, forcing himself to speak. "Director, I admire you so much. I started to care about you. Slowly, I felt I could really die for you. I'm scared myself. I feel that there's no one more important than you in this world, including myself. Why are you saying such things at a time like this? Su-Jin broke out in a cold sweat, his gaze fixed on the doorway. The door to the room was suddenly kicked open, and the clutter piled up at the entrance was instantly scattered. Blood trickled from the corner of Chengdu's mouth. He smiled and said, I know I shouldn't say such things, but I'm afraid if I don't say it now, I might not have another chance. Leave the rest to me, you go now. Chapter 87 Chengdu, the God of Fire. Gao Tianfeng finally kicked the door open, and all the heavy objects piled up at the door were sent flying to the other side of the room. Seeing this, Su-Jin lost all interest in Chengdu and swung his right arm fiercely toward the door. His wrist violently grazed the already twisted and deformed corner of the bed frame beside him, and the red flesh rolled up. A spray of blood shot directly into Gao Tian's face. Blood blinds the eyes, momentarily obscuring Gao Tianfeng's vision. Taking advantage of his momentary lapse in concentration, Su-Jin quickly jumped back, followed by a powerful leg thrust. With a low growl, he sprang to his feet and kicked Gao Tianfeng in the face. Hit again. Unfortunately, such attacks were futile against Gao Tianfeng's formidable physique. He only took 2 steps back before quickly regaining his balance. Just as Su-Jin was about to pull the bedsheet over to cover the other person, further delaying the time and creating an opportunity to escape. Director, let's go. Chengdu, who had been slumped on the ground, suddenly moved, letting out a painful cry, stretching out his arms and turning to pounce on Gao Tianfeng. Chengdu? No. Ah. Su-Jin's worried expression froze on his face for a moment, and the words he hadn't finished saying stuck in his throat. Instead, Gao Tianfeng screamed in agony. Chengdu intended to tackle the other party to the ground, but he was severely lacking in strength and ended up burying his head in Gao Tianfeng's philtrum. Left with no other choice, it opened its mouth wide and bit down on the other's crotch. Ha. Chengdu's eyes were extremely fierce, like a mad dog, shaking his head left and right and tearing at the enemy. Before Gao Tianfeng could react, he reached down with both hands, grabbed his legs, and flipped him to the ground. Then, as if in a final burst of energy, they stepped on the door frame and slid back into the corridor. The two were on the ground, one lying down and the other kneeling. Chengdu let out another low growl, holding Xiao Gao tightly in his mouth and locking his arms around Xiao Gao's knees. With a poof, a thick pillar of fire shot out from beneath him, pushing Gao Tianfeng as he slid rapidly down the corridor toward the elevator shaft. With an extremely complicated expression, Su-Jin rushed into the corridor. Chengdu's sacrifice was undeniably moving, but when he used the Cheng Yao Jin pushing the cart move, it really drove him a little crazy. Chengdu, stop! Su-Jin shouted, chasing after Chengdu's retreating figure as he slid down and pushed the cart. However, Chengdu was clearly determined to die, and he fought with all his might without holding back. Given his current weakened state, he simply cannot catch up. Finally, seeing Chengdu and Gao Tianfeng's figures getting further and further away, he smashed through the elevator door and plunged into the elevator shaft. Although it was a dedicated elevator, it appears that some people used it to escape after the disaster. The elevator shaft was completely dark. The flames flashed past Su-Jin's eyes and fell below. Chung! A deep sorrow appeared on Su-Jin's face. But in the next instant, a scream came from the elevator shaft. Chung, coughing up blood, flew out of the hole and crashed heavily to the ground. Su-Jin was startled and quickly stepped forward to help. When they lifted Chengdu up to check, he saw that the other person had half closed his eyes and his chest was severely sunken, indicating that he was only exhaling but not inhaling. Chengdu, hang in there. This is a hospital. Wait for me. Chengdu was on his deathbed, and Su-Jin carried him to a messy hospital room. As soon as Su-Jin put Chengdu on the bed, he felt helpless. What should I do? What medication can treat this? Is adrenaline available? Are there any other medications I can use? Just as his mind raced, frantically thinking, Chengdu shakily raised his hand, coughing up blood, and said, Director, he's hanging in the elevator shaft. He's not dead yet. Let's go. I have no hope. If we have the chance, let's be brothers again in the next life. Shut up. It's not your place to tell me what to do. Su-Jin shouted angrily as he pulled something out of his pocket. Looking at the emergency suppository in his hand, which resembled an indecent object, Su-Jin's expression was indescribable. This was a gift from the company, and he always carries it with him. But I always feel like this thing is utter nonsense, like someone is playing a trick on him. A normal person would never choose to use such a thing. There's no other way now. We can only try anything as a last resort. Su Jin steeled his resolve and began to turn the pages of Chung Du's book. This flip brought Chung, who was in excruciating pain all over his body, to some relief. Director, what are you going to do? Su Jin gasped for breath and glanced back. There are noises coming from afar. Inside the elevator shaft, Gao Tianfong, head tilted back, leaped vertically through the shaft with an extremely aggressive posture. The surrounding wall plaster and various metal parts were constantly falling off under his violent stomping, and they crashed to the bottom with a huge echo. There's no time. Chengdu, don't say anything. The entire process has been completely overturned. Chengdu immediately coughed loudly and exclaimed, Director, I know you are loyal and righteous. I am also very touched, but now is not the time. No, now is the time. Su Jin took the emergency suppository and examined it. Chengdu began to struggle desperately, his face filled with panic. Run? What are you doing? No. It's not like that. Gao Tianfong is coming. I can't worry about Gao Tianfong anymore. I need to save your life first. Su Jin's hand trembled slightly as he closed his eyes and pushed in the emergency embolism. The process was both simple and difficult, and it was clear that Chengdu was not lying. At that very moment, Gao Tianfong stormed into the ward, his anger blazing. Su Jin gave the final push, then suddenly turned around, and the two looked directly into each other's eyes. Well, both of them simultaneously fell into a daze. Ouch, cough. It's burning me. What is this? Chung cried out in pain. You two perverts, you still have a nerve. You have some nerve. Gao Tian's facial muscles twitched as he kicked Chengdu on the bed first. I thought these two good-for-nothings were annoying enough, but they're already dying and they're still doing such disgusting things. I should have killed them sooner. Saying even one more word feels like an insult to oneself. Especially this pervert lying in bed. Su Jin had anticipated this attack just moments before it began. He quickly bent down and pulled the hospital bed to the side, sweeping Gao Tianfong's lower body with his foot. The sweeping leg attack was ineffective. Gao Tianfong took root in the ground and turned to strike Su Jin from ahead. Su Jin rolled and tumbled, dragging the hospital bed further into the room. Just as Gao Tianfong was about to give chase, Chengdu, who was on the sickbed, suddenly sat up. His chest, which had been sunken, has now fully recovered. Gao Tianfong stood rooted to the spot, his eyes wide with confusion. Hot! Chengdu fanned himself with his hands and kept shouting, as large amounts of white smoke began to billow from his mouth. Finally, he jumped off the bed and roared angrily. A thick burst of flames erupted from his mouth, reaching the ceiling and spreading into a cloud of fire. The changes were not over yet. The raging fire overflowing from his mouth spread down his body. Su Jin looked up from under the bed, shocked by what he saw. In the end, Chengdu's entire body was engulfed in flames, completely transforming into raging fire, like a fire god descending to earth. Chapter 88, A Shocking Reversal. The temperature in the entire ward rose sharply, and the air became unbearably hot. Upon witnessing Chengdu's astonishing transformation, Gao Tianfong stood frozen in shock. What could possibly cause such a dramatic change in a person in an instant? With his abilities enhanced in all aspects, the power emanating from his opponent was no less than that of himself. The iron railings of the hospital bed next to Su Jin were red and hot from the heat. The fabric at the corner of the bed had also begun to burn. In a moment of panic, Su Jin quickly slipped out and retreated alone. Chengdu, how are you? I feel incredibly good. I have inexhaustible energy, and my strength is still increasing. What did you use on me just now, Director? Chengdu stared at Gao Tianfong, clenching his right fist. Never mind that. Just take him down. Oh. Chengdu raised his fists as if striking his chest with a Vajra hammer. A large amount of fire burst forth from his chest. Gao Tianfong took a half step back, a smirk playing on his lips. Interesting. I'd like to see just how strong you are now. You fucking D. Chengdu threw a punch, a burst of flame erupting from behind his elbow as he propelled the heavy blow. The punch was extremely fast, and Gao Tianfong had almost no chance to react before Chengdu struck him in the abdomen. With a crack, the bone armor on his chest shattered, and he was blasted into the corridor. Awesome! Chengdu let out an excited cry, his legs spitting fire as he flew over. Holy crap. Su Jin lay blankly in the hospital room. Is this the power of company props? Is the instruction manual really that conservative? That's fucking amazing. It's evolved into an invincible war god. If I had known it was so useful, why didn't I use it? I got beaten up all night for no reason. After regaining his senses, Su Jin quickly ran to the corridor to check the situation. Explosions echoed through the corridor as two figures in black and red clashed in a fierce battle. Chengdu's ferocious offensive overwhelmed Gao Tianfeng, making it almost impossible for him to lift his head. He was repeatedly slammed against the wall. In less than a minute, his entire body's bone armor was completely shattered. However, he was not entirely powerless to fight back. As a former elite soldier, he still possessed a wealth of combat experience from before he was infected. Moreover, it has been comprehensively enhanced with the help of its abilities. Cheng's attacks missed too many times, leaving only holes in the concrete wall. Gao Tianfeng also fought back from time to time, constantly pushing Cheng back, and was even constantly adapting to the new combat rhythm. However, the intense heat from the flames on Chengdu's body clearly caused him serious damage. Thick black smoke billowed from his fists with each strike, and his face wore a mask of pain. Damn, that's awesome. Save me some money. Su Jin kept a close eye on the battle, whispering anxiously. Bang, bang, bang. Cheng and Gao fought their way through the corridor from the middle to the end, and then fought their way back. Su Jin's eyes widened, and he quickly scurried back into his room. Chengdu Gao and Tianfeng followed closely behind, and a fierce battle ensued in the room. The sounds of battle were deafening, and the impact of fists, feet, and bodies slamming against the walls was intense. Especially Chengdu, whose body would erupt with external flames every time he was hit. Su Jin picked up an iron plate at random, covered his face with it, hid in a corner trembling, and pretended to be invisible. This battle is no longer something he can participate in. Now there's no way to help them, and the two of them could easily get themselves killed in the process. Useless. Useless. Gao Tianfeng, is this all you've got? You've disappointed me greatly. Chengdu shouted arrogantly, launching a volcanic-like attack on Gao Tianfeng. Where did all that swagger go? Gao Tianfeng dodged against the wall, while concrete on both sides exploded and shattered. Although you can dodge the opponent's physical attacks, there are still a lot of attribute attacks that you can't negate. His face was now distorted and burned, and he was completely blind. It looks almost like a demon. Go ahead and throw a punch. All you could do is block. Chengdu kept provoking, trying to lure the other party out of his defensive stance. A fiery hook punch landed on the opponent's abdomen, and Gao Tianfeng, who had been defending for a long time, finally moved. He dodged the attack by twisting his waist, relying solely on his sense of wind and his hearing. He then completely abandoned his defense, turned around abruptly, and stretched out his arms to ensnare Chengdu from behind. He raised his leg and kicked Chengdu hard in the back of the knee, knocking him to his knees. Chengdu immediately spewed thick flames, and the powerful thrust slammed Gao Tianfeng violently into the mottled wall. Gao Tianfeng coughed up a mouthful of blood, but his movements did not stop. He took the blows to the face. One hand was choked, and the other was reached down. Cheng felt a chill run down his spine. Then I felt a void in my heart. However, the attack force did not decrease, and Chengdu gritted his teeth and increased the speed of his punches. Gao Tianfeng remained silent, his face sunken and burned beyond recognition. Holding the first aid device he had taken from Chengdu, he began to use it on himself. Heh! Gao Tianfeng let out a hoarse cry of pain, and his grip on Chengdu's hand unconsciously began to loosen. Taking advantage of the situation, Chengdu escaped his predicament. He touched the ditch behind him and looked urgently at Gao Tianfeng, only to be terrified and turn pale. Director, he unplugged my connector and replaced it with his own. What? Su Jin shrieked as he put down the iron plate. Kill him. Kill him now. Strike his weak point. This tool from the company can be used by ordinary people, but it would be terrible if infected mutants could also use it. Upon hearing this, Chengdu immediately changed his fist into a palm and slashed at Gao Tianfeng's throat. With a single palm strike, Gao Tianfeng swayed and coughed, while Chengdu's flames diminished. The second palm strike followed immediately, successfully hitting the target. However, this time Gao Tianfeng's body swayed less than in the first attack. Su Jin was covered in cold sweat, feeling as if he had fallen into hell. Because Cheng was so close, Perhaps his observation wasn't as clear, but he could see it clearly from that distance. Gao Tianfang's entire body is regenerating bone armor, and the medicine is taking effect in his body. Once he fully recovers, there will be almost no chance of survival. In a moment of panic, Su Jin lifted the curtain behind him to check. The sky was already turning white, and a sliver of golden light was beginning to appear on the glass in the distance. The sky, it's already starting to brighten. Chengdu, run. Don't worry about him. Su Jin got up, grabbed Chengdu, and ran outside. Gao Tianfang's body is still recovering rapidly. The charred skin on his face has peeled off, revealing the new skin underneath. Seeing the two run out of the room, he immediately grinned maliciously and gave chase. Where are you going? The two men were running for their lives in the stairwell. Ching asked urgently, Director, we had such a good opportunity just now. Where do we run to now? Su Jin was covered in sweat as his eyes darted quickly across the rows of rooms before finally settling on one to head towards. Don't ask any more questions. You can't kill him. Just do as I say. When I'm about to make my move, attack his lower body immediately. Good. Entering the room quickly, Su Jin stepped forward, pulled down the curtains, and took off his coat. An extremely fierce figure has appeared at the door. Gao Tian's face returned to normal, and his entire body of bone armor shimmered with a metallic color, indicating that he was still evolving. Chapter 89 Ultimate Killer Move. Chengdu threw a punch to stop him, but Gao Tianfang casually swung his arm and knocked him away. Chengdu crashed into the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and instantly fell into weakness. Gao Tianfang did not rush forward, but instead revealed a smile. I thought you two bastards would only run away, but I didn't expect you to bring me a little surprise. Tell me what that thing is and where you got it, and I'll give you a quick death. Shameless thing. I'll just pick up a used Gonzalo and use it. Su Jin licked his lips and moved his body toward the window. Roar. Still stalling for time. The light will alter your power, and now that the sun is out, your power should be at its maximum, Gao Tianfang said indifferently. Even at your strongest, you won't surpass my previous state. Do you think you still have a chance? No need to delay any longer. If you don't speak up, I'll make you wish you were dead. Is that so? But I don't think you want to know where that thing came from. Su Jin's cold gaze passed over Gao Tianfang's shoulder and looked to the other side. Cheng, who was lying on the ground, squinted and looked at Su Jin with a blurry vision. The sun rises slowly, its myriad rays spreading across the world. At this moment, Su Jin slowly stretched out his arms. With its back to the sun, it is basking in the sunlight. The muscles on his back were rising and emerging like the shadow of a ferocious beast. A surge of adrenaline was rushing to my brain, and an intense power was coursing through my veins. In just a few seconds, his figure had swelled up a size, and his strong, steel-like muscles gleamed in the sunlight. What is it? Where can I get it? Tell me now. Gao Tianfang pressed. Go ask your mother underground. He. Su Jin laughed wildly. You're really not afraid of death. It seems you're very confident in your abilities. Gao Tianfang's eyes grew colder, and his voice was filled with anger. With only a ray of sunlight, how much of your useless abilities can you possibly utilize? Today, I'll let you die knowing why. You're wrong. Su Jin raised his hand and shouted sharply. I won't be the one who dies. Next, it won't even take a second to kill you. Chengdu, unleash your ultimate move. Su Jin roared, leaving two deep footprints on the concrete as he stomped down the wall and charged towards Gao Tianfang. Chengdu then shoveled towards Gao Tianfang first. Upon hearing the ultimate move, Gao Tianfang instinctively raised his foot and attacked Chengdu first. Su Jin crouched low and charged forward at lightning speed, knocking Gao Tianfang into the air with a single blow. The two rushed out of the room, across the corridor, and into another room. The room had no windows and lacked sunlight, but the power had not yet subsided. Su Jin gritted his teeth, twisted his body, and kicked off the wall again, his eyes flashing with hope as he looked ahead. The MRI is humming. You dare to challenge me with such power? Ugh. Gao Tianfang was only halfway through his sentence when Su Jin grabbed him and pulled him into the machine. A sharp pain originating from deep within Gao Tianfang's coccyx suddenly exploded within his body, as if his entire pelvic cavity had been torn apart by a steel hook. With the support of a magnetic field tens of thousands of times stronger, the suppository is instantly and powerfully drawn in. The two men crashed heavily inside the machine. The unique outer shell material of the emergency suppository makes its power undiminished and even doubles its effectiveness. Carrying extreme high temperature, it instantly pierced through the sacrum, and under the action of the struggling and twisting flesh, the broken bone fragments twisted and pierced the nerves on both sides like a grinding wheel. Gao Tianfeng let out an unprecedented scream. His eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness, suffering massive blood loss from his groin and urinary incontinence. Su Jin desperately delivered a knee strike to finish off the enemy, sending bits of flesh and sap spraying out of the cabin. The pain caused him to immediately hug Su Jin's waist, instantly breaking several of his ribs. Su Jin reached out his hands and plunged them into Gao Tianfeng's eye sockets, stirring them violently. Even with blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, he paid no heed to the pain. Instead, his murderous intent intensified. Can you withstand my Gonzalo electromagnetic cannon attack? Soldier. King. On the rooftop, Fu Qingdai quickly pushed open the door. Liang Shui continued to chase after him, but because she was completely blind, her speed had slowed down considerably. The moment she arrived at the rooftop, Fu Qingdai immediately ran to the edge and looked down. Fu, who stood there anxiously, his team members scattered in several groups, not close to each other. It seemed that some of them were missing. A hint of joy flashed across Fu Qingdai's face. Dad is still downstairs. It seems he's figured something out. The smaller group of people should be looking for her, and some of them should have entered the building to search. By examining the spent cartridge cases left after firing a gun, they could roughly determine which cell they were in. After glancing at it twice, Fu Qingdai reached up and touched her back. Downstairs, Fu, who was panting heavily, his heart burning with anxiety. My daughter is missing, and the situation is unknown. However, after analysis, we can roughly guess that there must have been an enemy attack. Qingdai wasn't someone who lacked common sense. She must have run out on her own to distract someone. There's only one person she needs to face alone. That infected person who can seduce men during the day. She could take down the entire center all by herself. The female team members are useless, and the male team members are completely useless. They can't run away themselves, and they're also responsible for management and defense. Right now, we can only assign a portion of relatively reliable team members to search and rescue the building, and the results may not be significant. Zhang Wan stood beside Fu Hu, looking lost and dejected, while Fu Hu felt an unbearable stomachache. I wanted to rush in, but I couldn't let anything happen to this huge group of people below. Just when they were in a dilemma, an arrow suddenly fell from the roof. Fu Hu looked up immediately and saw the beautiful figure upstairs. His eyes lit up instantly. Qing, everyone be quiet. Seeing Fu Qingdai put her finger to her lips, Fu Hu urgently raised his hand and gave the order. Fu Qingdai raised her hand and made 2 hand gestures in succession before disappearing from sight. The rooftop door was opened again, and Liang Shui, with her hair disheveled, barged in. A sinister laugh escaped his lips. You little bitch, run. Let's see where you can run this time. Fu Qingdai kept retreating, her right hand reaching behind her back again. Liang Shui responded immediately. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Do you think I'm blind and you want to throw me off the building and kill me? Naive? My senses are far more acute than yours. You can act as if you can't see me. I'll break your limbs first, then skin you alive, and let you watch me devour your entrails. The arrow was slowly drawn out, its tip rubbing against the quiver, and Fu Qingdai's cool voice rang out. At this close range, 1 arrow is enough for me to kill you. An arrow? You could try to see if I can catch it. Liang Shui grinned maliciously, raising her hand in a half-open grip. You were just lucky to be hit by it before. If 1 arrow doesn't kill me, then you will. Fu Qingdai quickly stepped forward, while Liang Shui followed closely behind, listening intently and ready for action. Shoot! What, you're scared now? Looking at Liang Shui standing on the edge of the rooftop, Fu Qingdai slowly lowered the arrow in her hand. You're already dead, you idiot. What? Shooting? A burst of gunfire erupted downstairs, and Liang Shui's body was riddled with holes. The body then fell from the building, crashing heavily to the ground, its blank expression frozen on its face. Fu Qingdai slowly stepped forward and stood on the edge of the rooftop, looking down. Liang Shui was completely dead and had no chance of survival. The crowd below looked up, and the sunlight shone on Fu Qingdai, casting a golden halo around her, making her appear ineffably sacred. Is this still our daughter? Fu took Zhang Wan's arm, a smile playing on his lips. Upstairs, Fu Qingdai let out a long sigh and looked up at the sky. There was no joy in killing the enemy. Instead, his feelings were complicated and hard to describe, until they saw a strange golden cloud gathering and moving on the horizon. Fu Qingdai finally snapped out of her thoughts, tidied her hair, looked down at the crowd still staring up at her with their mouths agape, and took a deep breath. It's dawn, time to get ready to go. Chapter 90 mission complete. Inside the MRI scan room, there was a pool of blood, and the machine kept humming. Chengdu staggered into the house, limping, seeing the mess on the ground, and Su Jin and Gao Tianfeng lying in the machine at the same time. Su Jin immediately panicked and rushed to the side. Even after a waterfall of blood gushed from beneath Gao Tianfeng, a trickle of blood continued to seep out. After being subjected to Su Jin's relentless knee strikes, his internal organs were squeezed out and dangled near the exit. The room was filled with a fishy and burnt smell. Director, how are you? Chengdu stepped forward, trembling, and forcefully pulled Su Jin out of Gao Tianfeng's arms. When Chengdu saw that Su Jin's eyes were closed and his mouth was full of blood, he panicked even more. Director, hang in there. In a panic, Chengdu grabbed Su Jin and staggered towards the opposite room. Sunlight. There's sunshine. As long as he's in the sunshine, the director will definitely recover. Before long, Su Jin was placed near the window, and Chengdu leaned over and pressed his ear to his chest to listen to his heartbeat. A few seconds passed, and then silence fell. Cheng opened his mouth and looked around blankly. After quickly regaining his senses, he immediately put his hands on his chest and cried out urgently, Director, you can't die. So many people are depending on you. How will they live if you die? You can't be so selfish. Director, Cheng cried out, unable to hold back his sobs. Director, you can't die like this, Director. Oh, the unconscious Su Jin gasped, suddenly sat up and opened his eyes wide, then slumped back down to the ground. Director, Chengdu felt a jolt of electricity run through his body, overjoyed. Go away. Su Jin waved his hand weakly and looked at Chengdu. What do you mean, where am I supposed to go? You're blocking the light. Realizing what had happened, Cheng immediately stepped aside to let the sunlight pass, wiping away her tears as she asked, Are you all right now? I have several broken ribs, and they won't heal for a while. But I'm not dead and I can still walk. Let me catch my breath, and then we'll drive back immediately. The convoy should be waiting for us. We can't keep them waiting, Su Jin said, slightly out of breath. Director, you scared me to death just now. My heart stopped beating. Sigh. I never imagined the phrase, fading away like a fragrant flower, would be used to describe me. Su Jin's eyes were glazed over. If you ever say such disgusting things to me again, don't blame me for being impolite. I wasn't originally a bottom, but I gave you my first time. What do you want from me? Shut up. Find my bag and gun. After a short rest and recovery, the two helped each other downstairs. Su Jin suffered the extensive refractures. Chengdu wasn't much better off. He also had quite a few broken bones. Moreover, before Gao Tianfeng was tackled, his heavy leg still managed to hit him, causing a serious injury to his ankle. The two walked the 100-story staircase with excruciating pain with every step, as if they were wearing torture devices. Finally, after a difficult descent to the bottom, the two felt a sense of relief, as if they had been reborn. Be careful, there might be zombies roaming around. I have a gun. You provide cover from behind. Su Jin stepped forward with his gun, keeping watch on both sides. Fortunately, the situation was much better than expected. There were indeed 2 or 3 zombies wandering the streets. However, they were quite far apart and did not notice the two of them. Staggering and jogging, Su Jin found the nearest car and tried to start it. Engine started successfully. Great. Everything else will go smoothly. Good things come to those who wait. Su Jin smiled and turned the steering wheel. Chengdu Aizu glint. The vehicle then started and drove along the highway towards the talent community. Outside the talent community, the convoy was already lined up. Fu Hu and several other elderly members of the team stood at the end of the line, constantly looking into the distance. Fu Qingdai remained silent, her heart pounding with nervousness. Wei kept checking his watch. It's already this late. It should be back by now. I hope nothing's happened. No, definitely not. Sunya said calmly. Shaoli's ability is beyond question. With Chengdu helping him, 2 against 1 is definitely no problem. But they might have trouble finding a car when they come back. There are probably a lot of cars on the street that can't start, so it's normal for them to be a little slow. Don't worry. Yes, yes, yes. Hey, they're here. Fu Who suddenly shouted, causing everyone to look in the distance. Upon seeing a car speeding towards them, everyone's faces immediately lit up with joy. Look, they're all waiting here, Su Jin said to Chengdu with a smile while driving. Today is a good day. The clouds are especially beautiful, all golden. Where? Where's it all golden? Chengdu stuck his head out of the car and looked up at the sky in confusion. Right ahead, there's such a big cloud, radiating golden light. This cloud is strange when you look closely. How come it's different from the others? Su Jin began to examine the clouds in the sky with surprise. Upon just one glance, Su Jin immediately opened his mouth in shock. The golden clouds in the sky suddenly parted, and a golden line shot straight down from the horizon, seemingly connecting to Fu Qingdai's head, but then vanished along with the clouds in the sky in an instant. Mission complete. Please proceed to the designated evacuation point. The company's warning appeared out of nowhere, and then an obstacle appeared ahead. Startled, Su Jin jerked the steering wheel. The tire emitted an unbearable, piercing noise, leaving a long tire track on the ground. Finally, it crashed headfirst into a telephone pole, sending up plumes of white smoke. Director, how can you drive like this? It hurts so much. Chung cried out in pain. Su Jin, panting, raised his head and looked ahead. The task completion notification has faded, replaced by a string of numbers. 00:5:00, 00:4:59, 00:4:58. Su Jin looked anxiously to his left and saw Fu Qingdai and the others running towards him with worried expressions. Looking to the right, a red dot is flashing in my eyes at the street corner not far away. Su Jin's face froze, his mind in turmoil. I've woken up from nightmares countless times, and every day I fantasize about completing my mission and returning home. But when the scene from his dream came true, he felt nothing but panic and confusion, and not a trace of joy. How could this happen? How could this be? It happened so suddenly, I wasn't prepared at all. Su Jin's breathing became increasingly rapid, and finally he slammed his fist on the steering wheel, roaring angrily. You can't do this. I've been doing things for you, and you can't treat me like this. Making me do all sorts of chores without saying a word. Su Jin's voice choked, and he weakly rested his head on the steering wheel. Give me a little more time. Please give me a little more time. At least, let me say a few words to them. 1 hour, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. 59 minutes and 58 seconds. Thank you, Su Jin said in a trembling voice, raising his head. Director, did you hit your head? Are you all right? Chung asked with concern. They're here. Let's get out of the car and check on you. Okay, let's get off the bus. Chapter 91. The hardest thing is parting. The two opened the car door and got out. Fu Qingdai was in front and had already run to within about 20 meters of the two. Su Jin and Chengdu got out of the car safely. Fu Qingdai's face lit up with joy, and she quickened her pace, throwing herself into Su Jin's arms. Su Jin groaned and reached out to hug the other person. Chung silently walked over to the other people. Brother, are you all right? Are you injured? Realizing something was wrong, Fu Qingdai released her arms and looked up at Su Jin. Su Jin's eyes reddened, but he smiled faintly and shook his head. It's just a minor injury, nothing serious. Fu Qingdai felt relieved and quickly added, Brother, that woman came again while you were away, but I killed her. Really? Su Jin was immediately surprised. He reached out and stroked Fu Qingdai's head, saying with great satisfaction, Impressive. Well done. It seems you don't need my help anymore. Fu Qingdai smiled. You did such a good job. Here's a gift for you, bro. Su Jin picked up his phone, did a quick setup, and removed the SIM card. Finally, it was placed into Fu Qingdai's hands. It's not exactly a high-end item, but it's the most expensive thing I own. Su Jin grabbed Fu Qingdai's hand, opened the front camera, forced a smile, and took a photo together. Fu Qingdai's smiling face was frozen on the screen, while Chengdu and the others chatted happily behind her. Brother, Fu Qingdai frowned slightly, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. She carefully held the phone and said, This thing must be very important, right? I don't even know how to use it. Why did you give it to me out of the blue? Just as Su Jin was about to speak, Sunya led the others forward. Looking refreshed, he said, Oh, you're all back. Let's not stand here. Let's talk in the car. Didn't you and Chung both injure your bones? Let me check and bandage them for you. Su Jin raised his eyes and gazed at Sunya. I'm afraid I won't be able to accompany you on the road ahead. The expressions on everyone's faces were varied, but all were frozen in place. Sonia frowned deeply. Shaoli, what do you mean by this? I should go now. I should go home. Someone's coming to pick me up. Su Jin's face was stiff. Everyone was astonished. Brother. Fu Qingdai suddenly raised her head, looking at Su Jin in disbelief. You're kidding, right? You said you couldn't leave. I'm sorry, I lied to you. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Su Jin said with difficulty, even my name was fake. My name is Su Jin. Director, are you out of your mind? Chung rushed forward, but was stopped by Sonia, who had a serious expression. Sonia turned to Su Jin and said, Little Li, I still prefer to call you that. Is it okay for me to talk to them about your matter? Suhin nodded. Sonia sighed and pulled the others a little further away. Don't go, brother, I don't want it anymore. Here's your stuff back. Fu Qingdai cried out, hurriedly stuffing her phone into Su Jin's hand. Qingdai, please don't do this. Su Jin kept trying to pull his hands back, but Fu Qingdai hugged him tightly in the end. Sai, why are you always crying? What kind of leader cries all the time? How can you gain the respect of the people? Su Jin tried to push him away several times, but was still held tightly. With a helpless sigh, she said, This is the last time. You told me before that you wouldn't cry if I wasn't around. From now on, if I'm not around, everyone else has to take responsibility. Without you, no one else can organize things. Fu Qingdai's hands, gripping Su Jin's clothes tightly, gradually turned white. She looked up and choked out, I don't want to be a savior. Brother, I can't hold on without you. Can you please not leave? I'm sorry, I have family too. Upon hearing this, all the words in Fu Qingdai's heart suddenly caught in her throat, and tears streamed down her face. The two embraced, speechless for a long time. The group of people who had been listening to Sun Ya's explanation all silently looked in this direction. People in the convoy in the distance got out of their cars one by one, craning their necks to look up, unaware of what was going on. After a long silence, Fu Qingdai sniffed and whispered, Brother, do you like me? Didn't I tell you before? I'm addicted to opium. You need to quit as soon as possible. What if I can't quit? Su Jin was speechless. Seeing that she received no response, Fu Qingdai stopped asking and continued to murmur, Brother, will tomorrow be better? I don't know, Qingdai, I don't want to lie to you. Will we be able to meet again in the future? I have no idea. Fu Qingdai closed her eyes tightly and hugged Su Jin's waist tightly. Su Jin's face paled, and he said softly, Qingdai, the people who are waiting for me are waiting for me. I don't have much time left. After I finish speaking with the others, you can't cry anymore. I need you to order the convoy to set off immediately. Can you do that? Fu Qingdai buried her head in Su Jin's chest, her tears soaking her clothes. A moment later, she gently pushed Su Jin away and stood to the side. Fu Hu and his wife stepped forward and looked at Su Jin, saying, Director, are you really an alien? Su Jin smiled and nodded. Fu Hu forced a smile, his eyes red-rimmed. None of that matters anymore. Will we ever see each other again? I don't know, maybe. Director, thank you for saving my family of 3. Zhang Wan stepped forward with tears in her eyes. Su Jin shook his head. No need to say such things. I wouldn't be alive today without you all. You need to take good care of Qingdai in the future. She's still far from being ready when it comes to personnel matters. Fu Hu, a man nearing 50, finally shed tears from his tiger-like eyes. Director, take care. Director. Chengdu stepped forward quickly, wanting to say something, but then fell silent. Say what you have to say quickly. I don't have much time left. Chengdu forced a smile, his eyes blurry with tears, and said, I've told you everything I needed to say. Actually, I don't have much to say. How did you suddenly become an alien? Is that true? That's too ridiculous. Those 2 old geezers weren't lying to me, were they? It's true. I really am an alien. Do you aliens have homosexuals? Chung asked, his voice strained. Su Jin's expression was indescribable. Yes, there's a province and a city in our area where everyone is gay. People there don't even want to poop if they don't eat spicy food. Director, don't tease me. I really... Wah. Chung burst into tears and reached out to hug Su Jin. After a brief embrace, Su Jin walked towards the 2 elders, Weida and Sunya. You 2 are getting on in years, so please be careful not to overwork yourselves. Qingdai and the others will need your help to handle important matters. The 2 elders sighed deeply at the same time. Sunya said, Shaoli, you've said everything you need to say, so I have nothing more to ask. I'm genuinely happy for you that you can go home. If we can't meet again, Don't worry too much, just live your life well. Take care, shall. Wade has said succinctly, then lowered his head and gave a bitter laugh before turning back to say, if you have the chance, you can come and visit us too. I know. Get ready early. You can leave now. Sujin took a few steps back, his gaze sweeping over the tearful group before finally settling on Fu Qingdai's face. The two looked into each other's eyes. Fu Qingdai wiped away her tears and strode towards the convoy. The others followed one after another behind her. The entire convoy had already stood on the street, looking up at the situation. As Fu Qingdai approached, everyone's gaze shifted from Sujin to her. When Fu Qingdai reached the front of the convoy and stepped into a convertible SUV, everyone's attention finally focused on her. Turning back to gaze at Sujin's lingering figure, Fu Qingdai murmured a few times before finally turning her gaze back to the convoy. Set off. The convoy drove towards the sunlight, while Sujin stood gazing at the street. Vehicles disappeared one by one in the blurry vision. Until the last car disappeared from sight, I could no longer bear it. I gasped for breath and tears streamed down my face in the street. He prayed every day that he could leave this world. But when that moment actually arrived, I felt a piercing, excruciating pain. I can no longer protect everyone. What will they do? Will tomorrow be better? Everything is unknown, and all I can do is pray. After his tears had dried, Sujin straightened up, wiped the remaining marks from his face, and looked back. He tightened his grip on the silver spear, picked up his briefcase, and resolutely walked toward the street corner. The company. I can finally face the company directly. What kind of demons and monsters have tormented me to this point? You'll know as soon as you see me. Chapter 92 Glimpse into the company. At the corner store entrance, Su Jinping looked inside. The red dot is right in front of you, and you can see the interior view through the glass at the entrance. It was just a messy supermarket, nothing special. After a moment of hesitation, Sujin reached out and tried to push open the door. But as soon as he reached out, the door opened automatically. A gentle breeze blew by, and Sujin couldn't help but close his eyes. A tingling, electric-like sensation coursed through my entire body. This sensation is especially pronounced in the intercostal space. The remaining blood on his body peeled away in the wind, turning into dust. When I opened my eyes again, all my injuries had disappeared, and I was full of energy. While Sujin was amazed, he secretly took half a step back and looked up into the store. As the doors opened, the interior transformed into a luxurious five-star hotel, a completely different world. He regulated his breathing, glanced left and right, and then picked up his gun and moved forward. The hall was empty, and there was a door at the end of the corridor ahead. Is anyone there? Sujin cautiously approached the gate at the end. No one responded, but he successfully reached the doorknob. Sujin took a quick breath, his gaze gradually sharpening. He pushed the door open and barged inside. But once inside the room, it was still empty. What you see is just an ordinary, even slightly old-fashioned, office. There is a sofa and coffee table on the left, and a star chart on the wall. To the right is a large desk, with 4 large characters hanging above the wall behind it. God rewards hard work. The rest of the room was filled with small items and other paintings. Only one of the portraits on the side wall is of a human figure, a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. Overall, it resembles the interior design style of some nouveau riche boss on Earth. Sujin's tension eased slightly, and he closed the door and began to carefully explore the room. Why be so nervous when you're in your own office? A deep, steady male voice rang out, and Sujin's muscles immediately tensed up. Who? Who's speaking? Come out. As soon as the question was uttered, to Sujin's astonishment, the man in the painting on the wall stretched out his hands and emerged directly from the painting. He straightened his collar and calmly stood in front of Sujin. Sujin's breath hitched, his eyes widened, and he suddenly raised his gun behind him. You! Are you a human or a ghost? Having experienced a whole world, why are you making such a fuss about this? The man glanced at him casually, walked behind his desk, leaned back in his executive chair, and gestured, sit down. You have many questions, and I think we can talk about them. After a moment's thought, Sujin sat down across from the desk. The man then spoke. This building is not the company headquarters, but belongs to you. I am neither human nor ghost, but was created to serve the owner of this building. To put it simply, you can think of me as a painting, a brick, a robot. Usually, the owner here calls me the butler. Butler. Sujin pondered for a moment, then said bluntly, Right now, I just want to know what's going on with the company, what's happening in this world, and why you chose me in particular. No rush. Let's talk about it one thing at a time. The butler raised his hand. I don't know much about the company since I don't work directly for the company, but I can still give you a general overview. This is a unique organization. It calls itself a company because it will appear before you in the way you can understand most. It is composed of the top powerhouses from all the worlds. Sujin's expression gradually became blank. As for the disasters in this world, they're also inseparable from a company. The universe was originally a harmonious and integrated whole, with order and chaos coexisting. But by chance, the natural order was completely broken. The powerful had already noticed the changes in the world, but did not interfere. They always believed that nature would return in normal. But as time went on, things didn't develop as expected. The situation had completely spiraled out of control, order was on the verge of collapse, and all worlds were being destroyed. That's why the powerful decided to join forces to fight this natural disaster. Your other colleagues are on the front lines fighting the root of this calamity, while the problems facing this world are merely the aftermath of this war. Wait a minute. Let me sort this out. I don't quite understand. Sujin had a headache. You understand this very simple thing, but you just can't accept it. The butler smiled slightly. You want to analyze what the strong people in the company are, what the root cause of the disasters they fight against is, and what form they take. But these are meaningless, because even I know very little about them. No, what does this have to do with me? I'm just an ordinary person who goes to work. Am I some kind of employee reincarnated? Sujin was in a state of confusion. You are indeed an ordinary person, but in some ways you are not ordinary. In a way you can understand, your destiny is unique. The clients you save are not because they have special talents, but simply because their destiny happens to be highly compatible with the world they live in, allowing the company to connect deeply with the world through them. The butler stood up and pointed to the star map opposite. The images surged and suddenly transformed into an ocean. Sujin turned around and looked at it, his eyes trembling. Along the endless coastline, marine creatures with festering skin rise and fall in endless waves, surging towards the shore as a massive horde of zombies engulfs the land. Trees fell in large numbers, and hordes of corpses began to flood the streets, demolishing buildings with devastating force. This is what will happen in a month, the result predicted by the company, the butler said calmly. In fact, no matter how hard the people in this world try, their demise is inevitable. The entire ecosystem has been broken and cannot be restored. But your appearance changed everything. In your missions, you continuously build up power for your clients, providing them with strength and a safe environment, which in turn strengthened their destiny, allowing the company to maintain a stable and lasting connection with the world. This world is currently in a semi-takeover state. The company will promote ecological restoration and suppress the escalation of disasters. Of course, the company only provides assistance. It mainly depends on their own efforts. Perhaps after several generations, this world can return to normal. The company is so powerful. If you want to save them, why not solve the problem in one go? Sujin frowned and questioned. The company's core strength lies in addressing the root cause of this disaster. So the resources that can be allocated to each dying world are limited, and it is impossible for them to directly help solve all their problems. The butler tapped the table, staring at Sujin. Sujin, it seems you still don't understand the nature of your job. If we compare it to a commercial company on Earth, your current position is that of a company cleaner, and the only cleaner at that. What? That's how it seems at the moment, but don't underestimate this position. Even the highest levels are paying close attention to your responsibilities. Chapter 93, Passing on the Torch. What do you mean? Sujin asked, bewildered. He had fantasized about what kind of mysterious entity the company was. But I never expected that the job I was doing, which was so grueling, would be so ridiculous, cleaning. The butler stood with his hands behind his back and continued. Even if thousands of worlds were to perish, it wouldn't affect the overall situation and would be insignificant to the company. But afterwards, they discovered that the situation was not so simple. The butler said calmly, "The strong are all forged through countless battles in iron and blood. The strong in the company have all emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Although they claim to be saving the world, deep down, they actually enjoy the battle itself, and life and death are not important to them." From the very beginning, the company had a powerful central hub that connected everything and coordinated the overall operation. As the battle dragged on and deepened, the underlying violence intensified, which in turn affected the central operations. We are already fighting against destruction and disorder, and this problem will be a major hidden danger to the organization in the future. That's why the top management joined forces to create this position, which is internally called the Torch. This plan was very successful. The two generations of the Torchbearer before you saved countless worlds. The vitality and order generated by these new worlds greatly reduced the violence. Unfortunately, the first two generations all died in battle, which is why we are now looking for you. Why was I chosen, especially since there's only one cleaning lady? Su-Jin felt a chill run down his spine. Is there no one else in the entire universe? Although you don't have any special talents, your destiny is rare, and it's compatible with almost all life-bearing planets, the butler said mercilessly. You are the most suitable person to carry out this mission. Even if you fail the mission and stay in the mission world, you will be assimilated by the world over time. The company can establish a perfect connection between you and the world you are in through you. You make me sound so important, but in the end, I'm just a pawn that can be sacrificed at any time. Su-Jin asked, his eyes wide. Is this your first day at work? The butler turned around. If you're capable, everyone will take notice of you. If you're not, no one will care, and the company will just find someone else. However, on the other hand, only one person will be selected from all realms, which means that the company will have to spend an extremely large amount of money to cultivate an extraordinary powerhouse. In fact, Xinhua is recognized by the entire company as having the best chance of obtaining the company's highest management position. You are indeed qualified to be this candidate, and the company's reasons for choosing you are not unrelated to this. The butler pointed to the star map on the wall once again. The star chart changed again, and Su-Jin's expression was indescribable. The image shows himself on the night the Cold Dome missiles were launched. This diagram was left by the second generation of the Torchbearer, specifically prepared for post-mission debriefing. Only you and I can see its contents, the butler said calmly. Your mental state fluctuated greatly that night and was recorded. After your mental breakdown, you began retesting the performance of the company's standard issue weapon within just 5 minutes. After an hour of accurate testing to confirm all the performance of the gun, we started sharpening the blades and preparing the equipment. Excellent warriors have all experienced setbacks, pain, and breakdowns to varying degrees for different reasons. But every strong person who can stand out will make the same choice after a brief period of despair. What? Prepare for the next battle. The butler looked directly at Su-Jin. You've grown extremely fast, your leadership is beyond doubt, and you possess the mindset of a top warrior. As for anything else you lack, the company can make up for it for you, as long as you work hard enough. The butler paused, then continued. Su-Jin, that's all I can tell you. If you want to know more, you must inherit the name of the flame. The company hired you, and you successfully passed the company's tests. Now, the choice is in your hands. But I don't think you have anything to hesitate about. This kind of great opportunity is something most people would kill for. The butler smiled and walked back to his desk. The printer on the desk automatically popped out a contract. The butler picked up the contract and handed it to Su-Jin with a smile. No need to sign. As long as you agree in your heart, from now on, in the name of the flame, this building will belong to you completely. Moreover, the treasure here is the accumulation of 2 generations of flame, so much that everyone is envious. You have no idea how powerful it is. Why are you so clever? Yet you always use such an old-fashioned way to sign contracts. Su-Jin picked up the contract, puzzled. The previous generation's habits were that he was quite particular about life and liked to have a sense of ritual, the butler said, his expression freezing as he looked at the contract in Su-Jin's hand. You're not willing to accept this inheritance. Su-Jin silently pushed the contract back. I'm sorry, but I think I'll pass. What you're saying is beyond my comprehension. I can't verify its truthfulness. It sounds like some kind of conspiracy, and I just want to be an ordinary person. Conspiracy theory? Do you really think a company like that would lie to an ordinary person like you? To be honest, I've always thought only idiots are interested in conspiracy theories, and there's no way you could be lying to me. Su-Jin shook his head, his tone firm. But I still want to be a normal person. Interesting. Suddenly, the butler raised an eyebrow. Get out. If you don't want to do it, plenty of others will. Go home. I think you're better suited to be a pile of dog shit. Su-Jin's eyes widened. Why are you suddenly being so mean? I'm sorry, I was created by the first generation of the flame, and my personality is partly influenced by it. If he saw you like this, he would definitely start cursing. The butler shrugged helplessly. I'm already restraining myself. After the butler finished speaking, he pushed the contract back. Take this. According to the rules set by the second generation of the torch, you will have time to consider whether to join after you go home. It's a 1-month period, and there are many benefits and rewards for completing tasks. I can only deliver it after I confirm that you have joined the company. The second generation of the torchbearer sounds like a good person. Without a doubt, he was a true gentleman, full of compassion. The butler sighed. He felt the suffering of others as if it were his own, the hunger of others as if it were his own. Even though he witnessed many tragedies during his tenure, his grief remained unchanged. Death may have been a relief for him. What about the first one? That's the other extreme. The first generation wasn't as strong as the second generation, but he was extremely efficient. He completed missions 10 times faster than the second generation. Why did you complete the mission so quickly despite your lack of strength? Su-jin asked in surprise. The butler's face contorted with disgust, because he was a real beast, utterly devoid of mercy. He started by killing the client's entire family, then forced the client to grow up by playing the villain himself. More than half of the clients he handled went insane. Even the higher-ups couldn't stand it and sent people to question him. I'm standing here taking the blame for him every day. Luckily, he died young. Su-jin looked speechless. To be hated so much by his own creation, this first-generation flame must have some skill. Su-jin, I respect all your choices, but out of goodwill, I still hope you will consider them carefully. After all, seeing others' mistakes is like seeing your own, and you have already experienced the pain of others. The butler changed his tone, his expression returning to normal. What do you mean? Su-jin's expression changed drastically, and he slammed his hand on the table. It doesn't mean anything. I can't predict the future, but you're a smart person, and smart people don't place their hopes and future on others. That's all I have to say. After the butler finished speaking, he waved his hand lightly, and a portal of light suddenly appeared, enveloping him. Su-jin's eyes flashed brightly and then dimmed, and in a daze, he found himself holding a contract in his hand, already in his familiar rented room. Chapter 94: The Ecstasy of Returning to Earth. I haven't finished asking my question. Su-jin stood there in the room, mouth agape. In an instant, the scene changed. My thoughts had completely forgotten everything else, and were completely occupied by the familiar things in front of me. After swallowing several mouthfuls of saliva, Su-jin's lips trembled and began to curl upwards uncontrollably. I rushed to the window, pulled back the curtains, and was immediately struck by the sight of countless lights shining outside, with the night market bustling with people in the distance. They're back, they're back, they're back. Overwhelmed by ecstasy, Su-jin lay on the bed, covering his face and laughing and crying at the same time. Several minutes later, he gradually calmed down, but still had a smug expression on his face. His eyes darted around, and he instinctively reached into his pocket to check his phone messages, only to find it empty. Suddenly realizing it, I understood that I had already given the phone to Fu Qingdai. The thought of Fu Qingdai caused Su-jin's mood to sink again. His upturned lips slowly drooped as he fell into deep thought. It's like a dream. I wonder where they are now, whether they've reached the military region, and whether they've already set up camp. But there's nothing I can do to help anymore. Looking down at his hands, he saw that he was still tightly clutching the company's employment contract in one hand. After deliberately moving his body a bit, Su-jin began to look around and search. My abilities are still there, and my body remains incredibly light. However, the briefcase and pistol disappeared at some point. They were probably taken back by the company. Besides these, I always feel like I've forgotten something. What exactly is it that I've forgotten? Sitting on the bed, Su-jin fell into deep thought. After a long while, he looked surprised and suddenly slapped his forehead. Grass! Money lost. I came back without any money. The company has a currency exchange. I had planned to go to a jewelry store and grab a bag of gold before leaving, but things happened so suddenly that I didn't take anything. I've completely forgotten about that. All I can think about is going home. There were some local specialties in the briefcase, but they were all food, so they wouldn't fetch much money. Moreover, the briefcase was taken back by the company, so whether or not they will get paid is still uncertain. I'm penniless right now. Thinking of this, Su-jin began rummaging through drawers and cabinets. After failing to find any cash, they pulled out a bank card. I ran downstairs like crazy until I reached the nearest ATM. With trembling hands, I inserted my bank card to check my balance. Upon seeing the numbers pop up from the machine, Soo-jin let out an excited groan. 1059237. 1,500,000. The company's redemption has indeed arrived in my account. 1,050,000. Where did this money come from? Suhin froned slightly. Having money is certainly a good thing, but the amount of nearly 1.06 million is really quite large. I don't actually have anything that valuable on me. After thinking it over carefully, Soo-jin suddenly realized. Surface. The watch he found in the Dragon Scale building was in his bag when he and Chung packed their things and went downstairs. Moreover, the watch face was smashed during the battle with Gao Tianfang. The company actually exchanged this stolen, worn-out watch for nearly 1.06 million yuan. Goodness, how much would a new watch be worth? After regaining his senses, Soo-jin looked at the time on the ATM. I did the math, and it's been more than a month since he left, about the same amount of time he spent in another world. Fortunately, I haven't been away for too long. Soo-jin took out his bank card and began to think. I'm not in the mood to think about company matters right now. I've been gone for over a month, and I don't know how much information I've accumulated. At home, just don't call the police as if you're missing. You should buy a cell phone as soon as possible. It's only 7 o'clock now. There's still time to go. Thinking of this, Soo-jin pulled out his SIM card and quickly headed towards the commercial street where mobile phone stores were clustered together. 1 hour later, after much deliberation between Noah and Xiaomi, Soo-jin decisively bought a flagship Redmi K80 and 2 Xiaomi 15 phones as backups. I haven't changed my phone in so many years, and after graduating from university and starting to earn money, I completely lost interest in digital product reviews. Although he didn't know much about mobile phones, the salesperson from a certain brand was clearly trying to fool him, constantly switching between apps in an attempt to prove that the phone's performance was amazing. Even someone who's never been into digital products could tell this was just a futile effort, and that buying a Xiaomi phone would be a better choice. After adjusting his phone, Soo-jin quickly dialed his home phone. After a few rings, a familiar female voice rang out. Son, what big project are you busy with? You can't even reply to a message, and you only think of calling now. Sue's mother asked abruptly, Are you done yet? If you don't send a message soon, your father and I are about to call the police. Soo-jin felt a lump in his throat. Mom, it was a huge project. An absolutely huge project. Now that it's all done, I made money, over 1 million. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Xiaomi store turned to look, their expressions a mixture of admiration and sympathy, interspersed with 2 soft whispers. Such a filial beggar is a rare sight these days. Does this beggar even have parents? Keep your voice down, or he'll scratch you. Look at everyone using this. Who the hell would buy Xiaomi? Let's switch brands. It's too embarrassing to take this out in public. Well, I really didn't brag. Tell my dad I'll be home in a couple of days. Call me if anything comes up. That's all for now. After hanging up the phone, Soo-jin felt completely relaxed. After standing there for a while to be admired, he picked up his bag and headed towards the night market. Looking at the crowds walking around him, a joyful expression filled his face. His mouth was stretched almost to his ears, and he couldn't stop grinning. The preciousness of life is only truly revealed in the face of death. Such an ordinary, everyday scene had a lasting and intense impact on his mind, causing him to forget all his distracting thoughts and worries. What company, what apocalypse, only bustling crowds. Soo-jin wiped away her tears and found a noodle stall to sit down. Boss, 2 bowls of flat noodles, 1 wide and 1 thin, both with extra noodles and 2 eggs, extra chili, and 2 chicken legs. I'll also get a large bottle of iced tea. Pay the bill first. After scanning the code, Soo-jin sat down and happily broke open his chopsticks, waiting. Before long, the meat was completely cooked. Smelling the aroma of the noodles, Soo-jin couldn't help but grin foolishly, picking up a large piece of noodles with his chopsticks and stuffing it into his mouth. The familiar, rich, and unique aroma filled his taste buds, and Soo-jin excitedly leaned back. Then they started slurping and stuffing themselves. A showcase of eating actions and expressions in post-apocalyptic return. After finishing a bowl of noodles, Soo-jin calmed down considerably. While eating, he took out his phone to pay the loan and then logged into WeChat to check. A flood of unread messages popped up all at once. At first glance, many of them are former colleagues looking for them. The leader is his former boss, Lao Li, and the number of messages has already reached 99 plus. Moreover, upon closer inspection of each item, it became clear that Lao Li's emotions were escalating into a violent outburst. From initially giving him a firm order to come back and apologize, to later issuing severe threats. Sujin, I'm so damn angry. Asterisk, asterisk at. How the hell did you do this to me? You've bankrupted the whole company. Stop playing dead and hurry up at. After reviewing each point, it turned out to be almost entirely a string of curses and venting, some of which were even from just 3 days prior. Sujin watched and laughed. I pretty much guessed what's going on. That idiot client, surnamed Wang, can't cause him any trouble, so he started taking his anger out on Laoli. Oldly looked like he'd been dealt with quite badly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost his composure so easily. The cups and bowls on the table were spotless. Sujin scrolled through his phone with a relaxed expression, a faint smile still playing on his lips. I need to pack up and go back to my hometown to recuperate for a while. Before leaving, I need to go to the company one last time. This time, I'm going to get back everything I've lost. Chapter 95, The Dragon King returns in the city. Oldly, I'm here today to ask you to pay me back half a month's salary and commission. Once you've settled the debt, we'll be even. In the former company's office, Sujin, dressed smartly, sat across from Laoli with a smile on his face. You still have a nerve to show your face to me. Oldly slammed his fist on the table, his face contorted with rage. Sujin, you've really messed me up. That Wang Yuntong took all his anger out on me, and now the company's business is at a standstill. He's a thug. He's practically trying to blackmail me. What does this have to do with me? Suhin shrugged. Don't try to shift the blame. In this business, if you're capable, you earn your living. If you're not, you eat shit. Did I do something wrong by doing a good deed? You did a good deed? Oldly suddenly stretched his neck, his face turning red. How can you be so shameless? You think you're so great, huh? You think you're so tough? Is this your first day in the underworld? You can't afford to offend Wang Yuntong, and I can't afford to offend him either. But can you afford to offend Xiaojing? She's from a countryside. What can she do? She still gave in, didn't she? Let me tell you, you're just a clown. If you had the guts to leave evidence back then, I'd gladly stand my ground and take the blame with you. But you have nothing to show for yourself. Don't even think about drinking my tea. Sujin took a sip of tea. Why say so much? It's all in the past. Just hurry up and settle my salary and commission. Oldly was so angry that his vision blurred, and he stammered. Sujin's company has stopped operating, and you've ruined my life like this, and you still want a salary and commission? Don't you have any conscience? You graduated from a lousy university. Who brought you into the company? Who was the first person to take you to Shanghai? Aren't you grateful? Oldly slapped his palm with the back of his hand, angrily rebuking everyone. This matter was originally so simple. Fine, even if you hit someone but didn't leave any evidence, what's wrong with you spending some money to apologize and settle it? You've blown such a small thing into this. I've trained you for so many years. You can't be without hundreds of thousands in savings, can you? You have a nerve to bring that up with me. Sujin raised an eyebrow. Let me tell you, I really don't have any savings. You should know that. The company never includes me in its entertainment expenses, and they don't reimburse me for going to clubs. I have to pay for the company's work myself. What kind of spending level is that? Do you think I have any savings? In the end, this is all your fault, all your own fault. If you had corrupted me with money earlier, I wouldn't have had to live such an upright and honest life. You've forgotten what the hell you did, haven't you? Oldly spat as he spoke, extremely agitated. We reimbursed you for the past 2 years, so why did we stop it? Don't you have any self-awareness? The customers have all taken taxis and left, and you're still standing there ordering, and you even ordered 2 at once. Why should I reimburse you? But you're saying I won't bring clients next time? I have to test out new people for the clients beforehand, Sujin replied casually. Oldly turned pale with shock, took a step back, and pointed at Sujin incredulously, saying, Where did you go for training? Have you no shame? Heh, Lao Li. Let's keep things professional and separate. You capitalist, don't try to get on my good side. How many years have you been exploiting me? Sujin narrowed his eyes and said, I've been with the company for so many years. I should have been promoted long ago. What's the meaning of you still making me run sales? With your abilities, how can I promote you? You're telling the truth now, aren't you? I knew it all along. You've finally spoken your mind. Sujin excitedly pointed at Oldly. Yes, no problem. Oldly glared at him. I really will treat you like a beast of burden. Using you as 3 people at once. It's great. How about it? Fine, you're so awesome. Suhin laughed angrily. Don't think I don't know about your dirty secrets. Last year when you hired that secretary, you were lying under the table, bragging to her. You wanted to put on a show in front of everyone, huh? You think I didn't see it? You were bragging like a giant with lipstick on. Aren't you afraid of getting infected? Let me tell you, I even covered for you when your wife came to check up on you at the company. I was saving face for you, Lowly. Besides, I understand you. Your wife's face is so wrinkled it looks like a savory pancake. I'll strangle you. Old Lee, filled with shame and rage, roared and lunged at Sujin. Sujin gave him a casual push, and Old Lee was stunned in his chair, seemingly realizing that his thin arms and legs couldn't do much. In the end, he could only silently light a cigarette. Sujin also took out a cigarette and started smoking. The two fell silent in the stifling smoke. In the silence, a slight sound came from the corridor outside the office. Although the room was well soundproofed, Sujin's hearing was already excellent at this point, and he could clearly hear the sounds outside. Mr. Wong, Mr. Lee really isn't here today. What can I do for you? I can help you contact him. Get out of the way. I need to have a serious talk with your general manager, Lee. Sujin tapped the table and looked at Old Lee. Old Lee, that guy surnamed Wong is here to see you. Is he really trying to extort you? How did you know he was coming? Old Lee looked up with an unfriendly expression. Sujin didn't answer and immediately transformed into a desktop cleanup master. He abruptly stood up, swept the documents and decorations off the table, and roared, "You bastard, Lee. If you don't pay me today, I'm not done with you. You want to kill me? I'd like to see who dies first today." As soon as he finished speaking, the office door was pushed open. A middle-aged man with a large belly and a greasy face stood frozen at the door. The person who arrived was none other than General Manager Wong Yuntong. When Wong Yuntong saw Sujin's face clearly, his eyes immediately turned ferocious. "You little brat, you finally showed yourself, huh?" Veins bulged on Sujin's neck as he angrily pointed at Wong Yuntong and then at Old Lee. "Didn't you team up with Old Lee to smash up my house? Let me tell you, you two, surnamed Wong, are trying to kill me. Sujin searched the ground for a moment, picked up a glass trophy, and rushed towards Wong Yuntong. "I'll fucking kill you first." Old Lee, seemingly possessed by divine power, lunged forward and tackled Sujin to the ground. "Mr. Wong, you'd better leave. I'll take care of this little bastard." "Fine. Fine. Old Lee, you're something else. You little bastard, you dare hit me? Just you wait." Wong Yuntong's fat face trembled violently as he angrily and quickly retreated from the office. "Holy shit, I'll fucking beat you to death." Old Lee was like a madman and slapped Sujin across the face with a big fist. Sujin raised his leg and gently nudged Old Lee, who tumbled to the side and fell to the ground. Sitting on the ground, Sujin chuckled and said, "Old Lee, they've all run away. Do you really want to beat me up? Don't think I'll thank you for this." Old Lee angrily pointed at Sujin and cursed. Sujin showed his payment code. "Hurry up and settle my salary and commission. Using the company account is too slow. Also, give me a pack of cigarettes, or I'll rush over there and find that guy surnamed Wong right now." Old Lee groaned a few times on the spot, scanned the QR code, and finally sighed to the sky. He then pulled out a pack of cigarettes from the drawer and threw it hard at Sujin. "Get out. I never want to see you again." "Old Lee, to be honest, I've really missed you after not seeing you for over a month." Roll. Inside the office building, Wong Yunfeng rushed downstairs. "Hey, old Lou, give me a few guys. I told you last month that that little bastard came out and tried to fight me again. If I don't cripple him, he'll be finished." "Yes, that's it. Bring a few more people, right away." Chapter 96 The Dragon King is cornered against the wall. Successfully got my unpaid wages. Feeling relaxed, Sujin went downstairs and wandered aimlessly through the streets with a cigarette in his mouth. Although I had nothing to do, the faint joy in my heart never dissipated. After walking a short distance, Sujin stopped and turned back slightly. A large, fat figure was secretly following behind and had been doing so for some time. Without even thinking, you can tell who it is just by listening to their footsteps. Sujin scratched his head and smiled. Wang Yintong is such a scoundrel. Even though so much time has passed and he had the upper hand, he still clings to me like a leech for so long. She's not just a little bit vengeful. However, I really don't feel like paying attention to him right now. After all the turmoil of those times, it seems like there's nothing I can't accept anymore, and I can't even muster a shred of anger. As long as this bastard doesn't bother me, I'll let him do whatever he wants. Wandering the streets, watching the dense traffic, Sujin felt a slight urge to join in. Perhaps it's time to buy a car. I'll tidy up today and go out for a nice meal tonight. Maybe have a drink at a good bar. I'm going home tomorrow. I have a lot of money now, so I must buy a nice car, a luxury car, a sports car. Inside the 4S store. Sir, after looking at so many models, this one best meets your requirements. It's powerful, fuel efficient, and has plenty of space, the salesperson said, holding up a brochure. How's the off-road performance? Sujin pondered, stroking his chin. The salesman chuckled. Brother, you're joking. What's the point of this Jean Bay van? It's only 50,000 yuan. Are you using it for hauling goods or something else? I can recommend another model to you. I want one that can hold a lot of cargo, live in, and adapt to all kinds of terrain. It needs to be sturdy, durable, and able to travel all over the world. I'd feel safe driving it, Sujin thought to himself. Brother, you want to be a travel blogger, right? The salesman asked with a strange expression. Then you should buy a motorhome. A decent one would cost more than tens of thousands. But this model isn't bad either, and it'll be eye-catching if you customize it yourself. Look at this chassis. Thank you. I'll take another look. Sujin gave a casual reply and turned to leave the 4S store. Not long after leaving, I plopped down on the steps of the shopping mall facing the street. He pulled the company's job offer letter out of his shirt pocket and stared at it blankly. Going home was certainly a joy, but the sword of Damocles always hung over my head. He clearly wanted to buy a sports car, but somehow ended up buying a minivan instead. Was my subconscious thinking, I'm still instinctively preparing for a crisis. Do you secretly want to join the company? But if I really want to join the company, why isn't this paper responding? Seeing others' mistakes as one's own. What will this world become in the future? Sujin looked up at the sky, his already foggy thoughts once again shrouded in gloom. Why? After much despondency, Sujin lost all interest in buying a car and continued wandering the streets. It was getting dark. After eating at 5 different food stalls in the night market, Sujin carried a bag full of snacks home. Once outside the night market area, the surrounding lights gradually diminish. Seeing a small alleyway appear before him, Sujin turned straight in. Before they reached the end of the alley, several dark figures had already followed them from behind. Sujin turned around, and several people took out their flashlights and shone them in his face. Kid, you always hang out in crowded places during the day, but you've got a knack for picking places at night. Wang Yuntong pushed aside the people in front of him and walked up to Sujin, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. President Wang? Suhin trembled, feigning panique. What are you doing? I'm telling you, this is a society governed by law. Don't you dare do anything reckless. Everyone laughed when he said that. You poor bastard, do you think you can get your hands on me? Wang Yuntong grinned maliciously as he approached step by step. You little brat, I've been in this business for so many years, and this is the first time anyone has dared to lay a hand on my face. I'm not done with this until I paid you off with a leg. Don't you dare lay a hand on me. There are security cameras here, Sujin said, his voice fierce but weak. Gamera, there's no camera here. I've checked for you. Kneel down, Wang Yuntong shouted, and 8 of his henchmen rushed forward. Sujin glanced at the surrounding corners of the wall, a slight smile curving his lips. There really aren't any cameras, Mr. Wang. Actually, I've already forgiven you. Why are you being so persistent? Besides, it's been so long. Let's just let it go. Hey, did you guys hear what this kid said? Wang Yuntong turned around in surprise and asked his underlings. I heard that, brother. This kid said he forgave you. I think he drank quite a bit earlier. He's probably drunk out of it. Brother Wang, stop wasting your breath on this idiot. Let's break his leg and go eat. The henchmen around him began to threaten Sujin. Wang Yuntong sneered. Why don't you kneel down and kowtow a few times, and I'll make your suffering less. I have to say, you're really holding a grudge. You weren't this abstract when we were doing business together. You kept calling me brother, so we got along pretty well, right? Suhin froned slightly. You really think you're something special just because I call you brother? Wang Yuntong raised an eyebrow, leaned closer with his greasy, fat face, and said arrogantly, You're right. I've always held grudges. What's that word again? Chao Xiong, brother Wang. A henchman behind him reminded him. Yes, I've been a superhero since I was a kid. Otherwise, how do you think I ended up like this? Ugh. Wang Yinhua cried out in pain, clutching his groin halfway through his sentence. Sujin withdrew his foot and calmly put on his plastic gloves. The group of henchmen around him were so startled that they took a half step back and shone their flashlights on Wang Yuntong. Sujin just dodged a kick. Wang Yuntong's QQ account was half uninstalled. While the thugs were still in a panic, Sujin kicked out again, striking Wang Yuntong squarely in the abdomen. Wang Yuntong fell heavily to the ground, followed by a thud, and then, You think that's a compliment? You stupid dog. After putting on his gloves, Su Jin flexed his fingers and turned his gaze from Wang Yuntong to the group of thugs. I've already healed Chao Xiong. Now it's your turn. Damn it. He kicked Brother Wang so hard he choked. Get him! The thugs shouted, and the 8 of them moved in unison. In the dark alley, Su Jin moved like the wind. Aim for the knee of the person in front and deliver a powerful downward kick. With a snap, the thug's knees bent backward, instantly turning him into a true lackey. Before the second person could step forward, Su Jin's heavy punch arrived, shattering the bridge of his nose. The two fell to the ground almost simultaneously. The physical abilities of an ordinary person are now so different from his that they cannot be compensated for by cold weapons. In the blink of an eye, Su Jin had broken the legs and dislocated the jaws of all 8 thugs, who were now whimpering and begging for mercy. Seeing the mess all over the place, Su Jin felt rather troubled. These wastes don't pose much of a threat, but it seems like they've gone a bit too far. Calling the police would be troublesome for me, even though there are no cameras in the alley. But they're everywhere outside, and it's easy for someone to follow the clues and uncover some information. Thinking of this, Su Jin looked at Wang Yuntong, who was still groaning and clutching his crotch on the ground, shrugged helplessly, took out his phone, and started recording. Half an hour later, a group of naked thugs with yellowed lips crawled out of the alley one after another like zombies. Chapter 97: The Flame of 3 Generations. 2 weeks later. Get up. Get up. Stop lounging around here. Hurry up. Su Jin felt a chill as his mother yanked the blanket off him. All you do all day is sleep and eat. Can't you do anything else? The delivery arrived, and you bought canned food again, but you won't even eat it. The nagging continued incessantly in his ears, causing Su Jin to frown deeply. He reached for his eye mask by the bedside and put it back on. He turned to the side and mumbled a complaint. Ugh, he can really ramble on. Get up right now. That RV you bought the other day really infuriated your dad. Su's mother said angrily, hands on her hips. You've squandered all that money. What are you trying to do now? You won't look for a partner. You won't go to work. You just lie home all day or buy random things. You've been lying around for so long without going to work. How can your boss have a good impression of you? Oh my God. Su Jin rolled up his pillow and covered his head tightly, muttering with a pained expression. Mom, please stop nagging. You're really killing me. Why do I need to sleep? It's a holiday. Bang. A heavy slap landed on Su Jin's waist. You're so lazy. You think you can get away with anything just by making a little money. Isn't all the money I earned for you too? Don't be like that. You're dad, and I don't need your money. Just live your own life well. Don't ask your dad and me for money when you get married. We'll be grateful. You're still asking me for money? I paid in full. I bought it myself. Why would I need the 2 of you? That's great. Your dad and I will look so proud when we go out. Su's mother laughed, then added, with the way you spend your money, I don't think you'll ever save any. Get up and return the RV and the canned goods. Listen to your dad, and don't waste your money on trivial things every day. I can't return it. It's all for the future. Don't eat my canned food if the world ends one day. Are you crazy? I've already prepared your meal. Get up and eat. As the noise source gradually faded away, Su Jin put down his pillow, stretched out his limbs, and continued to relax. The past 2 weeks have been extremely peaceful, and Wang Yuntong hasn't reacted much. After all, he recorded the whole group playing with snow and exploding the tank. If this gets out, he'll never be able to get along in any underworld. After that, it's time to go home, reunite with family, and rest. But the comfort lasted less than a week before people started to dislike and harass him. I'm such a fool. I can't help wanting to buy a motorhome and stock up for the apocalypse. I basically spend every day consuming myself through sleeping, eating, and scrolling through my phone. Just as I was drifting off to sleep, the phone rang suddenly in my ear. TSK. Who is it again? Su Jin grabbed the phone in a daze. Hey Gray, still asleep? It's me, Lei Dong. My mom saw your mom yesterday and said you went home? Are you home now? Lazy. Aren't you working in Nanjing? Su Jin got up and rubbed his face. I took leave to go home. Let's go out for a bite to eat, have some drinks tonight, and then get a massage. It's on me. Okay, the usual place. Su Jin exhaled a breath of stale air and got up to wash. Lei Dong was his best friend in high school, and they kept in touch even after graduating from university. We don't get to see each other very often these days, so if we meet up with an acquaintance now, we'll naturally welcome them all. I went back inside, put on my clothes, and looked at a notice that had been sitting on the table for a long time. Su Jin sighed helplessly, but in the end he still picked it up and put it in his pocket. Hey Gray, I heard you made a lot of money. Inside the hot pot restaurant, Su Jin was cooking slices of meat when he looked up at Lei Dong and smiled. Who told you that? I heard it from my mom. She was showing off when we were doing square dancing. Lei Dong raised an eyebrow and smiled. After your mom finished talking, all those old women at the square dancing club were so jealous. She even introduced you to potential partners. How much do you actually earn? More than 100, I guess. Holy crap. How did you earn so much? Lei Dong asked, his eyes wide. I took on a project in a new hospital and sold a lot of equipment. This money wasn't easy to earn. After I finish this deal, I'll quit my job and stay home. Nonsense. What can you do in a small city like ours? You're not going to live off those 100-odd people for the rest of your life, are you? Lei Dong's expression clearly showed disbelief. It's not that it's impossible. Working as a waiter or delivering takeout is quite nice, Su Jin said earnestly. Did something happen to you? Lei Dong poked his head out and asked suspiciously. It wasn't the money from selling your genitals. It's just that you've suffered some kind of mental trauma, isn't it? I'd accept it if it were really selling my genitals, but that damn job is even worse than that. Su Hin laughed angrily. Don't talk about me. How about you? Still working at the observatory? I'll do it. The salary isn't high, but I'm looking for stability. I'll need my family's help in the future, Lei Dong said helplessly, taking a sip of his drink. What more could you want? You're a great scientist, and many people envy your working environment. What scientist? Why are you acting like those ignorant old women? Lei Dong pointed at the table and said, I work in image processing and graphics. I'm not an astronomy major. It's true that every profession has its own secrets. Well, you could work with a bunch of scientists. That sounds high-end, but is it really that interesting? What's the point? Lei Dong smiled. It's the same every day, but you say it's interesting? Before I came back, I did hear two interesting things. They were pretty weird. Oh, tell me about it, Su Jin said casually as he cooked the meat. I don't know the specifics, but at the observatory in Lijiang, two people went crazy while observing space. It wasn't just in China. Several observatories abroad also went crazy and started attacking people everywhere. It's too much of a coincidence. Like that Cthulhu thing. You know what Cthulhu is, right? And those celestial bodies that we clearly observed before, we can't find them anymore. We don't know if they've been blocked by something or simply disappeared. Isn't that weird? Su Jin's body trembled slightly, his chopstick stopped, and he slowly looked at Lei Dong. Really? Holy crap, what's wrong with your eyes? You look like a murderer. You scare me half to death. Lei Dong's expression was a little unnatural, and then he said, Really? Why would I lie to you? This is even on the news. I've seen it on Douyin too. Those stupid marketing accounts are making it sound like a ghost story. That's just how marketing accounts are, Su Jin interrupted, continuing to eat. Lei Dong squinted and said, Brother Hui, I think you've really run into some trouble. What setback did you suffer? You're not happy even though you've made a lot of money. You need to straighten up. Where's your old spirit? I'm a little lost. I don't know which way to go from here. Su Jin took a deep breath and looked at Lei Dong. Lei Zi, if you had to choose, would you rather be a coward for the rest of your life or be a hero just once? Who in this world isn't a coward? I've been a coward for a long time already. What a childish question. Me too, let's have one. The two clinked glasses and drank it all in one gulp. Rain started falling outside the window, and then the rain intensified, accompanied by increasing noise. Su Jin turned his head to look out the window and suddenly felt that the air was a bit damp and cold, and his stomach twitched slightly. It's raining. Let's go play pool later. The rain should stop by tonight, Lei Dong said, then quickly grabbed the trash can and handed it to Su Jin. Finally, the sound of rain reached his ears, and Su Jin's stomach began to spasm uncontrollably, churning violently inside. Fortunately, he eventually swallowed all his bitterness. Lei Dong put down the trash can and gasped. What's wrong with you? Something's not right about you. Cough. Huh. Su Jin wiped his mouth and gave a wry smile. After effects. I haven't been feeling well lately. Can you drive me home? On the balcony of his home, Su Jin, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, looked up at the sky. The heavy rain was still pouring down. I glanced back and saw my parents sitting in the living room watching TV. As he turned to look at the myriad lights of the city ahead, Su Jin's gaze was heavy with uncertainty. For more than half a month, I tried to forget the past and numb myself. However, their bodies and behaviors are completely out of control. Seeing others' mistakes is like seeing one's own. No matter how unwilling one is to accept it, reality is already showing signs of change. My eyelids slowly drooped, and my consciousness seemed to travel to another world, where the buildings before me had turned into desolation. When he opened his eyes again, Su-Jin reached into his shirt pocket. Fear is a reaction. Courage is a choice. I've already overcome my fear and made my choice. This time, there's no need to delay or deceive myself any longer. Before the repeatedly folded company notice could be unfolded, it transformed into specks of fire that flew into the back of his hand, forming a flame emblem. Passing on the torch from 3 generations. Welcome to join our company. Chapter 98, The New Owner of the Office. 2 hours. 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds. 2 hours of preparation time. This is the countdown to returning to the office and taking on the next task. Su-Jin stared at the time, hesitated for 10 seconds, then turned and went back to the bedroom. Take down 3 huge boxes from the top of the wardrobe and open them one by one and check them. The first box contained 2 110-pound compound bows, the highest weight available on the market, plus half a box of penetrating alloy arrowheads. The second box contained custom-made long quan swords online, folding spears with alloy spearheads, which had already been privately sharpened and polished. In addition, there are 10 bottles of pepper spray, 3 drones, 2 bottles of paraquat, batons, 2 portable entrenching tools, and 1 small chainsaw. The third box contains a tactical backpack, bulletproof vest, replacement bulletproof plates, tactical gloves, knee pads, arm shield, and an emergency resource pack. He personally went to the courier station to pick up all the items, keeping them secretly from his family. After checking that everything was in order, I added some essential clothing and other miscellaneous items. Finally, Su-Jin took out a pair of German Lova military boots he had bought online from the closet, changed into them, and then left the bedroom. His parents ate fruit, staring blankly as he carried 3 large boxes of things out. Su's father asked blankly, "What are you taking? Where are you going?" "It's raining heavily outside. I got a message from the company that I need to go back now. If I'm too late, I'll drive back," Su-Jin said as he walked. "Even if the company news is urgent, it's raining tonight. Can't everything be delayed? Are you really planning to keep that old RV?" Su's father asked, puzzled. "I've already bought it. How can I return it? The company matter is urgent, and I'll miss the train. Did you not pack away the canned food and instant noodles on the train for me? I'm usually busy with work, so I kept them to eat." Su's mother got up and walked toward the refrigerator complaining. "All the money we earn is for nothing. We eat that junk food every day. There are some dumplings in the fridge, take them with you, and a lot of fruit too. Keep an eye out on the road." "That's right, don't waste money when you're out." Su's father walked towards the door. Su-Jin nodded, picked up his phone and said, "Don't worry about me spending money recklessly. I still have about 200,000 yuan here. I'll leave 200,000 yuan for you." The money has been transferred. Su's mother carried several large plastic bags and 2 umbrellas to the door. "Old Su, your son is too busy, so I'll carry these for you. Use the umbrellas to go downstairs and see him off." Su's father slipped on his outdoor slippers, took the umbrella and various snacks, and the father and son went downstairs together. The RV was parked not far downstairs. As soon as Su-Jin got into the RV, his father, holding an umbrella, sighed by the window. "This beat-up car has to be kept. You could buy a decent one. What young lady would be interested in you driving this beat-up RV? You can't even get a good price for it secondhand." "Okay, Dad. It's just a small amount of money. We'll have to earn more in the future. Go back now. I'm busy with my project, and I'm using the company phone. I have too many phones, so I can't see the messages you send. I'll call you later." "Wow, really? You're such a big boss. Even Lei Jun isn't as busy as you. Watch your step on the road," Su's father muttered, swaying as he walked back to the building with his umbrella. 1 hour, 30 minutes, and 29 seconds. 1 hour, 30 minutes, and 28 seconds. 1 hour, 30 minutes, and 27 seconds. Su-Jin sat in the car, glanced back at the lights in his home one last time, and started the engine. The RV slowly started and drove out of the residential area onto the main road. Once they were on the right road, Su-Jin shifted gears and stared ahead expressionlessly. Each time a portal teleported him, it was the size of a person. "I don't know if I'll be able to drive the RV into the office building this time. However, the company has great resources, so it shouldn't be a big problem." With no cars around, Su-Jin said in a deep voice, "No need to count. Open the door." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge gate of light suddenly appeared in front of him. Su-Jin slammed on the brakes, using the remaining force to plunge the entire car into the water. Once my vision returned to normal, I was greeted by a magnificent lobby outside the car. The butler had changed into a suit and stood smiling beside the car. I knew you'd come back, and you even brought a car? A wise choice. Su-Jin got out of the car. How can you be so sure I'll come back? You are a born top-notch warrior with a strong sense of responsibility. Once a warrior is stained with blood, he can never go back to his former life, the butler said. Peace will be the greatest torment for you. You can only find tranquility in danger. What if I don't come back? Will the company take away my skills? No. If you give up your status as a torchbearer, you will become insignificant, and the company will completely ignore you, the butler said. You can stay on Earth and be a Superman, but I don't think it will be that easy. You are not strong enough to be invincible. Once you are discovered, you will probably be captured, studied, and eventually dismembered and analyzed. That company is quite generous. I received a message that I wanted to verify with you. Quite a few astronomers on Earth have gone mad while observing the universe. Is it related to this disaster? There should be a connection, but you don't need to worry too much, the butler said softly. The universe is very dangerous right now, and it might accidentally affect some individuals who directly see the fragments of the source of the disaster, but it's still a long way from causing a catastrophe. Now that I'm connected to the company, Earth should be able to protect me, right? Theoretically, that's a fair understanding, but I don't know the company very well, so I can't be too definitive, the butler said as he walked toward the office. The company stands on the side of order, while the opponent is destruction and disorder. The influence of both is everywhere, only differing in strength and degree. The apocalypse is an amplified manifestation of this effect, and no one can guarantee you with 100% certainty that it won't happen. I know you have many questions, but there are also many surprises waiting for you. Come with me. Upon entering the office, Su-Jin was momentarily dazed. The office looks completely different now than it did last time. The minimalist style features a black, white, and gray color scheme, with a light-colored wool carpet on the floor and abstract paintings and a metallic clock on the walls. In the center is a custom-made walnut wood table with wireless charging modules and hidden lifting interfaces embedded in the edges. Behind it, a temperature-controlled wine cabinet and a hidden bookshelf are built into the wall. The only things that remain unchanged are the four large characters, Heaven Rewards Diligence, and the star map opposite. Why are the office and the lobby so different? That's right. Every time it arrives in a new world, it changes its style. This is a design left by the second generation of the torchbearer. The butler sat on a stool opposite the desk and pointed to the executive chair. Don't be surprised if this place turns into a tropical rainforest one day. Su-Jin traced the surface with his fingers before settling into the main seat with a composed and steady posture. This place has finally welcomed its third owner. From now on, I will serve you wholeheartedly and do my best to assist you. The butler smiled. You can ask me any questions, and I will answer them to the best of my knowledge. What do you prefer me to call you? Master, Lord, anything is fine. Just call me by my name. Times have changed. We don't do that kind of thing where I'm from. Su-Jin raised his hand and smiled. The butler chuckled and said, this place can connect to Earth's internet. I see you all seem to value hierarchy quite a bit. Fisk, you're looking at history, aren't you? That's all ancient history. We don't say things like that anymore. Want to smoke? Su-Jin took out a cigarette and handed it to him. The housekeeper politely declined, saying, let's get down to business first. The company might assign tasks at any time. After you've finished asking your questions, I'll give you other instructions. When can I go to the company headquarters to see my colleagues? I'm afraid it won't be possible for a long time. It's not that you're not qualified to go, but that you don't have the ability to go, the butler said. The first generation of the torchbearer has never been there, but the second generation has. According to his description, it's a nice place and the colleagues are very kind, but the environment and pressure are terrifyingly intense. With the last strength of the second generation torchbearer, he was exhausted just by resisting the environment. He described himself as no different from an ordinary person with no ability at the company headquarters. Without enough strength, you can't move an inch. You can't move an inch in a physical sense. If you go now, you'll probably be crushed into a pool of blood in an instant. Chapter 99, Connecting the 10 Realms to the Balance Platform. Su-Jin slowly tapped his fingers on the table, and after a moment of thought, asked, are all my colleagues human? No. All kinds of beings in the universe have the opportunity to become your colleagues. If their strength reaches a certain level, they will be summoned and invited by the company, or they may be able to sense the company's existence and join on their own initiative. Faced with a catastrophe that could destroy everything, almost no strong person would not join the company. In other words, the company has all the top strong people in the myriad worlds, and those who are still growing are ready to join at any time. I feel a lot of pressure listening to this. I seem to be an exception. Are there people worse than me? Sujin said with a pout. No, you are indeed an exception, but only for now, the butler said with a faint smile. However, there's nothing to be disappointed about. Behind you are countless top experts. If you happen to encounter your colleagues in Mission World, they will definitely help you without hesitation, solve your problems, and even directly help you improve your strength. Are you sure? Suhin questioned. We don't know anyone here. Won't someone harm me in this desolate place? You represent the hope of countless living beings, a person who will leave a spark for countless worlds in the future and are highly valued by the company. The strong also come from a mortal world. They love to fight, but they have not forgotten that they are saving the world, and helping you is not a price for them. Even if someone dislikes you, they won't harm you. Because of your status as a torchbearer, even if you're just an ant, they'll give you at least some respect and face. The two leaps in strength of the second generation of the torch were due to unexpected encounters with colleagues. Many parts of this office building and this office were renovated with the help of colleagues. I can say with certainty that by choosing this place, you have already become the most distinguished person in all the worlds. Sujin blinked, still somewhat dazed. After a moment, he said, Okay, that sounds pretty good. I have an older brother to protect me. But what you said, you're wrong. You don't have a big brother to protect you. The company's original intention was to save the world and train you, but the company will not interfere with you except by giving you tasks. Of course, the overall idea does not represent the individual. Speaking of which, I remembered something. I suddenly received a message during a mission. I don't know if it was a hallucination or if the company was talking to me. Is this normal? Sujin asked. The butler countered, What information? Don't ask what the company has done for you. Ask what you have done for the company. Hallucination. The butler said without hesitation, It's very common for people to hallucinate under extreme pressure. I'm sure this is your imagination. First of all, no one in the company would interfere with your actions, especially since you hadn't fully joined the company yet. Secondly, the messages you received were all transmitted from the central command. There are no more than a handful of people capable of interfering with orders issued by the central command, and these people are all at the highest levels. You are far from being able to reach their level, and they would not do such a trivial thing. Okay then, when I was on my first mission, the company told me that I could retrieve special samples, and then they gave me a Gonzalo instead. But I couldn't exchange for it anymore. What's going on? The butler thought for a moment and said, Actually, for your foundation, the first world you experienced was quite difficult, even beyond your comprehension. In the future, you'll go to save other worlds. Although the root of the disaster is the same, the different worlds will cause the disaster to evolve into different forms. If the company discovers a special type of disaster that it hasn't seen before, it will collect a sample for research and then give you a corresponding reward. With the previous two generations paving the way, you won't have such an opportunity every time, and it's even rarer to encounter it. As for the Gonza you mentioned, I think it might be an emergency medication used by the Sita. They're an alien race with twin incisions in their waists. When they go out into battle, they insert biological stabilizers and nerve-releasing plugs beforehand. Maybe the company discovered that you can use it too. Well, after all, our physiological structures are different. There's nothing we can do about it. The company only considers practical matters. They won't consider things that are superficial for you. Sujin considered for a moment, then asked, You told me before that you were created to only move around here. Are you sure about what you said about the company? The butler nodded. I can't guarantee it's all correct, but it should be mostly accurate. All the information came from the second generation of the fire of the company. And over time, some of his friends from the company have appeared here. You might also meet some of his old friends visiting in the future. What about the first one? The first generation was a madman, I've told you before. He created me to do odd jobs. In his time, this place was just a bare-bones building with nothing else, the butler recalled. After completing one mission, he would immediately jump into the next one, and he would only return once after conquering dozens of worlds. After he came back, he dumped a bunch of trash and treasures on me to sort out, and then immediately rushed off to the next world, so I rarely interacted with him. A workaholic, Sujin said incredulously. Or is the company forcing him to do this? The company's central leadership wouldn't force anyone. They still had work to do themselves. The first generation only cared about their missions and had no regard for life. They lived on air and dew, slept as soon as their heads hit the pillow, and basically had to steal whatever they needed, the butler recalled with a frown. Although I was created by him, I really don't understand this person. With his abilities, I don't think there's any reason for him to die in the mission. I feel more like he was tired of the mission and committed suicide because he had no purpose in life. He's definitely a ruthless person. Sujin nodded in deep agreement. I have two last questions. How is my mission time calculated? Time is different on each planet, right? Also, can I go back to the worlds I've been to before? Let me answer your first question first. The butler held up a finger, causing the spacious living room floor to sink, and then a strangely styled bronze artifact was revealed. At first glance, it looks like a bronze tree, with 10 circular bronze discs extending from the top of its outstretched metal branches. The first bronze plate gleamed. This is a device created by the company along with the torch, called the Guehung platform. It is specifically designed to accelerate missions. Every time you save a world, a bronze disc will light up, using the world you were born in, which is Earth, as the anchor point to force time alignment. It can align up to 10 worlds at most, and any more will be replaced in turn. After completing the mission, you will receive a certain number of contribution points. Use these contribution points to open the boundary bridge. The boundary bridge can connect all worlds, including your office. If you can establish connections between different worlds and facilitate mutual assistance, the recovery speed of those worlds will greatly increase. The tools the company provides for this position can actually manipulate time. What kind of opponent is that? I can't understand how the company lost. Sujin was completely shocked. The butler spread his hands and said, Order and chaos are two sides of the same coin for the company's opponents. The company has the same capabilities as its opponents, and they can use them even more recklessly. Concepts that you and I can understand simply cannot describe the company's frontline battlefield. That would be too abstract. Just as mortals cannot understand gods, perhaps only by slowly climbing to that position can they understand. All right then, Sujin said wistfully, then turned to ask, what are contribution points? You've helped the company connect to a world, so the company will naturally benefit from it. The central system will calculate and distribute the benefits. To put it simply, it's the salary that the company allocates from its profits. You should be able to see that since you're wearing a mask. No, Sujin said blankly. Sorry, I forgot. Interns don't get paid. Chapter 100. Encompassing everything. The terrifying foundation of 2 generations of legacy. What else can contribution points be used for? Besides activating the stable boundary bridge function, you can use contribution points to teleport back to the office after a mission failure. 50,000 points per time, the butler said. The only other option is to exchange for the treasure left to you by the torch. No, I've earned my own salary to buy the inheritance I received. Sujin found it unbelievable. The previous 2 generations of the torchbearer died, and their property was implicitly transferred to the company. Didn't you say I would inherit it? You inherited it. What I mean is that no one else is qualified to exchange for anything here except you, and some parts you completely inherited. Are you kidding me? Inherit what? A mop or a broom? The butler comforted him. Don't be discouraged. Being able to exchange for a boundary bridge is already very powerful. Every world you complete will become your support, and your future missions will become smoother and smoother. And I haven't finished yet. All right. Sujin perked up at the mention of the boundary bridge. Let me hear what other benefits there are. The butler looked up, revealing a subtle smile. Everything you need can be found in the treasure trove of the flame. Whether it's cultivation, magic, superpowers, or technology, all the power advancement paths you can think of are hidden in this building, and the corresponding resources are absolutely plentiful. Wow, I want a system or something. Do you have one? The salesman casually teased. System. The butler raised an eyebrow and gently pushed the star map in the direction of the star map. The entire wall suddenly slid backward, and the space changed abruptly. A long corridor extends out, with doors constantly appearing on the walls. Sujin followed the butler, who had already stood up, with a blank expression. Upon reaching the first door, the butler opened it, turned back, and smiled. Stand firm, and don't get too excited yet. As the door opened, a pure white space appeared inside, with thousands of bubbles shimmering with various colors floating and suspending within. Stepping inside, Sujin marveled at the wondrous sight and asked, What is this? The system you requested. The butler casually grabbed a bubble. Each bubble here represents what you call a system, and each one is connected to an enormous resource library, enough to allow an ordinary person to quickly rise to become a powerful being in a very short time. The butler handed the bubbles to Sue Jean one by one. This one makes you stronger by checking in at unfamiliar locations. This one makes you stronger by dreaming, and this one makes you stronger by sleeping with women. The moment he grasped the bubble, the substance and terrifying secrets it contained instantly flooded Sue Jin's mind. Sue Jin's nostrils flared, and the corners of his mouth trembled uncontrollably. Really? You should have said so earlier. What else would I have been hesitating about? It's a pity you can't use these. Not only you, but the company strictly prohibits all employees from using them. The butler coughed lightly, interrupting Sue Jin's daydream. Sue Jin felt a lump in his throat. I have to pay to unlock the inheritance, and I can't even use what's inside. These items are not from the collection of the torch. They are actually tools that the company gathered strong individuals in their early stages to create and deploy in various worlds to train employees. However, the people trained through these items are very weak and have caused the company considerable trouble. The company spent resources to train a cultivator, but he ended up posing as a mentally challenged college student to seduce women at the school. This eavesdropper listens to women's thoughts every day, and in the end he developed epilepsy and became a psychopath. There are some who practice seriously, but without exception, they all end up wanting to tyranny and commit massacres. There's been too much mess. I heard that the people at the company who proposed creating these systems were furious and sent them all here to be sealed up in a fit of anger, the butler said helplessly. Although you can't use them, you can still exchange them for customers to use. Moreover, you have extensive access to these systems and can even act as a system to guide customers. You can also use customers to trick them out of the supplies inside. It's just a little roundabout way. The company still left you a back door, otherwise they wouldn't have put it here. That makes sense, but it's not a freebie. Sue Jin's eyes lit up again. Come with me. The butler turned and went out, with Sue Jin following closely behind. Entering the room opposite, opening the door reveals a dark and deep space with countless points of light floating in the air. The butler casually plucked a point of light and handed it to Sue Jin. Each point of light here represents a powerful enemy that fought against the company and was corrupted by chaos. The company was unable to save them, so in the end, they stripped away their souls and washed away their memories, leaving only the inherited parts. After rewriting their memories, they turned them into living cultivation techniques. Isn't that the old man who inherited the legacy in the novel? That's right, but these things are prohibited from use, just like the system. Before Sue Jin could ask, the butler began to explain. The reason the company abandoned and sealed these things is because these aid provided too much certainty on the path to growth, while true powerhouses grow up amidst uncertainty. Therefore, the company only promotes the strong who emerge from the struggles and efforts of nature, and completely rejects such methods. However, like the system, you still have huge control authority. After you redeem it, you can impersonate the old man who inherited the legacy to guide customers. As for the techniques inside, you don't need to learn them. Let me take you to see them first. Dong! Suddenly, a melodious bell rang throughout the entire office space. The task has been assigned. The butler turned to look at Sue Jin. You will be transported to a dying world in 2 hours. Please contact us immediately and protect our client to ensure their safety during the initial stages of the apocalypse. Looking at the concise line of text and the 3 numbers in the upper right corner, Sue Jin frowned deeply. I've already started working, but the task description is less detailed than the internship description. There are no hints at all. And what does the 180 mean? The company's instructions are always like this. It's more convenient for you to ask the client directly. That number is the countdown to the apocalypse. This time you have a full 180 days to prepare. The disaster that's about to erupt could be extremely severe. The butler said as he hurriedly ran out. What have you been doing? Suhin's Joutif. There are only 2 hours left. The only part of the entire passing on the torch program that is completely open to you for free is the scrapyard. I have to use the scrap to help you modify your RV to improve your chances of survival. The world you're going to may not have gasoline or roads, so it will be unusable without modification. Those rooms are quite dangerous. Don't wander around until you've fully explored them. The company's bonus should be coming out soon. You can study them on your own first. The butler's voice and figure gradually disappeared. With a dull, mechanical sound, the Guihung platform, which was originally located in the center of the office, slowly descended. Su Jin suddenly felt his face burning and couldn't help but lower his head to cover his face. After a short while, things returned to normal, and when they looked up again, the three exhibition stands had slowly risen from where the Guihung platform had disappeared. On the first display stand, a long, narrow, gleaming, pure silver sword lay horizontally. The second booth displayed a ring. At the third booth, a set of capes was folded up. Su Jin's eyes lit up with joy as he quickly stepped forward and grabbed the hilt of the knife. As my hand touched the knife, a strange, synesthetic sensation immediately welled up in my heart. The blade trembled slightly in his palm, rapidly retracting and reconstructing itself like a metallic creature, the blade peeling away and the gun barrel being outlined. Su Jin suddenly turned around, and in the blink of an eye, a silver pistol appeared out of thin air, pointing straight at the end of the corridor. Good weapon. 100 chapters. The new book has reached 100 chapters. A milestone for the new book. I'm moved to tears. Thank you, brothers, for your continued support. Chapter 101, The Emerging Demonic Spring. Someone come here. Someone come here. At midnight, Shun Yufeng, drenched in sweat, struggled to get up, clutching his forehead. The interior furnishings are minimalist, with a plain wooden desk by the window, neatly arranged with paper and ink, and the incense still burning. A landscape painting hangs on the east wall, but the signature is unknown. There was a sword rack in the corner, but it was empty. The maid who had been waiting inside got up, went to the basin, wet her face towel, and wrung it out. She knelt down to wipe Shun Yufeng's sweat and whispered, "Young master, were you dreaming again?" Shun Yufeng snatched the face towel and wiped his face haphazardly. After removing the face towel and pressing her right hand against the sword beside the bed, she said weakly, Go and inform Steward Liu to send men to search the place thoroughly. Don't miss anything." "Yes," the maid replied softly, swaying her hips as she quickly ran out of the room. A short while later, a commotion arose outside the door. "You go to the east courtyard, and whatever you do, don't get separated. And you, go search outside the mansion. Don't miss a single thing on the streets." Hearing the sound outside the door, Shen Yufeng's slightly trembling breathing became much more stable. He got up, walked to the corner of the room, took a suit of silver armor with animal patterns from the armor seat, and put it on. Just then, Butler Liu pushed open the door and entered. Upon seeing Shun Yufeng in his armor, he immediately said with concern, "Young master, why don't you get some more sleep? This has been going on for almost half a month, and there's still no peace. At this critical juncture, you can't afford to not get enough rest. The master and mistress are worried about you too." Shen Yufeng remained silent, picked up his sword, and walked towards the door. "The day before yesterday, I asked Father to retrieve some documents from the Disaster Map Bureau. They should be in his study. Go and deliver those documents to my study, and tell everyone below not to disturb me." "Young master, how can I be in a master's study at this time?" "Just go because I told you to. I'll explain to him when it's light." 2 hours later, the sky gradually brightened. Inside the study, Shun Yufeng was still engrossed in reading. The large table was covered with numerous files and maps. Shun Yufeng would occasionally pick up a pen and make annotations on the blank paper. The silence in the study was broken when Butler Liu's voice rang out again from outside. "Young master, master and madam are calling you for dinner." "No." Shun Yufeng sighed softly, put down his pen, cleared the noise from the table, blew out the oil lamp, and went to the main hall for his meal. "Father, mother." Shun Yufeng nodded in acknowledgement and sat down at the dining table under the strange gazes of his younger siblings. Shen Yuan was wearing an old, faded robe, the collar neatly buttoned, and the scar on his face had faded a bit in the morning light. He didn't say anything, but picked up the bowl of porridge and slowly drank it, the chopsticks tapping softly on the plate. A faint sense of oppression filled the dinner table. The rest of the family members naturally dared not say anything more and could only eat in silence. After breakfast, the servants came to clear the dishes. Shen Yuan looked at Shun Yufeng and finally spoke. "No need to clear the dishes yet. Everyone else, go down and do what you need to do." As the head of the family, he naturally possesses absolute authority. Soon only the father and son remained at the dinner table. Shen Yuan picked up the freshly brewed tea, took a sip, and looked up, saying, "Dreaming again? What was it this time?" "It's the same." Shen Yufeng sighed. "Father, that wasn't an ordinary dream. It was too real. The whole world was submerged by the demonic tide. And that man, I saw his face clearly this time. What kind of person is he?" He had a handsome and masculine appearance, a proper physique, and his clothing didn't resemble that of a nobleman. But his martial arts skills seemed quite formidable. Moreover, his hair was very short, and besides that, there was a voice telling me that he would come to help me. Shin Yufeng continued, "Father, I have read the records from the Bureau of Disaster Phenomena. The Demon Spring has been erupting for 500 years without any change, but in recent decades the eruption of the Demon Spring has obviously decreased. In the past, I would have thought this was an indisputable good thing. But ever since I had this dream, I've had a feeling that things aren't so simple. The search of the mansion has gone on for so long, and maybe there was no calamity bewitching me at all. How could there be a calamity invading the Jinghua mansion under the Emperor's nose? Could the demonic spring be gathering power underground? Is this world really going to perish?" "Shut up." Shun Yuan slammed his fist on the table in anger, then leaned over to Shun Yufeng and asked with a stern face, "His Majesty ordered you to go and guard Jiuzhou City. Are you afraid? Are you afraid of dying?" "I am not afraid of death, but I have doubts in my heart that I must express." Shin Yufeng stood his ground, staring directly at his opponent. Shin Yuan leaned back slightly, showing no anger, but rather a hint of relief in his voice. "Actually, when I was young, I always felt that there was no hope in this world. The demon spring was gushing out incessantly, and it was something that no human could stop. 2 of the 5 great dynasties had already been destroyed before I was born. Our Su Yuan dynasty was closely united with the other 2 dynasties, but we could only delay the pace of destruction. But after you were born, things kept getting better. The whole country thought that the magic spring had dried up and run out of steam, and I thought so too. Even if things don't go as planned, I don't think it will be any worse. The world may be destroyed, but it will definitely not be destroyed in your generation. My son," Shin Yuan sighed softly, "I have watched you grow up since you were a child. I know your character well. You are brave and diligent, and you have already reached the level of a 4-pattern master at a young age. I believe you're not afraid of death, but I have seen too many people who seem to have courage. Without experiencing real danger, one cannot truly see a person's heart. During your 5 years guarding Jiuzhou City, you will inevitably encounter the eruption of the Demon Spring, which will breach the Great Wall. In addition to commanding troops, you will also govern the people. Whether you are a hero or a coward, that will be the real test of your abilities." "Father, I understand everything you're saying," Shin Yufeng said helplessly. "But we're talking about my dream right now. Either it's your own fear, or it's the influence of the karmic calamity. I don't think there's any other possibility." Shin Yuan's voice turned calm. "If you're really not afraid, then it's a matter of the karmic calamity. In recent years, the karmic calamities have been appearing more and more frequently, so it's not surprising that they've appeared right under the Emperor's nose. Tianyu Temple and Xuanjia Army are both increasing their efforts to capture them. But I don't understand, what's the point of this curse bewitching me like this? I haven't been affected at all." Shin Yufeng frowned. "Who knows what those calamities will do? After all, those witches hate the country to the core. Perhaps they dare not influence you deeply because of your status, but simply create fear and exhaust your energy. With the capture of Suzaku, Jiuzhou City is under heavy guard. It's possible that Suzaku, in order to evade capture and prepare to gather in Jiuzhou City, is targeting you. In short, you don't need to think about this anymore. Your father has fought all his life and is deeply trusted by His Majesty. Now His Majesty has given you this trust, so you must cherish it." Shen Yuan said, "Yesterday, when your father went to the palace, His Majesty was worried that the journey was long and that you might not be comfortable. So he specially bestowed the Wind Demon Qilin to accompany you on your way. The Wind Demon Qilin will arrive in 2 days. Let's skip the formalities and set off immediately without wasting any more time." "Yes, father." Chapter 102, Final Preparations Before Departure. "Your car is fixed." The butler glanced at his watch and walked back to his office with a relaxed expression. Seeing Su Jin wearing a cloak and constantly putting things away on his desk with his ring, he laughed and said, "That ring is an upgrade to your briefcase. It has much more space inside now, doesn't it?" Su Jin stopped what he was doing, tugged at the cloak behind him, and said, 20 cubic meters of space, that makes sense. Carrying a bag is really inconvenient, and it's perfect for storing the car in my ring. But I don't understand what this cloak is for. That's the Heavenly Evolution cloak the company gives to its full-time employees. For now, it only has the function of disguise. It will transform into the local clothing in any world you go to, which will save you a lot of trouble, the butler said. You tried the weapon too, right? It should have other forms by now. Ah, Su Jin casually pulled out a silver spear from his side and examined it. Does this weapon have a name? It's called the Flame Set, but I don't know the specifics. The butler shrugged. Since the birth of Flame, the mask, ring, and weapon have appeared together. None of them are ordinary items, and they will continuously improve based on your abilities. It is said that the second-generation torchbearer said that these three pieces of equipment are very famous in the company. When he first went to the company, many people came to him just to see them. It is said that they were created by the company's strongest group of weapon refining masters using top-notch equipment and materials. That person must have quite a background, but I've always worn this mask. It seems to have gotten hot just now. Is there any new change? Su Jin asked. The butler shook his head. You have to figure it out yourself. The Central Command has given orders that I can't give you too many hints about how to use your abilities. The Central Authority is a collection of the consciousness and power of the strong. The orders issued by the Central Authority must take into account both the completion of the task and the enhancement of the internal staff. This is why so many restrictions have been imposed on you regarding the legacy of the torch. One day, when your abilities surpass those of the second-generation heirloom, it's very likely that the inheritance will be unconditionally and completely open to you. Time is running out, so let me show you the car first. The butler turned and walked toward the lobby, with Su Jin following closely behind. The RV in the lobby was still exactly as it had been when it was first purchased. The butler opened the door and sat in the driver's seat to take control. With a light touch of a button, the entire car body immediately flickered and blurred, then blended into the environment. Su Jin blinked and stepped forward to touch it. The RV is still in the same place, but now has added camouflage features. This camouflage feature looks novel, but it's not particularly sophisticated. At first glance, the car seems to have disappeared, but it can't fool anyone with a closer look. The butler opened the car window and pointed to the button, saying, I've added an optical camouflage and a sound dampening module to the outside of the car. Although they're all defective, they'll still be quite effective at concealing your identity when driving in the wild. They'll be more than enough. The car engine and chassis have also been replaced with new ones. The energy system has been converted from oil to electricity, and a nearly obsolete nuclear battery has been added. The energy is sufficient to meet your mission requirements. There have also been some adjustments to the living area. Most importantly, I have installed eavesdropping devices in each section and the driver's cab. The others are not very important. You can figure them out yourself. A decommissioned nuclear battery, it doesn't emit nuclear radiation, right? It won't explode, will it? Su Jin secretly took a half step back. The outer casing is slightly damaged, so it might explode, but it's unlikely. It's definitely much safer than a lithium battery and a fuel tank, the butler said casually as he jumped out of the car. Are you taking responsibility for what you said? Su Jin's face paled slightly. The thought of sitting on a nuclear bomb made him really not want to touch the car. Trust my skills. The butler flashed 2 rows of white teeth. I can modify this car to this extent in an hour and a half. Don't you trust me? No car manufacturer on Earth can match my efficiency. Although it was modified using scrap materials are cutting-edge technology for the company, but for you, they are high-tech. Yeah, how did you do that? Su Jin turned his head and asked in surprise. I have a special ability. This is something that the second generation left on me during their last mission. They forgot to take it away. I won't say more. I'll give it to you before you leave for this mission. But you can only use it this once. Once the central control detects it, they will definitely forcibly take it back. Upon hearing this, Su Jin didn't dare to ask any more questions and simply put the RV away. The butler turned and walked towards the office. I can only show you around after the task is completed. There are still 20 minutes left. There were some problems with your last task that need to be corrected. Also, feel free to ask me any questions you may have. The two sat down again, and the butler pointed to the star map on the wall. There are no major problems, but there are some things I think you should pay attention to. As the scene changed, Su Jin's expression froze. The image of myself blushing and hitting GI on the rooftop is vividly portrayed. Next time this happens, just castrate yourself. The company will heal all your injuries. There's no need to waste time, the butler said calmly. Castration won't cause much blood loss. Thank you. Su Jin expressionlessly put away the hair tie the butler handed him. The scene changed again, this time showing Chengdu being given a treatment drug, the details of which he had almost forgotten. Hurry up. What are you doing? No, it's not like this. I haven't washed yet. I didn't mean to. It's all reversed. It's all reversed. It can't be reversed. This isn't what I expected. What are you doing? Ouch. At least spit on it to moisten your throat. Ouch. Cough. It's burning hot. What is this? The butler coughed lightly and said, Remember, if you have the opportunity to obtain items through the central hub in the future, especially medicines, it's best to use them yourself first and not let outsiders benefit from them. Don't talk about anything else. Can you delete all this stuff for me? Su Jin's face turned ashen. I have the authority to control everything here because of the previous generation. Now you have the sole and highest management authority here. By concentrating your mind, you can perceive your control over the entire building. Upon hearing this, Su Jin calmed himself down, focused his mind, and had a clear understanding of the entire building structure. A fleeting thought caused the space to shift abruptly, with a long corridor and numerous doors reappearing before quickly returning to normal. Meanwhile, the butler inexplicably turned into a piece of paper and slid onto the chair. Su Jin opened his eyes, and with another thought, the paper swelled up again, and the butler sat down as usual. It's easy, right? You take away my management privileges, and I can only become a drawing. This feeling is truly indescribable. Su Jin raised his finger to look at the star map, a smile appearing on his lips. The scene in the picture has transformed into a small room, with candlelight flickering gently inside. He was sneakily taking ugly photos of Fu Qingdai while she was fast asleep with his phone. Customers are all just passing through your lives. You may meet them again in the future, but you will eventually part ways. The second generation of the family business suffered a lot because of this, the butler reminded him. You're overthinking it. Su Jin waved his hand to restore the screen. The next mission has 180 days. If I complete the mission before time runs out, can I prevent the apocalypse from happening? Chapter 103. Half of the initial mission failed. Don't have that idea. Disaster is inevitable. Your customers will remain in a state of instability until the end of the world arrives, and the central hub will not choose to connect. Moreover, the company needs these worlds to revitalize and restore order to feed itself in order to save them. There will be no rebirth without experiencing a major blow. Protecting a stable world in advance does not benefit the company's overall strategy, but the butler paused. If you prepare everything in advance, the central command will connect and take action immediately after the disaster breaks out. How cruel. Su Jin sighed, looking up. The cruelty is both external and internal. Your colleagues are constantly dying in battle. I've heard that even the top-level managers are almost constantly engaged in combat. For the future of all realms, this grand strategy requires consideration of both the core and the overall situation. These are unavoidable choices and necessary sacrifices. All right, let's not talk about these heavy topics for now. Suppressing his emotions, Su Jin continued. There's a crucial question I've wanted to ask you for a while. How should I improve my strength? Is it still through physical training? Look at the mark of the torch on your hand, the butler said, pointing to the back of Su Jin's hand. Su Jin raised his hand to check. That mark can help you improve your foundation in all aspects under certain conditions. One is through the oldest method, constantly challenging the limits of your mind and body through asceticism, but this kind of progress is extremely slow. The other is to challenge stronger enemies than yourself and constantly break your limits, but the risk of death is extremely high. If one day this mark can no longer help you, you'll still be an elite in the company headquarters, where there are many strong people. This path isn't easy, but it's smooth. In addition, this mark has a rather strong side effect. All rare and precious materials that can permanently enhance your strength will become completely ineffective for you. Instead, they will convert the medicinal effects into equivalent healing functions. What if I use a gun to poison him? Take shortcuts and you'll be useless. Whether you break through your limits and make progress through hard work can be detected by your mark. Then I should learn some magic skills or something. You'll have to practice your own combat skills, but since you have a high level of basic ability, you'll master anything quickly. And the stronger your foundation, the more your special abilities will be amplified. Just listening to me won't help. The power is yours, and you have to experience and explore it yourself. Can I return to the office midway through my mission? Su Jin asked. Of course not. The office is located on Earth. You can only return after the central hub has completed your mission and you've been teleported there. But there's something you should be happy about. I can impersonate you here to call your family and friends, keep them calm, and even remotely resolve some minor troubles. That's really good news. Su Jin smiled, feeling a huge weight lifted off his shoulders. Speaking of teleportation, I always come here radiating golden light. What would happen if passers-by saw me? Also, Wouldn't it be abrupt if I suddenly appeared in other worlds? Not at all. The central nervous system will rationalize it for you. As long as you don't act strangely, the people around you won't think you're strange. After finishing his sentence, the butler glanced at his watch and began to speak faster. There are 2 minutes left. You need to be mentally prepared and not rely too much on your experience from last time. Your clients are just special because they're easy for the company to connect with. This does not mean that they're necessarily talented. They're all kinds of people. Some will cooperate with you, some are mediocre, and some may even try to sabotage you. If you are lucky enough to encounter a client with exceptional abilities, he may not even need you to connect with the company when he realizes the danger. Your last client was of decent quality, and there's one thing you did absolutely right. What's up? Your task is to help clients connect with the company, but you're not just saving one person, you're saving a group of people. One person can't save the world, the butler said. To complete the connection and change a client's destiny, besides the client's own talent, you also need a safe and stable environment, as well as the influence of the surrounding people and their thoughts. Simply put, the right timing, the right location, and the right people are all indispensable. Only by fulfilling all three can the mission be considered complete. The portal slowly opened, and the butler, upon seeing this, took out a ball of light from his body and threw it at Sujin. Sujin looked down at his chest. The butler's tone was urgent. This thing is extremely powerful. Figure it out yourself. The central hub will definitely forcibly reclaim it after this mission. Remember not to rely too much on your previous experience. Every world is completely different. If you really encounter problems, think about the wisdom of your ancestors. Sujin stood up and walked towards the portal, asking, "What kind of wisdom?" If you can't win, apologize and kneel down. It's okay to lose face outside, but you'll always be respectable at home, the butler shouted. Sujin's figure, giving a thumbs up, disappeared into the portal of light. A complex and strong smell of sweat and stench filled my nostrils. Sujin opened his eyes, shook his head to shake off the momentary daze, and then realized that he was on the street. The surrounding area was filled with people dressed in cloth, many of whom were filthy. Clusters of firecrackers, deafeningly loud. A group of people were crowded on the street, seemingly holding some kind of celebration. Looking down, Sujin's clothes had changed into a coarse cloth garment. The clothing has indeed been changed, but physically it still feels like I'm wearing tactical gear. It's probably just a disguise, not a real change. Looking up at the surrounding streets, the city streets are straight and wide, with vermilion wooden buildings on both sides, flying eaves and brackets, and carved window frames. The roof is covered with red tiles, which blaze like fire in the sunlight. Red lanterns hang at the entrances of the alleys and lanes, swaying slightly in the breeze. Ancient times? The ancient world? Sujin pursed his lips, feeling a little uneasy. Although it was my second mission and I was mentally prepared, being sent to ancient times was still a strong shock. Moreover, the subsequent cultural discomfort will definitely cause a lot of trouble, but fortunately, my mission this time has enough time. First, identify the client, find them, confirm the type of disaster, and then develop an action plan. Thinking of this, Sujin squeezed into the crowd and began to look around. My son, today is the start of your campaign. Every day you are away is like a day on the battlefield. Shen Yuan patted his son's shoulder forcefully. Outside the Jinghua mansion, Shen Yufeng stood fully armed and in high spirits. Soldiers clad in gleaming armor blocked the road on both sides, while a gigantic monster with wings on its back crouched in the open space in the center. He was snorting at the moment, occasionally glancing up at Shen Yufeng. You bear not only His Majesty's mission, but also the honor of the Shun family. So many people have come to see you on their own initiative. Don't let your father down. Rest assured, Father, I will not fail in my mission. Shen Yufeng glanced at the crowd of soldiers blocking his way, then turned and walked towards the wind demon Qilin. Ascending atop the Qilin, Shen Yufeng soared into the sky and quickly disappeared from sight. The surrounding onlookers screamed wildly, and a new round of firecrackers began to explode. AA, respectfully seeing off the young master. The young master is truly a hero. Sujin pulled at his hair, his facial features gradually contorting. Watching the sky shrink smaller and smaller until it finally disappeared as a red, she couldn't help but scream in despair along with the crowd. Ah! There's a monster. The client has flown away. The client is lost. Chapter 104 New World Analysis. The customer's figure had completely disappeared into the horizon. Su Jin was like a puppet, tossed about by the bustling crowd, his heart already feeling as if it had fallen into an ice cave. Just as I was recovering from the experience, I instinctively sensed something was wrong when I saw the customer through the gaps in the crowd. He squeezed his way forward through the crowd, but didn't even get a chance to meet the client. The client is being addressed as Prince, so his status must be extraordinary. With so many people seeing him off, he must be going on a long journey. No, now that the person is gone, what am I supposed to do? Su Jin felt completely lost. For his second mission, they immediately gave him this tough task. Just as he quickly regained his composure, Su Jin was jolted and stumbled, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. These filthy peasants, what's there for them to be happy about when other people drive luxury cars? Without these people interfering, I would already be in contact with clients, and maybe I would even be a guest of honor. Su Jin reached out and grabbed the person next to him, who immediately turned around and glared at him. What are you doing? Sorry, bro. I mistook you for someone else. Releasing that person, Su Jin turned and grabbed another cowardly lackey who looked poor and easy to bully, someone who dared not cause trouble. He said fiercely, I'm asking you, who was that person who flew away just now? The honest man, caught off guard, panicked. Who doesn't know him? It's Shun Yufeng, the heir of the Jingwa mansion. Is there something wrong with you? Do you know where he went? Jiuzhou City. Brother, what exactly are you planning to do? How far is Jiuzhou City from here? What did he go there for? It must be at least 3,000 or 4,000 miles away. Of course, he's going to Jiuzhou City to take up his post. Everyone knows that. Brother, can you just say what you want to say? Roll. Leaving the honest man behind, Su Jin angrily squeezed out of the crowd. 3,000 or 4,000 miles. This is really going to be a disaster. If the mission didn't have enough time, I might as well just find a place to slit my own throat. Luckily, I brought a car. Even if the road conditions are bad, I can get there in half a month or a month. It can still be salvaged. There's still a chance. We have at least 100 days to prepare by finding a client. The customer flew away on a monster, and I couldn't catch up halfway. I could only go to the destination to find him. The most important thing right now is to quickly understand this world. The dense crowd on the street gradually dispersed, and Su Jin observed the people's clothing before quietly hiding in an empty alley. After confirming that no one would disturb him in the short term, he touched the spot where the ring had been and focused his mind. He knew exactly what was hidden in the ring. Besides the necessary identification, there were also a few extra silver ingots in the space. Su Jin had an idea. He took out a silver ingot, then took out a long knife and cut it into several small pieces, which he put in his coat pocket. He had just taken his hand out of his pocket when he paused, frozen in place, lost in thought. At the same time, a flash appeared around him, and his cloth clothes transformed into a full set of tactical gear before turning back into cloth clothes. The Celestial Evolution cloak can also be controlled by thought, which looks impressive, but it's just a clumsy illusion disguise. If your body is touched, people will still notice something is wrong, so it's safer to buy a set of local clothes as soon as possible. Moreover, there seem to be too many poor people in this place. Silver is the common currency, so wearing a ring on your hand is not safe at all. After a quick thought, Su Jin took off the ring and stuffed it into his crotch. He was so aware of the potential for apocalypse while at home that he had already replaced all his underwear with anti-theft underwear, just in case. It has a security pocket and a zipper. Now is the perfect time to put to good use. Post-Apocalyptic Survival Essentials. After checking, Su Jin slowly walked out of the alley and began to stroll through the dusty streets. There were still quite a few pedestrians on the road, and many vendors were actively hawking their wares. Listening intently and taking notes on every conversation among passersby, Su Jin finally stopped outside a clothing store. Upon entering the shop, the waiter glanced at him and, seeing that he was a short-haired, hoodlum-like pauper, immediately greeted him in a lukewarm manner. What should I buy? Find me a few sets of clothes, 2 good ones, 2 ordinary ones. I won't try them on. It's up to your eye. If you pick something good, the rest are all yours, understand? Su Jin held up the small silver ingot and waved it. All right, please wait a moment, sir. The servant's eyes crinkled into a smile, and his service attitude was on full display. After circling around Su Jin twice and examining him carefully, he quickly picked out 4 sets of clothes. A black brocade robe with cloud patterns, black satin shoes with cloud patterns, and a carved high-brim crown. 1 set of blue and white interwoven jacket, 2 other sets of light gray linen coarse clothes, 3 pairs of cloth shoes, and headscarves and belts. Sir, are you satisfied? The waiter asked eagerly. Would you like it wrapped up for you now, or shall I deliver it to your residence? Not bad. Here you go. Su-Jin tossed down the silver. Find me a place to change my clothes, then go about your business and don't bother me. All right, the servant replied, leading Su-Jin to the back hall. After studying how to dress in the hut, Su-Jin quickly changed into a set of standard civilian clothes. A belt tied around the waist and a headscarf wrapped around the head give it a distinctly local feel. Finally, all the remaining clothes and shoes were stuffed into his crotch. Su-Jin calmed himself down, straightened his clothes, and stepped out. Even though I'm a millionaire on Earth, my purchasing power in this world is still incredible. We should bring more local specialties from around the world. Exchanging them for money should be easy. I still lack experience in time travel. I need to remember this better next time. Su-Jin stood calmly on the street and began to analyze the environment. The sun is shining, the temperature feels like summer, and the gravity seems similar to that on Earth. Soldiers in armor were patrolling the streets. In the distance, you can see tall city walls, a city within a city. Is it the Imperial City? As he looked around, Su-Jin narrowed his eyes and locked onto a blurry black shadow floating in the sky in the far distance. Is it a mountain? Is it suspended in the sky? This is not an ordinary world. After all, the monster the customer rode just now was enormous. According to his common sense, this thing shouldn't be able to fly. The ability to fly against gravity can only be explained by metaphysical means, aside from mystical explanations, by the monster's extraordinary physical strength. In an ancient world, anyone capable of taming and controlling such a monster must be extraordinary. It seems I still need to ask someone to get more useful information. I need to understand this world as soon as possible. Su-Jin stroked his chin, deep in thought. This is not difficult to do. There are restaurants along the way, and the street food doesn't look strange. There are also steam buns, and the diet is mainly carbohydrates. They're all mammals with highly similar diets, so grabbing someone to drink with at night should be helpful. I brought plenty of alcohol with me. Once I get the target drunk, I should be able to extract useful information from him quickly. First, take a stroll around the streets to learn about the local customs and culture. That night, outside the Yunlai restaurant, Su-Jin stood on the opposite side, waiting. After a day of investigation, I have a general understanding of the prices in this world. Now I'm just waiting for the final QA session with real people to gain a deeper understanding. This restaurant is currently considered an affordable restaurant. However, based on observations, ordinary people do not choose to eat out here, and the illiteracy rate is quite high. Therefore, most people who come here are relatively well off and have some education, so it's best to choose people from the middle class to learn about this place. After waiting for a long time, a man with an ordinary appearance, ordinary clothes, and ordinary temperament walked alone towards the restaurant. Judging from his demeanor, he doesn't seem to be going on a date. He's most likely dining alone. Su-Jin spotted his target and rushed over, then stumbled and fell to the ground. AUV. With a strong pull, the man who was about to step into the restaurant immediately felt a chill in his lower body. A flash of white light appeared with a sudden movement of his buttocks, causing an uproar. I've seen your requests. Your requests for updates must be effective, and your service attitude must be corrected. After Children's Day, I will turn over a new leaf and work extra hours. Chapter 105: The Mask's Useless Function. The people on the street had no manners whatsoever, staring intently at the man's hook, occasionally accompanied by laughter. Before the man could react, Su-Jin had already grabbed him by the waistband and pulled him up sharply. In his haste, he got stuck and immediately bent over, crying out in pain. Holy shit, are you fucking insane? Su-Jin quickly exerted more force, and with a BR, the hem of his pants got stuck over the obstacle and returned to his waist. Big brother, I'm so sorry, I really didn't mean to. I tripped over the road because I wasn't looking, you know. Suhina pala ist hastidi. The man fastened his belt again, turned around, and glared at Su-Jin. You little bastard, can't you watch where you're going? Big brother, I'm so sorry. Su-Jin quickly comforted and apologized. How about this? We become friends after our initial conflict, so I'll apologize and treat you to dinner. How about that? Roll. Brother, I have to treat you since you put it that way. Or you can pull down my pants. I'm the kind of person who never owes anyone anything. Suhin Shirakt. The man hissed as he looked Su-Jin up and down, finally saying impatiently, You're really sick? Go away. Don't let me see you. Brother, Su-Jin said sincerely, helping the man into the restaurant. Don't say anything. I have to treat you to this meal today. The man tried to push and shove him, but he couldn't withstand Su Jin's strength and was forcibly pulled inside. "Waiter, give me a private room." The man was dragged and pulled into the private room, and only became completely obedient after Su Jin pressed him down into a chair. Her anger had subsided considerably, and she looked at Su Jin with an inscrutable expression. "What exactly do you want?" "Brother, I pulled your pants down in the street. This is too embarrassing." Su Jin said sincerely, "I'm educated and I have a sense of shame. This is too disgraceful. I have to pay for this meal." "Hey bro, this is the restaurant. You're here to eat anyway, so order whatever you want, it's on me." The man sighed, then raised an eyebrow. "Really?" Su Jin gestured for him to enter. The man became even less polite and called over the waiter to order 6 or 7 dishes. Su Jin sipped his tea, and the man asked, "Young man, what is your name, and what do you do for a living?" "Wu Zaheo. Your family runs a small business selling fabric." "What's your name, elder brother?" "Xieyong, the head craftsman of the Leaf family workshop." "Xieyong, the head craftsman of the Leaf family workshop." Su Jin was about to reply when he blinked and swallowed the words he was about to say. Xieyong had been speaking to him normally, but suddenly a line of subtitles appeared right under his nose. The subtitles say this is a new function of the mask. It seems a bit useless. The reason it didn't appear before was probably because my concentration wasn't high enough, since many things in the company are controlled by thought. "Brother Wu, are you alright? Do you look down on me?" Xieyong asked. No, Brother Xie, you're overthinking it. I just suddenly remembered something. I think I've had some contact with the Leaf family workshop before." "Really? It wasn't me, it was my parents. I don't remember the specifics very well." 20 minutes later, the food and drinks were served. The two ate and chatted, with Su Jin constantly guiding the conversation and occasionally offering a few generic remarks. At the same time, he used his chopsticks to take small bites of the meat and vegetables on the table. Although I had prepared my answers during the day, it was still difficult to ask common-sense questions. Once the question is asked, it will be easy for others to notice that something is wrong. Who knows what the situation is like in this country? If I accidentally say the wrong thing and get accused of being a spy, I could be stripped of my citizenship on the spot. That would be terrible. Currently, all we know is that the country we live in is called the Su Yuan Dynasty, and we also have some vague social information. It's impossible to get quick and in-depth answers without numbing yourself with alcohol. Xieyong had a large appetite and ate very happily, having long forgotten his previous unpleasantness. He kept calling him brother. While enjoying the meal, Su Jin secretly pulled a bottle of wine from his crotch. I exchanged some loose change on the street during the day and bought a small jar. The wine in the glass bottle had already been poured into the jar, and I also mixed in some medical alcohol. Holding a bottle of liquor under the table, Su Jin interrupted Xieyong's boasting and mysteriously poked his head out, saying, "Brother, do you know why I'm here today? If you don't eat, what else can you do?" Xieyong asked curiously. "It's a meal, that's right." Su Jin smiled wickedly. "But I've got my hands on something amazing. I dare say no one in the capital can taste something this good. I came here today intending to order a table full of delicious dishes and enjoy it all by myself. I feel like we've hit it off right away. I won't hold back anymore. Let's try this rare item together." As Su Jin spoke, he reached out and picked up the 2 teacups, emptying them completely. Uncorked the wine jar and filled both teacups. The rich aroma of alcohol filled the air, and Xieyong's eyelids twitched, his lips twitched, and he even began to slur his words. Brother, is this wine?" "Of course it's wine, and top-quality wine at that. Not to mention ordinary people, even nobles can't get their hands on it." Su Jin picked up the teacup, brought it to his lips, took a big sip, and grinned, saying, "This stuff is really expensive. I bought it from a merchant at a high price." Xieyong's throat bobbed, and he quickly got up and walked towards the door. He closed the door, sat back down, and said breathlessly, "Ah, brother, you've got guts. If I had this, I'd definitely keep it home and drink it. I could tell this wine was special just by the smell. How much did you pay for it?" Su Jin held up one finger. 1 ounce. 10 taels. My God. Xieyong clutched his chest, his eyes wide. That's way too expensive. What's the point of talking about high and low status? Is it really meaningful for U.S. brothers to use such superstitious language? Su Jin glanced sideways and took another sip of wine. "Drink up, brother. What are you waiting for?" Xieyong took a deep breath, and after a long pause, gritted his teeth and said, "All right, this wine is so expensive. Brother, you're giving me face. I'll risk my life to keep you company. I absolutely can't refuse to try it." After saying that, He picked up his wine glass and took a big gulp. Cough, cough. What kind of wine is this? Why is it so strong? Xie stared at the wine glass with a crooked mouth and drooping eyes. Has it been too long since I've had any? It's not that you haven't drunk in a long time. It's because this is a premium wine. You know what alcohol is. Even if you dilute it with 2 jars of water, it will still be fine wine. After drinking this jar, you won't need to drink anything else for the rest of your life, Su Jin said with a smile. Drink slowly, because that last sip cost you a few cents. Several cents. Xie felt a pang of heartache, licked his lips clean, and carefully began to sip his wine again. Such expensive wine, and someone paid for it. I have to force myself to drink it even if it tastes bad. I must have misunderstood what I was drinking. Su Jin kept boasting about the quality and price of the wine while secretly observing it. It seems Xie alcohol tolerance isn't very high, which makes things easier. As he drank glass after glass of wine, Xie cheeks gradually flushed. His eyes started to become blurry. As a top salesperson and a warrior tested by alcohol, Su Jin remained calm and composed. Seeing that the time was right, Su Jin finally asked, Brother, I've been interested in officialdom and the military since I was a child. I see you have a lot of experience, so tell me about it from the beginning. Clatter. Xie slurred, slamming his wine glass down. Brother, you've come to the right person. I know too much about officialdom. Let me tell you, I have a relative. Xie voice was muffled, but fortunately, the subtitles made it perfectly understandable. To prevent any omissions later, Su Jin remained silent and secretly took out his phone to start recording. Chapter 106, Gaining an Identity and Joining the Imperial Court. The joy of the banquet was written all over Xie face. As Su Jin kept pouring him wine and pressing him for answers, Xie fatherly, didactic nature began to emerge. Even though Su Jin asked elementary school questions, Xie still answered them carefully after he gave a few perfunctory replies. The overall picture of society has begun to gradually take shape in his mind. Su Jin's face was ashen as he looked at Xie, who was gesticulating wildly in front of him, but his mind had already wandered to another place. The world has many problems. Major crises have already emerged hundreds of years ago. Magic springs frequently gush forth from the earth, constantly encroaching on the living space of creatures. Where the demonic spring spreads, nothing grows. The remaining spring water transforms into a deadly, poisonous swamp monster that drives anyone who touches it mad and to their death. Of the 5 major countries, 2 have already left, and the remaining 3 have joined forces to establish a disaster map bureau to analyze and resist the disaster. The Su Yuan dynasty, where it was located, combined divine and imperial power and had 2 core violent institutions. The cultivation systems of this world are divided into the way of arts and the way of martial arts, which are the strengths of the Heavenly Revelation Temple and the Black Armor Army, respectively. Strength is certified by the patterns on clothing, with 7 patterns being the highest, indicating that the cultivator's abilities far surpass those of ordinary people. In addition to investigating the scourge of the demon spring, the 2 were also responsible for suppressing rebellions and pursuing the wicked. As for the so-called predestined calamity, after stripping away and analyzing the complex information provided by Xie, it turns out to be nothing more than a woman with innate supernatural abilities. Tianyu Temple regularly holds a ritual to appease the heavens and suppress the demonic spring, warding off past calamities. Xie was still talking nonstop with great interest, while Su Jin rubbed his face and let out a long sigh. Xie is indeed quite knowledgeable. He even knows that 100 years ago, the calamity was called the Spirit Maiden. Over the past few decades, the power of the demon spring has gradually subsided, and the Spirit Maiden has been stigmatized as a harbinger of disaster. No organization does anything meaningless. It's either to assist in the consolidation of divine authority and imperial power. Either they hunt down Spirit Maidens, which can provide growth for cultivators, a possibility that is far greater than the former. After all, there are too many ways to maintain rule, and hunting down extraordinary people is simply not worthwhile. 100 years ago, when the demon spring raged, the help of the Spirit Maiden was still needed, but now it seems that it is no longer necessary. It's practically a replica of the Vatican's witch hunt. These aren't the most important things right now. The real issue is that I'm already 80% certain that the demon spring is the core of the apocalypse. The calamity of the demon spring, which was already considered to be almost dried up, may very well be brewing a huge one. If the whole world were flooded by the magic spring, the timing, location, and people are all favorable. The favorable timing is with Shun Yufeng. He has an excellent reputation and is both virtuous and talented, so we will not consider him for now. Human resources can be developed, but the location may be gone. The mission is incredibly difficult. Su Jin felt a surge of anger and downed a glass of wine, saying, "Brother, I think I saw a mountain in the sky while I was in the city. What was that? Did I see it wrong? Hey, buddy, your alcohol tolerance is terrible. I'm more sober than you even when I'm drunk. Why do you keep asking questions that everyone already knows the answers to?" Xie Yong laughed heartily. "Isn't that Tianyu Temple? Tianyu Mountain? A dramatic turn of events." Su Jin's eyes lit up as he pressed on. "What is the relationship between Tianyu Temple and Jinghua Mansion?" Tianyu Temple and Xuanjiao Army have always been at odds, both vying to hunt down Su Zai. Jinghua Mansion has deep ties with Xuanjiao Army, so how can their relationship be good? Is there nowhere else besides Tianyu Mountain where one can float in the sky? That's all. Tianyu Mountain was created with the full strength of the nation, and His Majesty holds the sacrificial ceremony to heaven there. What's the principle behind that? Why can mountains fly? Su Jin asked anxiously. "I don't know. This question is also, who do you think researched this thing?" Xie Yong tilted his head and clicked his teeth, lost in thought about metaphysics. "This." Su Jin turned his head away with a look of disgust. "It seems we won't get any answers on this. Although we don't know how to solve the problem for now, at least we have a way out. Brother, to be honest, I want to do business in other places and countries, but I don't have any permits or customs documents. Is it possible for me to go?" "Hey, what are you thinking, bro?" Xie Yong slammed his hand on the table. "These are all unreliable things. Don't your parents have a business? Wouldn't it be better to join them? While I'm young, I want to take a chance. I thought the same thing when I was young, and look what happened. I'm still blacksmithing. I've been there. Bro, magic springs aren't a problem now. The best is yet to come. Stop talking nonsense, and just tell me if it's okay or not." Su Jin said impatiently. Hearing Su Jin's disrespectful tone, Xie Yong's face also darkened. "Give me a pass. Where can you go without a permit? You can't even leave the city gates. You'll be detained there. Where can I get this done?" Before Su Jin could finish speaking, the door was violently kicked open with a bang. Two soldiers rushed in, carrying long spears, followed by a waiter. The waiter, hands on his hips, said, "Sirs, it was them who brought the wine without permission. They have absolutely nothing to do with our establishment. You two have some nerve." The leading soldier pointed his gun at Su Jin, his face fierce, and said, "How dare you openly defy the imperial court's ban on alcohol? Get up." Su Jin was shocked, and his whole body stiffened. There's also a prohibition on alcohol. No wonder Xie Yong seemed a bit strange when he was drinking earlier. That bastard thinks he knows everything. He didn't utter a single word. In a flash, Su Jin pointed at Xie Yong without thinking. "My lords, I didn't drink it. He drank it all. I'm perfectly fine. I didn't touch a drop." When the soldiers entered, Xie Yong was already drenched in cold sweat. Suddenly hearing Su Jin turn the tables on him, he was completely sober, pointed at Su Jin's nose, and cursed back. "Wu Ziheo, you bastard. Didn't you buy me the wine? You two officers, please let me explain. Being at a drinking party, whether you've drunk or not, is considered crime. You two, stop talking nonsense and take them away." As soon as the leading soldier gave the order, another soldier quickly stepped forward. He pulled out a rope from his waist and bound the two men's hands, saying, "According to the imperial law, a first offense results in 3 months of detention. A second offense results in 20 strokes of the cane and 6 months of detention. A third offense is a capital offense. You two dared to conceal anything from the judge in court. Your crimes will be compounded. Get out of here." Su Jin, dazed, was led away along with Xie Yong. As they approached the door, the soldier tucked the rope into his hand and went back inside. Seeing another soldier reach out and fiddle with the wine jug, he quickly whispered, "Is there any more?" "It's all gone, not a drop left. We're too late. This wine must be something special with such a strong flavor. These two gluttons, blanching them. Injustice. I, a commoner, have been wronged." Inside the dark cell, Su Jin knelt on the ground, gripping the wooden bars, and roared in grief and indignation. "I, a commoner, have a grievance to seek justice. I'm innocent too." Su Jin shouted, and the other prisoners in the cell joined in the shouts. With a mournful cry, 3 prison guards, carrying short sticks and with sinister expressions, appeared in the corridor. Su-Jin quickly leaned forward, saying, "Wait, please listen to me. I'm innocent." "Wait, listen to me. I'm innocent," the prisoner cried. "I just ate some rotten fruit by mistake, and I'm being framed for drinking alcohol. You people have to have a conscience. Everyone in the city knows I'm a beggar, and you're accusing a beggar of buying alcohol on the black market? This is outrageous." "Brothers, I just met with the hall master." Su-Jin spoke again. "Brothers, my teacher is the hall master. I only had a sip of wine. If Lord Chun finds out how you treated me, none of you will get away with it." Another prisoner roared. "Damn it, you want drag Tangzun down with you?" The jailer's face darkened, and he led his men into the cell, where they began to punch and kick the inmates. The three then carried the bloodstained sticks back into the corridor. The jailer roared, "I'm telling you, if anyone dares to shout another word, you won't get any food later. And if anyone's still being stubborn, they'll leave their legs behind." The entire cell fell completely silent. The cell boss walked up to Su-Jin, knocked on the cell door with his stick, and said coldly, "You were the loudest one just now. Do you have anything else to say?" "My lord, I am truly innocent. I admit I wanted a drink, but I hadn't had time to buy any yet," Su-Jin said, handing over the silver in his hand. The jailers exchanged a knowing smile. The head jailer snatched the silver and said indifferently, "Oh, you can't even think about it. Thinking about it is a crime. Moreover, bribing an official is an even greater crime, but considering your sincere repentance and the fact that the crime was not completed, the stolen silver is confiscated, and your sentence is reduced by 10 days. Su-Jin thanked him and silently shrank into the corner, rethinking his plans. One bad thing after another happened. The best time to bribe has passed. These people's appetites cannot be satisfied, and the source of the money is difficult to explain. The two soldiers who escorted him were ordinary people, but it was really difficult to make a move on the street. If they attracted a master, it would be hard to guarantee his safety. The prisoners here are all convicted of minor crimes, and the jailers are ordinary people who were familiar with the prison's layout and security when they arrived. If the lower levels of the local bureaucracy are already like this, the upper levels are probably no better. Documents like travel permits are probably quite time-consuming and difficult to obtain. So let's skip that. Once everyone's asleep, we'll figure out a way to escape. Today is the Dragon Boat Festival. I wish everyone a happy holiday and a joyous family reunion. The new book has come this far thanks to everyone's support, suggestions, and constant contributions of plot ideas. Seeing your comments and messages urging me to update fills my heart with happiness. I'm extremely grateful. Finally, I wish everyone a happy holiday. Chapter 107, The Butler's Gift. The prison cell was dark and gloomy, the wooden frame exuding a musty smell that mingled with the stench of blood, excrement, and urine in the air. The few dim lights flickered on and off, and the occasional clanging of chains could be heard from deep inside. Su-Jin leaned against the door, constantly peering towards the other end. If we want to take action, we must wait until most people are asleep. It's still early. In addition to his mobile phone, he also prepared several Casio F91W watches and adjusted the time once at noon by looking at the sun. While visual inspection alone cannot provide accurate calibration, especially on another planet, it is sufficient for creating a timetable and planning actions. It's around 10 p.m. now, so there's still plenty of time. We should wait until at least 2 or 3 a.m. to take action. Instead of waiting, we should study the environmental situation. He was currently in a location closest to the prison gate, filled with minor offenders. But when he came in, he saw a long corridor inside, separated by metal cell doors. This prison likely has 2 systems. Further in, there might be another security system specifically for serious offenders, and perhaps even some highly skilled individuals within it. After observing for half an hour, apart from the occasional groans and the sound of chains, there were no other abnormalities in the cell. Su-Jin retreated to the wall, leaned against it, and reached down twice to retrieve a sketch. The sketch is a simplified map I took while strolling around during the day, with particular attention paid to the city gates. I haven't been to the prison, so there's no record of its location, but the map can be completed by following the route I took before. Since we can't know what's going on deep inside the prison, we'll just proceed with the highest standard plan. Prepare at least 2 more escape routes. Su-Jin took out a pen and began to sketch and deduce. Before long, 3 escape routes had been roughly planned. Finally, the pen tip stopped near the city wall. The city wall is estimated to be 12 meters high, so choosing the middle section would be the best option, as soldiers patrolling with torches could be observed from below. The space contains grappling hooks, nylon paracords, and modified arrows, which should be enough to barely shoot up the 12-meter-high city wall. If that doesn't work, you'll need to use a wall as a springboard to shorten the shooting distance. It's best to wrap the grappling hook with some straw to reduce noise. It might be possible to scale the city wall in a minute. However, there was no time to change clothes midway, and the poor grip of the cloth shoes on my feet significantly affected my efficiency. Having already used modified sock for wall climbing, this time I also prepared some rubber anti-slip patches online to stick on the soles of my shoes. Sujin paused, his brows furrowing slightly. He had only violated the prohibition order, and the wanted level for escaping from prison would definitely not be high. Assuming no unforeseen circumstances, there were no insurmountable obstacles in the previous plan. The problem is, where exactly is Jiuzhou City? I asked more than a dozen people on the street today. There are many illiterate people, and most of the information is hearsay and subjective imagination, so it cannot be trusted at all. Once you leave the city, knowing only the general direction without a precise destination, the wasted time is considerable. Then there's only one option left. Risk traveling on the official road and asking traveling merchants for directions. Based on common sense, it can be inferred that most traveling merchants likely have some official background, and most of them are even officials and merchants. This world is completely different from the last one. The time required to understand and integrate into society is incomparable to that of urban society. There are also martial arts and techniques that I don't understand at all. Without local customers to guide you, the more strangers you encounter, the higher the unpredictable risks become. But for now, this is the only option. We'll just have to take it one step at a time. After sketching and scribbling on the scrap paper for another 10 minutes or so, Sujin put away the paper and pen and began to close his eyes and concentrate. For now, this is the plan. We'll adapt to whatever comes our way. There's also a special gift from the butler inside me. I might as well try checking it out. Based on the characteristics of the company's props, they should be controllable and viewable by concentrating one's mind. As Sujin calmed his mind, a strange feeling quickly emerged in his chest, as if it were a ball of air. Condensing his spirit into a single point and applying it to his chi sensation, Sujin suddenly opened his eyes. With a slight tremor, he extended a finger and tapped it on the cell floor. The crossed legs slowly lifted off the ground. Using only the strength of a single finger, he was able to levitate, and it felt incredibly easy. Sujin retracted his fingers and revealed a smile. The housekeeper was a great help this time. Although it's unclear whether this counts as a superpower or some kind of buff, it's extremely helpful in his current situation. Multiplier effect. In his normal state, he could support his entire body with one finger, but he would never be able to do it with this ease. The overall ability has been almost doubled, which is simply unimaginable in daytime. However, the energy expenditure is also quite alarming. Just now, I could clearly feel my stamina being depleted. The legacy of the torch is indeed profound. Such an abnormal thing was casually tossed to the butler to do odd jobs for him. However, it's probably not that simple. Perhaps this thing is no longer useful to him, and only a beginner like himself would find it useful. If it really works, wouldn't everyone in the company have one installed and their capabilities instantly double? Sujin smiled, lifted his collar with one hand to cover himself, and with the other hand touched his chest to take out a ball of light. The special ability leaves the body, but still maintains a mysterious connection with one's consciousness. The amplification ability can also be given to others to use, and you can control it yourself, making it quite flexible. Sujin turned slightly to the side, looked up at the prisoner opposite him, then completely lowered his coat, took out the ball of light, and waved it at the prisoner. The prisoner opposite remained sitting there, expressionless. Great. It seems I can take it out openly without anyone seeing it. After studying the multiplication ability for a while, Sujin took out an arrow and hook, hid in a corner, and began to secretly modify it. A dozen minutes later, a noise came from the prison corridor. Sujin quickly packed up his things, lay on his side on the ground, and looked towards the corridor. The sound of chains clashing with metal armor was clearly audible. Two tall soldiers in black armor carried a little girl who was barely alive and had a shackle around her neck as they walked deeper into the area. Sujin squinted and looked at the black-armored soldier's mouth. The two men's lips moved as if they were saying something, but no sound could be heard at all. Just as he was about to strain his ears to listen carefully, subtitles began to appear right under his nose. This junior will be temporarily detained here. He will be transferred to the Imperial Prison tomorrow. Is there a problem with leaving it here? What's the problem? This little brat has no abilities. She can't go anywhere. Lu Mingxian saw us. I'm afraid the people from Tianyu Temple will come and forcibly transfer him away. It was so difficult to capture him. Oomph. They haven't finished arresting them yet. Let's lock them up for one night. The distance to and from the prison is too far. Tomorrow, notify the brothers to come here for a rotation. This prison will be a transit point from now on. The inner iron gate was opened, and the two figures disappeared, as did the subtitles. Su Jin's heart rate increased slightly. The mass functions are far from useless. The subtitle eavesdropping feature is incredibly useful. Even the punctuation marks are complete. It's truly amazing. Chapter 108, An Encounter in Another World. Enjoying delicious food. Those two black armored soldiers must be from the Xuanjiao army, and that child is most likely the legendary Calamity Spirit Maiden. Su Jin's eyes gleamed in the darkness. It's so unlucky that such a tiny creature has to wear shackles. Tomorrow is the prison rotation day. If the guards are replaced by the Xuanjiao army, it will be much more difficult for me to escape. It seems I have to leave tonight. I mustn't let anything go wrong. Replenishing energy is the priority. Full recovery is essential. Thinking of this, Su Jin reached into his crotch and pulled out a bottle of espresso. Between drinks of coffee, he would occasionally pull out small snacks from his crotch and sneak a bite. 20 minutes later, there was another noise in the cell. There were quite a few people coming down this time. The jailer appeared in the corridor with two jailers and two well-dressed young men. Upon reaching the cell where Su Jin was being held, the jailer opened the cell door and said with a fawning expression, "Young Master Du, please come in. My cell isn't very good, but this one is spacious and clean." Su Jin felt a sense of foreboding. We're doomed. The single room has been converted into a double room, which may cause problems for subsequent operations. The young man at the head of the group had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and was dressed as a chivalrous knight. Hearing the jailer speak, he walked into the cell expressionlessly and sat cross-legged. After a moment of silence, he looked up at the young man who had accompanied him. Lu Mingxian, did you come here just to see me make a fool of myself? Lu Mingxian was handsome, but he had a pair of captivating eyes. Upon hearing young Master Du speak, his eyebrows immediately curved into a smile, adding a touch of lewdness. He spoke with a mocking tone. Du Wenyin, you drink and cause a scene in public. Everyone avoids you like the plague, and I brought you here, and you still treat me like this? Du Wenyin remained silent and slowly closed his eyes. Brother Du, drinking is actually a small matter. Just beg me, and I could take you out. How about that? Lu Mingxian said with a smile. Brother Lu, we do not get along very well, but you don't have to kick me when I'm down like this, do you? Du Wenyin raised his eyes. What major grudge do we have? If you have something to say, just say it directly. Being so secretive makes you seem like a petty person. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingxuan's eyes turned cold. Brother Du, I actually admire your demeanor, and there's no major grudge between us. But I heard that you belittled me in private, saying that among the younger generation, I, Lu Mingxian, am not as good as Shen Yufeng. Did you say that? I have said that. Du Wenyin admitted frankly. Among the younger generation, Shen Yufeng is the best in the Xuanjiao army, and you are the best in Tianyu Temple. But in my opinion, you are far inferior to Shen Yufeng. He is a refined gentleman, exceptionally composed. And you? Relying on your talent, you hunt falcons and hounds, and linger at banquets. The jailer and the guards nervously glanced back and forth between the two men. Haha, well said. Lu Mingxian laughed, his face already showing barely concealed anger. Rushing into the cell, Kuchi kicked Su Jin in the butt. What does this have to do with me? Su Jin rubbed his buttocks, feeling a pang of bitterness in his heart. Damn it, nothing's going right all day. I was lying there obediently and still got kicked. Tell me, Lu Mingxian glared at Su Jin. What do I compare to Shen Yufeng? What is Shen Yufeng anyway? How dare he compare to young Master Lu? Su Jin forced a fawning expression. I have long admired young Master Lu. Kuchi kicked him again, sending Su Jin sprawling to the ground, where he rolled over. Lackey. Hypocritical flattery. Lu Mingxian cursed. How could I not know who Shen Yufeng is? Someone who can be on par with me. Su Jin dared not utter another sound, and silently lay on the ground pretending to be dead. Enough. Du Wenyin said disdainfully. What kind of skill is it to make things difficult for an ordinary citizen? I heard you've never fought Shen Yufeng. It seems you know what's going on and that it's smart of you to avoid his sharp edge. I'll avoid his sharp edge? Lu Mingxian turned to look at Du Wenyin and said coldly, "It doesn't matter if you insult me. I'm a magnanimous person and don't care." Su Jin, who was lying on the ground, couldn't help but tremble. "But I represent the Tianyu Temple. If you insult me, you are insulting the Tianyu Temple. You're unlucky to have fallen into my hands today." Lu Mingxian scoffed. "You really think you're someone important? You have neither strength nor family background. Nobles only invite you to their gatherings because they see you as someone with some literary talent, and they just want to play with you. Having provoked Tianyu Temple, let's see who dares to invite you again." After Lu Mingxian finished speaking, he walked out of the cell and said to the jailer, "Du Wenyin is not allowed to be detained less than once a day. He eats whatever others eat, and he has to eat it all up. Do you understand?" "Understood." The jailer stood up straight with a snap. "Take good care of him. I'll come back to check on him in a while." The cell door was then locked, and the cell returned to silence. Neither Su Jin nor Du Wenyin spoke. They each stood on one side. After stealing a few glances at Du Wenyin, Su Jin sighed deeply in his heart. "Every day is like stepping in dog poop. I haven't even had a full meal yet, and I'm already getting a beating. We need to knock this guy, surnamed Du, unconscious before we can move." It was around 11 p.m. Two jailers appeared, pushing a broken wooden cart. There were 2 wooden buckets and several stacks of broken wooden bowls covered in black mud on the vehicle. The lid of the bucket was lifted, and an extremely sticky, fishy, and sour stench was instantly detected by Su Jin's keen sense of smell. It didn't taste like spoiled rice. It tasted more like a mixture of overnight vomit that had been reheated and mixed with mold, urine, foot odor, and rotten vegetables. Before he even got close, the smell was like a hand that had just dug through a sewer, forcing its way down his throat. Meals began to be served to the cells in rows. The prisoners seemed to be highly immune to this. They picked up their bowls, smacked their lips, and ate in circles along the rim of the bowls. A liquid that looked like rice porridge dripped from the corners of their mouths, mixed with yellowish-green soup, and dripped onto the ground with a soft pop sound. When it was Su Jin's turn, 2 broken wooden bowls were thrown to the ground through the fence. Then a wooden spoon reached in and poured a clump of indescribable viscous substance into the bowl. Su Jin pinched his nose and went forward to check, feeling dizzy for a moment. This is like drinking Suzhou-style mung bean soup, digesting it until it reaches the duodenum, and then vomiting it up. The bowl contained quite a lot of food. The bean-like things cracked and turned black. The rice grains swelled up like maggots and floated in the sticky soup, and clumps of green substance clung to the bowl, looking like wet snot. You can still vaguely see a few purple fragments that have softened from being soaked, like tissue that has been detached from the intestines. To be honest, he really learned something new this time, and his spirit was greatly shaken. He was disgusted that the food was made like this. He had never felt this nauseous when dissecting corpses. He'd break out of prison just for the food. "Is this for human consumption?" Su Jin asked, pinching his nose. The jailer sneered. "First time here, huh? This is the consequence of wasting food. Take it or leave it. This is the only meal you get. If you don't eat, you'll starve to death." Su Jin cursed under his breath and retreated to his original position. Just then, Du Wenyin, who was meditating, opened his eyes, loosened his legs, walked to the prison door, picked up his own wooden bowl, and sat back down in his original spot. Under Su Jin's shocked gaze, Du Wenyin frowned and began to gulp down the bowl of strange, viscous substance. After a few bites, Du Wenyin looked at Su Jin and pointed to the other bowl, saying, "Are you still going to eat? If not, give it to me. I can see you're really hungry. Go ahead and eat." Su Jin gave a thumbs up, a feeling of admiration welling up in his heart. He's truly a man who'll eat anything. He's a real tough guy among tough guys. I have to admit defeat. Chapter 109 Prison Dinner Party. Du Wenyin thanked him and picked up Su Jin's food to enjoy it. After taking a couple of bites, she looked at Su Jin again. "This is the only meal of the day. Are you really not going to eat?" "I have my own food. You don't need to worry about me." Su Jin made polite remarks, but he was hungry and unconsciously reached into his crotch to pull out a piece of beef jerky. Du Wenyin held the bowl, a look of horror frozen on his face. In the dim light, he only saw the other person pull out a dark, dry thing from his crotch, stuff it into his mouth, chew it carefully, and seem to enjoy it. An unusually strong feeling of nausea rushed to my throat. Du Wenyin's face was contorted in extreme pain, and he vomited into the bowl. Su Jin looked at the other person, his expression a mixture of confusion and disdain. The wooden bowl that Du Wenyin had been holding, which was originally half full, was now filled to the brim again, and the contents were obviously much richer now. A strange smell wafted in the air. Du Wenyin looked at the bowl in his hand, his expression showing some struggle. Finally, it seemed he made a tremendous decision to pick up the bowl again. Su Jin's eyebrows twitched violently, but his eyes remained fixed on him. The wooden bowl was slowly brought closer to Du Wenyin's lips when the porridge finally entered his mouth. Ugh! Su Jin vomited all over the ground. After Su Jin vomited, Du Wenyin seemed unable to bear it any longer. He vomited again with a whoosh. The two men vomited violently in the cell, one after the other. You fucking hungry. You threw up, and now you want to eat it back up. Su Jin cursed angrily, wiping his mouth. Du Wenyin glared at him, trembling with rage. You eat shit, and you still have the nerve to talk back to me? I thought he was some respectable person. Su Jin laughed angrily, then shrank back into the corner and took out a bottle of mineral water from his crotch to rinse his mouth. Du Wenyin remained silent and could no longer eat. He gently placed the swill bowl in his hand at the doorway and retreated to another corner to sit cross-legged in meditation. After that, the two did not communicate again. Su Jin curled up into a ball, silently calculating in his mind while keeping an eye on the time. The cell is now filled with the sounds of snoring. It was already past 2 o'clock, but Du Wenyin was still not asleep. This kid shows no sign of wanting to sleep, so it seems the only option is to knock him out. Now is the perfect time to act. Thinking of this, Su Jin prepared to get up. Just then, a cold wind swept in from behind. Su Jin suddenly turned his head to the side, and a dagger flashing with a fierce light passed directly over his shoulder. Without almost any thought, Su Jin instantly activated his multiplier. His right hand, like a venomous snake, suddenly reached back and grabbed the assailant by the neck. Su Jin turned around, grabbed the other man by the neck, and straddled him. Du Wenyin made strange sounds, his eyes filled with disbelief. Why did you kill me? Su Jin squinted and whispered. You are not an ordinary person? Du Wenyin's voice was barely audible. Why did you kill me? Su Jin repeated coldly. I won't ask you a third time. I want to escape from prison. Du Wenyin's eyes were bloodshot, and he was severely oxygen deprived. Prison break? It seems the other party has the same goal as me. Otherwise, there would be no need to assassinate the prisoner. But the other party's identity is not ordinary. Is it necessary? Su Jinwei eased his grip slightly. Prison break? Why did you break out of prison? Du Wenyin took a deep breath and whispered quickly. I've offended Tianyu Temple, so I definitely can't stay in the capital. Besides, I've offended other people outside. I have to leave. I just wanted to coerce you into knocking you unconscious. Since you found out, there's nothing I can do. If you're willing to help me, we can escape together. It's just that we broke the prohibition law. So even if we break out of prison, getting acquitted is easy. I can help you. I can even give you some money, and I guarantee there will be no future trouble. Escape from prison makes you a criminal. Where can you go? Su Jin asked in a low voice. Besides, you want to kill me. Aren't you afraid that killing someone will increase your punishment? No. People die here all the time. I know that. The jailers will cover it up to avoid making a scene. No, I really didn't mean to kill you. I'm going to Jiuzhou City. I'm good friends with Prince Shen Yufeng. He can give me an official position. This little thing of drinking and escaping from prison is nothing to the Jingwa mansion. Su Jin slowly increased the pressure on his hand. Du Wenyin said with difficulty, If you are willing, you can come with me. I have an official certificate that can help me pass through the checkpoint. The Jingwa mansion is eager to recruit talented people. They would definitely be willing to take in a master like you. Why stay here as a commoner? Official credentials? What use are official credentials to you? A criminal with a criminal record. Seeing that Su Jin seemed interested, Du Wenyin quickly said, Official news doesn't travel that fast. Trust me. After thinking for a moment, Su Jin slowly released his hand and smiled. Based on comprehensive analysis, it is unlikely that the other party is lying. Since Tianyu Temple is directly under the imperial authority, Lu Mingxuan's status is indeed not low, as he can be compared with Shen Yufeng. This Du Wenyin, judging from the conversation, seems more like a noble broker. Offending Lu Mingxian certainly means he has no future. That's interesting. Do you know how to get to Jiuzhou City? I know the entire town layout of Sun. Du Wenyin was slightly out of breath. Don't worry, Shen Yufeng will give me this face. I'm not lying. All right, I'm just idling around anyway, and I'd like to get some kind of official position, so let's go together. Su Jin stepped back, not forgetting to pick up the dagger that Du Wenyin had dropped. Your Excellency, your skills are extraordinary. What is your background, and how should I address you? Du Wenyin asked after catching his breath. Wu Ziheo, I've trained my kung fu on my own, but I haven't had it certified. What level do you think my skill is? I don't know either. Official certification is quite complicated, and I'm not good at fighting. You're not good at fighting, yet you dare to kill? You've got guts. Suhina's native. I was forced into this situation, and I hope Brother Wu will forgive me. Du Wenyin bowed, without blushing or panting, as if nothing had happened. How did you bring your weapon in here? Su Jin muttered to himself, examining the dagger. A fine weapon. This dagger is no ordinary weapon. The outsiders were kind enough not to search me. This is a family heirloom. Brother Wu, could you please return it to me? Thank you. Du Wenyin quickly tucked the dagger into his waistband. Hey, I see you're quite a figure outside. How come you even eat swill? Su Jin finally couldn't help but ask the question that had been bothering him. I come from a poor background. I've experienced hunger, so I'm not picky. Du Wenyin's expression was unreadable. Well, now that you've made it this far, you haven't forgotten your roots, have you? Su Jin said, with a playful expression. Of course I dare not forget. In this world, who knows where the next meal will come from, Du Wenyin sighed. He then turned to ask, Brother Wu, you are a capable man, so why are you locked up here, just because you had a little wine? Also, Brother Wu, why do you eat? Eat shit won't it cause you health problems? Chapter 110, The Great Victory of Science. But wait, shit, what's wrong with your eyes? Su Jin said disdainfully. That's the jerky I smuggled in. Nobody gave me any face when I came in. I see. Du Wenyin lowered his head. I'm so sorry, I was rude and didn't see clearly. Enough with the small talk. Let's discuss the plan. Wait a minute, Brother Wu. If you trust me, how about we do everything as I say, Du Wenyin said. Tell me about it first. My conflict with Lu Mingxian has been going on for a long time, but back then the Crown Prince was still around, so he didn't dare to lash out at me. Actually, I was drinking with friends at Zuhulu tonight when Lu Mingxian showed up uninvited. He was clearly here for me, so I made some special arrangements after he appeared, Du Wenyin said. I sent my servants to find a few friends who left some silver and travel documents for me outside the city, somewhere south of the city. I also bribed the soldiers guarding the city at night. They can open the gate for us. Although Jiuzhou City is in the north of the city, some people know that I want to go to Jiuzhou City, and it is easy for them to make the connection. Although going to the south of the city is a detour, it can keep us out of sight. In addition, the environment in the south of the city is complicated, so it is much safer if someone is chasing us. Du Wenyin said in a low voice, escape from prison is easy, and the investigation usually won't be too serious. However, there is a curfew in the city, and there are many Xuanjia army soldiers and Jingtian guards from Tianyu Temple patrolling. It will be a real problem if they saw us. After we get out of prison, let's split up and take a detour, heading straight for the south of the city. If either of us isn't there yet, we can wait in a house near the south of the city. What do you think? Su Jin smiled. What if you get there first and then run away? What will I do then? So sometimes trust is still necessary, Du Wenyin said noncommittally. Our situations are different. Even if I betray you, you will not suffer any loss. Brother Wu, a man of great talent, only escaped from prison while drinking. If he is discovered by the Xuanjiao army, he might even be able to join them. With skills like yours, haven't you ever thought about getting caught? Su Jin asked. I don't think this is difficult at all. Du Wenyin reached behind him and pulled out two bullet-like objects. Besides, I also brought some mind-altering powder. Anyone who is hit by it will fall down in no time, and even a strong person can be held back for a while. My dagger is enough to cut through the wood here, silently. That's thorough enough. That's frank enough. Suhinprast. Then I have nothing more to say. Let's wait a little while for some quiet, and then we'll get started. All right. Finally, something good has happened. This Du Wenyin seems reliable enough. After escaping from prison, they will proceed according to the original plan, heading straight for the North Gate. This silly boy running south of the city will at least lure away the pursuers. Anyway, it's impossible for me to travel with him. Being targeted by Lu Mingxian would be a huge problem. After the time it takes for 2 incense sticks to burn, there is almost no other sound in the cell except for snoring. Su Jin put the ring back on and did a final check. As far as the eye could see, all the prisoners were fast asleep. They exchanged a glance with Du Wenyin and then stepped forward together. Du Wenyin pulled out a dagger and stabbed it into the wooden fence. The blade pierced through silently. After stabbing back and forth several times, the wooden fence finally loosened. They gently moved the log to the ground, and the gap in the cell was large enough for the two of them to crawl out. Su-Jin was the first to slip out and nimbly ran towards the outside of the cell. But after running only a few steps, Du Wenyan's footsteps behind him began to fade into the distance. Looking back, Su-Jin felt a chill run down his spine. Clang! A crisp and loud sound echoed throughout the cell. Du Wenyan actually rushed alone into the depths of the prison and used a dagger to cut the iron chain outside the prison door. In the blink of an eye, Su-Jin had already reacted. He's been lying all along. He didn't come to escape. He came to break into the prison. The sound of the jailer's footsteps was very close. Su-Jin decisively took the initiative to run forward and took out pepper spray. 3 prison guards appeared and sprayed pepper spray in their faces as if it were free. Before he could even scream, Su-Jin's hand moved with lightning speed, launching another attack. 3 loud thuds echoed as the 3 men were struck hard on the neck, instantly losing consciousness, or perhaps dying. But Su-Jin had no time to think about the specifics and glanced back one more time. Deep inside the prison, Du Wenyan stormed in, already throwing out his mind-numbing powder. Amidst the billowing white smoke, the guards in the inner cell began to sway. "You've got guts." At least he didn't completely lie to himself. This bewitching powder really does work. One of the fallen guards struggled to pull something out of his pocket, try to pull the trigger-like object underneath. It might be some kind of communication method. Without a second thought, Su-Jin drew his silver spear and killed the opponent instantly. He turned and disappeared from the cell like the wind. A strange gunshot rang out, startling Du Wenyan, who was still searching for his target in the smoke. He looked at the guard on the ground holding a gun, then at the empty corridor, and was momentarily dazed. She quickly snapped back to reality and hurriedly called out, "Yin Lian, where are you?" Brother, I'm here." "Senior brother, why are you still looking so gloomy?" Du Wenyan is already locked up, isn't he?" Hearing his junior brother speak, Lu Mingxian said impatiently, "Do I care because of him? Do you think I'm that petty, senior brother? I'm so frustrated. I just got certified and advanced to the 5th level, and now Chen Yufeng has run away. How come someone thinks I'm inferior to him? I haven't even ridden the wind demon Qilin yet, and he's already riding it. Why is that? Then I won't avoid your sharp edge." The junior brother chuckled, carrying a lantern. "It's rare for you to accompany me on a patrol, senior brother. Let's not think about these things. How about I treat you to a drink?" "No drinking. No drinking," Lu Mingxian scolded. "You only earn $2 a month, and all you think about is drinking and whoring. You should save your money." "Fine, then don't drink it." The junior brother raised an eyebrow. "Senior brother, what about Du Wenyan? Aren't you going to mess with him?" "What should I do? I'm not in the mood to deal with him. Let him eat swill for 2 months, and then let him do whatever he wants." Lu Mingxian rubbed his chin and pondered for a while. "When do you think Xin Yufeng will be able to come back? I need to have a go at him." "Forget about it. It will take him at least 5 years. Senior brother has someone. How fast?" The junior brother suddenly shouted, picked up the lantern, and ran after him. Lu Mingxian smiled and snorted coldly, instantly surpassing his junior brother in status. "You've come at the perfect time. Your furtive movements only foreshadow your doom. You're no match for him. Step back." Lu Mingxian continued his pursuit, but the dark figure ahead was incredibly fast, taking detours everywhere, and was even slightly faster than him. Seeing that he couldn't catch up, Lu Mingxian made a hand seal. He clasped his hands together, and a burst of intense light suddenly erupted from between them. His palm transformed into a tiger's claw, and Lu Mingxian unleashed a profound light technique forward, heading straight for the shadowy figure's back. Sensing that a master was pursuing him, Su-Jin, carrying a bow and arrow and a grappling hook, was sweating profusely as he activated his enhanced abilities and tried his best to escape. At that moment, his peripheral vision suddenly brightened as an extremely dazzling ball of light passed over his shoulder and exploded in front of him. For a moment, Su-Jin was so stabbed that he couldn't open his eyes, and his steps became slow. As his speed slowed down, Lu Mingxian unleashed his full power, overtaking Su-Jin and leaping in front of him. "Ha, little calamity. Huh? Why is it a man? He looks kind of familiar." Lu Mingxian looked bewildered. "This is never going to end." Su-Jin stopped and slowly lowered his hand from his eyes, revealing a fierce expression. "You were able to see clearly so quickly after being hit by my mystic light technique? Kid, who are you?" Have I seen you somewhere before? Lu Mingxian asked, narrowing his eyes. Mystic light technique, right? Su Jin took a deep breath and quickly took out an item from his storage ring, aiming it at Lu Mingxian. You're still too green to try and play magic with your dad. Lu Mingxian reacted quickly and jumped back, but it was too late. 40,000 lumens flashlight, strobe mode activated. Ah, my eyes. Chapter 111 Escape from Death. Lu Mingxian covered his eyes and screamed. Su Jin then used his other hand to fire a shot. One shot hits, then he turns and retreats. That shot definitely hit, but the other person is definitely not dead. Lu Mingxuan's strength was indeed extraordinary. He took a bullet and only took a step back. Their mystic light technique was too conspicuous. Other experts patrolling the city had likely already noticed them and wouldn't have time to engage in a prolonged fight. In a flash, Su Jin disappeared around the street corner. The junior brother, carrying a lantern, chased after Lu Mingxian, but seeing that Lu Mingxian had stopped pursuing him, he quickly stopped beside him. Senior brother, how are you? Lu Mingxian released his right hand from his shoulder. His palm was already stained with blood. This person is strange. I've never seen this kind of mystical light technique before. He can actually flash in succession. He almost blinded me. Lu Mingxian was still a little scared. Senior brother, forget about the mystic light technique for now. How are your injuries? It's nothing, just a minor injury from being careless for a moment. Go after them. Huh? Which way should we chase, senior brother? The junior brother asked, bewildered. Lu Mingxian turned his head angrily. Why are you asking me where to chase after him? My eyes are still blurry, can't you see? I've been looking at you the whole time. Useless. Lu Mingxian was furious. This person is definitely not a good person. Running around at night, he must be trying to get out of the city. This is the direction of the North Gate. Send a signal to notify the other Jingtian guards. This person is very strange. He must be hiding something. We mustn't let the Xuanjia army intercept him. Yes. A sharp whistling sound pierced the sky. A burst of brilliant white light suddenly erupted from the direction of the North Gate. But strangely, the flames and howling sounds continued to hover in the sky. Deep in the streets and alleys, Su Jin wandered wildly. Just as he had predicted, the bright light had attracted the attention of many people. Now, the faint sound of footsteps can be heard on the street more and more frequently. As he continued to flee, Su Jin looked up at the sky, his facial muscles twitching briefly. It was just a drink. They've been on a losing streak all along, and now the wanted notice has been escalated to this level. Taking a detour has already wasted too much time. If the number of pursuers increases, how will I be able to climb over the city wall? If anyone is found carrying a bow and arrow, they will likely be riddled with holes immediately. Continue moving towards the North Gate. Su Jin quickly took out a signal flare, glancing at the sound and light signals in the sky out of the corner of his eye. Before long, the light and sound finally disappeared. Seeing the opportunity, Su Jin pulled the pin on the signal flare and fired it directly towards the city. The signal flare ascended and descended, bursting into red light as it slowly fell. People from all over the city gathered and rushed towards the North Gate. But as soon as the signal flare was fired, everyone stopped. What's going on? Whose signal is that? Isn't this a signal from the Heavenly Revelation Temple? The Heavenly Oracle Temple is white. So who sent this red signal? And what does it mean? Which way should we chase them now? The group hesitated, caught in a whim, and dared not act rashly. Su Jin continued his escape in silence. They were less than a kilometer from the North City Wall, and the guards on the wall would surely increase their patrols and surveillance upon seeing the signal. The original map plan can no longer be followed, and now is a good time to choose a location on the roof. In no time, Su Jin climbed to the top of a medium-height wooden building and lay prone on it. He quickly took out new items from his spatial storage and started arranging them. After quickly setting up and observing the large, dark, unguarded sections of the city wall, Su Jin jumped down from the small building and continued running towards the city wall. When they were about 500 meters from the city wall, they turned back and fired another signal flare, disrupting the direction of others. At the same moment, a huge noise erupted from the small building where Su Jin was staying, instantly attracting countless patrol forces. Patrol forces from all directions converged on the small building. Several experts moved with incredible speed, leaping to the top of the small building in just a few steps. The Xuanjia army and the Jingtian guards experts arrived at the scene simultaneously. The two groups, vying for credit and resources, have always been at odds. But when they met now, they all calmly and tacitly looked towards the roof. A small metal box is making loud noises. You're mine, but who am I to you? One more glance and I'll explode. One more step closer and I'll melt. What is this thing? The Xuanjiao army expert looked at the Jingtian guards. The two sides looked at each other in bewilderment. It sounds like singing. I've never heard this language before. Is it conveying some kind of message? Someone pondered. A moment later, someone else said, could this be a trap to lure the enemy and distract us? Upon hearing this, the eyes of all the experts immediately searched in all directions. Just one extra glance, and the crowd exploded. It was a feint. The thief is on the North City wall. He's about to climb over and escape. Someone, bring me the bow and arrows. As he approached the city, Su Jin abruptly stopped gliding while simultaneously turning his legs into a lunge position. And by the end of his slide, he was ready to fire. Base! The 110-pound bow, carrying a grappling hook, struggled to leap over the city wall. The hook just barely touched the edge of the battlement. Good. Su Jin clenched his fist tightly, and his tense heart finally relaxed a little. If those powerful bows were used to shoot normal arrows, they could easily fly over the city walls. However, with the addition of ropes and iron hooks, the distance is obviously reduced too much. Fortunately, he barely succeeded, saving him the trouble of climbing over the wall to shoot the arrow. Su Jin retrieved the nylon rope and stepped over the wall. In the darkness, and with the amplification effect from a distance, he appeared to be running straight down flat ground at an extremely fast speed. In just a few breaths, they had climbed the city wall. Su Jin immediately crouched down, hid behind the battlements, and quickly pulled on the grappling hook to prepare to fall from the other end. As the rope was being pulled in, several swift arrows shot past overhead. Su Jin quickly exhaled, secretly relieved. This world is indeed extraordinary. If I'd been a few steps slower, I probably wouldn't have been able to escape. However, the chances of losing his life are slim. He will most likely be detained, which would essentially mean the mission failed. I'm not so stupid as to try to gain the trust of those in power to complete my mission. Time doesn't allow it, reality doesn't allow it, and people's hearts don't allow it. Even if they could be convinced that the end of the world was coming, those in power would never submit to the idea of another savior in the world. Secure the rope and quickly rappel down to the other end. When he was about 5 meters from the ground, Su Jin pushed off the wall with all his might and swung his right arm violently. The hook hanging on the city wall came loose, and Su Jin descended to the ground. He quickly put it into his spatial storage and summoned the RV right next to the city wall. There is absolutely no chance of escaping now. The most dangerous place is the safest place. The RV's optical camouflage should be excellent at night, until no one is around to run away. Just as Su Jin was about to open the car door, a clump of weeds wriggled beneath the city wall to the side. Du Wenyin, carrying a little girl and covered in dirt, crawled out from underground and quickly stuffed the weeds back into place with his feet. You. Su Jin stared in astonishment at Du Wenyin, who had suddenly sprung up from the ground, speechless for a moment. Brother Wu, we meet again, Du Wenyin said nervously, hiding his sister behind his back. Flames were beginning to appear from the city gate in the distance, and they were approaching. The pursuers were already on their way. Without hesitation, Su Jin opened the car door and pushed the two of them into the car. Don't speak yet. Wait until the pursuers are past. Chapter 112, Why is there a well in this house? The torchlight gathered and multiplied. Waves of people came to search beneath the city walls. Inside the car, Du Wenyin and the little girl had been tied up, their mouths gagged, and thrown onto the sofa. Su Jin, sitting in the driver's seat, nervously watched the situation outside the car while using another watch to count the people coming and going. The lights inside the car were off, and I didn't dare to turn them on. Although optical camouflage is very effective, it can even cover up car windows. However, we haven't tested whether the inside lets in light. Now is really not the time. Su Jin raised his wrist to check his watch. More than an hour had passed. They finally breathed a sigh of relief when 8 or 9 out of 10 of the pursuing troops had returned. Confirming that no one would be returning for the time being, Su Jin turned on the lights, opened the car door, and got out to check. After seeing the effect of the exterior camouflage after the interior lights were turned on, Su Jin returned home satisfied. The disguise is quite convincing. If it weren't a defective product, I wonder how effective it would be. The lights came on, and the brother and sister slumped on the sofa looked terrified. This bizarre decor and sense of comfort. What kind of house is this? Su Jin squatted down and tore off the duct tape wrapped around Du Wenyan's head. All right, we're barely safe now. Tell me, should I kill you first or your sister first? This little baby must be cursed, right? Su Jin's sinful hand reached out and touched the top of the little girl's head. Don't touch her. Who are you? Du Wenyan Huad. You still have the nerve to ask me how many lies you've told me. Su Jin raised an eyebrow and questioned. Prison break? A jailbreak? And a rendezvous in the south of the city. Didn't you also run off to the north of the city? Du Wenyan glaire d'Angrili. I went to the north of the city because I saw through your lies long ago. Su Jin's sharp gaze shot at Du Wenyan. I haven't killed you yet because I still admire you. You're quite well off, so it's true that you're a hero to risk your life to save your family. No wonder you'd eat swill. You were prepared to starve for a long time. Su Jin changed the subject. But even heroes have to die, unless you give me a reason not to kill you. Do you have proof of your passage? No. Du Wenyan replied helplessly. I lied to you, but I had no choice to save my sister. Brother Wu, you are a man of principle, and I believe you would have done the same if you were in the same situation. You're wrong. I'm an only child. Du Wenyan said bitterly. There's one thing I'm not lying to you about. I really know the locations of all the major towns in Seoul, and I've even memorized the routes. I can point you in the right direction wherever you want to go. I guarantee that my sister will not bring any bad luck. I already have a very bad feeling about this. Lies. The court is full of lies. Du Wenyan est ange érupted. That's not how it is at all. My sister is perfectly fine. There's nothing ominous about her. Then what is her ability? Su Jin asked. Her ability isn't offensive. It just accelerates plant growth. I beg you, spare my sister. I'll do anything for you. Du Wenyan looked at Su Jin with teary eyes. Su Jin completely ignored Du Wenyan's words, his thoughts already drifting far away. Wow, accelerating plant growth. This ability is incredible. It's like a post-apocalyptic agricultural god. With a live map added, there's really no other way but to save them. After a moment's thought, Su Jin asked, what else did you say to me before that was true? I really know Shun Yufeng, and we have a very good relationship. I can even get a minor official position in Jiuzhou City. Under Du Wenyan's tense gaze, Su Jin finally nodded. All right, I'll take you two in, and we'll go to Jiuzhou City together. But don't blame me for being blunt. If either of you dares to do anything behind my back, I'll kill you both immediately. How dare I? I'm willing to serve Brother Wu like a dog or a horse. Du Wenyan closed his eyes and slammed his head down hard. Okay, I'll untie you. We'll observe you for a while longer before we set off. Soon, Su Jin freed the ropes binding the brother and sister. Trust is impossible, of course, but these two people pose no threat to me. If you drug both people before they go to sleep and then tie them up, there's basically no risk. Freed from their ropes, the brother and sister sat awkwardly on the sofa, their eyes darting around the RV's interior. The overhead lights are clearly the most eye-catching feature. Brother Wu, when did this house appear at the foot of the city wall? It's quite strange. Du Wenyan couldn't help but ask. This isn't a house. This is a car, and you're inside the car. A cart. Such a huge cart. What kind of rare beast could pull it? Su Jin smiled, speechless for a moment. He turned to look at the little girl with her head down and asked, Is this your sister? What's her name? Yun Lian? Du Yun Lian. That's really pitiful. Little girl, how are you? You don't look very well. Are you injured? Su Jin asked, raising his chin. Yun Lian timidly raised her head, looking as if she didn't dare to speak. Encouraged by Du Wenyan, he finally spoke. I'm cold. Why didn't you say so earlier? It's cold. Du Wenyan took off his outer robe and draped it over Yun Lian. Su Jin turned around and turned on the air conditioner from the control panel behind him. It'll get hot soon. Remember to say, so if you get hot. Don't keep everything bottled up inside. Du Wenyan blinked, his attention shifting to the glowing control panel of the RV. After looking at it for a while without any clue, he could only continue to ask, Brother Wu, you still haven't told me what your card is carrying. And why is it so strange inside? The lights on top are lamps, right? And those colorful things on the walls. Du Wenyan, like a curious child, bombarded Su Jin with a barrage of questions. Su Jin was too lazy to explain and casually waved his hand, saying, You can wander around the room by yourself. We'll talk in detail tomorrow when things are completely settled. There's a bedroom at the very back for you and your brother. Thank you very much, Brother Wu. Then I will be very sorry for being so rude. Du Wenyin quickly thanked him and took Yun Lian's small hand to start touring the RV. Su Jin sat in the driver's seat, connected to the Bluetooth headset, and turned on the monitoring system. The sound of the siblings talking came through the earphones. Brother, is this a bed? And there are pillows too, so white and soft. Can we really use it? Don't touch it, you'll get it dirty. You could just sleep on the floor later. Brother, there's an opening here blowing hot air. I'm hot. It really is. What kind of script is this? No wonder he said he would get hot in a little while. Amazing, so amazing. Even the royal palace is not as good as this place. After touring the bedroom for a long time, the brother and sister began to move on to another spot. Yun Lian exclaimed in a low voice, filled with surprise, Brother, why is there a well in this house? Where did this well come from? There really is a well. Such a beautifully crafted well, but the bottom is far too shallow. Brother, I'm thirsty. I want to drink water. Go ahead and drink if you're thirsty. Your brother Wu is a generous man. Drinking some well water shouldn't be a problem. I'll tell him later. I'm thirsty too. Slurp, 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 sweet. Bro, the water's sweet. Stop. You can't drink it anymore. The well is dried up. Hee hee. Goose, goose, goose. Upon hearing this, Su Jin ultimately failed to bring the half-opened can of cola to his lips. He was slumped over the steering wheel, his shoulders heaving. Chapter 113, The Same Trick, Limited Time Return. After taking a quick stroll around the house, the brother and sister returned to the living room hand in hand. Seeing Su Jin sitting in an odd position at the front of the car, she didn't dare to ask, but just sat awkwardly on the sofa, waiting for the other party to speak first. Su Jin took off his headphones, turned around, and said, You finished watching so quickly? Du Wenyin nodded, then stammered, Brother Wu, to be honest, I don't understand it. This room is really too peculiar. If you'd like, could you explain it to me? I'm afraid that if I move around too much, I might damage the things I gave you. Su Jin glanced at his watch and moved from the driver's seat to the living room. We'll be traveling together for a long time, so it's definitely necessary to explain things to him. Yun Lian is quite important. We need to confirm her abilities later. If it can really accelerate plant growth, then we must recruit them into the team and build a survival base for Shun Yufeng in advance. I can answer your question, Su Jin said, but there's something I need to ask you first. Based on your understanding of these pursuers, do you think they will all turn back? Brother Wu, you've asked the right question. They will all return, Du Wenyan affirmed. The Xuanjia Army and the Jingtian Guard are both highly trained experts. Given their capabilities, they wouldn't think they can't catch us. They would assume we're still hiding near the city. Besides, even if they go on a long-distance pursuit, they'll need a warrant, so they'll definitely all return before planning their next move. Perhaps it won't be long before the group that chased the furthest will choose to return. Let's wait and see. That's good. Then we'll wait until they've all returned to the city before we set off. Su Jin breathed a sigh of relief. All right, feel free to ask me any questions. Du Wenyin stood up, pointed behind him somewhat awkwardly, and said, Brother Wu, why is there a well in your house? I was thirsty just now and accidentally drank all the water from the well. Su Jin's nostrils flared, and he couldn't help but reveal a sweet smile as he walked towards the restroom. He opened the door, pointed to the toilet, and asked, Are you talking about this well? Du Wenyin stood at the door with Yun Lian and nodded, saying, Yes, to be honest, Brother Wu, I have never seen such a peculiar well. They even used porcelain. It must be incredibly difficult to fire something this huge. Using it as a wellhead is just too extravagant. Is the water good? Su Jin asked, suppressing a laugh. Du Wenyin nodded repeatedly. Sweet and refreshing. Good water. Truly good water. Su Jin pursed his lips and pointed at the toilet, saying, This is a toilet, a chamber pot. Understand? It's for convenience, not a well. What? The brother and sister were struck dumb. After exchanging a glance, their expressions changed drastically, and their faces turned from white to green. No. How can this toilet be placed inside the house? Why is the outhouse indoors? Du Wenyan was clearly not accepting reality. You said yourself, my house is special. Of course it's special in every way. Su Jin shrugged, then pointed to the toilet flush button. This toilet is very convenient. The water tank is connected to the bottom. After you're done, just press here and the waste will be flushed away. Yun Lian's little face twitched like a little old lady. Du Wenyan's expression kept changing as he looked at the toilet, various strange images flashing through his mind. Unable to hold it in any longer, she bent over and vomited repeatedly into the toilet. Hey, yes, yes. That's how you vomit. You learn pretty fast. Su Jin laughed and kept patting Du Wenyan on the back. After vomiting, Du Wenyan, with tears welling in his eyes, looked at Su Jin with his face scrunched up. Su Jin pressed the toilet button. With a gurgling sound, the vortex washed away the vomit, and the unpleasant smell disappeared as well. See? That's how it's used, Su Jin said. You don't need to feel disgusted. No one has used this before. It's clean, and there's nothing wrong with using it for eating. Is it really clean? Has no one used it? Du Wignon pressed. Seriously, I'd be a dog if I lied to you. Phew. Upon hearing this, Du Wenyan breathed a sigh of relief, patted his chest, and said, Brother Wu, you scared me to death. Luckily it was clean, otherwise I really couldn't accept this kind of thing. You even eat swill. What's so unacceptable about that? Su Jin said with a smile. Brother Wu, let's not talk about this. It was all to save Yun Lian. I was afraid I wouldn't have anything to eat in the future. All right, you've had a tough time too. Su Jin patted the other person on the shoulder. Anything else you want to ask? Go ahead and ask. Du Wenyan regained his composure, perked up, and pointed at the washroom mirror. This mirror, how can it be so clear and bright? And the mirror is custom made. There's not much to explain. The important thing is that there's a cabinet behind this place that can be opened. Here are toothbrushes, water glasses. Su Jin introduced them one by one as if they were his own treasures, while Yun Lian clutched Du Wenyan's clothes, constantly suppressing the curiosity and excitement that was growing wildly in her heart. Upon seeing water coming out of the faucet, Du Wenyan exclaimed once again, Wow, the water just came out like that? That's amazing, truly amazing. There's nothing magical about it. It's all water from a tank. Once it's used up, you need to find a water source to refill it. Remember to use it sparingly when you're using it. Understood, understood. Okay, let me show you some other things. Su Jin led the way, then turned and headed towards the bedroom, pointing to the control panel on the wall and saying, This is the air conditioner. It can adjust the temperature in this room, and this is... The brother and sister began to exclaim in a new round of praise. After a brief introduction, the three returned to the living room. There's also a refrigerator here. I think you can understand what that means. Su Jin opened the refrigerator and took out a bottle. There was no ice in the refrigerator, but cold air was still constantly emanating from it. Although Du Wenyan was curious, he didn't press the matter further. After all, the house seemed to be the dwelling of celestial beings, and everything inside was strongly challenging his understanding. The three sat down again, and Su Jin took 3 plastic cups and poured cola for the two of them. Sizzle. The beverage is poured into the glass, making a sizzling sound and creating a lot of foam. The brother and sister had their hands tucked into their legs, looking tense. They looked at Kaylay, then at Su Jin, and finally the two siblings stared at each other in bewilderment. Brother Wu, this is bone-dissolving water, isn't it? I always thought it was just a legend. This is for drinking. Su Jin picked up the cola and drank it all in one gulp. You two have a taste, just a little bit, don't drink too much. Yun Lian licked her lips and reached out to cup the water glass, but Du Wenyan stopped her. Du Wenyan quickly picked up the cup in his hand and took a small sip. I only feel at ease when I taste something sweet. It tastes a bit like medicinal soup, but it's very sweet. Do you feel anything else? Try to feel it carefully before you answer me. No, it's just that the taste is weird. There's no other difference. Is it not good? Tell me the truth. Su Jin raised his chin. To be honest, Brother Wu, I'm not used to this drink. It's a bit too strong in my mouth, Du Wenyan said awkwardly. Yun Lian, who was standing to the side, had already picked up her cup and taken a big gulp. The cola went down her throat, and she squinted her eyes contentedly. It's delicious. Thank you, Brother Wu. Chapter 114, The RV Exile. If you like it, drink more. I'll go check on things. We should be leaving soon, Su Jin said, then returned to the driver's seat. I picked up my phone from the car window and started watching the previous recordings. While keeping an eye on the situation outside the car, he played the video at double speed and picked up his watch again to start counting. Du Wenyan gazed at Su Jin's retreating figure with a complex expression. A mysterious man. I still have so many questions I want to ask, but now is definitely not the time. I don't know if meeting him is a blessing or a curse. Half an hour later, the sky began to brighten. Su Jin pressed the watch one last time, his heart filled with excitement. The last person who went out to search has also returned. Now is the perfect time to escape. You two sit still, don't panic. Upon hearing the sound, Du Wenyan immediately pressed Yun Lian down and then looked urgently at the ground. The previously stable floor now showed a slight tremor, and the scenery outside the car window began to move. The brother and sister pressed their faces against the car window, staring wide-eyed at the outside world. After a turn, the RV started driving straight, and the scenery behind us rushed past faster and faster. The vibrations underfoot became increasingly noticeable. "Brother, the house moved?" Yin Lian said fearfully. "Why did the house move by itself?" Du Yin gripped the armrest of the chair tightly, trying to appear calm. "It's all right. Don't be afraid. It's your brother Wu pulling the cart in front." The RV traveled across the wilderness, keeping a safe distance from the official road. "Su Jin, please concentrate." The butler's considerations were far more comprehensive than his. The official road is currently impassable. Firstly, it's crowded, and the poor optical disguise is easily detected, let alone by the experts here. In addition, the tire tracks left behind will attract the curiosity and attention of those who want to know better, so it is safer to walk in undeveloped wilderness. Perhaps because of the gushing magic spring, the cities are all built in mountainous areas. Su Yuan's capital was surrounded by mountains, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack, and there weren't many roads available for travel. If the RV hasn't been modified, it might break down after just a few days on these road conditions. After driving for a kilometer in one go, Su Jin called out, "Brother Du, come here for a second." Du Wenyin immediately stepped forward, leaning against the edge of the driver's seat and looking ahead. "What's wrong?" "It's all right. It's relatively safe now, but we can't keep going like this. We need to plan our route more carefully. You know the area well, right? This is a critical moment. If you keep lying to me, we'll all be finished." "Yes, I'm not lying to you. I absolutely know. Come sit in the front, give me directions, and let's find a safe place to set up camp briefly and discuss our next steps in detail." Du Wenyin glanced back at Yin Lian, gesturing for her to sit properly, then twisted and squeezed into the passenger seat. After an hour's drive, we were already quite far from the official road. The surrounding area is filled with green mountains and clear waters, but the number of scattered rocks gradually increases. After driving for another 10 minutes or so, we arrived near a quiet riverbank. Finally, the RV stopped in a forest. "Where's this place?" Su Jin asked, looking around at his surroundings. Du Wenyin said, "This place has no name, but about 5 miles from here is called Lucy Ferry. Some scholars, nobles, and literati often like to go out and enjoy the spring scenery at Lucy Ferry. The environment here is far inferior to that place, so basically no one comes here." "Then how do you know?" Du Wenyin said, "Spending too much time with those nobles can be depressing. That's why I like to wander around alone. This place is quiet and peaceful, and no one bothers me. I often bring Yunlian here." "Okay, let's settle in here first. Get out of the car," Su Jin said, opening the car door. He stretched and looked around. Surrounded by lush trees, I felt much more at ease. It's definitely a nice place. I could stay a little longer. There are still many troubles ahead, requiring a deeper plan. Being near the river also allows for the replenishment of more water for daily use. After confirming the surrounding environment, Su Jin walked back to the car, pulled out the folding table on the side, and took out 3 folding stools. Looking at Du Wenyin staring at him expectantly from the passenger seat, Su Jin said irritably, "Get out of the car. What are you looking at me for?" The RV's muffler was still running, and Du Wenyin inside stood with his mouth agape as subtitles popped up. "I can't get down. How do I get out?" Inertia of thought can be deadly. Su Jin sighed helplessly and went to open the passenger door. I subconsciously thought the other person would open the car door. It's really hard to break free from long-term habits. I've already learned my lesson from the Prohibition Law once. The car door opened, and Du Wenyin jumped out. He was startled when he saw the almost invisible car body. What's going on with this house? Why is it transparent?" "Don't make a fuss. Let's explain everything clearly this time. Let your sister come down, too." After calming himself down, Du Wenyin leaned back into the car and carried Yin Lian out of the passenger exit. Su Jin sat at the table, where paper and pen were already laid out, along with cherries taken from his storage space. The ring contained a lot of fruit, all brought from home. After eating a cherry, Su Jin spat out the pit and placed it on the table. The brother and sister had already sat down awkwardly. Du Wenyin said, "Brother Wu, isn't it too dangerous to sit outside? It's much safer inside. We can discuss things together if needed. The view inside is too obstructed, so this place is much more secure." Su Jin pointed to the cherry pit on the table. "Come on, let me see your sister's ability. Isn't it supposed to promote plant growth?" Can she control this seed? Yin Lian turned to look at Du Wenyan. Du Wenyan nodded. No problem. I'll show it to your brother Wu. Yin Lian took a deep breath and focused her gaze on the cherry pit. With a slight, crisp sound, the cherry pit cracked open, and a tender green shoot emerged from it. Under Su Jin's astonished gaze, the seedling grew rapidly, reaching a height of over 10 centimeters, before finally withering and dying. Yin Lian's face was a little pale, and she was slightly out of breath. How did he die? Su Jin asked, blinking his eyes. If it's buried in the soil, it can grow normally, and it's not so difficult to control, Du Wenyan said. I used my sister's trick to get a lot of exotic flowers and plants to please those nobles. Can only this one plant be controlled at a time? Su Jin continued to ask. Du Wenyan shook his head. No, it could be effective on an entire area, but the speed is far slower. Is her ability always like this, or will it continue to grow stronger? It's constantly increasing, and from my observation, it probably depends on her practice and application. When she was younger, her ability could only cover a flower pot at most. After Du Wenyan finished speaking, he looked up at Su Jin. Brother Wu, tell me, do you think my sister's ability is ominous? Of course not. Su Jin looked directly at the other person and said with certainty, this is simply an immense blessing. If she uses her abilities well, she can save countless people, and even the whole world. Du Wenyan said bitterly, if everyone in the world thought like you, she and I wouldn't have to live the kind of life we have now. Problems can always be solved, and I guarantee that you and your sister will soon be living a completely different life. As soon as Su Jin finished speaking, he realized something was wrong. His lips twitched twice, and he quickly shut his mouth. Damn it, he speaks without thinking at all. What kind of hellish joke is this? Chapter 115, I am a celestial envoy. Thank you, Brother Wu. It's rare that someone would comfort me when I'm in such a sorry state. Du Wenyan glanced at Su Jin strangely and forced a smile. Su Jin sighed. I hope this is some consolation. Let's not talk about that for now. Tell me about your situation. I need to have a full understanding of it before I can travel with you without worry. If I were to tell you everything honestly, would Brother Wu also be able to tell me your background truthfully? Du Wenyan stared at the scene. It's not that I don't trust you. Brother Wu is just too mysterious. I've met many people, but I can't understand you or anything about you at all. To be honest, I know you mean us no harm, but I'm really scared. I can't imagine what will happen if I continue to follow you. Okay, I'll tell you everything after you finish speaking. All right then. Actually, I come from an ordinary family. My younger sister is 14 years old this year, 10 years younger than me. My parents passed away 10 years ago. Du Wenyan recounted the story in detail, while Su Jin occasionally jotted down key points on a piece of paper. He comes from an ordinary family, and his parents died early. After Yin Lian's abilities appeared, he raised her alone, acting as both father and mother. He had a difficult early life, but later thought of using his sister's abilities to make money, and then successfully infiltrated aristocratic circles. Women in the city are subject to numerous examinations, and the Heavenly Oracle Temple has methods to detect pre-existing calamities. He usually stayed at the famous Vihwalu restaurant in the city, with his sister accompanying him as a maid. Being in the most prominent place not only allows one to evade inspection, but also to attract wealth from nobles and build a network of connections. Until yesterday, when Yin Lian was using her abilities indoors and was accidentally discovered, causing a disturbance, the subsequent series of events unfolded. With Lin Ling listening attentively and providing detailed assistance, Su Jin was unable to find any fault with her. But this person has a criminal record for deceiving me, and he can navigate among nobles, so his eloquence must be quite good. I can't completely trust him. Overall, Du Wenyan is a fairly reliable person. He was loyal and righteous. Both of them were wanted by the police, and his sister was also his nemesis. Brother Wu, I have told you everything I have experienced. Whether you believe it or not, I have nothing more to say. Du Wenyan stared at the scene. All right then, it's my turn. I hope you, Su Jin paused, then continued. I hope you can remain calm when you hear what's coming next. Yes, Du Wenyan nodded seriously. Actually, I was guided by a deity to save the world. Du Wenyan's eyes changed instantly, his disappointment evident. Yin Lian was also completely bewildered. This vehicle, Su Jin pointed to the RV, and everything inside, it was a gift from the gods. Heaven and earth are in chaos. The end of the world is coming, and there are 179 days left. Du Wenyan opened his mouth, wanting to ask something, but couldn't say anything. He had considered countless possibilities of where the other person might have come from, but he never expected him to say that. This is ridiculous. Although the car and its contents were quite magical, Tianyu Temple also contains many other magical things. Even Tianyu Temple wouldn't dare claim that it was enlightened by immortals or that it saved the world. Can one person save the world? I know you don't believe me, but the deity told me that he didn't just enlighten me. There's another person you know, and that's Shun Yufeng. Su Jin continued. Because of the chaos in the heavens, the information we received was greatly compromised. I only knew the time of the apocalypse, while he only knew the specifics of what would happen. The solution to this disaster lies with him. Only if he survives can this deadlock be resolved. That's why I'm going to Jiuzhou City with you. Cough, this is really... Du Wenyin was at a loss. It's really unexpected. Brother Wu, do you have any evidence? Where did you encounter this deity? Shushan. Shushan? I've never heard of this place. You're right if you haven't heard of it. It's an overseas, immortal mountain. I used to be a fisherman who was swept up by the waves. Su Jin made up a story on the spot. I shouldn't know about this, but the immortals told me that I was affected by the extraterrestrial demons and couldn't contact Shun Yufeng, so they sent me out. I see. Du Wenyin responded blankly, his brain clearly overloaded. Then the immortals should be looking for Tianyu Temple. Why would they be looking for a fisherman like you? Coming back to his senses, Du Wenyin continued to ask. Because the Tianyu Temple acts perversely and violates the laws of heaven. What kind of preordained calamity is this? They harmed all the Savior's spirit maidens. Why would the gods seek their help? Su Jin was too lazy to make up any more stories. He got up, opened the car door, and said, I think it would be hard for you to accept this reality if I said this, but I know what happened in the sky, and it happened right here in this car. It was specially left for me by the gods to see. Really? Du Wenyin suddenly stood up, swallowing hard. Bring it on. The three of them sat down in the living room, and Su Jin took the remote control and turned on the TV. To prepare for various special situations, he downloaded a lot of great movies and TV shows on all his devices well in advance. It can cover basic scenarios such as Lord of the Rings, 2012, and Resident Evil. After a quick glance, Su Jin confirmed. 3 large, blood-red characters popped up on the screen. The Legend of Shushan. Pressing the speed-up button, the movie's plot unfolds, and the brother and sister stare at the screen with a mixture of shock and focus. They couldn't understand any of the text on the television, but that didn't stop the brother and sister from getting a general idea of what it was about. The righteous factions, led by the Amei and Kunlun sects, joined forces to fight against the evil leader, Yuquan Blood Demon, with a variety of outdated special effects on display. Although the movie is old and the special effects are mediocre, it has a distinctly strong impact on people in this world. Su Jin secretly observed the reactions of the brother and sister. If the movie is useful, it will be much easier to form a team to brainwash people in the future. So far, it seems to be having some effect. Even though Du Wenyin is highly educated, he is clearly panicked. 40 minutes later, Yun Lian curled up in a ball on the sofa, tears streaming down her face. She was terrified. Du Wenyin wasn't much better off. His face was deathly pale, and he was completely disoriented. My heart was in turmoil. Gods really exist. To ascend to the heavens and dive into the sea, to fly on a sword. These are all means to reach the heavens, things that are absolutely beyond human capability. Furthermore, the magical artifacts used to record the scene before us are definitely not something that humans can control. When the plot reached the point where the villains completely overwhelmed the forces of good, Su Jin decisively turned off the TV. The immortals in heaven probably speak a different language than us, so I don't know what they're saying, but you should be able to understand it. If the immortals are in big trouble, then we're in even worse shape. Du Wenyin's throat was dry, and he felt dizzy. Immortals suffer. The world ends. Extraterrestrial demons. 179 days to go. He stood up, staggered out of the RV, and said in a trembling voice, Brother Wu, I'm a little out of breath. Let me calm down by myself. Su Jin smiled and shook his head, his gaze falling on Yun Lian. The poor little girl was completely terrified. Snot was streaming down her face. Sitting next to Yun Lian, Su Jin nudged her with his hand. Yun Lian, don't worry, there's still hope for us. Yun Lian jolted awake, her soul returning to her body. She glanced around before quickly looking at Su Jin. Brother Wu, where's my brother? Where did he go? Su Jin's whole body jolted. Ask me again? Where did my brother go? Yin Lian asked nervously. No, 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 that's not how you ask it. You should say where my brother went. Brother Wu, are you all right? Yin Lian couldn't help but shrink back. Ask away, I'm fine. Where? Where did my brother go? Where did my brother go? Clam. The subtitles disappeared, and Su Jin slowly tilted his head, lost in thought. She? Is this a typo? Chapter 116, she is a woman. Him? Her? The difference between these two words was too great, and the impact on Su Jin was too much. Du Wenyin might be a woman, but that's unlikely. And if it's a mistake with the mask, that's even less likely. It's a product from the company. There's no reason for it to fail in this area. But no matter how you look at it, Du Wenyin doesn't have a single feminine feature. Su Jin stroked his chin, deep in thought. Seeing that he was becoming increasingly abnormal, Yun Lian shrank into a corner and whispered, Brother Wu, are you all right? Where's my brother? Your sister is outside. Go ahead. Thank you. Yun Lian jumped off the sofa and ran out of the car. Su Jin raised an eyebrow and clicked his tongue, seemingly finding it somewhat unbelievable. It's true. Instinctive reactions don't lie. It seems Du Wenyin really is a woman. Therefore, there is only one truth. This woman is also a calamity-bringing spirit. Perhaps her power is shape-shifting. They're still lying. Even their name is fake. However, Su Jin quickly came to terms with it. There's no way around it. The living conditions in the disaster zone are harsh, and it would be difficult for me to tell the truth if I were in their shoes. Some things really can be forced. And this is a good thing. Du Wenyin, my comrade in arms, is now more trustworthy. She and her sister are both cursed, so there's absolutely no reason for them to betray me. But what does she actually look like? Even dressed as a woman, she wouldn't look ugly. Yin Lian, that little girl, looks pretty even when she's all dirty. As her older sister, she's grown up and can't be any less beautiful. Is her shape-shifting ability limited to her physical appearance, or can she grow corresponding organs? To be honest, I'm feeling a little itchy right now. I've fantasized about having a Mystique as a girlfriend since I was a kid. Even just being able to see her would be great. Mystique might be right in front of me. I'd better not. Du Wenyin has no chest at all, which shows that all his organs have changed. It's unthinkable. Shaking off his fantasies, Su Jin stepped out of the car. Du Wenyin leaned against the door, his hand covering his forehead, seemingly still reeling from the immense shock of the movie and the apocalypse. Only when Su Jin approached did he raise his head and ask with difficulty, You said there are only 179 days left until the end of the world, right? Yes, the situation is very serious now, Su Jin said sincerely. We must find Shen Yufeng and bring him to life. Only if he lives can we live. All right, I'll assume you're telling the truth for now. So, whether we look for him or not, what danger could he possibly face? Du Wenyin asket puzzled. He doesn't need to go to the battlefield himself, and his trusted men from the Jingwa mansion will ensure his safety. So what exactly are you planning to do? And what can he possibly do? After a moment of silence, Su Jin said in a deep voice, The apocalypse is inevitable. Shen Yufeng's mission is to lead the others to survive. As for how to do that, only heaven knows. We need to find him and then find a way to help him build shelter. That's what we need to do. Then you should tell the emperor about these things. Du Wenyin said excitedly, his eyes red. Tell the emperor? Su Jin scoffed. Tell him what? Let the court know there's another emperor in the world, then let him lock me up as a sorcerer. And when the time comes, we'll all be finished. And I can tell you very clearly that I absolutely cannot cooperate with the imperial court. Why? Because my family also suffered misfortune and was persecuted by the imperial court. I have a younger sister. Su Jin suddenly sniffed and turned his head away as if he was about to cry. After catching his breath, he said in a sorrowful voice, Actually, I don't want to talk about this with anyone. I've always felt that the imperial court has ulterior motives in hunting down those who suffer from calamities. I want to change this situation, but I can't do anything about it. Shen Yufeng is the opportunity now. The apocalypse will come, but a new world will also emerge. We can create a completely new world, a world where everyone can live in peace, a world where you and your sister don't have to hide anymore. Do you understand? Su Jin raised his hand and put it on Du Wenyin's shoulder, saying in a deep voice, The future will be difficult, but I have seen immortals. You should believe me. Your sister's abilities are born for the future. Even the heavens are helping us. Du Wenyin stared blankly at Su Jin with red eyes, tears welling up in them. Brother. Su Jin hugged the other person tightly and said with emotion, Don't say anything. When I first found out about this, I was just like you, No, even more devastated than you. But we must be strong and keep going. You have to do it for Yun Lian, even if not for yourself. Du Wenyin burst into tears and nodded repeatedly. Yun Lian stood aside, wiping away her tears. Su Jin's hands tightened, and his expression changed slightly. Something was wrapped around her clothes. She wasn't the Great Eagle Witch. All right. Su Jin pushed Du Wenyin away and comforted him. Let's leave it at that. We should make a next plan. You could digest what comes next slowly. The immortal left me a lot of things that you and your brother can use. This is a map of the entire CUN territory. I dare not say it is completely accurate, but it is at least 80 or 90% right. After a period of busy work and Su Jin's comforting words, Du Wenyin's mood had improved significantly. Looking at the map, she pushed towards him. Su Jin said, "How did you get such a comprehensive map? This thing should be very valuable, right? I have a very good memory. I saw it at Jinghua Mansion. Xin Yufeng and I are really good friends. I have been to Jinghua Mansion before," Du Wenyin said. The old lady of their family also likes to play with some exotic flowers and plants. I got some seedlings and had Yun Lian induce them to grow, and then I gave them to her twice. After Du Wenyin finished speaking, he paused and then continued. Actually, I approach him for another purpose. The Xuanjia army often searches for Suzai. By staying by Xin Yufeng's side, I could learn more information, and it did help my sister avoid a few searches. So what do you think of his attitude towards the calamity? Su Jin asked. His views on this matter are similar to those of ordinary people. The Xuanjia army focuses on the Demon Spring, while the Tianyu Temple is more ruthless in dealing with the Suzai. Do you know what they're actually doing searching for the current disaster? This is highly confidential. I've heard rumors from nobles that they are using the calamities of the past to cultivate. Du Wenyin said in a low voice, I guess that's probably true. Tianyu Temple holds a burning ceremony every year, burning only one person at a time. This number is obviously inconsistent with the number they have captured, but I don't know the specifics. All right, we could talk about the miscellaneous matters on the way. Let's talk about the route first. Su Jin pointed to the map. According to the route you drew, we have to pass through 3 cities. Actually, we still have enough supplies in the vehicle. Is it really impossible to bypass these 3 cities? It's difficult. The major cities of CUN are all built along the mountainside. The Demon Spring is constantly expanding and squeezing our living space. Using the major cities as strongholds and creating layers of barriers is the simplest solution. We can't just lose the treasure chariot given to us by the immortals, can we? You don't need to worry about the car. Is it feasible to take the mountain road? It's still not feasible. Du Wenyin shook his head. The risks in the mountains are greater than those in the human world. There are countless ferocious beasts in the mountains, and even a 6-patterned expert cannot guarantee his absolute safety in the mountains. Chapter 117, Detective Lu Mingxian. Since that's the case, there's nothing we can do. We'll try to get through the city and go in to resupply whatever we need, Su Jin said. Du Wenyin said, Actually, you don't need to think about this problem too seriously. It's easy to get through by bribing the soldiers guarding the city. Whether you have official credentials or not is not important at all. The most difficult thing is how to get the treasure car over there. Putting aside the long distance, we'll reach the Wunyan River after another 600 li. From a shortest route, we'll have to cross nearly 40 li of river. If we want to take a detour, you can imagine how much time that will take, and I don't think you'd accept that. Du Wenyin pointed to the giant river on the map that almost runs through the entire country. Su Jin smiled and asked, Is the river calm? Smooth. I have a boat. A boat. Du Wenyin asked blankly. Where's the boat? What about the car? Su Jin walked towards the RV, gently touched it, and the RV disappeared from the spot. The tree branch that was originally stuck on the roof of the car immediately drooped down and swayed up and down in the air. Du Wenyin and Yun Lian opened their mouths at the same time and were shocked yet again. Ow, how did you do that? I can naturally store the things the immortal gave me into my body at will. And the ship is also inside me, so we don't need to worry about crossing the river. This is absolutely amazing. Immortal. Du Wenyin suddenly felt his confidence increase, and the gloom in his heart also faded away considerably. Okay, I think we've discussed it enough, so let's get in the car and continue our journey. Senior brother, senior brother. Hearing his junior brother shout, Lu Mingxian pulled on the reins and looked back. My junior brother was riding his horse, panting heavily as he and his horse arrived. Senior brother, the abbot has given orders. The task of pursuing those who have fled has been handed over to the Xuanjia army, so you don't need to go anymore. Lu Mingxian looked back at the city wall, which was no longer visible. I've already traveled this far. Why should I go back? Why should this matter be handed over to the Xuanjiao army? The junior brother stopped his horse and said with a wry smile, How should I know? Anyway, the abbot himself told me. I mean, senior brother, you rode the abbot's Tianchuan horse out like this. Aren't you afraid of being punished when you get back? I chased it all the way here, and the horse almost died. Lu Mingxian frowned and asked, Has the Xuanjiao army taken over? Have they issued arrest warrants? Yes. What level? Highest level. The highest level. Lu Mingxian frowned even more deeply. Although I encountered that kid who was quite skilled that day, was it really necessary to go this far? No. The junior brother swallowed hard. This matter is not that simple. Last night, not only the person you met, but also Du Wenyin escaped. Moreover, that person escaped from prison at the same time as Du Wenyin, and they were even in the same cell. There is another calamity in the inner prison who has been rescued by them. Du Wenyin has made too many acquaintances with nobles. The higher-ups may suspect that a new organization is secretly gathering calamities to plot trouble. The court is in turmoil, so they're taking this very seriously. Also, we found something strange last night when we were chasing the fugitive. The abbot and many others have seen it, but no one has been able to figure out what it is. Du Wenyin also escaped from prison, and he was an accomplice. What is that thing you're talking about? Lu Mingxian asked in shock. I don't know what it's called. I just saw it from a distance, the junior brother recalled. It was like an iron box, and it would make a sound if you pressed it a few times. The people inside seemed to be singing, and they were using a special language. In short, the abbot is very curious about this thing. Only by finding the fugitive can we figure it out. Handing it over to the Xuanjiao army is the fastest way. Lu Mingxian blinked as he rode on his horse. A strange box? That must have been lost by that kid. He shook it at night, and when I thought about it later, I realized that he wasn't using any mystical light techniques. It seems they also took out some strange object, which produced the same effect as the mystic light technique. This person's background is too mysterious. Wait a minute. You said the person we added tonight is in the same cell as Du Wenyin? Lu Mingxian suddenly asked with a strange expression. Yes, senior brother. Weren't you the one who escorted Du Wenyin to the prison? You should have seen him before. Ah. Lu Mingxian slapped his forehead. I remember now. I did see this bastard before, and I even kicked him twice. Good. It seems this expert was lurking in the prison all along. I, Su Yuan, have been infiltrated like a sieve. Du Wenyin has exposed his identity and joined forces with him now. This is to close the net. The escaped Su Zai must be someone of extraordinary identity and ability. Otherwise, they wouldn't have risked their lives. Senior brother, the imperial court has not yet reached a conclusion. Is your analysis correct? The junior brother asked hesitantly. It's probably true. Lu Mingxian pulled on the reins and straightened the horse. This is a big deal. The Xuanjia army can't take over this time. I'll pursue them personally. Go and report back to my master. Tell him I will capture the fugitive. I'll lend him the horse for now, just to help him practice. He doesn't ride it anyway. Senior brother, please stop this nonsense. How am I supposed to report back after hearing this? The junior brother said anxiously. The world is vast. What can you possibly search by yourself? If they're truly determined to leave the town, even the Xuanjiao army might not be able to capture them. Tell me, where are you going to look? Lu Mingxian remained silent, took out a map from his chest, and examined it carefully, analyzing it in his mind. A gang centered around Su Zai must be plotting to overthrow the court, and it's impossible that there's only one Su Zai. Du Wenyin cultivated extensive connections in the city. Shen Yufeng was always a key figure. Through Shen Yufeng, he will surely be able to learn about the movements of the city's investigators regarding the past disasters. Jiuzhou City is the entire territory taken over by the Xuanjiao army, and is the front line in resisting the disaster of the Demon Spring. The Xuanjiao army's attention is focused on the Demon Spring, while the calamity is the least important thing. Jiuzhou City is very likely their main base. Shen Yufeng had just taken office in Jiuzhou City when Du Wenyin began to close in. This shows that he was going to unite with a large force and even corrupt him. The more he thought about it, the more alarmed he became, and Lu Mingxuan's lips gradually began to distort. Shen Yufeng is indeed no gentleman. He's been targeted by rebels, which shows he has the potential to become one too. It's not that Du Wenyin is bad at judging people, it's that he's too good at it. It turns out he said those things on purpose, knowing he couldn't corrupt me, so he tried to sow discord. Umph. Ha 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 ha. Senior brother, what are you thinking about? Why did you suddenly laugh? The junior brother asked nervously. I laugh at the traitor's short-sightedness. What schemes and plots? I saw through them at a glance. Lu Mingxuan's heart swelled with pride. What? Senior brother, you mean you already know where they are? Lu Mingxian looked at the map, his eyes slightly closed. There's only one truth. Their goal is Jiuzhou City. To reach Jiuzhou City, one must cross the Wunyan River. However, the river is too wide, and the specific situation is unknown, but they will definitely choose a favorable section of the river to cross. With the Heavenly River Horse's blessing, the opponent's speed will definitely be inferior to mine. Head straight for the Wunyan River to check the environment, and then ambush them. All right, go back and report immediately. I'll go after the thieves right away. I'll return victorious within 10 days. Bye. Tianchuan's horse galloped away, disappearing from his junior brother's sight like the wind. Chapter 118 Immortal Delicacies. Wenyan, what's the deal with that wind demon Qilin from Shen Yufeng's cavalry? Do you think it's possible for us to get one too? Driving the RV through the bumpy ride, Su Jin turned to ask Du Wenyan a question. Du Wenyan said, the wind demon Qilin is a rare beast tamed from the most powerful, ferocious beasts. It is said that Tianyu Temple accidentally obtained a young beast and raised it from a young age to tame it. Once it grows into adulthood, this kind of ferocious beast has no chance of being tamed. Therefore, there is only one in the entire Sun. As for the other flying rare beasts, they're all in Tianyu Temple, and there are only a dozen or so of them. So these rare beasts are specifically for their use in going up and down Tianyu Mountain. That's right, they can only be ridden and flown. In the past, the country considered training these rare beasts to fight in battles, but the demon spring is ferocious, and the war beasts dare not approach it at all, and even flee on the spot. Du Wenyan said, even if they were used to fight against humans, those rare beasts are too beastly and would quickly go out of control. Okay, I'd also like to get one that can fly, so we can travel faster and more safely. If you really bring it here, would you dare to sit in it? Du Wenyan asked, turning his head to the side. Su Jin chuckled and said, you're right, I really don't dare to sit here. I carry the weight of the entire world on my shoulders. I cannot afford to take any unnecessary risks. What about the other mounts? Su Jin asked, changing the subject. People of our status can only buy ordinary horses, and our carriages are slower than yours on this kind of road, Du Wenyan said. All rare animals are controlled by the imperial court. All right, Brother Wu, there's something I'd like to ask you, but I'm not sure if it's convenient, Du Wenyan said hesitantly. Ask. Your sister is also cursed. What exactly happened to her? Su Jin slammed on the brakes, opened his mouth, closed his eyes, and said, My sister, if I hadn't met you, I would have forgotten about this whole thing. You can't forget him at all, can you? I can tell. Du Wenyan looked at Su Jin with a heavy expression. Su Jin took a deep breath, sniffed, and turned his head away. She paused for a few seconds, covered her mouth, lowered her head, and waved her hands repeatedly. Don't ask. This location is good. Let's camp here, I'm a little tired. Du Wenyan patted his shoulder twice, then got up and went back to the living room. Phew. Su Jin pursed his lips tightly, composed himself, and then returned to the living room. The two sisters sat at the dining table, and Su Jin went to boil water and made 2 bowls of instant noodles with some beef in them. 2 days have passed, and the two sisters still have a somber expression on their faces. Knowing that the end of the world was coming, the pressure was like a boulder falling from the sky, piling up in my chest, until it exploded on the last day. Su Jin had experienced this before. If one is severely sleep-deprived and malnourished, it is impossible to maintain mental stability on that day. No matter how much mental preparation you do, it will all be ruthlessly crushed in the face of harsh reality. At the time, I had no one to help me, but now that the two sisters have me as their mentor, their situation is definitely not too bad. At least the delicious food was enough to distract the two sisters, and it was even fairy food. This world has a simple diet and scarce resources. The first time he went to the restaurant, he felt that he didn't eat anything particularly delicious. It was bland and lacked oil. The cooking skills depended mainly on the ingredients. As the instant noodles and beef continued to heat up and soak, the aroma of noodles and meat wafted into the sisters' noses when the lid was lifted. The braised beef noodles have a rich, reddish-brown broth. With a chopstick, he picked up a large piece of meat trembling and steaming, and fed it to Du Wenyan along with the rich broth. The taste was so intense that Du Wenyan immediately closed his eyes. Yun Lien, standing to the side, performed much better. Su Jin watched the two sisters devour their food with a smile, while he opened a brightly colored can of food. As soon as the can is opened, a milky aroma wafts out, and the inside is soupy and juicy. Du Wenyan glanced at it and continued eating his noodles. Yun Lien, mustering her courage, licked her lips and asked, "Brother Wu, what are you eating?" "Yun Lien, eat your food. Du Wenyan chuted." "Hey, don't be like that. Yun Lien, eat whatever you want. Your sister is my sister too. What's wrong with wanting something to eat?" Su Jin scooped a dumpling from the can and handed it to Yun Lien. The two sisters haven't taken a bath yet, and Yun Lien's face is still covered in black dirt. A 14-year-old girl on Earth grows up quickly enough to be almost an adult. Yun Lien was probably severely malnourished before Du Wenyan became wealthy. This child looks like he's in 3rd grade. He's sensible, timid, and it breaks my heart. "Thank you, Brother Wu," Yun Lien exclaimed excitedly, picking up a meatball and putting it in her mouth. As soon as she put the food in her mouth, her little face immediately scrunched up. "The food in my mouth was something I couldn't swallow or spit out." He finally forced himself to swallow it, forcing a smile as he said, "Bitter, greasy. Du Venyon glanci device ot Suyin." "Ha!" Su Jin laughed and put another piece on Du Wenyan's plate. "You should try some too." As soon as Du Wenyan took a bite, the bitterness exploded on his tongue, followed by an extreme sweetness that was almost unpleasant. "This Brother Wu, he's really a bit. This is a good thing. It's called Indian glutinous rice balls," Su Jin explained with a smile. "It was given to us by immortals, and it's made with milk, sugar, and oil." Indian glutinous rice balls were a top priority in his doomsday stockpile. Boil concentrated milk, roll it into balls, deep fry them, and then soak them in syrup. It contains the 3 major nutrients: carbohydrates, protein, and fat, making it a truly nourishing tonic for starving people. In apocalyptic conditions, consuming this item will increase satiety by 100, decrease SAN value by 10, and provide the value of 50 blackbreads. Although it doesn't suit his taste, it's packed with calories. He has such a big appetite now that eating ordinary food is a waste of time. Eat a can of Indian glutinous rice balls and a few bags of compressed biscuits to fill in the gaps, and you've got this meal done. Although it's disgusting, the thought that I'm trying to save the world makes it a little easier to accept. Du Wenyan put down his chopsticks, somewhat awkwardly saying, "Brother Wu, you've given us the good food, and you're eating this yourself? Our tastes are different. I think it's all right. I quite like it." Su Jin raised his chin and said, "You go ahead and eat. Don't worry about me." Du Wenyan stared at Su Jin, his gaze shifting. How could you not tell if he liked Indian glutinous rice balls? He clearly seemed to be having some discomfort while eating them. They swallow it without even chewing it properly. Du Wenyan remained silent, and finally picked up his chopsticks and buried his head back in the bowl of noodles. In just a few bites, Su Jin finished the canned food and sat back in the driver's seat. While chewing on compressed biscuits, I picked up a map to look at it. The Wunyan River is less than 400 li long, but the road conditions are terrible. Driving at a much slower speed is far more difficult than I imagined. Even if I walk, it will take me at least 20 days to reach my destination, which is much faster than driving. But we don't have that option now. We have a child and Du Wenyan with us, and we've seen 2 groups of pursuers brush past us on the way. The Imperial Court's wanted notices seem to be very strong. Even in the wilderness I'm walking through, people and horses are passing by. It's best to be safe and stay in the car. Even taking into account all the extra time, 30 days should be enough to reach Jiuzhou City. It should take about 2 days to reach the Wunyan River. Chapter 119, The Butler's Nuclear Bomb. The melodious singing filled the carriage. Su Jin was still driving, and another day passed. The person in the co-pilot seat was changed from Du Wenyan to Yun Lien. After a few short days of getting to know each other, with good food and drinks and a kind attitude, the reserve girl's attitude towards Su Jin has greatly improved. They even trusted each other quite a bit. At this moment, Yun Lien was looking at the scenery outside the car window with some excitement. Although the journey was quite long, it was the first time she had ever sat in the passenger seat to enjoy the scenery. "Brother Wu, how come you can pull the cart while sitting inside?" Yun Lien asked curiously. Su Jin smiled, unsure how to explain. After a quick thought, he blurted out, "Actually, the animal pulling the cart is under the cart. Didn't you see my foot moving the whole time? When I step on it, it knows to run forward. The wheel in my hand is connected to its head. When I turn it, it knows to turn. Ah, Yin Lian's heart tightened. Won't it hurt a lot? No, it's designed for this purpose. If it doesn't run, it will rust and get sick over time. After saying that, Su Jin changed the subject and said, Yin Lian, do you know why I called you here? I have no idea. Su Jin gripped the steering wheel with one hand and stretched out his other hand toward Yin Lian, spreading his 5 fingers to reveal a seed in his palm. You can control plant growth, right? I need to test and understand your abilities more. I think your abilities are more than that. After Su Jin finished speaking, he clenched his fist again. Now that I'm holding this seed, can you still help it grow? I've never tried this before. Yin Lian stared intently at Su Jin's fist, her cheeks puffed out, and she exerted extra force. Su Jin glanced to the side and clearly felt a slight change in his palm. But the seed certainly didn't grow. After applying force twice more, Yin Lian's breathing became rapid. She shook her head and said, No, the feeling through mud is completely different from the feeling through flesh. I can sense the seed and use my abilities, but it feels very thick. Maybe I'll be able to do it when I'm a little older. Su Jin remained silent and reached into his chest. He took out the multiplication ability and threw it directly at Yin Lian. The ball of light pierced straight into its body. As he handed over his abilities to someone else for the first time, Su Jin silently experienced the subtle changes that followed. The multiplication effect has indeed been transferred to Yin Lian. It's amazing that the permissions granted are still under my control. A moment later, Su Jin activated the multiplier effect, gripped the seed again, and stretched his fist toward Yin Lian. Try again. Yin Lian didn't say much, focusing her gaze on the fist. With the amplification effect enhanced, the sensation in Su Jin's palm was completely different from last time. A sudden itch ran through my palm, and the seed bounced inside. After a brief tremor lasting a few seconds, a thin sapling suddenly emerged from between the fists. The moment the green shoots emerge, their growth rate skyrockets. After growing more than 10 centimeters, it quickly withered and died. It's a success. Yin Lian exclaimed in surprise. What happened? I suddenly feel like my abilities have increased a lot. Not bad. This ability is really strong. It seems we won't lack food from now on. Su Jin reached out and ruffled Yin Lian's hair, smiling slightly. Just now, I used my magic to enhance your abilities. If we survive, how about I give you the magic as a gift? Yin Lian froze on the spot, stammering. Brother, are you also cursed? I can't accept something so precious. What do you mean by curse disaster? Suhina's native. Yin Lian, remember this. People can be convinced by logic, but they can never be tamed by words. If others call you curse disaster, and you call yourself curse disaster, then you consider yourself inferior and have become someone else's slave. My immortal technique is good, but I may not be able to use it in the future. Giving it to you will allow it to be used to its fullest potential. I also have many seeds from the immortal realm, but the premise is that we have to survive. You need to learn to control your abilities to the fullest extent and practice more in the car whenever you have free time. I see. Inside the living room, Du Wenyin sat at the table, staring blankly at the driver's seat. The two people's conversation could be heard clearly. Predestined calamities. And haven't I also been tamed by words? I never expected to be seen through by a man today. Brother Wu is really something. As Du Wenyin was pondering this, a glance out of the corner of his eye immediately broke his train of thought. He picked up the binoculars on the table and looked into the distance. He had already witnessed this amazing telescope yesterday. Su Jin left it to her to monitor the situation on the side. With the aid of a telescope, 3 black dots in the far distance were galloping at great speed, raising a cloud of smoke. These seeds are for you. Su Jin took out a handful of leftover cherry pits and handed them to Yin Lian. Holding the seeds in your own hand won't be effective for practice, right? There's a box in front of you. Open it and put the seeds in. Practice through the box until you can't practice anymore. Then practice again after you've eaten your fill. Yin Lian casually agreed and opened the glove compartment in the passenger seat under Su Jin's guidance. Just as she reached in to put the seeds in, a note caught her attention. Yin Lian took out a piece of paper and said, Brother, here's a piece of paper. I'm afraid it might get damaged during practice, so I'm putting it here for you. Paper? What paper? Su Jin casually took the note and examined it. Press the optical and silence buttons simultaneously for 10 seconds. The nuclear battery will activate and explode after 5 minutes, default. The turn signal lever will add a 10-minute timer. Estimated core destruction radius, 0.7 kilometers. Thermal damage impact, 1.5 kilometers. Radiation zone, 4 kilometers. The car shook violently for a moment, then quickly straightened out. Sujin's heart was pounding. Damn it, he really boarded a nuclear bomb, and the butler just slipped him a little note and threw in the storage box for something this important. Why didn't you say so at the time? Were you afraid you wouldn't dare to sit? Or what did you just forget? Is it possible that the butler is just using this trick because he lacked confidence in his skills? Brother Wu, what happened? Du Wenyin stepped forward, interrupting Su Jin's thoughts. Su Jin quickly regained his composure and said, "It's all right. Did you find anything on your end?" "Yes. I've spotted another group of 3 men, the Xuanjiao army," Du Wenyin said with a serious expression. "We've spotted at least 4 groups of pursuers in the last 2 days. With such a large-scale search in the wild, if they're after us, the warrants for their arrest must be extremely high. How could this be? Are we that important? Even if Yun Lian has a special identity, the Xuanjiao army shouldn't be going to such lengths and wasting so much manpower, right? Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case." Du Wenyin hesitated for a moment, but finally said, "I suspect this matter may be related to me. I made too many acquaintances with nobles. This prison break also took Yun Lian away, so the court must be very sensitive to this, and they will definitely take it seriously. I'm sorry, Brother Wu. I've dragged you down. Don't say that. We're family now," Su Jin said with a smile. "Compared to the future, this is nothing." Brother Wu. Du Wenyin was moved and put his hand on Su Jin's shoulder. His feelings of gratitude were beyond words. "Don't worry. I would never abandon you." Su Jin looked ahead. "We should reach Wunyan River by tomorrow, right? We'll find a grove to park there. You two can take a bath first while I prepare the boat, and then we can cross the river. As long as it's safe on the river, we can treat it as a leisurely trip and relax." Chapter 120: The Spirit Maiden's Bath. The terrain became increasingly complex and difficult to navigate, and the car moved very slowly. Putting aside the road conditions, Su Jin was genuinely a little scared, afraid that some rocks might kick up and damage the chassis, hitting the nuclear battery inside. Although it is completely uncertain where exactly the nuclear battery is installed in the car. After seeing another wave of pursuers, Du Wenyin became noticeably preoccupied and lost his appetite. The atmosphere disturbed Yun Lian as well. Looking in the rearview mirror, the 2 sisters sat together, looking listless. Yun Lian was extremely exhausted after practicing her abilities. If this situation continues, other problems may arise. The main reason is Yun Lian. The young girl's mental fortitude is generally not very strong. If he develops any psychological problems, it would be terrible if he couldn't work well on the plantation in the future. Seeing this, Su Jin stopped the car and went back into the living room. "What's wrong?" Du Wenyin asked, looking up. "It's all right. You two are just killing time anyway, so I'll show you something good." Su Jin picked up the remote and started the TV. After searching through the film library, I clicked on one, a film about cultural exchange on a cosmic scale. The intense animation lit up, immediately drawing the sisters' attention. Interplanetary cultural exchange works. Tom and Jerry. There is no film more suitable for them to watch than this, without any dialogue. Seeing that the 2 sisters had already started to take a look, Su Jin returned to the driver's seat and continued driving. At the Wunyan River, Lu Mingxian rode his horse along the riverbank. "We've been here for half a day now, patrolling along the riverbank and analyzing the areas where the other side might appear. But no matter how you look at it, the river is too long, and each area is pretty much the same. The other party is unlikely to escape via official roads, so the probability of finding nothing is very high, especially since you're searching alone." After much deliberation, Lu Mingxian couldn't help but want to back out. Whether my conjecture is correct or not, I have no way of knowing yet. Although I am confident, I am not confident enough to be 100% certain. I should have brought more people with me. It was really troublesome to do this all by myself. If we miss our target, then we'll have to cross the river and continue on. But how do we lead this horse? We can't just throw away Master's heavenly river horse. Thinking of this, Lu Mingxian reached out and patted the horse's neck. "Brother horse, can you go home by yourself?" Tianchuan horse neighed and nodded. "Hey, you're really smart. No wonder Master treats you like a treasure, not even putting a saddle or reins on you, letting you wander around aimlessly all day long," Lu Mingxian exclaimed. "Nay," Tianchuan horse shook its head, the reins whipping its neck repeatedly. Finally, With a powerful shake, it gripped the reins and thrashed its head repeatedly. What do you mean? You don't want to wear the reins? Amakawa, Ma, continued to nod. Lu Mingxian scratched his sideburns, jumped off his horse, and sighed. Well done, you've got personality. Listen up, I'm chasing down a traitor. We might not be able to catch him right now. There's a tall tree ahead. I'll go up there and keep watch. You patrol the other places for me. If you see anyone suspicious, come and call me immediately. If we don't find him in the next few days, I'll write you a letter and you take it home as fast as you can. I'm heading straight for Jiuzhou City. Even if I can't catch the rebels, I still have to have a go at Shun Yufeng. If you agree, I'll untie your saddle and reins. Okay. Wheel. Smart brother. You're much better than my junior brothers. Lu Mingxian praised, removing the saddle and reins. No wonder the top-tier steed in the world. This thing is slowing you down. Wheel. Okay, search the surrounding area for me, but don't go too far. If you find any news, contact me immediately. I'm going to check the tree. Giggle, giggle. The two sisters were laughing heartily while watching cartoons inside the RV. Although the background is completely incomprehensible, the exaggerated plot is still understandable. The animated film diverted some of his attention, but Du Wenyin was clearly very perceptive and still kept an eye on what was happening outside the window. A map was also placed on the table for comparison. The makeshift map was rudimentary, but she had seen more detailed ones and could roughly determine the location by referring to the terrain. Su Jin certainly did not possess such a skill. Looking at the mountains from the side, Du Wenyin suddenly picked up a map and pointed it out the window. Su Jin sat in the driver's seat, and the laughter made him feel much better. Brother Wu, Wunyan River is not far away. There's a forest ahead, and that's the most secluded place. Can this car go through the forest? Du Wenyin walked to the driver's seat and pointed ahead. I think we can see Wunyan River as soon as we get through that forest. After observing the density of the trees, Su Jin nodded. Okay, let's park the car in the woods. I've also taught you how to take a shower in the bathroom, so you two hurry up and shower. I have 2 sets of spare clothes in the storage box, so you can take them and wear them. Just throw the old clothes in the washing machine, and I'll wash them in a bit. Du Wenyin nodded, his face slightly flushed. Taking a shower now is not really appropriate, but it's no wonder the other person would have this thought. I vomited in the cell, and my clothes were stained with a lot of dirt. Plus, after running around and crawling through tunnels, she and her sister were incredibly dirty, and the smell inside the car was actually quite complicated. By the way, does Yunlian have her period or anything? Huh? Du Wenyin quickly became embarrassed and wary. Why are you asking this? Don't overthink it, Su Jin said calmly. I have some women's items here, all prepared by the immortals. There's something called sanitary napkins, specially prepared for women during that time, and underpants, which are in the closet in the bedroom. I won't go into more detail. There are pictures on them, so you'll understand at a glance. I don't need it either. You can give it to your sister, so it won't cause any problems on the way. Thank you, Brother Wu. I'll go wash now. Du Wenyin blushed deeply and turned to retreat to the other side. As they were talking, the RV had already disappeared into the woods. At that very moment, a dark figure flashed out at lightning speed. Whoosh! The RV shook violently and came to a stop in place. Blood splattered all over the car window, and Su Jin's face was long and dark. What's wrong? Du Wenyin rushed over with Yun Lian in a panic. Su Jin breathed a sigh of relief and turned around to say, It's nothing, we just hit a speed bump, and a wild horse jumped out. You go about your business. We'll stop here, and I'll prepare the boat. Okay. Du Wenyin clutched his chest and returned to the restroom. Su Jin got out of the car to take a look and could vaguely see a large river flowing in the distance. My gaze drifted down to the dead horse crushed under the wheels of a cart. Damn it, this beast is way too fast. It's like it used flash. A ghost peeked out, and before you could even see the horse clearly, its intestines and excrement were crushed inside. My brand new car had blood splattered all over the window, and the wheels were sticky and messy. Luckily, the window wasn't cracked. After kicking the dead horse and grumbling for a moment, Su Jin took out an inflatable kayak and started inflating it. Inside the bathroom, the lighting was soft and slightly yellowish. When the shower head is turned on, the steam from the hot water spreads throughout the space. Du Wenyin closed the door, locked it, and leaned against the door panel, lost in thought. After a moment, she raised her hand and untied her outer robe. The inner shirt gradually unbuttoned, finally slipping off the shoulders to reveal a graceful waistline, a stark contrast to the typical masculine look. Looking at himself in the mirror, with layers of corsets wrapped around his chest, Du Wenyin reached out and took off his hair tie. At the same moment, the contours of her face rippled gently like water, revealing her true appearance. The rugged lines have faded, replaced by a hidden delicacy and softness, a delicate and refined beauty that is neither seductive nor alluring. Her nose was straight and high, her eyelashes were long and delicate, and her eyes were bright and clear, reflecting everything. Brushing aside the loose strands of hair at her temples, Du Wenyin stared blankly into the mirror. As if remembering something, her cheeks flushed, and she involuntarily covered her face. A moment later, her slender, soft hands reached down to her back and untied her breast binder. The layers of the corset slipped down to her feet until the last few layers suddenly began to fall off at an accelerated pace. Duong Duong. Chapter 121. Master Su's amazing muscle lines. Connect the vehicle to the power supply, take out the air pump and the kayak, and start inflating. The deflated kayak gradually became full. Su Jin took out a silver knife, walked towards the dead horse, examined it for a moment, and began to cut off the horse's legs. I've never eaten wild horse from another world before, so this is a lucky break. I'll take a leg back and try some wild game. Cutting off the horse's leg, Su Jin reached out and touched the horse carcass's fur, feeling a surge of emotion. I've ridden horses in scenic areas before, but I've never seen one with such glossy, smooth fur. The fact that a wild horse can grow up so well shows that this world is truly a nurturing place for people. Unfortunately, the end of the world is near. Shortly after, the horse's leg was cut off, the kayak was inflated, and Su Jin returned to the RV. The two sisters had already finished washing up and changed into new clothes. Du Wenyin wore a black brocade robe with cloud patterns, looking refined and handsome, with a free and unrestrained air about him. Yun Lian looked particularly out of place in his clothes, with the large sleeves hanging down. However, after washing it clean, she looked noticeably more refreshed and beautiful, with stunningly white skin, looking like a kitten. Hey, not bad at all. Su Jin reached out and ruffled Yun Lian's hair, then looked at Du Wenyin. It's just that the clothes don't fit quite right. I have a needle and thread here. If you know how to sew, you can alter them for her. We're still quite a distance from the town. Thank you for your help, Brother Wu, Du Wenyin replied with a smile. Okay, let's get off the bus. I'm all ready. After sending the two sisters outside, Su Jin waved and packed up the RV and other miscellaneous items. Du Wenyin stared wide-eyed at the rounded kayak on the ground. Brother Wu, is this also a gift from the immortals? Yes, it's a fairy boat. Once it's filled with fairy energy, it can move on its own in the water. Su Jin picked up the kayak and walked towards the shore. The brother and sister exchanged a glance, their surprise no less than it had been before. Even after a few days of exposure, seeing new things still feels incredibly exciting. After emerging from the forest, the great river finally came into view. Su Jin gasped. The water in front of us was ridiculously wide, with no view of the opposite bank. The water was dark gray and had a certain depth as it flowed slowly. The wind blew from the water, carrying a fishy, salty, and damp chill. Standing on the shore, one might even wonder whether it is a river or a sea. Although there are rivers this wide on Earth, this was the first time he had ever seen one. Fortunately, the river was calm and still. Su Jin glanced sideways at the kayak. He bought the inflatable electric kayak online. It has a cruising speed of 7 kilometers per hour and a range of probably less than 3 hours. Wenyin, Su Jin said as he walked toward the riverbank, the immortal energy in this immortal boat may not be enough. We may not be able to cross this river completely. We may have to row for a while longer. Don't panic if the boat stops halfway. No. Just as Du Wenyin agreed, a wild laugh came from the horizon. Ha ha ha. You three thieves have finally shown up. As expected, everything is under my control. The three of them were immediately startled and looked toward the source of the sound. Lu Mingxian glided through the air, with a tall tree swaying behind him. You could tell at a glance that he jumped from a tall tree. Before he even arrived, Lu Mingxian had already pointed his finger at Su Jin from distance. Just as he raised his hand, Su Jin had already nimbly stored the kayak in his spatial storage, and at the same time spread his arms to stop the two sisters from falling back. With a loud crack, the ground beneath our feet suddenly exploded, sending rocks flying everywhere. After this move, which involved pointing a finger from a distance, Su Jin dared not be careless in the slightest. He pulled out his pistol and fired 3 shots at Lu Mingxian. You scoundrel! The same trick won't work on me. Lu Mingxian remained in midair, his palms forming a circular shield, causing a slight distortion in the air. In the blink of an eye, Lu Mingxian landed quickly, glanced down at the 3 bullet holes in his body, and was filled with fear. Su Jin quickly whispered to Du Wenyin, "You two take care of yourselves. This person is not easy to deal with. I'm afraid I can't defeat him. He can't cross the river. We need to find a chance to retreat." It's true that those 3 shots hit Lu Mingxian, but he saw it very clearly. The opponent was a cultivator of magic and possessed abilities he couldn't comprehend. The Silver Spear's power was weakened before it struck him. Moreover, he should still be wearing an inner armor underneath, and he was not injured at all. The good news is that the Silver Spear is still powerful enough to threaten local experts. The bad news is that the timing of the shot is too precise. Even with his speed boost doubled, Lu Mingxian wasn't much slower than him at night. After a moment, Lu Mingxian raised his eyes and looked directly at Su Jin. Su Jin looked at him, tilted his head slightly, and handed something to Du Wenyin beside him, whispering, "Brother Du, step back, press the red button on this treasure, and use the soul-taking Sanskrit chant to take his life." Du Wenyin nodded and retreated. Lu Mingxuan's lips moved slightly, his heart pounding with panic. A deadly chant? No. How'd he pull that thing out? It seemed to appear in his hand in the blink of an eye. He couldn't have been mistaken. And where did that strange, orange boat-like thing he was carrying on his shoulder go? How did it suddenly disappear? This guy is mysterious, and the weapons he carries are very strange and powerful. The newly brought-out treasure seemed even more powerful. He appeared confident he could instantly defeat him. This person has been completely underestimated. This battle is extremely dangerous, and we must not take him lightly. Forcing himself to calm down, Lu Mingxian shot a cold glance at Su Jin. "Who exactly are you, and where do you come from?" Su Jin glanced sideways, raised an eyebrow, and looked at the other person with a smile. "In close combat, my chances of winning are extremely low, and with 6 bullets remaining, I anticipate little effect." They did not seek victory or to kill the enemy, but only to find an opportunity to escape. Lu Mingxian was in a panic when he saw that he had used the storage ring. No one in this world had such a treasure. "Since you've asked so sincerely, I'll mercifully tell you." Su Jin strolled to the side unhurriedly, taking off his outer robe and discarding it on the ground. He then began to take off his inner robe, calmly continuing to speak. Lu Mingxian then moved on, his suspicions growing. In 1974, he won the championship in his first freestyle fighting competition in Southeast Asia. In 1980, he defeated the Japanese heavy hitter Ryu, and then defeated all the Japanese karate masters for 3 consecutive years, winning the All Japan Freestyle Fighting Championship. A successor of ancient martial arts, he is known as the nemesis of karate, and his nickname is Devil Muscle Manda. After delivering his lines, Su Jin was shirtless, his incredible muscles completely exposed to the blazing sun. A bead of cold sweat slid down Lu Mingxuan's forehead, but his palms remained damp. I couldn't understand a word he was saying, but I could tell he was really good at it. This guy just looks tall and muscular when he's dressed, but I never expected him to be so terrifying when he takes his clothes off. If he weren't a traitor, I'd honestly say he's the epitome of manhood. Even top martial arts masters may not have such a perfect and awe-inspiring physique. Du Wenyin, standing behind, was also dumbfounded, knowing that a powerful enemy was threatening them. They couldn't help but glance at each other frequently. His sculpted muscles exude power, a sense of intimidation, and a feeling of security. His commanding presence and composed demeanor made Lu Mingxian appear utterly harmless. Du Wenyin swallowed hard, his ears turning slightly red. Chapter 122 Battle against Lu Mingxian. Pretending to be something you're not. As a fellow male, Lu Mingxian felt humiliated when his imposing presence was overwhelmed. Seeing that Su Jin had no intention of stepping forward, he quickly shifted his gaze to Du Wenyin and threatened in a cold voice. "Du Wenyin, you had a bright future ahead of you. Why did you become a traitor? Surrender now and come back with me to report, and I can spare your life." "And what about her? Can you protect her?" Du Wenyin hugged his sister tightly, responding sarcastically. "Her? She's just a minor calamity. Why risk your life for her? The court can give you everything those rebels can give you. She is my sister." "Sister?" Lu Mingxuan's eyes changed, and he slowly nodded. "I see. Then I understand. Although your sister is a calamity, you are still a man. I can spare your life, pretend I never met your sister, but you're not allowed to fight him." While Lu Mingxian was still trying to provoke him, Su Jin had already moved. The multiplication effect has been absorbed and activated within the body, and with the time being noon, the power has already exploded to its limit. With a loud thud, a large number of pebbles from the riverbank shot towards Lu Mingxian like bullets. Su Jin kicked off the flying stone and followed closely behind, raising his silver spear and firing. "You despicable person!" Lu Mingxian cursed angrily and kicked backward. The flying stones rained down, but they all paused in mid-air, as if they had hit an invisible wall and were all bounced off. Only the pistol's attack pierced through the invisible barrier and struck Lu Mingxian in the chest. Unfortunately, the silver spear, though powerful, became powerless after piercing through a barrier and was helpless against the opponent's inner armor. With his eyes fixed on the spot where the pebble was bounced off, Su Jin quickly turned around, crossed the invisible barrier, and swept his leg down. This time, an even larger number of flying stones hurtled towards Lu Mingxian. Unsure of the power of the silver spear, Lu Mingxian dared not advance and could only retreat again, but the barrier still easily blocked the stones. "Oomph, is that all the tricks you have? You're no match for me. I thought you had some real skill, but it turns out you only dare to fight me because of your superior weaponry." As soon as Lu Mingxian finished speaking, he raised his hand and slashed down. Su Jin instinctively dodged to avoid the direction from which the opponent's hand would strike. As soon as he turned to the side, rocks flew everywhere, and a gust of wind carved a deep ditch in the ground. Upon seeing this attack, Su Jin was startled. The opponent must be using some kind of so-called magic, which he knows nothing about. The information gap is too great. His invisible defensive shield could still be vaguely seen, but his attacks were so fast that they were completely invisible. Seeing Su Jin's reaction, Lu Mingxian immediately felt relieved. This kid's fighting skills are not high at all. While ordinary martial arts masters can sense the attack of magical energy, he was actually using his naked eyes to observe his own body movements to dodge it. I wonder where he learned all these skills. Killing you won't take more than 3 moves. Lu Mingxuan's morale soared, and he pointed at Su Jin. In an instant, Lu Mingxian unleashed a rapid, crisscrossing horizontal slash with both hands. All hiding places were sealed off. Su Jin quickly crouched down and was knocked back 3 meters away with a muffled thud. Even after I regained my balance, a strong tremor lingered in my arm. "What is that? How did you get that out?" Lu Mingxian shouted as he backed away, his eyes filled with barely suppressed shock. A strike that he was absolutely confident would injure the opponent was actually blocked. It's not a big deal that he blocked it, but where did he pull out the shield from? Such a large lump of stuff just inexplicably appeared in the other party's hands. Su Jin gasped, his gaze fixed on the riot shield. The entire row of bulletproof plates attached to the outside was shattered, and the riot shield was also cracked. This Lu Mingxian is so incredibly strong. Fortunately, his physical strength and speed are probably inferior to mine. He's a mage. As expected, there was no way to defeat him. Even getting close was difficult. The only option was to use psychological warfare to try and keep him at a distance. At this distance, there's still no guarantee of escaping using a kayak. Su Jin continued forward with his shield, while simultaneously pulling out a bag of flour and swinging it fiercely at his opponent. A large sack of flour flew over, and Lu Mingxian chopped it down without even thinking. The flour sack burst open in midair, scattering large amounts of flour like mist. The invisible shield that had been floating in front of Lu Mingxian finally took on a concrete form under the influence of the flour. Its area was only slightly smaller than a riot shield, indicating that the other party's protective measures were not as comprehensive as he had anticipated. Su Jin glanced at it, then immediately dropped his shield and crouched down to charge at the enemy. The flour spreads very quickly, so take advantage of the gaps in your observation of the opponent's attacks to put as much pressure on them as possible. Bold thief. Upon seeing that it was flour, he knew the other party's intention. Lu Mingxian was furious and unleashed a series of slashes. Streams of deadly energy pierced through the dust and hurtled towards Su Jin. The attack was anticipated, and Su Jin had already leaped high into the air before landing heavily on a small trampoline that had inexplicably appeared on the rocky beach. Whoosh! Lu Mingxian stared wide-eyed at Su Jin, who had been flung into the sky in disbelief. Su Jin stood in midair with his legs slightly bent, holding a spare riot shield in one hand. With his other hand, he held 2 cans of pepper spray and threw them hard at Lu Mingxian. The source of the pepper spray was unknown. It attacked from 2 directions. In a close call, Lu Mingxian smashed one can with a wave of his hand, while the other can just grazed past him. Su Jin decisively shot the spray, causing the irritating liquid inside to explode and splash all over Lu Mingxian. Lu Mingxian instinctively squinted, and at the same moment, Su Jin landed and roared. Bordel du! Quickly used the death-slaying Sanskrit chant. Upon hearing the sound, Du Wenyin immediately honked the horn and aimed it at Lu Mingxian, who was not far away. Not good. Lu Mingxian was startled. His first reaction was to shoot a finger at Su Jin's location. In an instant, he squinted and relied on his hearing to retreat at top speed. With a whoosh, a powerful gust of wind pierced through Su Jin's shoulder, causing a burst of blood. Despite the excruciating pain, Su Jin pulled a silicone doll from his spatial storage, quickly placed it on the rocky beach using the shield, and ran towards Du Wenyin and the other person without looking back. Seeing this, Du Wenyin led Yun Lian towards Su Jin. As they gathered by the river, Su Jin raised his hand, and the inflatable boat was already in his palm. He tossed them toward the riverbank and quickly pulled the 2 sisters onto the boat. Top, 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 top. As the kayak started moving, Lu Mingxian had already reacted, and veins bulged on his forehead. Thieves, please leave! With a roar, he leaped over the riot shield and charged forward. But after only 2 steps, a sense of horror washed over me. Is there a 5th person present? Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Mingxian turned around and swung his hand to strike. The smiling silicone Tifa behind the riot shield was cut in 2. The cut surface was exposed. This isn't human. Lu Mingxuan's eyebrows twitched violently. Lu Mingxian, you're nothing special. Ha ha. As the kayak gradually drove away, Su Jin covered his injured shoulder and mocked him. Lu Mingxuan's eyes turned bloodshot, and his face gradually became ferocious. He is now 100% certain that the other party is a piece of trash who uses underhanded tricks, even if those tricks are very mysterious. There's still a chance to catch up with them. Lu Mingxuan's eyes quickly swept across the ground, and he kicked a piece of dead wood on the riverbank. It struck the dead tree in midair, splitting it into 2 pieces. The first piece fell into the water, while the second piece continued to fly forward. Stepping onto the first broken log, Lu Mingxian leaped straight towards the second broken log. Given his speed, if he were to use the second broken log to jump over, he might actually be able to land on the kayak. But Su Jin remained calm and took out a pistol, aiming it at Lu Mingxian. 2 shots rang out, and Lu Mingxian landed on a dead tree, too afraid to move. The kayak had already gone far away, and the sound of the loudspeaker echoed in the air. Come take a look. Everything is 2 yuan, absolutely 2 yuan. You won't lose out for 2 yuan, you won't be cheated for 2 yuan, don't miss out. On the lonely river surface, Lu Mingxuan's face alternated between pale and flushed. Finally, gritting his teeth, he lay down on the broken log and yelled as he slapped the water. "Ah, you treacherous dog! I swear I'll kill you." After shouting, he began to move his hands like wheels, drifting alone towards the other side. Brothers, something came up at home, so the last 2 chapters will be a little late. The page feed won't be lacking. Chapter 123 Rapid Poursuite. Leaning back on the kayak, Su Jin gasped for breath. Fresh blood continued to flow from the wound on his shoulder. Although the match was brief, the mental pressure was immense. Both sides have a huge information asymmetry, but overall they are at a disadvantage. The opponent is a seasoned combat expert with a fighting style that borders on magical abilities. If I understood the so-called techniques and principles, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Yin Lian controlled the joystick under Su Jin's simple guidance, glancing at him from time to time. Du Wenyin knelt beside him and asked with concern, "Brother Wu, how are you? Do you have any cloth or anything like that? I'll help you bandage yourself. It will be fine after applying the medicine and resting for a few days. It's nothing serious." Su Jin nodded slightly and handed the medical gauze to Du Wenyin. He then took a can of alcohol and poured it down the wound. A sharp, intense pain erupted in his shoulder, but Su Jin gritted his teeth and remained silent. With your current physical condition, there may not be much need to use alcohol for disinfection, but you need to practice to develop resistance and adaptability to pain. Pain is difficult to overcome unless it is an extreme life or death battle. and one still needs a lot of desensitization training. Du Wenyin helped Su Jin up and began to wrap the wound with gauze. At first, his hand involuntarily recoiled upon touching her skin, but then his speed increased, and he asked seemingly casually, "Brother Wu, I think I just saw you pull out a beautiful woman. Was she human? Just how much did the immortal give you?" "Dummy, the immortal gave me so many things. I can't even count them all." Su Jin forced a smile. "I prepared too many things myself, including all kinds of online shopping products, mainly food, but also a lot of other miscellaneous items. As for why there are silicone dolls, it's simple, of course. It's for archery practice, where a good target is needed. The claim that silicone sex dolls can improve one's resistance to allure is based entirely on scientific and practical considerations. Brother Wu, I think your speed is above Looming Schwan's, but why are you playing so passively?" Du Wenyin asked again. He lacks combat experience and relies entirely on instinct. Besides, I've never dealt with someone like him before, so it's difficult for me to handle him, Su Jin said helplessly. Wenyin, you don't understand this kind of thing, but you know so many people, you should know where you can learn more about the arts and techniques of Tianyu Temple, right? There's nothing I can do. Du Wenyin shook his head. In Suyuan, you can only seek help from Tianyu Temple. If you want someone to help you, I'm afraid only Shun Yufeng can help you. Yes, then we'll have to find him first. With a sigh, Su Jin closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. After nearly 3 hours, we finally reached the other side of the river. Under Su Jin's guidance, Du Wenyin deflated and folded the kayak, then packed it away. Su Jin endured the pain and tried to move his arm. Just as they were about to release the RV, Du Wenyin said with concern, "Brother Wu, I see that you need to hold the wheels a lot when you're controlling the vehicle. Now that you're injured, why don't we walk instead?" "I'm fine. There's no need to waste time. I'm worried that your injury won't heal if you keep moving around like this." Hearing Du Wenyin's concern, Su Jin turned around and said, "Everything right now is a small matter. I can bear the injuries. The sooner I see Qin Yufeng, the sooner we can make a plan and the better our chances of survival will be. I think things will work out better with time, so we don't need to rush. Du Wignon Sigid. Since you say so, then fine. Don't force yourself. It's just a minor injury. Get in the car." The three boarded the RV, activated their optical camouflage, and slowly started moving forward. Not long after the RV left, a disheveled figure, resembling a water ghost, emerged from the riverbank. Looming Schwan's chest heaved rapidly as he stared in fear in the direction the RV had driven off. "What's that? Is this never going to end?" A tiny wheeled house that could turn invisible and run. Once his breathing calmed down, Lu Mingxian quickly stood up, a ruthless glint in his eyes. "Never mind, whatever they are, we have to kill these traitors. You little trash have no strength. You don't dare to confront me head on. So why should I be a coward? The house can become invisible, though not completely, but it still requires keen observation, especially at night. Once this is lost, it will be extremely difficult to catch up later. Kill that bastard, take the stuff back, and study it." Thinking of this, Lu Mingxian reached into his chest, took out the pill bottle, and poured it into his mouth. They set sail again, with the two sisters eating to replenish their energy behind them. As Su Jin ate his energy gel, Lu Mingxian kept replaying in his mind. Lu Mingxian is a special case. The Xuanjia army has been searching for him the entire way. But he was from Tianyu Temple, so he shouldn't have shown up, yet he was the first one to intercept me. Tianyu Temple is definitely not ordinary. It might have some special positioning methods, which would make things difficult. Furthermore, even though he had clearly dodged Lu Mingxuan's air slash, Lu Mingxian suddenly became much bolder after that, even daring to boast that he could kill him within 3 moves. He must have shown some weakness at the time, otherwise he wouldn't have behaved that way. I can't figure it out. The most crucial question now is what to do if we encounter such a master again. We won't always be this lucky. This is the only way for now. Gathering as much intelligence as possible is the only way to ensure safety. Wenyin, do you know that Lu Mingxian? What's his strength? A top expert among the 4 types, on par with Shun Yufeng. Their strengths are roughly equal. Du Wenyin's voice came from the living room. Su Jin's brows furrowed even deeper. How do you calculate this? I can't even beat him even with my multiplier activated. So if my multiplier is equivalent to the strength of a 3-stripe warrior, it should be stronger than a regular 3-stripe one. If it can get close to Lu Mingxian, it can take his life with just 1 strike. Without multiplication, you'll only get 2 or 1 rune. Isn't that just pure low-end combat power? While pondering, Su Jin caught a glimpse of the rearview mirror out of the corner of his eye, and his scalp immediately tingled. The car was driving along the edge of the woods, and in the rearview mirror, a figure could be seen constantly darting back and forth between the treetops, closely following behind the car. As soon as the accelerator was released, the RV began to slow down, and the shadows on the treetops moved more slowly. Su Jin stared intently at the black, his brows furrowed. Is that Lu Mingxian? He looks like it. If it really is him, then this is going to be troublesome. I completely underestimated the other party's terrifying stamina. They were still leaping and bounding between trees while chasing the car after crossing a 20-kilometer river. Even if it wasn't him, it was too dangerous for him. He could easily be robbed. With one arm restricted, it becomes even more impossible to cope. You two get ready, Su Jin said in a deep voice. There's someone chasing us. It might be Lu Mingxian. The road conditions here are bad, and speeding up could easily cause the car to overturn. We can't outrun him. What's wrong, Brother Wu? Stepped forward. Someone is catching up. We can't see them clearly, but Lu Mingxian is the most suspicious. He's still following us, but doesn't dare to go any closer. Then what do we do? Du Wenyin was at a loss. Going into the mountains, that's the only way. There's a spot up ahead where we can turn in. Su Jin sped up and continued. Wenyin, based on your understanding, do those martial arts and sorcery masters have large appetites? They are very big, much bigger than the average person, and they usually have a big meal before going to bed. Understood. After saying that, Su Jin turned the steering wheel and drove into the woods, going straight in for more than 10 meters until there was nowhere else to go. Su Jin opened the car door and got out, and Du Wenyin hurriedly pulled Yun Lian over from the other side. After folding up the RV, I took out 2 ghillie suits. He picked up Yun Lian and said to Du Wenyin, you put this on too. The forest is complicated and he can't catch up for a while. Let's delay him for a while and then find an opportunity to deal with him. Chapter 124, The Gluttonous Pig Falls into a Trap. 2 people dressed in ghillie suits ran uphill through the woods. Although Du Wenyin didn't have any special abilities, Su Jin knew very well that her physical fitness was much better than that of ordinary people. At least in prison, the force and speed with which he attacked him were beyond the reach of ordinary people. He was carrying Yun Lian on his back, and Du Wenyin was following behind, not much slower. Reaching a relatively sparse area, Su Jin put Yun Lian down, ate a cherry, and turned to her, saying, Yun Lian, try your abilities on me. Eek. All right, stop trying, that's enough. Su Jin quickly took out the drone and started debugging it. After a few simple adjustments, the drone whirred and took to the sky. He had never really dealt with drones before, and it was only after returning from the first apocalypse that he started thinking about buying one to stockpile supplies. I practiced a few times in secluded spots in the neighborhood, and my flying skills are barely passable. I did some research online and found that drones lose a lot of functionality when they are out of a signal environment. It's definitely an offline mode now, but thankfully there's no wind around. He tested the offline mode for image transmission in urban environments, and the maximum range was no more than 2 kilometers. However, there is virtually no electromagnetic pollution in this area, and the signal environment is extremely clean, which may allow for an additional control distance of 1 or 2 kilometers. He moved upwards while controlling the drone. Du Wenyin stood to the side, feeling both scared and curious, but dared not ask any more questions. Su Jin glanced at him and said, the person chasing us likes to move in the trees. This thing of mine is called the Heavenly Eye, which can help me see him from the sky. Right now, we'll accompany him on a detour for a short while, observe his condition, and then look for an opportunity to strike. We found him. Su Jin tilted the controller towards Du Wenyin's eyes. Du Wenyin looked at the screen and immediately saw Lu Mingxian hanging on the treetop. At this moment, Lu Mingxian looked up, gazing blankly at the drone, then lowered his head and continued jumping forward. It is 1.4 kilometers away. Su Jin looked up and pointed in the direction with the least signal obstruction, saying, let's go there and give him a run for his money. In the forest, Lu Mingxian sprinted and jumped repeatedly. His eyes were filled with confusion. Those 3 people must have entered the woods. Did they discover me? That doesn't make sense. You could never find yourself sitting in a house. It must have been my finger strike that seriously injured him, so I'm looking for some herbs. But this doesn't make much sense. If a house has medicine on hand, it's impossible that it doesn't have any. And what strange thing is buzzing in the sky? Thinking of this, Lu Mingxian couldn't help but look up again. I've never seen such a square-shaped, glowing beast before. It was flying wobbly. It must be a cub. I wanted to fight, but I couldn't. Fighting a completely unfamiliar beast in the wild is a big no-no. If you beat up the small one, the big one will come and cause trouble. But why does this thing always feel a bit like a living thing? Could it be that cunning kid who created this, Scout? Hiss. No, the Scout has to go back and report. This strange beast is just wandering around this area, so it can't be it. Never mind. Let's ignore it for now. Lu Mingxian leaped into the air and continued, rushing towards the direction where the three had disappeared. An hour later, Lu Mingxian squatted on a tree branch, his expression unpredictable, with a buzzing sound above his head. Lost? Lost the person? That doesn't make sense. We searched the entire neighborhood. Of the three people, one was injured and the other was a child. They couldn't have run too fast. There are no footprints. It's possible they're hiding in that invisible house, but we've checked an open space the size of that house, and there isn't one. They should be right here. I was momentarily confused, and my stomach was growling with hunger. Lu Mingxian looked up angrily. Get out. Get out of here. If you dare to say another word, I'll shoot you down. Take your brothers and get out too. Tell me, break off a tree branch and throw at the drone. Buzz the drone, out of power, flew away. Buzz, the fully charged drone, is handing over its shift. Du Wenyin covered his mouth, unable to hold back his laughter. Su Jin also smiled, feeling much less nervous. Lu Mingxian is quite interesting. He was worried that the drone would be shot down halfway through the journey. He didn't even touch the battery when it was changed once. Brother Wu, how long are you planning to keep him on his toes? Du Wenyin asked. Soon. Su Jin stared at the screen, and seeing Lu Mingxian stuffing wild berries into his mouth, he immediately said, Now, light a cigarette. Under the bushes, Lu Mingxian, his face grim, gathered wild fruits and occasionally popped them into his mouth. The journey took too long. Swimming continuously for such a long time, coupled with the exhaustion from the long run, was simply too much. Although the pills helped me stay mentally strong, my stomach was about to give out, and I hadn't brought any food because I was chasing after them in such a hurry. But even if you brought it, it wouldn't be of much use. After swimming such a long distance in the river, it would have already fallen apart. If this continues, we might really lose them. It won't be long before it gets dark. Even if we find them before dark, they're too exhausted to be safe. Just as Lu Mingxian was looking around, a wisp of black smoke suddenly caught his attention. His tense face finally relaxed at this moment. Someone is starting a fire. In this area, there couldn't possibly be anyone else but those three. The fact that they were starting a fire means they didn't notice me. Thinking of this, Lu Mingxian breathed a sigh of relief, and a long-lost sense of happiness welled up in his heart. We searched high and low without finding it, and now we have people and food. Power arises from the heart. Lu Mingxian instantly roused himself, leaped up the tree, and ran toward where the black smoke was rising. Within minutes, they had reached the point where the smoke was coming out. Stand on the tree and look down. A pot was set up in a relatively secluded open space, with water boiling inside and chopsticks and noodles scattered around the pot. There was a cloth bag on the ground, a half-eaten melon, and a blood-stained bandage. Lu Mingxian's gaze sharpened as he looked at the ground. Footprints, huge animal footprints, pointing eastward. Those three idiots lured out the ferocious beast by starting a fire and cooking in the woods. There are ferocious beasts nearby, so we must be on guard. Now is not the time to think about those three people. Staring at the iron pot below, Lu Mingxian swallowed hard, and after confirming it was safe, he jumped down. He picked up the cloth bag first. It contained a few melons. Seeing that it was an unfamiliar and strange variety, Lu Mingxian picked up the melon and took a small bite. The sweet juice immediately filled his mouth. Lu Mingxian was immediately taken aback. Holy crap, I've never seen this melon before, but it's fucking sweet. Even the imperial tribute fruit isn't this delicious. That kid definitely has a lot of good stuff on him. Even a single melon is this sweet. Compared to him, Su Zai and Du Wenyin were insignificant. We must find him soon, even if it's just his body. Everything on him is of immense value. After finishing one melon in 3 to 5 bites, Lu Mingxian picked up a second melon and continued to gnaw on it. From meters away, 3 people lay in ambush under the leaves. Hearing the sounds of gossip, Su Jin slowly reached out and touched Yun Lian. Chapter 125, This is the Melon from the Mother-Child River. After finishing a bag of melons, Lu Mingxian licked the sweet juice from the corner of his mouth and looked around. It's unknown where the three people were chased by the ferocious beast, but they're probably dead. Judging from the footprints, the beast is definitely not small. Whether we can handle it is another matter. The problem is that although the melon is delicious, eating it so juicy makes me even hungrier. Smacking his lips, Lu Mingxian turned his gaze to the noodles scattered on the ground. Oh dear, there's no broth here either. Not far away, Su Jin, who was lying under the leaves, had a look on his face that was both funny and exasperated. This glutton is unbelievable. He cooked noodles and ate them. He has a huge appetite. She gently massaged Yin Lian's small hand to prepare her. Su Jin started pressing the drone remote control with his other hand. The drone parked nearby immediately took off. An unusual noise was heard, and Lu Mingxian, who was stirring noodles in the pot with chopsticks, suddenly became alert. Buzz! The drone drifted closer from afar, this time at a very low altitude, and hovered directly in front of Lu Mingxian. Lu Mingxian stood up and raised his hand to keep watch on the drone. This time, he finally saw the true appearance of this strange beast. It doesn't look like an animal at all. It looks more like a giant, strange insect. Its outer shell didn't look like metal. Instead, it was made of some kind of material that I'd never seen before. He really wasn't sure what it was. Monster, what exactly are you? Losing his appetite, Lu Mingxian shouted angrily and raised his finger in threat. The drone traced an 8 in the air. What's the meaning? The drone began to move back and forth. Lu Mingxian frowned and analyzed. You're giving me directions? The drone nodded up and down, then slowly flew away to another location. After flying for a while, it turned around and floated up and down towards Lu Mingxian. After a moment's thought, Lu Mingxian, his vigilance and curiosity at their peak, followed after him. After he had walked some distance, Su Jin secretly crawled out of the tangled foliage, aiming his gun at Lu Mingxian's back. Bang, 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 bang. 5 shots were fired in quick succession, aimed at the head, chest, abdomen, legs, and arms. The expected enemy falling to the ground did not happen. Instead, Lu Mingxian rolled to the side after being shot and casually pointed a finger to blow up the drone. Adjusting his direction and kneeling on one knee, Lu Mingxian gritted his teeth and stared at Su Jin. So that's how it is. That flying object was actually your doing? Your Excellency is indeed remarkable. You even managed to defend against a sneak attack from behind. Su Jin couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Against an opponent like Lu Mingxian, one plan is not enough. Yin Lian is just a backup plan. The safest course of action would have been to kill directly, but Lu Mingxian, accompanied by the drone, had actually set up an invisible barrier behind him beforehand. This is what a professional soldier is like. Although he appears carefree, he retains his instinctive alertness even in dangerous situations. You scoundrel, prepare to die. Lu Mingxian roared, leaping towards Su Jin while simultaneously slashing horizontally. Having already considered the surrounding environment, Su Jin first stirred up a fallen leaf and ducked back to avoid it. He quickly said, "Eating my melon will surely lead to your death, and even if you kill me, you won't get the antidote." What? Lu Mingxian felt a chill in his heart and immediately stopped 3 meters away from Su Jin. He glanced at the melon stalks lying on the ground, and his face turned extremely ugly. "You despicable scoundrel! How dare you poison me? My strength is naturally inferior to yours." Su Jin was half hidden behind a tree, one eye fixed on Lu Mingxian. "Since I'm not as skilled as you, I can only resort to unorthodox methods. I think you should understand that everything on my body is extraordinary, and the poison I used, you can't cure it. You might think that you can get the antidote from me by killing me. But unfortunately, the antidote requires a complicated preparation to be successful, and I don't have a ready-made antidote on me." Lu Mingxian stood frozen in place, constantly circulating his qi to sense the abnormality in his body. At the same time, he spoke coldly. "I'd like to know what kind of poison it is. I've already advanced to the 5th level. Do you think a mere poison can kill me? Even if it's a deadly poison, it will only temporarily affect my movements. Trying to poison me is utterly foolish." 5 patterns? He was originally a 5-level master. No wonder I couldn't beat him. Su Jin's eyes darted around, and he sneered, "I naturally know that you are very powerful and that ordinary poisons are useless to you. But the toxicity of this poison may not even be considered toxic to the body. It's not that the melon is poisonous, but that the melon itself is poisonous because it was irrigated with the water of the Zimu River." But eating this melon will make both men and women pregnant. Brother Lou, that melon works extremely quickly. One is enough to produce a whole family. I never imagined you were so greedy. I really can't believe you're carrying such a belly full of lively melon babies. You could practically establish your own sect by yourself. You're talking nonsense. You dare to lie to me. Lu Mingxian was furious, his heart pounding with fear. It's unbelievable that such a vicious rumor exists in the world. This is an unprecedented and bizarre occurrence. But the person in front of him was an unheard-of extraordinary individual, and he really dared not gamble on whether the other party was lying to him. The key point is that after this kid finished speaking, something really seemed off in his stomach. After a great internal struggle, Lu Mingxian was sweating, but his gaze finally locked onto Su Jin. There are two more people, probably lying in ambush nearby, but we can't control them now. Du Wenyin and his sister are clearly no threat. The poison will take time to take effect. We just need to take them down first. This child must not be killed. We must force the antidote out of him. Seeing Lu Mingxian charge forward but not use his powerful long-range air slash, Su Jin breathed a sigh of relief. Yun Lian's ability has a distance limit. The closer Lu Mingxian is to her, the stronger her ability becomes. Now that the amplification ability has been given to Yun Lian, his own strength and speed are no match for Lu Mingxuan's. But the seed sprouts quickly, so there might still be a chance for a protracted battle. If the opponent can be captured alive, that would be the best outcome. It will be hard to find such a high-quality intelligence source as Lu Mingxian again. Mystic Light Technique. Lu Mingxian started with the classic opening move of the Heavenly Guardian of the Heavenly Revelation Temple. Su Jin, wearing sunglasses, emerged from behind the tree, holding a large flashlight in one hand and pepper spray in the other. Faced with two beams of intense light, Lu Mingxian could only squint and fight by following the sound. In contrast, Su Jin remained calm and composed, constantly moving and harassing the enemy while holding pepper spray. Hiding in the shadows, Yun Lian was doing her best to stimulate the plant's growth, and her little face had already swelled up a lot. Su Jin and Lu Mingxian fought simultaneously, and before any physical contact even occurred, Lu Mingxuan's condition had already deteriorated drastically. His expression of extreme anger quickly turned into fear. The intense feeling of something foreign in his abdomen suddenly surged to a whole new level, as if a bunch of little kids were kicking his stomach. Moreover, the feeling of heaviness and pressure became increasingly intense. Lu Mingxian roared to suppress the fear in his heart, while simultaneously diverting a large amount of his internal energy to suppress the abnormality within his body. No, stop kicking. You can't give birth now. You're such a bad father. You've shaken the child until he's all yellow and rotten. You're unworthy of being a father. Sensing that his opponent's strength had suddenly diminished, Su Jin's courage increased greatly. Chapter 126 The Drums Sing. The two figures moved back and forth in the woods. Under the influence of the fetal movement, Lu Mingxian has been forced to abandon most of his magical techniques. Even so, without the multiplier buff, Su Jin's fight was extremely difficult. His opponent's combat experience far surpassed his own. After all, he had only been a white-collar worker for 2 months before joining the company. All the experience came from wild battles, high-intensity killing in the zombie apocalypse, something no opponent had ever seen before. Lu Mingxuan's magic was still in effect. His limbs seemed to be bound by an invisible iron ring, greatly reducing his flexibility. Judging from the opponent's peak condition, without the boosting buff, even if they get close, you would easily become a sitting duck. Fortunately, with the help of the group of kids, Lu Mingxuan's condition is getting worse every second. After another dozen or so rounds of fighting, Lu Mingxian repeatedly tried to subdue Su Jin. Although it was clear that the opponent lacked combat experience, their combat instincts were exceptionally sharp. Every time he successfully captured them, the opponent would always choose to trade blows. Just as Lu Mingxuan's legs went weak once again and his 5 claws came flying at him, Su Jin quickly turned his head and rushed forward. He delivered a powerful headbutt to the opponent's nose and then struck him hard in the abdomen with his right hand. The fetal movements were already getting stronger and stronger, and with this heavy blow, Lu Mingxian burst into tears and snot all at once. Her breathing was unsteady, and the baby inside her belly tried to crawl upwards. The first thing to do is to use your luck to suppress the abnormality within your body. Su Jin seized the opportunity, quickly turned around, and directly choked Lu Mingxian with a naked choke, then delivered a powerful knee strike to his lower back. Ugh! Lu Mingxian cried out with difficulty. His whole body was sore and weak, and he felt like vomiting and had to defecate. It's not the pain, it's the baby's movements that are killing me. Sensing that Lu Mingxuan's strength was no longer enough for him, Su Jin used his knee to push against Lu Mingxuan's waist and increased his arm strength to perform a rear naked choke. Brother Lu, you've really broadened my horizons today. You're quite the greenhorn. Su Jin's wicked laughter echoed in my ears. Lu Mingxian looked down at his abdomen, where the melon seemed to be growing larger and larger. As her belly continued to swell and stretch, she finally broke down. I was wrong. I was wrong, brother. I don't want to have this baby. Please give me the antidote. I can't take it anymore. You don't just know you're wrong. You know you're about to give birth. Spare me. I'll give you anything you want. I can help you escape. You can go wherever you want. Lu Mingxian cried out in anguish. If you really can't hold it in, press the air down and it will go down. Lift the air up and it will go up. Caught between two forces, it crawled into its belly button. It was destined to be born no matter what. It was truly a living hell. I give up. Under Su Jin's violent naked chokehold, Lu Mingxian could no longer bear it and fainted. Lu Mingxian slowly fell to the ground, his watermelon belly hitting the ground heavily. A big bulge appeared at the buttocks of my pants. Su Jin stepped forward out of curiosity and pulled, but it wasn't fully opened yet. A small yellow flower peeked out from the hem of her pants. Stop right now. Yun Lian. Du Wenyin led Yun Lian out of the tangled foliage and walked to their side, looking in astonishment at Lu Mingxian, who had already fainted. 5-level masters are extremely rare, and I never expected them to be defeated so easily. And they suffered such a crushing defeat. Yun Lian's face was filled with excitement, and she realized for the first time that her ability seemed to possess a powerful offensive capability. You two get in the car quickly. I'll tidy up the place, and then we'll leave. Su Jin released the RV, ushered the two sisters inside, and turned his gaze to Lu Mingxian. He stepped forward and unbuckled the other person's belt, revealing a horrific scene below. Your buttocks will be bruised and battered. It's almost turned into a melon patch, with vines sprawling haphazardly across it, a beautiful scene of midsummer. You can vaguely see melons the size of a thumb among them, and they even have specks of natural fertilizer. Su Jin's face was full of disgust. The fact that the vine has grown to this size suggests that it may have taken root inside the plant and absorbed a lot of nutrients. This thing's internal organs and intestines may have suffered severe internal damage. Otherwise, given Yun Lian's abilities, seedlings that haven't taken root should easily wither. Now that we've captured him alive, we absolutely cannot let Lu Mingxian die. The two sisters, swallowing hard, stared blankly at Su Jin's movements as he put the car in the car. Yun Lian turned her head and asked, Brother, what is Brother Wu doing? Du Wenyin's lips moved slightly. Then he quickly pulled back the curtains. Don't look at things you shouldn't see, and don't ask questions. After putting on plastic gloves, Su Jin hesitated for a moment before taking out his phone to record video. With your other hand, reach out and grasp the base of the umbilical cord group. Then pull hard. The vines, along with the broken sea urchin pieces, crashed to the ground with a clatter. Oh my God! Su Jin frowned and kicked a small hole in the ground. He picked up a stick and used it to bury the melon vines in the hole before letting out a sigh of relief and throwing away his gloves. After taking several more photos from various angles, he turned around, picked up Lu Mingxian, and carried him back to the RV. Finally, only the world's first viviparous melon remained, growing silently in the forest. RVs are back on track. We drove for several more hours until it was completely dark, then stopped and set up camp. Traveling at night was the best option, and Su Jin's need for sleep wasn't as high as before. However, there is now a complicated factor in the car, and it is extremely dangerous. It's not advisable to continue traveling before he regains consciousness. Lu Mingxian was left on the sofa, his whole body bound tightly with nylon rope. Even his 5 fingers were spread apart and wrapped with nylon rope, and his mouth was stuffed full. Most importantly, he was fed another batch of melon seeds. This kind of bondage means that no creature in this world has any chance of escaping. Su Jin was still confident in this. The 12mm nylon rope, with a breaking strength of nearly 2 tons, is still tied up so densely. If Lu Mingxian can break free, he will be truly invincible. Danger was still unconscious, and after all the exertion and travel, the three of them were starving. Under the warm yellow light, Su Jin stood in front of the induction cooker, cooking rice noodles. Du Wenyan's eyes never left Lu Mingxian, while Yun Lian licked her lips and kept turning her head to look at Su Jin's back. I've been eating beef instant noodle for the past few days, but this seems to be something new that I've never tried before. It smells quite delicious. A pot of rice noodles was quickly cooked, divided into 2 bowls, and some beef was added. Su Jin served it to the 2 sisters. He opened a jar of Indian rice balls, as usual, and said, "Try it. This is called crossing the bridge rice noodles. Wenyan, don't keep such a close eye on him. He can't cause any trouble. Even if he can break free. The car is so cramped, he has nowhere to hide. I'm confident I can kill him with 1 stab." Du Wenyan nodded slightly, picked up his chopsticks, and began to try the rice noodles in small bites. He took a small sip and looked up at Su Jin. "If there are no problems, then eat." Su Jin raised an eyebrow. "It's been so many days. It seems I was overthinking things. We can eat anything from the immortal realm." Yun Lian immediately tasted the soup, her eyebrows curving into 2 crescent moons. "Delicious. Brother Wu, if the things sent by immortals are this good, what must the food be like in the immortal realm? That would be even better. With this rice noodle, even your urine will smell delicious after you finish eating it." "That's amazing." Chapter 1, 27 You're awake? Father and son are safe. After finishing his late-night snack, Lu Mingxian remained fast asleep. Du Wenyan asked, "Brother Wu, what are your plans to do with him?" "What do you think?" Su Jin asked in return. "I guess you want to subdue him, use him to quickly reach Jiuzhou City, and you also want to learn the Tao, right?" Su Jin nodded. "I do have such a plan. What do you think?" Du Wenyan shook his head and said, "The risk is too great. Lu Mingxian is no ordinary person. He is the most dazzling genius of Tianyu Temple, the personal disciple of the abbot. Officials all over the country know him, and he will be respected in any town he goes to. Your idea is sound, but this person has too much power, and we cannot afford the risks involved." After a pause, Du Wenyan continued, "I know you are the one chosen by the immortals and would try to persuade him by leaving a record. But we have offended him so severely now that he probably hates us to the core. Furthermore, the Tianyu Temple claims to be the embodiment of the mandate of heaven, communicating with heaven on behalf of the emperor. He will not accept your explanation, even if he believes it to be true in his heart. He may still seek an opportunity to contact the Tianyu Temple. So, I think that after you force him to reveal some information and learn about the art of magic, killing him is the best option." Su Jin interlaced his fingers and slowly nodded. "You're right, this should be the safest approach, but it's too wasteful. How much do you know about this person?" "I don't know much about him. He's a bit arrogant, but not a bad person at heart, and I've never heard of him abusing his power. Based on my understanding of those nobles, if someone finds out that they've been spoken ill of behind their back, they'll definitely seek revenge. But Lu Mingxian didn't. At most, he made a few sarcastic remarks at me. He's been competing with Shun Yufeng for a long time. Even though I said he was inferior to Shun Yufeng, he didn't do anything. He's quite magnanimous." Du Wenyan changed the subject and said, "But don't forget, he's a high-ranking member of Tianyu Temple and won't tolerate my sister." "I know Tianyu Temple can accommodate your sister." Su Jin looked out the window. "But an organization is an organization, and an individual is an individual. I still want to observe whether this person is usable. In the future, Shun Yufeng will need strong manpower resources, and I also need him to sincerely give me information. He doesn't respect Shun Yufeng, Brother Wu. How can you expect such a person to work wholeheartedly for Shun Yufeng?" Du Wenyan was clearly anxious. Su Jin turned around and said seriously, "I know, but when that day comes, all the little grudges and jealousies will no longer matter. Uniting together and surviving will be everyone's only goal. Disaster will change everyone. Brother Du, I know your attitude toward Tianyu Temple, but when it comes to the future, all personal grudges must give way to reality. You must be tired today. Take Yunlian back to your bedroom to rest. I will interrogate him in a while, and I will discipline him." Du Wenyan's eyebrows twitched, and he stared at Su Jin speechlessly for a moment. Finally, he led Yunlian back to the bedroom in silence. Lighting a cigarette, Su Jin leaned back on the sofa, exhaling a wave of exhaustion. Du Wenyan's intentions were crystal clear. She wanted to kill Lu Mingxian. This person is far too dangerous, both for her sister and for herself. However, Lu Mingxian is of extraordinary value. If the crisis is not resolved, killing him is not a big deal. It would be too much of a loss to capture him alive and take his life. We have to consider the future and take care of the team. It's tough. We can only hope that Lu Mingxian will be sensible. In the darkness, Lu Mingxian could only hear a constant commotion. The cheerful laughter of a group of children filled the air. Father, father, father. I'm not your father. Lu Mingxian suddenly opened his eyes and immediately met Su Jin's gaze, who was holding a cigarette between two fingers and had a blank expression. Phew, you really are heartless. You don't even acknowledge the child after it's born. Su Jin flicked his cigarette ash and said with a faint smile. You. Lu Mingxian glared at him, glancing at the restraints binding his entire body. I twisted my body and felt a burning pain in my anus. My stomach isn't bloated anymore, so that means completely oblivious to anything else. Lu Mingxuan's face contorted in terror as he exclaimed, I really gave birth. Hey, father and son are safe and sound. Su Jin pushed the fruit plate containing melons on the table. Huh? Lu Mingxuan's mind went blank, and he felt dizzy. Su Jin picked up a melon, took a bite, and laughed. Your son is quite sweet. Wrong. Lu Mingxian took a deep breath and glared angrily at Su Jin. Are you playing me? You know in your heart whether it hurts after giving birth or not. Lu Mingxian slowly lowered his head and looked down. After a moment of hesitation, she blinked twice, and 2 lines of clear tears streamed down her face. Want to try your child's taste? Su Jin asked, handing over a melon. Take it away. Take it away. I beg you, don't let me see this thing. Lu Mingxian was horrified and twisted his head back as hard as he could. All right, stop crying like that, you grown man. It's so damn annoying. Su Jin put down the melon and said, I was just kidding. You didn't give birth. What? Lu Mingxian quickly calmed down and looked at Su Jin expectantly. I really didn't give birth? You believe that eating melon can give birth? That's such an absurd thing. Besides, I just ate some too, Su Jin joked. Even if it could, you can't just give birth right after eating it, can you? You give birth right after you sleep. Yes. Lu Mingxuan's small eyes darted around. A little surprise appeared in his heart, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Hey, hey, hey. Su Jin banged on the table and said, You're heartless. You're almost dead in my hands, and you still have the leisure to think about whether or not to have children. Lu Mingxian instantly calmed down, and rationality regained control of his mind. He stared intently at Su Jin and asked, What do you want to do to me? Not so good. I think you have many misunderstandings about me. We should talk. Of course, if the talk doesn't go well, I'll still have to kill you. Suhim Bandith. The imperial court is after me. All I've seen along the way are Xuanjia soldiers. Why would someone from Tianyu Temple come out alone to chase me? Also, how did you know my exact location and come to Wunyan River to ambush me? Let's not talk about that now. Answer me first, and then I'll answer your question. Okay. Su Jin crossed his arms to signal him to ask. Taking a deep breath, Lu Mingxian said seriously, Eating that melon won't make me pregnant, but why is my stomach swollen? And why does it hurt so much down there? What happened after I fainted? Fool, of course eating melons won't give you a baby. Eating melons will produce melons. You reap what you sow. What? Lu Mingxian was stunned. You fainted and had a difficult labor, so I helped deliver the baby. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingxian trembled all over, and a ghostly fire shot from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, writhing desperately and emitting a sharp cry. Yeah, you've insulted me so much, I'll kill you. Traitor, villain, scoundrel. Chapter 128, Severe Torture to be Received. It's always the same few lines over and over again. If you can't curse, then don't curse. Su Jin said with a look of disdain as he picked his nose. Lu Mingxian continued to hurl insults, spittle flying everywhere. The RV returned to silence only after Su Jin picked up the melon. As I approached the bedroom door, I saw the Yun's sisters lying on the bed, whispering to each other. You two should go to sleep early and not come out yet. After saying that, Su Jin closed the door. He walked back to the living room and sat down opposite Lu Mingxian again, lighting another cigarette. Su Jin looked out the window, puffing out smoke, and said, Brother Lu, there's really no need for us to be at odds. I'm a good person, and everything I've done is, in a way, for you, even though you kicked me twice back then. Fuck your mother. Lu Mingxian started spraying, but stopped abruptly halfway through. Su Jin put down the melon and continued. I know you don't believe me, but you will eventually. I need your answer now. I think you don't want to eat this melon anymore, do you? I have nothing to say, just kill me. Kill me. Lu Mingxian raised his head, his expression desolate. A puff of smoke hit his face. Su Jin looked directly at Lu Mingxian and said seriously, "It's just a little poop. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss?" Heh. Lu Mingxian sneered dejectedly. "I'm a man, and you've trampled on my dignity. What good can I possibly have now that I'm in your hands? You've humiliated me, and you still think I'd submit to a traitor like you? You're being dramatic. You're not a woman. Then you absolutely cannot treat me like this. If I don't treat you this way, you'll kill me." "You think you're right." Suhin laughed angrily. "When you were begging for mercy just now, I didn't see you being this tough. Otherwise what? Traitors and rebels deserve to be killed by everyone." Lu Mingxian stared righteously at Su Jin. "Even if I don't kill you, the world will. The three of you are now the highest-ranking wanted criminals in the entire Su Yuan. Either way, you're going to die. So that's why we encountered so many Xuanjia soldiers in the wild. Stop your fucking nonsense. I admit defeat now, but if you want me to do you any favors, forget it." Lu Mingxian gritted his teeth and said, "Want to die? Here's one way. Do you really not want to live? Is dignity more important than life?" Su Jin asked, tilting his head. "Is it that important? If I lose all face, what's the point of living?" Su Jin did not respond, gazing out the window at the deep darkness. After a short while, he slowly stubbed out his cigarette before saying, "Brother Lu, let me ask you a question. If someone told you that the world was going to be destroyed by the demon spring, and then a man appeared who could save the world if you gave him your virginity, would you be willing?" "What kind of question is this?" Lu Mingxian roared. "Then let's destroy it all. Let's all just die. That's what makes us different." Su Jin slowly turned his head, his expression calm. "If this could really save the world, I would give my virginity to a bunch of men. From the family level to the country and even the world, if they need my protection, I am not afraid to pay any price. Personal dignity is insignificant. So this melon wasn't born from you." Lu Mingxian said angrily. "What exactly do you mean by spouting all this nonsense?" "I'm telling you all this just to tell you one thing. One principle," Su Jin said calmly. "I'm actually saving the world, and I'm willing to do anything for it. If you want to die now that you're in my hands, that's fine, but before you die, I will definitely squeeze every last bit of value out of you. I'm going to ask you some questions now, and I think you'd better cooperate with me honestly. I've been in a bad mood lately, so don't push me to use any extreme measures." "Saving the world? Are you crazy?" Lu Mingxian mocked mercilessly. "Want to torture me? Go ahead. If you're afraid of pain, I'm not a real man. Don't speak too soon. You're making judgments without understanding me." Su Jin picked up the remote and turned on the TV. "It's not too late to say harsh words after you've looked at the menu. I have 100 ways to deal with you." The RV space was filled with screams as the user projected videos from their phone screen, including clips from the 10 great tortures of the Qing dynasty, Saw, and various gory films. Lu Mingxuan's attention had long since shifted away from the television's peculiarities and turned entirely to the content. As a barrage of gruesome images flooded my vision, the explosive emotions within me gradually subsided, and even subsided. Lu Mingxuan's face turned deathly pale by the time he finished watching the whole film. "What exactly is that thing? It contains so many people. Are they all imprisoned inside?" Lu Mingxuan's mind was a mess. He forced himself to stay awake and shouted, "You want to fight me? What demons and monsters? I'm not afraid of any of them. Bring it on." "Wrong, wrong, wrong, wrong." Su Jin shook his index finger. "I believe that a warrior as battle-hardened as you is naturally not afraid of these minor injuries. I also do not like this kind of brutality. These are just appetizers in my interrogation methods. We need to introduce them from the basics to the more advanced ones." Su Jin took out his phone and showed Lu Mingxian a wonderful short video recorded on Earth. The video plays slowly, showing 8 petty thugs kneeling in a line in a dark alley, tears streaming down their faces. At the very front of the line was Mr. Wang Yuntong, a large, obese man lying on his side on the ground. A foot was stepping on his hip. Another large hand wearing a plastic glove grabbed the thug's blonde hair and forced them to lick and stir their tongues on the horse manure and sea urchin production line, scraping so hard that slurry would flow from between their teeth. Of course, there is neither horse nor sea urchin in the horse dung sea urchin. Lu Mingxuan's mouth was agape, his heart pounding like a drum, and his chest felt as if it were being squeezed by an invisible hand. She looked at Su Jin in fear, but he smiled calmly and said, "You think I would treat you like that? You're wrong. I wouldn't treat you like that. It would be too easy for you and too unoriginal. Now that you've already given birth to melons, I don't plan to use any other methods to deal with you. I'll let you keep giving birth. I still have many melons nurtured by this mother-child river. I'll let you give birth until you die. I've even thought of a name for the melon, Mingxian melon. Although you are strong, I estimate you'll only last 10 days to 2 weeks at most. But that's not important. The dead can be brought back to life. When that time comes, I'll hang you on the city gate of the royal city at night for all the people of the city to admire. Soon, the entire Su Yuan dynasty will know of your existence as the king of childbirth. Of course, the corpse will inevitably rot. When you're too rotten to live anymore, I'll secretly take your body off and plant it in another seed that's been soaked in the water of the mother-child river. Then what grows won't be a vine, but a tree trunk. I'll let you be the canopy, bearing abundant fruit every year. Hee hee. Maybe one day you'll become a sacred tree for granting children, worshipped by all the people. As Su Jin recounted the story, Lu Mingxuan's pupils went unfocused, and it felt as if all the blood had rushed back to his head, leaving him completely blank. Unbeknownst to them, Su Jin had already put on plastic gloves. He loosened his fingers, and the edge of the glove slapped his wrist with a sharp sound. Lu Mingxian woke up instantly, looking at Su Jin in horror. Those gloves were... Gently picking up a melon, Su Jin smiled faintly and said, I think you should have a relatively one-sided understanding of me. My fashion sense speaks for itself, and you know my methods best. Ask away. I'll answer anything. Chapter 129, I want to learn the Tao. That's much better. I enjoy talking to people politely. Su Jin shrugged and sat down again. Lu Mingxuan's eyes darted around, and he didn't dare to look directly at Su Jin. Demon, beast, now that I'm a prisoner, I have no way to fight it. For now, we can only play along and see what happens. Perhaps Du Wenyin is a breakthrough. All right, first question. Su Jin took out his notebook. Why did Su Yuan issue me the most wanted warrant? Did you leave behind a singing box when you ran away from the city? Right. The Xuanjia army and Tianyu temple are both very curious about you, and given your mysterious background and the trouble you've caused in the royal city, the warrant for your arrest is definitely high. But the core issue is still with Du Wenyin. He knows many nobles, and you're a group of criminals who kidnapped Suzai. The court suspects that a rebellious force composed of Suzai has emerged. Lu Mingxian answered fluently. The country has always attached great importance to past disasters, so it's not surprising that he's the most wanted person. Then what exactly is the so-called most wanted person? Su Jin asked again. Your wanted posters will be plastered all over towns and cities across the country. All major cities will be under strict security at their gates, and large-scale manhunts will be organized around these towns. Before long, the news will probably spread throughout the country. Su Jin pressed one hand to his brow, his mood inevitably becoming irritable. I never imagined that a small mistake would escalate to this extent. Although I have never considered cooperating with the power core of another world, I have also never thought of offending them. Now that he has encountered Yun Lian, a beacon of hope for survival in this apocalypse, he will absolutely not give up. The only option now is to find Xin Yufeng and use his power to change my identity. Next question. How did you find our whereabouts? It's very simple. Lu Mingxian looked listless. It's not difficult to find you with a little deduction. You're going to Jiuzhou City, right? This person is a master. He seems to be completely open about everything, yet his reasoning ability is so strong. Su Jin's vigilance instantly spiked, and for a moment, he even considered killing him. A dangerous individual with an extremely sharp mind. I might not be able to handle this situation. Oh, I didn't know you had this skill. Tell me your reasoning. Actually, it's not difficult. Du Wenyin is in the royal city. Lu Mingxian said weakly. After hearing the reasoning, Su Jin's face fell. Idiot. He managed to sort things out quite smoothly on his own, but his analysis was completely wrong. How could this possibly find the correct answer? It's unbelievable. In the blink of an eye, Lu Mingxuan's survival rate skyrocketed. Go on. Now that you're the most wanted person in the country, can I use your identity to travel freely throughout the country? That's impossible. Lu Mingxian responded decisively. With such a top priority warrant, anyone would be questioned, even officials. Besides, I didn't carry any identification with me. There are plenty of people who don't know me, so why would they give me the kind of face? Is it possible to bribe the soldiers guarding the city? I suggest you don't gamble. This. Su Jin crossed his arms and looked at Lu Mingxian with a half smile. I really didn't expect you to be so honest that you would even think of me. Do I look like a fool? Lu Mingxian sighed helplessly. Even if you were checked and discovered at the city gate, the city's defenses can't take you down quickly. If a skilled fighter comes after you, you'll have already escaped. In the end, I'll be the one who suffers. Not bad, quite thoughtful. Suhin smiled. Why does Tianyu Temple want to capture Suzai? What benefit does Suzai bring you? Everyone knows that the purpose is to capture the calamity sufferers as a sacrifice to the heavens and suppress the demon spring. Known knowledge is a good thing, but information that is known to everyone is definitely not that simple, right? If using the sacrifice of calamity to appease the heavens were effective, you wouldn't only offer sacrifices to one person every year. Do I look like some ignorant commoner? Even an ignorant commoner knows that the sacrifice of calamity used to be called the Spirit Maiden. You think you can fool me? Lu Mingxian opened his mouth as if to speak, but then sighed and said, Everyone has told me this since I was a child. A calamity is an omen of bad luck. You are a man and a master. What does a calamity have to do with you? Why do you have to get involved in this mess? Since you're unwilling to talk about it, then I won't ask anymore. Anyway, this question isn't important at all. After Su Jin finished speaking, his expression turned serious. It seems you can't help me much. If you want to live with dignity, you have to prove your worth. I will never support useless people here. You are a master of magic. I want to learn magic from you. That's impossible. Alarm bells rang in Lu Mingxuan's mind. You're too old to learn anymore, let alone a martial arts master like you. What good would it do you to be half-hearted? Ignoring Lu Mingxuan's question, Su Jin pressed on. Why can't I learn at my age? Martial arts and techniques are all practiced from a young age. You choose a path and follow it. You're already set in your ways and don't have the talent. Do you really need to ask such a simple question? I don't care, I'm going to learn. Just tell me if you can teach me. Su Jin's attitude was firm. No way. Lu Mingxian immediately rejected the idea, saying nervously, The art of magic is a secret tradition of the Heavenly Mandate Temple. If I teach it to you, then I'll be a traitor. You'll die sooner or later. But if you don't teach, you'll die without any dignity. Su Jin poked his head out and teased. You'll do anything I ask except this. Lu Mingxian said through gritted teeth. Fine, tomorrow I'll find a pack of wild dogs to fuck you. And you'd better shout how awesome it is. I'm not learning this magic anymore. Are you trying to force me to my death? Lu Mingxian roared in grief and anger, struggling violently. Even if I teach you, do you dare to learn? If you dare to teach me, I dare to learn. As for whether the content is correct or not, I will be able to tell for myself. You don't need to worry about it. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead. After a difficult mental struggle, Lu Mingxian closed his eyes and nodded. I will teach, but how well you learn it is none of my business. There's no way, absolutely no way. This bastard in front of him is really going to make him suffer. The only way is to find an opportunity to escape and then kill him. Excellent. Su Jin praised, giving a thumbs up. Brother Lu, I actually admire you, even though you kicked me twice back then. You said that twice. You're not treating me like this because I kicked you twice back then, are you? Lu Mingxian asked with a sullen face. Of course not. I'm not the kind of person who holds grudges. Suhin smiled city. I think there are no communication barriers between us right now, and we can talk about the rest later. I'm truly a good person, and I care about the world. As we spend more time together, I believe you will gradually come to understand me. I won't pressure you these next few days. Just rest and walk with us for a while, and I will release you from your restraints once I confirm it is safe. Chapter 130 A Day in the Life of Guaga. The RV set off at dawn the next day. As always, we raced along the wild roads. Lu Mingxian was still tightly bound and left on the sofa. After the conversation ended the previous night, no one paid any attention to him anymore. The high-intensity long-distance trek, coupled with pregnancy and childbirth, and high levels of mental stress. In the latter half of the night, when his mind was relaxed, Lu Mingxian could no longer stay awake and fell into a deep sleep. A soft snoring sound could be heard in the living room. Yin Lian was alone in the bedroom. Su Jin was in the driver's seat, and Du Wenyin was in the passenger seat. The two stared silently ahead. Finally, Du Wenyin couldn't help but ask, Brother Wu, how did your conversation with him go yesterday? It's all right. It's psychological suppression. We can't rush to subdue him. We need to destroy his spirit and then slowly rebuild it. At least we need to wait until he has a basic understanding of us and has completely regained his composure before we confront him. I still think it's too dangerous. There is danger, but not that great. At least binding him won't pose any threat. This guy is easy to handle. He may not be afraid of death, but he is very afraid of dying without dignity. Su Jin comforted him. Wen Yin, you must learn to let go of your prejudices now. Shen Yufeng is a minor leader of the Xuanjia army, and he is also a key member of the Imperial Court's task force to eliminate long-standing disasters. Are you suggesting we stop cooperating with him then? Du Wenyin sighed. As long as Yin Lian is safe, I have nothing to say. I'll leave everything to you. Just listen to me. I would never harm you. When Lu Mingxian wakes up, you don't need to talk to him. Just keep an eye on his movements. The rest of you two siblings can do whatever you need to do. As Su Jin spoke, he took out a silver spear and handed it to Du Wenyin. Use this weapon to threaten him. He won't dare to move at this close range. This was given to you by an immortal. How can I possibly use it? Du Wenyin shook his head and politely declined. You can't use it even if I give it to you. Only I can use this gun. You can take it to show off. Upon hearing Su Jin's words, Du Wenyin obediently accepted the silver spear. Around noon, Lu Mingxian slowly woke up. The room was unfamiliar and peculiar, and the view outside the window was of green trees. An immense sense of loss swept over me. With his eyelids drooping, Lu Mingxian weakly leaned his head against the window, staring blankly at the outside world. What a terrible day. I wish it were a dream. But the surroundings and the scorching heat constantly reminded him that this was reality. Su Jin was cooking in front of the induction cooker, while Du Wenyin and Yun Lian sat opposite Lu Mingxian. The meal was ready in no time. This time, I prepared 2 bags of pre-cooked meals. Braised pork belly with preserved mustard greens, kung pao chicken, and rice. The living room was filled with a rich, pleasant aroma. Lu Mingxian lowered his gaze. A loud growl came from his stomach, and his sorrow deepened. Damn it! What kind of dish is this? There's so much oil in it, and the rice smells so good. Just smelling this, I can't believe it's good. As the chief of the Tianyu Temple, I had to eat dry rations on the road. While these 3 fugitives were living so comfortably, they have beautiful houses to live in and delicious food to enjoy. With the enticing aroma of delicious food lingering in his mind, coupled with his unbearable hunger, Lu Mingxian instinctively began to try to distract himself. His gaze wandered to other parts of the room. The decor was strange, but it felt unusually comfortable. There were also many facilities with unfamiliar writing on them, the purpose of which was unclear. The thing at the top looks like a lamp, such a long strip, and it emits a soft white light. What kind of fire can emit white light? I clearly saw a yellow light yesterday. What's going on? There are 2 seats in the front. It looks like the thief was sitting in the front pulling the cart. The space below should be empty, otherwise there would be nowhere to get a foothold. The 2 sisters had already picked up their rice bowls and were happily eating. Su Jin opened a can of food and said to himself, the 3 of us can just make do with this. Even someone as skilled as Brother Lu from Tianyu Temple wouldn't be interested in such simple food. The masters of Tianyu Temple live on air and don't need to eat. They would probably think that mortal food would defile their immortal bodies, Du Wenyin added sarcastically. The braised pork belly, with its perfect balance of fat and lean meat, trembled as Du Wenyin picked it up from the plate. A rich, mellow aroma wafts through the air. The glistening, juicy slices of pork belly are placed on top of the rice, the reddish broth soaking into the grains. With a flick of his chopsticks, Du Wenyin put the braised pork belly, wrapped around steaming rice, into his mouth and chewed it with relish. Lu Mingxuan's throat bobbed, and he even vaguely imagined the rich taste and texture of eating it. After holding back for a moment, Lu Mingxian spoke up. Du Wenyin, you have no shortage of money or connections, but you were forced to become a thief because of your sister. How can you face your parents? Du Wenyin, who was looking down, stopped what he was doing upon hearing this and suddenly clenched his chopsticks. Su Jin glanced at it, tapped the table twice, and turned to look at Lu Mingxian. You've got some nerve, daring to provoke me in front of me? So what? I am Stadovin anyway. Lu Mingxian kept swallowing. If you want to eat, just say you want to eat. Stop with all the nonsense. Su Jin said sternly. Then what exactly do you want? You're just leaving me hanging like this. I don't even know your name. Lu Mingxian said indignantly. My name is Wu Ziheo. You can call me Brother Hao. TC, Brother Hao, huh? Do you still want to eat? Lu Mingxian shut his mouth and stopped talking. Su Jin turned around, picked up the dry noodles that had been soaking next to the induction cooker, stirred them evenly, and fed a chopstickful to Lu Mingxian. Lu Mingxian accepted all the offers without hesitation. The rich aroma filled his nostrils, making it almost unbearable. In particular, he had been in a state of extreme hunger for a long time. After taking a big bite of noodles, the unique aroma of noodles explodes on the taste buds in the mouth. Lu Mingxuan's pupils dilated. He secretly took a long breath, as if he wanted to suck the noodles into his nostrils. Then, the corners of my mouth started twitching uncontrollably, and I had an urge to laugh out loud because of happiness. Purely physiological reaction. To laugh out loud over a bite of noodles right under the noses of robbers when you're a prisoner is incredibly shameful. It must be because you're so hungry. But this rich flavor is truly incredible. Paired with the incredibly chewy noodles, it makes you want to keep eating. Is it good? Su Jin asked. Is it delicious? It's not just delicious, it's incredibly delicious. So delicious it'll make you tremble. It's all right, Lu Mingxian said calmly, then quickly added, fearing something might go wrong. It's barely edible. Never mind then. I'll treat you to something good later. Swish. Su Jin finished the rest of the noodles in one bite, and then opened the can of food. Holy crap. Lu Mingxian stared blankly at the empty bowl, his heart bleeding. My noodles. Lu Mingxian coughed lightly, his face tense, and said, it's not so bad, actually. What decent food can you find in this desolate wilderness? Since I've already become a prisoner, I don't have much to complain about. Noodles are fine. Eating noodles is fine. Yun Lian and her sister both secretly rolled their eyes. You should have said so earlier. There was only one bowl left, and it's all gone. Chapter 131. Brother Gua loves watching cartoons. Have a piece of candy. We'll talk about it next time. Su Jin took out a lollipop and stuffed it into Lu Mingxuan's mouth. Actually, he wasn't deliberately starving Lu Mingxian. It's just that the danger level hasn't been lifted yet. If he eats it, he'll have to poop. You can't expect him to poop in his pants, or the car won't be able to fit anyone. Untying him would be too dangerous. It's not that there aren't other ways. He had already taken this into full consideration when he tied Lu Mingxian up before. Therefore, Lu Mingxuan's buttocks were not bound by nylon ropes. All that was needed was to fold his legs in front of him. Hanging from the tree with his buttocks down, his pants could be easily pulled open. However, there are still many problems with doing this. First, it humiliates Lu Mingxian, and this kind of thing really can't be done again. Secondly, wiping someone's butt is difficult. Even though he brought a water gun, spraying someone's anus to wash their poop, that's too perverted. Before he can be tamed, we can only let him eat less. After all, a little sugar water won't starve him. The three ate their meal, as usual, while Lu Mingxian, with a candy in his mouth and a resentful look in his eyes, glanced at the three of them sideways. I'm getting hungrier and hungrier. This candy is quite delicious, but it doesn't really satisfy my hunger. After the three of them had eaten and drunk their fill, Lu Mingxian felt as if he were being tortured. Su Jin returned to the driver's seat and drove, while Du Wenyin kept an eye on Lu Mingxian. After staring at each other for a long time, Lu Mingxian glanced at the driver's seat and said in a low voice, Brother Du, we've known each other for a long time. I'm not asking you to let me go, but you might as well tell me which organization you've joined. Anyway, I'm already in your hands, so even if I die, I should at least know why, right? There is no organization. There's never been any organization. I just want to save my sister. Impossible. What happened to Wu Ziheo? I just bumped into him by chance. It was all a coincidence. Do you think I'm a fool? Lu Mingxian laughed angrily. A master like him would go to jail because of the alcohol ban? You're not trying to tell me he's just an ordinary citizen, are you? You're really not that smart. I overestimated you before, Du Wenyin said sarcastically. You're all right. You can mock me however you want now, but let me ask you, what's the deal with this house? Lu Mingxian said, Don't tell me this house was built by one person and the things inside. Are you spies from another country? I'm telling you, you don't need to hide it from me. The demon spring hasn't erupted in recent years. Now, other countries are having ulterior motives towards Su Yuan, aren't they? This house was a gift from the immortals. Lu Mingxian was so angry that his eyes narrowed and his nose twitched. You think I'm a 3-year-old? A gift from an immortal? If there really were immortals, the demon spring wouldn't have been causing trouble for hundreds of years. Then why do you still use the sacrifice of past disasters to appease the heavens? Lu Mingxian was speechless. Yun Lian's gaze darted back and forth between the two. Unable to resist in the end, she tugged at Du Wenyin's sleeve and whispered, Brother, I want to watch cartoons. After glancing at Lu Mingxian, Du Wenyin said, Then let's see. After saying that, he picked up the remote control and pointed it at the TV. Over the past few days, she has learned how to operate the TV, but only to turn on cartoons. The only cartoons on TV are Tom and Jerry. I dared not touch any of the other folders, for fear that Su-Jin would damage them. Upon seeing Du Wenyin pick up the remote control, Lu Mingxuan's vigilance immediately sharpened. I saw that thing yesterday when I was threatened, but I was too panicked to think about it. The small object in Du Wenyin's hand was probably the key to controlling the black cube. As for what that black cube was, it was far beyond his comprehension. It seemed to connect to another world. It could be a world full of prisons and bloody torture. Du Wenyin said the house was given by an immortal, and although he didn't believe it, he was also vaguely suspicious. It seems that the things inside are something that could only have been given by immortals. It's really hard to come up with a better explanation. There's no way there could be such a realistic and complex illusion in the world. The cartoon started, and Du Wenyin got up. She walked around the dining table to Lu Mingxuan's side and grabbed the ropes on both sides of his waist with both hands. "What are you going to do? What are you going to do?" Lu Mingxian started to shrink back. "Are you going to throw me in there? Brother, how?" Lu Mingxian screamed and was thrown to the ground with a thud, lying in the aisle. Du Wenyin sat to the side, patted the seat next to him, and Yun Lian quickly sat down next to him. The view here is good. People on the other side have to turn their heads to see. Lying on the floor, Lu Mingxuan's face was a mixture of red and blue. I almost thought he was going to throw me into that black box, but thankfully I was wrong. But what exactly is he trying to do? The two sisters focused their attention on the television. As the drum beats began to play on the screen, Lu Mingxian felt a jolt. The lion roars in the picture. A ferocious beast is here. Don't yell. It's no big deal whether you're a man or not. Du Wenyin gave him a disdainful look and continued watching TV. The animation begins to play. Lu Mingxuan's breathing gradually calmed down, and he watched the cat and mouse chase each other in a daze. In less than 3 minutes, I was completely absorbed. Puff! The two sisters turned their heads to look at the ground. Lu Mingxuan's face turned completely red as he slowly turned his head to the ground. Damn it! What the hell is this? I almost lost my temper. Sister, Yun Lian whispered. He's not an idiot, is he? He's not stupid. He's mentally challenged. Keep watching. On the ground, Lu Mingxian pricked up his ears to eavesdrop, and he heard all the complaint from the two sisters behind him. He couldn't help but feel sad and heartbroken. That bastard Du Wenyin and that evil little scoundrel. If this were in the royal city, what right would these two have to mock me? They can be wiped out with a flick of a finger. How could I, the esteemed chief of the Heavenly Revelation Temple, have fallen to such a state? And the contents of that tattered box are so tempting to look at, I can't help but laugh. Yet the contents seem to be mocking me. Now I feel a shameful urge to ravenously eat while simultaneously suffering from severe diarrhea. Patience. I'll think of a solution after I've finished reading it. After gritting his teeth and feeling frustrated for a while, Lu Mingxian turned his head back to watch the cartoon. Standing in front of the car, Su-Jin had a faint smile on his lips. Hearing the occasional bursts of laughter and chatter in his ears, he couldn't help but turn down the volume of his headphones. It has to be said that Lu Mingxuan's impression on him was completely different from before. This person is actually quite simple. From what we've seen so far, he's not a bad person at heart, and even a bit naive. They must have been well protected from a young age and never experienced any setbacks. Such people are quite easy to tame, and it's not difficult to reason with them. But the conditions aren't right yet. We need to wait a couple more days and let him get used to life in the car. We'll show our cards again then. If this person can join the team, he will be of great help in the future, both to himself and to Shun Yufeng. At that time, I can also learn some techniques and methods, so that I won't be helpless when I encounter a master again. Well, Su-Jin rubbed his temples, took a sip of Dongpeng's special drink, and continued driving. Even with an amazing physique, one inevitably gets tired after driving for a long time, especially on roads with poor conditions, which requires even more concentration. However, there's not much to complain about now. Fortunately, this mission was given ample time, allowing us to handle it with composure. I wonder how things are going with Shun Yufeng, and whether he's reliable at all. Chapter 132, The Arrest Order arrives in Jiuzhou City. Jiuzhou City is surrounded by 9 peaks. At the turn of dawn and dusk, the sunlight reflects off the mountains, casting shadows like wheels. On the city wall, Shun Yufeng stood proudly, his cloak fluttering in the wind. Before Jiuzhou City lies the land ravaged by the Demon Spring, although the last time the Demon Spring erupted was 3 years ago. But the land that has been spread is now barren and devastated. A scene devoid of life. Leaning on the battlements, Chen Yufeng seemed lost in thought as he gazed into the distance. The adjutant beside him said, "Your Highness, if there is any situation, the soldiers will report it. It's windy outside, so you don't need to come here every day to check the situation. I will send a message immediately." Besides worrying about the magic spring suddenly erupting, I've also been thinking about something else lately. Shen Yufeng turned to look at the adjutant. The power of the demon spring has diminished over the years and is no longer a significant threat. Judging from the previous personnel changes, I shouldn't have been the one to defend Jiuzhou City. Yantai, you have followed my father for many years and experienced many battles. Tell me, did my father choose me here out of selfishness, simply to add a line to my resume? Your Highness, you have already advanced to the 4th level of the martial arts realm at such a young age. No one in the royal city can compare to you. Your literary and military talents are evident to everyone. Even His Majesty admires you. How can you think like that? Don't try to hide it from me, Shen Yufeng said in a deep voice. Before I took office as the general of Jiaonan, I had already learned a great deal about Jiuzhou City. This town is the most dangerous and important town in Suyuan, with a population of less than 30,000. But when I arrived here, why did the city statistics show that there were nearly 50,000 to 60,000 people? Is someone secretly relocating people from other places, trying to pin the credit on me? That's absolutely impossible. The calamity of the Demon Spring is not as severe as before, so it's only natural that the number of people has increased, Yantai said sincerely. You still haven't told me the truth. Shen Yufeng's eyes were filled with disappointment. Don't forget, you were sent by my father, but I also brought my own people. The moment I entered the city, I sent people to investigate the soldiers and civilians in the city. My father has always been extremely strict with me. Even before I took office, he didn't forget to remind me that Jiuzhou City is a battlefield even when there is no war. But behind my back, he actually... Shen Yufeng turned his head away in anger. Seeing that the matter had been brought up, Yantai hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Your Highness, it's not like that. The Duke loves his son dearly, and you should be able to understand that. He knows you best, knowing that you may seem indifferent but are proud inside. The Demon Spring has weakened, and its future is certainly not a problem. The Duke is paving the way for your future. Jiuzhou City has blocked the Demon Spring's calamity 3 times, and all the generals who guarded it have made a name for themselves in history. Although you are a genius, some opportunities, once lost, are hard to come by again. Moreover, His Majesty has given his approval, which shows his trust in the Duke and you." Shen Yufeng gazed silently into the distance. Yantai quickly added, "Young master, please don't overthink it. The Duke is definitely not just trying to add some prestige to your resume. Jiuzhou City is still very risky. What father would put his own flesh and blood in such a dangerous situation just to gain experience? Moreover, governing the military and civilians is also a heavy responsibility. If it weren't for a great deal of trust, the Duke would not have recommended you to come here." The wind picked up and yellow sand rolled across the ground. Shen Yufeng turned and walked silently toward the city walls, his cloak billowing in the wind. "Your Highness, don't follow us." Returning alone to the governor's mansion, Shen Yufeng stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the huge map on the wall. The topography of Jiuzhou City, spanning hundreds of miles, is shown in meticulous detail on the map. There is another white cloth hanging to the side of the picture, with only a row of red circles on the cloth. Each lap represents a day. Staring at the crimson circle, Shen Yufeng's expression was complex and indescribable. "Ever since that nightmare started, I haven't been able to sleep well for a single day, even though I haven't had that nightmare since leaving the royal city. But the scene in the dream was too real, bloodshed, everything withering, and that man. A voice told him that the person would come looking for him. If the dream was real, why didn't that person appear? If dreams are fake, then why are they so realistic? His father sent him to Jiuzhou City to gain experience, and he, confident in his abilities, couldn't help but feel angry about it. But this matter is not important to him now. Most importantly, it's still that dream that seems to foresee the future. The dream spanned a vast period of time, from midsummer to deep winter, with heavy snow falling from the sky. Based on the timeline, it might only be less than 200 days. In the depths of winter, will a magic spring erupt? If the magic spring erupts from underground around the world and floods the world, What can I do? Shen Yufeng slightly bent his knuckles and slowly stroked the hilt of the sword with his palm, as if weighing it in his hand, or perhaps restraining himself. The next instant, the cold blade broke free of its sheath. The blade slid out inch by inch from the copper edge of the scabbard, its sharp, gleaming sound echoing through the high hall as it sliced through the air. His sword was drawn, and he moved with it, his armor clanging. His eyes swirled with emotion, a mixture of fear and confusion. The initial stance, with its calm and collected sword light, still carried a sense of rational restraint. However, after only half a step, the move suddenly changed. The sword's edge swept across the water like a sudden gust of wind, and its force shattered the mountains and forests like thunder. Sword energy surged and swept across the walls, accompanied by a powerful gust of wind, causing the white paper on the table to flutter wildly. The faster the sword strikes, the deeper Shen Yufeng's brows furrowed, his emotions showing no sign of abating. Instead, the face of a short-haired man became increasingly clear in front of him. Half an incense stick later, the wind subsided and the sword was sheathed. Shen Yufeng stood with his sword hanging down, his breathing slightly disordered and cold sweat seeping from his forehead. Are you real or fake? Shen Yufeng closed his eyes and murmured to himself. A young man dressed in light armor appeared at the entrance of the hall, waiting patiently. Seeing that Shen Yufeng had stopped wielding his sword, he immediately went to the basin of water and splashed the face towel over with water. Shen Yufeng took the towel and quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead, saying, Yuan Liang, didn't I send you out to investigate the situation among the people? Why are you back so early today? Is something wrong? No, Shen Yuan Liang said. Young master, everything is normal in the countryside, and there are no other new reports to report. But when I passed by the city gate today, the garrison commander received an urgent report from the capital. What urgent report? Wanted. It's an arrest warrant from the imperial court. 3 people committed crimes in the capital and have fled. They are still being pursued. Just 3 people, Shen Yufeng said helplessly. What major crime did these 3 commit that warrants have been sent to Jiuzhou City? They must be the most wanted criminals, right? Where's the urgent report? Zhao Yuanliang inexplicably took a half step back, seemingly wanting to say something, but then stopping himself. What kind of state are you in? You came back in such a panic without even picking up the urgent message. Shen Yufeng asked. No, young master, Zhao Yuanliang said hesitantly. I received the urgent report, and I also have sketches of the 3 wanted criminals, but one of them. Speak your mind. You've followed me for so many years for nothing. Do you even act like a man? Shen Yufeng scolded. There's someone you know, and you've met him many times. He's Du Wenyan. 2 chapters today, brothers. Sorry, I have some urgent business to attend to. Chapter 133, Searching for Su Jin. Du Wenyan. Shen Yufeng exclaimed in shock. How could Du Wenyan have caused such a disaster? Bring the things here. He had known Du Wenyan for a long time. Although he felt that Du Wenyan was not very genuine, his character and personality were quite good. Moreover, he was adept at social maneuvering and was quite popular among the nobles, and he was also very attentive in handling affairs. He found it hard to imagine that someone like Du Wenyan would inexplicably be on the most wanted list in the country. Zhao Yuanliang took out an urgent letter and said, I also don't understand why Du Wenyan is wanted. Logically, he has no reason to do this. He was Shen Yufeng's page boy, someone he had grown up with since childhood, and he also knew a bit about Du Wenyan. He was also taken aback by this bizarre turn of events. The message was intercepted at the city gate and immediately sent to the governor's office. Finding Du Wenyan's portrait quickly, Shen Yufeng exclaimed in disbelief, It really is him. Why would he want to avert disaster? And rebel. There's no reason for that. Young master, this has nothing to do with us anyway, and they're not going to come to Jiuzhou City. We can just post the notices directly. Shen Yufeng frowned and continued to look at the next picture, a little girl. He seemed to have seen this child with Du Wenyan before, but his impression wasn't very clear. It turned out to be a preordained calamity. My pupils suddenly contracted when I saw the 3rd picture. Although he didn't recognize the man in the portrait, an extremely familiar feeling instantly filled his mind. Those eyebrows, eyes, nose, and that eye-catching short hair. In Su Yuan, everyone, regardless of gender except for children, grew their hair long. He's never seen anyone with such short hair in his life. Except, Shen Yufeng held up the portrait to Zhao Yuanliang and asked urgently, Who is this person? Did the messenger explain the situation regarding these 3 arrest warrants to you? What's the story behind this person? Shen Yufeng's expression and attitude changed drastically, leaving Zhao Yuanliang somewhat bewildered. He opened his mouth a couple of times in confusion. Coming to his senses, he quickly replied, "Ah, I know. I even specifically asked the messenger because it's related to Du Wanyan. The man's whereabouts are unclear, and the court has not been able to find out anything. However, he was imprisoned for violating the alcohol ban. His name is Su Jin. He has a mysterious background and is said to be very strong. He was able to escape the joint capture of the Xuanjiao army and the Jingtian guard in the royal city. The court could not find any information about him. The portrait and name were obtained from the soldiers who arrested him and the officials who handled the case. So, the portrait may not be very accurate. Its origins are unknown and it's shrouded in mystery. Would someone who managed to escape the combined capture of the Xuanjiao army and Jingtian guard in the royal city be imprisoned because of the alcohol prohibition?" Shen Yufeng held the wanted poster, his hands trembling uncontrollably. The image of the person in the portrait gradually overlapped with the image of the person in the dream, and for a moment, the world spun around. Demon Spring, Demon Spring. Shen Yufeng's throat felt like it was being squeezed, and he was almost suffocating. His hands trembled more and more violently. Was that dream really the future? Shen Yufeng swayed unsteadily and almost fell to the ground, but fortunately Zhao Yuanliang stepped forward and caught him. Seeing that he seemed to have suddenly fallen ill, she hurriedly asked anxiously, "Young master, what's wrong? What happened? Do you know this man?" The young master is usually very composed, but he reacted so strongly just by glancing at the man on the wanted poster. There must be something more to it. Go. Shen Yufeng pointed to the door, his face pale. "Go now. Find him. Find this person for me, no matter what method you use." "Young master, you at least have to tell me." Zhao Yuanliang was interrupted by Shen Yufeng's roar halfway through his sentence. "You must find him before the imperial court and bring him before me. Go now. Find a group of reliable people, change into civilian clothes, and I'll write you a warrant." Shen Yufeng's emotions intensified. He grabbed Zhao Yunliang's collar and glared at him, saying each word slowly and deliberately, We absolutely cannot let him be caught by the imperial court." Zhao Yuanliang remained silent, helping him sit on a large leather chair beside him. He quickly brought him another cup of tea before saying, "Young master, no matter how urgent the matter is, a little more time won't make a difference. You need to calm down. I can't go out rashly. At least you need to let me understand the situation clearly before I go to do anything." Hearing Zhao Yunliang's calm tone, Shen Yufeng's emotions eased slightly, and he took the tea and drank it all in one gulp. Although Zhao Yuanliang was a page boy, he had grown up alongside him, and they often consulted each other on matters. He's right. No matter how urgent things are, a little extra time won't make a difference. We still need to refine our plans. After taking several deep breaths to calm himself, Shen Yufeng asked, "Yuanliang, do you still remember the dream I told you about?" Zhao Yunliang's expression changed drastically. "Young master, you mean the man on the wanted poster is the man in your dream?" "Yes, that apocalypse in my dream." Shen Yufeng raised his eyes and met Zhao Yunliang's gaze. Both of their eyes were filled with great fear at this moment. "I'm afraid that's true too. How could that be? Young master, could you have mistaken me? This portrait is based on someone else's description and may not be accurate." Zhao Yunliang's face was ashen. Almost everyone in the Duke of Jingguo's mansion knew about Shen Yufeng's nightmare, and as his close attendant, he knew it all too well. However, apart from the initial concern that people thought a karmic calamity was bewitching their minds, almost no one paid attention afterward. After all, the dream was too absurd and completely contrary to reality. He was probably the person in the entire Duke Jingguo's mansion who trusted Shen Yufeng the most. His young master was definitely not the kind of person who spoke without reason. He repeatedly mentioned this dream, and since the Duke of Jingguo's mansion had never found any trace of the preordained disaster, he remained suspicious. The appearance of someone who seems to be from my nightmares is like a bolt from the blue. I don't want to believe it either, but the facts are right in front of me. Shen Yufeng picked up the wanted poster and murmured, "A wanted poster of this level wouldn't be drawn by an ordinary artist. The facial features are 80 to 90% similar, and the key is that short hair. Have you ever seen anyone with short hair?" Zhao Yunliang's throat was dry, and he shook his head. "That's it. He really did appear. Perhaps he came to find me. If I were in the royal city, shouldn't I have met up with him already?" Shen Yufeng said absent-mindedly. Because I took office in Zhuozhou City, he couldn't find me. Is he looking for me right now? Yuanliang. Shen Yufeng suddenly raised his head and looked at Zhao Yuanliang, who seemed lost in thought. You must find him, and this must be done secretly. You can't tell anyone. I don't know why only I have this dream, but if only he and I know what happened in the dream, then no one will believe Su Jin. If the imperial court captures him, he will surely die. I will never have another chance to speak with him. Take a group of men and head to the capital immediately. Find him for me. Chapter 134 Customers in Action. Young master, we should look for him, but how should I do it? Zhao Yuanliang asked. Shen Yufeng was speechless for a moment. The entire country is searching for these three people, and the Xuanjia army has been mobilized, but so far they have not been found. Right now, they've only sent out a page boy to search secretly. Finding them will be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. He was currently unable to leave because he needed to guard Zhuozhou City. With this in mind, Shen Yufeng walked toward the map, his eyes searching across it. The final image is of a city. Baifengcheng. Young master, do you mean they will appear in Baifeng City? Zhao Yuanliang asked hurriedly. Shen Yufeng shook his head and analyzed. If Su Jin is really looking for me, he can easily find out that I am in Zhuozhou City, so he will definitely head towards Zhuozhou City. He is probably not an ordinary person, and the imperial court will not be able to catch him so easily. But to reach Zhuozhou City from the nearest distance, there are three major cities that cannot be crossed, the last one being Baifeng City. The terrain around Baifeng City is very complicated, with many ferocious beasts, and there's only one valley that runs through the middle. Du Wenyan is knowledgeable and has a strong memory. If I travel with him and he is really looking for me, he will probably choose this place. We can't take the initiative. We can only wait. You take some men and garrison the entrance to Silverlight Valley to provide support. Going to the entrance from here is too dangerous. You should take my warrant, cross White Phoenix City, and then return to the entrance. That's the safest option. But no matter what, Shen Yufeng paused. Yuanliang, you need to be prepared. The environment in the mountains is never safe. I don't want you to take this risk either, but right now you're the only person I completely trust among my subordinates. Young master, please don't worry. If your dream is true, I'll risk my life to make it happen. Zhao Yuanliang smiled bitterly. I'm just afraid I won't be able to wait that long, or something else might happen. There's no other way. We have to gamble. Shen Yufeng said seriously. It's not just about gambling on whether we can find him, but also on whether this disaster will strike. We need to prepare for both possibilities. We can't just sit and wait to die. Young master, what do you want to do? You don't need to worry about my affairs. Go and investigate the situation in the city. Have you prepared the list of generals in charge of the troops? It's not comprehensive, but it accounts for about 70 to 80%. How many of the generals are native to Zhuozhou City? Among the people I investigated, less than 30% held low-ranking positions, with centurions being the most common. That's enough. Shen Yufeng walked to the desk, dipped his brush in ink, and picked up his pen. Call these people to my command, and while you're at it, find 10 more suitable men. Select some local specialties in the city, and then you can take them out of the city. If my father's side asks, you should say that I am not used to the local customs and miss my hometown, and that you are going to visit my parents on my behalf to leave the city. The document was quickly written, and Shen Yufeng walked up to Zhao Yuanliang and handed it to him, saying, Yuanliang, I know you are meticulous, but this matter is no ordinary one, and you cannot be careless in the slightest. Young master, leave it to me. City gate garrison change? I don't understand why the garrison needs to be changed. Your Highness, the original arrangements were fine. Why is there such a big change all of a sudden, and without consulting your subordinates? Inside the governor's mansion, Yin Tai's expression was agitated. The room was filled with a dozen or so craftsmen busily discussing their work around a large table. Upon hearing Yin Tai's voice, everyone stopped discussing and stood trembling with fear beside the table. And why are these craftsmen in the governor's mansion? There doesn't seem to be any major architectural alteration needed in the city right now. Does there? Yin Tai continued to ask. Shen Yufeng remained expressionless, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Yin Tai, is this how you speak to your superior? Yin Tai was speechless for a moment, then quickly said, This humble servant has been impolite, but this humble servant is only thinking of the young master. The Duke sent me here because he was worried that you were not familiar with the affairs of the city. Everything was well arranged before, and with such a sudden major change, this humble servant is afraid that something unexpected might happen. Shin Yufeng turned to look at the craftsman, stretched out his hand, and sternly reprimanded them. This is none of your business. Don't stop working. Report any problems to me immediately. Upon hearing this, the lead craftsman stepped forward shakily and whispered, General, according to our calculations, the number of laborers we can conscript to excavate Silent Cloud Peak is far from enough. We also need, as he spoke, the craftsman's eyes kept glancing at Yen Tai. We'll definitely need the soldiers' help. Carve out Jian Peak. Yen Tai stammered in surprise. Your Highness, what do you intend to do by carving out Jian Peak? To prevent the demon spring from erupting and causing the fall of Jiuzhou City, I specially excavated Jian Peak as a material reserve and a second stronghold for the military and civilians to retreat to. Do you have any more questions? Shin Yufeng said indifferently. To carve out a second stronghold on Jian Peak. Yen Tai felt dizzy upon hearing this. Jian Peak is the most dangerous peak closest to Jiuzhou City. It's utterly incomprehensible that Shin Yufeng would do something like this. Yes, what I'm building isn't just any ordinary outpost, but a long-term stronghold for the entire city's military and civilians to defend, Shin Yufeng said. Simple roads and wooden houses need to be built, and caves for storing supplies need to be dug out. They don't need to be fancy, just functional. It must be completed before winter. Given the current severe shortage of manpower, all officers and soldiers, except those garrisoning the city and those on rotation, will be assigned to work on the fortifications. Do you have any objections? Of course I have an objection. Yen Tai roared excitedly. What's the point of wasting manpower and resources? Your Highness, the Duke will be furious if he finds out about this. Your Highness. Shin Yufeng frowned. I didn't mind you calling me Your Highness in the royal city, but what are you calling me now in Jiuzhou City? General, but Nobots. I, the General, have been granted special imperial authority to command the 9 palaces. My words are military orders and imperial decrees. Now, all you have to do is give me one sentence. Mobilize troops to participate in the fortifications. Will you obey this military order or not? Yen Tai's forehead veins bulged as he gritted his teeth and said, Of course I must obey military orders, but I must also report this matter to the Duke. To the imperial court. Your Highness, I'm doing this all for your own good. Shut up. You dare threaten your superior? This is insubordination. Guards, Shin Yufeng shouted. A group of soldiers immediately rushed into the room from the door and seized Yen Tai's arms. Although he was an ordinary soldier, Yen Tai dared not resist in the slightest. He had probably already guessed the truth. Shin Yufeng's inexplicable outburst must be due to a blow to his pride. He no longer wants to obey the Duke's arrangements and is trying to do something big on his own. We mustn't provoke him now. If we retaliate at this point, the problem will become even more serious. Yen Tai's face was filled with unspeakable bitterness. I never expected that everything seemed normal when the Crown Prince first came into contact with him. But in such a short time, his seemingly wise but actually stupid nature was exposed. General, could you please hear me out? Yen Tai looked at Shin Yufeng expectantly, but his expression quickly turned sour. Judging from the other party's expression, there seemed to be no room for compromise. When Shin Yufeng finally spoke, Yen Tai's last glimmer of hope was extinguished. Keep a close watch on him. No one is allowed to visit. Take him away. Yen Tai was taken away, and Shin Yufeng walked out of the governor's mansion alone. The hot wind blew against his face, but he felt only ice cold all over his body. Shin Yufeng lowered his eyes to look at his hands, his palms trembling slightly. Yen Tai was sent by his father and could be considered the most important figure among the generals of Jiuzhou City. Of course, he would do everything for his own benefit. But now he is the biggest obstacle. A banquet will be held tonight. We must find a way to suppress the other leaders. With only a little over 100 days until the depths of winter, it should be able to be contained. If the gamble goes wrong, only one person will be punished. But if the gamble goes right, it could save the lives of hundreds of thousands of soldiers and civilians. This risk is worth taking no matter what. Chapter 135 Grug's Miserable Life. There are 170 days left until the end of the world. With a tune playing in the car, Su Jin felt a sense of ease. Although the trails are difficult to navigate and many areas do not allow motorhomes to pass, requiring us to walk instead, we have only covered half the distance so far. However, no pursuers appeared, making this escape journey relatively easy. The key is having enough time. It would be wonderful to have so much preparation time for every mission. Du Wenyin and Yun Lian were still sitting on the sofa watching Tom and Jerry. But Lu Mingxian was no longer in the mood. No matter how beautiful it was, he couldn't bear to look at it. They didn't give him much water or food. They just fed him a tiny bit of food each day to keep him alive. Every single dish in this house was so delicious it made me tremble. But the tastier it is, the more tormented it becomes. There is no physical pain, but the mental torment is even more unbearable. We agreed to learn the arts and techniques, but that bastard Wu Zihao won't come to learn. I've already mentally planned out all the lessons these past few days, so why isn't he taking them? This is practically trying to starve me to death. They found themselves in another dense forest. As dusk approached, Su Jin chose a spot to park. He turned around and exchanged a glance with Du Wenyin. The two nodded simultaneously. Du Wenyin picked up Lu Mingxian from the ground and threw him onto the sofa with a look of disgust. It stinks. This guy swam over from the river of no thoughts and went through a lot of trouble. Now he smells terrible. My sister and I shower with shower gel every day and smell wonderful. Being in the same room with someone like this makes my eyes feel dirty. Lu Mingxian was dizzy and his lips were peeling. He barely managed to lift his eyelids to look at Su Jin and said, "If you're going to kill me, just give me a quick death. What's the point of playing with me like this? Playing with you? You've been taking advantage of the air conditioning for so many days, and you're still getting a free ride. Tying you up outside would be even more miserable. Do you know how hot it is outside?" Su Jin snorted and took a bottle of coconut water from the refrigerator. They pried open Lu Mingxian's mouth and forced him to drink a whole bottle of coconut water. Lu Mingxian greedily drank the coconut water, finishing the whole bottle and still feeling unsatisfied, though his spirits had eased considerably. A strange look was cast at Su Jin. "Why are you being so generous this time? I left you hungry before because I was afraid you'd poop in the car. Now let's talk this over properly. If we can reach an agreement, I can let you go. There's a conspiracy. He dared to let me go because he thought I wasn't strong enough." Lu Mingxian's eyes darted around. Su Jin sat up straight. "Brother Lu, we've known each other for so many days now. How do you think I've treated you? Let's not talk about what happened before. What else could I possibly think? Do you really believe I'm being nice to you? Yes, I haven't been good to you, but I haven't humiliated you much, have I? You eat whatever we eat, so I haven't mistreated you, have I? You haven't treated me badly. You all ate a big bowl, and I only got a spoonful. And you only gave me the noodles. Did I even get to eat the oily soup?" Lu Mingxian was furious, glaring at Du Wenyin. "Last night he even mixed rice with oily soup, making me drool. And that wicked little devil, he brought out that cheese stick in the middle of the night and made me suck on it. Your mouth really stinks," Du Wenyin said disdainfully, fanning himself. She wasn't swearing. It was just physically smelly since she hadn't brushed her teeth in a long time. Su Jin took out a Snickers bar, unpacked it, and offered it to Lu Mingxian's lips. Lu Mingxian didn't care what was being fed. He had gotten used to it after being fed for so many days, and nothing he put in his mouth was unpalatable. Chocolate Su Jin has also conducted experiments and found it to be safe to eat. The last world seems to be an exception. Chewing on a Snickers bar, Lu Mingxian mumbled, "I want to eat noodles." "You fucking order food." Su Jin laughed and cursed. "After we finish talking, you can eat whatever you want. I'll let you eat your fill and have a good time." "Really?" Lu Mingxian quickly became alert, but considering the current situation, he took a deep breath and said, "Then tell me, Brother Lu, after spending so many days together, what do you think of me? And what do you think of the three of us? It's all right. So what do you think of this house that can run around by itself? Amazing. I can't understand it. Would you believe me if I said he was created by a deity? What exactly are you trying to say?" Lu Mingxian frowned. "Just answer me. I don't believe in immortals, but if you're asking whether this house was built by immortals, I really don't know. I can't imagine which country could build a house like this, or the things and food in this house." As Lu Mingxian spoke, his heart began to race. The other person seemed to want to tell him something. He was extremely curious about everything here. "Then I'll tell you today where this house came from, why the three of us gathered together, and what our purpose is." Lu Mingxian nodded deeply, his breathing becoming rapid. "Actually, this house was given to me by an immortal. I used to be a fisherman, and the immortal gave me some guidance. The world is about to end." As Su Jin recounted the story, Lu Mingxian's initial skepticism and doubt gradually turned into shock. Su Jin had already prepared a story along the way, though he wouldn't dare say it was completely flawless. However, he was quite persuasive when facing Lu Mingxian, who seemed witty but was actually naive. After hearing the explanation, Lu Mingxian asked blankly, "So, you and Du Yin met by chance on the road. Then you persuaded him to go with you to Jiuzhou City to find Shen Yufeng to save the world. Shen Yufeng is the savior chosen by the immortals?" "Yes, do you believe me?" Su Jin asked. "Do you think I can believe that? Why is Shen Yufeng the savior? Aren't I much better than him? What's so special about him?" Lu Mingxian scoffed. "He's not special in any way, he's just lucky, like me, to have been chosen by an immortal by accident," Su Jin sighed. "You're unlucky. You're better looking than him. Your cultivation level is higher. You're more popular, and your morals are higher. So why weren't you chosen? The immortal didn't take notice of you. You're just unlucky, and now you've ended up in my hands." "Ah, well, that's quite a nice thing to say." Lu Mingxian remained non-committal. "What kind of tricks are you playing? Just tell me directly. What's the point of making up stories to fool me?" "I didn't make up a story." Su Jin reached for the fruit plate on the table, and the fruit plate disappeared. Instead of his hand on the table, there was a box of cookies. "How do you explain my abilities? You've seen me transform things from nothing to something and back to nothing countless times. Let me tell you, this is the power that the immortals gave me. This. All right, I won't waste any more words with you." Su Jin picked up the remote control and said, "This black box was also bestowed by the immortals, just to help me convince people like you. There's a scene inside that proves the immortal realm is also suffering, and the source of the demonic spring is also in it." The television screen lit up, and Su Jin turned on the movie The Legend of Shushan. Lu Mingxian quickly focused his attention, and the moment the image appeared, he felt a chill run down his spine. He knew that the ridiculous thing he saw a few days ago was fake. This isn't it. This is real. A real person. Chapter 136, Lu Mingxian joins the team. After watching 2/3 of the movie, Lu Mingxian remained motionless in his seat. Scenes from the story kept replaying in my mind. The immortals, the earth-shattering battle, touched his nerves. It's a real person. There really is someone who can move mountains and seas, fly through the air and dive into the earth. That must be an immortal, but why does something feel off? "Brother Lu, do you still have any doubts?" Su Jin asked upon seeing this. "I know that at first glance, you must feel that something is not right. This was given to me by an immortal, and the language and writing in it are from the immortal realm. It is normal for us to have things we don't understand. But when the immortal bestowed blessings upon me, he briefly explained that the immortal mountain inside was called Shu Mountain, and the evil spirits that opposed the immortals were called Yuquan Demon Army. I suspect that the fierce battles in the upper realm are still ongoing, and the situation has already spread to our area. The end of the world is a foregone conclusion." "Wait a minute." Lu Mingxian was momentarily flustered, his face pale as he waved his hand and said, "Don't disturb me. This is just too astonishing. There really are immortals." "Immortals?" "Tianyu Temple has been holding sacrifices to heaven for so many years and has never seen an immortal. There really are immortals in this world. What is Tianyu Temple compared to that? You're all shameless, using the guise of gods to do dirty things," Du Wenyan added nonchalantly. Lu Mingxian didn't pay any attention, his mind racing as he analyzed the situation. The great calamity of the celestial realm has spread to the mortal world, bringing about the end of the world. He can now confirm the existence of the immortal, since the contents of the black box couldn't possibly be fake. The contents inside were beyond imagination. It was terrifying. Even an immortal with such great power could encounter such a calamity. He just couldn't understand why the records of the great calamity of the immortal realm contained. "I don't understand why the immortals' records still contain images of the Netherworld Demon Army. They've already found the culprit, so why aren't they taking the initiative to attack? Also, why is there a little tune playing in there?" Lu Mingxian looked up at Su Jin and questioned him. Su Jin's face stiffened, and he hurriedly said, "Those are images left by scouts from the celestial realm. As for why there is a little tune, that might be celestial music. Brother Du heard it and asked the same question, but I didn't hear it. Perhaps what you heard is different from what we heard. Maybe everyone's perception is different." Du Wenyan did ask him about the movie's background music on the way, but he just said he didn't hear it and brushed it off. It's surprising that even a smart player like Lu Mingxian could realize that there was a problem with the background music. "Huh, the little tune was so loud. How could you not hear it?" Lu Mingxian was taken aback. Su Jin said confidently, "I can't hear it. I also found it strange when Brother Du told me." "Brother Wu, I heard it too, Yun Lian interjected. Su Jin pondered, this question is probably quite complex. I suspect it's because I've accepted the destiny of immortality and can no longer sense anything from it. You haven't had any contact with immortals yet, so perhaps you have the opportunity to glean some insights from them. Also, such a thing is true. Lu Mingxian said in a daze. Having encountered supernatural forces, his thoughts were already in disarray. And with Su Jin constantly interrupting and talking, he was no longer in the mood to think. If immortals definitely exist, then the end of the world must also exist. Demon Spring, Demon Lord of the Nether Spring. This all makes sense. Lu Mingxuan's breathing became rapid, and he covered his forehead, trying to adjust his breathing. After a long while, she finally looked up, her face filled with terror, and asked Su Jin again, is there really an apocalypse? Yes, there is. Su He nodded seriously. No matter how many times you ask, this is always my answer. Otherwise, what do you think I'm risking my life for? There was no rebellion due to a calamity. No one rebelled at all. I didn't even know Brother Du back then. Brother Lu, do you believe the truth now? The truth? What truth? You mean the world will be destroyed? Fear was evident on Lu Mingxuan's face. How could the world be destroyed when everything was fine? What does the fighting up there have to do with us? You need to calm down first. Let me give you something good to drink. Su Jin took out a can of beverage, inserted a straw, and handed it to Lu Mingxian. Lu Mingxian started breathing, completely disoriented. Half an hour had passed after finishing the drink. Lu Mingxian stared blankly ahead, his eyes vacant. Su Jin had taken the drink bottle, but the straw was still dangling in his mouth as he chewed on it. Seeing that he was still deeply immersed in his emotions and unable to extricate himself, Su Jin sighed and asked, Brother Lu, is there anything you still don't believe? I believe, but there are still many things I can't understand. Lu Mingxuan's voice was hoarse with tension. Why is Shun Yufeng the savior? He's just a mortal. Even if we find him, what can we do? Shun Yufeng also knows that the apocalypse will break out, but he doesn't know when it will break out, and he has no ability to protect himself. Su Jin said quickly. The task that the immortal gave me is to ensure that I can help him survive. After that, the immortal can take care of the rest. Heavenly secrets cannot be revealed. After all, it is a divine mandate. He only needs to tell me what to do, and I will do my best to do it. As for why, I have no right to ask. Brother Lu, I have a very heavy task now. I can't complete it alone, especially now that the Imperial Court has issued a warrant for my arrest. The risk of completing the task is even greater, and no one will believe me. I can help you. Lu Mingxian suddenly looked up. Come back to the royal city with me. Back to Tianyu Temple. Show this information to His Majesty, and all the missions will be solved. You want to unite with the Imperial Court, and I have thought about it too, but it will be more dangerous if the Imperial Court finds out about this. A country is not an individual. It is easy to persuade one person, but it is harder than climbing to heaven to persuade an organization. Su Hin felt helpless. If the only goal is to ensure Shun Yufeng's survival, this method is indeed feasible. The Emperor cannot tolerate him, but there is not much need to kill him. The key issue is that Shun Yufeng also needs the support of the people, which would be a huge problem. A messy power struggle can't be resolved in a couple hundred days. Brother Lu, if this path were feasible, I would have left long ago. Su Jin said earnestly, believe me, your most important task right now is to join us and help us find Shun Yufeng. We may need your help with things afterward. Think about it. Once we complete our mission, the immortals will descend. That will be your destiny to become an immortal. Your talent surpasses Shun Yufeng's in every aspect, and you've already advanced to the 5th level at such a young age. If the immortals are pleased, they might directly accept you as their disciple. Even if they don't accept you as a disciple, bestowing 1 or 2 spirit pills would be enough for you to enjoy for a lifetime. What if we tell the Imperial Court? Even if they believe us, they're not stupid. Do you think this divine opportunity will still fall to you? Chapter 137. Full and well-fed. Silence, a long silence. After hearing Su Jin's explanation, Lu Mingxian remained silent. Seeing that he didn't speak, Su Jin gave Du Wenyan a look. He then got up, carried Lu Mingxian on his back, walked to the car, and closed the car door. Du Wenyan quickly led Yun Lian to peer through the car window to check on the two of them. Su Jin walked to a tree and, without saying a word, pulled out a dagger and cut the nylon rope binding Lu Mingxian. The feeling of being tightly bound all over my body disappeared. Lu Mingxian freed himself from the remaining ropes with both arms. And then, with his body stiff, he slowly began to try to move. Su Jin secretly gripped the gun handle with his other hand, the multiplier effect already fully activated. He was confident he could kill his opponent with a single strike from this distance. Although there was a high degree of certainty that Lu Mingxian would not make a move again. Even a 1 in 10,000 chance shouldn't be gambled on. But now it seems there's no need for that. Lu Mingxian leaned against the tree, slid down to the ground, and slowly covered his face with his hands. Su Jin could completely understand the situation. If a person knew that their world was about to be destroyed and there was ample evidence to support it, it would be very difficult for anyone to accept this reality. Su Jin said gently, "Brother Lu, I sincerely invite you to join me. If you still think I'm a traitor, then I have nothing to say. But even if you want to kill me, you must give me a chance to explain myself. I'm a traitor, but you don't think Xin Yufeng is a traitor too, do you? I just told you the truth. Xin Yufeng also received guidance from an immortal. As long as you accompany us to see him, everything will be revealed." Lu Mingxian lay limply at his sides, staring at the sky without uttering a word. Su Jin had not expected the other party to be so slow in accepting the situation. Perhaps his physical condition was too poor. Enduring hunger and dehydration for a long time would have a strong impact on his mental state. Left with no other choice, Su Jin took out a cigarette, squatted down, and started smoking, glancing at the other person every now and then. After a long silence, Lu Mingxian let out a sigh and murmured to himself, "People say the demon spring is declining, and perhaps in another 10 years or so, there will be no more worries about the demon spring, and the world will get better and better. Officials in the imperial court, and even the prayer angels of the heavenly oracle temple, all say so. I've always believed that. Maybe I shouldn't have pursued you. I'd rather not have known this. Well, now that you know, we become friends through a fight. All right, I'll help you." Lu Mingxian stood up and looked directly at Su Jin. "I can't fully trust you, but Xin Yufeng is trustworthy. I won't do anything to harm you until we reach Jiuzhou City and meet him." Su Jin smiled and nodded twice. He took out a cigarette and tossed it to Lu Mingxian. "Here, have one." Lu Mingxian took the cigarette and put it in his mouth, then took the lighter that Su Jin tossed to him and lit it naturally. This wasn't the first time he'd seen these things from Su Jin. They were easy to use, but he'd been curious about them for a long time. Lu Mingxian, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, asked, "What is this thing from the immortal realm? It'll soothe your inner demons, and it'll feel good in your mouth." Taking a deep drag of smoke, Lu Mingxian coughed heavily, glancing suspiciously at Su Jin. "That's how it is at first," Su Jin shrugged. "You'll get used to it. I'm going to have a big meal." Lu Mingxian said dejectedly, "No problem at all. All the delicious food has been prepared for you." The two returned to the car at the same time, with Du Wenyin standing guard at the car door, watching Lu Mingxian warily. Lu Mingxian looked at him and sighed. "Brother Du, I meant no harm. With such a big matter at hand, none of the past matters anymore." Du Wenyin shifted his gaze to Su Jin, and seeing him nod in affirmation, he stepped aside to let Su Jin through the car door. "Brother Lu, you should take a shower before eating. The room smells like you. Take a bath? There's no river or lake here. Where am I supposed to take a bath? Follow me." Su Jin squeezed the front and led the way to the restroom. Lu Mingxian followed closely behind, and the tension and oppression brought by the unfamiliar space were instantly relieved. He had been confined to the living room for days, and this was the first time he had seen any other space inside the car. Every night, the sound of rain pouring down in the little house was like a downpour, which puzzled him. It really is a creation of immortals. No wonder you have no shortage of water. There's even a well in here. Lu Mingxian exclaimed in amazement as he stared at the toilet. "This is a toilet for convenience. We eat and drink outside, but we relieve ourselves here." Starting with the toilet, Su Jin introduced each item one by one, and Lu Mingxian's attention began to be wildly diverted by every single item in the bathroom. The bathroom was filled with the constant sound of rushing water. Su Jin sat opposite Du Wenyin, who asked, "Brother Wu, do you really think he's reliable enough? There seems to be no problem so far, but I don't know what he'll think after he's eaten, drunk, and slept well tomorrow," Su Jin said. "Wenyin, you're experienced and know that people's thoughts can change in an instant, so I need to take some precautions." "What security measures?" "You two siblings definitely can't keep an eye on him, so I'll have to do it. I'll teach you how to control this car from now on." "You mean I can control this magical car?" Duignon asked nervously. This is a gift from the immortals. Can I really handle it? Sure, this thing works for everyone. You've watched me drive quite a bit, so even if you've never driven before, I bet you know it pretty well, right? Suhin Chakov. Can I control the car just by following your movements? That's right. Let's practice now. I guarantee you'll get the hang of it in no time, and you'll be able to control it freely by tomorrow. Du Wenyin was deeply moved. The chariot was a gift from the immortals, and it was essential for survival in the wild. How could he entrust me with control of such a treasure, except for immense trust? Taking a deep breath, Du Wenyin said solemnly, "Don't worry, Brother Wu. I guarantee with my life that the carriage will not be damaged." Hee hee, you're too kind, you're too kind. Half an hour later, Lu Mingxian walked out of the bathroom wearing a clean white bathrobe and slippers. After washing myself clean, I felt refreshed and invigorated. Before I even saw the large table in the living room, the aroma had already filled my nostrils. Lu Mingxian was startled and took 2 steps at a time to sit down at the table. 2 bowls of instant noodles, 2 cans of braised pork, and a bottle of iced tea. He took a deep breath and looked at Su Jin. Su Jin smiled and gestured for them to eat, saying, "Eat up. All of this is for you. Let's eat and chat." Lu Mingxian didn't say a word, but picked up his chopsticks and showed them off wildly. A whole can of oily food is poured into a bowl of noodles, and the bowl is finished in 7 or 8 bites. Then he drank iced tea, swallowed the food stuck in his throat, exhaled a long breath, and closed his eyes to savor the taste. It smells good. It fucking smells good. I feel so much better. I'm alive again. It's good that you're alive. Can you answer questions now? Su Jin raised an eyebrow. Lu Mingxuan's smile vanished instantly, and he looked up at Su Jin. "Ask me anything you want." Chapter 138. His name is Su Jin. I asked you to help us take the official road through the city before, and you said you couldn't do it. Is that true or false? If you're willing to help me, I would like to try to reduce the travel time as much as possible. After Su Jin finished speaking, he frowned and slammed his fist on the table twice. Distracted for a moment, Lu Mingxuan's head was stuck in the bowl of noodles again. "Hey, eat slowly. I won't interrupt your conversation. I'm so hungry. I'm hungry again as soon as I catch my breath." Lu Mingxian said with his mouth stuffed full. "I'm telling the truth. I'm not lying to you. I can't help you with this at all. Being a top wanted person, anyone has to be questioned. The 3 of you are all on record with the government. There must be an artist who has painted portraits of you. If you show your faces, there will be problems. Let's take the unpaved road. It's safer that way." Suhin nodded. Lu Mingxian was honest. He wanted to confirm whether the other party could really do him a favor, and he also wanted to test whether he had any other intentions. "That's fairly fair. There are no problems at the moment. Can you teach me that technique? I want you to teach me sincerely." "Teach? Why not teach? Nothing matters now. I don't have time to think about anything else." TSK. After finishing a 1-liter bottle of iced tea, Lu Mingxian continued. "Any more? Give me another bottle. I want a Coke." "You learn really fast," Su Jin exclaimed, placing another bucket of cola in front of him. Lu Mingxian easily unscrewed the cap and started blowing into the bottle. "Drink slowly. Don't spray it on my car," Su Jin casually instructed before continuing to ask, "Why can Tianyu Mountain fly in the sky? Do you have some special methods? If the demon spring erupts, I think Tianyu Mountain would be a good place to stay." "You're absolutely right about that." Lu Mingxian put down the cola bucket and said seriously, "When Tianyu Mountain was built, it was specifically designed by the royal family because they were worried that the demon spring would bring disaster to the royal city. As for why I can fly, there's nothing special about it, and there's no special method involved. There's a type of pumice mineral that can be suspended in the air once it is dug out. The entire Tianyu Mountain is almost entirely composed of this mineral. Su Yuan spent nearly 100 years digging this mountain out of the ground, and it was suspended in the air by itself. Are there similar pumice mountains in other places? Yes, there are many, but currently, only Tianyu Mountain can float stably in the sky. Why? It's very simple. Other countries also have this kind of mineral, and their scale may not be smaller than that of Tianyu Mountain. However, after they're mined, they float in the sky and tend to tilt and drift away. It seems that the pumice can only float within a certain range, and it will fall to the ground after it goes beyond that range." Su Jin, his brow furrowed, puffed out a cloud of smoke. "It seems I was overthinking it. It wasn't that the locals had any magical ways of avoiding disasters. It was entirely due to natural factors. If the apocalyptic disaster is as you imagine, A demonic spring erupting and spreading. Then a mountain that can float is the best option. Generally, high places can only serve to delay. The substances ejected from the magic spring will turn into monsters and roam around after the eruption stops. Only flying in the sky is safe. After thinking for a while, Su Jin said, "Do you have any questions for me or any reminders for me to pay attention to? Could you give me some more noodles? I'm too lazy to make anything. Here's some cherries for you." Su Jin said, taking out a box of cherries. He grabbed a handful and started eating them one by one, swallowing the kernel and shell whole. Although it was something new that Su Jin had never seen before, he ate it without hesitation, and Lu Mingxian did not hesitate either. They followed suit and started eating, stuffing handfuls of food into their mouths. Su Jin said, "Based on the distance, we should be able to reach Jiuzhou City in about 10 days. Tomorrow we should arrive at Qinshan City first, but we'll have to take a detour through the mountains. Before we go, I hope you can help me with some tasks." "What mission?" "Check if there are any notices posted outside Qinshan City. If there are no notices or wanted posters, we'll take the main road." Lu Mingxian smiled and leaned forward. "Aren't you afraid I'll attract the Xuanjiao army here? I trust your character, and you made a promise to me," Su Jin replied with a smile. "Humph. You're really naive. What if I offer you up to the authorities? Do you think you can still escape?" Lu Mingxian narrowed his eyes. Su Jin spat out 3 cherry pits, looking at the other party expressionlessly. "You dare to swallow any kind of pit? Without my antidote. Let's see what you do." "You son of a bitch." Lu Mingxuan's expression changed drastically, but he had been eating too fast and in a hurry. He looked down at his stomach and exclaimed in panic, "How could I get pregnant like this? This doesn't work as quickly as the melon. But since you ate so much, the seeds have probably already started to sprout. You'll be able to expel some tomorrow, but the rest will be enough to grow several trees. Without my antidote, within 3 days, you can expect to grow into a giant tree." "Damn it, despicable." Lu Mingxian cursed angrily, then suppressed his temper and gritted his teeth, saying, "I was just joking with you. Is it really necessary to treat me like this? One should always be wary of others." Su Jin spread his hands and said, "Brother Lu, you always make jokes like this with me. I really can't tell which one is true and which one is false. I give up. I'll go see for you tomorrow. I don't want this anymore. Give me something else." The next day, outside Qinshan City, from a safe spot in the distant woods, Su Jin and Du Wenyin hid behind the car, observing the location of the city gate with binoculars. Lu Mingxian was traveling alone, heading towards the city gate. Du Wenyin said, "Brother Wu, what if he turns against us?" "No, I'm confident he wouldn't dare try," Su Jin said. "Wenyin, do you think if the wanted poster gets there faster than we can, it might reach Jiuzhou City? Let's see how they communicate. If they're using flying beasts, they should already be in Jiuzhou City," Duke Wenyin said, putting down his binoculars and turning his head to say, "Brother Wu, are you thinking that if Shun Yufeng finds your portrait, he might send someone to look for you? Is the official portrait accurate? Based on your understanding of Shun Yufeng, would he send someone to find me? A nationwide wanted poster would definitely be drawn by a top artist. There's no way it wouldn't look realistic. Besides, you were imprisoned for prohibition, so officials must have already interrogated you. The officials who interrogated you must have drawn a very detailed picture," Du Wenyin said. "As for Shun Yufeng, I think he will come looking for you. After all, this matter has had a huge impact. But he's wanted nationwide, and he can't move. How can we find you?" Du Wenyin said, then suddenly had an idea. He pulled out the simple map from his pocket, his breathing quickening slightly. "Finding you is impossible, but he knows you're looking for him too, so he'll definitely choose our route and send people to stake it out. There's only one place that's the most suitable." "Where?" Su Jin asked hurriedly. Du Wenyin took out a pen and drew a circle on the side of the largest city closest to Jiuzhou City. "Silver Valley. To bypass White Phoenix City, the terrain is treacherous, and Silver Valley is the most suitable location for ambush. We could try our luck and take this route." Outside the city gate, looking at the portraits posted on the city wall, Lu Mingxian scratched his head. Du Wenyin and that little scoundrel both match up. Sufin? This son of a bitch isn't named Wu Ziheo. Chapter 139, Are They Here to Investigate Us? After studying the situation at the city gate for a while, Lu Mingxian turned back. Once they reached the back of the RV and saw Su Jin, Lu Mingxian cut to the chase and said, "Wu Ziheo, you're not called Wu Ziheo either." Du Wenyin was taken aback and then looked at Su Jin. Brother Wu, what's going on? What's going on? This kid doesn't tell the truth, a single word. Lu Mingxian said sarcastically. Hiding things. Even his name is fake. I really don't trust you anymore. The wanted poster says Su Jin's name, right? Su Jin asked again. Lu Mingxian said with a stern face. Otherwise, do you think I would misread the words? Explain it. That's right. Actually, there's not much to explain. My name is Wu Ziheo. Su Jin spread his hands and said innocently, I used a fake name when I was arrested and imprisoned. He wasn't surprised by this situation. When he was arrested by the soldiers for drinking, they had already made it very clear. According to imperial law, a first-time offender is detained for 3 months. A second offender receives 20 strokes of a cane and is detained for 6 months. A third offender is sentenced to death. Any concealment of information from one's superiors will result in an additional degree of punishment. Although the crime is not serious, it requires an official trial and must be documented. If you have a legitimate identity, there's no need to lie. Using a false name in court is just pointless and creating trouble out of nothing. Actually, there's nothing wrong with telling Du Wenyin and Lu Mingxian. But judging from Lu Mingxuan's demeanor, it's not so easy to tell the truth. After all, he's a new teammate who just joined, so let's just appease him for now. Besides, being called Brother Su by others feels a bit off. Seeing that Lu Mingxian still looked doubtful, Su Jin directly took out his ID card. Hey, I was entrusted by the Immortal to prepare an extra identity for myself in case something happens to me. This one is fake. Take a look. Lu Mingxian took the identity document and began to check it. Su Jin, you live in Sai. It's definitely fake. This is a backwater mountain village. Judging from your appearance, you don't seem like someone who hasn't been to school. Moreover, no one ever carries this identification document with them for fear of losing it. Any document carried on their person must be fake. After frantically deducing in his mind for a while, Lu Mingxian returned the voucher to Su Jin. All right, I believe you, right? I like to tell the truth. Su Jin put away the voucher and continued. We can't see very clearly from here. What's the situation at the city gate? The situation is not good. There are hardly any people passing through the city gates to begin with. It's mostly merchant caravans. Just now, a caravan entered the city, and they checked it inside and out. The three of us have neither documents nor a legitimate reason to enter the city, Lu Mingxian said. You can put away the treasure carriage. It's indeed not difficult for us to sneak into the city by scaling the wall. But we'll definitely be exposed as soon as we enter the city. Our accents and clothes are different, and it won't be long before we're found out. So don't get your hopes up. Let's just go over the mountains. Okay, you're pretty reliable. Let's hike over the mountain then, but it'll take up a lot of time. Su Jin sighed as he packed up the RV. Wait a minute, Lu Mingxian suddenly said. Have you forgotten something? What did I forget? Su Jin asked blankly. Lu Mingxian glared and gritted his teeth, saying, The antidote. The antidote. Su Jin pondered for a moment, then took out a digestive tablet and tossed it to Lu Mingxian. This one is the antidote. After you finish this, your stomach will not sprout for 3 days. Call me when it's almost 3 days, and I'll give you another antidote. No, Lu Mingxian exclaimed. You still don't trust me? We're teammates. Can't you just solve everything for me at once? This is the antidote. 1 course of treatment lasts 3 days, and 10 courses will cure it. If you want it to be cured in one go, then you'll have to cut open my stomach. Su Jin said with a sneer, What do you want? I have the tools to cut open stomachs, but there's a risk of death. Then I'll take the medicine. Lu Mingxian silently took the digestive tablet, put it in his mouth, and chewed it carefully. This antidote tastes pretty good. Su Jin. Above the city gate of Qianshan City, the Protector General, clad in armor, stood with his hands behind his back, gazing into the distance. Reporting, sir. The soldiers below the city rushed up, knelt on one knee, clasped their hands, and said, Reporting to my lord, the people who have come are indeed from the pure Heaven Guard, and, judging from their attire, they are experts with 5-patterned armor. A 5-pattern master? That must be someone from the royal city. Shi Qing leaned against the city wall, looking at the spot where Lu Mingxian had disappeared. To be 5-patterned at such a young age, there are very few people with that skill. Who exactly is this person? My lord, this man went to the city gate but did not enter. Instead, he turned around and went to the wilderness. Is he a fraudster? A staff member whispered. After all, patterns are not impossible to fake, and there are precedents for it. They must have eaten the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard. The fraudsters who made fakes before have all been crushed into mincemeat. Who would dare to fake the patterns now? Shurching said, stroking his chin. I don't think this matter is that simple. Currently, 3 insignificant individuals are wanted nationwide, and a 5-pattern expert from the Pure Heaven Guard has suddenly appeared. Hiss. What has come to mind, sir? The aide asked hastily. Is something happening in the capital? A possible power struggle? Shurching frowned. With the demon spring ceasing, the core of the Pure Heaven Guard is all in the capital. Without the demon spring, the reason for the existence of the Heavenly Edict Temple is much weaker. Now is the time for them to seek reorganization. Wow, that's so possible. Your reasoning is truly insightful. It's a real eye-opener. The staff member's eyes lit up, but his expression quickly turned serious. A major case will be launched in the capital, which will be the best opportunity for the Jingtian Guard to extend its reach to other cities. The court will officially hand this matter over to the Xuanjiao army, but since the old disaster is involved, it is only natural for the Jingtian Guard to apply for separate cooperation for a secret operation. Sir, we need to prepare for this as soon as possible. We don't know what this person is planning right now, but it will be troublesome if we wait until he enters the city. The funds allocated by the Imperial Court last year for city repairs have been used up. The city hasn't been repaired yet. Could he have noticed something amiss from the city gate? Or perhaps he went around to inspect the city walls from another location. And now I'm worried. What if he's not the only one coming? Damn it, Shurching cursed, slamming his hand heavily on the city wall, sending up a handful of dirt. What if we take the money back now? The aide looked troubled. How are we supposed to collect this? The money's already been distributed. Besides, sir, you took it. Shut up. I must say, sir, this man has 5 markings on his body, so he must have an extraordinary status in the Heavenly Mandate Temple. Bribing him will be useless. The advisor said earnestly, these are minor matters. Don't worry that the old duke has lost power in the capital. Shurching clenched his fists until they turned white, staring intently at the dense forest in the distance. Damn it. Back when we were the Demon Spring, we could all eat until our bellies were round and full. Now that his mother's life is finally getting better, the tentacles of the Jingdian Way have reached out again, and they've even sensed such a high-ranking person. Chapter 140 Your socks are quite interesting. The court doesn't understand your difficulties. Isn't the question of whether or not to repair the city wall just an excuse? If the disaster of the Demon Spring really comes, how long can this city wall hold you off? The advisor continued to mutter beside him. In the end, isn't it people who are fighting against the Demon Spring? The entire Thousand Mountains city rests on your and your brother's shoulders. Only when people are well-fed and well-off can we prevent disasters. Taking a little silver is not a taboo. Shut up, Shurching roared. What's the point of all that babbling? I'm paying you to solve my problems. The advisor's face immediately hardened. He glanced around and whispered, Sir, there's only one way right now. What method? Why don't you just go out and kill him? Kill him. Shurching's eyes widened. What if a 5-stripe Pure Heaven Guard causes trouble? Now is the perfect time. Nobody knows him, and he didn't even enter the city. Just kill him in the wilderness. The advisor's face was ruthless as his hand slowly sliced across his neck like a knife. If he dies and his body is dumped, who can investigate in the desolate mountains? Perfect. We can get close to him when he's off guard. You're also a 5-stripe master, sir. If you get close to him, will he still have the strength to resist? Shurching frowned. You really know how to cause me trouble. No, I need to do some more research. Oh dear, we can't study this anymore. This is the best outcome, the advisor said with a pained expression. Sir, if he makes any other moves, we won't be able to handle it. You have to think about it. The Jingtian Guard has already started to take action to seize the Xuanjiao army's territory, and the old duke hasn't sent you a single word. He might have been taken into custody. Mo Quan is done making a fuss. Let me be blunt. Even if you have 5, 6, or even 7 levels of tattoos, the Imperial Court might not value you. If the common people keep having children, can't they at least produce ordinary soldiers? Can you fight 1,000 people by yourself? Personal martial prowess is worthless to the Imperial Court. Ordinary people can command troops just as easily. At this critical juncture, there are no battles to fight. We're not seeking advancement. Isn't victory enough if we can just retreat unscathed? Once we take down this Heavenly Guardian, we'll have plenty of time to plan our escape route. How do you plan for the future? Shurching asked, frowning. It's simple. Next time we ask the higher-ups for money, we won't build the city. It's too easy to give herself away. The advisor paused for a moment and then said, build roads, build roads. We'll really build them. Every year. Aren't there plenty of people who can work for free? We could just bring them in from the prison. If there aren't enough people in the prison, we can get a batch from the common people and bring them into the prison. In the past 2 years, there have been quite a few deaths from disease and starvation that haven't been reported to the court. Let's not report them. Just consider it a contribution to the construction. The living do the work, and the dead are accounted for. It's a win-win situation. We'll continue to earn money, as usual. Once your term is over, we'll go back to the capital, buy a big house, and take a few concubines. That will be a successful retirement. Damn it, why didn't you say so sooner? Why wait until something bad happens to spout this nonsense? Oh dear, the staff member sighed. Road construction is not easy to get approved. Even if the road is broken, it's still passable. Building a city is much simpler. Besides, this is the usual practice, and it has never failed. My lord, let's put everything else aside for now. Should we kill the Jingtian guard or not? Kill. There's no other good way but to kill him. How did it get stuck at this point without any warning? Shurqing said, looking troubled. When I leave the city later, if anyone looks for me, just say I'm not here right now and we'll be back later. Keep an eye on the road repair thing. Find a good excuse. It won't be long before we get back. Rest assured, my lord, I have chosen you for life and will follow you to the death. Shurqing scoffed and put his hand to his lips. A clear and melodious whistle rang out, and an eagle took flight from the city. After circling briefly in the sky, it landed on Shurqing's shoulder. Shurqing looked at the eagle, whistled a few times, and then flicked his right arm, sending the eagle soaring into the air towards the spot where Lu Mingxian had disappeared. The three of them moved swiftly through the forest. Su Jin carried Yun Lian on his back, with Du Wenyan beside him. Lu Mingxian was at the forefront, scouting ahead. There are ferocious beasts in the mountains, and his intuition is the most sensitive, so he is the most suitable person to go. The three ran for a while, and the terrain began to become more undulating. Only when Du Wenyan was exhausted did Su Jin speak up. That's enough, Brother Lu. Take a rest. Lu Mingxian put his hands on his hips, turned around, and looked at Du Wenyan with disdain. Scholars are really the most useless. You can't even keep up with your stamina after running for a short while. At this rate of dragging us down, it would take you 2 days to cross this place. Du Wenyan's cheeks turned red with frustration, but he couldn't refute anything, since he had indeed dragged the team down. Su Jin said, say less. Without Brother Du, we wouldn't even know where to go. Can you lead the way? Lu Mingxian had nothing to say and squatted down to rest. The mountains are high and the forests are dense, so the RVs can't be parked there. Su Jin sat down next to Lu Mingxian, took out a cigarette, and was about to smoke when Lu Mingxian reached out his hand as soon as he took out his lighter. Give me one. Wow, you learn it so quickly. Actually, I still find it a bit disgusting, but since it's something from the immortal realm, I should experience as much as possible. Soon, the two began leaning against a large tree, smoking. Du Wenyan held Yun Lian and watched longingly from the side, feeling inexplicably uneasy. Although that thing smelled extremely bad, it shouldn't be anything bad. Brother Wu has known him for so long, but has never given him a cigarette. On the contrary, Lu Mingxian and he started smoking together as soon as they met. Brother Wu, I'd like one too. Du Wenyan couldn't resist asking for a cigarette. Without even thinking, Su Jin said, there's none for you. It's not good for your health. There are limits to smoking. Seeing that he was decisively rejected, Du Wenyan slumped to the ground and fell silent. After smoking half a cigarette, Lu Mingxian squinted and looked up at the sky. Tiske. Hey, I'm starting to feel it. I'm dizzy and lightheaded. I felt nauseous after taking the drug yesterday, but I didn't feel this way then. You coughed up all that cigarette smoke from yesterday. It would be a miracle if you could even feel anything. Su Jin exhaled the remaining smoke from his mouth and said, while we still have time, tell me. He was halfway through his sentence when Su Jin suddenly lowered his head. Lu Mingxian had already bent down to look at his ankle and reached out to pull it. Hey, your socks are interesting. Get out of my way. Su Jin snapped, quickly shifting his position to the side. Show me some respect. What's wrong with me? Someone's eyeing my socks again. Lu Mingxian stared at the edge of the socks. Let me see, are you being stingy? I hadn't noticed before, but these socks are quite white and fit well. Immortal Realm socks. Okay, stop fiddling with it. I'll give you 2 pairs later. Me too. Du Wenyan suddenly interjected, staring intently at Suyin. Here you go. And here you go too. Suhin laughed angrily. Go on. Continue what you were about to say, Lu Mingxian asked, looking up. Chapter 141, Secret Teaching. The Way of Arts. You said you would teach me the Way of Arts before. Now you should be able to pass it on to me, right? Su Jin asked directly. Lu Mingxian said helplessly. You really want to learn? It seems that you're truly blessed by the immortals and know nothing about cultivation. You have already cultivated martial arts and cannot learn Taoism. I did not lie to you before. The Tao of Arts focuses on cultivating vital energy and emphasizing meridians, while the Tao of Martial Arts focuses on cultivating muscle structure and emphasizing internal strength. Your body is extremely strong and more suitable for the Tao of Martial Arts. Besides, the world is about to end, so even if you were to learn it, you wouldn't be able to learn anything decent. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Hurry up and teach me, Su Jin urged. Lu Mingxian said irritably, Fine. Don't blame me if you can't learn anything. I see you can't even sense the Yuan Qi, so I'll help you circulate your Qi first and let you feel the path of the Qi circulation. Hold out your hand. Su Jin extended his right palm, and Lu Mingxian placed his left palm on top of it. The moment their hands touched, a surge of heat flowed from Lu Mingxuan's palm to Su Jin's palm, and then continued to travel inwards. Do you feel anything? Lu Mingxian asked. Su Hin nodded. That's all right. It's not like you have absolutely no talent. Lu Mingxian mustered all his strength and continued to exert himself. The heat flowed through his meridians until it had spread throughout his entire body, at which point Lu Mingxian withdrew his energy. That was the secret energy cultivation route of our Jingtian guard, the Chongyuan Gong. Regular practice of this energy cultivation method will continuously strengthen your qi. It is extremely beneficial for physical recovery and injury healing. Once it reaches a certain level, you can release it to injure enemies. Right now, you haven't even reached the level of the first level, so you can't release your cultivated qi externally. However, long-term practice is still very effective for health and wellness. How do I cultivate the first wisp of primordial energy? You took it away, and I can't feel it anymore. How am I supposed to circulate my energy? So that's what personal talent is all about. Lu Mingxian shrugged. The first wisp of primordial energy can be said to be the biggest hurdle to entering the Chongyuan technique. Only after passing this hurdle can one be considered to have embarked on the path of cultivation and be qualified to be noticed by the Jingtian Guard. Of course, to join, one must be at least at the level of 2 patterns. Can't you help me? Since you can help me circulate my energy, could you leave me a seed of vital energy or something? Su Jin asked. Okay. Lu Mingxian raised his hand again and placed it on Su Jin's palm. Generally speaking, when the Jingtian Guard trains newcomers, they use this method to let the apprentices have a basic understanding of Yuan Qi. However, once the borrowed Yuan Qi is separated from the input, it will dissipate in your body after a short time. While the vital energy has not yet dissipated, concentrate your mind and guide it to walk through the energy circulation route on your own. Su Jin closed his eyes, carefully recalling the energy flow route he had just taken, and began to circulate his qi. With focused intention, the vital energy began to circulate within the body. 30 seconds later, Su Jin opened his eyes. Lu Mingxian asked, did it succeed? It didn't work. I forgot how to get there. Can you guide me again? Don't bother learning it. You won't be able to learn it. You might not be able to master it, even in a year or 2. Stop talking nonsense. Do you want to turn into a big tree? I'm truly impressed by you. After struggling for more than 30 minutes, Su Jin finally managed to barely remember the qi circulation route. It still guided Lu Mingxuan's vital energy to move with difficulty through his meridians. Without Lu Mingxuan's external support, it seemed that it was extremely difficult to advance. After nearly 30 minutes, Su Jin finally finished the entire cultivation route and breathed a sigh of relief. Your speed is too average. You don't have much talent for cultivation, Lu Mingxian mocked from the side. Su Jin was about to reply when he suddenly looked to his right. The fire mark that had always been on the back of my right hand inexplicably began to appear and heat up. The vital energy that had been exhausted within the body was rekindled and surged through the meridians. It even caused a continuous, throbbing pain within the body. Su Jin stared intently at the back of his hand, sweat beading on his forehead. Lu Mingxian noticed something was wrong, looked at him and then at his right hand, and said, Hey, what's wrong with you? It can't be that bad. It's normal not to be able to learn it. Even if you're a genius, You couldn't master it in such a short time. You don't think you've seen immortals, and that makes you different from others in this aspect, do you? As soon as Lu Mingxian finished speaking, Su Jin let out a sharp breath. The burning sensation of the incense burner's mark has disappeared, replaced by a surge of primordial energy within the body. Su Jin stood up and looked around, searching for the sun. At this moment, even Du Wenyan sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly stepped forward to ask, "I'm Fina." Su Jin raised his hand to stop him, suppressing the excitement in his chest. He has mastered the power of primordial energy. Moreover, the foundation has been elevated to an extremely solid level. However, his superpowers seem to have disappeared, and now the light no longer seems to enhance his physique. Finding a shady spot, Su Jin sat in the shadows, silently observing. In no time, he had already made up his mind. The ability to rapidly switch between yin and yang power is gone, and has now been replaced by the Chongyuan Gong. Can it be exchanged back? The moment the thought arose, the imprint of the torch ignited once more. The vital energy in his body vanished in an instant, and a feeling of lightness filled his entire body. With another thought, his body became heavier, and a surge of vital energy returned to his body. Su Jin's lips trembled uncontrollably, his heart filled with ecstasy. I understand. You should be able to understand after a simple trial. The butler didn't explain the flame mark clearly at all. It's not as simple as it seems. Each time a power system is mastered, the flame mark will raise the foundation of that power system to the current strength benchmark. To put it simply, if you play a game and choose a warrior who has reached level 10, you will instantly switch to a level 10 mage once you master magic. However, you will not yet have mastered the mage skills, which you will have to hone yourself. However, the power system one possesses cannot be balanced. Only one can be used at a time, requiring switching between them. However, this is not an obstacle at present, because the switching speed is extremely fast. If this ability has no upper limit, and one can control a different power system in every world one enters, then the tactical combinations for the future are virtually endless and can cover all areas. Every improvement in basic strength will lead to an overall improvement in the entire power system. If my guess is correct, my previous level of superpower was probably around the level of 3-striped, and my current Chongyuan technique should be at the level of 3-striped. Switching back to Chongyuan Gong, Su Jin strode towards Lu Mingxian, who was still completely bewildered. "What's wrong with you?" Lu Mingxian asked as soon as he opened his mouth. "Don't talk about that yet. Help me check my current Yuan Qi strength." Su Jin stretched out his palm. "What strength? You have no strength," Lu Mingxian said, taking Su Jin's hand, his expression changing drastically in an instant. Staring at Su Jin as if he'd seen a ghost, he exclaimed in shock, "No. What's going on? Just tell me your skill level." Three patterns, Lu Mingxian stammered. "And it's not just ordinary 3 pattern level. This is the Yuan Qi level of the upper level of 3 patterns. Why? You clearly didn't even have any Yuan Qi just now. How did it suddenly become like this? This doesn't make sense." Chapter 142, The 5 Great Secret Techniques of Chanyu Temple Acquired. Su Jin's smile grew increasingly arrogant. The previous guess was correct. His basic strength was around 3-striped. After learning the new power system, the flame mark has raised it to the same level. If I can learn martial arts internal strength, I might instantly possess the power foundation of 3-pattern martial arts, and the weakness of the light to power conversion ability will be completely overcome. What happened? How'd you do that? Lu Mingxian asked repeatedly in disbelief. When Su Jin came to his senses, he casually replied, "Blessings from the immortals, blessings indeed." Holy crap, Lu Mingxian's eyes widened. I spent almost 10 years learning to reach your level, and you've already got 3 tattoos with just 1 immortal blessing. He gave you a ton of stuff, and that wasn't enough. He even gave you cultivation talent? Did he pack up his whole house and get it to you? You wouldn't understand, even if I explained. Immortals are just that generous. What you think is good, they don't. Immortals. Lu Mingxian felt a pang of sadness, looking around blankly. Why didn't I encounter any immortals? Why am I not even a savior? Su Jin chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. "Trust me, brother. If what happened to me really happened, you wouldn't think it's a good thing. Sometimes living foolishly is a kind of happiness, but unfortunately, I no longer have that chance." "What are you talking about? Are you showing off to me?" Lu Mingxian glared. "Congratulations, Brother Wu." Du Wenyan stepped forward with a smile to congratulate him. "Although I didn't understand what happened, you have now learned the Tianyu Temple's techniques. You should master more secret arts. This is a good thing for us. Thank you. Brother, do you take Yunlian to rest first, and I'll study it some more before we set off again. Su Jin took out a bag of snacks and handed it to Du Wenyin. Du Wenyin nodded, accepted the snacks, and turned to walk towards Yunlian. Lu Mingxian was clearly still upset, so Su Jin took out a cigarette and offered it to him. The two continued smoking. 3 minutes later, after finishing his cigarette, Lu Mingxian sighed. I really didn't expect this. This kind of adventure is truly enviable. A casual pointer from an immortal can be equivalent to more than 10 years of hard work by an ordinary person. What's the point of my efforts? I might as well pack my bags and travel the world looking for immortals. I can even enjoy sightseeing. There's still a chance, Brother Lu, Su Jin comforted him. Once we find Shen Yufeng and resolve the trouble, won't you also receive a blessing when the immortals reappear? Your talent is better than mine, and your abilities are stronger than mine. I can't even imagine the blessings you'll receive then. Maybe they'll take you directly to the immortal realm to cultivate. TSK. That's true. That's how it is. Lu Mingxian mustered his courage and finally felt at peace. All right, now that you've reached the level of the 3-pattern heavy Yuan technique, you're qualified to learn the secret techniques of the Heavenly Edict Temple. Lu Mingxian raised his palm and said, how you release it and how fast you can execute it depends on your level of practice. Although you have a solid foundation in Yuan Qi, your practical application of secret techniques probably doesn't reach the level that a normal 3-patterned expert should have, right? There probably isn't one. I need to learn from scratch. All right, align your palm with mine, and I will teach you the basic secret techniques of magic. The two placed their palms together, and Lu Mingxian guided them as he spoke. The first and most commonly used secret technique of the Qianyu Temple is called Wind Blade Slash. This is the move I used on you before. It transforms Yuan Qi into a blade to attack the enemy from 3 zhang away. The second technique is called Drilling Wind Finger, which injures people with finger force and has a range far exceeding that of a blade wind. The third technique is Qi Binding Ring, which wraps around the enemy's limbs and other parts of their body, hindering their movement. The fourth skill, Xuanqi Shield, uses Yuan Qi to form a shield to block the opponent's attack. There's also the fifth skill, Riding the Wind, which can increase speed. As Lu Mingxian recounted the story and guided him with his internal energy, Su Jin frowned and tried his best to memorize it. Only after Lu Mingxian finished his attack did Su Jin say, there are too many to remember all at once. I only remember the Qi Binding Ring. It's normal not to remember them, Lu Mingxian said. You can remember them after practicing for a day or two, but if you want to unleash their full power, you have to practice for years. If you have good talent, you can achieve minor success in 1 year, intermediate success in 3 years, and major success in 8 years. Although most Jingtian guards have some knowledge of the 5 secret techniques, they only specialize in 1 or 2 of them. What about you? I have mastered it all, Lu Mingxian said proudly. What else? Apart from that, it all depends on personal understanding and application. Generally, even if someone creates a unique move, they won't tell Qianyu Temple. It's all passed down from master to disciple. After all, everyone has their own secrets, Lu Mingxian continued. However, these 5 secret techniques become stronger the more you learn them, and you can never master them even if you spend your whole life practicing them. Moreover, they have stood the test of time, and no matter how well you create your own, it is difficult to surpass them. Creating your own techniques can only be said to be a surprise attack. Since you've already memorized the Qi Binding Ring, then learn this move first. After all, you can't bite off more than you can chew. Show me how you use it on the tree branch. Su Jin nodded and looked at the tree branch above his head to exert force. Unconsciously, a force struck the branch and quickly twisted off a leaf. Lu Mingxian smiled inexplicably, feeling much more at ease. He then explained, releasing the Yuan Qi outwards, the Qi circulates into a ring. The original intention of this move is to restrict the opponent's ability to move. The closer the distance from which it is used, the better the effect. It has virtually no killing power against living creatures. Even a beginner should be able to easily twist off a branch as thick as an arm. Your foundation is too weak. Twisting off a leaf means you understand a method, but you're still a long way from being able to use it practically. If you can break a branch today, you'll barely be considered to have entered the field. Hearing Lu Mingxuan's sarcastic and cynical remarks, Su Jin was not discouraged. After all, this was expected, and with a solid foundation, skill practice should be quick. Before long, the 3 continued on their journey. An eagle soars through the sky, its eagle eyes scanning downwards, locking onto the three figures in the mountains and forests. With a flick of its wings, it turned and returned. When it fell with a rustling sound, it was already in front of Shurqing. Before leaving the city, in order to speed up the journey, the armor officially issued by the Shurqing army was replaced with casual clothes and a thin inner armor. He carried a long spear that had been broken into two pieces on his back, and a knife was at his waist. The eagle let out a short cry. Shurqing immediately sensed something was wrong and muttered to himself, "For people, they really didn't come alone. Damn it, the advisor was right. This is a joint investigation." For people were traveling through the mountains, but only one Jingtian guard with 5 stripes reached Qianshan City. What does it mean that the other 3 people are not showing up? Are they preparing for a joint investigation or checking the deployment environment? If that's the case, they might anticipate conflict and prepare safe havens in the mountains in advance. Things have changed. If there were only one 5-striped heavenly guard, it wouldn't be difficult for me to approach and kill him by taking advantage of my status. If there are 4 people, that would be troublesome. We can't expose ourselves directly yet. It's better to find them and observe the specific situation first. After a moment's thought, Shurqing flicked his wrist again, and the eagle soared into the sky. Only this time the speed was reduced. With an eagle's eyes, finding a target in this area is not difficult. This eagle was raised by him from a young age. Although it is not yet as rare as the beasts tamed by the imperial court, its intelligence is certainly not lacking. I've helped him avoid danger time and time again. It won't be any different. Following the trajectory of the eagle's flight, Shurqing sprinted, his feet kicking out shallow craters in the thick earth. Dust swirled in the wind. Chapter 143 Team Conflicts. The sun was gradually setting, and the sky was beginning to darken. The dense forest in these mountains is extraordinary. Even in the middle of the night, it's impossible to travel quickly. Su Jin used a drone to check the surrounding forest environment until he found a relatively open location before releasing the RV. Upon seeing the RV, Lu Mingxian was immediately overjoyed. "Hurry up and get the food out. I am starving." "You're like a reincarnated starving ghost. All you ever think about is food." Su Jin pulled out the long table on the side of the RV. "I'm starving because of you guys. Now I'm developing health problems. I feel uneasy if I don't have something in my mouth." Lu Mingxian sighed, hands on his hips. "What are you doing sitting outside? Go inside and eat. Don't eat my food reserves. It's safe around here. Let's eat something else." Su Jin raised an eyebrow and smiled. "It's really good stuff. Let's have barbecue." "Barbecue?" Lu Mingxuan's mouth started to water, and his eyes changed. He was tempted. Barbecue is fine too, although the food from the immortal realm is delicious. He always felt inexplicably like he wasn't eating a proper meal after eating too much of it, as if he had become detached from worldly affairs. "Barbecue is great. I love barbecue. Gather some firewood nearby, and we'll start a fire." "Walk slowly." Lu Mingxian quickly went to gather firewood. Du Wenyan, seeing him walk away, stepped forward and asked, "Brother Wu, do you think Lu Mingxian is reliable now?" "What? You still don't trust him?" "No, I think he's a bit of a fool, and I'm afraid he'll cause us trouble." "No, it's just that I'm too hungry." "Suhin Smaid, you and Yun Lian should rest for a while. I'll practice my moves." Du Wenyan nodded and pulled Yun Lian into the RV to watch cartoons. Outdoors, Su Jin sat alone, his eyes fixed on the branches of the tree, and he used his chi binding ring. Swish, twist off a handful of leaves. Although there was no time to practice along the way, I pondered and savored the experience for a long time. It seems that the diligent practice has yielded some results. The first time, I could only twist off one leaf, but now I can twist off a whole bunch. Moreover, the tree branches were swaying along with it, and the speed at which the secret technique was being performed was not slow either. It may not be able to restrict the enemy's movements, but it would be excellent to cause some minor harassment. After reflecting on his oversight, Su Jin continued practicing, until Lu Mingxian returned. A thin branch on the tree finally snapped off with a crack from the chi binding ring. "Hey, not bad." Lu Mingxian tossed down the firewood and said, "You can break branches as thick as a finger, so you're not far from mastering the basics. If you practice a few more times, you should be able to break branches as thick as an arm." "It's rare for you to say something complimentary," Su Jin said, surprised. "Hey, I'm not trying to flatter you. You have 10 parts of strength, but you can't even use one part right now," Lu Mingxian said. "And remember, an inanimate object is an inanimate object. If you were to fight a martial arts master, Your strength wouldn't even need them to use their internal energy. Their physical strength alone would be enough to dissipate it. The duration of your chi binding ring is very short. If your opponent successfully executes this technique, I suggest you use more rings to be on the safe side. Thank you for the instructions. Let's start a fire. The sun has set, leaving only a sliver of light on the horizon. A fire had already been lit in the open space. Su Jin took out bottles and jars of seasonings, and a hanging pot was placed on top to burn. Besides barbecuing, you can also cook a hot pot. He hadn't thrown away the instant noodle seasoning packets he'd eaten these past few days, since he hadn't squeezed out all the oil and residue. If you save up the little stuff inside and add some dehydrated vegetables, you can make a soup. He didn't throw away not only the seasoning bags, but also the empty beverage bottles. There's still plenty of food, but the days ahead are long. Given the local bumpkins' lack of knowledge and the scarcity of delicious food, their limited supplies might prove surprisingly useful in the future. It's better to use it sparingly if possible. The water boiled quickly. Su Jin slowly tore open the instant noodle seasoning packet and scraped the seasoning bag, occasionally rinsing the knife in the pot. Lu Mingxian, unusually, remained silent, staring longingly at the pot. After scraping off all the seasonings, Su Jin glanced at the soup pot and added a pinch of salt before finally putting in the dehydrated vegetables. Laughing and slurping, Lu Mingxian finally couldn't help but speak up. Why is it all soupy and watery? Didn't we agree to have barbecue? What's the rush? There's not much barbecue stuff, not enough for the four of us. You guys have some dry rations and bread first. I'll go prepare the meat. As Su Jin spoke, he dropped several bags of sliced bread that had been almost crushed into biscuits by the wheels, got up, and walked toward the tree not far away. He reached out and knocked down the branch, then began scraping it with a knife. Next, he took out a horse leg and began skinning it. Lu Mingxian squinted and chewed the bread carefully. After a while, he sensed that the atmosphere was a bit off. Neither Du Wenyin nor Yun Lian wanted to talk to him. Lu Mingxian glanced between the two sisters, then, holding a piece of bread, made conversation. Hey, how did you bake this pancake? You celestial being? It smells so good, so sweet and delicious. Du Wenyin glanced at him, then lowered his head and continued eating his bread. Lu Mingxian frowned. Brother Du, we did have some past grievances, but I've never really caused you any trouble. We've even had meals together, so why do you always treat me like this? Just because your sister is cursed, right? I've never mistreated her, have I? I've noticed that these past 2 days, you're always giving me the cold shoulder. The past is the past, and things are like this now, right? Why are we still arguing? Don't you have any sense of the bigger picture? What if we encounter a celestial being later? How will you treat me then? What exactly is Tianyu Temple doing arresting Suzai? Why are you persecuting those innocent women? What benefit do you get from killing them? Lu Mingxuan's expression gradually disappeared. After a moment of contemplation, he said, I really don't know. I only know that the calamity of the dead is an omen of misfortune, and killing the calamity of the dead can suppress the demon spring. I was ordered to only capture it and not ask about anything else. If you don't believe in immortals, why would you believe this kind of talk? Du Wenyin looked at him coldly. Don't tell me you've never thought about it. I've thought about it, but with all the massive manhunts for the calamities over the years, the demon spring doesn't seem as fierce as it used to be. The situation is right in front of me, leaving me no choice but to believe it. After Lu Mingxian finished speaking, he sighed and said, Brother Du, I really didn't know that the demon spring and the calamity, or rather, don't call it the calamity. I didn't know that the demon spring had nothing to do with someone like your sister. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done such a thing. Even if I, Lu Mingxian, am utterly shameless, I wouldn't bully weak women. After saying this, Su Jin returned carrying the wooden stick with the horse's leg stuck in it. He stuck the horse's leg into the fire and said, Brother Du, could you watch the fire for me? I just remembered something about cultivation that I need to discuss with Brother Lu. After saying that, Su Jin waved to Lu Mingxian. Chapter 144 Delicious Roasted Horse Meat from Another World. As the two walked into the shadows, Lu Mingxian asked, Are you eating? Why are you still cultivating? In the darkness, Su Jin's eyes gleamed. He had already switched back to his superpowered state when he was preparing to ride the horse. He heard their conversation clearly. Brother Lu, I'm not a cultivator, but I have the same question for you. What exactly are the people from Tianyu Temple doing searching for Suzai? Lu Mingxian looked embarrassed. What are you all doing one by one? Do you also have relatives who are cursed? No, do you even know? As the chief of the Heavenly Revelation Temple, how could I not know? Then why didn't you say so earlier? I, Lu Mingxian, was furious. How am I supposed to say this? Du Wenyan's sister is a jinx. These past few days, I've had a feeling he wants to kill me. I'm afraid if I tell him, he might try to scheme against me someday. Then tell me. I'm curious too. I definitely won't tell him. Our team can't fall apart over something so trivial. Hey, you really have to talk to him. I don't want to kill him right now. He always treats me like this. If he tries to trick me when he meets an immortal, I'll have nowhere to cry. He's probably already talking about it at the dinner table. Just tell me already, I'll definitely help you, Su Jin said helplessly. Actually, the most important reason why Tianyu Temple captured Suzai is... Lu Mingxian hesitated for a moment, but finally said, to use their blood to refine pills, which can accelerate cultivation. Only Tianyu Temple can refine these pills, and the Xuanjia Army and Jingtian Guard are using them. I see. That's pretty much what I was thinking. You wouldn't bother doing something so unethical if it didn't have any practical use. Su Jin muttered to himself, then looked up at Lu Mingxian. Hey, don't you think this is pretty unethical? You don't seem like the kind of person who would commit such a heinous act. Sometimes I think it's pretty unethical, but I don't think there's anything wrong with it either. Since I was little, people have told me that the calamity is an omen of bad luck and is related to the demon spring, although I've always been quite skeptical of that claim. Lu Mingxian had an expression of having something to say, but not being able to say it. I know it's contradictory, but that's how I feel. There's nothing I can't accept. I've been taking blood pills since I was a child, and everyone around me takes them. Besides, I've never even seen how the alchemists at Tianyu Temple refine pills or draw blood. Is it wrong for me to want to cultivate? I understand. I completely understand. Life is full of contradictions. It's impossible for everyone to always do the right thing and have the right ideas, right? Contradictions mean you can still be saved. You're a good person. Only a fool would be self-consistent. That's absolutely right. Really, Lao Wu, I think you're the kind of person who's most agreeable, even more agreeable than the prostitutes at the Drunken Flower Pavilion. Lu Mingxian said with a face full of agreement. You'd better shut up. I think you've been eating human blood, and your brain is about to go haywire. Su Jin put his hands on his hips and glanced at Du Wenyan. Brother Lu, Yun Lian almost died because of Tianyu Temple. Wenyan risked his life to save her. It's only right that I bother you. Just keep insisting that you don't know anything about this. Harmony is very important in our team. Is that even a question? Do I look stupid to you? You're incredibly smart, but I'm afraid you could be less so sometimes. Su Jin said, then walked towards the campfire. Let's go. Let's just let this go, and let's not talk about it again. Wait a minute. Lu Mingxian reached out and grabbed Su Jin. What happened again? Have one before you go back. Lu Mingxian held up 2 fingers to his lips. Du Wenyan doesn't like me, especially when he smokes. He probably can't stand the smell. Asking you for a cigarette during the day is definitely a sarcastic remark. That makes sense. It's not good to smoke in front of the kids. I'll give them one too. Beside the campfire, a pot of braised beef and vegetable soup had been completely finished. The 3 of them followed Su Jin's hand closely. The horse's legs were placed over the campfire, constantly being roasted by the intense heat. The oil was brushed on, accompanied by the sizzling sound of the ingredients being sprinkled. The fat slowly slid down the muscle fibers, filling the air with a primal and intense aroma of meat. It was a wild taste, a blend of blood, caramel, and fat. That's about it. After turning the wooden stick, Su Jin took out a knife and slit open the horse's leg. The tender layers of meat are clearly visible under the knife, with freshly squeezed juices oozing out as they are picked up onto the knife. The slices of meat were placed in Yun Lian's bowl, and then Su Jin cut off another slice for Du Wenyan. Finally, I cut off a slice and shakily put it into my mouth. Take a bite of the golden, crispy outer layer, and your teeth will quickly sink into the soft flesh. Su Jin hummed in agreement, his eyes lighting up. It felt like biting into a hot, oily sack, with your mouth bursting with juicy goodness. Delicious. A wild, bursting aroma. A hint of blood transforms into ultimate freshness in the mouth. The entire mouth was almost filled with meat, juices, and rich aroma. As Su Jin ate the meat, a sense of regret welled up in his heart. After eating Indian dumplings for so many days, I suddenly couldn't resist eating this barbecue. I never expected wild horses from another world to taste so good. I should have known better than to bring too much processed food. Otherwise, I wouldn't have run out of space to put the horse and ended up just taking a horse leg. 3 more, all wasted. The 3 of you are eating. What about mine? Lu Mingxian roared angrily as he watched the 3 of them eating with grease dripping from their mouths. Su Jin then took out another small knife and tossed it to the other person. As soon as Lu Mingxian got the knife, he couldn't wait any longer. He moved over and sat down next to Su Jin and began to cut meat and eat heartily. As soon as the horse meat entered his mouth, Lu Mingxian closed his eyes tightly. It smells so good. It smells amazing. I never thought there was anything so delicious in the world. I thought noodles were the best thing ever, but what kind of mythical beast meat is this? A mythical beast. Suhin Chakiv. This is no mythical beast at all. It's just wild game I hunted. Wild game. Lu Mingxian was taken aback. Such wild game. It must be a rare and ferocious beast. What is it? What ferocious beast? It's just a horse. Can't you tell it's a horse's leg? Horse. Lu Mingxian was taken aback again. Eating horse is a serious crime. I've never actually eaten it before. I didn't know horse meat was so delicious. Where did you get it? I already said it's wild game. It's a wild horse. Where are the wild horses? I'll have to get some later. Where did you get yours? Right by the Wunyan River, the place where you chased me. Lu Mingxian, who was chewing on horse meat, suddenly woke up and exclaimed excitedly, "The Wunyan River? What kind of horses are they? Is it really necessary? How could I possibly remember what kind of horse it was? It was just a wild horse." Su Jin chuckled and pointed to a spot not far away. The hide is still there. You can use it as a reference. After quickly swallowing the horse meat, Lu Mingxian hurried to the horse hide. He reached out and scooped up the horse hide, then touched it. The soft horsehair, the smooth feel. As Lu Mingxian held the horse hide, a thunderous roar resounded in his mind. A horse. Is this a Tianchuan horse? My master's horse, my horse? His eyes gradually welled up with tears. The next second, a scream echoed through the mountains and forests. Are you kidding me? Chapter 145 Detective Shiqing. Not good. Upon hearing Lu Mingxian's screams and considering his previous reaction, Su Jin immediately sensed something was wrong. Take out a small knife and quickly cut the meat. Du Wenyan also picked up a small knife and quickly followed suit. When Lu Mingxian returned to the campfire in a huff, most of the meat on the horse's leg had already been cut off. Stop eating it. Lu Mingxian shouted in grief and indignation. My horse, this is my horse. The number 1 steed of Tianyu Temple. This is my master's beloved horse, and you just killed it like this. Absurd. What nonsense are you talking about? Su Jin said calmly. This horse crashed into the car and died on its own. Besides, there was no saddle or reins at the time. Don't tell me you don't install these things when you raise horses. I removed the saddle and reins. Lu Mingxian cried out in anguish, then squatted down to pick up a horse leg and walked away. None of you are allowed to eat this. My master's horse is gone. As they were talking, Lu Mingxian had already walked away. Su Jin and the other 2 looked at each other in confusion. Du Wenyan said in a low voice, let's go back to the car to eat. Walk slowly. On a distant tree branch, Shiqing crouched, squinting at the campfire. Lu Mingxian. That person was actually Lu Mingxian, the chief of Tianyu Temple, recognized as the number 1 expert among the younger generation and on par with the young master Shen Yufeng. It turns out that he personally came to investigate the case, which shows that Tianyu Temple is very determined to take over Qianshan City. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent such a high-ranking person. If I were to deal with him, I would be quite confident. Even among those at the same level, the difference in strength is like heaven and earth. The so-called genius never left the royal city more than a few times in his life, and he never used his full strength when sparring with others. A seasoned veteran is completely different from this kind of trash. If he were alone, he could have taken care of it much faster than he did. But there were 3 other people, their backs were to him, so he couldn't see their faces. And having a child makes this combination feel a bit off. Taking action now is necessary, but we need to observe the situation of those 3. It's best to deal with the 4 of them separately one by one. If the other 3 aren't very strong, taking out Lu Mingxian first and then dealing with the others later is also easy. Shiqing was still observing, waiting for Su Jin and the other 2 to turn around. Just as Su Jin revealed his profile, the 3 of them disappeared into the woods. Shiqing stuck his head out like a turtle, his eyes wide open. No, where did they go? How could they have disappeared so suddenly? Where did they go? They were right in front of me just moments ago. How come they disappeared after a couple of steps? That can't be right. A hint of panic flashed in Shurqing's eyes, but the situation was not completely out of control yet, so he had to suppress his emotions and continue to observe. A short while later, Lu Mingxian returned, looked around, wiped the grease from his mouth, and walked towards the RV. After taking only a couple of steps, Shurqing shuddered, causing the tree branches to sway violently. He's gone. Gone again. Why the hell did he disappear? Shurqing was biting his fingernails, at a loss for what to do in the face of this strange phenomenon. What exactly is going on? I don't understand at all. The person who was clearly there has disappeared. Could it be some kind of special method? Should we go down and check now? Or no, we absolutely cannot go forward now. Otherwise, it would be extremely dangerous. Let's stay here and observe for now. After a night, the four of them washed up and got off the RV. Lu Mingxian followed behind Su Jin, nagging, "They ate my horse. I won't be able to explain it to my master when I get back. You have to compensate me with canned food. I want canned meat." What a pain in the ass. You ate a little horse meat, and now you're trying to extort me? You ate so much of my food, and I didn't say anything, but you've been nagging me all night. Fine, I'll make it up to you. Su Jin slammed the car door shut. Then bring it here. Don't just pay with your mouth. You can't take it even if I give it to you now. Ask me for it when you want to eat it. I want to eat it now. Su Jin raised his hand to fold up the RV, and the group continued walking forward. Behind them, Shurqing, who had been keeping watch all night, finally showed some change in his stiff expression. His eyes flashed with an unprecedented panic. It was dark yesterday, so he couldn't see clearly. Now that it's daylight, he finally sees clearly and understands why those four people disappeared. There seems to be a house in the open space, and the house is invisible. The person Lu Mingxian was entangled with seemed to have a higher status than him, and he could even casually take away that invisible house. Is it a magical artifact from the immortals, or a secret treasure of the Tianyu Temple that no one knows about? At this moment, Shurqing's heart began to race wildly. An impulse, a strong instinctive impulse, was brewing, and the original purpose of the journey had been forgotten. What a wonderful thing it would be to obtain such a rare treasure, a house that could be carried around and is invisible. However, we cannot act rashly. We still do not know the situation of the four people and need to continue to follow them. Especially that young man who only showed half his face. Judging from his age, he shouldn't be too strong. Even if he's a genius with 4 tattoos, that's the limit. However, Lu Mingxuan's attitude was highly suspicious. If he were also at the 5th level, or even stronger than Lu Mingxian, this battle would be impossible to win, and the only option would be to retreat and think of another way. Half a day of arduous mountain road passed in a flash, and Du Wenyin was exhausted. The four rested on the spot, and due to the surrounding environment, they did not take out the RV this time. Su Jin lifted a camping cloth and spread it on the ground, then took out a pile of food for the group to enjoy. He sat to the side and practiced the qi binding ring silently. Shurqing, who was crouching on the treetop, following closely behind, finally saw the faces of the group clearly from afar. His expression changed drastically, and his heart was filled with shock. Those 3 people. Aren't those 3 people wanted criminals nationwide? Although I have good eyesight, I dare not say that I can see very clearly because I am far away. If someone looks familiar to one person, they won't think in that direction, but if 3 people all look familiar to them, then there's a big problem. Especially since there was a child among them. There was no way this group could consist of anyone other than 3 nationally wanted criminals. Why would Lu Mingxian associate with these 3 criminals? Given this situation, there's probably only one truth. The veins on Shurqing's forehead throbbed. His prediction, along with that of his advisor, was entirely correct. The so-called nationwide manhunt was nothing more than a conspiracy by the upper echelons to seize power. Those 3 people were completely insignificant. They were merely an excuse used by Tianyu Temple to cause trouble. The reason why these 4 people are here is now quite obvious. Lu Mingxian was probably trying to get the 3 of them into the city first, so that he could enter the city under the pretext of investigating the case files. He then used the 3 men to stall for time and distract them, in order to uncover his criminal record. Once they finally obtain evidence of their corruption, they can legitimately take the criminal away and move on to the next city to conquer new territories. Judging from the logic of these 4 people's actions and their relaxed and cheerful attitude, this should not be the first time they have done this. Before reaching Thousand Mountain City, this squad may have already identified several weaknesses in the Xuanjiao army's garrisoned areas. Such blatant disregard suggests either that the old Duke is truly trapped, or that he has been completely deceived. Now it's my turn, isn't it? What a brilliant scheme. What a brilliant Tianyu temple. Shi Qing's anger surged. Chapter 146, Shi Qing's attack. Snap! The branch broke. Su Jin moved his wrist, carefully recalling the feel of it. The air binding ring is progressing well. I spent all night working on it last night, and now I can reliably snap a tree branch in half, and it feels pretty good in my hand. Each time he used a move, his sense of Yuan Qi improved slightly, and he found this rapid growth in the early stages quite addictive. As branches around him were snapped off one after another, Lu Mingxian said, "Not bad, looks quite skilled, but it's completely useless. If you really encounter danger, your ability is not enough at all. To put it bluntly, your opponent won't even be able to sense this strength, and even if they do, they won't care at all and won't bother to dodge. Encountering danger. In this desolate wilderness, encountering wild animals could easily lead to danger." Lu Mingxuan's words served as a reminder to Su Jin. "Wen Yin, do you know how to shoot arrows?" Of course he knows. He hangs out with nobles every day. You can't play without excellent archery skills, Lu Mingxian interjected. Su Jin took out a compound bow and handed it to Du Wenyin. "Wen Yin, try to see if you can draw this bow. You can use it for self-defense." Du Wenyin took the compound bow and tried to draw the bowstring. He drew the 110-pound bow with all his might. "It's barely usable, but it won't shoot many arrows," Du Wenyin said, his face flushed. "I've never seen this bow before, but it's certainly a powerful one. I'll give it a try." Lu Mingxian was intrigued by the strange appearance of the compound bow. Du Wenyin didn't say much and simply handed him the bow. Lu Mingxian pulled it open with one swift motion, raising an eyebrow at Du Wenyin. "It's truly a powerful bow, but how could you draw such a bow? You're so thin and small, and you don't seem to know any martial arts, yet you're so strong." Brother Du has probably been sitting in the carriage for too long and has absorbed some magical energy. "Let's return the bow to him," Su Jin casually interjected. Du Wenyin was thinking of making an excuse, but he breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Su Jin speak. Su Jin walked up to him, took out a Swiss Army knife, and adjusted the compound bow. This bow was also given by an immortal. It could be adjusted. "Why don't you try it now and see if it works well?" After adjusting the tension, Du Wenyin tried the bow again. It had already been adjusted in 90 pounds, and this time it was easy to pull apart. This bow can even adjust the draw weight. How amazing. I feel like I could shoot dozens of arrows without any problem now. "Very well, then that's settled." After saying that, Su Jin handed him a quiver. "This bow and arrow set is for your self-defense." "Thank you very much, Brother Wu," Du Wenyin said with a look of joy. Su Jin smiled, took out a flashlight and pepper spray, and gave them to Yin Lian, giving her a brief explanation of how to use them. "Everything is arranged. We'll be safer if we encounter wild animals. You guys continue eating, and let's get going as soon as we're done." Shi Qing continued to spy on them in secret. At first, I was slightly surprised to see Su Jin take out a bow and arrow that looked a bit strange. However, seeing that Du Wenyin was having some difficulty drawing the bow, I felt relieved. The fact that Lu Mingxian, a mere Jingtian guard, could easily draw a bow, yet he seemed to struggle to draw it, indicates that his strength is far from being a concern. The little girl can be ignored. As for that mysterious man named Su Jin, his strength isn't much either. He's practicing the secret techniques of the Heavenly Decree Temple, but he's actually practicing the Qi binding ring technique, and he's doing it terribly. This person can boss Lu Mingxian around like that. He might be a relative of the abbot, or even an illegitimate child. He must be an illegitimate child, otherwise he wouldn't have been sent on such a mission. Now there's some good news. As things stand, apart from Lu Mingxian, the other three pose no threat whatsoever. As long as Lu Mingxian can be killed, the rest are just incidental tasks, and we can even obtain a rare treasure. The initial plan was to reveal his identity, get close to Lu Mingxian, and then ambush and kill him. At present, this plan is no longer feasible. Those three wanted criminals are with Lu Mingxian. Once he shows up and reveals his identity, they will definitely realize that he has seen through the Tianyu Temple scheme and will strike first. Then the only option is a quick attack from behind. Target Lu Mingxian as the primary target, while simultaneously attacking Su Jin, who has a special identity, to distract them. With the tactics decided, Shi Qing's eyes sharpened, and his feet moved accordingly, leaping rapidly between the trees. In just a few breaths, the two sides were less than 10 meters apart. With a final leap, Shi unleashed his full power, violently kicking the tree trunk and shooting forward. During his lunge, he gripped the hilt of the knife with his left hand and swung it violently at Su Jin. He reached his right hand behind his back to grasp the gun handle and pulled it to his front, where the two sections of the gun barrel were instantly assembled into a complete long gun. The moment the sound of the tree trunk cracking rang out, Su Jin turned around. At the same time, the three people who were having a picnic on the ground were suddenly awakened. Lu Mingxian had already formed a shield beside him without even turning his head. The flying knife whistled through the air and aimed straight at Su Jin's face. There was also a man in black behind him. Su Jin instinctively raised his hand to block. The parry was successful, but the blade was too fast and powerful, and the edge had already cut into the flesh of the palm. The next instant, the throwing knife was stored inside the ring's space. Su Jin broke out in a cold sweat. Ignoring the blood streaming down his hands, he immediately shouted, "Enemy attack! Take Yun Lian and retreat." As he spoke, he had already gripped the silver spear and was firing wildly at Shi Qing. As soon as the word enemy was uttered, the spear pierced through Lu Mingxuan's Xianqi shield and thrust towards him. Just as the guns were less than inches from Lu Mingxian, Shi Qing was deeply shocked. He stomped hard on the ground to retreat, then raised his hand and used his gun as a shield. With a few crisp clangs, the silver spear shots were all blocked by the spear shaft. Unleashing his multiplied power, Su Jin quickly shoved Lu Mingxian aside, instantly creating a three-way standoff. How could you not be dead? Shi Qing's eyebrows twitched. Most of her attention was focused on Lu Mingxian. He was absolutely certain of victory with the flying knife he threw at Su Jin, and now not only is he not dead, but he also seems to be almost unharmed. Where is the knife? Now that the distance has widened and the opponent is prepared, the situation has become a bit tricky. Who exactly are you, and why did you attack me? Su Jin asked warily, gun in hand. Lu Mingxian also raised his arm, ready to fight, and said coldly, judging from this person's spear skills and strength, he should be a member of the Xuanjiao army, at least at the 5th level of martial arts. How dare you ambush me? Didn't you see I'm wearing the uniform of the Jingtian Guard? Do you know who I am? I don't know who you are. Shi Qing's eyes narrowed. But I know these 3 traitors. It seems that they're not just 3 traitors, but 4. They're not only traitors, but also dare to impersonate the Jingtian Guards. Since you've run into me today, I'll take advantage of the opportunity to purge the traitors for the court and use you as a reward. Lu Mingxian roared. Let me explain. It wasn't you. Before he could finish speaking, Su Jin had already drawn his gun and fired. 9 shots had been fired, all of which were blocked by Shi Qing's spear. Shi Qing was furious after taking that mysterious attack. Damn it, this bastard isn't very strong, but his fighting instincts are so sharp. Just as I was about to launch a sneak attack, he struck first. Shi Qing mustered his strength and charged toward Lu Mingxian. Having exhausted his shots, Su Jin was unable to fire any more in the short term. He quickly retreated, leaving the battlefield to Lu Mingxian, and roared. This guy's got bad intentions. Let's cripple him first. Chapitre 147 Un orthodoxe combat expert. With Su Jin's warning and Lu Mingxian already sensing the other party's killing intent, he decisively raised his arm and unleashed a wind blade slash while retreating and fighting. Shi Qing's momentum surged, and he charged forward fearlessly, feeling a sense of exhilaration. Once the fight began, the situation became clear. He had overestimated these people, and even more so, he had overestimated Lu Mingxian. So you've only just entered the 5th level of the martial arts realm. Your strength is nothing special. Lu Mingxian felt a pang of sadness upon hearing this. Judging from the opponent's exceptionally fierce fighting style, they had already advanced to the 5th level of martial arts long ago. But this does not mean that we are powerless to fight the other side. The problem is that in a duel between masters of martial arts and techniques, a crucial factor is distance. Within 3 meters, it is extremely difficult to win through magic or Taoist techniques. Only by increasing the distance can one leverage their advantages. This advantage has now been disrupted by the enemy's sudden attack. Judging from the current situation, he has locked himself up, and the complex environment in the forest makes it difficult to maneuver. He could only hope that Su Jin would cause some disruption to him and allow him to turn the tide. The two engaged in fierce combat, and Su Jin quickly withdrew from the battle. Du Wenyin had already drawn his bow and arrow to support Lu Mingxian. An arrow was shot, but Shi Qing easily deflected it with the shaft of his spear. Although his main target was Lu Mingxian, he was clearly also keeping an eye on Su Jin and the others. The silver spear, in particular, posed a significant threat to him. Its attacks were stealthy yet powerful, and far faster than arrows. The reason why Chu Jian was able to block it was because he observed Su Jin's starting move and the position of the gun muzzle and made a prediction in advance. This was entirely due to the fighting instincts of a top-tier warrior. The two fought fiercely in the forest. Su Jin wanted to draw his bow and arrow to support them, but seeing that Du Wenyin's continuous shooting had failed to achieve anything, he quickly gave up the idea. Seeing Lu Mingxuan's continuous decline, he couldn't help but feel angry. This guy is incredibly fierce when he's fighting himself, but now that he's met a Real expert, he's completely useless. The claim that this whitewashing is weak is unfounded. Despite the anger, the current crisis is far from over. In a flash, Su Jin quickly spotted the large tree in front of him, strode onto its trunk, and shouted, "Brother Du, you two take care of yourselves and don't interfere." After shouting, Su Jin had already climbed to the top of the tree. He leaped between trees, clearing 3 in a row, his gaze settling on the 2 people fighting below. "Brother Lu, quickly hold him off. I'll help you." Upon hearing this, Lu Mingxian immediately used a qi binding ring technique to wrap around Shi Qing's body. The gun whistled through the air, shattering the aura and whipping up countless flying leaves. Shi Qing's movements were only momentarily slowed before he continued his attack on Lu Mingxian. With a chilling, murderous intent, he sneered, "You dare to flaunt such a paltry skill? Of the 5 great techniques of Tianyu Temple, the qi binding ring is a disgrace to all techniques. You little thief, surrender now, and I might spare your life. Do you really think that piece of trash up there can help you? You cowardly rat, do you dare to fight me?" As Shi Qing's mocking voice faded, Su Jin delivered a righteous attack straight from the sky. The spear trembled violently, shattering Lu Mingxuan's wind blade slash. Shi Qing sneered and turned the spearhead to thrust upwards. His gaze followed the gun barrel as it moved, and he suddenly realized something was wrong. Su Jin was indeed in the air, but the position of his hands was very strange, as if he was pushing something, and his figure was blurry due to the high speed. A flash of inspiration struck Shi Qing, and he was instantly horrified. "House! He's throwing that invisible house at me. A mansion falling from the sky. There's no way to stop it, even if you risk your life." In a perilous moment, Shi Qing bent one knee and crouched low, then reversed his gun stance, using the gun as a springboard to quickly create distance. Then, Su Jin pushed the RV and smashed it down. Although Shi Qingren escaped safely, his spear slipped from his hand and was bent by the impact. Just as the RV was about to crash and be destroyed, Su Jin braked suddenly and put the vehicle back into his ring. "Damn, that move of yours was freaking powerful. Even a 7-pattern master would die from that." Lu Mingxian gasped for breath and let out a miserable laugh. But this bastard's reaction was really fast. He really is a martial arts master. Su Jin's face was gloomy. The spatial ring has countless uses, and he only resorted to using the RV to smash people because he had no other choice. Putting aside the possibility of the RV being rendered unusable, there's also the potential for nuclear weapons inside. I wasn't fully prepared. I should have bought a few more steel coils while I was at home, reheated and enchanted them, and stored them to use with a trampoline for the best effect. Unfortunately, it's too late to say anything now. Now that the distance has increased and his gun is useless, hurry up and don't give him another chance. Su Jin quickly moved to Lu Mingxuan's side, took out his compound bow, and fired wildly. With his sword gone and his spear destroyed, Shi Qing was both shocked and furious. He never expected that the unremarkable kid could cause him such a big obstacle. "Should we leave now?" "No." Putting aside the unknown potential dangers following Lu Mingxuan's escape, just the fact that he carries a magical treasure capable of storing a house. If one could obtain this treasure, even being seriously injured today would be worth it. Shi Qing's heart was burning with anger, not only because of rage, but also because of greed. He had never seen such a miraculous treasure right before his eyes. 3 arrows came flying straight at him, but Shi Qing nimbly dodged them. When he turned around again, he drew a soft sword from his waist with his right hand. The sword had a silver spine, golden blades, and a cold, gleaming light. The soft sword burst forth with a burst of sword light in midair, directly shattering Lu Mingxuan's wind blade slash. Upon seeing the soft sword appear, Lu Mingxian instantly realized something and slashed at the wind blades repeatedly, urgently saying, "I know who he is. He's wielding both swords and spears. He's the three-edged war demon Master Qing." "Who is he?" Su Jin continued firing, but still couldn't stop Shi Qing's advance. "This man has been famous for a long time. He is a renowned general under the Duke of Jinghua. I heard of him 5 years ago, when he was already at the 5th level." As he spoke, Lu Mingxian unleashed a mystic light technique to confuse Shi Qing. "We are no match for him." "Ha ha! Now that you know my name, why don't you obediently surrender?" Shi Qing laughed wildly. "Like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, wait until I use my full strength before you." Cough, cough, cough. The pepper spray canister was shattered by the chaotic sword strikes, briefly hindering Shi Qing. Su Jin quickly took out a gas mask and put it on. He immediately drew his sword and charged forward. "Brother Lu, cover me. What you're wearing on your face. Don't go over there." Lu Mingxian wanted to stop him, but Su Jin had already rushed forward, his gun transforming into a knife. With his other hand, he took out 2 large aluminum foil composite bags and frantically flung them toward Shi Qing's face, who was still troubled by the spray. After the 2 bags of supplies were thrown away, the surrounding air was filled with pepper powder and chili powder. Shi Qingbin charged forward, and Su Jin met him head-on, the two quickly exchanging blows. Surrounded by a thick fog of pepper and chili powder, Shi Qing coughed uncontrollably, inwardly groaning in despair. Unorthodox methods. The opponent is using nothing but unorthodox methods. You can't guess what he'll come up with at all. It all comes out suddenly, making it impossible to deal with. My eyes were blinded and I couldn't open them, and I couldn't breathe. I wanted to retreat quickly, but the area was surrounded by high mountains and dense forests. Shi Qing was torn, as Su Jin's long sword was already slashing at his head. With a twitch of his ears, relying solely on his hearing and fighting instincts, he dodged Lu Mingxuan's attacks while simultaneously wielding his soft sword to defend against Su Jin. Golden swords and silver knives clashed and slashed at each other furiously. Amidst the flying sparks, the soft sword coiled wildly like a snake. Until it wrapped around the long sword, it instantly shattered, turning into golden scales and raindrops falling to the ground. Chapter 148, Secret Technique, Spin and Recycle. "What kind of knife is this?" Shi Qing was shocked and asked in surprise with his eyes closed. His own silk-bone soft sword was also forged by a famous master blacksmith, and it was originally designed to deflect force. Unexpectedly, he couldn't even last a single round against the opponent's weapon and was cut into pieces. "A butcher's knife." Su Jin responded coldly, casually tossing out the RV. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough space and it got stuck between 2 trees. Su Jin then moved, slashing repeatedly with his sword, forcing Shi Qing to reposition. He had lost most of his vision and was having difficulty breathing, while his opponent kept coming up with strange tricks. Shi Qing could no longer hold on, and the thought of resigning grew wildly in his heart. After repeatedly dodging the combined attacks of Su Jin and Lu Mingxian, he finally couldn't help but shout hatefully, "You guys are ruthless. You're ruthless enough, just you wait." Having uttered those harsh words, Shi Qing dared not linger in the fight any longer and prepared to withdraw from the battlefield. Just as I turned my head, I crashed into the RV with a bang. "I'll show you what running away is like." Su Jin was prepared. Taking advantage of Shi Qing turning his head, he smashed a glass bottle hard into Shi Qing's forehead. The glass bottle was smashed to pieces. A 100 milliliters can of industrial-grade 502 glue, not a single drop spilled, completely covered Shi Qing's face. With contact with air and Shi Qing's rapid movement, the glue cured quickly. A strong feeling of tightness enveloped her entire face, amplifying her panic. They suffered repeated setbacks and were subjected to all sorts of incomprehensible accusations. He had never felt this disgusted, even when fighting the demon Spring. In addition, under the perilous situation of life and death, a stream of ghost fire shot from the soles of his feet straight to the top of Shi Qing's head. "You bastards! I'll kill you all!" Shi Qing's fist movements were swift and agile, but they were already somewhat disordered. After all, it was unlikely that he could adapt to the current state in a short period of time. Even so, Su Jin was too frightened to go forward again. The other party's movements were heavy and fierce, and he could hardly defend himself. Although the silver knife was extremely sharp, the opponent continued to kick at the earth and rocks. Small pebbles fly around like bullets, and it's easy to get hit if you're not careful. Lu Mingxian sees the opportunity to step forward, attacking Shi Qing simultaneously with a wind blade slash in his left hand and a drilling wind finger in his right. At this moment, Shi Qing's terrifying nature became even more apparent. The five senses were greatly affected, but the combat skills accumulated and practiced over a long period of time were still effective. Although he dared not take Lu Mingxuan's attack head-on again, he was still able to dodge it quickly by simply changing the air. It was not as precise as before. There were many small scratches all over its body, and even the inner armor was exposed. Seeing the opportunity, Su Jin quickly retreated and found a tree nearby, then hurriedly and stealthily climbed up it, afraid that Shi Qing would hear the noise. The difference in strength was enormous. Despite creating so many advantages in the battle, Lu Mingxian was still unable to break through for a long time and still had to join forces to attack. Having climbed to a relatively high position, Su Jin kept a close eye on Shi Qing's movements, and then shook and released the last small net made of nylon rope. This net is the same nylon rope that was used to bind Lu Mingxian. It was cut, recycled, and reused. By anticipating the enemy's movements, and with Lu Mingxuan's pressure to block them, the enemy was trapped in a net, and the operation was a complete success. You despicable buncha! Feeling trapped in the net, Shi Qing panicked and began tearing at the nylon net as he moved quickly. His strength was like that of an incredibly ferocious, trapped beast. Although the battle was chaotic, he did not lose too much stamina. Even the nylon rope with extremely high tensile strength showed signs of cracking instantly under violent tearing. Brother Lu, use the drilling finger. Don't let him escape the net. Su Jin shouted as he jumped down from the tree, retreated to a safe distance, and took out his bow and arrows. He pointed the arrow at his crotch and shouted, "Shoot him in the head." Lu Mingxuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately understood, raising his hands. One finger pointed at Shi Qing's arm, and the other pointed at his groin. With both fingers working together, the swift and powerful drilling wind finger technique has been activated. Sensing the power of the Yuan Qi and the changes in the air, Shi Qing immediately shifted his attention away from the nylon net and dodged to the side. The upper body and arms dodged, but the lower body was accidentally grazed by the drill-like fingers. The belt on the side was broken, and the pants slipped down a bit. Seeing that his pants were about to fall down, Su Jin became instantly agitated. Pants! Once his pants fall down, he'll be restricted both above and below, and victory is assured. Brother Lu, shoot his legs. Su Jin, holding a bow, joined forces with Lu Mingxian to quickly shoot Shi Qing's legs. Under the intense attack, Shi Qing ran around like a headless fly, tearing at the nylon net. After running continuously, his pants finally slowly came off. The moment he slipped, Shi Qing sensed it, but the two people behind him were relentlessly pursuing him. He could tear these pants in two with just a little force. But he is currently unable to make such a pause, and Lu Mingxian will definitely not give him that opportunity. Before he could think of a solution, Shi Qing tripped over a stone, and with his pants slipping down, he lost control and fell to the ground. Faced with this critical situation, Shi Qing decisively turned around and shuffled backward, preparing to use the friction of the rough mountain ground to wipe off his pants. With this action, when Su Jin quickly caught up, he saw Shi Qing twisting wildly and Xiao Shi shaking his head. The opponent's weaknesses have been fully exposed, and the decisive moment has arrived. Su Jin's brain felt like it was being electrified, almost instinctively activating the flame imprint. In the blink of an eye, all his abilities had transformed from supernatural powers to the Chongyuan Gong, a type of internal energy cultivation technique. With a raised palm, he unleashed a qi binding ring directly at Shi Qing's weak point as he shook his head. Lu Mingxuan's attacks were swift and powerful, and Shi Qing kept twisting and dodging. The attack was weak and ineffective, especially under Lu Mingxuan's heavy blows. The force was as if it were nothing. Su Jin's breathing became rapid, like a gambling addict at a night market stall, his left and right hands moving simultaneously, frantically throwing out a large number of qi binding rings. The ring was successfully inserted, and Shi Qing successfully had her IUD inserted. Su Jin's eyes lit up with wild joy, and he twisted them into a pretzel. Ugh! Shi Qing cried out in agony, startling a flock of birds in the forest. At the same time, 80% of the body's muscle strength is lost. Lu Mingxian was dumbfounded, never expecting that Su Jin would be so easily subdued by Shi, and so tightly at that. Logically speaking, a martial artist's physical strength should not be afraid of this force. Although Shi looked miserable, he actually had enough strength. But unfortunately, this beginner's air-binding ring doesn't target muscles, but rather an area that can't be exercised. Su Jin's gaze was extremely focused. Taking advantage of Shi pause and screaming, he quickly threw a few more rings, causing the other party to convulse violently. Can you withstand my spinning recycle move, three-edged war demon? Su Jin laughed wildly and continued to advance, stacking attacks. Recycling. At a time like this, he still has the mood to rename the ultimate move of the Heavenly Revelation Temple. Lu Mingxian was speechless as he simultaneously used the chi-binding rings to trap and imprison the enemy's limbs. Severe pain, dull ache, suffocation, all sorts of suffering intertwined, and an unprecedented out-of-control emotion assaulted my mind. With his idle penis about to be recycled by Zhuan, Shi completely broke down in the face of the ultimate fear of males. Stop! Stop now! I give up! Go knock him out! Su Jin continued twisting the dough tirelessly, while ordering Lu Mingxian. Lu Mingxian dared not be negligent. Seizing the opportunity, he stepped forward and delivered a flying kick, which struck Shi squarely in the neck. Shi let out a muffled groan, and his vision went black as he completely fainted. Phew! I've twisted you so much you can see the skin. Lu Mingxian grinned as he looked Shi up and down. Don't tell me I taught you that. But that weapon of yours can turn into a knife. That's a really powerful trump card. You taught me. Su Jin glanced at him and said with a faint smile, I figured out a better one. Chapter 149 Interrogation of Shi. GAA. A mournful cry of an eagle echoed from the sky. The two looked up at the same time, and the eagle in the sky was already swooping down toward Su Jin. Su Jin grabbed the eagle and snapped its neck, then smiled contemptuously. That beast is brainless. Try to steal our prey. We're getting free game. All right, let's tie Shi up quickly, just in case something goes wrong. The people inside the RV had regrouped. Su Jin, Du Wenyin, and Lu Mingxian continued their discussion about the unconscious Shi. I said, what did you splash in his face? It's hard and stiff. Lu Mingxian poked Shi's face with his finger. Let's leave that aside for now, Su Jin said. I have a feeling something's not right. You know this person is incredibly strong and has an extraordinary reputation. So why is he wandering around in the mountains? Du Wenyin said, if he really is Shi, then he should be the protector of Qianshan City. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have left the city. His appearance in the mountains is indeed a bit inexplicable. I even feel that he came for us. Maybe he has made a special discovery. There's no need to investigate further. Anyway, he's in our hands now. Let's wait until he wakes up before interrogating him, Su Jin said. This man is highly skilled in martial arts, so we need to handle him with caution. Wenyin, go get a basin of water. We need to wipe the stuff off his face. Du Wenyin responded and turned to fetch water, while Su Jin took out adhesive remover and began spraying it at Shi. After finishing spraying a can of adhesive remover, Shi still kept his eyes tightly closed, with milky white foam constantly sliding down his face, looking quite pitiful. The car was also filled with a pungent odor. Brother Lu, once you've filled the water container, please clean it up for him. Su Jin opened the car window and said, I smashed the car earlier, so there might be some damage on the outside. I need to check it. Lu Mingxian took the rag and wiped Shi's face. Su Jin got out of the car to check. The optical camouflage had been turned off. Due to the violent use, scratches of varying sizes appeared all over the vehicle, and a large dent appeared at the spot where Shi had been hit. After inspecting the car, Su Jin breathed a sigh of relief. Although the exterior damage to the vehicle was severe, the optical camouflage appeared to be unaffected. Although I don't understand the specific principle behind this device, it should be a projection layer covering the outside of the car. As long as the components of the projection are not damaged, this camouflage will not cause any problems. Unfortunately, the butler didn't tell him exactly where the projection module was. The technology was too advanced, and he couldn't find it all. Since the RV was still in relatively good condition, Su Jin stopped worrying about it. Before long, Du Wenyin and the other two got out of the car. After spraying the adhesive remover, the air inside the RV was extremely pungent. The group of people were already extraordinary, with a keen sense of smell, and the fact that they had never been exposed to the smell of such complex chemical products before made it even more unbearable. Before Su Jin could speak, Lu Mingxian said first, "Don't worry, there's no need to watch over him. I used a lot of force, and the Yuan Qi I poured into his body caused him some internal injuries. I'm sure he can't break free of the ropes." Du Wenyin said, "The problem now is how to deal with this person. I think it's not advisable for us to rush on our way. This person's origins are mysterious, and it seems like he's coming for us. If we leave any trace on the way and get discovered, then we'll be in big trouble later. We must interrogate this person thoroughly before taking any action." Su Jin nodded. "Brother Du, based on your understanding of Shurqing, what is his relationship with the Jinghua mansion?" Du Wenyin pondered. "He is considered a confidant of the old duke and was promoted and cultivated by him. Shin Yufeng knows him very well and once talked to me about his battle record. He is brave and always takes the lead in battle, but I have rarely heard news about him in recent years." "That's good. This person is also a great general. Moreover, he can be used by Shun Yufeng. If there are no major problems with his character, we should spare his life and take him directly to Jiuzhou City, which is the easiest way." Lu Mingxian pondered for a moment and said, "It's best not to kill them. The more experts like them there are, the more advantageous it will be for the future situation." Su Jin grinned, patted Lu Mingxian on the shoulder, and said approvingly, "Brother Lu, I just realized that although you seem a bit unreliable, you are definitely sensible. Why aren't you a savior? I think even the gods are blind." "Hey, I wouldn't dare to talk nonsense." Lu Mingxuan's heart skipped a beat. He now held the immortal in the highest esteem, but he couldn't help but laugh when he thought of Su Jin's words. "The immortal is definitely fine. I think it must be that Shun Yufeng is always on par with me and sticks to me, so the immortal didn't notice and chose him." Su Jin wholeheartedly agreed and nodded in agreement. Du Wenyin walked away with a look of disdain. It was nighttime when Shurqing slowly woke up, his face feeling a fine, continuous stinging sensation. I opened my eyes, and 3 huge faces were right in front of me. "What are you trying to do?" Shurqing shouted, his eyes still bloodshot. He struggled desperately against the ropes binding him, only to find that they were tied very tightly, and that he also had serious internal injuries that made it difficult for him to exert any force. "What are you doing? We should be asking you that question. We were having a nice time on our outing, and you suddenly came out and attacked us. Don't you have any manners?" Suhim teased. "Furthermore, what are you doing wandering around in the mountains instead of guarding the city? You're neglecting your duties. I think Tianyu Temple should really report you to the authorities. Hurry up and tell us how you found us out of nowhere. Did you discover something?" Lu Mingxian chimed in. Shurqing closed his eyes and laughed sadly, recalling his half-life of fighting on the battlefield. Despite facing formidable difficulties such as demonic springs, ferocious beasts, and powerful enemies, they were ultimately defeated by 2 young men. How tragic and lamentable. I, a martial artist, have ultimately been defeated by politics. Very well, since we've been defeated by Tianyu Temple, then I won't hold back anymore. I've already said before, if you spare my life, I will absolutely not collude with you." Shurqing said sharply, "I, Shurqing, may do dirty things, but I would never betray the old duke." Su Jin and the other 2 exchanged bewildered glances. Before anyone could ask, Shurqing began to recount his story. "It seems a major upheaval has occurred in the royal city. Your Tianyu Temple is ruthless enough to think of using the guise of rebels to steal the spoils of my Xuanjiao army. I must admit, this move of yours was brilliant." After Shurqing finished his long speech, he looked up at Su Jin and said coldly, "Isn't that right? Huh, I can tell from your expressions that you thought you had done everything perfectly, but you were still exposed and figured out by an outsider like me. Tianyu Temple is nothing special." Su Jin and the other 2 looked at each other, dumbfounded. Lu Mingxian immediately punched Shurqing in the chest, roaring, "What are you spouting nonsense about? Are you making up stories for us?" Chapter 150 full of pregnancy energy. "Stop pretending," Shurqing roared. "Now that I'm a prisoner, I admit it. I did embezzle public funds for city repairs and misappropriated a lot of silver, but I've never taken a single penny from my soldiers. What has your Tianyu Temple done now? You've only been bewitching the emperor and manipulating people's hearts. Now that the demon spring has stopped causing trouble, you're trying to steal the fruits of the Xuanjiao army's victory. Your Tianyu Temple are the real parasites. I love my country. My patriotism is not a crime. Two crisp snapping sounds. Su Jin and Du Wenyin slapped their foreheads, speechless. After Ching spoke, the two of them finally understood that it was a complete misunderstanding. The guards of Qinshan City saw Lu Mingxian at the city gate, but Ching mistook him for someone who had come to investigate corruption. In his mind, he even made up a big drama about a struggle between the Tianyu Temple and the upper echelons of the Xuanjia army. It must be said that this grand theory of chess has deeply penetrated Qing's thinking, and he has crafted it quite convincingly. Su Jin shook his head helplessly and said with pity, "General I must say your reasoning is brilliant, but unfortunately, none of it is correct." "Impossible, where did I go wrong? Isn't your purpose what I imagined?" Qing said dismissively. "Actually, it was all a misunderstanding that we became wanted criminals by the imperial court. As for why Lu Mingxian is here, it's because he joined us halfway through. As for what we're really going to do, I won't hide it from you. We're going to save the world." "Do you think I'm an idiot?" Qing roared. "I won't kill you." Su Jin leaned forward and said to Qing, "We're going to Jiuzhou City to find Shen Yufeng. How about you come with us? Once we see him, the truth will come out." Fine, I understand." Qing laughed in extreme anger. "You want to use me to frame the heir apparent and drag the old duke down with you? Good idea, but you've misjudged me. Do whatever you want with me, but no way. No, you weren't this tough before. What if I castrated you?" Suhimdi Dortif. A wave of embarrassment washed over Qing, and she was furious. "It was just an emergency, and I misspoke." "Fine, you've got guts." Su Jin picked out a melon, and Lu Mingxian, who was standing next to him, glanced at it, his nostrils flaring up. "This melon is injected with deadly poison. I don't know if you're really brave or just being stubborn in front of me. If you're not afraid of death, then eat it." After saying that, Su Jin stuffed the melon into the other person's mouth. Qing glared at Su Jin, fearlessly devouring the melon, juice dripping from its mouth. In just a few bites, a whole cantaloupe, skin and seeds, was swallowed. "Good melon." Qing continued to taunt after finishing his meal. "Good melon." Lu Mingxian clutched his stomach and chuckled, his whole body trembling. Su Jin stood up and gave up his seat, patted Du Wenyin, and said, "Wenyin, I don't want to waste time either. You've explained this matter to him from beginning to end, and you know how to place the immortal's image. Convince him in the shortest time possible, and we'll set off as soon as possible." "Understood." Du Wenyin took the remote control, sat down opposite Qing, and smiled. "General it will take some time for the poisonous melon to develop symptoms. Let's talk about something else first. Don't you think this room is a bit strange?" Upon hearing this, Qing immediately looked up and examined the RV. Their attention was focused on Su Jin, and they didn't notice the room at all. Looking at it now, it really is eerie. Could this be the invisible house? This house is indeed strange, but what does it have to do with me? It didn't matter before, but it will matter soon. This house was a gift from the immortals. 2 hours later, Su Jin led Lu Mingxian and Yunlian back to the living room. Du Wenyin automatically made way for him and sat inside. Qing looked up at the ceiling, drool dripping from the corner of his mouth, seemingly still in a state of profound shock and not yet fully recovered. Su Jin slammed his hand on the table. Qing trembled all over and lowered his head, hurriedly asking, What he just said was all true? What do you think?" Su Jin took out a pistol and slammed it on the table. With a gentle touch, it transformed from a gun into a knife, and with another touch, it returned to its pistol form. Qing's pupils dilated. Su Jin said, "Whether you believe it or not, I believe you can see that Lu Mingxian definitely believes it, and he has already joined us. As long as we find Shen Yufeng, everything will be revealed. What you said before about the conflict between Tianyu Temple and Xuanjiao Army was all imagined. If you join, I guarantee I will never make you do anything against your will. We are teammates on equal footing, and everything will be based on the principle of voluntariness. What do you think?" Sweat dripped continuously from Qing's forehead. The end of the world? This is too outrageous and too terrifying, and there's plenty of evidence right in front of us. If this is true, I have no reason not to join. Shen Yufeng also knew about this matter. Even if there were still doubts, the truth would definitely come out once they saw Shen Yufeng. He was absolutely trustworthy. "All right, I'll join you. I'll go with you to Jiuzhou City, and I won't do anything to harm you before then. You can release me now." "General, of course I can let you go." But you must understand that your strength alone is enough to kill everyone in this carriage. If you have any other intentions, I will die with regrets. My death is not important, but my death will cause the people of the world to lose hope, so I must be careful. You must understand. Then what do you want? Shirqing asked urgently. I'm the protector of Qianshan City. I'm willing to give up the city and go with you. Isn't that enough? Wenyin, Brother Liu, could you please excuse me for a moment? I have something to discuss with him privately, Su Jin said, changing the subject. Lu Mingxian said reluctantly. Oh, I know what you're trying to do. What's wrong with looking? I just want to see this. Believe me, you don't want to see this. Wenyin, take him away right now. At Su Jin's command, Du Wenyin pulled Lu Mingxian away from the RV. Yin Lian also jumped off her seat, but quietly hid behind Shirqing's sofa. I don't need you to prove anything. I'll just tell you a few things. Su Jin said slowly. The melon I just gave you is called a mother-child melon. Anyone who eats this melon, whether male or female, will get pregnant. Without my personally prepared antidote, I can only wish you many children and good fortune sooner or later. This is even more exciting than spinning the wheel. You're lying to me? Shirqing was drenched in sweat, his eyes showing panic. If it's something as drastic as severing his roots, he's mentally prepared. He'll grit his teeth and endure it, or at worst, commit suicide. Asking a grown man to give birth now is truly unacceptable, an unimaginable path. How can a man give birth? He can't just defecate, can he? This is even worse than a proper poison. I'm kidding you. Suhin Chekov. If I'm not mistaken, you should already be feeling it in your stomach. You can figure it out for yourself. As soon as Su Jin finished speaking, the activation multiplier was activated, and Yun Lian, who was behind the sofa, began to exert her strength, her little face turning red. Shirqing's face drained of color instantly as she looked down at her lower abdomen. Su Jin smiled, took out his phone, and whispered, Men, they're usually inexperienced and unprepared for their first childbirth. I have a tutorial you can take a look at. Don't worry, I can even assist with childbirth. Chapter 151 Learning Internal Strength. Can you stop? Can you stop? Shirqing became increasingly panicked, and the seasoned veteran finally broke down and screamed. Su Jin took out a digestive tablet and put it into his mouth, saying, That's enough. This pill will temporarily stop the production, but you need to take one every 3 days to maintain it. You need to take 10 pills in a row to completely cure it. Hearing this, Yun Lian, who was behind the sofa, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. When Du Wenyin persuaded Shirqing, the two had already privately agreed on a secret code. Her ability only needs to be used once, and now that it's over, there's naturally no need for her anymore. Yun Lian crouched down and jogged back to her bedroom. Still shaken, Shirqing was completely unaware of the commotion behind her. Her eyes darted around in terror as she exclaimed, I've already decided to join you. What more do you want? Don't rush. It's not too late to talk after you've seen what I have in my hand, Su Jin said, holding up his phone. After saying that, she opened Lu Mingxuan's previously privately filmed video. Upon seeing the contents, Shirqing's old face crumpled up, and he abruptly turned his head away, unable to bear looking at it. All right, you've seen the consequences. As long as you don't betray me, I'll keep providing you with the antidote. If I see Xin Yufeng beforehand, I'll give you all the antidote I have at once. Su Jin put away his phone and instantly pulled out a knife, slamming it on the table. Here's your knife back. Also, I have a spear that would be perfect for you. Since your spear is damaged, I'll give it to you as compensation. It was a gift from an immortal, Su Jin said, taking out an alloy folding spear he had ordered online. Shirqing's chest heaved less frequently, and his thoughts began to calm down. Okay, I understand you don't trust me, but you have to promise that you will give me all the antidotes when you see Shen Yufeng. Don't worry, Su Jin tempted. Joining us brings countless benefits. They can't be measured by money alone. This is a mission given to me by an immortal. As long as I complete the mission, the immortal will appear again. At that time, we will all encounter the divine opportunity. Everything here is merely a gift from the immortals. There will surely be even greater rewards then. Shirqing's expression was extremely bitter. Whether I'm an immortal or not, I don't care about that now. If the world is about to end, do I care about anything else? Although I, Shirqing, am greedy, I take money to make a living, and it's not all for my own benefit. If there really is an apocalypse and everyone else is dead, what's the point of me having the best fortune in the immortal realm or having a lot of money? Yes. Well said. Su Jin said solemnly. General Shi is indeed a hero. It seems I underestimated you. I will now untie you. Once we meet Shen Yufeng, the truth will come out. After saying that, Su Jin stepped forward and untied all the ropes binding Shi. 3 days later, the five people crossed the Kayanshanqing mountain area without any major incidents. The RV is now driving on the road, as usual. Shi sat in the living room, gazing wistfully out the window. After 3 days, he had gained a considerable understanding of life in the car. But seeing the house moving on its own on the road at this moment still fills me with wonder. The more incredible something seems, the more believable it appears, and the more terrifying the future becomes. Shi expression was indescribable. He was no longer young, and even with the support of martial arts, his physical body would inevitably decline in a few years. At this age, it's no longer about living simply for yourself. Sometimes I really wish my initial deduction was correct. If it were a conflict between Tianyu Temple and Xuanjia Army, I would at most go to jail or be stripped of my official position. But the end of the world is really unacceptable. What worried me yesterday is what I cherish today. What I suffered in the past is what I think about today. Shi let out a long sigh, and Lu Mingxian, who had been watching him, said, "Why are you sighing so much? You're still young, always thinking you have a future. Even if disaster strikes, you can remain optimistic, but I can't," Shi said slowly. "I've worked hard for half my life, and I wanted to enjoy my retirement, but I never expected to run into something like this. You don't need to keep an eye on me. I won't have any ill intentions towards you. Actually, I really believe what Wu Ziheo said, but I still want to confirm with the Crown Prince one more time. You want to lecture me? You think I haven't thought about it? The future might be terrible, but there are immortals in the world. Things will get better," Lu Mingxian said. "An immortal?" Shi scoffed. "If an immortal were truly so powerful, how could he be imprisoned? He could give me wealth and strength, but in a world riddled with problems, these things are meaningless. I no longer have the will to fight. So what if someone is doing well? Nobody wants to eat from a cesspool. If we can only see the immortals after the apocalypse, what will happen to my comrades, my children, my family? Tell me, have you thought about that? You haven't, so you're naive and too young. Young people always have inexhaustible energy and can live for themselves, but I can't. Why bring that up? I'm in a pretty good mood today." Lu Mingxian looked annoyed and poured 2 glasses of water. "Let's have some iced tea. You think I'm not annoyed? I haven't slept well for 3 days straight. It's worse than death." Shi downed his iced tea in one gulp. The two remained silent. Su Jin took off his headphones in the driver's seat, stopped the car, and switched places with Du and Yin. He then sat down on the living room sofa and said, "General Shi, there's something I forgot to ask you. You're not in Qinshan City for a long time. Won't that cause problems?" "It's not a big problem. My disappearance for a few months won't affect anything. The Demon Spring isn't a problem now, and everyone is very relaxed. My advisor is in charge of all the affairs in the city." Shi said with a wry smile, "That bastard is cunning. He probably thinks I'm dead and will definitely try to stabilize things in the city. How can you explain this? Shouldn't he have reported it first? He needs to pave his way out, so it won't be that quick. I know the situation in Qinshan City." Suhim Bandiv. After observing him for the past few days, Shi seems to be a reliable person, at least more reliable than Lu Mingxian. He truly deserves to be called a famous general who has led troops and fought battles. Although he later became corrupt, well, not really corrupt, it was just normal behavior. It's only human nature. You seem to have something to say. If you have something to say, just say it. We're all in the same boat now, Shi said, seeing his hesitation. Su Jin immediately nodded and said, "Then I won't waste any more words. I want to learn the Xuanjia Army's techniques and internal energy from you. We're about to enter the mountains again, and I hope you can teach me before we go in." Chapter 152, Mastering New Power. You cultivate the heavenly decree observation techniques, and now you want to learn internal energy. Shi was interrupted by Lu Mingxian. You can just teach him directly. He has the blessing of an immortal and learns this very quickly. Is that so? Shi looked Su Jin up and down. "Take off your shirt and let me see." Su Jin took off his shirt, and Shi gasped. "You bastard. How did you get that physique? You got a great build. Just based on that body, you'd be an excellent candidate for martial arts. Pull up your pants." Su Jin lifted up his trousers, revealing his muscular thighs. Shi nodded deeply and praised. Good, good. Apart from the fact that your age is not right for cultivation, your physique is indeed impressive from the outside. Many top martial arts masters may not be able to train like you. I was born with great muscle shape, Su Jin said with a smug smile, wearing a shirt. This is something you can't get through training. That makes a lot of sense. It seems that the shape of muscles is indeed difficult to change after birth. Shi Qing stood up and said seriously, the secret teachings of Tianyu Temple are much stricter than the Xuanjiao army's techniques. If they can teach it, I can teach it too. But I'll teach you, but don't complain about the pain or the fatigue. If the person chosen by the immortals can't even endure the slightest pain, then we might as well part ways and find a place to slit our throats together. Come on, what should I do? Without wasting any words, Shi Qing began to explain. Your foundation is good, so we can start practicing now. The technique practiced by the Xuanjiao army is called the Thousand Army Record. The military is different from the Tianyu Temple in that it has produced many martial arts techniques, but after continuous practice and elimination, only the Thousand Army Record has emerged victorious. It can be said that this technique is completely comparable to the Chongyuan technique of Tianyu Temple. The Chongyuan technique is extremely profound, and only those with talent can comprehend the feeling of primordial energy. But the threshold for the Thousand Army Record is much lower. One only needs to constantly hone and refine one's physical body to have a chance to master internal strength. Su Jin interjected, when I was learning the Chongyuan technique, Brother Liu was able to guide my Yuan Qi. That's the problem. If you start learning the Thousand Army Manual from scratch now and comprehend internal energy, it will be too slow. I can infuse internal energy into your body, so you can experience the accelerated generation of internal energy ahead of time, Shi Qing said. But internal energy is different from primordial energy. As an external force, it is extremely damaging to the recipient, and even after it ends, the recipient will suffer for a long time. Do you want to prepare in advance, or start now? I'd better prepare in advance. Give me a couple of quarters of an hour, Su Jin said, and walked towards the bathroom. Inside the bathroom, Su Jin silently took off all his clothes and carefully examined his muscles. Take 2 ibuprofen tablets and swallow them. Finally, apply loxaprofen sodium patches to areas with high muscle density and abundant nerve endings, such as the abdomen, shoulders and neck, front of the thighs, chest and calves. Ibuprofen and loxaprofen sodium patches are both over-the-counter medications used for pain relief and anti-inflammation. Although the specific mechanism of internal strength cannot be analyzed, it must have a strong damaging effect on muscle fibers, and these 2 medicines can have some effect. Having experienced the apocalypse, Su Jin knew that even with the slightest glimmer of hope, he could endure any suffering with relish. However, he would avoid unnecessary hardship. One shouldn't be too cheap. With everything prepared, Su Jin walked out of the bathroom, shirtless, and stood in front of the situation. Seeing him covered in plasters, Lu Mingxian and Shi Qing were both taken aback. What's that stuck to your body? Painkillers. We can start now. Shi Qing shook his head and sighed. If you're afraid of pain, there's no cure. Your approach in the military. The army is the army. Your way of thinking doesn't apply to me. Let's begin. Su Jin sat cross-legged on the spot. Shi Qing said no more, then knelt down behind Su Jin and placed his palms on Su Jin's back. Lu Mingxian focused his attention on Shi Qing, wary of any unexpected events. As he began to circulate his energy, 2 scorching sensations rose on Su Jin's back, followed by a slight, stinging pain. Calm your mind and focus your thoughts, and carefully experience it, Shi Qing shouted, suddenly increasing his strength. Su Jin groaned, quickly clenching his teeth. The stinging pain started in his back and spread rapidly, quickly turning into a burning pain, like being stuck to hot coals. His abdomen felt like a volcanic eruption, with muscles churning and tearing inside him. Each wave of impact felt like a hook tearing through flesh. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Su Jin was covered in sweat, which had soaked the ground beneath him. The first round of the practice is over. It's much simpler than the Chongyuan Gong, so you should be able to remember it. Continue to feel the flow of internal energy and concentrate on guiding it, Shi Qing said. I'm now in control of this energy. If you concentrate enough, you can interfere with its flow. At that time, I will withdraw my power, and you can use the remaining internal energy to continue guiding your practice. There are precedents in the military. As long as you can get through this hurdle and practice more diligently, The chance of successfully developing internal strength is twice as high as with normal training. Su Jin remained silent, his face contorted in a grimace, sweat trickling down his face. His chest was compressed to its limit, and with each breath he seemed to smell the burning scent of his own blood. The internal energy was like a raging beast wreaking havoc within his body, causing not only pain, but also requiring him to remain calm and think clearly. The demands were extremely high, but fortunately, he could still manage it for now. If I hadn't experienced the first apocalypse and developed such great mental resilience, I would find this situation unbearable. Realizing that Su Jin had begun to influence the control of internal energy, Shi Qing promptly withdrew his stance and stepped aside. Lu Mingxian hurriedly asked, "How did it go?" "It's hard to say. His foundation is good enough, and he also used the ointment, so I used a lot of force. The internal energy is operating destructively in his body, and it will continue for some time," Shi Qing said. "However, his performance is quite good. He hasn't uttered a single word so far, which is impossible among new recruits in the army. No one can do this. His willpower is indeed very strong." "Tsh." Lu Mingxian scoffed. "Didn't you use some kind of elixir?" "I could do it too. Don't speak too confidently. I think his elixir isn't as effective as you might imagine. You can tell from his expression that he's in a lot of pain." Half an hour later, Su Jin opened his eyes, completely soaked and dizzy. He glanced at his right hand in a daze, and the fire mark on the back of his hand had begun to heat up. The internal energy that Shi Qing left in his body was completely exhausted and was instantly replenished by another kind of internal energy. A feeling of fullness and strength flowed through the muscles. A subtle warmth also moved within the damaged muscles, as if they were repairing themselves. Su Jin gave a tired smile and shakily got up, supporting himself on the sofa. Lu Mingxian rushed forward to help. "How are you? Have you learned internal energy?" Su Jin opened his mouth and nodded twice. "Water." Shi Qing picked up the iced tea on the table and handed it over. Su Jin greedily gulped down the drink, then threw away the empty bottle and let out a long sigh of relief. Then, channeling his inner strength, he threw a punch at Shi Qing. Shi Qing casually raised his arm to block, his eyes flashing with shock. "Internal strength, 3 patterns?" Su Jin withdrew his fist and nodded with a smile. With internal energy acquired, one can instantly advance to the 3rd level. Chapter 153, Delicious Roasted Eagle Meat from Another World. A blessing from the immortals. This is a blessing from the immortals. Lu Mingxian leaned close to the stunned Shi Qing and muttered to himself, "Now you see how terrifying the power of the immortals is. Our decades of hard training are like child's play compared to theirs." I couldn't stand it when I first saw it either. When I meet the immortal, I'm determined to have a share of this ability. I must reach this 7th level. Shi Qing swallowed hard and nodded deeply. The other party's progress was nothing short of miraculous, causing an overwhelming sense of frustration to rise within one. This feeling is completely different from being faced with all sorts of novelties in a motorhome. Strength is cultivated through life experience and is what martial artists cherish and are most proud of. Such a precious existence seems utterly insignificant in the face of so-called immortal power. This is truly... I felt like a beggar, eating a piece of chicken leg that a rich person had left on the street and exclaiming how delicious it was. It was heartbreaking. The persistent dull pain throughout my body still lingers, and the pain intensifies with every movement. Even so, Su Jin continued to try to move his body and feel the power. The internal energy of the 3-pattern figure, as it stands, has not yet reached the level of supernatural power at its strongest in sunlight, but it is still significantly stronger than under normal sunlight. This is enough to make up for the lack of attack power at night, and it also adds internal energy damage. The existence of superpowers is still valuable. The basic stats are highest at noon, and the stamina and night vision provided at night are also indispensable. The flame of inheritance is too comprehensive. If I continue to master other powers, I will have no weaknesses. After calming himself down and catching his breath, Su Jin wiped the sweat from his body and asked, "General Shi, I have the basics. When can you teach me some martial arts techniques?" Shi Qing shook his head and said, "The Xuanjia army is different from Tianyu Temple. Everyone in Tianyu Temple learns the 5 great skills, but the Xuanjia army, apart from a basic set of Iron Army Long Fist, depends entirely on themselves for development. My swords and spears are all things I learned and explored by combining the experience of my predecessors, and they may not be suitable for you. Shurchin continued. I have studied your fighting style, and it seems that you have not learned many routines. Yes. Then there's no need to learn it. You won't be able to learn it in a short time anyway. Your strength lies in adaptability. Learning too many routines without mastering them will only affect your performance. Your combat instincts are extremely strong. You're practically a born warrior. Routines are just things that second-rate fools come up with. Shurchin smiled wryly and said, martial arts battles are more like leveling up in ordinary fights. Some people are born knowing how to fight and win every battle. You're one of those people. Keep your unorthodox style and work on your basics first. Yes, you haven't even mastered the secret techniques of Tianyu Temple yet. If you go on to learn something else, it will only hold you back. You should practice the spinning recycle technique first. After Lu Mingxian finished speaking, Shurchin glared at him fiercely. Su Jin pondered for a moment and said, that's fine too. After careful analysis, Shurchin's words do indeed make sense. I wanted to ask him for a martial arts manual, but he probably didn't have it with him, so I had to put it aside for now. Brother Wu. Du Wenyan's voice came from afar. We're about to enter the mountains. The car can't go. It's dangerous in the mountains. Should we set up camp here and rest for a while? Great. I'm hungry too. Let's eat and drink our fill here before heading into the mountains. As darkness fell, Su Jin led the way out of the car, walked to the RV, pull out a small table, and set out bottles and jars of seasonings. Shurchin followed behind, asking curiously, there's a hidden table here. What a clever idea. What are you carrying? Seasonings. Su Jin turned around. Let's eat something good tonight. No more canned food. What do you want to eat? Barbecue. I've hunted some pretty good game. Barbecue. Shurchin scratched the corner of his mouth and smiled. Barbecue is good. I love barbecue. Although the food from the Immortals was delicious. After eating too much of it, he inexplicably felt like he wasn't eating a proper meal. After eating it for just a few days, he felt like he was no longer eating human food. You and Brother Lu go and gather some firewood first. I'll pack the materials. Okay. Shurchin readily agreed and led Lu Mingxian to find firewood. Su Jin walked a short distance away, took out the eagle, and began to pluck its feathers and remove its internal organs. After a quick cleanup, I carried the blood-soaked eagle carcass back to the RV. Yun Lian squatted on the ground playing with the flowers and plants, while Du Wenyan was arranging tables and chairs. When Su Jin returned, he said, Brother Wu, what a big bird. When did you shoot this bird? You silly bird. You ran away from Qinshan City on your own. Go fetch a basin of water so I can wash up. Du Wenyan responded and went back into the car to fetch water. He returned shortly afterward with a half basin of water. Brother Wu, there's no more water. This is all we have. Is that so? There's no water source nearby either. There's no shortage of water for drinking and eating, but we're running low on water for other purposes. I'm all sweaty today and haven't showered yet. We can only replenish water by going into the mountains. There are plenty of water sources in the mountains, and we should be able to find some if we look carefully, Du Wenyan said. All right, that's the only way. Let's eat first. It was already dark when the campfire was lit, and an iron pot was still hanging over it. Inside, 3 cans of braised beef were simmering, filling the air with a wonderful aroma. A huge roasting sculpture was placed next to the bonfire. The 5 men wore faint smiles, their faces glowing red in the firelight, holding their rice bowls in silence. The beef hot pot was boiling, and Su Jin picked up a large ladle and ladled out a portion of the broth for each person to use as a rice bowl. Soon, a series of hissing sounds accompanied by the chirping of insects echoed across the field. The soup and rice were quickly devoured, and the 5 men's eyes immediately turned to the roasted eagle. The eagle, perched on the campfire, had been roasted to perfection by the fire. Then brush on the oil, accompanied by the sizzling sound of the seasoning being sprinkled. As the oil seeped out, the crispy outer layer slowly slid off, filling the air with a unique and intense aroma of meat. Su Jin took out a knife, cut the eagle into pieces, and distributed them to the 5 people. Here, General Shur, it wasn't easy for you to join the team, so here's a wing for you. Shurchin smiled and thanked him, then casually opened his mouth to taste the delicious eagle meat. He immediately exclaimed in surprise as soon as the eagle meat entered his mouth. Delicious. So delicious. I never thought there was anything so delicious in the world. I thought canned food was the best, but what kind of mythical beast's meat is this? A mythical beast. Suhin Chakiv. This is no mythical beast at all. It's just wild game I hunted. Wild game. Shurching was taken aback. Such wild game. It must be a rare and ferocious beast. What is it? What ferocious beast? It's just an eagle. Can't you tell it's an eagle? Eagle. Shurching was taken aback again. I've never eaten eagle before. I didn't know eagle meat was so delicious. Where did you get it? I already said it's wild game. It's wild eagle. Even wild eagles need to be of a certain breed. I'll have to get some later too. Where did you hunt these wild eagles? It's in a mountainous area near Qianshan City, the one you're chasing me in. Ah, Shurching, who was chewing on an eagle wing, suddenly woke up and exclaimed excitedly. Qianshan City mountain area? What kind of eagle is that? Is it really necessary? How could I possibly remember what kind of eagle it was? It's just a wild eagle. Sujin chuckled and pointed to a spot not far away. The feathers are still there. You can use them as a reference. After quickly swallowing the eagle meat, Shurching hurried to where the entrails and feathers of the eagle had fallen. He reached out and scooped up an eagle feather, then touched it. The pattern on the eagle feathers, the smooth feel of them. Shurching held the eagle feathers, and a thunderclap exploded in his mind. An eagle. Is this my precious eagle? My eagle? The next second, screams echoed across the fields. Are you kidding me? Chapter 154 Night Talk. Not good. Hearing Shurching's screams and considering his previous reaction, the four immediately realized something was wrong. He took out a knife, quickly shaved the eagle meat out of the bowl, threw away the remaining bones, turned around, and carried the bowl into the RV. Stop eating it, you son of a bitch. Shurching shouted angrily as he ran back. My eagle. This is my eagle. I raised it from a cub to adulthood, and you just let it die like this. Shurching's cursing stopped abruptly. Beside the campfire, only scaffolding remained on the ground. Damn it. It was past midnight, inside the bedroom. The RV window was open, and outside, the moon was bright and the stars were few, with the chirping of insects filling the air. The sisters embraced, while Du Wenyin stared blankly out the window. Yun Lian stirred slightly in his arms, waking from her sleep. Du Wenyin glanced down at her and asked in a low voice, What's wrong, Yun Lian? Sister, I feel sticky. I want to take a shower. Yun Lian mumbled sleepily. There's no water today. Let's wash tomorrow, Du Wenyin said, releasing Yun Lian. Sister, how much longer until we arrive? Yun Lian shifted her body and leaned against the window. If it's fast, it should arrive in a few days. I wish I could stay on the road forever. Du Wenyin reached out and stroked her head, his eyes full of pity. Being hunted and wanted was certainly miserable, but sitting in the RV with Su Jin didn't cause him any real hardship. You could even say that this period was the most peaceful time I've ever lived. No more hiding with her younger sister. No more concealing herself. She had longed for this kind of life for so long. The absurdity of life is truly disheartening, and the peaceful life we yearn for is found in the most dangerous situations. Sister. Yun Lian looked up, staring at Du Wenyin in the darkness. Are you planning to tell Brother Wu about your identity? Du Wenyin pursed his lips and gently shook his head. No need, it's fine as it is. Actually, I think it would be better if you said it. Brother Wu would definitely like you. If the two of you get together, I can live in the house forever. You little selfish devil. Du Wenyin laughed and slapped Yun Lian on the forehead. Remember this. Never reveal your hand when you're out in the world. You've already made a mistake once. If I hadn't made a mistake, we wouldn't have met Brother Wu, and we wouldn't have been able to eat so much good food, Yun Lian muttered. What else do you have to worry about him? He wouldn't harm us. It's not that I don't trust him. It's just that doing too much will only cause more trouble. Besides, the people from Tianyu Temple and Xuanjia Army are here. Although they don't seem hostile for the time being, you'd better be careful. That's why you should have been honest with him sooner. He'll definitely be attracted to you. No one is prettier than you. That courtesan from the Drunken Flower Pavilion is ugly compared to you. When you meet a good man, seize the opportunity and make him infatuated with you. Who taught you to say that? Du Wenyin's eyebrows shot up. Women of the Drunken Flower Pavilion. You won't learn the good things. You'll quickly pick up the bad ones. Go to sleep now. We have to go hiking tomorrow. TCH, I don't have to climb myself. Someone carries me. Yun Lian smiled, her expression smug. Brother Wu carry me, I was wrong. Don't pinch me. You two are watching TV in the middle of the night? Aren't you going to sleep? We're going into the mountains tomorrow. Su Jin roared from the front bunk of the vehicle. The living room of the RV was filled with noise, with Tom and Jerry playing nonstop. Turn it down. Lao Wu wants to sleep. Lu Mingxian picked up the remote and adjusted the volume. Shi Qing nodded intently, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Then his expression changed in an instant. You were just adjusting the volume. Why did you change it for me? Change it back. I've already seen this episode. I haven't even seen it yet. How can you be so selfish? Lu Mingxian helplessly switched back to the program. You stole my cigarettes, and then my TV. Is it really worth it to eat a little meat from you? Didn't Lao Wu give you 2 cans of Coke? Actually, I understand you the most. You don't understand anything. Shi Qing cursed. My precious child was so cruelly killed by you. I still feel terrible. He was my savior, and I raised him like my own son. Let's not talk about your son for now. Tell me about the Demon Spring. I've never been to the front lines, and I don't usually pay much attention to it. Lu Mingxian turned off the TV and changed the subject. Demon Spring. Shi Qing's emotions instantly returned to calm, and he said sarcastically, you people from Tianyu Temple are really... Those with real strength are never sent to the battlefield, but when something happens, you just waste the Xuanjiao army's manpower. I really don't know what the court is supporting you for. Hey, if you're going to talk, just talk. Why do you keep putting me down? Actually, there's not much to say. You won't understand unless you see it for yourself, Shi Qing said with a stern face. The monster that the Demon Spring turned into after it stopped gushing was even more terrifying than the folk tales. It felt like it was pieced together from corpses, and it was extremely sinister. What do you mean by feeling? Isn't it just a state of being like mud? It's somewhat like mud. You can see through the outer layer that there are a lot of body parts inside. Everyone sees something different. It's extremely evil. If you get its bodily fluids on you and don't wash them off quickly with water, you'll soon have problems. You'll either go crazy or die. But killing it requires shattering it to a certain extent. Many Xuanjia soldiers did not die directly at the monster's hands, but were killed by its bodily fluids. It sounds like there's no solution. It doesn't just sound like there's no solution, Shi Qing said with a stern face. If the apocalypse was caused by the Demon Spring, I don't think anyone can survive. Although you are exceptionally talented, you are still young. By the time you are old enough to remember things, the Demon Spring had already begun to weaken and had only erupted a few times, and twice of those eruptions did not even occur in Suyuan. What did the royal city say? Was it that the Xuanjia army had a significant advantage in the face of the Demon Spring's calamity? That's right. The Xuanjia army has won many battles, and the news of victory has been frequently reported. Lu Mingxian shrugged. Anyway, I was very excited when I heard about it. I felt that the Demon Spring was not that powerful. It has been exaggerated in history. Bullshit. Shi Qing cursed. There is no good way to resist. Experts like you and me can only protect ourselves against a few monsters, but weaker ordinary soldiers can only use their lives to fight back. They can't put up much resistance. Historically, the Xuanjia army has never won a single victory by retreating. They can only prolong the war. The previous victories were entirely due to the weakening of the Demon Spring's power, which reduced the severity of the disasters. Even so, the Xuanjia army is hesitant to launch any offensives and always acts with extreme caution. The so-called continuous victories and the unstoppable momentum are all bullshit. If that's the case, why are you still embezzling public funds for city repairs? If the Demon Spring really erupts, aren't you just asking for trouble? Lu Mingxian asked in surprise. Shi Qing sneered. Aren't there still a few cities blocking the way ahead? The front lines are fighting to the death, and people are on the verge of collapse. In the end, those treacherous officials in the court will use it to claim credit and rewards. Why should I bother with that? I'd rather keep it and spend it for them. How would you do this? There are still people in the city who need your protection. Am I an ordinary citizen? Are you an ordinary citizen? You used to be an ordinary person, right? I never expected you to say something like that. Lu Mingxuan's expression was strange. Shi Qing said indifferently. Scholars say it well. Those in a position should fulfill their duties. People should use their position to seek benefits for themselves. I can barely take care of the people around me. How can I think about anything else? I think you're really clueless. Young people are just too young. You old bastard, you dare to talk about patriotism before, but today I finally see your shameless face. Lu Mingxian rebuked coldly. How am I not patriotic? I am utterly loyal to His Majesty. Who dares to say I am not patriotic? Fine, I can't be bothered to talk to you. Lu Mingxian rolled his eyes, turned on the TV, and continued watching cartoons. Chapter 155 Pawn Side Banner. The next day was sunny. The 5 people, feeling refreshed, stepped off the RV one by one. We've already had breakfast, and now it's time to head into the mountains. Shurching put his hands on his hips and looked out at the mountain scenery, frowning as he said, "This is Yunlang Mountain, which is quite humid. I am familiar with the garrison commander of Yunlang City, and I heard that the wild beasts in the mountains are quite ferocious and often attack people on their own initiative. We were lucky not to encounter any ferocious beasts in Qianshan City last time. I also know the situation in the area, and there were many of us. Ferocious beasts usually travel alone and dare not attack. This time, we may not be as lucky as last time." "Then let's all be careful," Su Jin said. "We should quickly cross this mountain and then pass through Silverlight Valley to reach 9 Illumination City. Let's try to get there within 7 days. We've already wasted a lot of time." The group checked their equipment on the spot, making sure nothing was missing, and then set off into the mountains, fully prepared. The 5 figures gradually disappeared into the forest. Upon entering the forest, Su Jin immediately sensed something extremely unusual. The weather outside was still muggy, and the sun was so scorching it almost burned the skin. But this forest seemed to be another world altogether. The dense canopy of trees intertwined high, layer upon layer, blocking out most of the sunlight, leaving dappled light on the damp ground. The air was cool and slightly moist, carrying a sweet fragrance of tree bark, moss, and wildflowers, which dispelled some of the stuffiness before entering the forest. Birdsong occasionally drifted from among the branches and leaves, and various strangely shaped vines clung to the tree trunks, some of which were covered in colorful flowers, making them particularly eye-catching in the greenery. Although the shrubs grow lushly in the lower areas, they do not obstruct the path. Instead, they create a sense of a naturally paved passageway. Overall, it was a scene teeming with life. This place feels like a tropical rainforest with a comfortable temperature. "This is so comfortable," Yun Lian said involuntarily as she lay on Su Jin's back, looking around at the scenery. Shurching stopped, glanced back at Yun Lian, and sneered, "Little girl, I think you don't understand at all. If you feel comfortable, the ferocious beasts will feel comfortable too. The better the environment here, the more dangerous it is. If you encounter danger, try not to shout, otherwise you will attract more things, and then none of us will survive." Yun Lian shrank back, not daring to speak. Su Jin scanned his surroundings, his vigilance growing. Shurching is right. The climate here is pleasant, and the resources seem plentiful. There must be a great many species living in the forest, so we have to be careful. We walked for 2 hours, without any wind or waves. As the sun rose higher, the forest, which had been cool, began to feel stuffy. Sweat poured from their bodies, and their hair lay limp and plastered to their foreheads. As they walked, Shurching wiped the sweat from his face and said, "I heard the sound of water. There might be water ahead. Doesn't the carriage need to be rehydrated? If there's a good water source ahead, we can replenish it. It would be even better if I could take a shower." Lu Mingxian smiled wryly, lifted his inner shirt, which was completely stuck to his body, and fanned himself continuously. "Forget about taking a bath. Let's not linger in this place. Let's just replenish our water supply first, and we can find another water source once we're out of this mountainous area." Shurching used his knife to cut through the vines and bushes in front of them. As one of the vines hanging from a tall tree, resembling a curtain, was cleanly severed, a cool breeze suddenly swept across their faces. Su Jin squinted and looked behind the vines, feeling a sense of surprise and doubt. Apart from Yun Lian, the others were all pretty much the same. Beyond the tangled vines lies a clear pool, into which mountain streams continuously flow, creating a babbling sound. The surrounding environment is tightly wrapped by various vines and shrubs, and is full of flowers, making it a beautiful sight. Shurching looked around carefully and said, "This place is quite strange. It looks a bit like it was artificially modified. Be careful." As the group crossed the clear pool, they startled a flock of birds. Lu Mingxian laughed and said, "It seems to be natural. The scenery here is truly a masterpiece of nature. Let's rest here for a while and work up a sweat." "No." Shurching searched the ground with his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Leave this place immediately after you finish refilling the water supply for the vehicle. The footprints of the ferocious beast on the ground are unusual, and there are also traces of feces. This water source may be very important." After saying that, Shurching looked at Su Jin and said, "You guys stay here and add water. Lu Mingxian and I will search and keep watch outside." There could be danger here at any time. Suhin nadith inwardly approving. Although Shi Qing is a bit of a shrewd old man, his survival experience is undeniably rich, and his vigilance is undeniably high. With him on the team, I feel much more at ease. After releasing the RV, Su Jin took out a walkie-talkie, made a simple adjustment, and handed it to Shi Qing and Lu Mingxian respectively. This is called a walkie-talkie. Press the button and we can talk from a distance. You guys keep watch around here and report to me immediately if anything happens. By the way, the walkie-talkie has a range limit. If the sound is intermittent or unclear, retreat immediately. I will notify you to return immediately after I add the water. Hello, hello, hello. Shi Qing picked up the walkie-talkie and tried. Upon hearing the voice coming from the walkie-talkie in Su Jin's hand, his eyes immediately filled with emotion. This is a really good thing. If we had this on a battlefield, I don't know how many soldiers it could save. All right, get to work right away. Hello, hello. Lu Mingxian picked up the walkie-talkie and started trying as well. Su Jin chuckled to himself. Is this human instinct? The first reaction when you get a communication device is always hello, hello, hello. Before long, Lu Mingxian and Shi Qing went to search and guard the area around Qingtan. Su Jin released the RV, took out the water pipe, and started pumping water. A water pump was included with the RV purchase, allowing for direct water supply. The vehicle also has a built-in filtration system. However, the free water hose is a bit thin, and it takes about 20 minutes to fill the tank. After pumping water for 3 minutes, Yun Lian took off her shoes and socks and stepped into the pool to play in the water. There were large fish in the pool. Yun Lian manipulated the plants above the pool, letting their branches hang down to tease the fish swimming in the water. Su Jin sat by the pool, glancing sideways at Du Wenyin and Yun Lian, feeling a pang of regret. I feel sticky and uncomfortable all over right now. If it weren't for these two sisters here, I would have taken off all my clothes and gone for a swim. Du Wenyin, standing to one side, was also secretly glancing at Su Jin, the same thought rising in his mind, making the atmosphere a little strange for a moment. Why are you staring at me like that? Do you want to take a bath? Su Jin thought to himself, a mischievous thought rising in his mind, and bluntly pointed it out. Du Wenyin remained silent, her cheeks flushed. Seeing this, Su Jin smiled wickedly. We're all men. Let Yun Lian get in the car and enjoy the air conditioning, and we'll both take a nice, refreshing shower. I don't have the habit of bathing with other people, Du Wenyin said in a muffled voice, turning his head to the side. Oh, you're a grown man, and you're embarrassed? Su Jin thought to himself, amused. Du Wenyin didn't say a word, but got up and sat further away, staring at Yun Lian. Seeing this, Su Jin curled his lip. She really doesn't know what's funny. I wonder what she really looks like when she's dressed as a man. I don't usually think about it much, but now I'm really curious. Chapter 156, Exposing Her Daughter's True Colors. Adding water won't take long. Why bother coming out here? It's rare to find a cool place. Lu Mingxian swung his hand to cut down the dense branches in the woods, complaining. Shi Qing sneered. In dangerous situations, the more comfortable the place, the more deadly it is. Someone like you would be nothing but cannon fodder on the battlefield. If you were one of my soldiers, I'd be the first to fire you. Tisich, serving under a selfish person like you, I'd be lucky if you didn't stab me in the back, Lu Mingxian taunted. Have you ever fraudulently claimed the military merits of your fallen soldiers? You're talking nonsense. Shi Qing stopped and stared at Lu Mingxian. It seems you have some issues with me after we talked all night. I don't care about the common people because I always distinguish between relatives and friends when I do things. You're the real idiot. You can't even take care of the people around you. So what are you bragging about? Let me tell you, if something really happens, the people around me will bail me out. If an official like you gets into trouble, you should be grateful that the people don't kick you when you're down. Go out there and ask around, which soldier doesn't swear to be loyal to my Shi Qing to the death? Which one of them who ends up on my side is fat and round from lack of food? Shi Qing grew angrier and angrier, pointing at Lu Mingxuan's nose and cursing. You son of a bitch, you dare to look down on me. Who the hell are you calling a son of a bitch? Lu Mingxian roared in fury. Shut up. Shi Qing's expression instantly turned serious, and he raised a finger to interrupt Lu Mingxian. There's a strange noise. After saying that, he turned around and pressed himself against Lu Mingxuan's back. This is not the time to argue. Be vigilant and watch out. Don't miss any blind spots. The ferocious beasts in the dense forest maybe very well disguised. Lu Mingxian blinked twice, quickly composed himself, and surveyed his surroundings. Shurqing picked up the walkie-talkie, pressed the button, and whispered, "I have a situation here. There seems to be a ferocious beast nearby. Be careful on your end." Understood. Su Jin put down the walkie-talkie, stood up, glanced around, and then looked down at the pool. The pool was fine. The water was so clear you could see right to the bottom, with only a few large black fish swimming around. Danger can only be found in the surrounding area. Du Wenyin had obviously heard the voice on the walkie-talkie, and he already had his bow and arrow in hand, joining Su Jin in defending against any potential dangers around them. Su Jin glanced back at the RV. The water was about half full. I was originally going to feel full, but after Shurqing said that, I felt uncomfortable all over. I even started to feel that the surrounding environment was a bit eerie, a bit like being surrounded by enemies. Having experienced too many unforeseen events and accidents, it's difficult to remain constantly sensitive to danger. There's just enough water, so let's leave it at that and not add any more. With the decision shifting, Su Jin picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "You two retreat immediately. Let's continue on our way and not linger here. Can you hear me?" "Okay, we'll head back now," Shurqing started to say, but a low growl from the walkie-talkie came through. The shouting caused the walkie-talkie to emit a piercing ring. Su Jin's expression changed drastically, and he decisively looked at Du Wenyin. "You two, hurry back." Before he could finish speaking, a sudden change occurred. A torrent of water burst forth from the clear pool, sweeping towards Yun Lian like a long whip. Yun Lian was caught off guard and let out a half-scream before being pulled directly into the deep pool. Yun Lian, Du Wenyin, his face pale, tried to step forward to help. But as soon as he took a step, two more strange streams of water shot out. One end wrapped around her feet, the other around her waist, and in an instant, she was submerged in the pool. When Su Jin arrived, he looked down and saw that the pool of water had become murky and turbid due to the churning of sediment. Yun Lian absolutely cannot be harmed. She is the hope for survival in the apocalypse, and her importance is no less than that of Shun Yufeng. After searching the surface of the water with wide eyes, Su Jin gritted his teeth and took out his diving mask. Just as he was about to put it on, a huge wave surged out of the pool and swept toward Su Jin. The blue stone beneath my feet was slippery and covered in moss, and there seemed to be something like tentacles mixed in with the waves. Su Jin stumbled, and the three of them disappeared into the pool at the same time. "Evil beast!" Deep in the dense forest, a loud shout startled the birds in the woods. Shurqing moved like a sword, his spear flashing out, silver light piercing the air, straight at the approaching black shadow. The shadowy figure flickered and retreated back into the tangled bushes. Lu Mingxian raised his hand, ready to unleash his windblade slash. He was already sweating profusely, and now large beads of sweat were seeping from his skin. "What kind of ferocious beast is this? Can we retreat?" "Don't even think about retreating," Shurqing said with a gloomy face. "This is a shadow leopard, extremely skilled at hunting in the shadows. We encountered one when the Xuanjiao army was clearing the mountains before. We can't outrun it in the dense forest, so we have to take it down first." Shurqing was completely focused, his feet constantly shifting. Dark shadows could be vaguely seen darting about among the dense foliage. Shurqing took a deep breath and said, "If it were a head-on confrontation, I alone would be enough to deal with it. But something is not right. It should know that it is not as strong as me, and that there are two of us. Instead of retreating, this beast is waiting for an opportunity to act. There might be other dangers. I'll deal with this leopard. Let's not stray too far. You cover me." "Good." Lu Mingxian agreed, and the shadow leopard leaped fiercely from midair. The sharp claws tore through the air, grazing Shurqing's ear and snapping off several strands of his hair. Shurqing suddenly turned around, and with a sweep of his spear, he broke an old vine with a sizzle and struck the leopard's body. The shadow leopard let out a miserable cry and then disappeared back into the dense forest. Within the cold, clear pool, Su Jin kept his lips tightly pressed together, his heart filled with anxiety. Previously, I had only worn half of my diving mask, and now it was filled with water, making it impossible to open my eyes. That's a minor issue. The real problem is that he's currently unable to move in the water, pulled along by an invisible vortex. Always keep him locked in a fixed position. Someone is lurking in the shadows, or rather, a ferocious beast with special abilities is attacking from the shadows. There is absolutely no way to break free from this restraint in the water in a short period of time. Su Jin stopped struggling to break free of the water rings and quickly took something out of his spatial storage. A fully assembled scuba diving equipment. He had, of course, prepared this essential equipment for preventing unforeseen apocalypses, and it wasn't expensive compared to other supplies. Su Jin clamped his feet between the rising oxygen tank, quickly retrieved the breathing valve, lifted the already water-filled diving mask, and pressed the exhaust button. A burst of airflow instantly emptied the water from the breathing mask. I put it back on. He then quickly bit down on the breathing valve. When he opened his eyes again, Du Wenyin, several meters away, was already floating in the water, his long hair scattered in the water, his life or death unknown. With a visibility of no more than 3 meters, Su Jin squinted in the chaos and vaguely seemed to see a figure swimming away into the distance, with its other hand still holding Yun Lian. Humans. Their opponent is another human. Su Jin raised his gun and fired. The Silver Spear's attack created several swift trajectories underwater, almost covering the entire area around the target. The blurry figure ahead swayed and quickly disappeared from sight. At the same moment, Su Jin felt a sense of relief as the water's restraints were released, and he immediately swam towards Du Wenyin. The moment he embraced her, Su Jin was looking down at her to observe her condition when he was suddenly shaken to his core. The man's face before her was no longer there. In its place was a face of unparalleled beauty. She was born so. Su Jin's pupils twitched for a moment. He took the spare respirator from his waist and put it into Du Wenyin's mouth, then inserted 2 fingers into her nostrils and floated them upwards. Separator, the editor is away on a business trip. Updates may be unstable, but there will be no interruption. Please rest assured. Just to prevent any accidents, I'll let you guys know. Chapter 157, Artificial Respiration, Wilderness Catastrophe. Pulling Du Wenyin ashore, Su Jin carefully examined him. He glanced at the sky with an indescribable expression, then placed his hands on the other person's chest. Du Wenyin's appearance was far beyond his imagination. His beauty was too striking. But now is not the time to think about women. While performing CPR, Su Jin continuously analyzed the current situation in his mind. I couldn't tell if the figure in the water was male or female, but it seemed to be a woman. This is not based on physical appearance analysis, but on ability. The other party's ability to manipulate water in the water is almost like a superpower. In this world, only the Calamity Spirit Girl possesses this infinitely changeable, almost superpower-like ability. Moreover, the other party might not be intending to kill Yun Lian by dragging her along. It could simply be an arrest or interrogation. Based on the information available at present, Yun Lian's situation does not seem as urgent as it appears. On the contrary, Du Wenyin's case doesn't seem like a simple case of drowning. Someone who has been in the water for a short time shouldn't be unconscious like this. Enemies in the water can control water and drown her. That's not impossible. After repeated pressing, Du Wenyin's chest began to rise, and he spat out a large mouthful of water. Seeing this, Su Jin continued to press harder. Du Wenyin kept spitting out handfuls of water. Finally, when he could no longer vomit, Su Jin stopped and rechecked Du Wenyin's condition. He gently patted her pretty face, felt her faint breath, and whispered, "Wenyin, how are you?" There was no response. Su Jin took a deep breath and immediately began artificial respiration. After blowing on the air more than a dozen times, Du Wenyin lay on the ground coughing heavily, water spraying continuously from her cherry-like mouth. Seeing this, Su Jin was overjoyed, picked up Du Wenyin, and frantically used Heimlich on the spot. After dozens more forceful presses, Du Wenyin's breathing seemed to have stabilized considerably, but his face appeared flushed and extremely red. After checking Du Wenyin's breathing again, Su Jin carried him to the RV. He threw it on the floor, closed the car door, picked up the diving gear, quickly put it on, and jumped into the water. That beast, despite being so badly injured, still fights to the death. In the dense forest, Shurqing's fierce battle with the shadow leopard continued, and he was currently holding a gun in a defensive stance. Although I wasn't physically injured, I was under immense mental stress. Knowing that it was no match for the beast and was already in a considerable disadvantageous position, it continued to fight relentlessly. This clearly violates the survival rules of ferocious beasts. Although ferocious beasts possess extraordinary strength, based on their most basic animalistic instincts, They will definitely flee if they are outmatched. The shadow leopard is a solitary creature, and he has no grudge against it, so its persistent clinginess must be suspicious. Lu Mingxian was full of energy and ready to deal with any unexpected events. Roar! The shadow leopard attacked again, and its tactics had clearly changed. First, it roars, then it moves into the shadows and launches a swift attack. Shurqing's spear danced like a shadow, his defenses impenetrable. Shadow Leopard was wounded and retreated once again. Seeing this, Lu Mingxian began to feel anxious and was about to call for help when another ferocious beast suddenly leaped out of the jungle. A giant ape-like creature, nearly 5 meters long, wielding a large stone, charged straight into the center of the battlefield. The stone slammed heavily to the ground, and the broken fragments shot out in all directions like bullets. The two simultaneously scattered, successfully avoiding the flying rock attack. A black-spine mandrill, Shurqing exclaimed, his heart leaping into his throat. Be careful, this mandrill is already an adult, and its strength is no less than that of a 5-striped one. The appearance of the mandrill instantly reversed the previously dominant battlefield. Instead of hiding in the dense forest to escape an ambush, the shadow leopard leaped out of the bushes, covered in wounds. A pair of fierce eyes, filled with hatred, locked onto Shurqing. The Mojishenko let out a strange roar and continued its charge forward. Lu Mingxian and Shurqing decisively changed positions. Lu Mingxian went to deal with the shadow leopard, while the stronger Shurqing went to deal with the Ink Ridge mountain demon. The two people and two beasts were locked in a fierce battle. Shurqing roared angrily. The shadow leopard is stalling for time. These two ferocious beasts shouldn't have appeared at the same time, nor should they have cooperated. There's something wrong. There must be something else lurking in the shadows. Even if we win, the cost will be too high. Don't linger in the battle. Find an opportunity to retreat quickly. I understand. Lu Mingxian was sweating profusely. The shadow leopard was clearly weaker than him, but its speed advantage in the forest was too great. Its movements were extremely stylish, and it moved along the trees in a completely three-dimensional manner. It was extremely difficult to hit them in one go. Shurqing's analysis is correct. The fact that these two ferocious beasts with completely different habits can cooperate suggests that there is likely something else behind it. Winning this battle isn't difficult, but the real challenge lies in, what if another wave comes after the victory? When their physical strength is insufficient, their attack patterns will be figured out by the forces behind the scenes. Don't stay still. Charge forward immediately. Use the terrain to your advantage to engage the enemy, and check for any other threats. Be extremely careful of that leopard. We can't outrun it. It will seize the opportunity to ambush us. So kill it first. Shurqing swept his spear horizontally, the spear shadows forming a continuous line, sweeping away the Moji mountain demon in one fell swoop and incidentally cutting a deep wound on its thick hide. The encirclement of the two beasts immediately showed a flaw, and the two joined forces to rush towards the gap and break into the open space ahead. In the murky water, Su Jin switched back to his internal energy and swam forward desperately. Although underwater is extremely dangerous, time is of the essence, and I must risk everything to fight. Although the mysterious person who launched the ambush in the water is strong, their abilities must rely on water, and their physical strength may not be that great. The power of firearms is greatly reduced underwater, but they still cause strong interference to the opponent. If we can get close enough, we might be able to capture the opponent with a single blow. In addition, the situation may not be as urgent as imagined. The mysterious person may have the ability to survive in water for a long time, but Yun Lian does not. He has a very high probability of appearing on the shore after capturing Yun Lian. Perhaps he never expected that he would launch a surprise attack so quickly. This place should be hidden behind the deep pool. If you seize the right window of opportunity, your chances of winning will increase exponentially. As he swam forward, a hint of excitement gradually appeared on Su Jin's face. It seems the analysis was correct. There is another underwater passage inside this deep pool. As long as we follow this passage, we will definitely find Yun Lian. Shut up, you little bastard. In the water cave, shimmering with blue light, a beautiful woman frowned, ignoring the blood seeping from her waist, and used a knot of grass to gag Yun Lian's mouth. Yun Lian stared at the woman, and when she saw that the woman was no longer looking at her, she began to look around. The environment here is a simple cave hidden behind a pool of water. There is a gap in the top through which a ray of sunlight can shine into the cave, which also serves as a ventilation system. Inside the cave, there was only a tattered grass bed, and next to it was a small house made of wooden planks. It looks like a doghouse. This woman is a jinx, a wild jinx. Chapter 158, Super Spinning Spin. Wah! Yin Lien kept making noises. The woman, her wound bandaged, glanced back at her and glared, saying coldly, "You little bastard, I'm saving you. If you call me again, I'll throw you into the water. It's better to drown them than to be captured by the Xuanjia army and Tianyu Temple." The other party showed no hostility, so she should be safe, but it seems she misunderstood something. Ugh! Yun Lian's voice gradually faded as she tried to push the knot of grass in her mouth with her tongue. Unfortunately, the dry grass in his mouth was tightly packed, creating a strong friction, and there were no plants around to help him control it. "I can't spit out at all." "Wah! I told you not to yell." The woman, having finished bandaging her wound, stormed forward and knocked Yun Lian unconscious with a single blow. He looked up and glanced upwards, his eyes flashing with worry. With a wave of his hand, a column of water rose from the pool beside him, carrying a stone from the ground and blocking the gap at the top, perfectly and flawlessly, as if it were created by nature. Inside the RV, Du Wenyin struggled to get up. He coughed lightly twice, then turned over and lay face down on the ground, coughing heavily incessantly. Accompanied by violent coughing, blood began to splatter from his mouth. Du Wenyin reached out and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, trying to take deep breaths to calm himself down. "I was just underwater when someone suddenly gulped down a stream of water, and my lungs seemed to have been injured. If it weren't for his rescue, I might have died." Du Wenyin covered his face in a daze, his face burning hot, but then he realized something was wrong. He managed to stand up, pulling himself up by the corner of the table, and saw his face clearly through the reflection in the microwave oven mirror. "My face, has it lost control?" Du Wenyin hunched over and coughed incessantly, as if he were trying to cough up all the remaining fluid from his lungs. At the same time, I felt incredibly conflicted. My mind was filled with a mix of panic and tension. He saw me. Did he kiss me? Or, no, he's not that kind of person. Is it just my imagination? But it doesn't quite feel like it. Yun Lian is still in danger. She must be rescued quickly. Various thoughts raced through Du Wenyin's mind. He took a deep breath and staggered out of the RV. But when I stood by the pool, I felt lost and helpless. What can I do in this state? My opponent is underwater, and I have absolutely no chance to fight back. He's not here. He must have gone to rescue Yun Lian. If I go now, I'll only cause him trouble. But what if Yun Lian gets into trouble if I don't go? A tremendous struggle churned within Du Wenyin, until finally she turned to look at the bow and arrow that had fallen to the edge of the pool. He picked up the scattered arrows, slung his bow over his shoulder, and returned to the RV. Before long, she had a large bucket of Coca-Cola bottles wrapped around her waist, along with chain arrows attached with nylon ropes. He found a large rock by the river, tied it around his waist, regulated his breathing, transformed his face into a male one, and jumped into the pool in one breath. "Shirqing, this Moji Mountain demon is fast too. We can't shake it off at all." Lu Mingxian ran wildly through the forest, while the Moji Mountain demon behind him grabbed all sorts of things and threw them forward. Under the violent hurling of the Blackridge mandrill, rubble and rotten were almost indistinguishable from shotgun pellets. If Lu Mingxian hadn't used his Xianxi shield to block them from behind, the two of them would have had almost no chance to dodge. Shadow leopards lurked in the shadows, harassing and pursuing them. Shirqing stopped in his tracks and spat angrily. "Damn it, those two beasts. If we weren't in the mountains, I would have killed them all by myself." Playing away from home, the forest environment is really hard to adapt to right away, and I feel restricted everywhere. Moreover, these two ferocious beasts are almost too intelligent. They even understand tactical combinations, as if they had been domesticated. The mandrill has attacked again, this time climbing up a tall tree and swooping down with its claws outstretched. Its enormous size and ferocious power were like a dark cloud carrying the weight of an iron block crashing to the ground. At the same moment, the shadow leopard also emerged from the shadows. Both sides attacked simultaneously. Lu Mingxian moved to the side with lightning speed, while Shirqing bounced several meters away by tapping the ground with his gun. Rumble. The black-backed mandrill crashed to the ground, sending up a large amount of rubble. Seeing that its sneak attack had failed, the shadow leopard also retreated. Watching the direction the shadow leopard leaped away, Lu Mingxian narrowed his eyes and immediately said, "Change battles. You go and kill the leopard." After speaking, he made a hand gesture. Shi Qing glanced down, instantly understood, and then leaped high into the air. Mystic Chi shield activated. While waiting for Shi Qing to land, he was already standing on an invisible shield of profound energy and continued to rise. With this leap, the height exceeded that of most trees in the dense forest, and the shadow leopard's rapidly moving figure was fully visible. Again, with a loud shout, Lu Mingxian moved and released his Xianqi shield towards the sky once more. Shi Qing took a step to the side, his body soaring through the air and shot towards the shadow leopard. Before he even landed, the spear in his hand had already been hurled out fiercely. With a soft thud, the spear pierced through the side of the shadow leopard and penetrated half a meter into the ground, causing blood to spurt out. The shadow leopard let out a miserable howl, enduring the excruciating pain as it tore through its flesh and broke free from the spear's pincers. Trying to run? Shi Qing grinned maliciously, grabbing the end of the spear the moment he landed. Although the alloy spear is used in combination, it is extremely tough. As Shi Qing desperately pulled on the butt of the gun, his feet slammed into the ground. The gun barrel bent into an exaggerated arc, its immense power already fully contained within. As a martial artist, the first thing to do when you get your hands on a weapon is to understand its performance. Shi Qing is an outstanding martial artist. The gun was a gift from Su Jin, but he understands the performance of the alloy gun better than Su Jin does. Shi Qing bent his knees slightly, and in the next instant, his body exploded with superhuman strength, kicking a huge crater into the ground, with shockwaves and rocks scattering everywhere. The elastic potential energy superimposed on the gun was released, and the whole person chased after the seriously injured shadow leopard like a cannonball. The attack by the Incridge mandrill did not stop. Its target had now shifted to Lu Mingxian. While chasing and fleeing, large areas of trees in the forest were broken and fell by the giant beast's charge. Lu Mingxian glanced back every now and then to observe the movements of the Incridge mandrill, when suddenly his eyes lit up. The mandrill's massive, swinging motion, accompanied by its exaggerated body movements, is currently in constant motion. How come I didn't notice this sooner? Lu Mingxian was overjoyed but also annoyed. He decisively turned around and unleashed several chi binding rings. The air binding rings superimposed on the mandrill's limbs were easily broken, only providing a slight obstruction. Although it was a ferocious beast, it was not unintelligent and kept an eye on Lu Mingxian and Shi Qing's movements throughout the battle. The little man in front of him is no threat. Although he has some strange methods, they don't have much effect. The man with the stick is the real threat. A hint of human-like contempt flashed in the eyes of the Incridge mandrill. Lu Mingxian continued to throw out air-binding rings to affect the mandrill's movements. The mandrill, too lazy to even dodge, violently broke the lock, shortening the distance between itself and Lu Mingxian. "It's almost time." A mysterious smile appeared on Lu Mingxian's lips. Just as he was about to deliver the fatal blow, a dog's bark from the treetop completely disrupted his rhythm. Lu Mingxian stared intently, then exclaimed in shock, "Rolling!" A small dog was perched atop a tree, looking down at Lu Mingxian. Upon hearing the word gun gun, the puppy bared its fangs and barked wildly at Lu Mingxian. In the instant of his surprise, the giant arm of the Incridge mountain demon struck, shattering the Xianqi shield with a single punch. The second punch was about to claim his life. The little dog watching the show from the tree had a mocking look in its eyes. Lu Mingxian didn't bother with it anymore, and simply lay down on the ground to dodge the heavy punches, while casually casting his chi binding ring. Chapter 159, The Succubus Unleashes Her Power. The mandrill's enormous weakness was exposed, and it was completely unaware of the air binding rings. Without the slightest surprise, the chi binding ring of the five-pattern Taoist master directly caught the giant swing hammer. Gah! After two more loops, the screams of the mandrills echoed through the mountains and forests. The weakness has been bound by the three rings, and the lock is almost about to burst open. The skin was constricted to its limit, and the large blood vessels under the skin could almost be seen through the thick hair. Seeing that his plan had succeeded, Lu Mingxian was overjoyed and continued to insert IUDs. The moss ridge mandrill knelt on the ground, almost powerless to resist, only able to roll around and howl in agony. Just then, a leopard's head, dripping with blood, flew down from the sky and landed beside Lu Mingxian. Shi then leaped out of the forest and saw the mountain demon clutching its groin and kneeling on the ground. His eyelids twitched violently twice. "Explode for me!" Lu Mingxian roared with full force. Bang! Bang! Sizzle. Two muffled explosions followed, and a pot of thick porridge shot out into the air. The encouraged mountain demon's eyes rolled back, and it collapsed unconscious. The little dog watching the show from the tree, its eyes filled with disbelief, bared its fangs, growled, turned, jumped down from the tree trunk, and disappeared into the depths of the dense forest. Lu Mingxian glanced back at Shi, who was still standing there, and said with a smirk, "Who said that the Qi binding ring is the least useful of the 5 great techniques in my Tianyu temple? This is clearly the strongest secret technique of my Tianyu temple, capable of defeating all the beasts in the world. Damn it, this is a cult." Shi wiped his face, stepped forward, and pierced the mandrill's skull with a single shot. "Everything's been resolved. Let's hurry back and regroup." Lu Mingxian looked up and searched, saying, "It's time to meet up. There was a dog over there just now. Did you see it?" "Yeah, there's an ugly dog. What's wrong?" "I think those 2 ferocious beasts were probably brought here by that dog," Lu Mingxian said, frowning. "That's a dog from Tianyu Temple. It used to be kept on Tianyu Mountain, but a few years ago, for some reason, it ran away from Tianyu Mountain." "They ran away from Tianyu Mountain?" Shi asked in surprise. "Dogs can fly." "No, it can't fly, and I don't know how this beast did it. Everyone thought it had fallen off the mountain, and nobody cared back then. A cloud crane went missing from the temple, and now it seems that it might have been its doing." Lu Mingxian frowned as he tried to analyze the situation. Shi was also extremely surprised. "That ugly dog looked ordinary, but I never expected it to have such abilities. Such abilities make it a divine beast. Yet Tianyu Temple actually let this treasure go. Never mind that for now. We can't get in touch with them by walkie-talkie. Let's hurry back and meet up. They might be in trouble too." "Good." Submerged underwater, Su Jin looked up to survey his surroundings. The surrounding water has become clear, and there is shimmering light on the surface of the water not far away. The mysterious man's hideout must be here. Su Jin took a deep breath and activated his double-leg boost, propelling himself upwards. Just 2 meters from the water's surface, an invisible whirlpool was created around him. Su Jin swam desperately, but could not move forward even an inch. On the water, the beautiful woman, her face flushed, was forcefully controlling the situation below. Those bastards from Tianyu Temple caught up so quickly, and they were wearing strange things that seemed to allow them to breathe underwater. He was incredibly strong, and it was quite difficult to control him. However, the bottle on his back was probably equipment to help him breathe. As long as he was in the water, once the air inside was used up, his death was only a matter of time. Give it your all and drag him down. The idea came to her, and the beautiful woman immediately exerted her strength, with a few veins popping out on her forehead. Su Jin was struggling against the force of the water as it slowly approached him, when suddenly the pressure around him increased dramatically, and he suddenly fell. Breathing deeply of the air from the oxygen tank, Su Jin coldly looked upwards. Manipulating water, coupled with the inherent properties of water, puts oneself at a complete disadvantage while giving the opponent a complete advantage. It's so close, if I can just jump into the water, I should be able to win. A thought flashed through his mind, and the silver knife was already in his hand. Su Jin took off his diving gear, held the gas cylinder upside down, and cut off the air inlet with a single stroke. With a whooshing sound, dense underwater bubbles rose to the surface. The beautiful woman on the shore immediately realized something was wrong upon seeing the change in her expression, and quickly pointed to the side. Boom! Su Jin emerged from the water, accompanied by a shower of crystalline light. The diving suit had barely been thrown to the ground when several streams of water shot in from the side, binding his limbs. Behind him, a dense network of water chains enveloped his upper body, pulling him back with tremendous force. Activating the multiplication effect underwater already consumes a lot of energy, and now that he has lost his footing and is unbalanced, Su Jin held his breath, relying entirely on his waist strength to resist the pulling force behind him, and looked at the woman, then swept his gaze to Yun Lian. Seeing that Yun Lian was unharmed, he felt much relieved. You are indeed a calamity, Su Jin said through gritted teeth. The beautiful woman sneered. You wretch from Tianyu Temple. You've come at the perfect time. It's too good for you to die underwater. Today, I'll tear you apart. There might be some misunderstanding between us. Please let my sister go. Your sister? The beautiful woman's forehead was sweating, but she sneered. You people from Tianyu Temple, you can't believe a single word you say. Seeing that communication was impossible, Su Jin roared and broke free of the water chain on his right arm, advancing forward. The beautiful woman's face paled, her gaze fixed on Su Jin, and she continued to grit her teeth and exert force. Observing the woman's expression, Su Jin grinned maliciously. Controlling water with your mind, that's a powerful move, but judging from your appearance, you're at best on par with me. You can't beat me. The woman remained silent, focusing her attention on a single point, and a new water chain appeared, wrapping tightly around Su Jin's neck. Su Jin's right hand slowly moved down, and he ripped off his pants. The most powerful and divine artifact in the world has appeared. The beautiful woman's eyes widened suddenly, and she seemed momentarily disoriented. Drink! Seeing the opportunity, Su Jin unleashed his full power, causing the dense water chains around his body to shatter. He charged forward and, with a flick of his whip, knocked the woman to the ground with a single punch. As expected, the woman's cheeks swelled up, and she fainted. Su Jin gasped for breath, supporting himself on his knees, a smug smile on his face. What era are we living in? Still using telekinesis? It's nothing compared to sedition. Sudden, there was another splashing sound behind him. Su Jin didn't dare to delay and decisively rushed to the shore, taking out his silver spear and aiming it at the water. A familiar face emerged from the dehydration. Their eyes met, and both of them froze in shock. The pendulum swung overhead, and Du Wenyin stared up, his mind blank. Oh, Brother Du, what brings you here? Is Yin Lian all right? Su Jin casually pulled up his pants, though he was inwardly embarrassed and annoyed. Before Du Wenyin could react, another dog's head emerged from the water to the side. Water Dog glanced at Su Jin, then at the beautiful woman, and let out a strange sound. This dog, did you bring it? Su Jin asked blankly. I didn't see anything. Su Jin's eyes twitched a few times, his old face stinging a little. That was just too damn embarrassing. Roar! Where did this dog come from? Go to hell. With a whip kick, the water dog, which had inexplicably launched a surprise attack, howled and was slammed against the cave wall, slowly sliding down. Chapter uzaltmush su yelaus animals. Come on up. Su Jin reached out and pulled Du Wenyin out of the water, pointing behind him. Yin Lian is over there. Her mouth was gagged, and she was knocked unconscious. She should be fine. Du Wenyin quickly stepped forward and picked Yin Lian up from the doghouse to check on her. Su Jin walked to the side of the cave wall and picked up the puppy on the ground. The puppy's mouth was bleeding, but its eyes remained open, staring at Su Jin with hatred. Su Jin pursed his lips, took out a painkiller, and stuffed it into the dog's mouth. This time I learned my lesson and didn't go all out. When the dog pounced, I didn't feel much force. It was just an ordinary little dog, so I stopped in time. The injury isn't serious. With some rest, it should recover quickly. There's a doghouse in this cave. It must have been that woman's pet for keeping her company. He learned his lesson from the previous 2 barbecues, and he also really likes cats and dogs. Plus, this dog clearly doesn't have much meat on it. You still hold a grudge against me? But you were the one who pounced on me. Su Jin chuckled and put the dog on the ground. It's all right. Yin Lian isn't injured. After checking Yin Lian's condition, Du Wenyin finally felt relieved. When he stood up and turned around, he found Su Jin already standing behind him. When the two faced each other, Du Wenyin immediately felt a lump in his throat, and all the words he wanted to say were stuck in his throat. His face flushed, and he remained silent. What's wrong? Su Jin asked, feigning composure. Did you see me before? Du Wenyin hesitated, then stopped. Saw you? Su Jin asked knowingly. Saw what? Saw you unconscious, and I put you in the car. Why did you run out again? Aren't you just causing me trouble? Sorry, I was worried about Yin Lian. What's wrong with this woman? Du Wenyin immediately changed the subject, his heart pounding. Did he actually do those things? Did he even see his own face? He must have seen it and done something about it. But his reaction was as if nothing had happened. Did his abilities go out of control and revert to his original state after he left? That's how it should be. Otherwise, he shouldn't have reacted this way. Du Wenyin turned his back, pursing his lower lip as he tried to calm his chaotic thoughts. Su Jin said, This woman is also a calamity, and her abilities are quite strange. She can control water. She's not particularly strong, but fighting her underwater, I think even a 5-pattern expert would be defeated without some special methods and preparation. She is of great use to us. We absolutely cannot kill her, Su Jin continued. Moreover, it seems that she abducted Yun Lian out of good intentions, probably because she thought we were the people from the Xuanjia army and Tianyu temple who were capturing Suzai. After saying that, Su Jin squatted down, pinched the woman's chin, and pondered, "She's quite beautiful. Are all those who suffer from calamities this pretty?" What do you mean? Du Wenyan's face burned, and he suddenly took a step back. What do you mean? Su Jin turned around, pretending nothing was wrong. Besides Yun Lian, I haven't seen any other calamities. I was just asking casually. I don't know either. I've never seen it before. Du Wenyan's lips twitched twice, and he reached behind his back and pinched his buttocks hard. Calm down. Calm down. Stop overthinking. He doesn't know anything at all. I was only unconscious for a moment. How could I have so many obscene hallucinations? As he thought about it, a large pendulum vaguely appeared before Du Wenyan's eyes. The waterway leading into the cave is very long, and Yun Lian probably won't be able to get out easily. We need to think of a way to get her out, and take that dog with us too. Su Jin looked around, observing and analyzing the environment. This water cave is likely a natural wonder located on the hillside behind a hidden pool. There was a bed and furniture. Logically, this should be the residence of the vengeful spirit who attacked him. However, since there's no tide in the pool, there's no way to exchange air in this cave. There must be another place that connects to the outside air. After searching around without finding any ventilation, Su Jin looked up at the cave ceiling, took out his gun, and fired. Gunshots rang out. Rubble was lifted from the cave's ceiling, and a ray of sunlight shone down. So there's a ventilation hole here. The surrounding stone walls aren't enough, which makes things much more convenient. Su Jin tilted his head back and waved his hand behind him. Wenyan, give me the bow. I saw you attached ropes to the arrows. There's a tree there that can be used to tie the ropes around. Wenyan. Du Wenyan woke up with a start, the large clock disappearing from his mind. Give me the bow and arrows. Good. Su Jin took the bow and arrow and shot it at the tree branch above. Waiting for the rope arrow to fall, Su Jin grasped the end of the rope and gave it a gentle shake. The rope quickly coiled around, tightly wrapping the arrow around the branch. After pulling hard twice and feeling no problem, Su Jin climbed up the rope. He climbed to the top of the cave and swung his knife repeatedly. The hole, originally the size of 2 fists, was quickly widened to be large enough for one person to pass through. Once the exit was secured, Su Jin slid down the rope and carried the woman on his back. He then walked toward the little dog lying on the ground, still staring at him with resentment. Su Jin scooped the dog up and said, "Don't bite me. This is a misunderstanding. I have no grudge against you. I'm getting you out of here now. If you dare to bite me, you'll be in big trouble." The dog's eyes flickered, its emotions seemingly shifting slightly. Su Jin patted the dog's head in surprise. "It's really smart. I like it. It's a good dog." After saying that, he stuffed the dog into his chest and climbed to the top of the cave. Du Wenyan carried Yun Lian on his back and followed closely behind. Returning to the clear pool. Inside the RV, the mysterious woman was already bound, but remained unconscious. The puppy was left on the sofa, severely injured and temporarily unable to move. Su Jin observed the woman and the dog. There was nothing particularly noteworthy about the woman, but the dog was definitely a bit strange. Clever. Almost too clever, almost like a human. Seemingly aware of its situation, it remained silent and kept its eyes scanning the RV. Just like when Lu Mingxian first entered the RV. This is definitely not an ordinary dog. Just then, Du Wenyan came out of the bedroom and said, "Yun Lian was knocked unconscious and is feeling a little unwell for the time being, but otherwise she's fine. Have Lu Mingxian and Shi Qing returned. Put this on her wound. It'll help relieve the pain faster." Su Jin took out 2 pain relief patches and handed them to Du Wenyan. "I just contacted them via walkie-talkie. They encountered a bit of trouble, but it's been resolved, and they're on their way back. They don't know the situation here yet. We'll have a meeting when everyone arrives." A dozen minutes later, Shi Qing, carrying a gun, followed by Lu Mingxian, emerged from the jungle. The two stopped and searched the area around Qingtan with their eyes before heading towards the hidden RV. The car door was opened, and Su Jin glanced sideways. As Shi Qing disassembled the gun, he said, We must leave here quickly. You should have enough water by now. After speaking, Shi Qing's gaze swept over the woman, his eyes narrowing. This woman and this dog. Halfway through his sentence, Lu Mingxian appeared. The little dog resting on the table immediately stood up, baring its teeth and growling. Lu Mingxian froze on the spot, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. So, you beast, you actually came here. Chapter 161, The Demon Cave and the Heavenly Decree Temple. Su Jin frowned in confusion and reached out to hold the puppy down. Please have a seat, both of you. There are some special circumstances that need to be explained. Shi Qing glanced at it again, nodded, and sat down. Lu Mingxian stared at the dog, then slowly sat down. Old Wu, you don't know. This dog is really strange. When we were attacked by the ferocious beast just now, this dog was definitely behind it. Is that so? It's injured now and can't do anything strange. Su Jin was still holding the puppy. It seems that our simultaneous attacks are all related to them. Immediately afterwards, Su Jin quickly recounted what had happened. Upon hearing this, Shi Qing's expression relaxed considerably. Interesting. It seems to be a misunderstanding. This Su Zai wants to save her comrades. However, her attitude seems a bit intense. She must have had contact with Tianyu Temple before, right? Shi Qing glanced at Lu Mingxian and said, Don't you know that dog? Tell me what's going on. There's a high chance of contact, Lu Mingxian said, arms crossed. That dog is the dog kept by Tianyu Temple. I vaguely remember that many years ago, a group of disciples from the temple went into the mountains to capture ferocious beasts and brought them back to tame them. This dog was from the same litter as the ferocious beast cubs, and they brought it back to the mountain out of curiosity. It turned out that it was just an ordinary dog. It was probably taken in because of the mother's instincts. After that, no one paid attention to it and left it to roam freely on the mountain. But this dog has been barking a lot since it was a puppy. It barks at people and animals alike. Basically, everyone hates it. Some disciples in the temple often tell it to get lost. After a long time, it became its name. Then one day it disappeared inexplicably, and no one cared. I now suspect that it has the ability to communicate with other ferocious beasts. If it hadn't abducted Yunhe, it would have been impossible for it to escape from Tianyu Mountain. Interesting. Su Jin exerted a little force with his right hand, and the puppy under his paw was clearly trying to fight back, showing a strong aggression towards Lu Mingxian. Have the people of Tianyu Temple abused this dog? Su Jin asked. Lu Mingxian scratched his head. I'm not too sure. Sometimes when it's in the way, I just kick it away. The disciples below don't respect it either. I just tease it around. Woof, woof, woof. The dog barked wildly. That was abuse. Su Jin shrugged. The truth is out. It's so smart. It must have been unable to stand you guys. That's why it ran away. This dog is indeed extraordinary. Shi Qing stroked his chin, staring intently at Su Jin. It must be kept by Su Zai, right? Then I don't understand. Since you captured Su Zai, why is the dog still alive? And why did it kill my eagle? Yes, why is the dog still alive? Lu Mingxian said expressionlessly. Where's my horse? Are you two being silly? Su Jin said with a long face. This is not the time to discuss this issue. Since the dog ran away from Tianyu Temple, is it possible that this woman also came down from Tianyu Mountain with the dog? Well, it's not impossible. Tianyu Temple is suspended in the sky, so it's not that strict in its protection of Su Zai. We can only ask her for details after she wakes up. Half an hour later, the woman slowly woke up. He vaguely saw 4 faces in front of him, and when he recognized Su Jin, he was immediately jolted and panicked. What are you doing? Pervert, don't come any closer. Don't worry, we won't kill you. We just want to ask you a few questions. Su Jin shrank back and raised his hand to reassure you. There are some things you've misunderstood. We are neither the Xuanjia Army nor the Jingtian Guard. We are wanted criminals, currently wanted nationwide and hunted down by the Imperial Court. Then why are they wearing the uniforms of the Jingtian Guard and the Xuanjia Army? And their ranks aren't low either. The woman looked at Lu Mingxian and Shi Qing in fear. I'll tell you later. First, answer my question. What's your name? Wu Zhihui. Wu Zhihui said dejectedly. This dog is called Gun Gun, right? Did you escape from Tianyu Mountain? You know all this, yet you still say you're not from Tianyu Temple. Wu Zhihui's eyes widened suddenly, both frightened and angry. That seems to be the case. Su Jin waved his hand gently and said, We have a deep understanding of Tianyu Temple, but we are not people of Tianyu Temple. You need to let me understand you first before I will explain everything to you. Wu Zhihui's gaze darted among the group of people before finally settling on the puppy on the table. He swallowed hard and nodded helplessly. He was a prisoner again, but the situation didn't seem too bad. These people weren't very hostile. Moreover, I had no ability to resist. Okay, I'll tell you. I was originally a commoner woman, but I was captured by the Tianyu Temple and imprisoned. Wu Zhihui began to recount her story weakly. I did escape from Tianyu Mountain, and it was Gun Gun who rescued me from prison. He is very intelligent, but he was constantly abused at Tianyu Temple. The disciples guarding Suzai's cell would often tie him to the cell door to keep watch, and then go out to seduce others. Those beasts have no humanity. When they come back, they kick Gun Gun away, kicking it until it vomits blood without caring. I secretly helped it stop the bleeding, and that's how it became familiar with me. It has the ability to communicate with other ferocious beasts. Then one day, it persuaded a cloud crane from Tianyu Mountain to steal the key to the prison and let me out. We escaped down the mountain together at night. After that, we fled all the way here and settled down. Without it, I would have been left to rot in the wilderness long ago. Su Jin and the other three were dumbfounded and looked at Gun Gun in shock. Who would have thought a dog could be this smart and capable? The real mastermind behind it all. Brother Dog, I'm sorry, I hit him too hard just now. Su Jin quickly apologized and opened a can of beef, pushing it towards Gun Gun. Gun Gun sniffed the canned food and then ate the meat with gusto. Seeing Su Jin's actions, Wu Zhihui felt much relieved. Although he's a bit of a weirdo, he doesn't seem like a bad person. Wu Zhihui continued. You trespassed into my territory and were wearing the clothes of the Jingtian Guard. When Gun Gun found out, he went to find other ferocious beasts for help. Even if I were wearing the uniform of the Heavenly Guard, you didn't have to act so rashly. Lu Mingxian said angrily. Couldn't you at least ask a question? Ask. Wu Zhihui gave a bitter laugh. What's there to ask? I'll kill anyone from Tianyu Temple. They're a bunch of beasts. Don't you know Tianyu Temple? Don't you know what they've done? Those innocent women were captured and imprisoned to have their blood extracted for alchemy. I have personally witnessed more than once that beast from the Tianyu Temple sneaked into the prison at night to rape them and then strangled them to death. If I hadn't escaped early, I would have ended up the same way sooner or later. Upon hearing this, Su Jin, Du Wenyan, and Shiqing all turned their gazes to Lu Mingxian. Lu Mingxuan's scalp tingled, and he quickly retorted, Don't listen to her nonsense. Such things do happen. But it's not all like that. There might be true love involved. Chapter 162, Heated Argument. Newcomer joins the team. Indeed, some disciples developed feelings for Suzai and even helped them escape from prison. Lu Mingxian became less and less confident as he spoke. Beast! Su Jin and the other two cursed in unison. Wu Zhihui's expression changed instantly, and she stared intently at Lu Mingxian. Is he really from Tianyu Temple? Su Jin ignored him and asked Lu Mingxian, I'm telling you guys, Tianyu Temple is a den of demons. Did you do this or not? I didn't do it. Lu Mingxian quickly explained, they're all brainless young disciples who can't control their lust and go about doing those dirty things. I can't stand it either, but Suzai is so beautiful. They always have moments when they lose control. Of course I have to stop them as the chief, but even my master can't control them. So how can I? Lu Mingxuan's voice grew softer and softer until he fell silent. Anyway, I'm not that kind of person. Believe it or not. Damn it. Damn it. Shiqing snapped out of his daze and suddenly burst into a tirade. Tianyu Temple is a bunch of damn bastards. You're extracting Suzai's blood to refine pills. So all the pills our Xuanjia army buys with military funds are made from Suzai's blood. Do you have any conscience? No. What are you pretending to be innocent for? Lu Mingxuan's eyes widened. You're in this position now. Don't tell me you didn't know. I fucking thought you chopped up the calamity to make pills. Shiqing cursed angrily. So it's just bloodletting, which doesn't cost much, and you can make as much as you want. Why are you selling it for such a high price? I'm risking my life on the front lines, and you're making dirty money in the back. Don't you know why Tianyu Temple is arresting Suzai? They're extracting blood to refine pills, doing such dirty things behind the scenes. Du Wenyan slammed his fist on the table in a rage, pointing directly at Lu Mingxian. What can I do? What can I possibly do? I can't stand by and watch these things happen, but it's all orders from above. Lu Mingxian was flustered. The scene descended into chaos. Wu Zhihui listened with a look of utter despair, while Su Jin's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Enough! Su Jin roared, slamming his hand heavily on the table. The argument between the three stopped immediately. Rubbing his temples, Su Jin reached out and touched Wu Zhihui. Wu Zhihui trembled all over and tried to shrink back. Su Jin withdrew his hand and sighed. Zhihui, this is a misunderstanding. It has nothing to do with you. I will definitely keep you safe. After saying that, he turned to Shurqing and questioned. So you think the pills of Tianyu Temple are all made from human flesh? You've been eating human flesh all this time. You're such a scumbag, and you even look down on Tianyu Temple. You're not much better yourself. Shurqing choked, paused for a moment, and continued. It's not like that. A gentleman keeps away from the kitchen, right? This is just my guess. I've always eaten it like beans. Don't you dare insult the word gentleman. Stop this. I don't want to hear any more, Su Jin said angrily. I only just realized the composition of the team today. It's too complicated. Wenyan. Su Jin patted Du Wenyan's back gently. Calm down. Let's leave for now. Explain everything to her clearly, and put all grudges behind you. Du Wenyan took a few deep breaths, closed his eyes, and nodded. Immediately, Su Jin led Lu Mingxian and Shurqing out of the car. In the open space, three men silently smoked. Exhaling a thick cloud of smoke, Shurqing spoke first. I really didn't expect that Tianyu Temple would not only use the curse to refine pills, but also commit adultery with demons and evil spirits. You are the worst of the worst. At least the people of Tianyu Temple have all been to school. What are you, Xuanjia Army? The soldiers are all a bunch of peasants who couldn't make it in the world. Do you think you've done any less dirty work than Tianyu Temple? Lu Mingxian retorted sarcastically. Do you even know what military discipline is? Shurqing sneered. Military discipline? Our Tianyu Temple is located in the royal city, right under the emperor's nose. If we're in chaos, how chaotic must your army be? I can't even imagine. Stop arguing, stop arguing. Su Jin had a headache. Besides competing to be the worst, can you do anything useful? This world deserves to end like this. After Wenyan finishes speaking, go back and apologize to that woman. Her situation is different from Yun Lian's. She has been severely persecuted, and it will take a lot of effort for her to integrate. You must make sure she lets go of her resentment. Let bygones be bygones as soon as possible. I suggest we kill that woman, Shurqing said. She's too dangerous, and she has a lot of prejudice against us. That's right, I also suggest killing her. Lu Mingxian said with a straight face, instantly siding with Shurqing. It's not easy for us to get together. She's too likely to disrupt our unity, and that dog is dangerous too. Su Jin glanced at Lu Mingxian, then at Shurqing, his expression turning cold. Kill her? I think she's much more useful than either of you. If any of you dare to lay a hand on her, don't blame me for being impolite. Wu Zhihui has a unique ability to manipulate water. It's still unclear whether she can conjure water out of thin air. If so, her necessity for existence is even greater. If the apocalypse were to occur, water would be a major problem. Yunlian can farm, but it lacks water, making it difficult for plants to survive. Wu Zhihui can perfectly make up for this. One person farms the land, another waters it, and there are two manure-making machines. That's what makes a complete team. That woman's abilities are crucial for survival, and she's not particularly strong on the surface. You two have come this far. What do you have to be afraid of? Su Hin questioned. Lu Mingxian met Shurqing's gaze, and Lu Mingxian said with difficulty, You saw it too. That woman has such a big problem with me. She tried to gouge out my eyes just by washing my face. I couldn't even defend myself. And what about taking a dump? What if they try to sabotage me and push me back? I'm horrified just thinking about it. I can't take it, Shurqing said with a bitter face. Neither of you two is mentally sound, Su Jin said with a sneer. You're thinking way twisted. That woman is obviously afraid of death. Would she really risk her life to hurt you? The issues with Tianyu Temple and Xuanjiao Army are system problems. Individuals are individuals. Just talk to them properly. Make things clear, and if you behave well, usually there won't be any problems unless you two have some heinous hobbies. Su Jin continued. That dog has a good temperament and is extremely useful. We're not just saving people. The animals in the forest are also a crucial part. In case of any disaster, it can help us transmit information in the deep forest. Do you two have anything else to say? Since you've said all that, I have nothing more to say. We'll do as you say. Let's get to Jiuzhou City as soon as possible to discuss our strategy. This carriage is almost full. Shurqing tossed away his cigarette, but inexpertly stubbed it out with his foot. Lu Mingxian leaned close to Su Jin and whispered, "You have to help me explain properly. I'm not that kind of person. I really didn't do anything. I usually drink and gamble. If you haven't done it, you have nothing to be ashamed of. Go back and change your clothes right now." 2.5 hours later, Du Wenyin opened the car door, nodded to the three of them, and said, "I've already explained everything to her. There's no problem now." Gumin. Chapter 163, Persuading Wu Zhihui. Lu Mingxian and Shi Qing stayed outside the car and lit up their cigarettes again. Su Jin got into the car alone, while Wu Zhihui and the dog remained slumped in their seats, looking dazed, clearly having suffered a great shock. Wu Zhihui's reaction was not surprising, but the dog's reaction was truly astonishing. Su Jin sat opposite her, observed Wu Zhihui's expression, and said softly, "You understood everything, right?" I understand." Wu Zhihui shuddered, then quickly added, "I believe you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to come together, and I really believe in your supernatural abilities. If you believe me, then there's nothing more to say. Join us, and we'll go to Jiuzhou City together," Su Jin said. "I know you can't adapt to your current life right away, but we all have a common goal, so it's easy to be tolerant of each other." No, that's not what I meant." Wu Zhihui shook her head repeatedly, her panicked expression mixed with expectation as she looked at Su Jin. "Since you've all come together to save the world, then, can you let me leave? I don't want to be with you," Wu Zhihui said, grabbing the puppy on the table and hugging it tightly. "Let me go, I won't say anything, Gun, and I will hide. What you're talking about is too big for me to want to do, and I'm not capable of doing it." Su Jin's expression stiffened slightly as he turned to look at Du Wenyin. Du Wenyin spread his hands and shook his head to show his helplessness. Su Him blinked, momentarily speechless. Previously, whether it was Du Wenyin, Lu Mingxian, or Shi Qing, as long as they accepted the reality that the apocalypse was coming, they all chose to team up to save themselves without reservation. But Wu Zhihui really caught him off guard. She actually had a fantasy and wanted to find a place to hide. Perhaps the memory of being hurt by Tianyu Temple in the past is too deep, or perhaps he is used to living alone with his dog, so making such a decision seems reasonable. "Can you please agree? I'm so grateful that you're telling me all this, but I really can't. I don't want to go anywhere." Wu Zhihui looked at Su Jin with pleading eyes. She hadn't fully figured out the relationships between these people, but the person in front of her was definitely the leader. "He wouldn't let me go, so I couldn't leave at all. Stop talking nonsense. Let her have some melon seeds to calm down." Lu Mingxuan's voice came from outside the car. "Exactly. Let's have some melon. It's sweet." Shi Qing added. Su Jin suddenly remembered something, got up, closed the RV door, sat back down, and said seriously, "You know Yun Lian, right?" "Right. You know about her abilities, right?" "Yes." "Very good. Don't reveal her abilities to anyone." Suvin Viminditev. Yin Lian will play a great role in the future. I don't completely trust those two people outside, so I've never told them. Sometimes things are just like that. You know what we're facing now. Even if we don't share the same ideas or have different social statuses, we can still be together. Because there's no other option but to survive. Zhihui, I know what you're afraid of, and maybe it's because you're used to it and don't want to join me. But hiding won't help. I can tell you with certainty that your only chance of survival now is to come with me. Su Jin launched into a long speech, while Wu Zhihui remained silent with her head down, offering no interaction whatsoever. After a long while, Su Jin reluctantly turned his gaze to Gun. "Hey dog bro, you seem to be listening pretty attentively. What about you?" "What do you mean?" Upon hearing this, Gun and Wu Zhihui's arms began to squeeze and struggle, eventually squeezing out of her arms and squatting in the center of the dining table. Looking up at Su Jin, it pointed with its paw at the canned beef it had just finished eating. A smile appeared on Su Jin's lips. "You understand everything about what happened between us, right?" Gun nodded. "Come with us, and we'll give you as much of this canned food as you want." "Woof!" Gun barked once and turned to nibble at Wu Zhihui's sleeve. Seeing its reaction, Wu Zhihui was at a loss. Gun, this is too dangerous. We can't go." "I told you. You'll die even faster if you stay in the mountains," Su Jin sighed. "If hiding could solve the problem, I would have chosen hide too. Now I won't lie to you. If we don't find Shun Yufeng, neither of us will have a chance of survival." Su Jin looked up and saw that Du Wenyin was in the bedroom with the door closed. Lu Mingxian and Shi Qing are still outside. He took out his phone, stood up, and leaned towards Wu Zhihui. "Zhihui, there are many things I haven't told them. As for why I haven't told them, One reason is that I don't trust the Xuanjiao army and the lackeys of Tianyu Temple, and another reason is that I'm afraid of scaring them. You only know that the disaster that befell the immortals affected the mortal realm, but you don't yet understand how severe the aftermath of this crisis really is. For the immortals, there are many worlds beneath their feet, and we are just one of them. Many worlds have already perished, and it's about time it will be our turn. I'll show you the evidence now. After saying that, Su Jin opened a disaster movie mashup video on his phone. 2012, the day after tomorrow, mysterious code. Various world-ending scenarios unfold one after another in the eyes of a man and a dog. Although the buildings and the people inside are strange, the scene of the disaster needs no further explanation. Rolling around, baring its teeth, its entire body bristling. Wu Zhihui's complexion, which had just returned to normal, began to turn pale again. One world after another perishes under the devastating special effects. A scene so heavy it's suffocating. I think you understand completely now. The video was only halfway through, and the person and the dog seemed to be struggling to cope. So Su Jin put his phone away. The immortal has left me a revelation. A glimmer of hope lies in Jiuzhou City. Would you like to come with me, or choose to continue living in the mountains? After a long while, Wu Zhihui recovered from her shock and gave a bitter smile. Do I even have a choice? Done. Very good. Suhin Smaïd. That's how things are. At first, you can't see any hope, but if you keep going step by step, you can always find a way out. I have one more question for you. Concerning survival after the apocalypse. Besides water manipulation, can you create water out of thin air? Yes. Wu Zhihui nodded weakly. But it depends on the environment. The more humid the air, the easier it is. Then, can you control the water in the human body? If I had that ability, do you think you'd still be alive? I couldn't control the water inside any living thing. That's a pity. Suhin loop dosepointif. Wu Zhihui glanced at him and said, I also have a question for you. Feel free to ask. Aren't you afraid? Why do I feel like you're not afraid of this at all? Su Jin shrugged and said sadly, I'm scared too, but there's no other way. It's either life or death, so I can only bite the bullet and go for it. Let's talk about the rest later. My car's a bit cramped right now, so you'll have to share a bed with Wen Yin and the others tonight. Chapter 164, Cohabiting Couples. Me, sharing a bed with him? Wu Zhihui asked hesitantly. I don't want to share a bed with him. I can sleep on the floor. You see, this is all the space I have. Those two lackeys of the imperial court sleep in the living room. If you sleep on the floor, you'll be right next to them at night, and you might even get trampled on. Then I'll sleep with you? I'll squeeze in with you. You seem like a nice person, Wu Zhihui said through gritted teeth. Stay away from the lackeys of the Xuanjiao army at Tianyu Temple. Du Wenyin seems all right. Her sister is also cursed. But the man always had an inexplicable feeling of unease. Living in the deep forest for so long, this subconscious unease must prove that something is wrong. I don't know the specific problem, but just stay away from it. The man in front of me, Wu Ziheo, seems the safest, even though he's quite perverted. But since they were in a hostile relationship before, it's understandable that he became a little abnormal in order to survive. He should just be normal normally. You want to sleep with me? Su Jin licked his lips, momentarily at a loss. I'm a man. How can you sleep with me? Isn't Du Wenyin a man? Aren't those two lackeys men? Anyway, you're all crammed with men. I think you can do it. Gun Gun wants to sleep with me too. Su Jin hesitated for a moment, then looked at Gun Gun. That won't do either. It'll poop on my bed. Woof! The dog barked angrily. Gun Gun is very clean, Wu Zhihui said with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. I've already put it this way. So what do you suggest we do? What do you mean? What should we do? Just then, Du Wenyin pushed open the door and walked into the living room. His gaze swept back and forth between the two of them. Have you finished talking? We should get going. Wenyin, there's a bit of a situation here. Su Jin coughed and said, we don't have much space in the car, and she doesn't want to get close to Lu Mingxian and Shi Qing, so we don't have a suitable place to stay. Why don't you squeeze in with her tonight? Gun Gun can sleep with you too. Yin Lian will have a playmate then. What do you think? No problem. No way. Wu Zhihui slammed her hand on the table in rejection. He agreed so quickly, I don't dare sleep with him. I'll just squeeze in with you. Why are you a grown man, being so hesitant? Su Jin scratched his philtrum and frowned at Wu Zhihui. You're going to sleep with him? I have some other things to take care of tonight. It's inconvenient for you to come with me. Another flaming cigarette, but was mixed in with the cigarette but scattered on the ground. Lu Mingxian stomped the door shut and said impatiently, "Shouldn't that woman have been persuaded by now? Why is she still keeping the door closed? Where are you hiding from us? Let's go back. Let's go, my throat hurts from all that talking," Shurqing said. "Go back and talk to that little wench nicely. Don't provoke her to reveal her inner turmoil. If she's halfway through taking a dump, shut her up. It's all the fault of your Qianyu temple. I'm used to using a toilet. I don't want to take a dump in the wild anymore. It's all because old Wu dragged her into this. She's so worried about taking a dump." Lu Mingxian walked to the car door, then suddenly stopped and turned his head to the side. "Is there something going on?" Upon seeing this, Shurqing quickly stepped forward and pressed his ear against the car door. "No way. You're determined to sleep with me, aren't you?" Su Jin was utterly exasperated. Wu Zhihui seemed to have made up her mind about him. After living alone in the forest for several years, her temperament seemed to have undergone some strange changes. Wu Zhihui nodded repeatedly. "The more I look at this man, the more reliable he seems. The more he refuses, the more it proves my safety. So I have no choice but to sleep with him. What's wrong with sleeping with me?" Du Wenyan's chest heaved with anger. "He doesn't want to sleep with you, yet you cling to him relentlessly. Don't you have any self-respect? Are you even a woman? Do I look like some kind of beast? I swear, if I touch a single hair on your head, may I die a horrible death." TCH. Wu Zhihui glanced at Du Wenyan with disdain. The more he says that, the more dangerous it becomes. Judging from his anxious expression, he might touch you at any time tonight. "Brother Hao, didn't you say you had something to do tonight?" Wu Zhihui pressed on. "Now that I've decided to join, I certainly won't just eat your food for free. I'll do things for you. It's not you. I'm used to practicing shooting alone at night. Can you help me? Why can't you and Wenyan sleep together? I guarantee he's a good person." Su Jin was furious. "What can one person learn? You teach me and I'll train with you," Wu Zhihui said calmly. "Anyway, I think everyone else is dangerous, but you're the only one who can do it. Then you go sleep in the inner room. I'll sleep outside." Du Wenyan said angrily, then looked at Su Jin. "I can learn too. I can practice with you." "Holy crap. I can't take it anymore." Lu Mingxuan's face was flushed red, and he was hunched over like a shrimp in front of the car door. "I thought Olvu was keeping a low profile, but it seems he doesn't trust that woman either. He'll blurt out anything. Damn, there's a show on TV. I didn't expect the conversation to be so exciting." Shurqing's nose hairs popped out from his enlarged nostrils as he gritted his teeth and said through tears, "Are young people these days all so adventurous? I won't even mention that wild, unruly brat, but what's wrong with Du Wenyan? This kid has done that before, hasn't he? This is too abnormal. A eunuch? This kid's all high and mighty. Turns out he's a eunuch." Lu Mingxian chuckled softly, patting his knee. "Great. You can come out and sleep with him." Wu Zhihui's eyes lit up. "I'll go sleep with Yun Lian and Gun Gun. Don't worry. I will definitely never hurt Yun Lian. You know that too. And this is for the best. I can rest assured, and you can rest assured too. I've never been to school or practiced martial arts, and I might not even be able to learn marksmanship. You go and keep him company." Su Jin's face turned as red as a black needle. "That tigress, she left herself, but still had to push one of my children away." Du Wenyan's whole body stiffened, and he was momentarily frozen on the spot. I'll go to sleep then. Brother Wu, I'll accompany you for shooting practice tonight. Do you have any objections?" Su Jin looked back at the bed on the roof of the car and sighed deeply. "Let's not argue anymore. Let's just make do with this. We'll get there in a few nights." "It's okay, I can." Just as Du Wenyan was about to speak again, Lu Mingxian and Shurqing opened the door and entered the RV. Lu Mingxian chuckled lewdly and teased, "Hey, Lao Wu, practicing with a gun? Why don't you let Brother Du help you? We martial artists have calloused hands. It's no fun practicing alone. It's more stable to hold the gun with 4 hands." "Exactly, I think Xiao Du's hands are so fair and delicate. They'd be perfect for handling guns, hee hee." Shurqing chuckled. Su Jin's face darkened, and he shouted angrily, "You two were eavesdropping, weren't you? Are you trying to get pregnant?" The two fell silent instantly. "It's still light out. Let's not waste any more time." Su Jin scooped up Gun Gun and placed it on his shoulder. "Brother Dog, give me directions. Let's get out of here as soon as possible." "Woof." The panda raised its paw and pointed into the depths of the jungle. Chapter 165, The Difficult Journey of Chun Yufeng. That night, the RV was completely quiet. Yun Lian was fast asleep, with a dog lying beneath her. Wu Zhihui held the dog's paw, and Gun Gun opened his eyes, while turning to look at the bright moon outside the window. My worldview has changed drastically in just one day. I can hardly fall asleep. Even the bed beneath him was much better than the coarse straw mat in the cave, and the temperature was incredibly comfortable. But the gloom in my heart still lingered. On the roof of the RV, the two of them tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Sujin turned over and saw Du Wenyin's face clearly in the darkness. He couldn't help but feel a huge sense of awkwardness and quickly turned back. Although I know that Du Wenyin is incredibly beautiful in real life, he has a man's face now. I just can't bear to look at him. Du Wenyin squinted, his heart pounding wildly. Hearing that the other person was lying on their side, I couldn't help but feel a little rejected. In his nervousness, he finally couldn't help but ask, "Brother Wu, when are you going to practice shooting?" Sujin shuddered, closing his eyes in pain. Stop talking. Stop talking. Hey, damn it. That son of a bitch Du Wenyin is hilarious. On the living room sofa, Lu Mingxian huddled under the covers, chirping softly, his whole body trembling. Stop laughing. If you drag me into this, I'll kill you. Shi Qing gritted his teeth, a hint of moisture welling up in his eyes, while simultaneously kicking the other person twice. Thump! The buckwheat pillow landed heavily on the RV's living room aisle, and the interior returned to complete silence. In Jiuzhou City, laborers thronged like a surging tide, carrying tools and supplies, stretching towards Jiyun Peak. At this moment, a large number of tents have been set up on Jiyun Peak, and there are countless laborers among them. Eat on the mountain when you're hungry. Sleep on the mountain when you're tired. Heavily guarded, no one is allowed to leave even an inch of the ground. Caves were carved into the high mountains, and the waste rock was dumped directly to the side down the mountain, accumulating into a gravity dam around the mountain. On the city wall, Shen Yufeng looked down at the laborers carrying supplies and tools stretching into the distance, his heart heavy. The craftsman's design was not yet fully completed. With only a preliminary engineering plan, he immediately began the work of building the shelter. As for the engineering plan, details are not required. As long as it is rough and practical, it is acceptable. It can be modified as it is being done. No one understood him. The deputy generals, including Jinan, Bei, Zhengxi, and Xing Su, harbored great resentment. However, he has now taken over the entire city gate forces of Jiuzhou City. However, with the large-scale labor movement, the people's hearts have been lost, and the local generals who were temporarily recruited and promoted are gradually no longer willing to rely on him. Originally, Yin Tai, the military officer in charge of his father's affairs, was one of his men and could be seen as the biggest obstacle in his life. He is currently imprisoned and not allowed to see anyone. But sooner or later problems will arise, as his reasons are insufficient and he will not be able to convince the public. Even without considering Yin Tai, the deputy commander of the Inner Guard is a huge problem. The foundation is still weak, and the power in the city is severely insufficient. Moreover, the deputy general of the Inner Guard was not promoted by his father, but was a force in the palace to check and balance the border towns. If I behave normally, there should be no problem, but now both the top and bottom are unstable. The situation is difficult to control. Ideals and reality will inevitably diverge, and the magnitude of this divergence is unimaginable. Shen Yufeng's fingers clenched so tightly they turned white, the pressure weighing heavily on his heart like the distant, lonely clouds and peaks. Time and again, I question myself. There's no one else available. I'm the only one left to hold on. Can I make it to winter? It would be incredibly difficult to survive another 10 days, since no one would act against him regardless of the consequences, just because of a strange dream. The person who breaks the deadlock in the dream is a wanted criminal nationwide. The officers leading the troops below are probably discussing getting Yin Tai out first. If the soft approach doesn't work, then the hard approach is the only option. However, once force is used to take control of the officers below, the significance of this matter becomes completely different. At that point, it won't just be a matter of being unable to govern the city and command troops, but will be tantamount to rebellion. They've already made a huge bet on the future. Are they going to drag the Jingguo mansion down with them? Shen Yufeng's heart was filled with the turmoil of blades, and every thought he made was like bleeding. The group of generals behind him stood silently, none of them uttering a sound. After a long while, Zhao Peng, the deputy commander of the Imperial Guard, stepped forward and said expressionlessly, "General, I have something to say, but I don't know if you would like to hear it." Speaking, I will speak frankly. Your idea of excavating Jiyun Peak is certainly visionary, and I have no objection, Zhao Peng said. However, it seems a bit too rushed for the sake of the project. Jiuzhou City is not as wealthy as the royal city, and these people bring their own food. They won't last long. The grain allocated by the imperial court is rationed. If the people consume it like this, and the general closes the city gates to prevent news from spreading, there will be no food to eat in the future. This doesn't seem to be something you should be considering, Shen Yufeng replied calmly. Yes, the allocation of supplies is indeed not something I should concern myself with. But if the people have no food and we have to draw from the military rations, that is my responsibility. Zhao Peng raised his eyes and looked directly at Shen Yufeng. May I ask how the general plans to resolve this? I have my own methods. You just need to follow them without any questions. General, you were nurtured by the old duke with all his heart and soul, and your abilities and talents are admirable. However, it is a bit of a waste of your energy for you to personally handle all the trivial matters below every day and take us on inspections with you. Sun Yu, the deputy general of Jinbei, said from the other side. Your subordinate implores the general to release Yin Tai. Although Yin Tai spoke rudely, he is, after all, a man of merit and surely has the general's best interests at heart. When the old duke was alive, he was also punished for speaking rudely. He's been locked up for days, he must be starving, and he should have regretted it by now. Zhao Peng paused. Even disregarding Yin Tai's outstanding contributions and the fact that he risked his life alongside the old duke, we should at least consider that we need capable people right now and release him. Whether to release him or not, I, the general, have my own considerations. Shen Yufeng turned to look at everyone. I know you are all indignant on Yin Tai's behalf, but my imprisonment of him is not solely for the crime of speaking disrespectfully to superiors. There are deeper considerations behind this. I got some information from the capital. He has great potential, but he still needs some training. I will release him later. Please explain, General, the general said in unison. Shen Yufeng frowned slightly as he glanced over the heads of the crowd. Turning around, his gaze swept over the officers he had personally selected. These people have already joined forces. When did this happen? Have their own informants been bribed? It seems that his actions have indeed lost popular support. Shen Yufeng turned around and continued to gaze into the distance. This matter is confidential, but since so many people want to know, I may as well tell you. The generals looked up, waiting for an answer, but soon their faces showed disappointment. 10 days. In 10 days, I will make sure you know the whole story, and Yin Tai will be released. Are you satisfied? Shen Yufeng clenched his fists, his tone calm and even. That's all I can say. Does anyone else want to ask? Delay it as much as you can. The turning point might lie with Su Jin's arrival. Having more information would give them a better chance of persuading others. If he doesn't come, then they'll have to resort to force. In 10 days, they should be able to assemble a group of trustworthy and usable people. With both sides having reached this point, any further questioning would be seen as a demonstration, and the generals, though dissatisfied, dared not step forward. After all, he is still the general of Zhaonan, personally appointed by His Majesty. 10 days, Zhao Peng said loudly. We are willing to wait for the general for 10 days, but there are still important matters in the army that need to be arranged. Can the general allow us to go and make arrangements? Go on, everyone disperse. I'm leaving. The clanging of armor filled the air. Shen Yufeng slowly closed his eyes, raised his hand to the lower-ranking officers behind him, and said, You may also leave. After the officer announced his departure, Shen Yufeng finally turned around again, glanced at the retreating crowd, pulled aside the only remaining personal guard beside him, whispered something to him, and ordered him to leave. Before long, all the men with military ranks on the city wall had dispersed. Amidst the howling wind, Shen Yufeng stood with his mouth agape, looking around, only to feel that the entire city was filled with enemies. Feeling dizzy and lightheaded, he swayed slightly and could no longer support himself on the battlements. His long-standing cold and calm expression finally revealed a hint of collapse. Su-Hin, where are you? Here I am, brothers. I managed to finish it just in time. Sorry for the lateness. Thank you all for the likes, encouragement, and positive feedback. I'm so touched. Chapter 166 Negotiations between the two parties. Inside the RV, Su Jin, wearing headphones, swayed his head and hummed softly, a deep melody playing from the headphones. I wanted to talk to someone about all the sadness I've endured along the way, but when the words came to my lips, only silence remained. In the living room behind the car, several people and a dog were engrossed in watching cartoons. The journey to Jiuzhou City has been much slower than expected. Almost a month has passed, and the road conditions are far from passable. In modern society, with roads and navigation, driving is naturally smooth. Even if you take a wild route, most areas have long been turned into trails, and the so-called primitive wildness has long since disappeared. But once you leave the official road, you're greeted by a completely primitive ecosystem. Fortunately, we have now left the Yunling Mountain area, and Baifeng City is just a few more days away. At the entrance of Silver Valley, mist filled the air. Zhao Yuanliang had a full beard, looked like a wild man, and smelled terrible. He was accompanied by 9 attendants selected from a military, and they all seemed to be of similar backgrounds. Although Silver Valley is not far from White Phoenix City, it is still a primitive and undeveloped area. This natural valley, with its abundant water, has attracted quite a few ferocious beasts. They waited for Su Jin to arrive, but before he even came, they were almost killed by the ferocious beasts in the mountains. Every morning, I get up early to collect manure. If it weren't for the beast droppings I use to cover myself, I would probably have become food for the monster. Lord Zhao, we're running low on food. Should we head to Baifeng City to replenish our supplies? Asked the attendant beside him. Okay, go ahead then. Zhao Yuanliang didn't waste any words and directly took out the money and handed it to him. Buy a few more sets of new clothes for the brothers to have on hand. Huh. The attendant pointed to himself, his face contorted in a grimace. I'm going alone? Otherwise what? Zhao Yuanliang looked over coldly. How many more people do you want to bring? I'll go die outside alone. Shut up if you're afraid of dying. Zhao Yuanliang snapped. I know what you're all thinking, but this mission is far more important than you think. If we can't hold on for another half-month, and the person I'm waiting for doesn't arrive, we'll immediately retreat to Jiuzhou City. Half a month. The group of followers looked at each other in bewilderment. In less than half a month, they had already encountered 2 waves of ferocious beasts, and all the fast horses they had brought had been bitten to death. If we keep going like this, we definitely won't last another 2 weeks. Zhao Yuanliang glanced at their reactions and quickly added. The general said that regardless of whether we meet the person or not, whether the mission is successful or not, as long as we return, we will have made a great contribution. From now on, you will all be at least centurions and be highly valued by the general. Actually, I can't stand the environment here either. Brothers, just bear with it a little longer. As the old saying goes, fortune favors the bold. It's even more difficult for us to get together and share both joy and sorrow. Perseverance is victory. I'll be the first to step forward and recommend you for credit. We don't even need to wait until you get your rewards. We've all suffered so much together. As soon as we see them, let's go to White Phoenix City and have some fun. Then we'll go back and continue our glory, okay? Upon hearing this, the slightly agitated crowd quieted down considerably and continued to crouch and scan the valley entrance. Zhao Yuanliang secretly wiped the sweat from his forehead, cursing inwardly. These lousy soldiers are uneducated and vicious. The environment in Silverlight Valley is extremely dangerous and grueling. If they can't hold on, they might have to resort to surgery on themselves. Even if they die without a complete corpse, no one can say anything when they return to Jiuzhou City. Damn it, where is Su Jin? Is he even coming? What if he dies on the way? Zhao Yuanliang inwardly groaned. As the sun rises, the temperature in the valley begins to increase steadily. The stench emanating from Zhao Yuanliang and his companions began to intensify again. Just as he was about to scratch his itch, one of his attendants suddenly whispered, Lord Zhao, there seems to be some movement ahead. There are animals, quite a few of them. Take cover. Zhao Yuanliang shuddered and hurriedly picked up his robe, which was covered in a layer of excrement, from the ground. The others also picked up the robes, stained with feces, and gathered around a pile of what appeared to be a giant excrement to observe it secretly. The daylight washes the rocks like water, and the silver veins shine obliquely into the secluded valley. Silverlight Valley, that's Silverlight Valley ahead. Du Wenyin squinted, his gaze piercing through the gaps in the dense forest to observe the situation in the valley. Su Jin asked, Didn't you say before that Shun Yufeng might send someone to guard the valley entrance? Is there anyone there? Du Wenyin shook his head. No one, I'm just guessing. And it's just my guess, so the chances of that happening are not high. But even if no one comes to meet us, it's all right. We can take the official road after passing through Silverlight Valley. The official road from White Phoenix City to Nine Illumination City is usually only frequented by merchants transporting large quantities of supplies. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be many people around. You really know a lot. It seems that scholars aren't entirely useless, Shurqing added. Indeed, we can speed things up by taking the official road. However, be careful when crossing this valley. Valleys are often where water flows converge, and the number of ferocious beasts and poisonous insects is higher than in other parts of the forest. After Shurqing finished speaking, he walked to Du Wenyan's position and looked into the valley. He glanced around a few more times, and his expression immediately changed drastically. Not good. What's wrong? Su Jin and the others asked hurriedly. Damn, what a huge pile of shit. It's as big as a small hill. I wonder what kind of ferocious beast did this. Shurqing frowned. There are horse bones on the ground. It must have been a wild horse that ate it. With such a huge appetite, it must be a giant ferocious beast. This valley might be its habitat. Xiaoshan, there's such a huge thing? Lu Mingxian leaned closer to examine it, and then grinned. My God, most people couldn't poop this much in a month. Let me see. The group checked each item one by one, and finally fell silent. This is too risky. Why don't we take a detour? Lu Mingxian said cautiously. Taking a detour would take even longer and be just as dangerous. Su Jin looked into the valley. I don't want to take the detour, but we can take the risk. If there is a huge, ferocious beast, we will definitely spot it first, and then... Woof! The panda suddenly barked. Su Jin's expression suddenly turned to utter horror, and the group huddled together to check the situation ahead. They were both shocked upon seeing it. The enormous turd was slowly wriggling, heading this way. It's flowing down, Lu Mingxian swallowed. What the hell are you talking about? We're on higher ground here. Su Jin exclaimed, drawing his silver spear in defense. Don't act rashly. Shurqing stopped everyone and whispered, this thing is mysterious. I'm afraid it might be some kind of special insect nest. If poisonous insects burst out from inside, it will be troublesome. Under the guise of his true intentions, Zhao Yuanliang nervously approached Su Jin. It's a person. There must be a person in the woods ahead. However, the distance was a bit far, and the trees were blocking the view, so they couldn't be completely sure. They had seen humanoid monsters standing in the Silver Valley mountain area before. If you bet wrong, you could lose your life. Chapter 167 The Feast at Hongmen. The two were about 20 meters apart. Zhao Yuanliang gritted his teeth and whispered, Is that Su Jin, young Master Su? Holy crap, there's someone in the shit. It sounds like they're calling Su Jin. Are they calling you? Lu Mingxian, Du Wenyan, and the others turned their heads and looked at Su Jin at the same time. Du Wenyan's face immediately lit up with surprise. Brother Wu, could it be that Shun Yufeng saw the wanted poster and sent people to stake you out? Su Jin narrowed his eyes and raised his arm to stop the group. You all step back. Interesting. If I heard correctly, it really was poop talking. Moreover, he revealed his own name in one sentence. The only people who would be squatting here guarding me are those sent by Shun Yufeng. Shurqing gave a wink, instructing the group to spread out and stand in preparation for any eventuality. I am Su Jin. Come forward and meet me. Su Hinanon said loudly. Upon hearing the name Su Jin, Zhao Yuliang's tension vanished instantly, and his heart began to pound. Although the others did not know who they were looking for, they could clearly sense that Zhao Yuanliang was acting strangely, and their emotions began to fluctuate greatly. It seems the person we've been waiting for has finally appeared. The discussion about awarding merit and rewards was still going on this morning, and by noon it was all done. Before Zhao Yuanliang could make a move, his attendant had already lifted his dirty clothes, revealing what was underneath. Zhao Yuanliang also got up and ran quickly toward Su Jin. Standing several meters away, he carefully examined Su Jin's face and finally confirmed that he was the person he was looking for. In an instant, Zhao Yuanliang's eyes reddened, and he stepped forward in a trembling voice. Young Master Su, I am Shun Yufeng, the heir of my family, who specially ordered me to come here to greet you. Zhao Yuanliang stopped speaking abruptly, his gaze sweeping over Lu Mingxian, Shurqing, Du Wenyan, and others who were walking from the side. General Shi, young Master Du, young Master Lu? Ah, it's you. Lu Mingxian mused. I know you. You're Shun Yufeng's page boy. You must be under Shun Yufeng's. Lu Mingxian was only halfway through his sentence when his heart sank, and the rest of his words got stuck in his throat. Du Wenyan was extremely disappointed, and Shurqing's face was ashen. The air seemed to freeze for a moment, and the atmosphere became silent. Originally, it was a good thing that Shen Yufeng sent someone to pick them up, but it also indirectly confirmed what Su Jin had said. The end times, even if I already knew, even if I was mentally prepared. But with each additional layer of evidence, my heart sank lower and lower. Clearly, at this moment, Zhao Yuanliang also realized the problem. His face turned deathly pale, and he staggered back a few steps, staring at Su Jin and trembling as he asked, "Was the dream real?" "Yes." Su Jin nodded slowly, then glanced at the soldiers who were still looking surprised. "How many people has your young master told about this?" "I've told many people, and everyone in the Duke's mansion knows it, but no one believes him except me," Zhao Yuanliang said absent-mindedly. "How many of them are there?" Su Jin gestured with his chin toward his attendant. "They don't know. It was I who brought the troops to pick you up, but now all the war horses are dead." "Then there's no need to say more. We can discuss it in detail when I see Shen Yufeng. Let's leave the valley first. You take your men to Baifeng City and get a batch of horses. I need to meet up with Shen Yufeng as soon as possible." "A banquet? What kind of banquet?" Inside the governor's mansion, Shen Yufeng frowned and asked the person beside him. "I was only responsible for delivering the message and don't know the specifics. Lord Zhao said that you haven't had a welcome feast since you came to Jiuzhou City, and now that he sees you working so hard every day, he wants to make up for it for you." Shen Yufeng flipped through the invitations repeatedly. The visitor is up to no good. It's only been a few days, not even 10 days, and they can't wait. A banquet is permissible. Shen Yufeng handed the invitation back to the clerk. "However, I am busy with military affairs today, so I will not go to his place. Whoever wants to host a banquet, I will host one at the governor's mansion tonight and invite them all." "Yes." The clerk withdrew with the invitation. Seeing him leave, Shen Yufeng raised his eyes and looked at the officer standing in the room. "Shang Tong, your men have been guarding the prison these past few days. Has anyone gone to see Yin Tai?" Reporting to the general, apart from the jailers, "No one has seen him," Shang Tong said. "Have the city defense soldiers changed shifts?" "Never changed shifts." "What about the local conditions?" "There are many complaints in the city, and some people are even criticizing the government's policies in the streets. People have already been sent to punish them." "Understood. Go and recruit a group of capable people and make the arrangements." That night, the main hall of the governor's mansion was brightly lit with candles. Shen Yufeng sat in the seat of honor, and almost all the major generals of Jiuzhou City were present. With the food and drink served, the atmosphere was harmonious. Zhao Peng raised his wine cup to Shen Yufeng. "Today was originally the banquet I prepared, but I never expected it was you, General, who invited me. I am truly ashamed. This cup is a toast to you, General." After exchanging pleasantries, he downed the wine in his glass in one gulp. Zhao Peng continued pouring wine and raised his cup again, saying, "I have a question, and I wonder if the general can answer it." "Speak," Shen Yufeng said expressionlessly. "Why are you wearing armor at today's banquet, General? I've noticed that your complexion is getting worse. Is there something troubling you, or are you dissatisfied with things in the city? We are all your brothers and sisters, and we want to share your burdens. Please speak frankly. Stop pretending." Shen Yufeng suddenly slammed his hand on the table, his cold gaze sweeping over everyone. "If you have something to say, just say it. It hasn't even been 10 days, and you're all already getting impatient? What boldness!" Zhao Peng slammed his wine glass down, his smile fading. "Since the general has made his intentions clear, then I won't stand on ceremony. It's not you who should be asking me what I'm going to do. It's us who should be asking you what you're going to do." Jiuzhou City has been an important town since ancient times, with the military and civilians working together. But now the people are in a state of uproar, and the people of Jiuzhou are on the front line, and they are known for their fierce and courageous nature. If this continues, no one will be able to handle it. Furthermore, nearly 1/10 of the entire army comes from Jiuzhou. If you act so recklessly without any reason, it will be difficult for your subordinates to lead troops in the future. The relationship between the military and the people in this city will be ruined, and it will be extremely difficult to repair it. If you keep doing it this way, we can't even wait 7 or 8 days, let alone 10. Are you rebelling?" Shen Yufeng roared in anger. "This is not a rebellion," Zhao Peng retorted sharply, pointing directly at Shen Yufeng. "Although I am under your command, I also have the authority to report to the Emperor. Your Highness, you may not understand this yet, as this is your first time handling a matter, but Jiuzhou City is not your personal domain. The city gates will be rotated tomorrow, and my report will be sent out of Jiuzhou City tomorrow. I'm only calling you tonight to give you face, to give the Duke face. You can explain to us frankly what you want to do and what you're delaying. Please explain, General, the lieutenants said in unison. Rebellion. Complete rebellion. Shin Yufeng roared, smashing a wine jar to pieces. Fine, today we don't need to pretend anymore. Guards! Guards! Upon hearing this, Zhao Peng raised an eyebrow and calmly sat down. At the same moment, a person staggered into the hall from the doorway. Shin Yufeng felt a chill run down his spine and said, enunciating each word clearly, Yin Tai. Who let you out? Yin Tai knelt down and said in a low voice, Your Highness, I have been impolite, but I will definitely report your actions to the Duke truthfully. I'm asking you, who let you out? Does the young master even need to ask? Zhao Peng said disdainfully. Who else is there besides Shang Tong? Do you think promoting a mere soldier will make him risk his life for you? He is indeed grateful to you, but he also has a family. The young master is young. One mistake is nothing. There will be other opportunities to learn in the future. Brothers, I'm home. I went to bed late last night and was on the road all day. I'm really exhausted. I'll make up for the 2 chapters tomorrow. I felt your love yesterday. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 168, Shun Yufeng's Counterattack. Giddy up, giddy up. On the official road, a group of men galloped on horseback, kicking up pillars of dust. Shi Qing rode in front, possessing the strongest horsemanship and the fastest speed. The others followed closely behind. After borrowing a batch of horses from Baifeng City, Su Jin and his group rushed to Jiuzhou City without stopping. Although the RV is faster, there are too many people and too many eyes on it, so he doesn't want to use it anymore. Before meeting Shin Yufeng and making more detailed plans, it's best to keep things as private as possible. Jiuzhou City is not far away. Even though they were still some distance apart, Su Jin noticed something was wrong as he looked into the distance. There should be a town ahead, but from the town, a long line of light extends to another place. The light was heading towards a mountain, which was also covered with countless torches. What is that? What are they doing? Su Jin asked Zhao Yuanliang beside him. It was dark and far away, so it was impossible to figure out what was going on. Zhao Yuanliang's face was serious. He lowered his body and whispered, I don't know, but there must have been a big operation in the city, and a lot of people have been mobilized. Our young master will not sit idly by and wait for death. If it is his doing, he is probably preparing for the end of the world. Make preparations? Su Jin glanced into the distance again, his mind racing. If such a large-scale operation is truly in preparation for resisting the apocalypse, then Shun Yufeng is a very reliable person with extremely strong execution capabilities. Perhaps he was planning to build fortifications on the mountain. This arrangement seems like a plan to deal with the Demon Spring, which increases the likelihood of a major eruption of the Demon Spring. But things were better than I had imagined. The fact that he could think of building survival fortifications on the mountain shows that the eruption of the magic spring still follows certain physical characteristics. Erupting from weak points in the Earth's crust, one can survive at higher altitudes. But if it's that simple, it feels less like a zombie. With 180 days to prepare, it's unlikely I'll let myself slip through so easily. We need to find him first to get more detailed information. Speed up. Giddy up. Your Highness, don't you have anything to explain to us? Zhao Peng continued to press the issue. Our actions today were entirely objective, not personal. If you just say one word and give a reasonable explanation, no one will have any objections. Or, do you have no reason at all? Or, do you have some other ulterior motive? Shin Yufeng stood on a high place, his hand on the hilt of his sword, looking to the left and right. Finally, his gaze settled on Yin Tai. Yin Tai, you are my father's old subordinate. Today, you've joined forces with a few others to rebel against me. I'm not trying to rebel against you. Yin Tai stood up and looked directly at Shin Yufeng. I'm trying to stop you from doing something wrong. Not only have I worked under the Duke, but 8 out of 10 people here have worked with the old Duke. He was wise and brave throughout his life, and no one under him did not admire him. We decided to stand up for him, for you. If your Highness cannot come up with a suitable reason to convince those below, this matter will not only reach His Majesty, but even the old Duke will not forgive you if he finds out. You are still young, and it was not easy for you to sit in this position. If you make a big mistake, it will be difficult for anyone to trust you again. I really dare not imagine how the Duke will be able to face himself in the capital. Well said, that's right. Zhao Peng clapped his hands. Yin Tai has made it clear enough. Everyone can see the old duke's loyalty and dedication to the country. His Majesty trusts him even more. Although I am responsible for reporting directly to the higher-ups, I have also received guidance from His Majesty to do my best to assist the young master. Your Highness has a good reputation, but now you're not only slapping the old duke in the face, but also the court. With your behavior, I really can't help you anymore. Faced with a chorus of piercing gazes, Shen Yufeng's lips trembled, and he finally slumped into a seat. Yin Tai, please take a seat. Yin Tai bowed, then stepped aside and took his seat. Someone, bring the wine. Shen Yufeng raised his finger, and the maid standing to the side immediately went to fetch the wine. When the wine jar arrived, Shen Yufeng poured himself a large bowlful and drank it all in one gulp. The generals below watched him silently. Wiping the remaining wine from the corner of his mouth, Shen Yufeng continued pouring wine, saying sadly, I lost. You guys are amazing. You're ruthless. I'll toast you with this bowl of wine. The maid set off to pour wine for each of the guests. Shen Yufeng, holding a wine bowl, looked around at the table and said, You want to know why I imprisoned Yin Tai and why I forced a large number of laborers to clear the mountains? I will tell you everything today, and I hope you can understand my predicament. That's right. The young master is willing to speak frankly with us. We don't need to have things come to this. Zhao Peng smiled and raised his wine glass. To be honest, your actions recently have frightened everyone quite a bit. After all, stirring up military and civilian resentment is no small matter. The Demon Spring wasn't even a problem to begin with, and now it's causing chaos in the city. When you said it would take another 10 days, we thought. General Zhao. Yin Tai looked directly at Zhao Peng and interrupted him. The young master is definitely considering the overall situation. His understanding of the Demon Spring is all hearsay. It's normal that he was anxious when he first took office and made a misjudgment and acted a little hastily. Yes, Zhao Peng chuckled. That's exactly what I meant. Shen Yufeng remained silent, picked up his wine bowl, and drank it all in one gulp. The generals raised their wine cups, drank the wine in their cups, and then looked at Shen Yufeng in unison, awaiting his reply. Shen Yufeng closed his eyes, his mind focused, and tapped the table with his index finger. Close the door, and all soldiers get out. This is a confidential matter, and no one outside this room is allowed to know about it. Zhao Peng looked at the guards at the door, pondered for a moment, and then raised a finger. The maid left, the soldier closed the door, and the room immediately felt much emptier. Your Highness, please speak, Zhao Peng said. Shen Yufeng took a deep breath, placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, and said in a deep voice, You may not believe what I have done. But from beginning to end, I have done it all for your own good, for the soldiers and civilians in the city. But now, no matter what I say, you will not believe me. Then there's nothing more to say. I'm just announcing one thing to you. From today onwards, Jiuzhou City will be under my sole jurisdiction. What did you say? Zhao Peng slammed his hand on the table and stood up. But then he clutched his forehead and swayed. A feeling of dizziness welled up inside me. You poisoned the drink. Son, you shouted in shock from the side. Feeling the strange sensation in his body, Zhao Peng gritted his teeth and said, Young master, you underestimate us too much. We can get rid of this poison in no time. Even if we are under its effects, do you think one person can handle so many of us? How naive. There still are soldiers outside. Your Highness, I advise you to repent and hand over the antidote. Do you really intend to join forces with others to rebel? Son, you rebuked. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground shook, and the sounds of soldiers shouting and clashing swords and halberds came from outside the door. The sword was suddenly drawn, its cold light flashing in everyone's eyes, and a murderous intent seeped into their hearts. Shen Yufeng pointed directly at Zhao Peng and said sternly, Do you really think I would completely trust Shang Tong? The servants in the governor's mansion have long been replaced with soldiers, whom I personally selected and managed. If you want to hear an explanation, it won't be too late after I lock you up. Chapter 169 Divine Soldiers Descend from the Sky. The sword's edge was as sharp as frost, tearing through the curtain. Shen Yufeng leaped up, his long sword flashing silver light, shattering the table and scattering wine bowls, aiming straight for Zhao Peng's face. He's gone mad. Zhao Peng roared and rolled over, throwing a short blade from his sleeve to block the attack, using the momentum to knock over a wooden table and scramble to his feet in a sorry state. Everyone present was shocked. No one expected that Shen Yufeng would go to such lengths. The original intention was simply to force him to confess the truth. In reality, no one intended to harm him. Therefore, no one who came to the banquet wore armor or carried swords. Unexpectedly, Shun Yufeng went to extremes, resorting to poison and violence, and secretly arranging for weapons. Based on their private analysis of the current situation, Shun Yufeng's inexplicable actions almost all led him down the path of joining forces with foreign enemies to rebel. But this is just speculation, since Shun Yufeng, given his status, has no reason to rebel. Now that he's taken action, everything has changed. Eliminate all impossibilities, and there is one truth. Shun Yufeng, you want to rebel? Zhao Peng lifted a small table from the ground and attacked Shun Yufeng, shouting urgently, "Come and help me capture him." Although the generals present were poisoned, it was not a potent poison, and if they mustered their strength, they might still have the ability to fight. Most people bit their tongues, grabbed whatever was nearby, and charged toward Shun Yufeng. Outside the gate, soldiers fought fiercely. Inside, Shun Yufeng fought alone against a group of generals. Although he had the upper hand for a short time, Shun Yufeng was inwardly groaning. He dared not use lethal force. Once he did, the unpredictable trouble that followed would be immense, and he would truly be unable to withstand it any longer. It's absolutely impossible to wait until winter. Right now, all he can do is stall. Stall until his own soldiers take down the men Zhao Peng and his men brought, and then he can go into the house to provide support. In the midst of the chaotic battle, Shun Yufeng swiftly wielded his sword like a flash of light, sweeping away the hordes of enemies. The sword he held was certainly no ordinary weapon, and with no armor on his body, no one dared to approach him. Those present were all seasoned warriors. Even though they were poisoned, once they entered the fray, their superb teamwork and fierce fighting spirit were on full display. As long as it's not fatal, no one is afraid of knives or swords. But no one dared to gamble. He had already poisoned the wine, so who knew if the sword was also poisoned? The two sides were locked in combat, and Shun Yufeng repeatedly tried to break through the blockade by first stunning one of them. However, a dozen generals formed a battle formation, giving him no chance whatsoever. Yin Tai shouted urgently, "Your Highness! Your Highness! What is happening? Who has bewitched you? Quickly turn back from your misguided path. There's still room for maneuver." Sun Yu and the others shouted. Shun Yufeng remained silent, his face cold. He lunged forward, sparks flying as his armor trembled. The sword strike was as swift as thunder, delivering 3 consecutive thrusts that forced several opponents to retreat. A dozen or so people were fighting in a chaotic battle, the air thick with the stench of sweat and alcohol. Suddenly, a loud thud came from outside the door. The soldiers fighting outside seemed to freeze simultaneously, followed by the crisp sound of swords and spears hitting the ground. This unusual occurrence almost brought the battle inside to a standstill. Shun Yufeng and his generals were all filled with unease. Who has won? The situation is currently deadlocked inside, but the battle outside the door is the key. The next second, the gate of the governor's mansion shattered, and fragments flew straight into the hall, breaking the silence. The visitor does not belong to either side. With one leg stepping over the threshold, the newcomer appeared, clad in gleaming armor, his spear stained with blood, the tip dragging on the ground and sparks flying. "Stop it, all of you!" Shurqing walked into the hall amidst the deathly silence, facing a sea of stares. "General Shi," Yin Tai exclaimed, breaking the silence. Shun Yufeng gritted his teeth and retreated, sword in hand, his heart pounding wildly. "Shurqing, how could Shurqing be here? I'm definitely no match for him. Your Highness, it's been a long time." Shurqing stopped, and a smile appeared on his lips. "Don't be afraid. I can uphold justice for you. What's going on here? Can anyone tell me?" Shurqing glanced at the others, and Zhao Peng immediately said, "General Shi, you've come at the right time. Shun Yufeng has rebelled." There was no rebellion. The Crown Prince could not possibly have rebelled. There must be a reason. Yontoi Roarit. He's gone this far. What else could it be but rebellion? With a resounding slap, Shurqing struck Zhao Peng hard across the face. "I think your brain is clogged with shit. How dare you throw mud at the Crown Prince?" Shurqing said arrogantly, looking down at him. "Don't you recognize the old duke? Or do you not trust the Emperor's judgment?" "General Shi," Zhao Peng roared. "Aren't you supposed to be guarding Qinshan City? Why are you here? Don't you know what's happening in Jiuzhou City?" Bang! Another slap landed on his face. Shurqing slowly put his hands on his hips and said arrogantly, I don't need to understand. It looks to me like you're rebelling. After saying that, Shurching began to pace back and forth. Asterisk smack. 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 Asterisk. The lieutenants lined up to be slapped, their cheeks swelling one after another. Upon reaching Yen Tai's side, she coldly said, Yen Tai, we've both taught the Crown Prince. I know what kind of person you are. How can you stand against him now? General Sure, there really is. Snap, snap. Yen Tai's eyes were seeing stars, and his cheeks bulged out. The generals present dared not speak out in anger. Shurching turned around and calmly said, I am here today on the Emperor's orders. Whatever Shen Yufeng has done is permitted by imperial authority. You have no need to interfere. Anyone who dares to interfere is disobeying the imperial decree and defying the court. Where's the imperial edict? The imperial edict is also a secret. I cannot show it to you. Are you crazy? You've joined the rebellion too, haven't you? Zhao Peng stammered as he backed away, pointing at Shurching in disbelief. You're talking nonsense. Shurching scoffed at him. Do I have any reason to rebel? The Emperor knows you won't believe me, but he can't show you the imperial edict, so he made special arrangements. This time, Tianyu Temple also sent someone to accompany me. Come on. Lu Mingxian strolled from outside the hall into the hall. Who is this person? Many border town generals asked. Lu Mingxian. Shen Yufeng asked doubtfully, his mind even more confused. Lu Mingxian, did the Emperor send you? Zhao Peng swallowed and asked Lu Mingxian. General Zhao, I never expected to run into you here. It's been years since we last met. It was indeed the Emperor who sent me here, Lu Mingxian said, his finger twirling before finally pointing at Shen Yufeng, to assign Shen Yufeng some secret missions, and also to help him complete them in case he gets into trouble. His Majesty's insight is indeed keen. He really couldn't handle you. You don't actually think that I, Lu Mingxian, the chief of Tianyu Temple, would join them in rebellion, do you? The generals lowered their heads, bewildered and at a loss. Shen Yufeng's actions resembled a rebellion, but he had no reason to rebel. The same applies to Shurching. If we add the chief of Tianyu Temple, the judgment that he rebelled is absolutely wrong. Were all those shady things Shen Yufeng did instructed by his superiors? Then why doesn't he utter a single word about it? Chapter 170, finally meeting the client. What stupid thing did I do to offend everyone from top to bottom? Why is this happening? I need an explanation. Zhao Peng said in despair. Why would I explain anything to you? Shurching scoffed. Does the higher-ups need to explain their grand strategy to you? You bunch of muscle-bound brutes. Which one of them isn't smarter than you? I don't want to waste any more words with you. Ignorance is no excuse, and I can pretend today's events never happened. But you'll need to stay in jail for a few days until I've finished negotiating with the general. Do you want me to invite you there, or will you go there yourselves? Someone come here. Seeing the opportunity, Shen Yufeng immediately called for reinforcements. A group of soldiers ran quickly into the courtyard. Take these gentlemen to the prison for a temporary rest, treat them to good food and drink, and do not neglect them. The soldiers stood in groups behind more than a dozen generals. Zhao Peng looked at Shen Yufeng, seemingly wanting to say something, but then stopping himself. Shen Yufeng raised his hand and said, You don't need to say anything more. I, Shen Yufeng, understand that everyone is dedicated to the country. I also have my difficulties and cannot explain. I will pretend that this never happened. You don't need to worry about it. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, it's important to go back and recuperate. Zhao Peng sighed heavily and followed the soldiers out of the hall dejected. Yen Tai swallowed his bitterness. Your Highness, no need to say anything more. I know your intentions. From now on, you just need to cooperate with me. Go and rest for a few days with them. Shurching looked at Shen Yufeng with admiration. At this moment, there were only 3 people left in the hall. The young master is quite good. He has the bearing of a great general. Truly, like father, like son. General Sure, you suddenly came here to help me. Shen Yufeng was in a state of utter confusion. Someone wants to see you, and I guess you want to see him too, so I brought him here. Shurching stepped aside, revealing himself behind her. Shen Yufeng quickly turned his gaze to what was behind him. Su Jin, with a headscarf wrapped around his face, suddenly darted out from the side of the door. Quan Quan removed her face covering, finally revealing her true face under Shen Yufeng's tense gaze. The two looked at each other across the distance, their facial features clearly visible. Su Jin looked the other person over and over again, feeling a deep sense of emotion. This road trip is finally over, and now it's time to prepare for the end of the world. The road has been traveled. It's time to start the game. Shin Yufeng's lips trembled, and his heart was pounding at its fastest. The man from her dream stood before her in reality for the first time. Coupled with the longing and anticipation, the impact of this moment was dizzying. It's him. It really is him. Brother Shun, we've finally met. Suhin smiled fondly. Finding you has been quite difficult. Shin Yufeng snapped out of his daze, quickly stepped forward, and grabbed Su Jin's wrist. Let's go, let's talk somewhere else. The two quickly disappeared from the hall. Shurqing looked dejected and slumped into a chair. Lu Mingxian went out and called the others over, then collapsed next to Shurqing, covering his face and remaining silent. The hall was dimly lit, with only a few people letting out soft sighs. In the study, Shin Yufeng also covered his face and sat hunched over in the guest seat. Especially after listening to Su Jin recount his journey of searching for himself, his emotions were so complex that they were hard to describe. Despite making numerous preparations, one is still easily defeated when faced with the cold, hard reality. Su Jin flipped through the disaster map data on the table, occasionally glancing up at Shin Yufeng. No one was more familiar with this situation than him. The first psychological blow comes from learning that the end of the world is coming. The second blow was the ensuing protracted tug-of-war. Rationality and emotion were constantly in conflict, and the more evidence there was, and the closer the deadline got, the more intense the internal friction became. The third blow will come when the apocalypse truly breaks out, at which point all psychological preparations will completely collapse and shatter. Before the end of the world truly arrives, people always fantasize that they are in a safe zone. When people are in their comfort zone, they are best at imagining their own courage, calmness, and rationality. Unfortunately, this kind of self-awareness is unreliable most of the time. Just as some people imagine themselves to be calm and composed when they first enter the battlefield, in reality, when the crucial moment arrives, they not only don't know where to start, but also become flustered and end up hurting themselves. The harshness and unpredictability of reality far surpass those of conventional battlefields. In the face of apocalypse, any preconceived notions will become ineffective. After experiencing the first catastrophe, Su Jin delved into a large amount of psychological data and found that the vast majority of people who had truly experienced the full impact of an explosive and massive disaster suffered severe psychological shock. Only a very few people who possess special psychological barriers or are naturally emotionally dulled can exhibit brief periods of calmness. In extreme cases, aside from the mentally disabled and the mentally ill, almost no one can escape this process of psychological breakdown. True adaptation often only begins after the disaster has fully erupted. Su Jin was looking at the documents when Shun Yufeng put his hands down and said dejectedly, "I know about your experiences, but what about your identity? What exactly is the meaning of my dream? To put it simply, just think of me as someone sent down by the immortals. Don't ask me why the immortals didn't come to the rescue themselves, because they are in dire straits themselves. I am just a chosen messenger, specifically sent to protect you. Simply put, you are my client. Then why me? Is there something special about me? You are the destiny of this world. If you die, no one else can live. Disaster is inevitable, and you are the key to the world's rebirth. This is the guidance of the immortals. I don't know anything else, and you don't need to ask any more questions." Shin Yufeng felt a lump in his throat, and his body leaned back uncontrollably. He murmured, "Do you know how long it will be before the disaster strikes?" 150 days. Ah, deep winter, just as I thought. Shin Yufeng fell into a daze again. Su Jin put down the Chinese paper in his hand, walked towards Shun Yufeng, and said with a smile, "Don't be too nervous. The most important thing for you right now is to cheer up." "Ow, how can I bring this up?" Shin Yufeng looked up, his eyes filled with despair. The Demon Spring has erupted. This time it's not just any place we know of, but every single one. Demon springs are erupting everywhere we can see. Once the Demon Spring stops gushing, countless springs will transform into monsters that roam the world, causing everything to wither and decay. No one will be spared. You should have seen it when you came. I ordered laborers to carve out a section of the mountain from Jiyun Peak to create a refuge. But doing so did absolutely nothing but delay their deaths. Su Jin felt a slight chill run down his spine. This is really difficult. The disaster is similar to what I expected, or even more serious. There's not even a place to stay. It's not safe on a mountain either. And simply moving him to the top of the mountain would probably not be enough for the company to determine that Shun Yufeng can reliably connect with the company. Su Jin took a deep breath and calmly said, "Don't panic. Staying calm is the first step in solving any problem. Although the future is challenging, you don't need to feel too much pressure because I'm here. What can you do?" Shen Yufeng looked at Su Jin, his eyes beginning to light up. "Yes, you were sent by the immortals. You have the methods of immortals." "Smart." Su Jin raised his index finger. "Actually, you only need to follow one thing, and that is to trust me wholeheartedly. I know you're still having doubts, but I'm not exaggerating. You're not the first person I've helped, and I'm not the first person I've witnessed the end of the world. I never ask my clients to judge me by my win rate. Please measure me by my losses, because I have never lost." Chapter 171 Team Meeting. "What do you mean this isn't your first time experiencing the apocalypse?" Shin Yufeng suddenly became agitated and stood up to ask urgently. "It's actually very simple. The vast universe is not just one world. Every star in the sky could be a world, and this world is not the only one facing its end," Su Jin said calmly. "I'm not from this world, but was chosen by immortals from another world to help you. Everyone is suffering, and everyone is gritting their teeth and getting through this difficult time. Does saying this make you feel a little better?" "You're not from this world." Shin Yufeng staggered back 2 steps at a loss and finally covered his forehead. "Let me calm down. I feel very confused. The fact that Su Jin is not from this world is even more shocking than hearing about immortals or celestial messengers. If the calamity of the immortals has affected the entire world, then, based on what Su Jin said, his world is just one of the worlds under the rule of the immortals. The constant stream of news has been quite a shock to my worldview." Su Jin walked back to the desk and continued to review the documents. "Remember this. I've only told you about this. No one else will accept this explanation. You don't need to, and there's no need to tell anyone else. Just treat me as an angel messenger." Shen Yufeng nodded listlessly, still processing the information. Su Jin looked at the intelligence report and sighed deeply. "The more I looked at it, the more difficult it became. The monster formed from the demonic spring was even more disgusting than a zombie, and there was nowhere to escape. Zombies at least have an infection process, but the current disaster at the demon spring is more like countless deformed zombies flooding the world in a very short time. It could overturn everything, perhaps in less than a day. But the disaster of the demon spring has existed for hundreds of years. This world should have been destroyed long ago. Could it be that the company is pulling strings behind the scenes to prevent the magic spring from erupting?" Turning to the next page of information, Su Jin rubbed his temples to shake off useless thoughts. The current priority is to find a survival strategy. Shen Yufeng is determined and has already roughly built a team that trusts him. Now all we need is a safe environment, and this environment must be absolutely safe. The company must establish contact with him as soon as possible, and then intervene in this global catastrophe. The longer it drags on, the more species will go extinct, and the more difficult it will be for the world to recover. Based on the information gathered so far, there's only one place in the world that meets these conditions. Without a doubt, Tianyu Mountain. Moreover, in addition to its unique advantages, Tianyu Mountain has another major advantage. A group of spirit women, destined to suffer calamity, gathered together. According to Wu Zhihui, when I chat with her, she knows that there are hundreds or even thousands of blood bank spirit women imprisoned in Tianyu Mountain. That's hundreds or even thousands of superpowered warriors. With this as the foundation, the hope for the world's recovery will be greatly enhanced. But the location of Tianyu Mountain is also extremely difficult to find. It's a top-tier refuge reserved for the royal bloodline. Broter Su. Shin Yufeng asked in a hoarse voice, "Are you truly undefeated?" Su Jin raised his eyes and smiled. "Of course, I like to tell the truth." Seeing that Su Jin remained calm and composed throughout, Shun Yufeng felt much more at ease. "I'm sorry, Brother Su. I lost my composure. Even after all this time, I still find it hard to accept this kind of thing." "It's good that you find it hard to accept. It proves you're a thoughtful person. If you accept it without thinking, then I have to consider whether you're even worth saving," Su Jin said. "If an idiot can be a savior, then we might as well just let this world be destroyed." Shin Yufeng forced a smile. "Brother Su, what should we do? My only goal is to ensure your safe and long-term survival. So I need to devise a strategy first. The safer you are, the more stable the world's fortune will be, and the faster the higher-ups will intervene to save you. As for what methods they will use, I have no idea. But in short, we must act prudently and quickly. The eruption and spread of the magic spring will take time. If we plan ahead, we can save many people and make post-disaster reconstruction easier. Shen Yufeng nodded thoughtfully. Su Jin looked down at the table, then pointed towards the door. Go and call Shi Qing and the others in. We'll discuss the details together. Explain the situation to them. These people are your core, life-saving team. I've already set them up for you in advance. Shen Yufeng remained motionless, as if he hadn't heard a thing. Hearing no footsteps, Su Jin looked up and frowned, saying, "What are you still sitting there for? I told you to call Shi Qing and the others in." Ah. Shen Yufeng's body trembled slightly, and he pointed at himself with a hint of surprise. "Are you talking to me?" Su Jin looked up and glanced around the room, then asked in surprise, "Otherwise, is there a third person in this room?" Oh my God. Shen Yufeng was embarrassed on the spot. Judging from Su Jin's tone, he thought he was talking to a servant and didn't react for a moment. Watching his retreating figure, Su Jin chuckled. This young master is truly used to being waited on like a superior. Although he is sensible, he is still lacking in some aspects of daily life. There won't be anyone to take care of him anymore, so we need to let him get used to it in advance. After a while, several more armchairs were added to the study, and the RV team gathered there. Apart from a brief exchange of pleasantries upon entering the house, there was no further conversation, and the atmosphere became somewhat somber. Su Jin sat calmly behind a large table. Seeing that everyone was ready, he said, "We won't waste any more time on small talk. You all have a basic understanding of the situation. Before Shen Yufeng explains the details to you, I need to explain something to you." All eyes turned to Su Jin. Su Jin said, "My name is indeed Su Jin, not Wu Ziheo. I kept it from you before because I was afraid you wouldn't trust me, but now I've explained it clearly. You can call me whatever you want, and you can tell me now if you have any complaints or questions about me." Shi Qing and Lu Mingxian both said at the same time, "Yes. Speak. Give me the antidote." Su Jin flipped his palm and took out 2 packs of digestive tablets, tossing them to the 2 men. He then pointed at Shen Yufeng and said, "If there are no other questions, please tell us about the situation, Brother Shun." Everyone's attention shifted from Su Jin to Shen Yufeng. With a bitter expression on his face, Shen Yufeng said, "Everyone already knows what's going to happen, and you can probably guess what it will be like. To put it simply, I've been having the same dream every day for over a month now, and the dream is about a demonic spring erupting and poisoning all living beings." "Where exactly does the demon spring erupt?" Shi Qing asked nervously. "The scale and locations are unprecedented. After an earthquake, magic springs quickly spewed forth from Jiuzhou City to the Royal City, throughout Siyuan, and even in other countries, with several springs within a mile. In my dream, I even saw a magic spring erupting inside the Duke of Jinghua's mansion. The entire Royal City was submerged." Chapter 172, Are You Trying to Rebel? According to historical records of the discovery of the magic spring, it initially erupted in a fixed, deep valley. Afterwards, the number of magic springs gradually increased, spreading outward from a single point. The territories of humans and all other living beings are gradually being eroded and shrunk. Hearing that Shen Yufeng said the demon spring would erupt from all locations at the same time, even a man like Shi Qing couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Fear was written all over everyone's faces. Su Jin clapped his hands and said, "That's enough. That's the situation. But as long as Shen Yufeng can guarantee our safety, we may be able to get the support of the immortals above us as soon as possible. Now, let's discuss countermeasures together." "Countermeasures? What countermeasures?" A shadow seemed to fall over Shi Qing's face. "How many of you have seen the demon spring?" "I have." "Don't even mention the entire Su Yuan erupting with the demonic spring. Even if half the country were to erupt, the whole world would be destroyed. I don't know how to be safe. It's simply impossible to be safe. This is a power that no human can fight against. There's nowhere for anyone to survive. Even if we manage to survive, how long can we live? 10 days or half a month? What's the point?" Lu Mingxian reached out and patted Shi Qing on the shoulder, his mood equally heavy. Su Jin said, "Actually, there's a place that I think is very suitable. As long as we go there, we can guarantee our safe survival in the long term." "Where?" everyone asked hurriedly. "Mount Tianyu." Su Hin shrugged. "Only Mount Tianyu is safe. We can go and stay on Mount Tianyu." Yes, that's right." Lu Mingxuan's eyes lit up. "We can go to Tianyu Mountain, and I can make the arrangements for you." That's right. You can arrange that for me, Su Jin said. But there's one problem. I need to ensure Shun Yufeng's absolute safety and that no one will suppress him. Can you do that? Lu Mingxian pondered for a moment, then froze on the spot. Shi Qing shook his head and said, "It's impossible. Once the disaster breaks out, the royal family can definitely escape. There are flying beasts and the wind demon Qilin in the palace. His Majesty will move to Tianyu Mountain for refuge as soon as possible. If he knew about Shun Yufeng, I'm afraid that destiny can only be for one person." Su Jin took a deep breath and asked, "How many experts are there in Tianyu Mountain?" "Most of the experts in the royal city are concentrated in Tianyu Mountain and the Imperial Palace. They generally do not go out unless there is something to do. There are at least 15 six-patterned experts. 7 striped. Why have we never heard of the strongest one?" Shi Qing smiled wryly and said, "You should know this. The 7-mark title has largely become an honorary title. Experts who can be certified as 7-mark masters are not young. After that, their strength will begin to decline due to old age in a few years. So there is no need to consider the difference between 7-mark and 6-mark masters. The emperor would never submit to anyone. He must want to control Shin Yufeng. If it affects his position, then all the experts will stand behind the emperor without hesitation." "And you?" Su Jin asked in return. Shi Qing remained silent, not daring to answer. "We can use the magical artifacts from the treasure carriage to persuade the emperor and others. We can talk." "What can we talk about?" Lu Mingxian interjected excitedly. "We could talk about anything. I don't think there's any need for confrontation." Du Wenyan said with deep concern, "The relationships within the court are complex and intertwined. Bringing out that thing is no different from provoking the emperor and directly rebelling. I don't deny the possibility of success, but doing so would be tantamount to handing over our lifeline to someone else. If we fail, we can only sit and wait for our doom." Everyone was caught in a dilemma again, especially Shun Yufeng, who was at the heart of the conflict, his brows furrowed into a knot. The day the heir of the Jingguo mansion was chosen, he almost became an adversary of the royal family. Seeing another awkward silence, Su Jin said, "Let me tell you my plan directly. It's not complicated. There are still 150 days until the disaster breaks out. We have plenty of time to arrange the deployment in other places and spread the news to the whole country and even the world before the disaster occurs." Brother Shun said, "There was an earthquake before the demon spring erupted. This earthquake is an excellent warning. Even though many people don't believe us, they will not remain indifferent when they see this earthquake. They will definitely choose to flee to higher ground, thus prolonging their survival time. As for us, we can arrive in the royal city a few days in advance. Brother Lu will help us hide at the foot of Tianyu Mountain. Sometime before the apocalypse, we will seize Tianyu Mountain directly. Once the disaster breaks out, everything will stabilize." "Take Tianyu Mountain?" Shi Qing asked in surprise. "Didn't you hear what I just said? You want to take Tianyu Mountain by force? That's impossible. No force in the world can do such a thing." "Yes," Su Jin nodded slowly and said in a deep voice, "but if we can lure the expert from Tianyu Mountain and even the imperial city down the mountain, and then Brother Lu can take the opportunity to poison the disciples on the mountain, is that possible? As long as we can occupy Tianyu Mountain, we can easily defend against anyone who wants to go up the mountain later." "That's a pipe dream. It's impossible," Shi Qing said firmly. "If there were an explosion that could create a crater several meters deep and 10 meters wide, with light enough to blind people, and the resulting dust and smoke rising thousands of meters into the sky, killing all life within a radius of several miles, do you think it would attract all the experts in the city to investigate?" The entire audience was shocked and stared at Su Jin in disbelief. "You're not joking, are you? How was this any different from a natural disaster? Is this a method left to him by an immortal?" Shin Yufeng's eyes trembled. "Just answer me. Can you attract all the experts in the royal city to come out and investigate?" "Yes, but perhaps not everyone will be mobilized. Unless... Shi Qing's throat tightened, and he hesitated to speak. Su Jin looked up at him, her throat tightening as well. "Unless such an explosion occurs inside the city." "Yes," Shi Qing nodded with difficulty. "Let's put that aside for now." Su Jin slowly closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. "Do you think this plan is feasible?" "Absolutely not." Shin Yufeng roared. "What are you trying to do? How is this any different from rebellion?" "This is rebellion." "Rebellion?" Su Jin raised an eyebrow. "The world is about to end. Do you even have any sense of responsibility?" Success is saving the world. Failure is rebellion, isn't it? Shen Yufeng's facial muscles twitched, while the others seemed to drift off into a trance. Su Jin pointed at Lu Mingxian and said seriously, "What are you thinking? This is rebellion. What else can I think?" Lu Mingxuan's features twisted in pain. "I don't want to rebel." "And what about you?" Su Jin looked at Shi Qing. Shi Qing turned his head away, remaining silent. "Brodel du. I'll do whatever you want. I'm not afraid of the Emperor." Chapter 173, I can be an emperor too. At least there were still people standing by his side, not poisoned by the idea of loyalty to the Emperor, which made Su Jin feel slightly relieved. His gaze shifted to Wu Zhihui and Gun Gun, and he asked, "Do you dare to attack Tianyu Temple?" "Attack," Wu Zhihui said without hesitation, her face filled with hatred. "Attack Tianyu Temple. We must give them a crushing defeat." "Woof." Very energetic. Su Jin gave a thumbs up, his gaze sweeping over Shen Yufeng, Lu Mingxian, and Shi Qing. "As you can see, it's 5-3 now. Do dogs and children count?" Lu Mingxian asked in a muffled voice. Sigh. Su Jin shook his head with his hands on his hips and continued to persuade him. "Brother Lu, let me ask you a question. What's the problem? Is the Emperor the son of heaven?" "Yes." "So who has been chosen by heaven now?" "Shen Yufeng." "Then who exactly is the son of heaven?" "The Emperor is self-proclaimed, but he is truly divinely appointed." Su Jin pointed at Shen Yufeng. "The true son of heaven is right before our eyes, so we're not calling it a rebellion, but rather a restoration of order. This dog emperor usurped the throne, and isn't it right to make him abdicate, given his unworthy position?" Shi Qing glanced at Su Jin with a gloomy face. "Don't look at me." Su Jin looked at him too. "If only you and the emperor were left in the world, and one of you had to die, who would you choose to die?" Shi Qing remained silent. All right. Su Jin waved his hands twice, his heart heavy. "Then let's not talk about this for now. To take Tianyu Mountain, we'll lure all the experts away, and then Brother Lu can secretly take down the others on the mountain. After the earthquake, people will continuously return to Tianyu Mountain. At that time, we can simply guard Tianyu Mountain and wait for the disaster to strike. You dare not touch the Emperor, but you must stop anyone else who poses a threat to us. If the Emperor appears, I will personally take action." "Well, all right, then." Lu Mingxian managed to squeeze out a sentence. Shi Qing sighed. "Actually, I support your plan, but when you talk about rebellion, the thought of it makes my heart tremble." "Afraid of nothing." Su Hin cursed. "The Emperor neither farms nor works. You all support him. What's the difference between you and raising a son? You dare to beat your son when he rides on your head, but you don't dare to fart when the Emperor rides on your head." "Nonsense. The Emperor rules the entire country. What do you mean he neither farms nor works?" Shi Qing retorted angrily. "And a son? How can that be the same? Ruling the world is nothing to be proud of. Even a beggar could do it, and if he doesn't want to, plenty of others will." Su Jin said with a long face. "If you can't adapt, I can be your father, and I can be the Emperor." The people inside the room trembled with fear, glancing furtively at Su Jin with crestfallen eyes. "Wenyan," Su Hin's shouted. "Here." Du Wenyan immediately perked up. "Have you ever seen an imperial robe?" "I've seen you." "What's wrong? Make me a set tomorrow. I'll wear it every day and every night, just strolling around in front of you. After I'm done, you'll all take turns wearing it. We'll take turns being the Emperor." Su Jin said angrily. "This son of a bitch has been hunting me all this way. I'm burning with rage, and you still dare to play the role of loyal ministers and filial sons in front of me at this time. Don't forget, the entire world is on the shoulders of just a few of us. The Emperor has no right to speak about the well-being of all people." Shi Qing, Lu Mingxian, and Shen Yufeng remained silent, their hearts tightening with each passing moment. Su Jin observed the three people's reactions for a moment, and then made a plan in his mind. They probably already had their own ideas, but unfortunately, the idea of loyalty to the Emperor was instilled in them from childhood, making it difficult for them to accept such a direct challenge. However, when faced with the looming threat of extinction, humanity ultimately makes the right choice. Although they all verbally disagree, there are no major problems. They have plenty of time to adapt. "Well said." Wu Zhihui suddenly clapped her hands, looking at Su Jin with admiration. "I think only Brother Hao is a real man in the whole world." "Woof woof." Su Jin smiled and lightly pressed his right hand down, then instantly changed his expression and looked at the others. Look at Zhihui. She's full of wisdom. You three grown men can't even compare to Gun Gun. Let's skip this for now. It's too exciting. You need to give me a break. Shurqing clutched his chest and smiled wryly. 150 days, we still have plenty of time to prepare. This part of the plan is also very important, isn't it? That's right. Su Jin composed himself and sat down again. Before that, we also have a lot of work to do. I already know what Brother Shin did in Jiuzhou City, and this project must continue. Let the laborers continue to clear the mountains and build shelters for survival. Then, the day before the disaster strikes, order the entire city to move to the mountains. But there is a problem. We will leave Jiuzhou City to seize Tianyu Mountain, so we need someone in the city to oversee the situation. Our final step is of utmost importance. If it is leaked, it could easily lead to unforeseen accidents. I do not want to expand the team any further. However, we cannot abandon the lives of the soldiers and civilians of Jiuzhou City. Therefore, I suggest that Brother Shen leave your page here. Yuan Liang. Shen Yufeng shook his head with a wry smile. No, not to mention whether he has the courage or the willingness to do it, he doesn't have the authority to drive others. And it's easy for him to make mistakes when he's working on time. Bring in another person. Shurqing said seriously. Yin Tai is trustworthy. Your Highness, you know him. Shen Yufeng sighed. Yin Tai is indeed trustworthy, and he's extremely loyal to my father. Su Jin thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Okay, I can recruit him into the team. But you have to bring him in at the very end, and you can't tell him that the apocalypse will happen. Just tell him about the earthquake and the magic spring. This is the only way, Shen Yufeng said with difficulty, rubbing his forehead. But what about my family? Upon hearing this, Shurqing's expression turned even more somber. Du Wenyin and Wu Zhihui need not be mentioned. Lu Mingxian grew up in Tianyu Temple, so the problem wasn't too big. Only Shurqing and Shen Yufeng were extremely worried and brought their families to Tianyu Temple to take the risk together. This was obviously impossible. Regardless of whether it can succeed, no one can accept this matter. Shurqing is all right, but Shen Yufeng has almost no chance of doing it. If he were to make a suggestion, he would probably be taken down by the Jingguo mansion immediately. Su Jin also sighed. He could completely understand the feelings and entanglements between the two. That's often how things are in this world. People can't live just for themselves, and he didn't do this job entirely for himself. Seeing that the two couldn't come up with a solution for a long time, Su Jin said, Actually, there isn't a good solution for your family's problem. We can only send a letter to their home a few days before the incident to remind them that an earthquake-induced spring is going to occur, and then they should go to higher ground as soon as possible to avoid it. Brother Shun, to be honest, their survival depends on you, and we have to gamble. But we have no choice but to gamble, because only by gambling can we have a glimmer of hope. Chapter 174 Decision Implementation. Sigh, it's tough. Shen Yufeng sighed, looking up. Why me? Why did I have to make this choice? Su Jin smiled and said, I understand you, Brother Shun. Actually, we are both facing the same problem. I didn't want to come here to do this kind of thing, but I also have family, and they are not here. I both have the answer in our hearts, so we have to make a decision. If it's difficult for you, it's difficult for me, it's difficult for everyone, then let's all do our best. Shen Yufeng wiped his face, stared intently at Su Jin, and a hint of admiration appeared in his eyes. To an outsider, words may only be understood literally, but to him, they carry a deeper meaning. This was not the first time this recluse had encountered the apocalypse. If some people are willing to work hard for the sake of others' worlds, then there seems to be no reason for me to be decadent. Shen Yufeng felt comforted and nodded, saying, Brother Su, you have a heart that encompasses the universe. Thank you for your hard work. No need to be polite. Saving others is like saving yourself. Su Jin nodded in response, then turned his gaze to Wu Zhihui. Zhihui, I also have an important task for you and Gun Gun. Wu Zhihui hesitated and asked, Do you want me and Gun Gun to deliver the message to the wild animals in the forest? Yes, you have ample experience in this area, Su Jin said seriously. When facing the demon spring, it makes no difference whether it's a beast or a human. Now that I have the ability, I will save them all. Furthermore, Gun Gun has the ability to communicate with ferocious beasts. I hope you can help us get a batch of flying ferocious beasts in the nearby mountains. One batch will serve as our vehicles, and the other batch will serve as messengers. Can you do that? Gun Gun has that ability, but I'm not sure. Wu Zhihui suddenly felt immense pressure. Don't worry, this is definitely easier than you doing alone. I'll have Brother Lu protect you, and we'll find a way to provide you with any supplies you need. I can provide you with soldiers to accompany you into the mountains and protect your safety, Shen Yufeng continued. But you're a calamity, so you need to disguise yourself. Zhihui, this matter can only be entrusted to you. It not only concerns the lives of us and countless other living beings, but you also bear the fate of all the imprisoned sisters on Tianyu Mountain, Du Wenyin said solemnly. Su Jin couldn't help but glance at her sideways. It seemed she was also worried that Wu Zhihui might leave the group halfway through, which is not impossible. After getting to know them for so long, Du Wenyin felt that the world was unfair, but he wasn't very concerned about the fate of the other afflicted people, since he was powerless to solve them. But Wu Zhihui is different. She suffered alongside those who were cursed, as she harbors extreme hatred for the Tianyu Temple. Adding this sentence to her to put some psychological pressure on her is necessary. Actually, this isn't difficult. Powerful beasts are quite intelligent, Su Jin said. I have an idea for you. First, have Lu Mingxian and the soldiers attack and injure the beasts, preferably targeting the cubs. Then, while the two sides are at an impasse, you can lead the rescue team to smooth things over and win them over. It will be much easier to win them over after that. With a few adjustments, this matter will snowball and become easier and easier. Woof woof woof. Gun Gun cursed Su Jin for being despicable. And what about me? Shi Qing asked Su Jin, taking a drag on a cigarette. You? You can just stay here and keep watch, and also accompany me in my cultivation. Do you need someone to accompany you when you cultivate? Shi Qing asked with a wry smile. You'll spar with me until I can't get up anymore. I want to play for real. I need real combat experience, lots of real combat experience. Good. Several tens of minutes later, the discussion was nearing its end. Su Jin put down his notebook, which was over 10 pages long, and stood up, saying, I see that we've reached a point where no one has anything to add. Let's first help Brother Chun sort out the affairs in the city, and then we'll start arranging our actions. If you have any questions or need any adjustments, please let me know so I can hold another meeting to discuss them. You must be tired from the journey. You should go out and rest first. Brother Shun and I still have some issues to discuss privately. One by one, everyone left, leaving only Su Jin and Shen Yufeng in the study. Su Jin picked up a cigarette and put it in his mouth, then took out another one and tossed it to Shen Yufeng. Have a smoke. You saw Shi Qing smoking earlier. It's a good way to relieve fatigue. Shen Yufeng took the cigarette, then caught the lighter Su Jin tossed to him and lit it, just like Su Jin. He coughed between breaths and said, Brother Su, is there anything else you need to discuss with me privately? Actually, it's nothing serious, just the situation in the city. If we want to save more people, we need to speed up the mountain clearing. How many soldiers and civilians are there in the entire Juzhou city right now? Around 200,000. How much grain is stored in the army? The army has enough food, with more than a year's worth of reserves. Well, it was inconvenient for you to do things before, but now we have a reason to forge an imperial edict, and it's time to show our skills, Su Jin said. Open up the granaries. The soldiers and civilians are not motivated to work if they rely solely on orders. Set quotas for them, and then distribute grain and money according to their daily workload. Don't be stingy with the money. It's fine if it all goes to waste within 150 days, since it'll all just be scrap metal afterward anyway. Have all the blacksmiths forge farm tools, and we also need some incentive mechanisms. There are 140 days left until the end of the world. It was another early morning, and several distinct colors graced the streets of Jiaozhoqing. Banners and notices with large characters were hung on the wall. The imperial court stockpiled goods, not to keep them all for itself, but to leave some for us to get through the winter and spring. With open granaries and full storage, there's no fear of the cold. The whole city will have plenty to eat next year. Today's hard work in repairing the granary will ensure a bountiful harvest next year. Those who fear hardship will suffer their whole lives. Those who are not afraid of hardship will suffer only half their lives. At the same time, small tables were set up in the streets and alleys, and many registration points were set up to attract people to go and carve out G and Peak. People gathered in the streets and alleys, looking up at the banner. What? Where are all these? I don't know. Who can read? Hey, Wang Lu, don't you know how to read? Quickly read what's written up there. A commotion erupted among the crowd, and a young man in a short jacket was pulled out from the throng. Wang Lu scratched his head and looked at the wall. This seems to tell us to go open up the mountain. They're opening mountains again. They just released me a few days ago, and I haven't even caught my breath yet. Why are they here again? No way. Absolutely not. The rocks on Gian Peak are so hard. We need to be careful. The crowd erupted in uproar, and it seemed they were about to disperse. Wang Liuyi raised his hand and said loudly, "Wait a minute. This time it seems different from last time. They're paying. Each person will receive 2 days' worth of rations and silver, and meals will also be provided on the mountain. You'll be paid for each day you work." What do you mean? This time it's not forced labor. No, it's not different from last time. Wang Lu looked at the notice with great enthusiasm, his eyes gradually brightening. It says that the caves dug in this mountain are for the imperial court to build new granaries in preparation for the future expansion of the city. Chapter 175 Good Days. A large amount of grain will be transported soon. The faster the construction is completed, the greater the reward from the imperial court. If we can complete it within 100 days, all the people in the city will receive an extra portion of money and grain, 10 taels of silver, and 100 caddies of rice per person. If the imperial court verifies our authenticity in 100 days, the imperial escort team will arrive in Jiuzhou City in another 40 days. Then, all supplies will be distributed within 10 days, one per person. You can receive money and rations just by signing up now. The imperial court has a limited number of openings, so we're setting up stalls on the street. Before Wang Lu could finish speaking, several people leaped out from the crowd watching the promotional slogans on the street and ran like the wind towards the registration point. Everyone turned to look and saw that long queues had formed at the registration point, and the streets and alleys were completely blocked. The soldiers sitting behind the recruitment table waved their hands and shouted, "Don't make noise, don't push. Everyone who registers will get a share. The money and rations are all here, they won't get lost." After the officers finished speaking, the soldiers behind them lifted a piece of cloth. Below, a small mountain of silver and bags of rice were prominently displayed before everyone's eyes. So much money and rice, this is really a windfall. The crowd was in an uproar, and for a moment they crowded together like a surging tide. Wang Lu stood at the back of the crowd, looking up and drooling. I never expected the imperial court to actually show such compassion. Just a few days ago, they were forcibly conscripting laborers to clear mountains, but now they're starting to pay them. The message hanging on the wall is definitely true. The forced laborers are working too slowly, and the higher-ups are getting impatient. Otherwise, they shouldn't be giving away so many things to the people for free. They eat for free, receive 2 days' worth of rations, and silver for each day they work. And after 150 days, they can receive 10 taels of silver, plus 100 caddies of rice. After that, Jiuzhou City will be expanded, and people will definitely need to be recruited to work there. This is much more profitable than farming. But why bother opening a warehouse on a mountain? Whatever, as long as I get the money. The long queues were still forming, and the people who had previously been extremely resistant to corvée labor were now eagerly waiting. The number of people who had registered earlier kept asking questions, so the process was extremely slow, especially after seeing the team leader finish his questioning and happily take away the money and food bag. Many people started cursing and urging him to hurry up. Damn it, hurry up. What's going on up ahead? Grab the stuff and get to the mountain. Stop being so stingy. I've already given you the money. What are you fussing about? This is the first time I've seen the imperial court distribute supplies so readily. Things have really changed. Wang Lu was standing at the back, jumping up and down in frustration. Limited spots available. Limited spots available. You'll miss out big time if you don't get in. But it's no use being anxious now. There are too many people in front of us, and even if we try to squeeze in, we can't get in. Almost every person who registered lingered at the table for a long time, asking questions and repeatedly verifying information. By midday, when the sun was high in the sky, Wang Lu's heart was pounding and his forehead was covered in sweat. Finally, it was his turn. Wang Lu stopped in front of the table, glancing nervously at the empty space behind him where the soldiers were, and asked anxiously, "May I ask?" "That's all. That's all for today's table." The soldier shaded his eyes with his hand and glanced at the space behind Wang Lu. "Aren't there still spots available? Go register there." "That's all." Wang Lu's face fell instantly, but upon hearing the soldier's next words, his feet immediately began to move involuntarily. He turned around and ran desperately towards the registration point on the other side. The people queuing behind them were still confused and urged those in front to hurry up. But then the soldiers' voices rang out. "That's all. The registration area is full for today. I've been queuing all morning. How come they're all gone? Please get some more." The people clamored and pleaded, but the officials and soldiers did not answer. They simply packed up the tables, chairs, and documents and left. Before leaving, he said, "If you want to sign up, go to the back and do it. Don't linger here." After saying that, he left with his men. The crowd cursed loudly and then turned and ran in another direction. Wang Lu had already run far ahead of the leader. The more people there are, and the easier it is to attract more people. The area at the back is inconspicuous, yet there are far fewer people queuing there. He rushed over now, and there were only about 5 people ahead of him who had signed up, so his chances of successfully registering were very high. Finally, covered in sweat and panting, Wang Lu reached the back of the line. After a period of anxious waiting, I finally got to sit down at the table. The officer smiled at him and said, "No need to rush, I have plenty of slots. But it's not for quarrying, it's for logging." "Logging? Not quarrying rocks, then will I still get paid?" Wang Lu asked nervously. "Of course, the money is the same, and cutting down trees to build a house is much less troublesome than chiseling stones. At least your hands won't hurt as much." The soldier said, slowly picking up a page of notice in front of him and presenting it to Wang Lu. "Can you read?" "Never mind. Judging from your appearance, you can't read either. According to the rules, I have to read it to you first. The basic treatment for joining the logging team is the same as that for the mountain clearing team. In addition, the entire logging team is divided into 15 teams. Everyone must carry a number tag for easy management. Every month, the logging team will hold individual evaluations, group evaluations, and brigade evaluations." "What does this mean?" Wang Lu asked, sticking his head out. Individual evaluation, as the name suggests, is based on the individual. There will be someone to record how much work you do, and the top 10 who do the most work will be rewarded. The first place will be rewarded with 50 taels of silver, the second place with 40 taels, and so on for the group. The first place group will be rewarded with 10 taels for each member, and so on. The brigade is amazing. If you can get first place in the brigade, everyone in the brigade will receive an extra 10 taels of silver, plus a quota for relocating to the royal city. To receive the above bonuses, you need to meet a minimum standard, but the standard is not very high, and you can achieve it with just a little effort. Wang Lu's saliva flowed freely, his soul seemingly wandering to another world. Is this still the imperial court? Unbelievable, utterly absurd. There are also special awards, the officer said calmly. The imperial court encourages innovation. Anyone who finds a new method to improve work efficiency will be rewarded with 100 taels of silver after verification. If it's a particularly significant invention, a large mansion will be awarded directly. "Oh my God," Wang Lume exclaimed, unable to contain her smile. "Really, big brother, am I dreaming? The best is yet to come. The imperial court has shown mercy. This is a once-in-a-century opportunity, and you've really struck gold." The soldier picked up a pen to record names. "If you have any family members, hurry up and bring them along. Any male over 13 can register. Give me their names and addresses." Wang Lu wiped the drool from his mouth and hurriedly said, "Wang Lu, I live at..." "Not bad." After the officer finished recording, he picked up the pawn on the table and handed it to Wang Lu, then took out a bag of money and grain from behind his back. Weighing the money and grain in his hand and glancing at it again, Wang Lu suddenly felt dizzy and disoriented, as if in a dream. "All right, hang your tag on your hand and don't lose it." The soldier pointed to the empty alley beside him. "Go inside and line up to get farm tools. Wait for someone to take you up the mountain. Each team has a designated area, and you are not allowed to work outside your designated area." "Yes." Wang Liuyi walked into the empty alley with his chest out, his heart filled with dreams and his eyes shining with light. The good days are finally coming. Chapter 176, 100-Day Countdown. 100 days until the end of the world in the backyard of the governor's mansion. Su Jin screamed and flew backward, his blood streaking through the air. Finally, it crashed heavily onto the artificial hill and fell into the pond. Blood gushed from a wound several tens of centimeters long on his chest, staining the entire pond. Du Wenyan, who was watching from the sidelines, couldn't bear it and immediately got up and jumped into the pond to pick up Su Jin from the water. He placed it on a large table that had been set up in the courtyard, and then took out a towel to wipe the blood off his body. Seeing Su Jin's unconscious state, Du Wenyan looked up at Shurqing and said angrily, "Was it necessary to use such a heavy hand?" Shih shrugged helplessly. He asked for it himself, and I didn't want it to be like this either, but this isn't the first time you've seen this. Although the injury is serious, he won't die. Anyway, he can fight again tomorrow after he gets some sun. Du Wenyin suppressed his anger and continued to wipe Su Jin's body. At this moment, Su Jin's entire body was covered with scars of all sizes. The torso bears countless gunshot and sword wounds in prominent locations. Moreover, these scars all accumulated in just 1 month. Every day is a fight to the death, truly a fight to the death. They will not stop until they are seriously injured and exhausted. After briefly checking Su Jin's pulse, I applied the medicine. Finally, he walked over to Shih, who was sitting in the courtyard smoking and resting, and said dejectedly, he didn't know much about martial arts or magic before. How could you let him risk his life like this? Why don't you try to persuade him? What can he possibly learn in less than half a year? I'm afraid that one day you might lose control, and Du Wenyin sighed heavily, unable to continue. Shih exhaled a puff of smoke, leaned back in his chair, and murmured, that's what I thought at first too, but this kid really has divine blessings. He's different from ordinary people. When he sparred with me, he was only at the upper middle level of the 3-stripe level. After a month of intense fighting, he has steadily surpassed the 4-stripe level. Such a speed of progress is unprecedented and can only be explained by the blessing of immortals. If he continues at this pace, he will be able to advance to the 5-stripe level in less than 100 days, and he will be proficient in both martial arts and Taoist arts. If it were just a matter of rapid strength improvement, that wouldn't be a problem. After all, he benefited from the blessings of the immortals. But this kid is really something else. He can still persevere despite all this. I definitely couldn't stand it. Practice is fine, but there's no need to get seriously injured every time, Du Wenyin said worriedly. Nobody wants to suffer, and this kid isn't stupid. He has his reasons for working so hard. Shih raised an eyebrow and said, maybe only by pushing himself to the limit can he improve the fastest. Don't worry, he's not as strong as me, but his unorthodox methods are too ruthless, and he's reckless. In another 2 months, I don't think I can beat him either. You've had it tough too. Shih's tone shifted abruptly, and she patted Du Wenyin's shoulder with a sly laugh. Serving him like a little wife every day. I'm telling you, you've got your eye on him, haven't you? I've heard that you scholars are the most promiscuous. You don't even spare men. You look so delicate and fair-skinned. You don't seem like a man at all. Tell me, so I can see for myself. Shih, Du Wenyin said with a stern face. If you continue to speak like that, don't blame me for being impolite. Hey, young people, you really don't know how to joke. Shih smiled and turned his face away. We're all in the same boat now, practically family. Can't you take a joke like this? You can't joke about just anything. Whoever says I don't like women, I'll live in a brothel. I know, you don't need to emphasize that. Oh, he's awake. Du Wenyin immediately got up and ran over to check, while Shih pursed his lips and spat out his cigarette, but Xiaodu had no idea either. Could a celestial messenger, blessed by the immortals, really be a troublemaker and play along with you? Such love is truly seven-faced. It gives an old man like me goosebumps. Su Jin woke up, his whole body aching. Especially in the chest area, the huge wound causes excruciating pain with the slightest movement. Well, looking down, Su Jin saw that the wound had stopped bleeding and been treated with medicine. He lay back down, feeling weak. Feeling the warmth emanating from the fire mark on the back of my right hand, I felt a sense of satisfaction. It hurt a bit, but the increase in strength was truly gratifying. This kind of opportunity to have a master sparring partner is rare and must be seized. Physical pain is tolerable, and when combined with increased strength, it is extremely effective in eliminating psychological stress. He feels at ease as long as he is on the road and as long as there is progress. After all, as long as he doesn't die, he will still have to face endless apocalypses in the future, even if such progress may be insignificant to the current situation. The sun was scorching hot in the sky. Su Jin squinted, his abilities already switched to supernatural mode. Both internal strength and vital energy can help people recover from injuries quickly. However, in terms of recovery speed, the ability to recover at noon is the most abnormal, and it can also be done automatically while sleeping. In the evening, switch back to internal energy or vital energy to continue adjusting and recovering. Although the injury had not fully healed by the next day, he was still able to resume training and combat in a general manner, and not a minute was wasted. Brother Wu, how are you? Du Wenyin asked, squatting down by the table to avoid blocking the sunlight. Su Jin turned his head and smiled. I'm fine. Thank you for your help. Is there any other news? No. Everything is normal. Lu Mingxian and the others are still outside. The garrison commanders on Shen Yufeng's side have some complaints, but they can keep them under control. That's good, that's good. Su Jin looked up at the sky, took out a jar of honey, poured it into his mouth, and drank it down in big gulps. That's considered training done for today. Use your time to keep an eye on things in the city, and Yun Lian's abilities also need more practice. Shurqing walked over and asked, how are you feeling today? Have you made progress again? Su Jin smiled without saying a word. Damn, that's insane. If I had your abilities, I could probably reach the 7th level by the age of 20. Shurqing exclaimed with his hands on his hips. How much of my spear and sword techniques do you know? I've noticed you've been imitating me these past few days. Your foundation isn't too bad, and you have a strong will. If you want to learn, I can teach you the whole thing. No need. Let's just practice like this. Wouldn't it be more effective if I could learn your techniques through actual combat? That's true. You're a born warrior, smart and hardworking. The gods really know how to choose people. Yes, that's how you praise someone. After hearing that, my whole body doesn't hurt as much anymore. As the two were chatting, Du Wenyin leaned on the edge of the table and interjected, Brother Wu, what would you like to eat tonight? I'll have someone prepare in advance. Whatever, just make sure you have plenty of fish and lots of oil. I'm starving right now. Okay, I'll go and have them prepare some for you right now. After Du Wenyin finished speaking, he left the courtyard. Seeing this, Shurqing hurriedly approached Su Jin and whispered, Kid, you'd better watch your step. You might end up with a dangerous backside one day. These scholars can be quite perverted. Chapter 177 The Mission of the RV. Sai, can we not speak so crudely? Suhin froned deeply. What is it now? Shadu probably has a crush on you. He's been cooking some really bad dishes lately, and he keeps making you try them. It's definitely something he made himself. I'm too embarrassed to tell him. How come I didn't taste it? Su Jin asked, bewildered. What the hell can you possibly taste? You say everything tastes good. I was so sick of those Indian dumplings I ate on the way here, but you kept shoving them into your mouth and drinking honey like water. Your tongue must be messed up from all that eating. Oh, whatever, Su Jin said impatiently. Don't say things like that in front of Wenyin in the future. It affects team harmony. TSK. I don't care. I'm just giving you a heads up. Let's not talk about that. I feel like I've improved today, but it doesn't seem as much as yesterday. Did you not go all out? Su Jin asked. Shurqing said in surprise, I haven't gone all out yet. If I go any harder, I'll kill you. Although you're not that easy to kill, it's hard to control the degree. You've almost gotten Shao Su, and you can't rely on the blessing of the immortals to kill yourself. Is this a rare opportunity? Do you think I can surpass you before we go to Tianyu Mountain? The possibility is not low, but we must not practice anymore before we set off, and we need to maintain our good condition, Shurqing said. Understand. We'll continue fighting tomorrow. Be more aggressive. 60 days until the end of the world. The massive construction project in Jiuzhou City continues, with people frantically felling every tree that appears before their eyes, like swarms of ants. From a distance, Jiyun Peak appears quite bare, with a massive amount of rubble forming a unique city wall at its foot. Outside the city gate, Lu Mingxian looked like a savage, and Wu Zhihui and Gun Gun beside him were in no better shape. The soldiers guarding the city were extremely tense, because a large group of ferocious beasts of all shapes and sizes behind the three of them were growling. Even the soldiers guarding the city wall trembled with fear at this sight. The rolling beasts turned back and barked incessantly, temporarily suppressing the restlessness of the pack. Upon seeing this, Lu Mingxian quickly took out his pass from his chest and stepped forward to prove it. After the inspection was completed, the guards quickly retreated to both sides. A group of people lead the way. Let's go into the city, Lu Mingxian shouted, leading the group into the city. There are hardly any people on the streets anymore, and even the shop owners who used to run businesses have moved their operations up the mountain. Aside from the elderly and children occasionally strolling on the street, they immediately hide in the shadows when they see the ferocious beast soldier squadron in the distance. The group walked along the empty streets. Before long, Shen Yufeng, along with Su Jin and others, received the news and came to meet them from the other side. Seeing the disheveled Lu Mingxian, Su Jin smiled and opened his arms. Thank you for your hard work, Brother Lu, Zhihui. Woof. Dog bro, you've worked hard too. Seeing Su Jin approaching with his body wrapped in bandages, Lu Mingxian took a step back. No need for pleasantries. What happened to you? How did you get so many injuries? It's from practicing martial arts. It's nothing to worry about. Shen Yufeng surveyed the ferocious beast group, coughed lightly, and said, "These ferocious animal friends have had a hard time getting here. Yesterday, I received news from your soldiers who returned with the group, and I've already ordered people to prepare food. Take them to eat something first, so they won't hurt anyone." Lu Mingxian was about to lead the team forward when he seemed to remember someone beside him. He leaned close to Shen Yufeng and whispered, "Shen Yufeng, I forgot to tell you something before. I already have 5 tattoos." "Huh? Congratulations." Shen Yufeng cupped his hands in congratulations. Lu Mingxuan's smile vanished instantly, and he led the team forward with a blank expression. Lu Mingxuan's beast-catching team was most active in the nearby mountainous area. Moreover, with the assistance of soldiers, the news was relayed in a timely manner. A clearing had already been prepared in the city for the ferocious beasts that had been brought back to rest. Before long, the beast horde had been settled in a row of simple wooden huts and began to feast. Su Jin and the others stood in the center of the field, asking questions. "Brother Lu, please report the situation." Lu Mingxian nodded and pulled out a crumpled rag from behind his waist, on which was recorded an action log. "We brought a total of 25 ferocious beasts this time, only 5 of which can fly. In fact, we have recruited far more ferocious beasts than this. Some of them have already understood our messages, but they can't control themselves and always want to hurt people, so we let them go." Lu Mingxian lowered his head, looking at the documents, and continued, "The group that came back with us now are the most intelligent, but they don't completely trust us. I suggest we show them the images in that immortal artifact. After they've seen the general outline, they'll completely trust us. Yes, thank you for your hard work on this trip." Su Jin looked pleased, but then changed the subject. "The quantity is not enough. We will need your help again later, especially with the flying beasts. We will need them a lot, not only to climb Tianya Mountain, but also in the future." "That's right, but Zhihui and I have other plans," Lu Mingxian said. "These ferocious beasts are not much less intelligent than humans. Once you prove to them that the apocalypse will occur, we'll ask them for help." "All right, you understand the temperament of the ferocious beast better. As long as it's under control, we'll follow your plan," Su Jin said, taking the puppy from Wu Zhihui's arms and picking weeds from its fur. "Brother dog, you've really worked hard. I'll have to erect a monument for you in the future. Eat as many cans of food as you want these next 2 days." Rolling whimpered a few times, then lay still in Su Jin's arms. Lu Mingxian sighed. It's exhausted. Its voice is hoarse from shouting. Not all ferocious beasts can be communicated with. We almost encountered danger several times. It was Tianyu Temple's lack of foresight that allowed such a divine beast as Gun Gun to escape. You'll still have a chance to make amends later. Take good care of it for the rest of its life, Su Jin said, handing Gun Gun back to Wu Zhihui. You all need to rest these few days. We'll go on another mission after that, and by then it will be time for us to head back. I'll take care of these ferocious beasts. After a brief conversation, Lu Mingxian and the others returned to their rooms, exhausted, to wash up and rest. Su Jin released the RV, crawled inside, and began disassembling the television. After spending several dozen days together, Shen Yufeng had already seen the RV and didn't think much of it, but he was still surprised to see Su Jin's actions. The black box on top can actually be removed? There are many things that can be taken apart from here. Anything useful should be taken apart. After removing the TV, Su Jin took out a power bank and connected it, preparing to play a movie. He then stroked the car body with a sense of emotion. We rely on it to attract all the experts in the entire royal city. Its mission is about to end. Chapter 178, The Final Entrustment. There are 30 days left until the apocalypse. Drink! Shi Qing roared, sending dirt flying. With a single step, he shot out like a cannonball, his spear sweeping down with a whooshing sound. Before the spearhead even arrived, the air was already torn apart with a loud bang. Su Jin's eyes blazed, and he gripped the iron knife tightly in his backhand, forcefully slashing upwards. Swords and spears clashed, creating loud explosions and cracking the surrounding fences, sending dust flying everywhere. The immense force pressed down instantly, and Su Jin's instep sank deep into the mud. With his knees slightly bent, Su Jin withstood the direct impact of the attack. His throat tightened, and his blood surged. Again, Su Jin slashed horizontally and then countered with a backhand slash, forcing himself to turn around despite his unstable body. The blade swept across the ground, leaving a cold light that forced Shi to take a half step back. Then, he flipped his spear and slashed down again from above. This shot was far more powerful than the last one. Su Jin instinctively blocked, but his movements were a fraction of a second too slow. Bang! The spearhead struck the back of the blade, shattering it. A bloody gash instantly appeared on Su Jin's shoulder, gushing blood as he was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string. Well, while he was still in the air, blood spurted out in an arc. Then his back slammed heavily against the wall, and he fell to his knees. The violent internal energy raged within his body, causing Su Jin to vomit large amounts of blood and become delirious. At the same time, the fire mark on the back of his hand began to heat up. Shi sheathed his gun and stood still, waiting for Su Jin to recover his breath. After a stick of incense had burned, Su Jin staggered to his feet, leaning against the wall. What? How strong am I now? By my standards, you can be said to have reached the level of 5-stripe. The reason you lost to me so quickly this time is entirely because your sword was too bad. The quality of soldiers' swords is not very good. If I had used your silver sword, I would not have been so aggressive in my attacks. Of course you have problems too. Your fighting style is too aggressive, completely different from when we first met. If you're not doing it on purpose, then don't always try to take other people's moves head on. Su Jin spat out the remaining blood in his mouth and chuckled. Not bad. I won't do it again next time. 10 more matches. In a fair fight, you wouldn't be my match. Shi face remained calm, but he did not refute her. He has seen the progress the other party has made, and this is not just boasting. In just 2 months, he made rapid progress, jumping from 3 stripes to 5 stripes, a speed unprecedented in history. Moreover, he only uses martial arts techniques to fight against himself. He practices his magical abilities alone during his private rest time, and it is unknown to what extent he has mastered them. If he uses both martial arts and Taoist techniques, it's unlikely he can defeat him. Of course, the price paid was also extremely high, with life and death teetering on the brink of death almost every day. He couldn't have done this if he didn't have an extraordinary ability to recover under light. 5 patterns. I've already reached the strength of 5 patterns, but why don't I feel it strongly? Su Jin asked, straightening up. Shi was speechless. If you increase a little bit every day, of course you won't feel the difference over a long period of time. At first, you couldn't even last a single move against me, but now you can fight me to a standstill and might even beat me. What more do you want? Go find a martial artist with 4 stripes now, and you'll be able to tell the difference when you fight him. Su Jin was speechless. Sometimes it's easy to fall into a mental trap, always feeling that after a breakthrough, it will be like a scion going into power, with strength increasing exponentially after crossing the threshold. However, the power system in this world grows linearly, and strength is certified entirely through the Imperial Court's assessment. Even with that explosive power system, he is limited by the influence of the flame mark, so his strength can only increase linearly, focusing on infinitely improving a basic value. How long until that day? Shi asked. 30 days. Su Jin dropped the broken sword and staggered into the room. After that, we don't need to train anymore. We should set off in 2 more days. Shi sadly put away his gun and followed behind Su Jin. Lu Mingxian has subdued more than 100 ferocious beasts, of which more than 30 have the ability to fly. After watching the movie, most of the ferocious beasts were released back into the mountains to spread the news. How effective it will be depends on fate. All the ferocious beasts that could fly were kept in Jiuzhou City for further meticulous training, learning to distribute leaflets throughout the city. 7 large flying beasts were selected for riding. In addition to the RV team, they also planned to bring Shun Yufeng's page, Zhao Yuanliang, back to the capital. He was someone who knew the inside story in advance, so he couldn't be excluded. Moreover, he was needed to go to the Jingwa mansion at the right time to inform the Shun family. Everything is ready now, except for one last important thing, to secure a way out for Jiuzhou City. Yantai, I've called you here today because there's a very important matter I need you to handle, Chen Yufeng said calmly in the study. Since Su Jin couldn't show his face, this was something only he could do. What does the general intend to ask me to do? Yantai's expression flashed with a hint of bitterness. For the past 100 days or so, Jiuzhou City has been in constant chaos, and he really can't understand it. However, Several large mountains loomed overhead, and the city gates were heavily guarded, making them impenetrable. He didn't dare say anything more and could only let the other party act recklessly. He's been idle for a long time, and today he was suddenly called in. He might be assigned some random tasks. I know the criticism against me has never stopped. You still think I'm acting recklessly, don't you? Shen Yufeng said earnestly. I want you to tell me what you really think. Yantai took a deep breath, looked up at him, and said, Yes. I don't understand anything about the city, and I won't accept it. Okay, I completely understand you. That's why I called you here today. I want to be open and honest with you and make things clear. I believe you will accept everything I say and support me. After Shun Yufeng finished speaking, he picked up the remote control and pointed it at the TV. Please watch. We'll explain as we watch. An hour later, sweat dripped continuously from Yentai's chair. He looked as if he had been pulled out of the water. His face was completely bloodless. Her gaze, which had been firmly drawn to the television, finally turned to Shun Yufeng, and she asked tremblingly, Your Highness, is everything you said true? Otherwise, this is only part of the evidence. I cannot show you the rest, Shun Yufeng said calmly. The emperor issued the secret decree precisely because he was afraid that the news would leak out and cause chaos in the world. How long until it happens? Yantai asked in alarm. I don't know, but I do know it will happen in winter. Shen Yufeng sighed. A few days ago, I received another secret letter. All those in charge of the Zhuozhou city fortifications must return to the capital to report on their duties. The time I leave is very likely to trigger a crisis. I can't trust anyone in the city. You're the only one I can trust. In 20 days, you must send all available supplies from the city to Jiyun Peak. I've calculated that this will take 7 or 8 days. After that, order the people to relocate to the mountains. How can that be done? Yantai asked, his face ashen. Unless you tell them the truth directly. We can't tell them the truth. Some people will definitely migrate towards Baifeng City. If these people cause a disturbance, everything will be over. This time, the Demon Spring is different from the past. Only the mountain is safe, Shen Yufeng said in a deep voice. All the people now believe that the Imperial grain and silver transport teams will arrive in Zhuozhou City. You can easily make them stay on the mountain by pretending to welcome the envoy and making up some excuses. If an earthquake occurs, it will be a sign of the eruption of the Demon Spring. After Shen Yufeng finished speaking, he picked up the general seal and handed it to Yantai, his voice trembling slightly. Teacher Yan, I can no longer shoulder this heavy responsibility. The lives of all the soldiers, civilians, and people in the city are in your hands. Are you willing to take it on? Yantai closed his eyes, and 2 streams of tears flowed down his face. His emotions were extremely complicated. He reached out and caught the tears. Holding the imperial seal in his hands, he finally couldn't help but burst into tears. Your Highness, I was wrong. A simple apology melted away all the bitterness of being misunderstood until now, mixed with worries about the future. Shen Yufeng turned his head away, tears streaming down his face. Sorry it's a bit late, guys. I haven't adjusted to my sleep schedule yet these past couple of days. I'll update again as soon as I'm back to normal. Chapter 179 Warmth Before the Decisive Battle. 19 days until the end of the world. In the beast breeding area of Zhuozhou City, there are 7 huge birds and beasts with specially made saddles. These were the mounts that Su Jin and his companions used to travel to the royal city. However, since it was not a breed specifically selected for riding, its load-bearing capacity was not very good. According to calculations, including rest time, it would take about 10 days to reach the capital. It was not much faster than a good horse traveling on the official road, but it had the advantage of being able to travel without any obstacles. Setting off now and waiting near the capital is the most suitable option. Most of the other flying beasts had specially designed boxes on their backs, containing leaflets containing information about the apocalyptic catastrophe. The flying beast can release the leaflets from the box by pulling the rope at its mouth. The leaflets will be dropped in each city it encounters until they are all used up. After some explanation, these flying beasts were all handed over to Yantai for management, to be released at regular intervals. The timing of distributing the leaflets must be strictly controlled. If they're released prematurely and sent back to the capital, it could very well lead to unforeseen consequences. At this moment, in the feeding area, Su Jin stood beside the large bird, his heart pounding. The 7 birds and beasts that remained were all docile mounts carefully selected by Gun Gun, and they had also undergone a period of adjustment. But since it's flying in the sky and the journey is long, there's really nothing that could be done if it fell from the sky. If I had known this would happen, I should have learned skills like skydiving. It seems there are still many shortcomings I need to overcome. After some hesitation, everyone got ready and boarded the flying beasts. With a loud bark, all the birds and beasts flapped their wings and took to the air. The wind howled past my ears, making the buildings below appear even smaller. Everyone on the team gripped the saddle tightly, their faces grim as they stared ahead. Shen Yufeng's long hair was disheveled in the wind as he gazed back at Juzhou City with a deep look until the town disappeared. Unbeknownst to us, we had already flown over 100 miles away, and the flight was smooth. The group's mood eased slightly. Shen Yufeng glanced at Su Jin and said with deep emotion, "You all traveled here in luxury carriages. I imagine it must have been very comfortable staying in a house while traveling. It's such a pity. Actually, I wish I could." "What are you saying? I can't hear you," Su Jin shouted when he saw Shen Yufeng muttering something. "Fina, the end times are drawing ever closer. 8 days, 7 days, 6 days. With only 5 days left, Su Jin finally he saw the royal city again. It was night, but the scattered lights in the city made the royal city stand out even in its primitive environment. The 7 people landed in the mountains and forests. Finding an open space, Su Jin quickly took out food to feed the birds and beasts that were exhausted from their journey. Lu Mingxian let out a long sigh of relief and patted his mount beside him. "Brother Bird, we've reached the finish line. You can relax now and enjoy the good life with us." The large bird lowered its neck and gently nuzzled Lu Mingxuan's cheek twice. Seeing everyone settle down and take their seats, Su Jin walked toward Zhao Yuanliang. "Brother Zhao, we still need to wait a few more days before entering the city. You should go back to the city and wait now." "What? Why would I go back to the city? You're not taking me with you. Tell me what you're planning to do," Zhao Yuanliang said with a bitter face. "I know you and the young master are people who do great things, but let me know a little bit. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease." Shen Yufeng stepped forward, took out a letter from his pocket, and handed it to him, saying, "Yuan Liang, it's not that I don't want to take you with me. What we're about to do is very dangerous, and you can't be of much help without martial arts skills. You have other important responsibilities, but I entrust the safety of the entire Jinghua mansion to you." This, Zhao Yuanliang took the letter and stammered for a moment. "You know the demon spring is about to erupt, but we still have a chance to survive. Our only hope for survival is to go to higher ground. This letter is written in my own hand and bears my seal. Everyone in my dream palace knows this. Once the earthquake occurs, you must immediately go and persuade and lead the entire palace to move to the mountains. The contents of this letter should be enough to convince them. Remember to wait until the earthquake occurs before going there, and never go beforehand. Don't ask any other questions, and take good care of your own safety." "I understand." Zhao Yuanliang took a deep breath and nodded emphatically. He took the package from Shen Yufeng and turned to walk towards the official road. "Wait a moment, I'll give you a ride." Shi Qing, carrying a gun, accompanied Zhao Yuanliang down the mountain. An hour later, Shi Qing returned to find a campfire already set up next to the RV. Several people were cooking canned food hot pot around a fire, with a space deliberately left in the middle. Shi Qing sat down in the empty car, sniffed the aroma of the canned food, and said, "It's so nice. It feels like I'm back in those days of traveling." The group exchanged smiles, understanding each other without a word. But the smile was no longer as carefree as it used to be. Only Shen Yufeng remained unmoved, instead appearing deeply worried. "Brother Su, I understand that you want me to send a message home after the earthquake. But how can you be sure that my family will have enough time to escape after the earthquake? My dream wasn't complete. I had no idea how much time had passed between the earthquake and the eruption of the magic spring." Su Jin used a wooden stick to stir the campfire and said, "Don't worry, they will definitely have enough time to escape, because there were 2 earthquakes, not 1. Do you remember when I told you that there would be an explosion that would attract the attention of experts? This explosion is enough to cause a mini earthquake, which everyone in the royal city will feel." "I see, I understand now." Shen Yufeng nodded thoughtfully. "Now you can tell us how that explosion was accomplished, right?" Shi Qing asked. Su Jin turned around and pointed to the RV. "It can explode, and it's that powerful." "You mean we've been riding around the world in this dangerous thing the whole time?" Lu Mingxian clutched his chest, feeling a wave of fear wash over him. "Yes, but I'm sitting here with you all, aren't I?" Su Jin said with a smile. "Don't worry. Things made by immortals are safe as long as there are special methods to prevent them from exploding." Ching stood up and stroked the RV, murmuring, "I've lived here for so long I never thought. I'd become attached to it. If I could buy it with money, I'd trade all my savings for it." Everyone remained silent, glancing sideways at the RV, each with their own sorrowful thoughts. Yin Lian's eyes reddened slightly, and she secretly wiped away her tears. The panda barked once and waddled into the RV on its four little legs. Soon, it had a dirty, blackened, tattered mat in its mouth and was being dragged out of the RV, wobbling along. Wu Zhihui quickly took the cushion, flattened it, and then hugged Gun Gun and gently stroked it. Seeing this scene, everyone felt even heavier. Inanimate objects are not important, but they carry too many memories and unforgettable experiences. Su Jin smiled wryly and picked up a soup spoon to serve the soup to everyone. Everyone picked up their soup and rice and began taking turns laughing and reminiscing about the past while facing the RV. Shin Yufeng looked left and right, forcing a smile while secretly filled with envy. After the campfire died down, everyone returned to the RV to sleep. Chapter 180 Countdown to the Nuclear Explosion. Only 2 days left until the end of the world. Outside the royal city, in the woods, a crowd gathered around a large pit, all looking down at the RV inside. Su Jin sat in the driver's seat, his hands on the steering wheel, his heart filled with turmoil. The nuclear bomb can be set to time its launch now, and the operation can begin tomorrow. The core destruction radius is 0.7 kilometers, the thermal damage effect is 1.5 kilometers, and the radiation zone is 4 kilometers. The explosion must be cleverly planned to achieve the best results. If you're too far from the town, you may not be able to attract all the experts. If the distance is too close, it will cause too many civilian casualties. In fact, the casualties among ordinary people should have been ignored, since most people would die in the apocalypse. But we are all human, and we should try our best to find the best balance. We are currently at the North Gate. The nuclear explosion will create a natural barrier, preventing people from fleeing towards the North Gate. Other directions are closer to the mountains, making survival easier. The entire royal city is 10 kilometers long and wide. The explosion point was set 1.3 kilometers away from the city wall. Almost all the residents near the city gate were wiped out, and the city wall would definitely be severely affected. However, most people will benefit from this. That's it. Before the end of the world arrives, I will first transform into a natural disaster and reap the lives of some people. Su Jin took several deep breaths, trying to reassure himself. After hesitating for a long time, Su Jin pressed both the optical and silencing buttons at the same time. Drop! All the dashboard indicator lights inside the car lit up simultaneously, and the red lights kept flashing. At the same time, a countdown appeared on the screen. Su Jin swallowed hard, quickly pressed the turn signal lever, and took out his Casio F91W watch to set the time. The countdown begins and keeps increasing. 2 minutes later, Su Jin jumped out of the RV and escaped the pit. Those who had gathered around the pit immediately picked up tools and filled it with soil. In no time, the hole where the RV was buried was filled in, and some dry grass was placed on top for camouflage. Everything was arranged flawlessly. Su Jin said, "It will explode tomorrow, and the entire royal city will feel the earthquake. After we occupy Tianyu Mountain, we will order the flying beasts to distribute leaflets, giving the whole city half a day to escape. The most difficult part is still guarding Tianyu Mountain. The experts outside will definitely escort the emperor back to Tianyu Mountain. Everyone, take your bows and arrows, and make sure to keep those people firmly outside. If the emperor appears, I will take action personally. I'm worried about one thing," Ching said solemnly. "If we don't attract everyone's attention, and there's still a 6-patterned expert guarding Tianyu Mountain, then we'll be in trouble. We can certainly explain, but he will definitely interfere with our efforts to stop the emperor from climbing the mountain. If he fights us to the death, we won't have much of a chance of winning. It's all right, I'm fully prepared. Whether it's a 6 or 7-striped creature, they'll all die in my hands." Su Jin smiled confidently. "Oh," all eyes turned to Su Jin. Lu Mingxin asked in surprise, "You still have a trump card given to you by the immortal that you haven't used?" "I've revealed my trump card. This is a new move I've been practicing." Su Jin looked at Wu Zhihui. "This is a combined technique between Zhihui and me. Together, we're invincible." Wu Zhihui smiled slightly. Du Wenyan's expression instantly turned somewhat ugly, and he shoved Su Jin in the shoulder, asking, "When did you two combine? What kind of combination technique?" We practiced a few days before leaving Jiuzhou City. With her abilities combined with my combat skills, the two of us are invincible. That's right. When Hao Gu and I are together, no one can beat us, Wu Zhihui said confidently. After saying that, the two of them burst into laughter at the same time. Du Wenyan's expression darkened slightly, and he remained silent. What kind of combination technique is it? Tell me about it, Shi Qing asked curiously. There's nothing mysterious about it. It's just fighting and coordinating in the water. After saying that, Su Jin asked Lu Mingxian, there's water on Tianyu Mountain, right? Yes, there's several large ponds. Luring people to fight in the ponds would be a good option, Lu Mingxian said. By the way, I'm going up the mountain tomorrow to poison my fellow disciples. I prepared some fine wine to offer them, but I'm worried they won't drink it or won't drink much. Do you have any suggestions? Su Jin said, we will go up the mountain after the explosion, at which time there will be a strong wind. There will definitely be a smell in the wind. Just spread the false message that there is poison in the wind, prepare a vat of antidote to resist the poisonous wind, and have everyone drink the water mixed with poison. Lu Mingxian slapped his forehead. Hey, this is a great idea. I was thinking of inviting people to drink, but having to decide who drinks first could cause trouble. If you can't manage, I'll go up with you. Lu Mingxian looked Su Jin up and down. Your full beard does make you look different from the wanted poster, but you also need to disguise yourself with clothes. Where am I supposed to get you another set of Tianyu Temple clothes? Su Jin smiled and took out the Heavenly Evolution cloak, draping it over his back. With a light touch, Lu Mingxuan's outer garment instantly transformed into a matching outfit from the Tianyu Temple. Everyone was taken aback. Wow, you even have such a magical artifact. Lu Mingxian reached out and touched Su Jin's sleeve and said in surprise, it only looks different on the outside, but it's still your old clothes inside. Yes, it's just a disguise, not very useful, Su Jin shrugged. The Heavenly Evolution cloak is arguably the most useless item the company provides. Its flaws become apparent upon close contact with people. When I was in Jiuzhou City, I did some research on it for a while when I had nothing else to do. The disguise effect of this clothing is controlled by thought, but to transform it into a specific form of clothing, you need to come into contact with the corresponding clothing. It's useful for escaping or infiltrating, but compared to other companies' gadgets, it's far inferior. We can only wait for the company to upgrade and then observe the effect. Let's go. We'll wait at the foot of Tianyu Mountain tonight. Tomorrow, once the RV explodes and we see someone leaving the mountain, we'll immediately head up. The last day until the end of the world. At the foot of Tianyu Mountain lies a deep forest some distance from the royal city. Su Jin changed into a full set of tactical gear and stared at his watch, his heart pounding. As for Du Wenyan and Lu Mingxian, they might have performed slightly better than him. Nuclear bombs. This is something far too extraordinary for a modern person who is well-educated and influenced by various literary and film works. Even though I'm far from the blast zone, I still feel unsafe no matter where I am. Even if you know the details of the data on paper, you can't help but magnify its effects thousands of times in your mind. With 3 minutes left, Su Jin lowered his hand and said, Gun, gun, warn those flying beasts. We might hear a loud noise and a strong wind soon, so make sure they stay calm. They mustn't panic. No one should look directly in the direction of the explosion to avoid being affected. Good. Su Jin exhaled, glanced at his watch, gritted his teeth, and closed his eyes. Chapter 181 Nuclear Explosion. It counts. Night had fallen, and the disciples on night duty on Tianyu Mountain gazed into the deep distance, exchanging a few words from time to time. The entire royal city slumbered in a tranquil stillness, on the verge of collapse, showing no signs of impending doom. The night was torn apart in the next second. In an instant, the underground outside the North City exploded with a deafening roar. With a deafening roar and a tidal wave of flames, a sphere of light hotter than the sun rose from the ground, trailing flames and high-temperature dust straight up to the sky. The sky seemed to have been lifted up, and a bright orb illuminated the mountains, forests, rooftops, and every brick and tile of the royal city. For a moment, the entire night was as bright as day, and shadows swayed and fled wildly on the ground. Boom! The sound waves swept across the heavens and earth like 1,000 troops. The air trembled, and the earth resounded like a drum. A giant mushroom cloud, like a pillar, rolled out in the intense light, slowly rising from the ground, carrying waves of fire and high-altitude dust pointing straight to the sky. Then, a hurricane arrived. It was as if the air in the entire royal city had been sucked out and then suddenly poured back in. A shock storm capable of splitting rocks swept outwards from the center of the explosion in all directions. Trees snapped and fell in the wind, and a 1,000-meter-high gray cloud instantly rose over the royal city, with countless radioactive dust and sparks swirling and dancing in the wind. Even though they were far away in the forest, Su Jin and the others felt a powerful, oppressive wind that seemed to tear their internal organs apart. The entire forest slumped down, and flocks of birds fled. The birds and beasts were terrified, and Su Jin gripped the reins tightly to calm them down. The people around him were utterly horrified, staring uncontrollably into the distance. It's late at night now, and without modern light pollution, the darkness is even more terrifying, truly pitch black. But with the nuclear explosion, the entire night was forcibly turned into daytime. The moment the RV nuclear bomb exploded, the surrounding area, for tens of kilometers, was illuminated. The scorching heat from the epicenter propelled endless dust upwards, and arcs of electricity within the fog swirled like tornadoes, illuminating the terrifying outline of the mushroom cloud with their embers and flames. A massive mushroom cloud cast its shadow over the royal city, like a leaden cloud pressing down on the ground. The group's teeth chattered as they turned to look at Su Jin. Su Jin looked up at the sky. At this moment, the city was in chaos. The people who were sleeping were awakened by the burst of light and rushed out of their doors. When they looked up at the alley entrance, they saw the fiery cloud hanging in the sky, and a large number of flying bricks and stones were falling like meteors. People screamed, some vomited, some knelt down, and some ran away with their children without even putting on their shoes. Chaos reigned within the Tianyu Temple. The temple's abbot, Lu Qingyun, walked out with his belt fastened, and his expression changed drastically when he saw the scene in the distance. He turned and roared at the people below. "What on earth is going on?" "No, no, no. I don't know." The disciples in the temple trembled and knelt down in unison, crying out, "A natural disaster. This is a natural disaster. Abbot!" Lu Qingyun glanced at the distance again, his scalp tingling, and roared once more. "Disciples with 5 or more runes immediately ride flying beasts to the palace. Disciples with 4 runes use ropes to descend the mountain and go together to protect the emperor. All other disciples gather in the main hall and wait for my return to make arrangements." The disciples of Tianyu Temple spread the news to each other. A dozen minutes later, the flying beasts began to retreat from the mountain. Several thick ropes used for transporting goods hung down from the side of the mountain, facing the royal city, and disciples used tools to descend at high speed from above, rushing towards the nearby horse farm. Su Jin observed this scene from a distance using binoculars. Lu Mingxian, holding binoculars, said, "Everyone with 4 or more tattoos has been mobilized. They must be going to the palace to protect the emperor. We can move out now. Brother Su and I will go and poison the poison. You guys go to the cargo cableway and cut the ropes. Do as you say. Let's get started." At Su Jin's command, everyone rode their flying beasts and flew towards Tianyu Mountain. Upon reaching the top of Tianyu Mountain, the mountain was brightly lit, not only by lanterns, but also by glowing fluorite stones. The level of luxury far exceeded Su Jin's expectations. Lu Mingxian glanced over and pointed in the direction, saying, "That side is the cargo cableway. There shouldn't be anyone guarding it now. Hurry up and go there. Then draw your bows and engage the enemy." Su Jin quickly took out a bow and arrows and distributed them to the group. He also took out 2 large flashlights and handed them to Yun Lian. "Yun Lian, I've already taught you how to use this thing. Once someone flies over, use the spotlight mode to blind them and the beasts. It's only for interference." "Okay, I understand." Yun Lian nodded emphatically and took the flashlight. Shi Qing assembled the spear and said, "Don't waste time. Let's start now. Tianyu Temple must be going to the palace to meet the emperor, and they may come here to take refuge soon." Su Jin responded and took out several stacks of flyers, stuffing them into the mouths of the flying beasts. "Brother Bird, I'm counting on you to fly over to the city and scatter the leaflets." Gun Gun, standing to the side, was busy translating. Several large birds nodded twice and flew towards the royal city, carrying a large number of leaflets in their beaks. Shi Qing had already led his men to cut off the ground passage, leaving only Lu Mingxian and Su Jin. "Brother Su, there aren't that many people at Tianyu Temple. You'll be easily recognized. I'll explain for you. Let's go now." "Wait a minute." Su Jin called out, glancing at the wide pond on one side. He found a secluded spot, dropped off most of the items from his spatial ring, and then quickly ran to the pond. When you put your hand into the water ripples rapidly, and the surface of the pond drops visibly. Lu Mingxian rushed to the side and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. I understand now. No wonder you said you were invincible when working with Wu Zhihui. So you can carry water around at will. Let the people release the water and fight him in the water. Now you're truly invincible. Just a minor trick. Su Jin turned around and smiled. Let's go. The two rushed to the main hall, where a large number of disciples were gathered, all at a loss. One of them was standing above to maintain order. When Lu Mingxian appeared, it immediately caused a stir. Senior brother is back. Su Jin was completely ignored. Lu Mingxian raised his hands and said, Brothers, don't say anything. Listen to me. I just got back. I ran into Master outside. The explosion outside is related to the demon spring, and the wind blowing is highly poisonous. I have brought back the antidote. You should quickly go and get the water vat. Drink the antidote first to prevent the poison from taking effect. Senior brother. One of the disciples stepped forward from the crowd, excitedly approaching Lu Mingxian. Senior brother, weren't you going to catch the rebels? Why are you only arriving now? Junior brother. Lu Mingxian patted his shoulder heavily and said in a deep voice, Don't say anything. The situation is urgent. Go and get the bowl. Everyone drink the antidote together, and I'll explain to you later. Good. 2 minutes later, the water vat and bowl were brought over. Lu Mingxian looked up and asked, Is everyone here? Are the disciples guarding the prison also here? They're all here. They're all here, a disciple shouted. Senior brother, the abbot and all the other worshippers have left. Now you're the most important person. Lu Mingxian glanced back at Su Jin and took out a bottle of super concentrated, potent stun poison specially made for wild beasts from Jiuzhou City. He poured it into the water tank in front of everyone and then rinsed the bottle in the water to mix it well. Everyone, take your bowls, fill them with water, and stand in 2 rows in front of our senior brother. Drink together. Don't leave anyone out. We can't be careless about this poisonous wind, or it might affect our fertility. Suhindroth. An unpleasant odor had already appeared in the air. Upon hearing how vicious the poisonous wind was, the disciples rushed forward to fetch bowls of water. Finally, all the disciples lined up in 2 rows, holding bowls of poisoned water, and turned to look at Lu Mingxian. Lu Mingxian took the ordinary bowl of water that Su Jin handed him, took a deep breath, and shouted, Drink it all. Not a drop left. Drink it all. The fellow disciples shouted in unison, and together they drank the poison. 2 minutes later, all the disciples lay sprawled out in the main hall. Chapter 182, The Extinction of a Royal Family. Hurry, let's go, and provide assistance to the outside world as soon as possible. Unconcerned about the mess on the ground, Su Jin turned and ran out of the hall after his plan was completed, with Lu Mingxian following closely behind. Short time had passed, and Shiqing and the others were still hiding in the shadows, holding bows and waiting for the enemy to arrive. Su Jin took out a bow and arrow and tossed it to Lu Mingxian, then took out a bow and arrow himself, ready to shoot. Mount Tianyu is suspended in the air on all sides, and with the blessing of flying beasts, one should be able to climb it from any point. However, this is the only flat area, and according to Lu Mingxuan's previous account, all flying beasts landed from the platform area. There is an information gap. The other party is unaware that you are lying in ambush here. The domesticated flying mounts are enormous and lack any sense of defense against attacks. Furthermore, with the rampant spread of the demon spring and the elimination of wars between nations, these flying mounts no longer had the concept of wearing special armor. Therefore, the chances of successful ambush are not low. Once you catch the first wave, the rest should be safe. Seeing that Su Jin had arrived, everyone knew that the situation inside had been resolved, and they felt much more at ease. Du Wenyan then confirmed, Brother Wu, is everything inside finished? They're all down. Now we can focus on the enemy. Were the disciples guarding the calamity also taken down? Yes. Du Wenyan's eyes lit up. Brother Wu, I don't think things are quite stable yet, and Yunlian and Gungun are likely to be a hindrance here. How about I go to the prison and select a few capable people to help us fight the enemy? Great idea. Su Jin couldn't help but praise, then added, but those people are definitely not in good condition, and it's hard to tell friend from foe. Are you confident? Yes, it will work, Wu Zhihui said. There must be some useful people inside. Brother Du's method is definitely feasible. Lu Mingxian said, let her do it. It's difficult for just a few of us to stop everyone. They cut off the cargo cableway just now, but there's a spare one on the mountain. If someone lowers the spare cableway, we'll be in trouble. We need some people to guard the cargo cableway. The place where Su Zai is imprisoned is about 100 feet behind the main hall. There's a room outside with a sign, so it is easy to recognize. Just follow the passage down. Seeing that everyone agreed, Su Ji nodded and looked at Du Wenyin. Then you go, but be very careful. The key to the prison cell might be on the disciple in the main hall, so find it as soon as possible. No need for a key. Du Wenyin pulled out the dagger he had used during his first prison break and smiled at Su Jin. I'm off. Take care of yourselves. Yin Lian, give the flashlight to your master. He can use it. Don't call me grandpa anymore. I'm waiting for the immortal to turn me back to my youth. Shi Qing muttered under his breath as he took the flashlight. Du Wenyin didn't answer, but picked up Gun and ran with Yun Lian towards the prison cell. Women, children, and dogs were evacuated from the scene. Shi Qing said in a low voice, I think it won't be long before they come up. Those who return are all experts from the Tianyu Temple, and their Xianqi shield defense is very strong. Based on the worst-case scenario, we only have one chance to ambush. You've been practicing archery for quite some time now, so you must make the most of it. We must wait until they get close, and we are confident that we can shoot successfully before we make a move. If we fail the first time, it will be troublesome to try again. Understood. Lu Mingxian replied softly, his hand unconsciously tightening its grip on the bow. Su Jin noticed something amiss and put his hand on his shoulder. Brother, I know it's hard for you to make a move, but at this point we're carrying the weight of not just one person's life, but the lives of countless others. Pick the ones you can easily take down, and leave the rest to me. I know. I only care about my master. Lu Mingxian lowered his head deeply, struggling with his words, then looked up dejectedly and said, You don't need to worry about me anymore. Just follow the plan. Su Jin nodded, then removed the disguise of the heavenly evolution cloak and changed back into his black tactical uniform. At night, tactical clothing provides significantly better camouflage. The light in the mushroom cloud began to dim, and darkness swept back in. Tianyu Mountain was brightly lit, like a moon hanging in the sky. Su Jin and the others hid behind the rocks, holding their breath. In the pitch-black night sky, strange noises gradually arose, the sound of huge wings flapping from birds and beasts. With the strength of Su Jin, Shi Qing, and the others, such a faint sound could not escape their ears. The group quickly passed on a signal in private, and everyone drew their bows to their fullest extent. The sound grew clearer, and in the darkness, the outlines of more than a dozen giant birds finally became visible under the light of Tianyu Mountain. Su Jin picked up the binoculars to take a look, and the pressure in his heart lessened considerably. The emperor, as expected, arrived at Tianyu Mountain, riding the very same wind demon Qilin that Shun Yufeng had used before. Moreover, he was escorted by 2 skilled bodyguards whose identities were unknown. As for the dozen or so people behind them, judging from their attire, they were neither members of the Xuanjiao army nor the Tianyu Temple. They were dressed in robes similar to those of emperors, making them seem more like princes or princesses. Some of them were even holding infants. This conjecture is reasonable. It's quite normal for an emperor to prioritize bringing out his own bloodline. If they were to make a move and the princes and princesses were to fall from the sky, it would truly be a fight to the death. The remaining flying beasts should stay outside to accompany the experts in investigating the explosion and will not return for a short time. With 14 flying beasts at present, Shi Qing and I are confident that we can quickly fire 4 to 5 arrows, and Shun Yufeng and Lu Mingxian can definitely hit us with 2 arrows at the very least. We can handle it. The Royal Flying Guard is getting closer, 60 meters, 50 meters, 40 meters. This distance represents an excellent balance between safety, power, and accuracy. Su Jin poked his head out, drew his bow fully, and unleashed a fierce attack. The arrowhead aimed directly at the wind demon Qilin beneath the emperor's throne. 1 arrow was fired, and the other 2 arrows were fired almost one after the other towards the prince behind him. All 3 arrows hit their mark. Thud! The entire arrow, along with its fletching, sank deep into the nostril of the wind demon Qilin. The second arrow, the third arrow, hit the mount of a princess and a prince in succession. The princes and princesses fell from the sky with screams. At the same moment, Shi Qing and the others also poked their heads out. Two of them met the Duke and his biological father, and the other met the Master and the Emperor. No one attacked the three at the front. Instead, they tacitly fired at the princes and grandsons. Only Wu Zhihui fired fiercely at the heavenly mandate temple master. They heard the whooshing of arrows whizzing past their ears, and screams filled the air. Furthermore, the wind demon Qilin was severely injured, clearly indicating that the attack was launched by Tianyu Mountain. The emperor suddenly stumbled in the sky, his ruthless gaze fixed directly on the abbot of Tianyu Temple. What on earth is going on with Lu Qingyun? Lu Qingyun's mind went blank for a moment. Then he roared and raised his Xianqi shield. Your Majesty, I was unaware of this. Be careful. Duke Qinyuan parried with his sword as a shield, and when he looked back, his mind went blank. The place is deserted. Has His Majesty died without an heir? The next moment, the Emperor and Lu Qingyun clearly realized the problem and turned around to look behind them. It's all empty. All the children and grandchildren are gone. Chapter 183, King Meets King. My son. The Emperor was momentarily stunned, then suddenly clutched his head and roared, spitting out a mouthful of blood that turned into mist in the air. Lu Qingyun's mind was in complete turmoil. Over 100 feet, it shouldn't be. He probably won't die from the fall, right? Your Majesty, I know nothing. Traitors took advantage of the situation, and that explosion just now must have been premeditated. We've fallen into a trap. Lu Qingyun roared in grief and indignation. Let's climb a mountain first. The Emperor said through gritted teeth, his eyes filled with tears and resentment. The hidden arrows continued to ambush the three of them. Normally, neither Xinyuan nor Lu Qingyun could easily block such attacks. However, he is not in control of his own destiny, and now his actions are entirely controlled by the flying beast he rides. The protective area of the Xuanqi shield is limited. It can cover people, but it cannot cover the wings of flying beasts. In just a short while, the wings of the flying beasts ridden by Lu, Qingyun, and Xinyuan had been pierced with several holes, and under their strong control, their flight posture trembled more and more violently. The wind demon Qilin wasn't much better off, even though its scales were incredibly tough. But an arrow pierced his nostril, and he began to fly aimlessly in the sky, screaming in agony. The Emperor desperately tried to appease and suppress the situation, which eventually allowed the plane to move forward in a spiral pattern. 25 meters, 20 meters, 15 meters. Seeing that the three were in such a predicament, Su Jin focused his fire on the Emperor alone. Lu Mingxian pulled Wu Zhihui along and fired wildly at Xinyuan. With immense sorrow on their faces, Shi Qing and Shen Yufeng launched a fierce attack on Lu Qingyun. Both sides were filled with intense pain and helplessness. Fortunately, the next second, Su Jin's roar made Lu Mingxian, Shi Qing, and Shen Yufeng breathe a sigh of relief at the same time. We can't stop them. Quickly, come back to the main hall with me. Lu Qingyun had already begun to release his Xian Guang technique to confuse their vision, making it impossible for them to aim and fire. That emperor was no ordinary person. He must have some martial arts skills, which allowed him to block many arrows. Moreover, Shi Qing, Lu Mingxian, and Shen Yufeng might have run into acquaintances. Their teamwork was bound to be terrible. But that's not the most important thing. According to his estimate, these three people should be able to jump directly from a distance to this point. The reason he didn't jump earlier was probably because he was caught off guard by the arrows all around and couldn't make a decision because he couldn't assess the situation. The flying beast is in extremely poor condition and can barely maintain its form. It is now at a point where jumping is absolutely necessary. As Su Jin had predicted, the three of them simultaneously stepped on the screaming flying beasts and leaped up, landing directly on Tianyu Mountain. Su Jin and the others had already dropped their bows and arrows and ran towards the entrance of the main hall. Lu Mingxian said anxiously from the side, "What's the use of going inside? If someone comes in while the outside is empty, we'll be in trouble. My master and the Duke are both six-patterned experts. Reinforcements won't be arriving anytime soon, and when Yin is smart, he'll send men to guard the place. The cramped space inside is more advantageous for our operations." Su Jin burst into the hall, shaving rapidly with a razor as he spoke. "Once we take down the Emperor, we're completely in control. Do you even know the Emperor's strength? The royal families of all dynasties have always had military strength, and their overall strength is very high. I estimate that the Emperor is no stronger than you at around the 4th level." Shi Qing said, picking up his gun and turning to face the door. ready to fight. You three hold them off while I take the emperor hostage. With that, Su Jin leaped into the group of unconscious Tianyu Temple disciples, simultaneously activating his heavenly evolution cloak to become invisible. The emperor and his two companions did not dare to rush in immediately, as they still had some time. Su Jin glanced at the disciples in front of him, instinctively choosing the ugliest one and punching him in the chest. Puff! The disciple who was hit suffered a collapsed sternum and coughed up blood while unconscious. Su Jin scooped up a handful of blood, put half in his mouth, and smeared the rest haphazardly on his face and body before pretending to be unconscious. That's really despicable. Act well and don't give yourself away. We're counting on you. Shurqing couldn't help but complain. The three people outside the door ran quickly toward the main hall. As the emperor approached the main hall entrance, he reached out to push open the tightly closed door, but Shen Yuan suddenly stopped him, saying, "Your Majesty, there are traitors secretly setting a trap to frame you. There may be an ambush inside. I will go in first to scout ahead. Even if they rebel, how many people can they possibly ambush on Tianyu Mountain? Those traitors must die. Now, immediately, I will have them torn to pieces to appease my son." The emperor's voice was terrifyingly cold. Seeing that Shen Yuan was about to enter the main hall, Lu Qingyun gritted his teeth and stepped forward, saying, "Don't go, I'll go. This disaster happened on Tianyu Mountain after all. I'll take the risk." "How can I still trust you?" Shen Yuan said coldly. "You know the main hall. There's nowhere to hide people inside," Lu Qingyun said angrily. "I knew nothing about this matter. If there really is an ambush inside, I'm willing to die in His Majesty's place. Don't waste any more time. If we're any later, they might escape through the windows or the back door." After saying that, he ignored Shen Yuan's reaction and pushed open the door. The gate slowly opened, revealing the horrific scene of disciples lying dead throughout the hall, displayed before the three. Lu Qingyun's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes quickly turned red. Besides the disciples scattered all over the ground, there were also several very familiar people standing in the hall, armed with weapons. Shurqing, Shen Yufeng, Ming Xian, Lu Qingyun and the other two had their pupils dilate simultaneously, almost unable to believe their eyes. But at that moment, a leaflet flew in from the side of the sky. Shen Yuan grabbed it casually, looked down at it, and then handed it to the emperor. "Father, there's no one else here. Come in," Shen Yufeng said in a trembling voice. Faced with Shen Yuan's piercing gaze, he didn't even dare to make eye contact. Why are you here?" Shen Yuan and Lu Qingyun asked almost simultaneously as they stepped into the main hall. The emperor read the leaflet, crushed it into a ball, and followed behind the two men. "Father," Shen Yufeng said in grief. "Don't call me father. I don't have a son like you," Shen Yuan roared, turning to look at Shurqing. "Shurqing, why are you here too? What's the reason for all this? Who conspired with you to rebel?" "Duke, no one is allied with me, and I am not rebelling," Shurqing said in a low voice. "I am a savior. You know better than anyone the crown prince's dream. It's not nonsense. We have plenty of evidence. Tonight will be the end of the world. I am doing this to save the lives of everyone." "You're talking nonsense." Lu Qingyun was in a state of utter confusion, pointing a trembling finger at Shurqing. "You killed all my disciples, and you think I believe such a ridiculous reason? They're not dead. They've just been drugged," Lu Mingxian said with shame. "How dare you speak? Why? Why did you get involved with these people? Weren't you supposed to be arresting traitors?" Lu Qingyun's eyes were bloodshot. "What? Now you're a traitor yourself. I really misjudged you, taking in such an ingrate." Shen Yuan's fingers, gripping the sword, turned white. His sharp gaze suddenly fell on Wu Zhihui, and his face gradually revealed boundless hatred. "I understand now, Suzai. You've been bewitched by Suzai? I should have been prepared. Your dream was the beginning of Suzai's bewitching. I never expected it would be for today." The emperor's gaze fell upon Wu Zhihui, his murderous intent evident. No matter who they are, these people must die today. He considered that no one in the court could possibly rebel, so now there was only one explanation left. That woman was a calamity, and everything was a scheme orchestrated by the calamity. Chapter 184: The Ultimate Emperor, Dual Paths, and 7 Patterns. The emperor's gaze swept across the entire hall. Aside from the pillars offering almost no cover, even if one were to hide, it wouldn't be able to conceal many people. With 2 6-pattern experts in front, it shouldn't be a problem. Even if the enemy has ambushes and backup plans, their numbers are destined to be small due to the environment of Tianyu Mountain. The reinforcements will arrive to report after they have scouted the situation outside. Thinking of this, the emperor's face darkened, and he waved his hand to close the two large doors behind him. Your Majesty, Your Majesty? Not far away, Su Jin raised his head and crawled with difficulty toward the emperor, his voice unsteady. Danger, danger, calamity, rebellion. As expected, it's Su Zai rebelling. The emperor ignored Su Jin, took a step forward, and glared fiercely at the group, his hatred for Shen Yufeng particularly evident. Shen Yufeng, back then your father strongly recommended you to serve in Jiuzhou City. I was worried that you would be uncomfortable on the long journey. So, I even lent you the wind demon Qilin. Is this how you repay me? The curse of the calamity, a mere curse. If you weren't so unstable, how could you have been bewitched? Your Majesty, it's not like that at all, Shen Yufeng said bitterly. The end times are coming, I must. I don't want to hear your nonsense. The emperor coldly uttered these words, then addressed the two men before him. What are you two planning to do? Your Majesty, I will make my son pay for his mistakes, Shen Yuan said with tears in his eyes, heartbroken. To execute traitors is a matter of course, and I will settle their score. Lu Qingyun gazed at Lu Mingxian, slowly raising his hand. Father, Shen Yufeng almost lost his balance. Don't you believe me at all? Why should I believe you? Because of your stupidity, my Shen family has been disgraced. My Shen family has become a national disgrace. Shen Yuan raised his sword and pointed it at Shi Qing. It's one thing that he's young and easily misled, but you make me even more ashamed. After a series of dark, wriggling crawls, Su Jin finally reached the emperor's back. He seemed to struggle to his feet, gripping his gun tightly, coughing as he said, Your Majesty, please step behind me. It's dangerous. The emperor glanced back, then turned and coldly asked, Your loyalty is commendable. What is your name? Wei Zhongxian. Well done, Zhongxian. I'll remember this. You don't need to, The silver spear transformed into a blade, and with a soft thud, pierced through the heart. Half of the blade pierced through the emperor's heart and protruded from his body. Seeing that his plan had succeeded, Su Jin quickened his pace and prepared to continue to exert force to hold the emperor hostage. Suddenly, a violent burst of energy erupted from behind the emperor. Su Jin was sent flying like a cannonball, knife and all, with a force that was terrifying. Just as he was about to crash into the heavy door frame, the spatial ring activated. With a splash, Su Jin was surrounded by water, and the force of his entire body was quickly dissipated by the water flow. The next moment, having absorbed the power, the water mass that was about to dissipate was once again drawn into the ring. Su Jin stood there, still shaken, looking at the emperor. He had never seen such a heavy aura before, as if the might of heaven was pressing down on him, and his vital energy was like a blade, causing his lungs and internal organs to tremble. Lu Mingxian is no match for him at all. The emperor turned around abruptly, his chest already stained with blood, and blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. But the cold attitude and oppressive feeling did not diminish in the slightest. Shen Yuan and Lu Qingyun also realized that something was wrong. Looking back, I was horrified. His Majesty, there are even thieves here. I am fine. You all take care of your own affairs. The emperor wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and ripped off his golden robe to reveal the blood-stained soft armor underneath. The soft armor has 7 lines on the left side and 7 lines on the right side as well. They were both skilled in martial arts and magic, and both had reached the 7th level of the martial arts realm. Interesting, both martial arts and magic have 7 runes. Su Jin smiled and adjusted his posture. You're quite vain as an emperor, certifying yourself, aren't you? Upon hearing this, Shi Qing and the others were simultaneously shocked. Even Lu Qingyun and Shen Yuan couldn't help but turn around and take a look. Su Jin keenly caught the look in their eyes. Sure enough, this world is incredibly powerful, and the logic of governance has changed. The emperor is not so fragile, and is even quite strong. However, the emperor's strength was kept very secret. He trained in secret, and even those close to him, such as Shen Yuan and Lu Qingyun, were unaware of it. It's unlikely and unnecessary for him to fake the patterns. He looks to be only in his 40s, and to have progressed to this level can only mean that he has consumed a large amount of blood pills, perhaps even rare ones. He has an incredibly strong foundation, but his practical experience may not be strong. I will make you understand whether it is true or false, the emperor said his voice laced with barely suppressed rage, his chest bleeding. "Before you die, state your name. You've been wanted for half a year. Don't you recognize me?" Su Jin slowly moved to the side, glancing in the direction of Wu Zhihui. Wu Zhihui kept her eyes fixed on Su Jin, and then slowly moved forward as well. Her movement caused everyone in the room to start moving as well. Shi Qing used his gun to block Xin Yufeng and moved in front of Lu Qingyan. Lu Mingxian understood and moved toward the abyss. Shen Yuan and Lu Qingyan did not stop them and watched as the two sides switched positions. Everyone was in a difficult position and didn't rush to make a move at first. Firstly, they didn't know the specific abilities of the Calamity, so they dared not act rashly. The abilities of the Calamity are incredibly varied and cannot be predicted using common sense. Moreover, with the Emperor right behind them, acting rashly could easily lead to a great loss. Both of them are seasoned veterans, and they would never make a move without fully understanding each other's strengths and weaknesses. Another crucial factor is the emotional connection. One couple is father and son/subordinate, the other is master and apprentice, making it difficult to bring oneself to kill them. The current situation aligns with the expectations of both sides. "So it was you." The Emperor's eyes widened. "You were the kidnapper who abducted Suzai and fled from the capital. No wonder they were connected despite being thousands of miles apart. That's not surprising. Your Majesty, this person's origins are mysterious and his methods are unpredictable. Please be extremely careful. I will come to your aid after I have dealt with the people in front of me," Lu Qingyun warned. "You traitors, you are about to die, yet you still refuse to surrender." Shen Yuan roared. "Shen Yufeng, Shi Qing, you few dare to defy the imperial court. Duke, you are strong but senile. We may not be without the strength to fight you." Shi Qing snorted coldly and took the initiative to attack. No one expected Shi Qing to suddenly make a move at this moment, and not with a gun. Under Lu Qingyun's astonished gaze, Shi Qing charged forward, grabbed an unconscious Tianyu Temple disciple, and swung him over Lu Qingyun's head. In the heat of the moment, Lu Qingyun unleashed a wind blade slash without a second thought. With a crash, the unconscious Tianyu Temple disciple was split vertically in two, his intestines spilling out like rain. Shi Qing grabbed the mangled corpse and threw it directly at Lu Qingyun. He crouched down and turned around, then scooped up another unconscious disciple from Tianyu Temple and charged forward again. "Damn it! Stop hitting me like that!" Tears streamed down Lu Mingxuan's face as he retreated, dodging Shen Yuan's attacks. Ignoring everything else, Shi Qing continued his relentless attack on the Tianyu Temple disciples. At the same moment, Su Jin stepped on the wall with his right foot, his eyes flashing with a fierce light, and used the force to suddenly burst towards the Emperor. Chapter 185 Simple Physics. Seeing Su Jin charging forward with incredible ferocity, wielding his sword, the Emperor decisively dodged and retreated. The temporary retreat was not because I thought I was no match for the opponent, but because the opponent's origins were strange. I had already exerted a lot of force to knock him away with my blow from behind, but then I heard a strange sound of water. There were water droplets on the ground beside Su Jin, but he wasn't wet at all. This situation is truly alarming. In addition, given his own injury, he needed to devote some of his strength to suppressing his heart injury, and he must not make a move rashly before he had a sufficient understanding of his opponent. The Emperor's gaze was sharp as a knife as he repeatedly dodged Su Jin's attacks. Although his martial arts and techniques had reached the level of dual 7 pattern, he was well aware of his shortcomings. As an emperor who rules the world, it is already quite difficult to find time to practice martial arts, especially since he relies on elixirs to improve his skills as he lacks practical combat experience. The gap in intelligence can very likely bridge, or even widen, the gap in strength. For a time, the main hall was divided into 3 sides in a chaotic battle, with Wu Zhihui operating on the sidelines. On one side, Shen Yuan is fighting against Lu Mingxian. On the other side, Shi Qingchun is fighting against Lu Qingyun, and on the other side, Su Jin is fighting against the Emperor. Apart from Shi Qing's side, the other 2 sides are in a state of retreat. Although Shen Yuan was old, he was still incredibly powerful, and his sword dance was as swift and impenetrable as the wind. Lu Mingxuan's heart was constantly in his throat as he used the Qin King's movement technique to dodge harassment by constantly circling around the pillar. If it weren't for the rich survival experience gained from living deep in the forest for months, I probably would have been utterly defeated in less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. After holding out for a few more breaths, facing Shen Yuan's torrential onslaught, Lu Mingxian finally couldn't help but cry out for help. Someone help me. He's too strong. You go. I'll deal with him alone. Shi Qing decisively ordered Shen Yufeng. Without hesitation, Shen Yufeng leaped onto his sword to confront Shen Yuan. You unfilial son! How dare you lay a hand on me? Father, I am doing this for the sake of the people. Do you only care about the emperor? Why can't you calm down and listen to me? Shen Yufeng rebuked angrily, joining forces with Lu Mingxian to resist Shen Yuan. Ultimately, it was the bond between father and son that caused Shen Yuan's sword light to slow down slightly. His face was filled with grief as he said, "Even now you're still spouting nonsense. You're beyond saving. We're no longer father and son. Today I will kill you to avenge the shame of my Shun family." Father! Shen Yufeng's scalp tingled, and he roared with wide eyes. I'm not your father. The three then engaged in a chaotic fight. Shi Qing wielded a spear in one hand and lashed out at the disciples of Tianyu Temple with the other, scattering blood, entrails, and dismembered corpses throughout the hall in a gruesome scene. Lu Qingyun was on the verge of collapse, as he personally sent one vibrant disciple after another to their deaths. Shi Qing's strength was clearly inferior to his, but he played dirty, had a wealth of combat experience, and had many weaknesses in his hands. My strength lies in range combat, but with a tank to defend, it's difficult to achieve a quick kill. Having cut down yet another disciple, Lu Qingyun went completely mad. He took a step back, his eyes bloodshot, and stared at Shi Qing. Fine, you block. If all my disciples die, I can just take in more. I'll grind you into mincemeat to accompany them in their deaths. You old bastard, you really have no humanity. Shi Qing roared, throwing away the corpse in his hand and attacking with both guns in his hands. I'll send you down today and let your disciples see your ugly face. The right hand, gripping the gun barrel, concealed a powerful flashlight. As the attack began, flashlights were switched on. Lu Qingyun's vision blurred for a moment, and he activated his Xianqi shield to meet the attack. You despicable scoundrel. You dare to use Xianguang technique in front of me. Ugh. Flashbang gun technique activated. In just over 10 seconds, Su Jin pressed forward relentlessly, switching between gun and knife in a fierce battle. The Emperor's primary strategy remained resistance. He knew perfectly well what the other party was up to. This kind of person probably doubts everything from a young age, and even if they are certain of victory, they still dare not act rashly. He's testing me, testing my bottom line. Revealing some of my cards to him wouldn't be a problem. On the contrary, it would interfere with his judgment. At least he saw that his weapon could transform, so he no longer dared to take the initiative to attack. The blow that pierced his heart had an effect on him that was not as insignificant as it appeared on the surface. Judging from the force of his counterattack, it was much weaker than his first burst of Yuan Qi. Both sides are constantly gathering information about each other. The Emperor retreated and glanced sideways at Wu Zhihui, who had been detached from the battlefield. The sound of water, that strange sound of water, lingered in his mind, inexplicable. Unless it's a calamity of destiny that strikes. This enchantress must have a significant influence outside the battlefield. Thinking of this, the Emperor turned and retreated hastily, abandoning Su Jin and rushing towards Wu Zhihui. Where do you think you're going? Su Jin shouted, charging forward with fear in his eyes. The Emperor had been consciously keeping his distance from him, knowing that if he released the water ball, he wouldn't be able to completely trap him. He only had one chance. Unexpectedly, he was so perceptive that he set his sights on Wu Zhihui. In the blink of an eye, the two pounced on Wu Zhihui from both sides, just as Su Jin was about to use his Qi binding ring to block them. The Emperor in front suddenly turned around and raised his hand to strike. An invisible yet infinitely sharp blade of energy rolled in his palm, slashing straight at Su Jin's face. At that moment, Su Jin felt as if his heart had stopped beating and his pupils had dilated. With a muffled splash, the two were simultaneously engulfed by a massive mass of water. The Emperor's hand fell, and a violent, solid wind blade slashed across Su Jin's chest, shattering the outer bulletproof plate. The force was dissipated by the water. What's this? All the water stored in the spatial ring was released, and the battlefield fell silent. Both sides on the battlefield, whether on land or in the sinking, stopped moving and looked at the enormous water mass that had suddenly appeared in the main hall. However, in an instant, Shun Yuan and Lu Qingyun both understood. That calamity, that calamity woman's ability is to control water masses, but judging from her expression, she has already reached her limit. Don't just stand there. Hold them back and don't let them interfere with Su Jin and Ji Hui. Shi Qing roared, thrusting his spear at Lu Qingyun. The two sides engaged in fierce fighting once again. Suddenly plunged into a large body of water. The emperor's hair stood on end, but he quickly regained his composure. The woman outside, who had been suffering from misfortune, had already exhausted her strength just by controlling the water in the main hall, so it wouldn't be difficult for her to break free of her restraints. Their methods aren't sophisticated. If this is all they have to rely on, then it's time to take action. Thinking of this, the emperor's inner energy surged, preparing to break free of the water encirclement. But at that moment, a strong force suddenly pulled him for a distance. At the same moment, Su Jin, wielding a knife, also charged forward through the water. The emperor's thoughts and actions were all within his expectations. The weight of this mass of water was enough to easily crush the floorboards. He activated a multiplier effect on Wu Zhihui, but it could only maintain the water's domain. It was impossible for him to spare any more power to hold back a master like the emperor. But underwater, the spatial ring possesses boundless power. Water is a whole, yet it can be divided at will. Now that it is in contact with the spatial ring, it means that he can control the expansion and contraction of any area of water within the body. Water is an incompressible fluid. If a portion is removed, it will immediately be squeezed out and filled by the surrounding water. As long as this characteristic is utilized effectively, and with Wu Zhihui's support and adjustments, one can become the king of the water. As the blade pierced down, a slight smile curved the corners of Su Jin's lips. Simple physics. Chapter 186, King of Naval Warfare, Golden Whirlwind. As the blade came stabbing at him, the emperor twisted his body to dodge, his eyes blazing with fury. Such an environment, such bizarre power, everything was beyond reason, making it impossible for him to adapt. Moreover, he also had to suppress the injury to his heart. Before he could think further, Su Jin turned around and attacked again. Inside the main hall, the water cubes surged and churned, with Su Jin submerged within, his sword flashing like a dragon. Wu Zhihui leaned against the wall of the main hall, remotely controlling the water flow, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. Controlling the water is difficult enough, but the force generated by the two of them fighting in it makes it even more challenging for her. But now we can only grit our teeth and persevere. In the water, Su Jin sped forward, his entire body accelerating explosively to attack the emperor. The emperor's pupils contracted sharply. Right before his eyes, that cold glint suddenly snapped and disappeared from his face without warning. Before they could react, the water on the right side seemed to be broken. Su Jin sprang out from there, his figure distorted and reflected in the water, like a dragon surging, the blade aimed straight at his waist and ribs. In his shock and anger, the emperor raised his arm to form a shield of vital energy to block the blade. In an instant, his arm bones went numb, and a strange force of backflow squeezed in from the water pressure on all sides, slowing his movements by half a beat. This kid drew the water around him. He was jolted awake, and in an instant he understood, but there was no time to think about it. Su Jin's movements didn't follow any martial arts rhythm at all. Instead, he kept drawing out the surrounding water blocks, forcibly creating a vacuum before being squeezed out by the water mass. 3 moves in 1 second, 3 directions in 1 move. Water breaks overhead, a surprise attack from below, and a diagonal thrust from behind. It was as if several Su Jins were launching a simultaneous attack from within the entire mass of water, each time appearing at an odd angle with tremendous force, their blades grazing the flesh. The emperor roared inwardly, his energy surged like a pillar, bursting through the water pressure, and he used the force to spin around and unleash a wind blade. Bang! A water jet exploded from the water, shooting straight to the top of the hall, almost cleaving the entire water space in two. The emperor spotted an opening and rushed out, but in an instant all the water was drawn back into the ring, and then instantly reassembled into a single entity that contained him. The energy blade that just sliced through the water almost brought Wu Zhihui to her knees, causing her to collapse. The next second, Su Jin reassembled into a water mass, and Wu Zhihui quickly responded, continuing to maintain the domain. In the water, the emperor's furious expression was mixed with a hint of panic. He had never experienced a battle like this before. His opponent was clearly far weaker than him, but his fighting style was unpredictable and unfathomable. In the blink of an eye, Su Jin launched another attack from below. At this moment, his tactics changed again. He released the water ball stored in his ring, compressing his own displacement. The water ball became his springboard once more. The blade slices through the water, slashing diagonally across the emperor's back. Blood spurted from the emperor's back, and he turned around in pain. But suddenly my mind went into a daze. The space before them distorted, and two Su Jins appeared on the left and right. A splash of blood erupted in the water once more. Su Jin put away the full-length mirror he had removed from the RV and continued his movement and attack. They've already fallen into rhythm. This is no longer a battle. It's spatial manipulation, water manipulation, a domain war. In less than 2 minutes, the once clear water turned a dark red, and the figures of the two people became indistinct. While Shen Yuan and Lu Qingyun were still engaged in fierce battles outside, they were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Shen Yuan, kill that demoness first. Lu Qingyun roared. He was being pestered by Shi Qing, worried about the emperor's safety, and the flashes from the cameras were too blinding. Furthermore, given the great distance from the calamity, it was impossible to reach out and provide assistance. Only the abyss was the most suitable place. Upon hearing his name called, Shen Yuan abandoned Shen Yufeng and Lu Mingxian and turned to kill Wu Zhihui. Father, no! Shen Yufeng cried out as he lunged forward. Lu Mingxian suddenly kicked him in the buttocks from behind, and then used a qi binding ring to reach for Shen Yuan's ankle. He had seen it all along. Shen Yuan was just slacking off. Otherwise, he and Shen Yufeng would have been dead long ago. Despite his harsh words to his own son, the old man couldn't bring himself to kill him. As long as Shen Yufeng could hold off the attack, Wu Zhihui wouldn't die. With 2 smooth, consecutive moves, Shen Yufeng fell in front of Wu Zhihui first. And Shen Yuan's sword pierced down. With a soft thud, a sliver of sword blade pierced Shen Yufeng's shoulder. Without the slightest hesitation, Shen Yufeng gripped the sword blade tightly, tears welling in his eyes as he looked at Shen Yuan. Father, do you really want to kill me? Shen Yuan's pupils trembled, his heart filled with bitterness, and he gritted his teeth, speaking slowly and deliberately. You bastard, get out of my way. I won't allow it. The end of the world is coming, and we'll see soon enough. Can't you give me a little time, father? Hot tears streamed down his face, mingling with the blood in his hands, as Shen Yufeng stubbornly stared at Shen Yuan. What did you do with the time I gave you? If you can't wait, then kill me, cut off my head, and use it to claim credit with the emperor. Shen Yufeng was heartbroken. I'm doing this for my family, and for the sake of the world. After more than 20 years of father-son relationship, is the emperor all you care about? Shen Yuan, what are you doing? Make your move. Hearing the father and son talking again, Lu Qingyun nearly went mad. The emperor, elite veteran Shi Qing immediately let out a piercing scream that echoed throughout the hall. He completely drowned out Lu Qingyun's voice, directly interrupting the opponent's psychological offensive. Just as Lu Mingxian was about to rush to Shen Yufeng's aid, a thought struck him, and he decisively turned and ran towards Lu Qingyun. No, it's not that dangerous for Shen Yufeng. Master, could it be that our master-disciple relationship of over 20 years? Get out. I don't have a disciple like you. Lu Qingyun was furious and struck out with a heavy palm from distance. Puff! Lu Mingxian coughed up a mouthful of blood and flew backward, sliding on the ground for a while before his head hit the steps with a thud and he fell unconscious. You idiot! You son of a bitch! Shi Qing cursed angrily, his body covered in blood as he continued to restrain Lu Qingyun. Looking at Shen Yufeng, who stood firmly in front of her, Wu Zhihui's vision blurred further, and she finally said weakly, I can't go on. The rest is... Before he could finish speaking, he collapsed to the ground, exhausted. With a whoosh, the water sphere enveloping Su Jin and the emperor suddenly dispersed. Like a small flood, it swept the Tianyu Temple disciples who were lying on the ground to the edge of the wall. Su Jin landed, before he could even regain his footing. The emperor, dressed in rags and covered in knife wounds, broke through the mist and rushed towards him. You piece of trash! The emperor's rage had reached its limit. In his nearly 50 years of life, he had never experienced such intense humiliation and shame, coupled with life-or-death crises and the annihilation of his descendants. All of these accumulated to the point that his mind was about to be destroyed. At this moment, there's no point in using clever tricks or tactical plans. The only way to quell the hatred in my heart is to crush this piece of trash in the most violent and primitive way. A powerful punch, accompanied by a strong gust of wind, came crashing down. Su-jin immediately turned his head, but the fist grazed his eyeball and smashed down. His mind went blank, and his right eye immediately bled and went blind. The second heavy punch followed immediately, and Su-jin instinctively raised his fist to meet it. The fists collided, and a series of cracking sounds rang out. Su-jin's 5 fingers twisted and spread apart, and 3 of his fingernails were torn off by the burst of internal energy. The remaining 2 pieces also hung precariously on the meat. The Emperor's furious gaze was mixed with excitement as he unleashed his final punch with his tiger-like eyes wide open. Su Jinyang's severed finger in midair suddenly changed, and the chi binding ring was activated. This subtle change was completely ignored by the Emperor, who neither dodged nor avoided it, even when he sensed the appearance of the chi binding ring. The attack is too weak and poses no threat whatsoever. The next second, the Emperor's punch came to an abrupt halt, and screams echoed throughout the hall. The air binding ring, carrying the shaky fingernail, spun rapidly and pierced deep into the Emperor's left eye. Chapter 187, A Desperate Battle. The stage is set. The Emperor's screams interrupted the melee in the hall for the second time. All eyes in the room immediately focused on that direction. Seeing him retreat, Su-jin, in a hazy state of mind, almost driven by fighting spirit, swung his fist and smashed it into the Emperor's face. Blindness and disfigurement were scenarios the Emperor had never envisioned. Even losing his power would be easier for him to accept than being disfigured. At that moment, he covered his face with one hand, his right cheek revealing his panic. Before the fist even landed, a handful of blood had already obscured the Emperor's vision. Bang! After a muffled bang, the Emperor's head snapped back, blood gushed from his mouth and nose, and he nearly fainted. Su-jin was still using that broken fist. At this moment, his right fist was already a bloody mess, his 5 fingers were broken and twisted, his finger bones were dislocated, and his nail bed was shattered and almost ruined. Yet this severed hand fell like a thunderbolt, carrying the final, desperate force of its dying breath. Snap! The moment the fist struck, the 5 knuckles twisted and bone pierced the flesh. The entire fist was shattered by the recoil, flesh torn apart, and blood and foam splattered everywhere. The ferocity of that punch shocked everyone present. Su-jin followed closely, kicked the Emperor over, and wrapped his arms tightly around him. The two of them rolled and fought like country bumpkins in a pool of blood, tearing at each other endlessly. Sinking abyss. Lu Qingyun roared. Go, and I'll die right here in front of you today. Shen Yufeng gripped the sword blade tightly with both hands, blood flowing freely, and his throat was pressed against the tip of the sword. I will repay your kindness in the next life. Shen Yuan trembled all over, tears streaming down his face. Ah! With a mournful roar, he quickly drew his sword and hurled it fiercely at Su-jin. The 2 tumbling figures had already twisted to the foot of the abbot's steps, and the flying sword pierced straight through Su-jin's collarbone and entered his body. Just as Su-jin stood up, a flying sword attacked. The immense force shattered the collarbone and penetrated straight through the back. The violent internal energy emanated from the sword blade, continuously damaging the muscles and internal organs throughout the body. Su-jin screamed in agony, clinging tightly to the Emperor with both hands, and the 2 of them were carried away to the high platform. Ignoring the blade churning through his flesh and bones, Su-jin still clung to the Emperor, strangling him by the neck before sitting on the abbot's throne. The Emperor struggled more and more weakly, and finally collapsed completely, being suppressed by Su-jin. The fighting has ceased. How could this happen? Shen Yuan murmured, as if he had lost his soul. Lu Qingyun's face turned pale. He looked down and finally realized what was going on. The water is poisonous. Clever. Su-hin laughed bitterly. No one is allowed to move now. If anyone dares to move, I will kill him. I didn't use any potent poison. This bastard is strong enough to take effect now, but don't forget, I stabbed him in the heart. He doesn't have much strength left to maintain his injuries. His injuries? are also very serious, Shen Yuan said in a low voice, his expression complicated. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyin turned around and carefully examined Su Jin. He was blind in one eye. The light in the pupil of the other eye was slightly dilated, and his body trembled slightly. The sword wound on his shoulder was also severe, and Shen Yuan would definitely use his internal energy to increase its power, which meant that his internal injuries were also quite serious. Finally, he poisoned the water. Even if he took the antidote, the dosage was not easy to control, and he was likely still in a state of poisoning. Lu Qingyun and Shen Yuan exchanged a glance, both having made their plans. The emperor was taken hostage, but the hostage-taker was in terrible condition and was constantly losing blood. As long as the right opportunity arises, there is still a chance to turn defeat into victory. Shi Qing's gaze never left the two of them, and when he saw them looking at each other, he realized what the problem was. But we can't go forward now. After thinking for a moment, he glanced in Su Jin's direction, picked up his flashlight, and switched it to spotlight mode. With a snap, the flashlight got stuck in the carved ceiling, and a bright beam of light immediately shone down. "What are you doing?" Lu Qingyun was caught off guard and turned around to yell angrily. Shi Qing shrugged and said, "Let's light the way for them, so we can see clearly before we make our move." Lu Qingyun turned around, feeling slightly relieved that things should only be able to provide light, and there was nothing else strange about it. The beam of light was positioned precisely on the high platform. Su Jin strangled the emperor with one hand, while blood gushed from the other, and the emperor collapsed before him. The two seemed to be nailed to the center of the stage, where the spotlight was focused. Blood trickled down the jade steps beneath their feet, like a crimson carpet laid out at the summit. Somber, silent, tense. The atmosphere was like that of a trial. "Kill me, and none of you will survive. My men will be here soon, you traitors," the emperor said, each word uttered with hatred. "It really hurts," Su Jin said in a trembling voice, blood and tears streaming from his single eye. "Actually, I could have killed you in the water just now. There was no need to make it like this, but I still have friends on the mountain, so I can only trouble you for a while longer." Shi Qing. "Duke, I think I heard some noise outside. It's possible that our two sides have started fighting. You two should go and meet them. If my men die, I'll strangle them right now. Duke, please don't put me in a difficult position." Shen Yuan took a deep breath and looked at Shi Qing, but Shi Qing had already turned around and walked out of the main hall with his spear. Su Jin raised his eyes and watched the two figures leave, and the hall fell silent. Less than 10 minutes later, the two returned, followed by 6 other people. Du Wenyan was alone. His arm was injured, his clothes were stained with blood, and his face was pale. The other 6 were all experts who investigated the situation in the city and were among the first to report back. When the group appeared in the main hall, their expressions immediately became flustered. Du Wenyan rushed into the hall, his arm injured, his clothes stained with blood, and his face pale. When he saw Su Jin on the high platform, he was completely stunned. "Brother Wu." She took 2 quick steps, but was stopped by Shi Qing, who held up his gun. "The situation is not good now. Don't go and cause trouble." "Brother Wu, how are you?" Du Wenyan asked in a trembling voice. It's all right. Don't worry about me, how are you?" Su Jin asked, slightly out of breath. "There's a fight outside. Where are Yunlian and Gun Gun?" "I'm fine, they're both safe. I released a group of people, and now there's a stalemate outside." Du Wenyan fought back tears. The blood continued to flow and spread on the jade steps of the main hall, and Su Jin looked almost on the verge of death. "Very good. We can't lose a single one. We're about to complete our mission. Those who are injured should heal first. There are even greater dangers ahead." "How many of you are there? How long have you been plotting this?" the emperor asked through gritted teeth. "Yeah, you still think we're rebelling?" Su Hin chuckled. "No, we're not rebelling. Just as Shun Yufeng said, the end of the world is coming, and I'm saving you. I have never targeted anyone, and no one here is my enemy, including you. Actually, there's something I have wanted to tell you for a long time." "What?" the emperor asked in a sinister voice. "Your children's deaths were unavoidable. I'm so sorry. Chapter 188 Stalemate. What a joke. Blood spurted from the knife wound in the emperor's chest, his face contorted in pain. "You killed my offspring, and now you have the nerve to say such things to me. I will have you torn to pieces." Lu Qingyun and Shen Yuan also had expressions of uncontrollable rage. Saying something like that the royal family was wiped out, is no different from blatant taunting. Those few who knew Su Jin, well, all wore sorrowful expressions. Others may not understand, but they do. He was speaking from the heart. That's the kind of person he is. He is saving the world despite the misunderstanding and resistance from all over the world, and he has suffered a lot for it. Even today, with injuries and disfigurement, everything is just too difficult. A sense of resentment even arose in Du Wenyin's heart. This world doesn't need someone like Su Jin to risk his life for this. Traitors, now that things have come to this, you have nothing left to hide. Tell us who is behind this, and how long have you been planning this? Lu Qingyun shouted. Shen Yuan's face was ashen, and he glanced back at Shen Yufeng. There is no mastermind behind this, and there is no conspiracy. You don't need to doubt anymore. Suhin smiled bitterly. Duke, you know this better than anyone else. It all started with your son's dream. Are you still trying to fob me off with these kinds of words? Shen Yuan roared in anger. He probably told you that a man appeared in your dream. Aren't you curious about who that man is? You. Shen Yuan's expression changed drastically. You mean you're that man? It is indeed me. Su Jin slowly recounted. I appeared in the royal city to find Shen Yufeng to discuss how to deal with the apocalypse, but fate played a trick on me. As soon as I arrived in the royal city, he rode the wind demon Shilin to Jiuzhou city. I ended up in prison because I was drunk. After escaping, I traveled all the way to Jiuzhou city to find him. Things shouldn't have turned out this way, but I was wanted by the authorities, and the friends I met on the way were also of sensitive status. So I had no choice but to fight against the imperial court. The end is nigh. After an earthquake, the magic spring will erupt from all over the world. It may erupt in the next moment, the next hour, or even at dawn. In any case, it will happen today. Shen Yuan, don't listen to his nonsense. Lu Chongyun said angrily. There are clearly people who have been bewitched by the calamity and are still immersed in their dreams. This is not a dream, Shi Qing said sternly. We have evidence. We have seen immortals and divine artifacts. Shen Yufeng is the chosen one. Only if he lives will the immortals descend to save the world. After Shi Qing finished speaking, he looked at Su Jin. Su Jin turned to him and gave him a wry smile. The TV and power bank are still in the ring, but I don't dare to take them out now because my health is too poor. Not only might things break, but a lapse in movement can create an opportunity for someone to take advantage. Helpless, Shi Qing continued. Duke, we've known each other for decades, and I, Shi Qing, have led troops and fought battles. Do you think any of us have even the slightest intention to rebel? Does this make sense in the way of rebellion? According to you, Shen Yufeng is the emperor. Then what am I in your eyes? The emperor said coldly. Who do you think you are? I'll fuck your mother. Shi Qing pointed at the emperor's nose and cursed. How dare you? The emperor was so angry that his mouth twisted and his eyes squinted. He never expected that the other party would utter such a sentence. What the hell wouldn't I dare to do? I'm gonna rebel. Hey, let me tell you, I fantasize about sleeping with all your concubines every day. Sizzle. Another stream of blood gushed from the emperor's chest. After a bloody battle, with the end of the world approaching, Shi Qing had no more scruples left. What emperor, what son of heaven, none of that matters anymore. He had no way back, and he especially couldn't bear to see Su Jin hurt like this. He knew Su Jin too well. He trained relentlessly for months on end, almost to the point of self-destruction. This is certainly preparation for the apocalypse, but it's also about risking everything to save others. But now these ignorant people who were rescued have beaten him to a pulp, leaving him nearly dead, which is truly infuriating. Shi Qing, how dare you speak to His Majesty like that? Shen Yuan trembled with rage. Shi Qing is a rogue with a strong personality. He is greedy and lecherous, but he is a top-notch commander and a loyal man. I never expected him to turn out like this. It's bad enough that his former subordinate betrayed him, but now he's not just disloyal and unjust. He seems to have distanced himself from people altogether. I'm talking to him like this, so what? Shi Qing was completely unafraid, pointing a finger at the emperor. Let me be frank, this bastard isn't even as qualified to be emperor as Su Jin. Duke, you're really senile. Your son is 1,000,000 times better than you. You like being loyal to the emperor so much? Fine. Shi Qing glared and clapped his hands. I have a perfect solution right now. Make your son the emperor. That way, you can be both loyal and filial. That's right, Shen Yufeng said with a grim face. Seeing the emperor bleeding profusely, he decisively stood up to help him out. I can also be the emperor, and I will be a better emperor than him. Shen Yuan's internal energy surged in reverse. causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and anger. He pointed at Shi Qing, trembling, and said, You've completely gone mad. All right, you too, Su Jin said helplessly. Don't upset our Emperor Emeritus. We still have a long way to go. You. Shun Yuan felt dizzy, and the Emperor's face in front of him had turned completely black. You bunch of trash think you can rebel? Lu Chungyun said coldly. I don't care what your strength is or who's behind you. If you think you can disrupt the order of the royal city and take His Majesty hostage to take advantage of the situation, then you're wrong. Surrender now, release His Majesty, and reveal the mastermind behind it all, and we may spare your lives. Give us a way out? Aren't you ashamed to say that? Suhin Smail Gamli. Now I'm giving you a way out. It's completely irrelevant to what I'm saying to you. I see you won't give up until you're pushed to the limit. Just wait for the earthquake. What exactly does he mean? What yellow river? Is it a calamity? Xin Yuan stepped closer to Lu Qingyun and asked in a low voice. I don't know. No calamity has this name. He might be referring to a river. This is probably a cryptic term. Let me think about it. How ridiculous. I was actually misled by a bunch of fools like you. The Emperor closed his eyes with immense pain in his heart. We'll have the answer to who the idiot is soon, Su Jin said, forcing his eyelids open. The doomsday countdown has reached 0. The company's time is now accurate to the day, but he has no idea which time of day it is. Disaster could erupt at any moment. His injuries were indeed too severe, and now he could only hope that the end of the world would come sooner. Your Majesty, I will not hold you hostage for more than today. Let's make a bet. What bet? If the demon spring erupts in the royal city, it wouldn't be too much for you to apologize to me, would it? The moment these words were spoken, the hall fell silent. Everyone instinctively looked towards the door. The night was pitch black, the wind had stopped, and the lights were still, as if the entire royal city had fallen into some kind of inexplicable stillness. Boom! A deep, resonant sound came from afar, as if something underground had been disturbed. It was dull, heavy, and echoing, one sound after another, continuous and unending. It wasn't thunder, nor did it sound like an explosion. The sound was too deep, too low, as if it came from the depths of the Earth's crust, or like an entire continent slowly shifting. The strange noise was truly shocking. Everyone held their breath in unison. No one spoke. Even their breathing seemed to be drowned out by the rumbling sound. Su Jin smiled slowly, his voice not loud, but clearly audible in the hall. You've arrived. Chapter 189, The Demonic Spring Destroys the World. Earthquake. He said there would be an earthquake before the demon spring erupted. And now an earthquake has actually happened? Lu Chungyun met Shun Yuan's gaze, and a chill ran down his spine. The abnormality became increasingly obvious, and Wu Zhihui, who had fainted on the ground, gradually woke up, covering her head as she got up with Du Wenyin's help. Lu Mingxian, who was below the steps, also twitched his eyelids, slowly reached out and touched his forehead, and said in a hoarse voice, what happened? Get up. Su Jin gritted his teeth and, enduring the pain, grabbed the Emperor by the throat and pulled him up. Everyone, get out now. The earthquake has already happened, and the eruption of the demon spring may not be far off. Surprisingly, no one objected when Su Jin spoke at this moment. Even the Emperor, contrary to his usual behavior, actively cooperated with Su Jin's actions. Su Jin coerced the Emperor to take a step forward, and everyone else followed suit. Reaching the middle of the main hall, Su Jin said, Shi Qing, bring me the flashlight so they can see clearly. After saying that, he glanced at the ground. His own weapon, still in its sword form, lay on the ground. It was too risky to grab the Emperor with his hands. Using the sword was safer. Taking advantage of everyone's inattention, Su Jin subtly adjusted his position and moved next to the knife. With a flick of his foot, he lifted the knife into the air and bit the handle with his teeth. By the time Lu Qingyun reacted, the blade was pressed against the back of the Emperor's neck. You, walk. Su Jin, biting the knife, continued to coerce the Emperor to step forward. After moving around for a long time, the group walked outside the main hall, crossed the square, and arrived at the edge of Tianyu Mountain. The sky was pitch black, with no stars in sight. However, the royal city below was dotted with countless lights, and it was clear that these lights were converging in a certain direction. Moreover, the light stream was extremely long, and it had even reached the nearby mountains. Lu Qingyun frowned. This scene is not surprising. He received the leaflets on Mount Tianyu, and many more must have been distributed throughout the city. The people are deeply terrified of the demon spring, and if it is not properly controlled, they will easily flee. An earthquake. An earthquake has really happened, and what will happen after that? Lu Chengyun shuddered and dared not think any further. Wait a little longer. The magic spring may arrive soon. Su Jin's low, weak voice struck everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer. The sun had just set, and the night was still young. On Jian Peak, crowds thronged. The nearby city of Jiuzhou was deserted. The military and civilians have all done their best to move to the mountains, but most of the elderly have been abandoned, euphemistically called guarding the mountains. This was also a decision made by Yin Tai. Yin Tai sat on a large rock, looking up at the sky with a deep expression. Beside him, two deputy generals from the city, Zhao Peng and Sun Yu, came with swords at their sides. Standing beside Yin Tai, he said coldly, Yin Tai, we've been on a mountain for 2 days now. How long are we going to stay? Do you not want Jiuzhou City anymore? Yin Tai reached behind him and pulled out the imperial seal, saying, I told you the general has left, and the entire city is under my management. The construction of fortifications on the mountain is the highest order from the imperial court, and we are staying here now to welcome people from the capital. I also think this move is a bit excessive and pointless. I didn't believe the crown prince at first, but after seeing the evidence, I do. Fine. Even if there's some elaborate plan from above, there's no need to bring so many people here and dump all the city's supplies into the cave. Zhao Peng said angrily. After everyone leaves, we have to move everything again? It's like taking off your pants to fart. The people who come here are very important. Yin Tai said expressionlessly. Who? Emperor. At this point, Zhao Peng's mouth was instantly sealed shut, and he turned to look at Sun Yu in bewilderment. At that moment, all three of them swayed simultaneously, and gasps of surprise echoed throughout the hilltop. The ground collapsed. The ground collapsed. Yin Tai's face turned deathly pale instantly, and he stood up to help Zhao Peng. It's here. It's really here. The magic spring is about to erupt. Zhao Peng noticed something was wrong and quickly said, What's wrong? It's just a landslide. It's just a bare mountain now, nothing to worry about. We've been through this before. No, that's not how it is. Yin Tai's breathing became rapid, as if an invisible hand was choking him. He gripped Zhao Peng's arms tightly, his eyes reddening, his voice trembling. It's not an earthquake. We're not here to welcome any important figures from the royal city. What? Zhao Peng and Sun Yu were instantly shocked. Zhao Peng grabbed Yin Tai by the collar and roared. Do you know what you're saying? What do you want to do? There's been news in the capital that the demon spring is about to erupt. There will be an earthquake before it erupts. We're not building granaries. We're building shelters for ourselves. Yin Tai said, tears streaming down his face. What did you say? Zhao Peng's expression froze, and his hands unconsciously relaxed. For a moment, I felt as if I were in an ice cave. No, that's impossible. The demon spring is no longer a problem. How could it possibly erupt again? But there has already been an earthquake. Yin Tai composed himself, his expression strained. We are relatively safe now, but if the demon spring is really going to erupt soon, you must maintain order. There is no way to escape now. We absolutely cannot afford to panic. Quickly get the soldiers armed. Once everything is arranged, notify all senior officers to meet with us. I understand. Zhao Peng and Sun Yu nodded haphazardly, running towards the back of the mountain in a daze. Half an hour later, more than a dozen high-ranking generals gathered together. Everyone looked terrified and bombarded Yin Tai with questions. Once everyone had calmed down a bit, Yin Tai wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, Yes, that's what they told me. I only know that there will be an earthquake before the demon spring erupts, but I don't know when the demon spring will erupt afterward. Why hasn't the imperial court informed us at all? Zhao Peng roared. I still have family. Damn it. Shen Yufeng ran away on his own. Why didn't you tell us sooner? The crowd was in an uproar, and Yin Tai was extremely annoyed, until a deep rumble came from all directions. Everyone stopped fighting and looked towards the open space in the distance. At first it was just a slight tremor, then a thunderous roar, like the low growls of thousands of wild beasts, startled birds into flight and circling in the sky. Soon, the ground cracked like rotting skin, and blood grooves as thick as tree trunks tore through the soil, gushing out scalding, deep red, and shiny blood. One place, another place, and yet another. The earth seemed to be covered with one foul-smelling pimple after another, which then burst with blood and pus. The gushing liquid was neither water nor blood, but some kind of putrid, thick, oily bodily fluid, carrying a putrid and ominous temperature, surging out from countless cracks. Where the blood plasma spread, vegetation withered, rocks decayed, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of rust and entrails. The demonic spring surged forth, spreading inch by inch across the land, invading every inch of the visible earth. At this moment, all conversations and activities ceased on Jian Peak. Everyone stared blankly down at the plain below the mountain, a deathly silence falling over them. The end of the world has come. Chapter 190 mission completed, company takeover. The night was pitch black, and only the wind could be heard on Tianyu Mountain, making the banners on the mountaintop flutter in the wind. The group stood on the mountainside, looking down, utterly terrified. In the dead of night, blood-red light gushed out from the cracks in the ground, shining like a pulse. Everywhere the eye could see was a scene of disaster. The dim, blood-red light illuminated the night, and wherever the demonic spring passed, everything rapidly collapsed and disintegrated. A tall building in the royal city, a 5-story stone mansion. At first, only the base of the wall was touched by the liquid. A few seconds later, the wall plaster swelled, peeled, and collapsed layer by layer, like paper soaked in water. Then came the beams. Corrosion spread upwards from the foundation, and the entire house collapsed section by section, as if it had been torn apart from the inside by some invisible force. The crowd couldn't see the details clearly, but they could clearly see the entire building disappear from existence. In particular, the torchlights stretching up the mountains in the distance began to be replaced one by the blood-red light surging from the ground. Standing on Tianyu Mountain, one can even faintly hear the mournful screams of the crowd in the distance. The traces of human civilization are being gradually dissolved in the bloody torrent, leaving only endless wails and the impending abyss. Ow, how could this happen? Why did this happen? Lu Qingyun knelt on the ground and cried out in grief. How could the demon spring erupt? It was clearly about to stop. This isn't the demon spring. It's different from what's recorded in history. It's different. Shen Yuan felt a chill run through his body, and his feet felt unsteady. It's more serious than any of the demonic springs I've encountered before. By far too many. Shen Yufeng, Lu Mingxian, Shi Qing, and the others remained silent, only looking down at the tragic scene with immense fear and sorrow. Du Wenyin held Wu Zhihui tightly, his head lowered, tears welling in his eyes, unable to look at her any longer. All the others who were unprepared nearly collapsed, with a few kneeling on the ground. Su Jin held the knife hilt in his mouth, saliva mixed with blood dripping from his chin, and the blade trembled. The disaster before our eyes is truly despairing. If he hadn't found Shen Yufeng, if he hadn't successfully taken Tianyu Mountain, he really didn't know how he would have won in the face of such a disaster. There was nowhere left to land in the world. The mountain peaks had become isolated islands. However, if the current trend continues, these isolated islands may not be safe for long. While everyone was still observing, Shi Qing took out the binoculars clipped to his waist and looked down. After just one glance, he couldn't help but take several steps back and put down the binoculars in extreme panic. What's wrong? Lu Mingxian asked hurriedly, reaching out to snatch the binoculars to check. Just one glance, and I was on the verge of mental breakdown. The blood fountains on the ground continued to churn without any sign of stopping. But those blood-like substances seemed to be drawn by some kind of will, wriggling and twisting, slowly piling up and taking shape on the ground. Arms emerged from the mud, but they were piled up as 3, 5, twisted and asymmetrical limbs. The head was glued to the chest and abdomen, the eyes were fully open, and the pupils were constantly moving. Monsters are born from blood plasma, moving slowly despite lacking a skeleton. There is no uniform shape. Each one seems to have been torn apart and pieced together from thousands of corpses. The most outrageous thing is that a colossal monster is slowly taking shape. Even without binoculars, people on a mountain could vaguely see it through the blood-red light. Su Jin looked up at the sky and closed his eyes in prayer. Now that things have come to this, he is powerless to do anything about it. This is something that no human can stop or overcome. He had no choice but to plead with the company. I've done everything I can, but why hasn't the connection come yet? The Emperor in Su Jin's arms trembled uncontrollably, his panic reaching its peak. At that moment, he finally realized he was wrong, terribly wrong. There was never any conspiracy. Those so-called traitors were actually saving the world. Release me. I know I was wrong, the emperor said in a trembling voice. Su Jin lowered his head, his eyes filled with complex emotions, including pity, sympathy, and disgust. With a single response, Su Jin angrily shook his head. The incomparably sharp silver blade instantly sliced across the emperor's neck. Under the impact of the blood pressure, the head flew into the air, and the emperor's blood splattered all over Su Jin's body. The emperor's body fell down the mountain, and a fine mist of blood and a foul wind blew across everyone's faces, but no one cared about his life or death anymore. It's dawn, Shen Yuan suddenly shouted, pointing to the sky. Everyone looked up and saw that above Tianyu Mountain, the sky had been torn open, revealing a clear sky. Then the crack grew larger and larger, as if the darkness was being dispelled. Su Jin's heart pounded, and he instantly turned his gaze to Shen Yufeng. A dazzling golden light fell from the sky, directly hitting the top of Chen Yufeng's head. Mission complete. Contribution points plus 2,641. Please evacuate to the designated location. Mission accomplished? Su Jinggan stared, his mouth agape, his gaze sweeping over the faces of despair. The anticipated joy was nowhere to be found, just as it was during the first experience of the apocalypse. How could it be over so quickly? How could they overcome such a disaster? I really don't understand how they are supposed to live. Even if the company takes over later, it should at least demonstrate its strength to give him hope. Su Jin looked up at the sky and asked himself a question. Suddenly, as if in response from heaven, day and night began to reverse. After a gasp of shock, the horrific scene of human suffering was exposed to Su Jin and the others without any obstruction. But just as the blood was spreading everywhere and monsters were writhing in hordes, the sky suddenly trembled. A golden beam of light suddenly descended from the heavens to the earth, and then light poured down. Countless golden threads transformed into a curtain of torrential rain, cascading down from the sky. The light shone like cast gold, sacred and intense. Every golden thread that landed exploded with a bang, and the giant monster, several meters tall, turned into ashes and vanished. Before those twisted, mangled monsters could struggle, they were reduced to black smoke in the rain of light, purified without a trace. The bloodseed demons were forced back, burned, and annihilated inch by the golden light. The entire earth was reconstructed amidst violent tremors, and large swathes of rotting land, swallowed by blood, were revealed to be in their original state again after being washed by sunlight and rain. Golden light and silk rain fell on everyone, and their injuries began to heal rapidly. Even the old scars remaining on his skin began to repair themselves. A miracle. This is a miracle. The people on Tianyu Mountain knelt down and wept. This scene was witnessed not only by Tianyu Mountain, but by everyone in the entire world as they escaped from despair. Su Jin stretched out his arms to the sky, the gloom in his heart dispelled, and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. Life returned. This was the first time the company had displayed its boundless power and divinity before him. Moreover, based on the previous experience, the company's methods are invisible to anyone except him and the client. But this time she actually showed it in public, as if she was really responding to him. Yes, the employee's request has been addressed, and the solution has been presented publicly. Contribution points, minus 1,000. Grass. Chapter 191, The Final Farewell. Half a minute later, the golden rain stopped, and the sky returned to its clear state. Su Jin slowly lowered his hand and looked down at the earth again. The land was purified, the magic spring stopped gushing, and the flowing disaster spring was also cleansed. However, those monsters formed from the blood springs did not completely disappear, but still roamed the land in large numbers. Not just a few or a dozen, but an endless, densely packed horde of demons. Shi Qing and Lu Mingxian, who were shirtless and opening their mouths to welcome the rain, also looked down when they sensed that the rain had stopped. Lu Mingxian stammered, "Why did it stop so suddenly? The problem isn't solved yet. Where are the immortals? When will they descend?" All eyes turned to Su Jinji, who turned back with a wry smile. "The immortal has probably already come. This is all he can do to help. The rest is up to us. The company has limited resources, and it seems that this is all it can do right now. The remaining beings in this world will face their true doomsday." According to his understanding from the Disaster Image Bureau, The demon spring severely corrupts the land, making it impossible for any plants to grow once it flows through it. He had also seen the land corrupted by the demon spring outside Zhuzhou City. The soil was severely compacted and grayish-white in color. However, after this wave of golden rain from the company, the vitality of the earth has been significantly restored and strengthened, and it is no longer afraid of the pollution from the magic spring. No matter how many monsters there are below, as long as people can unite and reclaim lost territory, there is still hope for a resurgence. It's just difficult, given the characteristics and sheer number of the monsters in the demon spring. It's probably even more difficult than dealing with zombies. The joy on everyone's faces visibly vanished, and despair returned to their hearts. Heaven performed a miracle to save humanity, saving, but not completely. The calamities caused by the demonic spring below still far surpass any record in history. After a moment of silence, Su Jin took out a royal robe and walked towards Chen Yufeng. Wow! He unfurled the imperial robe, which spun in midair before being draped over Shen Yufeng's back. Your Majesty, it's getting cold. Please put on another layer of clothing. Even if it were the end of the world, this scene still made Shun Yuan, Lu Qingyun, and the others shudder. The imperial robes are all prepared. It's clear they're aiming for a rebellion. It seems they've already decided on this day. But he's the chosen one, so what's wrong with him becoming emperor? In fact, nobody wants to take on this mess right now. Duke, this truly fulfills both loyalty and filial piety, Lu Qingyun said with difficulty. Shen Yuan closed his eyes in anguish. Shi Qing, Lu Mingxian, and the others remained calm. They had all worn those clothes before, and even Gun Gun had a special set of Dog Emperor clothes. When no one wore it, it was hung in the backyard. They took turns playing desensitization, psychological training games with the imperial robes, and they even attended court for Su Jin. Shen Yufeng grabbed Su Jin by the collar of his robe and stared at him. What should we do? Reorganize the troops and reclaim the lost territory, Su Jin said earnestly. You still have many capable people, Su Zai. Now, she should be called the Spirit Maiden, and capable civilians. Unite them and immediately retake the royal city to create a safe zone. There are flying beasts in the mountains that you can help tame. Yun Lian's ability is to make plants grow, which will greatly alleviate the problem of food shortage. Brother Chun, I've done everything I can for you. The rest is up to you. Shen Yufeng's expression changed slightly. He stepped forward, grabbed Su Jin's wrist, and asked nervously, what about you? You know I'm not from this world. I should go. Su Jin smiled at Shen Yufeng. Don't tell anyone. It was nice to meet you all. Don't make things too sad. You, where are you going? We all need you right now. Can you at least give us a... Shen Yufeng was at a loss. You're not my only client. The next one is waiting for me. Shen Yufeng slowly released his hand, his gaze filled with admiration mixed with sadness. You've suffered, Brother Su. It was tough, but seeing you all safe and sound makes it all worthwhile. Su Jin took a deep breath and took out the items from the ring. I'll leave the TV and power bank to you. You'll still need these things. But time is limited. You need to reorganize the team as soon as possible and win them over completely within a day. I see. After Su Jin finished speaking, he turned around and said, Wen Yin, bring Yun Lian and Gun Gun out. Du Wen Yin responded and turned to run to pick up Yun Lian and Gun Gun. They returned shortly afterward with one person and one dog. Yun Lian immediately prepared to run to the mountainside to check the situation below, but Su Jin stopped her. Su Jin squatted down in front of Yun Lian, smiling as he stroked her hair, holding a ball of light that amplified her power in his palm. Yun Lian, I promised you I would give you a gift. You've already experienced this ability, so it's yours now. Pressing the ball of light into Yun Lian's body and severing the connection with her consciousness, Su Jin asked again, so, can you control it now? Yes, I can feel it. Yun Lian nodded slightly. Okay. Su Jin smiled with relief. Everyone is counting on you, so make the most of your abilities. Du Wen Yin, standing to the side, took a few steps back, seemingly lost in thought. He has basically confessed everything that needed to be confessed. Su Jin stood up and turned his gaze to Shen Yufeng. With a look of sadness in his eyes, Shen Yufeng finally nodded. Now that things have come to this, there are some things I need to discuss with you all. The situation is urgent, and we must make preparations as soon as possible. Please follow me. Shen Yufeng raised his arm, gesturing for everyone to walk towards the main hall. The crowd followed him with heavy expressions and stiff limbs. The crowd moved towards the hall, and Su Jin stood still, watching their backs before looking at the shattered world. Farewell to yet another world. With a heavy heart, he walked alone toward a side hall. One hand touched the mahogany door, and just as he was about to push it open, another hand reached out and grabbed Su Jin's wrist. Turning around, Su Jin forced a smile and said, Wen Yin, what are you doing here? I've been watching you for a long time. Shen Yufeng's gaze towards you was strange. What did you mean by what you said to Yun Lian? Du Venyon stared intently at Su Yin. I have a feeling you're leaving. Are you hiding something from me? Those nobles are the best at lying, but they can't fool me, so don't even think about fooling me. I just want to rest by myself for a while, Su Jin said calmly. Thump! Du Wenyin blocked the door and stared stubbornly at Su Jin. It's not that simple. You wouldn't choose to rest at a time like this. I know you, so what do you think? Su Jin's gaze began to dart away. What I think? Du Wenyin was in a state of confusion. I don't know, but I can tell from your voice and see that you are clearly saying goodbye to them. Su Jin closed his eyes and sighed, fine. I can't hide it from you anymore. I really have to leave. Chapter Saskilensvenketu, Oseidun Fervalkish. What? You really want to leave? Du Wenyin took 2 steps back, stunned, as if all his strength had been drained away. The world is already like this. Where can you go? The immortal asked me to do something again. I don't know exactly where I'm going. Su Hin shrugged helplessly. Wenyin, I haven't told anyone else except Shen Yufeng. I just don't want to cause any separation or death. Actually, I'm very reluctant to part with him. But I can continue the rest of the journey with you. But I don't understand. The immortal has already asked you to help us, and things aren't over yet. So why are you being dragged away? Go save the next world. Upon hearing this, Du Wenyin stood frozen in place, mouth agape. Su Jin patted her shoulders with both hands and comforted her. Take care of yourself. Life will go on whether I'm here or not. There is still hope for the future. Du Wenyin, fighting back tears, grabbed Su Jin's arm and looked at him with a wronged expression. What a mortal savior. I don't understand what you're saying. If you really want to leave, I can't stop you. But I want to ask you a question. Ask. Did you already know I was a woman? Yes. Su Jin seemed a little embarrassed, but then hesitated for a second. But the face before me was like ripples on water, and in an instant, she was a beautiful woman descended to earth, her eyes like a river of stars. Although the shape of his eyes has changed, his gaze remains the same, only now it carries a hint of tension. Am I prettier than Wu Zhihui? Beautiful. You are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. With that ethereal face so close, Su Jin forced a smile. What is your name? My surname is Yun. Yun Ruoling. Yun Ruoling was still staring at Su Jin, tears welling up in her eyes. Since you know I'm a woman, why don't you ask me? If you ask me, I won't hide it from you. If you don't want to tell me, I won't ask. Tears finally welled up in her eyes and streamed down her face. Yun Ruoling stepped forward and hugged Su Jin tightly, murmuring, Thank you. Since my parents passed away, I have never shown my true face to anyone except Yun Lian. You're the first person to see my true face. Thank you for respecting me. Su Jin gently stroked the other's hair and smiled. Of course. Why make it sound so serious? You really aren't suited to walking around in your true form. The outside environment is too dangerous for you. When did you realize I was a woman? Yun Ruoling looked up, waiting for an answer. Was it Yunling Mountain? At Yunling Mountain, did you kiss me? I knew you were a woman from the first day you got on the bus, but in Yunling Mountain, that was the first time I saw your face. I was there to rescue you when you were drowning. I'm not a despicable person who takes advantage of others' vulnerability. Su Hin smiled bitterly. I knew it. Yun Ruoling smiled and wiped away her tears. You seem to have suddenly become very warm towards me after Yunlang Mountain. It's just a gentleman's instinct, Su Jin said awkwardly. I'm not. Before he could finish speaking, a pair of lips had already kissed Su Jin's lips. 2 slender arms tightly wrapped around Su Jin's shoulders, and Yun Ruoling kept crying with her eyes closed. Su Jin instinctively tried to push him away, but after struggling for a moment, the tense muscles in his body relaxed. Is everyone here? In the main hall, Shen Yufeng looked around. Su Jin and Du Wenyin are still outside. Shi Qing clapped his hands. What's going on with those 2? I'll go look for them. Wait a bit. Wait a minute, Shen Yufeng called out. There's no need to look for Su Jin. He has other things to do. I'll tell you later. Just call Wenyin back. Understood. Shi Qing picked up his gun and hurried away. I'll go with you. Lu Mingxian lowered his head and quickly followed behind Shi Qing. He felt somewhat upset, especially since he was in the same room as Lu Qingyan. Pushing open the door, the two stepped out of the main hall and looked around. Shi Qing's eyes widened, and he was completely dumbfounded. In a side hall not far away, the two were passionately kissing. Who else could be facing him besides Su Jin? As for those who are facing away from others, their clothing and hairstyle are also familiar. Isn't that Du Wenyan? Holy crap! Lu Mingxian was struck dumb. Shi Qing had a look of utter disgust on his face and muttered, "Damn, he actually succeeded. Su Jin is such a troublemaker. No, I can't stand it anymore. Let's go. Let's go." The two hurriedly ran back to the main hall. Shen Yufeng, who was above, saw the two people go out and then come back, and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" It's all right. They'll be here soon. Just wait a bit." After Shi Qing finished speaking, he took out a cigarette and a lighter from his pocket, handed one to Lu Mingxian, and the two of them began to smoke with heavy expressions. Yin Ruoling leaned against Su Jin's chest, no longer daring to look up. "This is too sudden," Su Jin said helplessly. "You took advantage of me, so you owe me this. Now we're even." Su Jin was speechless, his mind in turmoil. "I intended to leave quietly by myself, but I didn't expect this to happen again." He intended to push her away, but he couldn't control himself. "I have to go now. Will we ever meet again?" Yin Ruoling mustered her courage and looked up at Su Jin. I don't know," Su Jin said bitterly. "Seeing or not seeing me is meaningless. I'm someone who could die at any moment. How could it be meaningless?" Yin Ruoling's eyes flashed as she asked, "Do you like me?" "I don't like it. We've only officially met twice." "Then why did you stick your tongue out?" "You reached out first. I just wanted to push you away." "So you like me?" She laughed and then cried. "Okay, I'll remember that. I'm not a decent man. People outside call me a witch." Don't do this. Su Jin couldn't help but sigh, gently pushing the other away. "Ruoling, listen to me. The road ahead will be difficult. If I live, I will definitely come back to help you. But if I die, you can only rely on yourselves. You should consider me dead and not place your hopes on anyone else. There are still many spirit maidens on Tianyu Mountain, and many people are still alive in Tianyu Temple. The conflicts among them cannot be resolved by one or two people. If not handled properly, they may become a threat to survival. You need to mediate between them. I know all this, but don't you have anything you want to tell me?" Yin Ruoling changed the subject. "Of course there is," Su Jin said calmly, tucking a stray hair behind the other person's ear. "You and Yin Lian have been living a hard life in hiding, and now you've run into this kind of thing, but you still have a future. I hope you can be happy. And give my regards to Shi Qing and Ming Xian. Thank you. Thank you for coming." Yin Ruoling smiled through her tears, which flowed like a spring. She stepped forward and hugged Su Jin again. "Take care on your journey." "Take care, goodbye." Chapter 193 Reunion with Fu Qingdai. Ooh. Leaning against the mahogany door, Su Jin took deep breaths. The scene before us has transformed into an incomparably luxurious golden palace, indistinguishable from any other imperial palace. Directly in front is a large dragon throne with 4 large characters inscribed on it. "God rewards hard work." The golden palace was empty. The steward was nowhere to be seen. Su Jin closed his eyes to recall the past, reaching out to wipe his face forcefully. The scene from just moments before and the apocalypse were still vivid in his mind. Move. With his mind calmed, Su Jin strode toward the dragon throne, his gaze sweeping left and right. He ascended the jade steps one by one, and finally sat on the throne. Butler, your majesty, the study isn't here, it's to the side." The steward walked out from one of the pillars of the main hall, a smile on his face. "The suit he wore at our last meeting has been replaced by an official robe, completely in the local style of Su Yuan." Su Jin paused for a moment, then said with emotion, "Half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. It's really hard to get used to the office always changing." "It has been a while indeed." The butler raised an eyebrow. "You've succeeded in another mission, and your strength has increased considerably, but you don't seem very happy." "Should I be happy to see a world perish?" Su Jin asked rhetorically. "Indeed, it's really hard to be happy." A hint of worry lingered between the butler's brows. "The second generation of the torchbearer is the same. You need to learn to adjust. There are too many life and death separations to experience. Being too emotional will cause you pain, and if you are heartless, the company will not choose you. The right balance is very important. Come with me to the study. I've done some simple tidying up of the warehouse while you were away." Su Jin stepped down from the dragon throne and followed the steward toward the study, saying as they walked, "There's something I need to ask you." "Excuse me." After the apocalypse, I hoped the company would demonstrate its methods to the world, and it did, but it deducted 1,000 contribution points from my account. Is it possible that even without this request, the company would still solve the problem, just using methods that others wouldn't see? That's right. Then why did it deduct 1,000 contribution points from me? I worked my butt off to earn just over 2,000. Su Jin was furious. After the task is completed, the central control will briefly check your status and connect with you. It will respond to reasonable requests. What's strange about deducting your contribution points? No, you will solve the world's problems whether I have a request or not. It's just a matter of whether people see it or not, right? It's just that I can be seen, so it's reasonable to deduct my contribution points. With such a powerful company, what's there to hide? Why are you always so timid and hesitant, never daring to be open and above board? As they spoke, the two entered a huge study with bookshelves on 3 walls. Su Jin sat down on the mahogany chair and waited for the butler's reply. The butler chuckled and said, "This doesn't sound like the central authority responding to you. It sounds more like a punishment." "What do you mean?" "Suhin Fronith. You still don't understand the company well enough, as I've told you before," the butler said calmly. "The company is a collection of the strong, and its core is influenced by the will of the strong. From your perspective, it's true that the company's miracles will bring hope to countless worlds. But from the company's perspective, the problem is much bigger. The company does not want the world to know of its existence, so it supports others in a subtle and silent way because it does not want to be believed in or relied upon by the weak, but hopes that all people can become self-reliant. The company's attitude towards you has always been consistent with its attitude towards all living beings. Publicly displaying miracles undoubtedly leads living beings to transfer their hopes from themselves to the company, which is inconsistent with the company's philosophy. It is reasonable for you to have your salary deducted. Okay, if that's your explanation, I have nothing to say. The company doesn't sound like some kind of evil force." The butler scoffed. "You don't actually think anyone's setting you up or anything, do you?" "To be honest, I've always had this feeling." "Ah, clever," the butler clapped his hands. "Actually, you guessed right. There's no company at all. There's only me. I am a mastermind behind everything. And you are a cultivation prodigy, 1 in 10,000 years. I've focused on nurturing you so that you can grow to a certain level before I possess your body and eventually rule the universe. Is this plot reasonable?" Suhin smiled. "That's somewhat true. Sometimes the truth is revealed through jokes. Hee hee. If you try to write a novel with such a terrible plot, you wouldn't even be able to afford food." The butler chuckled and stepped forward. "Let's not waste any more time on idle talk. Take a look at Guiheng platform. This world should be connected by now." Su Jin responded and slightly pondered. The Guiheng platform, resembling an iron tree carrying 10 bronze plates, rose from within the floor. 10 bronze plates, 2 of which have already been lit. Staring at the gleaming bronze plate, Su Jin said, "I left in a hurry last time, and there were some things that I didn't have time to ask. I remember that 3,000 contribution points are enough to open the boundary bridge, which connects the mission world and the office, right?" "Yes. But the Guiheng platform is now connected to the world of the mission I completed. Can I see that world through it?" "Good question." The butler raised a finger, then gestured for him to enter, pointing to Guiheng Terrace. "Only you can see this. I don't have the authority to." Su Jin got up and walked to the Guiheng platform, nervously reaching out to touch one of the tokens. My mind went blank for a moment, and my spirit seemed to have entered another space, floating quietly in the sky. At the same time, the ability to control the body remains, and the mind can be withdrawn at a moment's notice. Tianyu Temple. Su Jin looked down, and the situation was different from what he had imagined. The focus of the gaze was fixed on Shun Yufeng. At this moment, there were no outsiders in the main hall of Tianyu Temple, only acquaintances who had followed him all the way in the RV. Yun Ruoling had changed back into her male form, and Shun Yufeng's imperial robes were lying on the ground. The crowd formed a circle, leaving an empty space in the middle, creating a somber atmosphere. The group seemed to be talking, but no sound could be heard. Su Jin felt a mix of emotions, both sweet and bitter. Although he couldn't hear, he could still miraculously see the subtitles. There was no one else at the center of the conversation but him. The only thing they talked about was reminiscence. However, the space in the middle didn't seem to be reserved for him. It was a space that Lu Mingxian squeezed out by standing next to Du Wenyin and then squeezing toward Shiqing. After watching for a long time, until the group began to make strategic arrangements, Su Jin withdrew with a heart full of emotion. He turned his head to look at another copper plate and reached out to touch it. In a simple room, Fu Qingdai lay half reclined on the bed wearing a bear-patterned pajama top and shorts, her long legs stretched out. He was holding his phone and scrolling through it. Su Jin couldn't help but smile. Indigo. She has grown up a lot, no longer as naive as before, but much more mature and steady, and also much prettier. He's probably looking at a photo of himself on his phone. This child is already 6 months old. How come? As one zombie picture after another flashed by on the screen, Fu Qingdai picked up her pen and notebook and began to take notes. Why is there an Ultraman in the warehouse of the Torch in Chapter 194? How are things going? The clients seem to be doing well. Seeing that Su Jin's consciousness had returned to his body, the butler asked. Su Jin's expression was slightly heavy as he nodded and said, "The kid is pretty stupid. All he does is play on his phone. Butler, it takes 3,000 contribution points to open the boundary bridge. Can I negotiate with the central government?" Su Jin asked tentatively. "Don't think about it," the butler comforted. "I know you're anxious about the client, but there's no use in being anxious. Even if you have 3,000 contribution points, you shouldn't open the boundary bridge directly." Why? First of all, the supplies from the Fire of Life cannot be directly sent to different worlds. You need to buy them with contribution points. Going there yourself won't be that helpful, the steward said. In addition, opening a boundary bridge between different worlds is not a one-time thing once you've connected it. You can't perceive it because you're wearing the flame mask. The cultures of different worlds are vastly different. Sometimes they not only don't join forces, but they become enemies. You might think they would cooperate before the apocalypse, but in fact, the interconnected worlds have already adapted to the new social rules born under the apocalypse, and the chances of different civilizations clashing are very high. So you'll need to navigate between them. You'll need to accumulate at least 6,000 contribution points, and connecting both worlds in the office is the safest approach. Besides that, there's another way, which is even cheaper. What method? Su Jin asked hurriedly. A super client, the butler said seriously. If you encounter an incredibly powerful client, someone who or their influence can control the entire world, preferably a technologically advanced civilization that can quickly analyze languages and cultures, such an exceptional client will greatly promote the recovery of other worlds. You just need to tell them the situation, and they will find a way to solve most of your problems. Where would I find someone powerful enough to control the world? Besides, would he even need me? There will be opportunities. There are all kinds of customers. Maybe you'll meet one in the next round. But such opportunities are rare and can't be forced. Don't overthink it. Su Jin remained silent for a moment, and the butler continued. Let's talk about something happy. While you were away, I sorted out everything in the warehouse and compiled it into a book, which will save you a lot of trouble. After I finished organizing, the central authority should have priced each item, but only you can see the prices. Su Jin picked up a book from the table and flipped through it, then quickly put it down and said, "This is the table of contents. These 3 walls of books are all catalogs." The butler snapped his fingers, and several more rows of bookshelves rose from the floor. He randomly pulled out a book and handed it to Su Jin. "This is the main text. You can refer to it." Su Jin took the thick book and glanced at it. His brows furrowed quickly, and after flipping through dozens of pages, he slammed the book down on the table. "Are you kidding me? The cheapest items here cost tens of thousands of yuan, and I only get a little over 2,000 points per mission. Are you kidding me?" Su Jin said, suppressing his anger. "If you don't want me to use it, then don't. Is the central administration deliberately trying to annoy me?" "Really?" The butler was slightly surprised. "The book I just gave you is what I consider the most basic part. I haven't even gotten the more expensive ones yet. Let me see the expensive one." The butler turned around and pulled out another book, handing it to Su Jin. After glancing through the book twice, Su Jin's expression gradually became subtle. He put down the book and said, "Butler, exist. Are you messing with me too? Why do you say that? Read to me what's being sold here. This is it. Item 265 of the live animals section. Ultraman. Ultraman. There's Ultraman in Shining Flames collection. Do I look like an idiot? Do you even know what Ultraman is? I know and have seen it. Strictly speaking, it's called a tokusatsu film," the butler said seriously. "You know the characters in the cartoon, right? It's an Earth cartoon, but you've managed to fool me with an alien cartoon. You didn't even bother to put any effort into the fakery. Su Jin shouted, tapping the table with his finger. Mm. The butler leaned forward slightly and said seriously, this is really not fake. The order of all things is chaotic, and it is difficult to distinguish between idealism and materialism. It is not uncommon for concepts to turn into entities. This thing may have been created under the influence of Earthlings thinking and then went to other places. As far as I remember, it was a batch of torches that were captured and left in the warehouse. Although I can't afford to buy them, you can go to the warehouse and take a look. They really are there. Don't think I'll believe you just because you say that. I'll go with you to see for myself. 3 minutes later, Su Jin was squatting in the corridor, panting heavily, his eyes flashing with terror. Ultraman. There really is an Ultraman. He's such a huge thing. If I hadn't been locked in a glass case, I almost would have smashed the 8-point light wheel. Do you believe me now? The butler said with a smile. I believe it, I believe it. Su Jin was still shaken. But this Ultraman doesn't seem very righteous. Why did he attack me right away? That's not right. If it were a normal Ultraman, the original Ultraman wouldn't have needed to capture it. How about we shrink him down and put him on your desk as a decoration? The cage can be controlled, the butler asked considerately. Forget it. I can't take this anymore. Su Jin leaned against the wall and stood up, sighing deeply. It's unimaginable that the world could be in such chaos, and what kind of monsters are in this company. Let's not talk about that now. I can't do anything with the contribution points I get the first time. The company should give me some benefits after I complete the task, right? Will my equipment be upgraded? The butler thought for a moment and said, your equipment was upgraded collectively because it was your first time joining the company. It won't be that simple after that. I'm not sure, but it doesn't seem to be of any benefit at the moment. Can you give me a quantifiable metric? Su Jin said, shrugging angrily. Does such a big company operate entirely based on gut feeling? Stop complaining. The butler pushed Su Jin forward, saying, isn't what the company has given you strong enough? And it's all something that can grow with you. These things are enough for you to benefit from for a lifetime. Besides, I'm still here, aren't I? During the time you were away, in addition to gaining a deep understanding of Earth's information, I also found some scrap materials and renovated an old warehouse for you as a training pod, which will definitely help you improve. Go in and experience it first, then you can go back to Earth and relax. I've been handling your family matters online in your name. At this point, the butler's expression suddenly changed. Ugh, I'm not saying this to be mean, but your mother is such a nag. She's been making a huge fuss. She's never satisfied. My mom can only nag me. I'm saving the world, so please bear with me. Sigh, just bear with it. What else can you do? Hurry up and go out after you finish your practice. Your mom has arranged a blind date for you. I booked the time and restaurant for you after you finish your task. Get ready and go on the blind date soon. What? Su Jin was furious. Who told you to arrange a blind date for me? What did you talk about while you were pretending to be me? Chapter 195, Simulated Battle Gravity, Training Room. The housekeeper was also furious. What could I do? I tried to push it several times, but I couldn't budge it. Your mother threatened to slap me on the phone. Especially now that they know you're rich, they worry about you getting married every day, nagging you endlessly. I really can't take it anymore. Why don't you give it a try? I've looked up that woman's video footage. She's young, beautiful, has a great figure, and earns $1 million a year in finance. She might not even be interested in you. Fine, you've been back and haven't even had a moment's peace, just causing me trouble. Wait, something's not right. The two stopped at the entrance of a warehouse. Su Jin, looking flustered. I think I've forgotten something. What's wrong? The butler asked hurriedly. Money, money. I came back without any money. Su Jin cried out in anguish. My money. My free gold. I thought it was something serious. It's normal to forget, given how urgent the mission is. The butler patted Su Jin on the shoulder to comfort him. It's no problem. I have a surprise for you later. Try out the training room I made for you first. Since you've been away on missions for so long, I've devoted most of my energy to this room. I've added anything of value I found in the junkyard. I hope you like it. After the butler finished speaking, he opened the warehouse door. The door opened, and a smell of rust mixed with a hint of foul odor and swill rushed into Su Jin's nostrils. The interior room resembled a horror movie set. Apart from a pure silver wall directly opposite the entrance, the rest were scattered iron walls with reddish-brown rust, with a ceiling height of nearly 10 meters and an area of about 300 square meters. It's obvious that it was indeed pieced together from scrap materials. Su Jin frowned as he examined it. There's nothing inside. Is there anything special about it? This warehouse is special in itself. I move the items inside to other places, and I also use scrap materials to set up these facilities. You'll experience its wonders once you go in. I'll close the door after you go in, and you can come out when I open it again. Don't I still have to go on a blind date? It will be quick, the butler said earnestly. Remember, as long as you are in your office, you are immortal, the only god. Don't be afraid of anything. Go in and get used to it for 10 minutes first. What do you mean by that? Su-Jin stepped into the space, but as soon as he entered, his foot landed heavily on the ground with a dull thud. Gravity room? Su-Jin looked back, but the door had already been closed. Seeing that the butler could no longer respond, Su-Jin stretched his body in place. At this moment, his body felt as if it were filled with lead, extremely heavy. His powerful physique seemed no different from that of an ordinary person in the room. As his abilities were converted into internal energy, Su-Jin began to speed up his warm-up movements. But less than 10 minutes later, my body started to sweat slightly. Su-Jin shakiled unconsciously. A regular gym on Earth would certainly not be able to meet his training needs, but this room is perfect for him. It would be even better if some fitness equipment could be added. The most basic training methods can also increase his strength, but it certainly won't be as fast as fighting to the death. 10 minutes have passed in the blink of an eye. Su-Jin slowly stopped raising his leg and looked up. The ceiling light, which was originally a pale white, suddenly turned red and began to flicker. This cliché setting is clearly sending out some kind of danger signal. Su-Jin took 2 steps back and looked around. As I scanned the area, the bright silver wall directly in front of me flowed like water, and a tall body emerged from it. The Terminator? Su-Jin was secretly on guard, and even felt a slight sense of surprise. The butler is truly remarkable. He alone is comparable to the system. Perhaps he doesn't even need the treasures of the Fire of Life. Before long, the silver metal figure in front of him was fully formed, and Su-Jin's smile vanished. Not the Terminator, but the King of Soldiers. Gao Tianfang. Gravity-based boss battle room? Su-Jin quickly crouched down, assuming a launching attack stance. Just as he was ready, the all-metal version of Gao Tianfang threw a punch. The speed was so fast that it completely exceeded Su-Jin's expectations. His speed was exactly the same as when he was in the Dragon Scale building, and he was completely unaffected by the gravity in the room. Looking back, although my skills have improved significantly, the pressure is too heavy, and I haven't fully adapted to the environment yet. He kicked off, preparing to leap to the side and dodge, but Gao Tianfang's heavy punch was already charging in. Bang! With a muffled bang, Su-Jin's pupils shrank sharply. He lowered his head. Gao Tianfang's iron fist had already pierced his heart and gone straight through his back. As the iron fist was pulled out, Su-Jin's pupils dilated and he collapsed with a thud. The blood and bits of flesh splattered on the ground began to roll wildly back into the wound. After a dozen or so breaths, Su-Jin, his whole body trembling, let out a sharp breath and regained his senses. Gao Tianfang stood quietly 2 meters away, waiting for him to prepare again. Su-Jin's mind was in chaos as he struggled to his feet again. At this moment, Gao Tianfang set off again. The thick, log-like leg, carrying wind pressure, kicked towards Su-Jin's second brother from below. As expected, Su-Jin was kicked and suspended in mid-air for a meter, his eyes bulging out, his testicles shattered, and his bones fractured. Just as he fell to the ground, the other person stabbed him hard with a hand chop, shattering his neck bone. Su-Jin fell to the ground a second time and regained consciousness after a dozen breaths. He lay on the ground, too afraid to move. He's starting to realize that as soon as he gets into a fighting stance, his opponent will make a move. Su-Jin gasped, reached into his pants, and touched himself a couple of times, feeling a little relieved. He died twice, but the attacks were too fierce and sudden. He didn't feel any pain, but the psychological pressure was too intense. Facing Gao Tianfang at his peak, or even a fully enhanced version with all metal, there's practically no chance of victory. Let's practice first. As long as we don't die, we can play however we want. Anyway, the housekeeper will open the door in a little while. Even if he doesn't open it, I can open it myself. He has the highest authority in the office. Su-Jin gritted his teeth, converted his power into Yuan Qi, and unleashed a wind blade slash. Outside the gravity chamber, the butler glanced at his watch with one hand and rested his other hand on the doorknob. 7, 6, 3, 2, 1. Time resets to 0, and the butler opens the door. Cough. The moment the door opened, Sue Jean screamed and stumbled out, collapsing flat on the corridor and gasping for breath. How was it? The butler asked with a smile. Sue Jin's chest heaved violently as he cried out in terror. How long has it been? Why did it take you so long to get here? I must have died hundreds of times. 7 seconds. 7 seconds. It felt like at least 7 days inside. Yes, the flow of time in the room is different from that outside. 7 days have indeed passed, and you've even grown a beard. The butler leaned down and pulled Sue Jean up. You've gained a lot, haven't you? Compared to your power system in the last world, you should now have the strength of a six-pattern beast. Never mind the number of marks. I need to calm down first. 7 seconds, 7 days? If I trained for a year, wouldn't I be invincible? Sue Jean swallowed hard, staring intently at the gravity chamber door. Does this mean I don't need to go back to rest and can just keep training in here? Then I'll be a sure thing for the next mission. Chapter 196, The All-Powerful Butler, All-Around Service. It's not that simple. You're under a lot of mental pressure, and the room's characteristics will also cause some hidden pressure to accumulate on your body. Too much training will kill you. The butler spoke eloquently. Moreover, this room was converted from scrap materials, and you've already used it to its limit. I need to find consumables from the scrap materials for maintenance. You can only use it after you complete your next mission. This kind of training can only improve your basics and fighting spirit. Your progress will become slower and slower. Moreover, the combat mode is too monotonous, only the strong in the first two mission worlds. You still need to go to the new world to train and grow the best. Okay, the pressure is indeed great. Sue Jean wiped the sweat from his brow and stood up, still feeling lingering fear. He died hundreds of times. The first few times were indeed terrifying, but because of his immortality, he was able to overcome the fear quickly. The terror was suppressed, but the nerve responses were heightened across the board. Every death brings excruciating pain, a truly agonizing experience. I'm leaving. I'll go back and rest for a while first. Sue Jean staggered towards the door, his mind no longer on anything else. He just wanted to find a bed to lie down on. Wait a minute. You have a blind date to attend to. Shave your beard. Let me tidy you up. The butler stepped forward and pulled him away from there. I have good news for you. Any more good news? Well, while you were away, besides building the training room, I also used your securities account to trade some stocks and made a small profit. Where did you get my securities account from? All your information is in the office, and I have the authority to access all your accounts unless you object. Okay, continue. How much did you earn? Sue Jean asked. It's less than 1,000, I guess. The biggest one was last month when you were doing a task. There was a really stupid, ugly doll that was trending online, so I took the opportunity to leverage and buy a lot of it. Later, when it became a trending topic, I sold it off. I used that money to buy you a lot of things. Take away 1,000. Sue Jean blinked twice, his spirits greatly improved. You can even buy things to bring to the office. Yes, I bought you a lot of things online. You'll see them when you leave later, the butler said calmly. The office is now back on Earth. It actually has a physical location, but it's superimposed on reality and invisible to outsiders. It's not far from your original workplace. Butler, Sue Jean said slowly. What? Is there still a problem? Didn't you say the company wouldn't provide me with much help? Giving me such a large sum of money saves me a lot of trouble. The butler smiled and said, Don't get me wrong. The company is the company, and I am me. I am not directly under the company, but only serve Exinhua. I have no authority over my superiors. You are my god. If this really is a setup to possess someone, I'll give myself to you. I wouldn't take it even if you gave it to me. The butler stopped and opened the new door in front of him. Komein, this used to be the second generation's dressing room. I made some adjustments for you. The walk-in closet is nearly 200 square meters in size, and in addition to wardrobes and other basic facilities, it also has a lot of hairdressing and grooming equipment. Sue Jean looked around and casually asked, You mean stocks? What kind of stuff makes so much money? The butler took out a doll and tossed it to Sue Jean. Here, this is it. Sue Jean frowned as he took the doll and glanced at it. This shabby doll with its bared fangs can actually be hyped up? Is this a Ponzi scheme? You can't say that. They're selling goods. It's more like a game of musical chairs. The butler said, changing his coat. Lie down. I'll trim your beard first, and then I'll help you choose clothes. As a company employee, maintaining a good image is also important. After all, we're exhausted from our work, so we have to come back looking presentable and presentable. Butler, you are simply... Sue Jean lay back in the chair, moved by the moment. I'm being treated like Batman. With you around, I really don't need the company anymore. Batman? He's more like 007. Does my hair need to be cut since it's so long? No need to cut it. Next time you go on a mission, you can change your hairstyle according to the mission world. I'll just tie it into a ponytail for you. All right. The butler stirred the shaving cream, and the two chatted idly. In less than 20 minutes, the beard was done and carefully styled. Su-Jin stroked his chin in front of the mirror, raised his eyebrows, and said, "Butler, I don't grow a beard, but the way you trimmed it for me. Do you think it's okay?" "No problem." The butler took off his coat. "Don't rush. I haven't even helped you get dressed yet, but the outfits are already harmonious." "As the company's most special employee, my boss," the butler said calmly, "your status is more important than anyone else's. What you wear is not just about appearances, but also about your stance." As he spoke, he picked up the first coat and draped it over Su-Jin's shoulders. This suit is a special edition from Huntsman Tailors, a century-old Seville rose shop in England, which used to be worn by MI6 agents and members of the Windsor family. The fabric is 170-count ultra-fine Scorial wool, specially supplied by Loro Piana of Italy. It has a cool silver luster, excellent elasticity, is entirely hand-sewn, and is pressed and shaped over 3 weeks. The shoulders have a three-dimensional structure reminiscent of an officer's uniform. Su-Jin buttoned up the buttons and found that the waistline fit perfectly, not an inch more or less. The butler bowed his head and took out a pair of silver cufflinks from the velvet box. This pair is from Skutuna in Sweden, with the Gibbon meteorite at its center, perfectly befitting your status. And the tie. Su-Jin changed his clothes in front of the mirror one by one, his expression gradually becoming serious, and before he knew it, he was already dressed up. These last pair of brogue Oxfords were hand-stitched by me, with 2 different lasts, to ensure they're perfectly symmetrical to your foot shape. The butler knelt down to tie the laces for him, then patted his knees and stood up. "Besides royalty, no one else gets to wear this style now. You wearing them is a sign of respect for the royal family." Su-Jin looked down at himself in the mirror. Even without changing his clothes, his entire aura seemed to have changed his skeletal structure. "How are you feeling?" "Elite, so elite." Su-Jin shook his head and sighed. "I never imagined I'd be dressed this elegantly. How am I supposed to go out for noodles like this?" "Ugh, it's just that beard." "The beard is fine. Trust me, I'm a professional." Su-Jin struck a couple of poses, then pouted and said, "But wearing head-to-toe foreign brands, isn't that a bit out of style these days?" "Trendy." The butler helped him tidy up, then put his hand on his shoulder and smiled at the mirror. "Ich chose trendy." Real successful people never distinguish between beliefs, cultures, or even races. This outfit will definitely help you win over the girl you're meeting on a blind date. I'll make sure your mother has nothing to say anymore. "So you made all this preparation just to appease my mom, right?" The butler paused, then took out his car keys and bank card from his pocket and slapped them into Su-Jin's hand. "There's nearly 2 million left in the card. I'll send you the restaurant address, the woman's information, and the phone number I got in a bit. You must win her over." Su-Jin looked closely and his eyebrows rose again. "Aston Martin, what model?" "Huppied." Chapter 197 Strange Change. Haunting. The sun was high in the sky below the office building. Su-Jin squinted and looked up at the sky. This time, he left the office not through the teleportation portal, but through the main entrance. There really is an office building connected to the outside, but the rental situation is not good, and it is an idle floor. The butler is truly amazing. He's practically a human doorman. If it is said that the first flame created him, it is really hard to imagine what level of power the first flame had reached. The second generation is stronger than the first generation. Can I surpass it? After thinking for a moment, Su-Jin relaxed his brows and walked toward the parking space by the door. A brand new silver gray Aston Martin Rapide was parked in front of the building. Walking to the car, Su-Jin placed one hand on the car door and looked around. People came and went, all turning their gazes toward him. Su-Jin gave a sly smile. "It's true that clothes make the man. The suits I used to wear when meeting clients were just standard-issue suits I bought for a few thousand yuan. These custom-made items are different now. It's like they have money supporting their backs. They just won't collapse." Sitting inside the car, Su-Jin stroked the steering wheel. It doesn't feel as good as a camper van." Just as I was about to start it, my phone suddenly rang. Su-Jin reached into his pocket, glanced at his phone, and immediately felt a headache coming on. The call connected, and the other end bombarded me with questions. "Did you go on your blind date today? Prepare well. Let me tell you, that girl is exceptionally good. She has a PhD. If it weren't for your Aunt Lou's introduction, You wouldn't have had this opportunity. Mom, turn on the video. Let me see if you look sloppy. Soo-jin took a deep breath, calmed himself, opened the WeChat video call, and forced a smile. Mom, my outfit. What kind of lousy beard do you have? You look like a monster. Sue's mother glared angrily on the screen. Shave your beard right now. What's wrong with your hair? It's so long. You look like a scoundrel. Mom, I've hired a professional designer to design it for me. Don't give me that crap. If you deliberately mess up your blind date, don't make me slap you. Okay, I'll get right away. I'm going to wait for you now. Without waiting for a response, the call was disconnected. Soo-jin stared ahead, puffed out his chest, and let out a long breath. Good grief. I just got home and my blood pressure has spiked. First, I'll fool that woman I'm meeting on a blind date. Then I'll go abroad for a vacation, rest for a few days, and then come home. The information about the housekeeper has been sent via WeChat. I was scrolling through the information of the woman I was meeting on a blind date and the address of the restaurant when I put my phone down and the phone rang again. Soo-jin grabbed his phone and hurriedly said, Okay, I'm going to get a haircut. Brother Gray, it's me, Lei Dong. Lei Dong's voice came through the phone. Lazy. Soo-jin was taken aback for a moment, then continued. What's wrong? Why did you suddenly think of calling me? Brother Gray, are you at home or in Beijing? Lei Dong's voice trembled slightly. I'm in Beijing. Aren't you in Nanjing? What's wrong? No, I quit my job. I was just thinking of trying to see if you were here. If you are, that would be great. Could you come over tonight? I've run into a little trouble. No problem. What trouble are you in? I'm being haunted by a ghost, Sadako. Everyone thinks I'm crazy. I can't explain it over the phone. Come over tonight. I just moved to the Four Seasons Hotel. I've sent you the address. Sadako, are you kidding me? Soo-jin asked in a daze. No way. Gray, you don't believe me either? We've been friends since we were kids. If you hadn't cheated on your college entrance exam, you would have gotten into a university. Okay. Don't worry. I'll definitely be there tonight. Okay, I'm cleaning the house right now. I'm really desperate, and only you can trust me. After hanging up the phone, Soo-jin sat in his car, a chill running through him. Lei Dong was his best friend from his student days, so he knew him very well. Moreover, Lei Dong had a stable and easy job, so he wouldn't have any psychological problems and would never make such a joke. The last time I had dinner with him at a restaurant, he said that there was a problem with the observatory and he was worried that it might affect him. Thinking of this, Soo-jin quickly dialed the housekeeper's number. Butler, I have a friend whose house is haunted. He works at the observatory. You know Sadako, right? The butler's unhurried voice came through the receiver. I know, but you've already seen Ultraman. What's so strange about seeing a ghost? How could this happen? Is there something wrong with Earth? Don't worry. This isn't a problem for the Earth. It's most likely a problem just for your friend. Otherwise, the real world would have taken action already. Without your help, your friend would most likely die. Since I don't know the specifics, I can't give you any further advice. If you're going to take action, remember to stay away from security cameras. They might not be able to capture the ghost, but they'll definitely capture you. I understand, but is Earth really okay? Soo-jin still asked, uneasy. Don't worry, there's absolutely no problem. It's only because you're special that you feel there's a problem. But for ordinary people, it's completely imperceptible. This is no different from winning the lottery. Moreover, with the chaos in all worlds, the anomalies on Earth must have started long before you became the torchbearer. I have seen the world's missing persons records, and based on the experience of other worlds, I guess that quite a few people on Earth may have accidentally run to other worlds and become transmigrators. The current situation is far from becoming an apocalyptic disaster. Besides, if there really is a problem, the company will definitely notify you. There's no need to make a fuss. This is a complete mess. I'm so overwhelmed. I'm hanging up now. Soo-jin sighed deeply and rubbed his temples. I was in a good mood, but one bad thing after another just keeps happening. It never ends. First, I'll get rid of this blind date. Then I'll kill that damn Japanese devil. It's so damn annoying. Inside a luxurious and elegantly decorated restaurant, Soo-jin sat sideways on a chair, holding a wine glass in his hand. He arrived early, half an hour before his blind date. First, it's a place to relax when you have nothing to do. Second, you have to come early to eat something, otherwise you definitely won't be full. But now, as soon as I sit down, all I can think about is Red-on. The ghost story. The world seems to be getting more and more chaotic. Whether it's a misperception stemming from subjective feelings or something else, it's definitely not a good thing. After finishing his drink, Soo-jin snapped his fingers. The waiter walked over from the side, his eyes subtly sizing him up. Seeing that the visitor was extremely well-dressed and clearly wealthy, the man gave a professional smile and asked eagerly, "Sir, what do you need?" "Hey, do you have any group buying deals? I'd like to join one." Uh, I'm sorry, sir. Our store does not currently offer group deals." "Okay, I'm still waiting for someone, and I'm starting. Do you have any bread?" "Yes, sir. What kind of bread would you like?" "We have baguettes, dinner rolls, olive bread." "Just give me 5 baskets. I need to eat something first. I have low blood sugar." "Yes, 5 baskets. No need to confirm." Chapter 198, Demon King. Su-Jin lowered his head and ate his bread. With his other hand, he scrolled through his phone, contacting Lei Dong. Shortly after, Lei Dong called via video. Su-Jin quickly answered the phone. "Lazy, how's it going on your end?" "Holy crap, what's with this look?" Redon exclaimed in shock. "Why do you have such long hair and a beard that makes you look like the Bulgarian Demon King?" "What are you talking about? I hired a designer to do this." "Get to the point." The video feed changed, and the camera lens switched to the rear camera. The scene is set inside a hotel room, where the walls are covered with various amulets for warding off evil spirits and protecting the wearer. Yellow talisman paper, Baba mirror cross, garlic Buddhist beads, guanyin statue, Kiminthong, a type of spirit doll. I can tell you hate these superstitious things the most. Is it really haunted? Are these things even useful? Su-Jin asked, frowning. The camera pans back to the front, and Lei Dong shakes his head in pain. "I bought all the good from Japanese shrines, but they're useless. However, I feel safer if I hang them up." "Yes. Will you cause trouble during the day?" "They don't cause trouble during the day, only at night, but they don't show up every time." "Brother Gray, if you have something to do, you can come later." "That's good. I'm on a blind date right now. I'll go over there after I'm done." After hanging up the phone, Su-Jin let out a sigh of relief and continued chewing on his bread. Several rows away, a pair of eyes had secretly been fixed on Su-Jin, muttering to themselves. "Ishu, have you arrived yet? I saw your blind date." He was dressed really well, and he had a great figure, but something fell off. Something's not right. His beard looks like that of a Bulgarian demon king. He's quite masculine and handsome, but his beard is really weird, and he also has a big ponytail. And his appetite is outrageous. Like a pig's, he eats so heartily. Looking at the subtitles in front of him, Su-Jin put down the bread expressionlessly. The Bulgarian Demon King. What the heck? I opened the camera and looked at my face, then gently touched my chin. Opened Bilibili and searched for Bulgarian Demon King. A string of flashy video thumbnails popped up on the screen, featuring heavy makeup, arched eyebrows, shaved heads, green eyes, and gold skin. On-site search. Su-Jin froze in the first frame, his eyes twitching, holding his breath. Then, with a start, he slammed his phone down on the table. "This is totally unlike anything I've ever seen. They're practically throwing shit at me like that. Don't they even know anything about aesthetics?" The woman on the blind date even brought a wingman. She doesn't seem like a good person either. Young, handsome, and earning $1 million annual salary, yet he's out on blind dates. What a joke. Maybe he shouldn't have come today. It's good that he came. It put an end to his family's hopes and prevents him from being pressured to get married again. Gay? Oh, right. Now that you mention it, something seems off. His hair and beard really do look gay, but I don't think he looks like one. Is he a top? He's gone. Wow. He's shaved, and he looks much better than before. Hey, his beard is obviously well-groomed. He looked in a mirror just now and shaved it himself. He must have felt it wasn't right. Ichu, you might really be right. He's gay. I suspect. He might be trying to trick you into marriage, and you become his prey. These gay men are the best at deceiving women. He looked at me, and his gaze was so creepy. I'm not going to say anything more. It's a bit scary. You need to get him out of here so we can go to the mall. This is never going to end. Su-Jin cursed inwardly, then reached into his pocket. The housekeeper is unreliable. I thought he was an authority figure, and I don't know where he learned his grooming skills. It's one thing if one person misunderstands, but if 2 or 3 people misunderstand, there must be something wrong with the styling. At this moment, the waiter stepped forward and stood next to Su-Jin, saying in a low voice, "Sir, I'm sorry. This is a public place. Please do not smoke." Su-Jin tossed aside his cigarette and leaned back in his chair, utterly dejected. After a few seconds, he got up, grabbed his coat, and left the restaurant. I'm not going to meet him again. I'm so angry. He canceled the blind date at the last minute, drove to the hotel, and went straight to Lei Dong's room. When Lei Dong opened the door, Su-Jin was taken aback. The hotel rooms, which were decorated in a stylish and simple style, had been transformed into shrines, with various religious artifacts hanging everywhere. The television in the room was also covered by another television. Without a doubt, it must have been Lei Dong who set up a shortcut home for Sadako. Whether it's useful or not is another matter. Upon seeing Su Jin, Lei Dong was overjoyed and rushed forward to hug him tightly, excitedly saying, "Brother Hui, you're so loyal. You came so quickly. Aren't you going on a blind date? Are you done?" Su Jin took off his coat and threw it on the sofa, looking around the room, and said, "Your matter is more important. I'm more worried. Tell me about the situation." Lei Dong sat on the edge of the bed, slowly covering his face with his hands, and said, "Brother Hui, I really don't know how to tell you about this. Didn't I tell you before at the observatory that a lot of observatory staff have gone crazy observing the universe?" "Yes, I remember that very clearly. I think I might have run into this kind of thing. I was in charge of graphic design. A while ago, I was doing graphic design when I suddenly felt dizzy. It was like the computer screen was drilling into my brain. I fainted at my workstation. Afterwards, I went to the hospital for a checkup, but they didn't find anything wrong. However, I was afraid that something might happen, so I took 2 days of sick leave," Lei Dong recalled painfully. "It was just bad luck. I usually collect Blu-ray discs, and then this supernatural event happened. That day, I had a brain fart and wanted to watch a horror movie. Sadako really crawled out of the TV. I thought it was a hallucination, but then her hair was wrapped around me before I realized what was happening. I'm still injured now. She's attacked me 3 times now." Lei Dong took off his shirt, showing the marks on his body from the straps. Su Jin observed the traces and asked, "Did you tell anyone? Did you record it?" "I've said it before. Everyone says I have a mental illness. I recorded video on my phone, but I didn't record anything. It was just me lying on the ground covered in crickets, but I can't explain the injuries on my body. You know, my uncle is a doctor. I showed him the video, and when he heard me yelling, yams twitching, he insisted on sending me to a mental hospital. He even said I had an electrolyte imbalance from masturbating too much. Sadako has come out and attacked you. And more than once. How can you still be alive?" Su Jin asked doubtfully. "Really?" Lei Dong closed his eyes, feeling like he was about to break. "Brother Hui, I swear on my life, every word is the truth. Sadako is stronger than me, but it seems like she only lasts a short time before disappearing. I've survived her attacks, but I'm afraid that sooner or later I won't be able to survive." "All right." Su Jin stood up and patted Lei Dong on the shoulder, saying earnestly, "Don't worry, brother. I trust you. I'll help you find out the truth. I'll sleep here with you. If Sadako dares to come out, I'll take care of her. You can sleep soundly. I'll keep watch for you. Brother Gray, brother, you're really my brother." Lei Dong said, his eyes filled with tears. "No family member is as reliable as you. It's no wonder we've been friends since we were kids. We're all buddies. I'm already here. No need for formalities." Su Jin waved his hand magnanimously, then turned and said, "Hey, this hotel isn't cheap. Did you book a suite?" Lei Dong looked heartbroken. "Don't even mention it. It's peak tourist season, and there are no standard rooms left, only suites. A room costs 3,500 a day, and my savings won't last more than a few days. Can't we stay somewhere cheap? Why do we have to stay in a luxury hotel?" Su Jin asked. "That's not how it is," Lei Dong sighed. "Ever since I got haunted by Sadako, no one else could solve it, so I had to find a way to solve it. At first, I recorded the scene of Sadako climbing the well from the Blu-ray and posted it online. I thought that if others saw it, they could share some of the pain with me. Although I won't die immediately, I can't stand being the only one tormented. Unfortunately, that trick didn't work, and those Buddhist and Taoist things were useless too. In the end, I just thought of staying here, and I was willing to grit my teeth and pay the price. Why? Didn't you see? This area is full of rich people, and it's the embassy district, politicians, business tycoons, foreigners, and all that. If I were to cause trouble due to ghosts, I'd have to drag them down with me. There's strength in numbers, and getting them all involved will definitely solve the problem. That's why I said you're a good student." Su Jin immediately showed respect and gave him a thumbs up. "Your thinking is correct." Chapter 5, Late Brothers. Just want to let you know that you probably thought the blind date scene would be filler, but it's all set up for later. As you guys know, the setup in the chapters can sometimes be quite long, but it's definitely not filler. Finally, please give me some encouragement, likes, and positive reviews. If you've already posted something, please leave a follow-up comment. Your support is very important to the chapter. Thank you. Chapter 199 Gray. What do you do for a living? Front desk? I need an extra bed. I'll put on the bill, room 2608. As soon as Su Jin hung up the phone, Lei Dong said with a wry smile, Brother Hui, why add another bed to this double room? Let's just squeeze in. If you don't want to squeeze in, I can sleep on the sofa. I won't be able to sleep well anyway. This place is ridiculously expensive. Is it really necessary to add an extra bed? Don't worry, it's on me. Su Jin put his hands on his hips, looked around, and finally stepped forward to pick up an exaggeratedly shaped peachwood sword hanging on the wall. The peachwood sword was enormous, looking like a cheap souvenir from some tourist attraction. It would be strange if it were even useful. However, it's perfect for him. He can use his inner energy to hollow out the sword, and if there's an unexpected situation at night, he can hide the silver knife inside. Brother Gray, Lei Dong hesitated, then tentatively asked, I know what I said is true, but this is really outrageous. How can you believe me so easily? Aren't you scared at all? Afraid? Su Jin flicked his shirt and said nonchalantly, I'm rich. I've seen plenty of storms. I'm not afraid of anything. So you still don't believe me, right? You weren't just saying those things to comfort me, were you? Absolutely no, brothers. Su Jin raised his hand and said, Didn't you say that you lured Sadako out by watching the DVD? Did you bring the DVD? I'll watch it now. Stop messing around, Gray. Red-On lost control again. This could easily cause trouble. I'm glad you're here with me. Don't drag yourself into it. You've seen what the movie was about, and if something really happens after watching that DVD, you'll die too. Stop talking nonsense. You definitely brought it, right? Give it to me. What am I supposed to do? I have a disc, but no equipment to put it on. Su Jin picked up his phone and bought a computer with a CD drive on the spot. The computer arrived an hour later. Su Jin sat upright on the sofa, watching a movie, a cigarette dangling from his lips. All the smoke detectors in the room were covered with plastic bags. Lei Dong stood to the side, shielding his eyes with his hand and looking down at his phone. These Japanese devils are really keeping up with the times, evolving from videotapes to Blu-ray discs. After watching more than half of the movie, Su Jin said, Hey Lei, if Sadako were to pop out of the TV, why don't you just find a place without a TV? That's what I thought at first too. If only it were that simple. Lei Dong sighed repeatedly. I don't understand the workings of this thing. If there's a TV, it will crawl out of the TV first. If there's no TV, it will start to refresh randomly. I might as well find a place with a TV. At least I'd have some expectation if I'm attacked. Tisk. Su Jin clicked his tongue, feeling rather helpless. Affected by the chaos, conceptual things have become real, and ghost characters like Sadako still act according to certain movie logic. The Ultraman I saw in the warehouse was also like that. Although his temperament was abnormal, he could still use special skills. But there's no way to deal with Sadako in the movie. She's practically immortal. If that logic holds true, what am I supposed to do? If he can't be killed, perhaps he can be brought back to the office via a portal. 15 minutes later, the movie ended, and Su Jin closed his laptop. The movie's over. When are the ghosts coming out? How should I know? I still haven't figured out its pattern, Lei Dong said painfully. Brother Hui, I'm really touched by what you're doing, but what if something really goes wrong? Su Jin smiled and patted Lei Dong on the shoulder. Do you feel much more at ease now that I've finished reading it? Why didn't you stop me when I was reading it? Lei Dong looked extremely embarrassed. Sometimes people are like this. On the one hand, they don't want to drag their friends down with them, but on the other hand, they don't want to be in the water alone. All right, don't be embarrassed. I understand your difficulties. Su Jin looked Lei Dong up and down. I see you've lost a lot of weight since the last time we met. If you keep going like this, even if a ghost doesn't kill you, you'll have to wear yourself down first. Lei Dong was moved and nodded bitterly, saying, I've lost nearly 20 pounds recently, and I can't sleep or eat. Try to think positively. Eat and drink as you please. You can't starve to death. Sigh. Lei Dong sighed deeply again. Doctors say the same thing to terminally ill patients, but do you see any terminally ill person in the mood to eat, drink, and have fun? You don't understand, Brother Gray. I totally understand. Su Jin exhaled a puff of smoke and leaned back. Hurry up and finish this mess of yours. I need to go abroad to relax. Going abroad? Where are you going abroad? The Maldives. I need to find a beautiful place with clear waters and lush mountains to relax and clear my mind. I remember you told me last time that you wanted to stay in your hometown and be a deliver man. So why did you come back? Lei Dong fiddled with Su Jin's coat and said, Brother Hui, what brand is that coat of yours? It doesn't look cheap. What kind of work do you do now? Being a deliver man isn't something I can just decide to do. Su Jin lay back with his eyes closed, muttering to himself. Once I start this line of work, I can't stop. There's no going back. so don't ask me anymore. Lei Dong slowly put down his coat, glanced at Su Jin's hairstyle, and fell into a daze. Make quick money. Once you start, you can't stop. There's no going back. And you won't even let me ask, do I even need to ask? Brother Gray, we're all just trying to make a living, but I can see that you've had a really tough time. Lei Dong said with a heavy heart. You have a good eye, kid. You saw right away that I had a tough time. Chapter 200 Ghost Appearance. The sky turned from clear to dark, and night fell. Lei Dong, dressed in an apricot yellow Taoist robe, stared anxiously at the television with his lips pursed, his feet fidgeting. Su Jin pushed open the bathroom door, a towel wrapped around his waist, and dried his hair, saying, I'm done showering. You can go shower now. Don't be so nervous. Maybe nothing will happen today. You know it's a matter of probability. Lei Dong turned his head and saw Su Jin. The words he was about to say were stuck in his throat. Hey Gray, your muscles are amazing. It's like 3D modeling. Su Jin glanced down. With my current strength, my body is in perfect shape and regular eating is not affected at all. I was born with a perfect physique. A fitness sanctuary? Lei Dong was dazed for a moment, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Bullshit. We've known each other for so long, and we've showered and swam together before. He never had this muscular physique before. This afternoon, he ate a ton of takeout, stuffing sugar and oil into his mouth. How can that build muscle? He definitely had cosmetic procedures done. That muscular physique is all from padding. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so aesthetically pleasing, and his skin is incredibly good too. Lei Dong rubbed his forehead, his thoughts drifting with sorrow, followed by a sharp pain in his heart. Looking back, we were all full of youthful vigor and high aspirations when we were in school. Talking about Bill Gates and Steve Jobs. I've only realized how harsh reality is now that I've been in the workforce. I'm almost 30, I have no savings, and now even my survival is uncertain. Gray, who used to sell medical equipment, has now switched careers and started selling organs. Life's twists and turns are truly painful. Stop looking so gloomy. Hurry up and wash. Take off your Taoist robe. What's the use of something bought online? Suhinerith. After you wash, we can eat and drink something. No, you're still eating? Is your energy expenditure that high? Lei Dong was shocked. I have a big appetite now. Otherwise, you wouldn't think I've built all these muscles for nothing. You should also eat more protein. I don't need to take so much protein supplements, Lei Dong muttered. Just as he got up, a loud thud suddenly came from inside the room. The two of them froze in place, then quickly turned their heads to look at the television. Bang! The television, which was originally placed on a TV stand to cover the hotel TV, was suddenly pushed open by one corner. The TV stand slowly moved, tilting to one side. The television set that had been off in the back suddenly lit up, showing a field and a lone well. Su Jin took a step back, stood in front of Lei Dong, picked up the phone on the table, and took a picture, but everything on the screen was normal, with no ghost image at all. Gray brother, she's here. Can you see her? Lei Dong was so frightened that he turned pale. Between the two television sets, strands of black hair began to fall to the ground, followed by a woman in white slowly emerging from behind. I saw it too. Su Jin gasped for breath, his eyes glazed over. Having survived 2 apocalypses, bloody battles, and constant training, he has become extremely desensitized to fear. He wasn't afraid at first when he heard that the ghost story involved Sadako. But as soon as this thing emerged, he really started to get scared. It was his childhood memories kicking in. After all, he's been around the hottest ghost star since childhood, and now that he's appeared in real life, the sensory stimulation is truly unique. Moreover, they are monsters or similar creatures, so it's uncertain whether they are susceptible to physical attacks. As Sadako's shoulders began to peek out, Lei Dong nearly fainted. His legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the sofa. Su Jin's expression also became increasingly subtle. SAN value -10-10-10. Just as Sadako's waist reached the TV frame, a glass shattered on her head, breaking into several pieces. Without further hesitation, Su Jin roared and launched a flying kick. Grass! With a bang, Sadako, who had already emerged halfway out, was suddenly kicked back into the TV by Su Jin. In the television footage, Sadako is thrown backward, her waist slamming heavily against the edge of the well. Su Jin's eyes lit up, and he was overjoyed. He was about to step into the TV. Physical attacks are completely effective. SAN value +100. Holy crap! Lei Dong roared in shock. He knew better than anyone how strong that thing on TV was, It was like a superhero, and once someone got tangled in your hair, there was no way to escape, and if it strangled your neck, you would die. He didn't expect Soo-jin to be so brave. He went up and kicked, and Sadako's face was crooked from the kick. It seems that during the day, he didn't disbelieve himself. He genuinely didn't take Go seriously. He must have some guts. Gray, don't chase him. You've already kicked the TV to pieces. Damn it, Soo-jin said with a gloomy face, shaking the shards of glass out of between his toes. Since Sadako has blindfolded him, he should have used a knife first. It can get into the TV, but I can't get in. Now the TV screen is black, and she's disappeared. I don't know when I'll be able to find another chance to kill her. He clearly saw Sadako's gaze just now. It was aimed at Lei Dong, and she also saw him, but Lei Dong was probably her first priority target. Brother Gray, are you all right? Lei Dong hurriedly came to greet him. It's nothing, Soo-jin cursed. Damn it, I let her get away. I should have dragged her out and beaten her. Lei Dong's face was tense. Brother Hui, you're fucking brave. I've never seen anyone like you. That's a ghost. Did you see it clearly? I saw it clearly. I saw it very clearly. Soo-jin lowered his head and pondered how to deal with it. This thing isn't that powerful. It doesn't seem very strong. It's a pity we missed the opportunity. Who knows when we'll be able to wait for it to appear again. This is really troublesome. Take the disc out and let me watch it again. Let's see if I can seduce her. Redon said with difficulty. Stop it. Stop it. I've thought of a solution. Chapter 201 International Humiliation Battle. What do you mean? Soo-jin asked, looking up. Think about it. You can see ghosts and even touch them after watching my original DVD. If I give the DVD to the government can definitely deal with her after seeing it. Isn't that much stronger than the two of us combined? We might even make a fortune. It's not certain whether we can kill Sadako. Don't push yourself too hard, Lei Dong said, trembling. No way. Soo-jin flatly rejected the idea, sternly rebuking. Do you even want to live a normal life anymore? Don't tell anyone about this. Do you want to be locked up in a mental hospital? Lei Dong CD is most likely nothing special. But if it is, the consequences would be unimaginable, and his life would be completely derailed as a result. The fact that he can see ghosts is most likely due to his special identity and the mask he wears. It's best for him to solve this problem and then return to peace. Startled by Soo-jin's shout, Lei Dong couldn't help but take a step back. Just as he was about to speak, his gaze swept over Soo-jin's shoulder and turned to fear once more. Soo-jin narrowed his eyes and put his hand in front of his neck. The next instant, a thick, black hair, like a giant whip, wrapped around Soo-jin's neck. Oh, Soo-jin groaned, exerting all his strength. Sadako on the TV screen was suddenly pulled out and thrown to the living room floor. You dare to come again. Good for you. Soo-jin grinned maliciously, his legs leaping into the air as his buttocks slammed down, striking Sadako's abdomen. He then straddled Sadako and unleashed a barrage of wild punches. Sadako's long, black hair lashed out like an octopus, but to no avail. Lei Dong stared wide-eyed at the scene before him in disbelief. After a 2-second pause, he quickly reacted and joined the battle. He ran to Soo-jin and kicked Sadako's head repeatedly. Bakagayalo! Shine! Shine! Redon screamed, venting his anger. Soo-jin suppressed the female ghost beneath him and looked at Lei Dong speechlessly. Stop yelling and get me the Peachwood sword right now. If I can't kill her with my fists, I'll stab her to death. With Lei Dong here, it wasn't appropriate for him to directly take out the fire-powered weapon. He had to disguise it with the prepared Peachwood sword. Soo-jin gripped Sadako's neck tightly, and Lei Dong hurriedly went to get his sword. At the same moment, there was a rapid knock on the door. Mr. Lei, are you inside? Soo-jin suddenly looked up. Give me the sword. You go and calm the staff down. Good. Lei Dong threw out the Peachwood sword and hurriedly ran towards the door. As soon as the door opened, 2 staff members stood nervously outside. Mr. Lei, we heard some unusual noises coming from here. Is something wrong? It's nothing, Lei Dong said, drenched in sweat. You go about your business. No, Mr. Lei, it's like this. We've received some complaints. If you have any problems, please contact us so we can help you resolve them. We've specially brought you some fruit platters. Seeing Lei Dong disappear, Soo-jin didn't bother to pick up the Peachwood sword. Instead, he took out the firewood silver knife and raised it high, aiming it at Sadako's head. This blow will surely kill her. Killing a ghost? It's not difficult, but it feels really good. After all, it's a famous ghost, so it's very rewarding. Excitement flashed in Soo-jin's eyes as he thrust his heavy blade downwards. D-oo. Jin's expression twisted. He let out a wail and suddenly fell to the side. Sadako pulled a lock of hair from her buttocks, got up, and fled towards the door. A cough, damn it. Jin's eyes were bloodshot. He was panting heavily, and his heart was pounding. Damn it. I was actually blown up by a ghost, and it was through my hair, which was as sharp as needles. Jin was already furious. He staggered to his feet, picked up the Peachwood sword, hid the knife inside, and gave chase. After fighting for so long, he was completely certain that Sadako didn't have much combat intelligence, or that she was basically driven by instinct. Her hair was all messy, and she was attacking blindly. She was really unlucky. She had just taken a shower and wasn't even wearing underwear yet when her weak spot was hit. We must not let her escape, and we must not let this kind of trash ruin our holiday. Sir, if you need anything here, please contact us immediately, and we will definitely help you solve it. The hotel staff were still smiling and greeting you. Lei Dong was extremely anxious. I understand. Is there anything else? I have other things to attend to. A black and white shadow darted out from beside the waiter through the crack in the door. Lei Dong's expression froze on his face, and his heart stopped beating. Sadako, is it Sadako? Get out of the way. Jin shouted, carrying his greatsword and charging towards the door with great momentum. The two waiters standing outside the door were immediately terrified and hid to the side. Jin dashed out and ran wildly down the corridor. Sir, your towel fell down. The waiter stammered, reaching out his hand into the distance. Lei Dong realized what was happening and quickly picked up a towel to go and help. A female ghost flies in front of the corridor, a naked man chases behind, and behind that there is a Taoist priest. The screams from the fight earlier had been too loud and had disturbed many customers. The three of them were in the corridor at that moment, and the waiter's scream attracted many guests. Doors opened one by one, and people kept peeking out. Everyone was shocked by the bizarre sight of the Taoist priest chasing the naked man. Jesus Christ. Nana, do put some clothes on. What the hell? Can't you be a little more mindful of your image? You're embarrassing ourselves internationally. Jian Ishu stood at the door, her eyes twitching as she watched the muscular man rushing towards her. This kind of thing happens in a five-star hotel. This guy's body is amazing. It's incredible. My best friend gasped. Then her eyes narrowed, and she exclaimed in surprise, Hey, this guy, he's Jin, the guy you went on a blind date with. My God, there's a Taoist priest in the back, too. What kind of novel play is this? I see. What do you understand? Jian Ishu turned her head and asked, Hey, look at your blind date. His thigh looks like it's bleeding. It must be that the Taoist priest behind him was really messing with him, and he couldn't take it anymore, so he started acting up. Looks like we were wrong before. He's not the top. How can there be such a person? It's disgusting. Jian Ishu frowned deeply. It's one thing to stand me up, but to do something like this in broad daylight. It's despicable. Call the police immediately. Don't let them cause trouble here. Chapter 202, A Strange Injustice Throughout the Ages. You beast! Where do you think you're going? Jin leaped high into the air, swaying in the wind. There were too many people in the corridor, and the Peachwood sword was easy to break. His knife was not easy to hide. The current location is the best. The elevator lobby is right in front of us, and there's only one security camera. The best course of action is to assassinate this ghost while his back is to the camera. With the elevator lobby right in front of him, Jin stepped against the wall to change his position. The Peachwood sword stabbed fiercely, its hidden blade aimed straight at Sadako's vest. Then, Jin, with his back to the camera, pulled her into the elevator lobby. Sadako screamed in agony as the blade pierced her body, and a shrill, trembling sound echoed through the air. Lei Dong, who was still chasing from behind, immediately looked pained, covered his ears, and stopped on the ground. Jin's eyes blazed with fury as he swiftly slashed at the evil spirit beneath him with his sword. The front half of the Peachwood sword had been shattered, but the blade continued to pierce his body. Finally, after a series of thrusts, Sadako's body collapsed and vanished into nothingness. Jin instantly sheathed his sword and let out a long breath. The people in the corridor were dumbfounded. The naked man was seen running around happily in the corridor, with a Taoist priest chasing after him. Everyone thought the Taoist priest was playing some kind of special game, and that he ran away because the man couldn't take it anymore. But now it seems that's not the case. That naked man was doing all sorts of tricks in the corridor, kicking the walls, and he even gave himself lines. This is clearly not an attempt to escape. This must be a huge hit, right? Jian Ishu's best friend asked, turning her head with her mouth wide open. Is this still in China? Jian Ishu covered her forehead, heartbroken. Am I some kind of woman who can't get married? People are even trying to introduce me to this kind of lunatic. Did you call the police? Reported. Reported. But if this man isn't mentally unstable, he's truly an exceptional individual. If you like her, go after her. Okay, okay. I won't say anything more. Lei Dong covered his head and finally caught up with Su Jin. Seeing that Sadako had disappeared, he immediately perked up and asked anxiously, Brother Gray, how are you? Hee. It's a piece of cake for me to handle. Suhin Shakil, exuding confident masculine charm. Really? Lei Dong cried with joy, hugging Su Jin tightly. Brother Hui, you really are my brother. Are you two on fucking crack or what? A curse came from afar, down the corridor. Su Jin glanced sideways and retorted, Fuck you, little man. Stop cursing, Brother Gray, you're still naked. Lei Dong quickly picked up a bath towel and handed it to Su Jin. Su Jin looked down, his face was ashen. I quickly wrapped a bath towel around myself and took deep breaths. Damn, this is incredibly embarrassing. There are cameras all over the hallway. It's okay. It's okay. I can just live on another planet. No, bro. Why is there blood on your leg? Is your butt bleeding? Lei Dong suddenly exclaimed again. Su Jin's eye twitched, and he said in a hoarse voice, It's a minor problem. An old injury has recurred. Lei Dong felt a pang of pain in his heart and clenched his fists tightly. Old wounds? He wasn't actually catering to older women. Brother Gray, there's no need to say anything. You've sacrificed so much for me. Lei Dong was moved. I'll dedicate my entire life to supporting you. Stop singing. It's awful. I'm so sorry. I'm just too happy. Su Jin composed himself and said, You should be fine, but I can't be completely sure. You'd better stay in a hotel for a few more days to observe. Don't tell anyone about this. Just pretend nothing happened. After all, it's too outrageous. Brother Gray, I really admire you. How can you be so calm? It's like you've seen it all before. Lei Dong sighed. I can't believe in science anymore. Okay, I'll stay here for a few more days to observe, just like you said. Just then, the elevator doors suddenly opened. I don't think either of you will have a chance to stay here any longer. The officers on duty stepped out of the elevator and stood in front of Su Jin and his companion, with another person behind them making a phone call. Su Jin opened his mouth, then hesitated. Officer, who are you? We've received more than one report that someone is disturbing public order. You two know what kind of place this is, right? Me. Am I talking about myself? Suhin fei inocense. What do you think? The hotel staff are behind me too, the officer on duty retorted. As soon as she finished speaking, the security personnel behind her stepped out and waved towards the elevator lobby, saying, Are you Miss Jian? Yes. Jian Ishu came from around the corner. Please feel free to ask me anything. It's convenient for you here. We just want to verify that the information you reported over the phone is indeed true, right? Yes, everyone in the hotel can witness it. Okay, we may contact you by phone again later. Please keep an eye out. Hey, wait a minute. Su Jin interrupted the two, looking at Jian Ishu with surprise. I've seen your picture before. You're not the Jian Ishu I was supposed to go on a blind date with, are you? The lunch we arranged this afternoon. You're the one who called the police? Yes, I reported it. What's wrong? Jian Ishu replied calmly. Are you crazy? What's it to you that you're calling the police? Su Jin laughed angrily and started ranting. Going on a blind date with someone like you? Luckily, I left early. You're insane. Jian Ishu's eyebrows shot up. I've never seen such scum as you. You're not even worthy of being called a scumbag. You have the nerve to think I'm not good enough for you. Jian Ishu was furious. To be worthy of me? Bah, you should look in the mirror and see how ugly you are. Su Jin said angrily. You, stop arguing. The officer on duty stepped forward and coldly reprimanded Su Jin. Look at what you've done. You still have a nerve to throw a tantrum at a lady. I am now formally informing you too that you are suspected of disturbing public order, drug use, and prostitution, which have had an extremely negative impact. You are to come with us for investigation. Let's put a sanitary napkin under him first, officer. Jian Ishu rolled her eyes, then stormed off in a huff. Drug use? Prostitution? Su Jin's mind went blank. Officer, we are all law-abiding citizens. How could we do such things? This is a misunderstanding. Someone has obviously made a false report. Our colleagues just retrieved the surveillance footage, and it shows that you ran naked in the hotel and even poked a hole in the carpet. The law enforcement officer looked at the punctured carpet in the elevator lobby. I don't think you have anything to say about this, right? We'll investigate the rest later. Hurry up and put your clothes on and come with us. 10 minutes later, outside the hotel entrance, the hotel staff watched as Su Jin got into the police car. Chapter 203, Su Ye's Misunderstood Life. Inside the police car, Su Jin and Lei Dong both had long faces. The joy of successfully exorcising the ghost vanished completely. Some people are alive, but they're already dead. Lei Dong was all right, but he himself had absolutely no face left. Halfway through the journey, Lei Dong nudged Su Jin with his shoulder and whispered, "This is my first time riding in a police car." "Me too. Want to ride in a police car?" "That's easy enough," the law enforcement officer in front chuckled. "But it's best if you don't ride in one at all." Lei Dong cleared his throat and leaned forward, saying, Sir, cough, we can't get on the trending topics, can we? The surveillance video won't be leaked, will it?" The law enforcement officer in front turned around, looking surprised, and said, How did you come up with this method of number selection? It's not cheap." Lei Dong shakily sat back down in his original seat. Su Jin's mind went blank, and his expression froze completely. 2 days later, the two got out of the car outside the hotel. Lei Dong breathed a sigh of relief, stretched his arms, and said with emotion, "Brother Hui, although what we did was pretty embarrassing, I haven't slept this well in the past 2 days. I thought I would feel so ashamed to go back to this hotel, but I almost died. I've come to terms with everything now." "Congratulations, then," Su Jin said with a forced smile. "Brother Hui, you've sacrificed so much for me. I'll always remember it." Lei Dong said solemnly, "From now on, just ask me to be your servant. You're still working like a slave for me, and I have to sacrifice myself for you. Let's go." The two walked to the front desk. The receptionist immediately lowered her head upon seeing Su Jin. "No, that face is just too unforgettable. It's just too funny." And he actually dared to come back. Sorry, we're here to pick up our luggage. We said it was stored at the concierge in room 2608, Lei Dong said. "Gentlemen, the TV in your guest room and the carpet in the hallway are damaged. You'll need to pay for them." The waiter's gaze kept shifting between Su Jin and Lei Dong. "May I ask who you two are?" Su Jin tossed out his bank card. "Deduct everything from this card. Also, send our luggage directly to our previous room. If not, arrange for a new room of the same standard. Pay for the extended 30 days stay in one lump sum and give me a 10% discount. The executive lounge and meals for the 30 days will be charged separately. Is there a problem with that?" The receptionist blinked and asked, "No problem, sir. Would you two like to register?" "He lives alone." "Wait a minute," Lei Dong exclaimed. "Brother Hui, what are you doing? How much does this cost? I don't want to stay. You've already helped me so much. Stay here, just in case something else happens. Staying here will help you avoid trouble. If you die, you'll get more compensation." The receptionist's eyes widened in terror. "Gentlemen, what do you mean? It's none of your business. I was just kidding." Su Jin waved his hand casually and continued. "Everything's been resolved. You just need to recover here, go back and find a job, and live your life as usual. See that Aston Martin outside? That's my car. Let me tell you, I'm rich now. This little bit of pocket money is nothing to me." "Gray." Lei Dong opened his mouth and looked at the luxury car outside the door, his heart trembling even more. Finally, he slapped his thigh. "No, that won't do. Brother Gray, this is all your hard-earned money. No. Our relationship isn't about money. I absolutely can't spend your hard-earned money. I make money quickly. You don't need to worry about me. I know you make money fast, and that's why I can't afford to spend it, brother." Lei Dong exclaimed anxiously. "The money my brother earned by selling his genitals, the food he traded his youth for, how can he have the face to eat it? It's settled then, don't waste my breath. But let's get this straight, this is a one-time deal. If you ever need money again, don't come to me. I don't lend money." Su Jin turned around, slapped the counter, and asked, "Is the registration complete?" The receptionist handed over the bank card and said, "It's done, Mr. Su. All right, go get your room key and go upstairs. I'm going home to rest. Call me if you need anything." Thinking that he had spent Su Jin's money, Lei Dong's face showed a mixture of joy and sorrow. He moved his lips, but did not make a sound. Finally, his attitude became respectful, and he called out clearly, "Master, get lost." Su Jin said, both angry and amused, "You really are spineless. It seems there's already a pathetic, thick barrier between us." "What barrier?" Lei Dong sighed repeatedly. "The more you spend, the more uncomfortable I feel. Brother Hui, we've been through thick and thin together. If you ever run into trouble, I'll take care of you in your old age. It's noon. I don't know when we'll see each other again. Let's go have lunch together, Lei Dong said. I'll treat you to a good restaurant. There's a famous Chengdu snack place that's not far from here. I don't eat Chengdu snacks. How about Chongqing hot pot? No. How about Sichuan-style spicy stir-fry? If you don't like spicy food or don't want Chinese food, that's fine too. There's a British restaurant nearby. I'm going home now. Let's talk about it next time. Butler, Su Jin said on the phone inside the car, I've killed that ghost. There shouldn't be any problems, right? No, once someone dies, they're dead. The anomalies on Earth are extremely minor, the butler said. Congratulations, you don't need to worry anymore. That night's fight was truly spectacular. What do you mean? Su Jin's expression changed slightly, and he immediately realized that something was wrong. Good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Bad news. You're trending on social media. The steering wheel creaked, and Su Jin asked with a grim face, What's the good news? It's been censored. Phew, that's good, that's good. But they hit his crotch. How could that be good news? Stop talking so fast. But you ran so fast that the camera didn't capture your face clearly in that video. Hurry, hurry. Hack my relative's phone and computer and book me a ticket to the Maldives. I can't stay in China anymore. Chapter 204. A New Instance? Haixing City, Shengda College. The classroom was noisy, with students in uniform scattered around chatting and laughing. The blackboard was covered with densely written diagrams. Only one person sat upright in the first row, holding a hard pen, and moved his hand quickly across the paper to draw. In less than 5 minutes, a lifelike portrait of a man was completed. The man in the painting has a flamboyant mustache around his mouth and a long ponytail at the back of his head. Zheng Yu raised his head, picked up the portrait, and casually flicked it twice with his fingers. After taking a few more glances at the whole thing, he couldn't help but purse his lips. That looks really perverted, doesn't it? As Zheng Yu spoke, he casually tossed the portrait to several students behind him. One of them immediately reached out and caught it, then looked at the drawing and laughed out loud. Ugh, this beard is really, really disgusting. Does anyone else have this look? Class monitor, is your drawing accurate? Absolutely right, not a single detail off. Do you still have any doubts about my drawing skills? Zheng Yu was smug and then fell silent, picking up a book from his side to read. The portrait was passed around the classroom until it reached a slightly overweight boy. The fat boy examined the portrait, while his classmate Meng Yanfeng laughed and said, Fatty Liao, look how awesome the class monitor's drawing is. That's really awesome. You guys see, I'm reading a novel. Meng Yanfeng leaned over and saw the book in Liao Wei's hand and couldn't help but laugh. Reading a post-apocalyptic novel? Hey, what would you do if there really was an apocalypse? You wouldn't even be able to run away. Then I must have a blast. Liao Wei looked up, still half asleep. You're telling me I'll stock up on stuff beforehand and find a place to hide. 1 loaf of bread for 1 woman. Once the environment stabilizes, I'll have mastered all my skills in the shelter. Then I'll go out and kill. Whoever messes with me, I'll take them down. I'll be ruthless and decisive all the way, and eventually I'll rise to the top. TSK, understand? You're such a jerk, both stupid and wicked. It's written all over your face. Meng Yanfeng sneered. If someone finds out you're hoarding things, they'll kill you the moment they see you. You'd fall for any honey trap. Exactly, a female classmate scoffed from a distance. You guys have nothing else on your minds. You can't even get ahead in peacetime, yet you fantasize about being successful again after the end of the world. All you care about is your crotch. That's just how losers are. They always think that their failure is due to their high moral standards. They think that if they just lower their moral standards, everything will be fine. That's an honest man's ultimate fantasy, his last fig leaf. Why are you tearing it down? Meng Yanfeng sat halfway down on the desk, arms crossed, scanning the classroom before leaning down to Liao Wei's ear with a mischievous grin. Hey, are you fantasizing about the apocalypse and having something happen between you and Hua Qingxia? Are you sick in the head? Liao Wei said. His face flushed, but before he could say another word, he shrank back. Meng Yanfeng stared at him, then chuckled as he saw him back down. Oh ho, I really gave you a hard time just now? Heh, you're quite sensible. Keep fantasizing. Liao Wei felt a stinging pain on his face, but he picked up the novel and pretended to read it calmly. Doomsday. I wish it would come soon. I can't take another day of this damn school. Yes, it's good that we're here. We still have a chance to visit the big shot's house and see what it's like. If all the big shots are dead, how can you live? If it were me, I'd report it to the government. I just saw teacher Jiang in the hallway. She was still wrapped up tightly. What a waste of her figure. Forget about her figure. Her face is a complete waste. She always wears those lousy glasses. The glasses are the real feature. What do you know? The discussion inside the classroom continued, with voices coming from far behind. Squad leader, it's the end of the world. Stop looking. Zheng Yu put down his book, turned around, and said, "What's the use of all that nonsense you're spouting? Reporting to the government is even more stupid than hiding away. You look down on us. What can you do about it? What can I do? There's nothing I can do. I might as well just wait to die." Zheng Yu turned around, sighed, and continued reading. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man carrying several books walked expressionlessly from the doorway to the podium. Standing above the students, who were still noisy and completely out of it, he slammed his book on the table with a bang. "Class is starting," the teacher shouted sternly. "Learn from Zheng Yu. What are you all doing? If you're all like this, you won't be able to find jobs after graduation. Still looking for a job? Still graduating? Who knows, the school might be gone someday." The students didn't care at all, chatting and laughing as they returned to their seats in twos and threes. A vein bulged on the teacher's forehead as he suppressed his anger and said, "Open all your books. Today we'll continue with the material collection." "Principal, you wanted to see me?" Jiang, who stood at the door of the principal's office and gently knocked on it. Zhang Guanhai, who was writing at his desk inside, looked up, waved his hand, and said, "Come in and close the door behind you." Jiang could close the door and sat down at the desk, saying, "Just say what you need to say." Zhang Guanhai paused for a long time, put down his pen, and said slowly and steadily, "Xiao Ku, you know the situation at the school. Our educational standards and teaching staff are declining year by year. Our ratings keep getting downgraded every year. The quality of our students is poor. Some are just getting by, and some are not very bright. It's a vicious cycle. If this continues, we won't be far from closing down. I'm pinning all my hopes on this National College League. If we can get a certain ranking and receive funding from higher authorities, we still have a chance to improve." Jiang could gently pushed up her silver-rimmed glasses and said, "I know the situation. Do you really need to come to me to explain it in detail? I've agreed to participate in the Teachers League." "I know," Zhang Guanhai said earnestly. "You are the best student I have ever taught, and I am proud of you. With your qualifications, you could have gone to a better place. It is your teacher who has held you back, but I must admit that I have selfish motives. Shengde is the culmination of my life's work." "Teacher, what exactly are you trying to say?" Jiang frowned slightly. Hearing her urging, Zhang Guanhai gave an awkward smile. "All right, then I'll just be blunt. There's definitely no hope for the student group. With our abilities, even with you in the teacher group, we can't possibly get a ranking, so I have to ask for outside help. I have now found this person through an old friend, and I have also received a reply from my friend. I'm going to hire him temporarily." "Oh, Suli." "Suli." Jiang's already cold gaze was now icy cold. "You know who he is, right?" "Of course I know. He was one of the top 10 geniuses at Qinglan Academy, and one of the youngest 4-star combat car masters back then." Jiang leaned forward slightly, staring at Zhang Guanhai. "Is he famous because of these titles? A notorious black car dealer with a long history of misconduct, and also a rapist who caused a huge uproar and was stripped of his teaching license." Chapter 205, Master Su's Leisurely Vacation. It was attempted rape. Zhang Guanhai's voice was weak, but so many years have passed, and now he is qualified to teach. He drove the woman who was raped to a mental breakdown through coercion and inducement. My roommate at the time was crippled because of the black cards he sold. Everyone at Xianzheng Academy knows about it, Jiang said indignantly. If he hadn't been lucky enough to be caught early, everyone in our academy would have rushed over and killed him. What right does such scum have to teach? Even if he helps you win, Shengde's reputation will be tarnished. What's the point? Zhang Guanhai sighed repeatedly. What you said makes sense, but Shengde is a patient who is about to die. Even if poison could alleviate his condition, I would still use it. Besides, what reputation do we have left? Xiao Ku, I know your personality too well. Our school is such a mess, yet you still take everything so seriously. I called you here to let you know because I know you're too upright. But you can't always be so serious about things in this world. We have to survive first. Su Li's matter caused quite a stir back then. But have you ever met him? I haven't either. The specifics might be different from what we imagine. Public opinion is always biased. Ah. Jiang laughed in anger, glancing around to vent her frustration before turning back to him. I don't understand. Why did you have to invite him of all people? Even if you did, it wouldn't be cheap. Do you have money? It was actually quite cheap. I received a reply as soon as I invited him, and he agreed immediately. What's the reason? Zhang Guanhai's lips moved, his gaze falling on Jiang Ke's face. Bang! A fair, delicate hand slammed heavily on the table. Jiang Ke's face turned red, and she trembled with anger. Teacher, should I still call you teacher? No, 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 that's not how it is, Zhang Guanhai explained awkwardly. He must have agreed so readily because his reputation is so bad that no one dares to hire him, and he can't make any money from it. Teacher Zhang, you have disappointed me greatly. Jiang Ke got up and left. So, Kiskivito, Zhang Guanhai said with heartache. I've watched you grow up since you were little, and your teachers treated you like family. You know, I've never been this good to you, not even to my own daughter. When have our two families ever not gotten together? We're barely able to pay the teachers' salaries right now. Are you really just going to stand by and watch the college be ruined in my hands? How many years do I have left to live? Jiang Ke stopped, closed her eyes, and clenched her fists. Please, teacher, I'm so sorry I've lost all face. For the sake of our years of friendship, please bear with him and help me get through this difficult time. Okay? He should be here in the next couple of days. I'll find another teacher to pick him up and try my best to keep you from seeing him. Once we get a good ranking, I'll expel this scumbag immediately. I'll send him as far away as possible. After hesitating for a long time, Jiang Ke gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, just this once. After the competition, get him out of here immediately. If he doesn't leave, I will. After saying that, he slammed the door and left. Zhang Guanhai sighed deeply and slumped back in his chair, exhausted. Maldives, Vormiri Atoll. Su Jin lay on a beach chair at the Waldorf Private Villa Hotel on Itafushi Island, his face covered by a straw hat and his hands behind his head. One leg was propped up under the parasol, and he remained motionless. Behind it is a private swimming pool, and in front is an unbeatable sea view. The SpongeBob SquarePants ending theme was playing in my ears, and everything felt like paradise. Do nothing, think about nothing, and sure, just lie down. Awesome. Of course, the hotel wasn't cheap either, costing over 60,000 yuan a day. But the housekeeper was incredibly helpful, diligently trading stocks behind the scenes, and the amount in the card kept increasing. After a long while, Su Jin took off a straw hat and took a sip of a small Coke that cost 100 yuan. He elegantly pulled out a Lacoon cigarette from his pocket. A few steps away, a hotel staff member in a white uniform quickly approached and said in a soft voice, Sir, I'm very sorry to bother you, but the beach is a public area. For the sake of other guest experience, we suggest you go to the private pool smoking area. A thick wad of US dollars slammed into his chest, scattering everywhere. The waiter picked up the money and left. Su Jin half covered his straw hat, and the corners of his mouth, peeking out from under the brim, curled up uncontrollably, eventually letting out an evil laugh. It's really hard to learn good things, but it's easy to learn bad things. After lying down for a few days, I've completely adapted to my new life. I was planning to rest here for a while before going home. But when I found out I was trending on social media, that thought was completely dispelled. I didn't dare go home or even make a phone call, so I just left everything to the housekeeper to handle. Only prepare to go home after confirming there is no risk. As for purchasing some essential supplies for the next mission, I wrote a list and handed it all over to the steward. Lying in bed until 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Jin was woken up by his phone ringing in his drowsy state. He answered the phone, yawned, and said, Butler, what's the matter? Young master, have you enjoyed yourself enough? Can you save some money? I can't watch the market for you every day. I still have to sort out useful resources in the junkyard. Thank you for your hard work, housekeeper. I will definitely be more careful with the money. There's nothing bitter about it. I'm just afraid you'll get too caught up in pleasure. You're carrying the weight of countless worlds' lives on your shoulders. Stop putting pressure on me, okay? Su Jin said slowly. I'm so tired, it's rare for me to relax. Let me indulge myself, just this once. Are the things on those lists I wrote ready? I'm ready. I suggest you don't bring too much food. Food poisoning from aliens is a low probability event, and even if the food is poisonous, your current constitution can easily ignore it. Okay, I'll do as you say. But is there any news from my family? I want to go back, but I'm afraid to go back now. The trending topic has subsided. Everything is fine at your home. I contacted your mother using your account. That scared me to death. I was thinking this AI recommendation system would push it to my family members. It's definitely been pushed back. I bought 100,000 Douyin credits for your parents' Douyin accounts. They're replying to private messages and figuring out how to set up their accounts. They don't have time to look at anything else. Butler, you're a fucking genius. Your IQ must be at least 160. You're the best hacker I've ever seen. Forget it. You two are really messing with me. Be careful with your money. From now on, you're not allowed to spend more than 50,000 a day. Master, the call was disconnected. Su Jin stretched out his hand holding the cigarette butt, and an ashtray suddenly appeared from the side, smoothly catching the cigarette butt. He then put his straw hat on and continued to rest. As dusk fell, a small boat appeared on the beach and lit its lights toward the shore. Su Jin grumbled as he got up and slowly walked towards the small boat. Soon the small boat started and headed towards the deep-sea diving spot near the South Mail Atoll. In the night, the waves surged and the water shimmered with a deep blue light. We arrived at the diving spot in 30 minutes. Standing on the swaying boat, Su Jin began to stretch out his arms and adjust his breathing. The diving guide beside him said, "Mr. Su, wouldn't it be better if I accompanied you on the night dive?" Su Jin put his hands in his pockets, took out a roll of US dollars from his spatial ring, and handed it to the dive guide. The dive guide fell silent and stepped aside. Su Jin began to stretch his muscles and bones. The threat of the apocalypse had been building up in his mind and never dissipated. He was well aware that excessive comfort could lull him into complacency. Therefore, it is still necessary to have some essential high-intensity activities every day. Diving is the best and most convenient option. He didn't have a diving certificate, and diving always requires a dive buddy, but the dive guide, having witnessed his swimming speed and breath-holding ability far exceeding world records, stopped talking and let him dive as much as he wanted. Tonight, a 40-meter night dive without scuba gear to practice underwater combat, shark hunting,